The first thing I did after being reborn was to swallow a 10-ton broken rock. Everyone thought I had gone crazy, but little did they know that this is a star stone that can awaken the ancient gluttony, sealing the terrifying 10 districts temple that makes people tremble at the mere mention of it. As long as I complete the 10 trials, I can make use of it. And today is the awakening ceremony of the Star Sea Monster Academy. At this moment, a slender woman walked towards the awakening platform, and she is my school flower girlfriend, Luz Cece. As she gently placed her hand on the awakening stone, a dazzling light instantly covered the entire venue. The onlookers all looked shocked. This momentum is at least A level, and there is even hope for S level. After a while, the light of the awakening platform dissipated, and Luz Cece turned into the appearance of a deer monster. Unexpectedly an S-level Qingyu spirit deer, still a healing-type monster. This is a super milkmaid. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "You should know that on the battlefield, the amount of milk is amazing, and it is very popular in any holy group." The quality of awakened monsters is also divided into 7 grades from D to SSS. In general, a level is already a very talented individual. If it is S level, then it is the dragon and phoenix among people, the pride of heaven, and very likely to join the top 4 major holy factions in the future. As for SS level, it is like a national treasure level, not to mention how extraordinary SSS level is. Therefore, Luz Cece's future is limitless. At this time, Luz Cece was walking towards me, and she said calmly, "Good luck later." Seeing this, I clearly felt that Luz Cece's attitude had changed, just nodded and walked towards the awakening platform. When I placed my hand on the awakening stone, suddenly a dim palace phantom floated above my head. "No, buddy, did you go to the wrong place? Others awaken monsters, and you awaken a house. And this house is also a D-grade one. It's over. It's over. My big yellow dog at home is probably more powerful than him. Take him away. Take him away." At this time, mocking voices kept coming from my ears, but I had a strange look on my face. A few lines of text appeared in front of my eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the 10th district temple. Completing 10 trials will awaken the 10 ancient monsters. The first trial begins. Please swallow the awakening stone within 1 minute. Failure to do so will result in the mission being considered a failure, and the temple will automatically unbind. If successful, the host will pass the first district's super SSS level gluttony trial and gain the power of the gluttony. I looked at the awakening stone with a big head in front of me, and fell into silence. At this moment, the principal Jean Pingtao on the stage instructed the head teacher next to him, "Don't delay any longer, because a waste of time is wasting everyone's time. You will go and tell Lofen later that his right to attend school has been revoked. Then drop out. Move out of the student dormitory immediately. Pay off the outstanding tuition fees within a month. Otherwise let the law sanction him." The headmaster nodded at me and then, after a bunch of nonsense, threw the withdrawal notice at me. At the same time, Luz Cece is also walking towards this side. "Luo Fan, I happen to have something to inform you. Forgive me for being blunt. I awakened an S-level monster, while you awakened a useless D-level thing. We are no longer people of the same world. Let's break up." With that, she turned and left. At this moment, the system sound in my mind rang again. 1 minute left. Please complete the trial immediately. Otherwise the 10 evil temple will automatically unbind. Hearing this, I directly, in front of everyone, picked up the awakening stone and stuffed it into my mouth. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. But at this moment, I was completely immersed in the 10 evil temple. It was a void space filled with stars, with 10 huge stone statues shrouded in darkness in the distance. Suddenly, the eyes of one of the stone statues lit up with a crimson light. In the next moment, a huge blood-red beast with a body shape resembling a star stands in the Milky Way. The beast has the body of a sheep and the face of a human, with eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, and its body is outlined with blood-red patterns, like burning flames of hell. Immediately, the giant beast let out a deafening roar that shook the universe. It opened its mouth and with a terrifying scene, all the stars in the sky were actually pulled by a strong force towards the giant beast, and in the end, all of them poured into the abyssal giant mouth of the beast. Seeing this, I was completely stunned. Is this the legendary SSS class glutton? I actually awakened such a peerless divine beast myself. At this moment, the gluttonous crimson eyes turned and fell on me. It opened its blood-filled mouth and bit towards me. At the same time, a surge of information rushed into my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the gluttonous first trial, and gaining the power of the gluttonous. The host can transform into a super SSS class glutton. Talent 1, Infinite Devouring. All things in heaven and earth can be devoured as food, turning into pure energy when consumed. Talent 2, Infinite Plunder. Plunder the talents of others for your own use. This talent can only be used once. The plundered person permanently loses this talent. Talent 3, the King of Ruin is furious. and in the state of gluttony fury, the attack power increases tenfold. Note that this talent inflicts great damage to the body. Use it with caution. After reading the talent information, I widened my eyes. This talent is really too overbearing. At this time, the system sound in my mind rang out again. The first trial of gluttony is completed. Now announcing the second trial, Feast of 10,000 Beasts. Successfully devouring 10,000 bronze-level monsters will complete the second trial of gluttony. At this moment, Principal Jean Pingtao angrily rushed to the stage. What are you all standing there for? Go report to the police. Quickly get the military law enforcers over here. This kid damaged the awakening stone. He's going to jail. Just then, Luo Ming suddenly opened his eyes and rose from the ground. You finally woke up. Luo Ming, I told you that you swallowed the awakening stone. This awakening stone is worth $5 million. But when Jean Pingtao met Luo Ming's pair of eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of panic, and choked back all the words that had reached the corners of his mouth. You have to know that he, Jean Pingtao, was a gold-level powerhouse. It's comparable to a brigadier general in the military, but he was surprisingly frightened by Luo Ming's eyes. Hey, you guys look, this kid's eyes. Why have they turned blood red? It's like something happened. Something's not right. What's wrong with this kid? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's the only one who gives a all day long. Just as the crowd was talking. Wow! A burst of blood flames wrapped Luo Ming's entire body. Immediately afterward, the ferocious aura spread out in the air. All the people who felt this baleful aura couldn't help but hold their breath. This breath, it was too violent and vicious. There was a sense of facing those wild monsters in the midst of the ruins. Roar! And with a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the sound wave covered the entire field like a gale. As the blood flames that were enough to distort space gradually faded away, on the scene, a tall, blood-red figure appeared. This figure was about 3 meters long, covered in black and dark red armor, which was outlined with large lines of blood-colored flames, like a scene from hell that was generally oozing. In its chest there was also a hideous head with closed eyes, and with just one glance, one could not help but rise with a sense of heartfelt conviction. This was the great fierce Tao Tai that Luo Ming had awakened. Generally speaking, when a monster awakens, it will have two modes, beast form and human form. For example, the three-tailed phantom fox awakened by the previous Wang Mingqing was in human form, while Su Wanqing was in beast form. On the battlefield, the humanoid is the main combatant killing, while the beast form is more responsible for assisting. For example, giant war fortress monsters, riding monsters, flying monsters, marine monsters, healing monsters, and so on, but the value of the two pretty much matches, except that the individual humanoid will be a little more powerful in combat. Beast forms require teamwork. This monster was awakened by this Luo Ming kid? How is this possible? Isn't what he awakened a D-rank waste palace? No, I've never seen this monster before, and I can't find it in the monster atlas. It looks monstrously handsome. I feel it should be very strong. I don't think it should be weak. After all, you guys saw his aura when he transformed just now. Extremely amazing. I think the guaranteed bottom is an A-class monster. It might even be an S-class monster on the same level as Su Wanqing. Hiss. If that's really the case, then we'd all become clowns. Luo Ming directly snapped and smacked our faces one by one. I just don't know why a waste palace appeared in the awakening just now. Is this a problem with the awakening stone? The comments section reveals doubt everywhere. The crowd was very curious about Luo Ming's awakened monster level. This monster looks okay, but it's definitely not as good as my clear feather spirit deer. Su Wanqing looked at the figure that had transformed into a Tao Tai. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but in the next second it was well concealed by her. It was reorganized into disinterest. Since she had already broken up with Luo Ming, it was natural that she didn't want Luo Ming to awaken a powerful monster. Otherwise, isn't this disguised proof that she, Su Wanqing, has no eyes? Even if Luo Ming awakened a monster, it definitely couldn't be higher than her level. Otherwise she was unbalanced in her mind. In her Su Wanqing's opinion, Luo Ming was just an ATM machine that wouldn't be worthy of awakening a powerful monster. Should always look up to her Su Wanqing from behind as she walks further and further away, until her back can't be seen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little punk has actually awakened? Wanqing just broke up with him and he awakened? What do you mean? This kid doesn't give Wanqing any face at all. He's doing it on purpose. I curse him to go into battle and immediately die a violent death and be eaten by monsters. Su Daxiang spoke indignantly. In his opinion, if Luo Ming didn't awaken in front of him and waited for his daughter to propose a breakup before awakening, then he definitely didn't have good intentions. It was to deliberately disgust Su Wanqing. Take it easy, hubby. So what if this Luo Ming got lucky and awakened? Our daughter awakened an S-class monster. Does he deserve it? Wang Lirong also gently patted her husband's shoulder to comfort him. Yes, you're right, wife. Isn't it just awakening a monster? What are you so proud of? It's not even close to my daughter. Still not good enough for our Wansheng. Su Daqian wrapped his wife's fragrant shoulders and said triumphantly. Luo Ming? You're Luo Ming? Huang Qiusheng looked at the tall figure in front of him with a surprised expression. The only way to realize how amazing the beast's aura was to get close. He himself was also a B-class monster, which wasn't bad enough, but beside Luo Ming, he actually felt a sense of suffocation. It meant that Luo Ming's monster level was definitely higher than B rank. It was a rank, or even above A. The waste of their class had turned into a genius? Even Huang Qiusheng was a bit incredulous. School, principal, look. Huang Qiusheng asked Jin Pingtao for instructions. Jin Pingtao stroked his little goatee. Since Luo Ming had awakened, and had awakened no weak monsters, then there's no need to fire him. If Luo Ming had awakened an S-class monster, it would be able to become the underpinning of their Star Ocean Monster Academy, so of course they would have to offer it up. Even if it's grade A, it's still an excellent student, and for a year's tuition in the district. Forget about it. However, the first order of business was to determine Luo Ming's rank. However, the awakening stone had already been eaten by him. It couldn't be helped, and Jin Pingtao frowned. He called the phone numbers of several competitors and old friends. Hello, old Jin Ah. Why did you remember to call me? Ha 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 ha, you must want the awakening stone. There definitely is. I'm not going to lie. A few of our old friends are all watching your school's live stream together right now. TSK. This Luo Ming's awakened monster doesn't look too bad. If he's measured to be an S rank, then your school will have 5 S ranks in this term. An all-time high. That's awesome. I'm so envious. Old Jin Ah. Wait here. We'll bring you the awakening stone. We're curious. The phone hung up. Jin Pingtao waited up meditatively for the awakening stone sent by those friends of his. However, at this moment, Luo Ming frowned. He decisively deactivated his transformation mode. From the way Jin Pingtao looked at his glowing eyes, it was clear that they weren't going to fire themselves. But, Luo Ming is also by no means the kind of person who commits a crime. In his previous life, although he was a 996 social animal, he still maintained the dignity of being a human being. Yes, I do have poor talent, and I do owe tuition, and you can fire me. It's human nature, I recognize, but that doesn't mean I can forgive it all as if nothing happened. A good horse doesn't eat back grass, let alone a human being. You guys don't give any face in public. You fall on your face. You dismiss me when you say you will, and you don't dismiss me when you say you won't. What do you take me, Luo Ming, for? What do you take me for? Moreover, he should have been able to apply for a student loan, but Jin Pingtao directly wiped out that opportunity for him. I'm sorry, but I'm not such a criminal, and now that I've been expelled, there's absolutely no way I'm going to join your Star Ocean Monster Academy again. This is not a place to stay, but a place to be, just as Luo Ming was thinking. Hoo. A gust of wind rolled up and a huge shadow covered the earth above the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 4, The 4 Great Deans Come Together. Luo Ming retests. Qualifications hold up against the awakening stone. Surpassing the S-class. Chapter 4, The 4 Great Deans Come Together. Luo Ming retests. Qualifications hold up against the awakening stone. Beyond S-class. It was a huge dragon with a huge body. Its wings spread out to more than 50 meters, covering the entire awakening stage. That's the Mad Horn Pterodactyl. It's a Class A flying monster. It's called an aerial ace pilot. It's too big. With this size, it has to be gold level strength anyways. Which big shot is coming? No, a student awakening and attracting a gold level powerhouse now? This Luo Ming is that powerful? Just then, above the winged dragon, 3 figures violently fell from the air. By the time these 3 had jumped down, the pterodactyl had also transformed into a middle-aged man and fell from the sky. So it's these 4. Hurricane Monster Academy, Purple Bohemia Monster Academy, the Aqua Sea Monster Academy, the Deans of Sakura Peak Monster Academy. These 4 academies are not bad. They have S-rank students in every class, just a little weaker than Star Ocean. Oh, they're holding the awakening stones in their hands, so I guess Principal Jean asked them to deliver them. They're strangely nice people, delivering an awakening stone. 4 of them came together. Hey, you don't know about that, do you? I seriously doubt they're here to troll now. TSK. These academies are going to do anything to compete for students. The netizens are buzzing. The students' gazes were also focused on these 4. Hey, old Jean, we brought you the awakening stone this time. The biggest one. It's better than the one you have. Look, what's going on? The Dean of Hurricane Monster Academy said. patting the basketball-sized awakening stone propped up in his hand. "Humph, you few old guys. I still don't know that I heard all the calculations in your hearts in Indonesia. Bring it here." Jean Pingtao received the awakening stones from the four, then place it on the awakening table. "Luo Ming's previous piece of awakening stone was swallowed by you, so I'll let it go. Now I've gotten you a new one. Put your hand on it and we'll see the level of the monsters you've awakened. And also, in light of the fact that you've been performing moderately well, we've withdrawn your notice of withdrawal." Jean Pingtao spoke to Luo Ming in a good-natured manner. The corner of Luo Ming's mouth hooked up in a mocking sneer at his words. He glanced coldly at Jean Pingtao. "What was going to put me in jail before is now off the table. Man, your name is Snob. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but since I've already been expelled, I won't be joining Star Ocean Monsters Academy," Luo Ming said faintly. "What? You're not joining Star Ocean Monster Academy anymore?" Jean Pingtao's face changed violently. "No way, Luo Ming. You have to think clearly. You don't want to joke about your future." On the sidelines, Wang Qiusang also advised. Luo Ming gave him a disdainful look and completely ignored him. This guy only cares about his own performance. He's a chicken ***** teacher. He doesn't have a shred of teacher ethics, and it's a waste of time to talk to him more than once. "Yes, I won't be joining the Star Ocean Monster Academy again. I've thought it over very well," Luo Ming continued. Jean Pingtao's face immediately became very ugly. "No, what? You're still pretending to be a pussy if I give you some face?" According to his thinking is, what I give you you obediently take it. Just be grateful to me. How dare you refuse? This is my reward for you. He spoke in a deep voice. "Luo Ming, don't be a bully. Our Star Ocean Monster Academy is the best academy in the entire Star Ocean state. Here you can receive the best education and resources. Don't joke with your future." "I'm not going to joke about my future," Luo Ming continued. Good. I hope you don't regret it." Jean Pingtao stepped aside with an ugly face. Huang Qiaosheng wanted to persuade something more, but it was directly stopped by Jean Pingtao. "Teacher Huang, our Star Ocean Monster Academy isn't that cheap, not to mention whether Luo Ming is S-ranked or not. Even if he is, we are also not lacking. We don't want people who are bullying and virtuous," he said coldly. Huang Qiaosheng also swallowed hard at the words that came to his mouth. "If you don't want it, don't want it. The principal has given the word. What can he do? Ha 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 ha. Young man, your principal doesn't want you. We want you. Join our Hurricane Monster Academy. There are only 2 S-ranked students in our academy, and the resources you'll be able to share are definitely quite a lot. No. Join our Purple Bohemia Monster Academy. Our academy only has 1 S rank. You'll share even more. We don't have a single S rank in the Bayhive Monster Academy. Directly the whole school's resources are tilted to you to get you a good grade on the college entrance exam. Join our Sakura Peak Monster Academy. Although our school also has an S rank, our school is the academy with the most beautiful girls in the entire Star Ocean state. Didn't you just break up? Come to our school and pick any pretty girl you want. ********. Old ghost. You don't speak martial arts. The color seduction technique is it? For old age is not respectable. Old den. Come to cheat to sneak attack. Right." After Luo Ming announced that he would no longer be joining the Star Ocean Monster Academy, the other 4 deans directly and blatantly began to fight over it. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the aura that Luo Ming had awakened had a 90% probability of being S-ranked, and these few old dengs were all A-ranked monsters themselves, and it was clear as day that an A-ranked monster couldn't erupt with this kind of aura. The students present were dumbfounded when they saw the 4 of them spitting on each other as they fought for students, and Jean Pingtao's face became even more unsightly. "Argue about nothing. What are you guys in a hurry for? Let him test first. It's hard to say if it's an S rank or not. What if it's an A rank?" Jean Pingtao said sourly. The 4 no longer argued. This old den was in a bad mood right now, and they didn't want to run into a gun. After all, they were in competition with Star Ocean Monster Academy during the college entrance exam. If they angered this old deng, the geniuses of the Star Ocean Monster Academy would come to snipe their academy when the time came, and then something would go terribly wrong. However, Luo Ming didn't care. It was normal for him to display his talent to be fought over. That's the reality of this world. But he was also curious to see what kind of a look these people would show after seeing his true rank. Especially Jean Pingtao. S rank you have and don't care. What about higher ranks? You still don't care? Will his face become particularly brilliant when the time comes? And Su Wanqing, the ruthless chassis diamond-encrusted woman. Luo Ming's gaze met the 4 eyes of Su Wanqing on the stage. Su Wanqing silently skimmed her face. A look of disinterest filled his eyes. Luo Ming laughed coldly. After 3 years of being together, he knew this very well. She just loved to pretend and looked indifferent on the surface. In fact, You're already in a hurry inside, aren't you? If she had awakened in A rank herself she might have smiled like one. If it was S rated it probably wouldn't look too good. If it was SS ranked, Su Wanqing estimated that her face would look worse than if she had eaten. What about him? A super SSSS level? Luo Ming said, looking forward to it. In full view of everyone, Luo Ming had a sneer on his face as he pressed his hand on the awakening stone. Buzz! A blinding light illuminated the room. The next second, the awakening stone clicked. Broken. That's right. The awakening stone shattered straight away. Everyone was instantly confused. Everyone was petrified in a single moment. The netizens were petrified. The teachers were petrified. The parents were petrified. The students were petrified. And the 4 deans were petrified. What a concept to have a shattered awakening stone. This awakening stone of theirs was perfectly capable of measuring the talents of D to S rank monsters. And if it shattered, there was only one possibility. This student's awakened talent was above S rank. That's a pace that's going to be heavenly. Since the founding of Star Ocean Monster Academy, there had only been one incident of the awakening stone shattering 30 years ago. That cadet had awakened the SS-ranked monster, the Sky-Feathered Song Dragon, which had triggered the entire Star Ocean state to shake. One of the top monster universities over in Magic City sent someone directly over to absorb him. Upon graduation, he joined the Sacred Order of the military without any examination. Later on, he himself became independent from the Holy Order and established a new Holy Order to become a Holy Order leader. And the level of that Holy Order was top-notch in the entire Yanxia, second only to the 4 great sacred regiments. Nowadays in the military department, he was already a powerful war king. That's a golden jade level of strength. That person was the most outstanding person that had ever come out in the history of Star Ocean State. The Star of Hope of Star Ocean State. His name was remembered by everyone in the Star Ocean State. Gu Yuma, Holy Leader of the Heavenly Feather Holy Regiment. One of the 36 Battle Kings of Great Xia. And then now you tell me that Luo Ming's awakened monster is comparable to the Gu Yuma of old. Crazy. It's going crazy. It's earth-shatteringly big. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Su Wanqing regrets to the core. The crowd of deans frantically snatched Luo Ming. Chapter 5, Su Wanqing regrets to the core. The crowd of deans frantically snatched Luo Ming. No, this guy is against the heavens. The awakening stone was broken by him again. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. He's such a living treasure. He has to pay for it this time. I can't live with laughing. Hey, why aren't you all talking in the live room? Brothers? There was a person in the live broadcast room who was puzzled after half a day of blah 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 and realized that no one was paying attention to him. At this point, this is when someone leisurely typed out a sentence. Don't laugh, brother. Let's put it this way. If you can break the awakening stone when you awaken, your family tree will have to be torn up and written from your page. Man, I'm telling you, if you do what he did as a student, you can ride your principal on your trip. Hot knowledge. The last person who held up the bursting awakening stone in our Star Ocean state was named Gu Yuma. And now he's one of the 36 battle kings of the Grand Xia. Brother, don't laugh at people. Become a clown. People's talent to burst the awakening stone. This is SS level talent. My family if out of SS level my father even if the loan will have to set up a 700 or 800 tables. Feast the whole city. If I were to awaken SS rank, the dogs on the side of the road I see high and low would have to go up and give them 2 slaps. The live broadcast room completely exploded. The netizens were originally in the mindset of watching clowns. But now it's good. They directly became clowns themselves. It's so true that life is a big deal. How is this possible? How could he be SS rank talent? No, this is fake. I must be dreaming. Su Wanqing pinched the white skin on her arm hard. It hurt, but as she looked at the shattered awakening stone on the stage, the piercing luster of the crystal kept reminding her that it was true. That this was the truth. That Luo Ming, whom you had just rejected on the front foot, had awakened a SS ranked monster. It was not much more powerful than her. Su Wanqing. Regret? Yes, she admits it. She regretted it in her heart. Because Luo Ming was completely worthy of her Su Wanqing. It was she, Su Wanqing, who was somewhat unworthy of Luo Ming. But do you think she'll go to Lok Ming to get back together? No. Since one road is dead, why don't we just go to the end? Luo Ming was not a returning grass. And so was she, Su Wanqing. Besides, who said that S-ranked monsters are necessarily inferior to SS-ranked monsters later on? In the 72 states and 36 domains of Yanxia, although SS-class monsters were rare, there were small 3-digit numbers. Among them, Gu Yuma could be called a very top-notch existence. Although Luo Ming had awakened a SS-class monster, could he reach Gu Yuma's height in the future? Not necessarily, not even possible. And some of the SS ranks are not as good as some of the S-rank monsters by the end of the game. Talent determines the lower limit. but it doesn't completely determine the upper limit. Everything wasn't set in stone. She, Su Wanqing, really wasn't necessarily weaker than Luo Ming. That's right. That's it. One will not regret it. Su Wanqing nodded her head vigorously. But it's hard to say whether you're lying to yourself or comforting yourself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This damned little bastard. He didn't awaken just now. But now that he's awakened, he's still so strong. He's just doing it on purpose. I feel like he's just plainly slapping my daughter's face. If it weren't for the fact that old me is too weak, I'd go up and get him killed. Su Daqiang on the stage had a scowl on his face. He'll just bite the bullet and say it's Lamani's fault. Otherwise, why didn't you awaken just now? Why did you have to awaken after my daughter broke up with you? What do you have in mind? Hey, hubby, you said that this Luo Ming is so talented that he's still qualified to be Wanqing's boyfriend, and he has been so obedient and lickety-split to our Wanqing before. If Wanqing gives him a chance to get back together, do you think this brat will be so excited that he will just pass out? Wang Lirong pulled Su Daqiang's arm and said. Su Daqiang's eyes lit up. Yeah, forgetting that this kid is his own daughter's lickspittle. He could probably be happy all day if his own daughter gave him a little color. It's not impossible to get back together with Wanqing, but he has to apologize by kowtowing 3 times to Wanqing in public. Su Daqiang coldly grunted. Right. That's right. Honey, you're right. It's time to apologize. Wang Lirong nodded her head vigorously. The two men looked at Luo Ming with gloomy gazes. Unsuspicious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. SS level. Hurricane Monster Academy. We'll take this kid. We don't want those 2S classes. Who wants to give them to you? You don't want it. We don't want it in Bihai either. I'll go back and directly have all the students repeat a year. All the resources will be tilted to cultivate Luo Ming alone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you two old dengs so fierce? Although we, Zijing, can't be as ruthless as you guys, I'll take out all the capital I had for my son's wife and buy resources for Luo Ming. We've got a lot of rich women in Sakura Peak. As long as you come here, Luo Ming, they can give you uncountable amounts of main. The 4 monstrous colleges fought back and forth, but they didn't see Jin Pingtao's teeth crunching. His words were already dead. Luo Ming was the first to pass them off, and was now on the verge of regretting it. Regret that you didn't even leave a little room for error. You guys shouldn't be too happy. Once a genius above S rank appears in the 36 domains of the 72 states, that is to be the first to be reported to the Ministry of the Army, which will take the exclusive awakening stone of the Ministry of the Army and come over for a rank test. Moreover, the overwhelming probability is that they don't need to take the college entrance examination and can be directly recruited by famous schools. So don't grab and 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 grab. Jin Pingtao said in a low tone. So what? As long as he carries the name of our school, it's worth it. SS class genius Luo Ming graduated from So-and-so Academy. That's what we're here for. The 4 great deans looked at Jin Pingtao with disdain. This old den just can't get it for himself, so he's shelving this sour, lemony flavor all over his face. Why have the 4 major monster academies in the Star Ocean state been suppressed by the Star Ocean Monster Academy? Wasn't it because they had produced a Gu Yuma here 30 years ago, causing all the outstanding students from Shanghai state to run this way? One Gu Yuma could make Star Ocean Monster Academy complacent for 30 years. If Luo Ming can hang a name of their academy, external publicity, they can also say that they are the academy that has produced SS class pride. The advantage in the competition for students should not be too big. And Star Ocean Monster Academy came out of SS level 30 years ago, so long ago that the publicity has fallen. If any one of them could come up later at this time, the hegemony of the Star Ocean state for the next few decades would be theirs. These principals are all human beings. How can they not know the truth? You guys think so beautifully. I've already reported it to the military department. The military department will send someone to bring a new awakening stone in a while, so that we can completely determine Luo Ming's level. In case people are SSSS level now, will you guys have to sell the school then? Jin Pingtao said sourly. His ING heart is already dying of regret. Should have known that he should have left a line. Old Jin, you're just sour. Still SSS ranked. Why don't you say beyond SSS ranked where no one has ever been before and no one will ever come after? Just directly number the monsters. That's. Old Jin, I think you're just a lemon come to life. Old Jin, don't you dog bark here. The entire Yanxia definitely doesn't have more than 2 hands of SSS level awakened people. That kind of level. As long as they don't collapse in the middle path, they'll all be the guardian god level of Yanxia in the future. Enshrine the war king of the military department, carrying the Yanxia state's fortune. My Shanghai prefecture's fortune can nurture such a character? A Gu Yuma 30 years ago, a Luo Ming 30 years later. This has gone to heaven. Lao Jin, you big yin yang master. Old Jin, your sour breath, I can smell it from 10 miles away. You're lemon mushy-eyed. being mocked by the four deans. Jean Pingtao was furious. The little goatee was almost ripped off him. Humph. There are many geniuses in this world. How many of them can grow to be strong? He still had a few stiff upper lip retorts, but several of the deans just rolled their eyes and ignored him. People don't talk to lemons. End of chapter. Chapter 6, War King for Luo Ming. Su Wanqing, Luo Ming. Let's get back together. Chapter 6, War King for Luo Ming. Su Wanqing, Luo Ming. Let's get back together. Star Ocean State. Military Department. What did you say? The Star Ocean Monster Academy has produced an awakened person of S rank or above, and the 5 deans have applied to activate the military awakening stone? The leader of the group, Mo Rudian, stopped the fountain pen he was writing with. Yes, my lord. This is the news coming from the Star Ocean Monster Academy. There's no mistaking it, and the other 4 academy presidents were all present as well, and it's a live broadcast for the entire state. So, Mo Rudian silently opened his cell phone. Ha, Luo Ming. This person sounds a bit familiar. He stroked his chin and thought, my lord, Luo Ming is none other than Luo Xian and Lin Qingxin's son. What? Mo Rudian's face was shocked. Luo Xian and Lin Qingxin's names were on the list of those who sacrificed themselves in the Star Ocean Prefecture's Battle of the Breakers 3 years ago. The two of them used to be very outstanding military warriors, especially Luo Xian. Before that battle, he had already passed the examination of the one-day Blazing Sacred Regiment, one of the 4 holy regiments of the Great Xia. There was hope of joining the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order and taking a step up to heaven. Unfortunately, it fell like this, and at that time, Mo Rudian even stifled his wrists for a long time. So it's him. Alright, fetch the awakening stones right away. And this time, I'll personally make a trip to the Star Ocean Monster Academy. Mo Rudian violently stood up and announced. Since we're going, why don't you show me around too? At this moment, a faint laugh came from outside the house. When he heard that voice, Mo Rudian directly froze in place. That voice. It's that one. He rushed out of the house in a hurry, only to see that, above the sky dome outside the house, a huge pterodactyl was fluttering its wings, and the shadow that covered the sky covered half of the military headquarters. On top of that dragon's back, 2 upright figures stood. Greetings to Battle King Gu. Mo Rudian was instantly shocked when he saw the figure, and then respectfully bowed to a rather elegant-looking white-shirt middle-aged man on the back of the winged dragon. Quintessence Mo. It's been a long time. Gu Yuma smiled faintly as he squeezed the shoulder of a young man beside him and leapt off the back of the pterodactyl. Yes, once we parted 10 years ago. We haven't had the chance to ask Gu War King for advice. I don't know if this one beside Gu War King is. Mo Rudian raised his eyes to look at this young man beside Gu Yuma. This person and Gu Yuma look 6 or 7 points similar. High nose, starry eyes bright, said the rich god as jade. Its eyebrows are revealed a subtle color. Not mortal at first sight. My son, Gu Linxiao. You met him 10 years ago. He would still be a child then. Mo Rudian smiled faintly. Lin Xiao. Call uncle. Lin Xiao has met Uncle Mo. Gu Linxiao arched his hand at Mo Rudian, his expression flat, not seeing the slightest bit of respect. Last month, Lin Xiao had just participated in the awakening ceremony and awakened a SS-ranked monster, and as I saw that he was upset and depressed, I brought him back to see the place where I once grew up. You'll remember the last time I came back was 10 years ago, so this is kind of a return trip. This kid, growing up in the imperial capital, his mother pampered him too much, her eyes are too high. It's time for him to look down and see the world. So what if he's SS ranked? Talent determines the lower limit. Does it determine the upper limit? My Gu Yuma's son, naturally cannot be mediocre. Gu Yuma smiled faintly. Mo Rudian was aghast in his heart. He didn't expect that this Gu Yuma's son had also awakened an SS ranked monster. And he's still not satisfied with SS level monsters? Is this trying to directly impact the SSS level? Hiss. This he wouldn't even dare to think about if he were in his place. Mo Rudian. He couldn't help but be shocked beyond belief in his heart. Was this what the great clans of the imperial capital required of their first sons? 20 years ago, Gu Yuma married one of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, the Qin clan's eldest young lady, and has been living in the imperial capital for a long time since then. That imperial capital Qin clan was a great clan of Yanxia, and the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Anlin had 2 younger brothers who were militaries and generals, and one older brother who was a military battle king. The Qin family had 2 generals and 1 king in one family. Now with the addition of Gu Yuma, that would be 2 generals and 2 kings. Elder Qin was even ranked as one of the 9 heavenly kings of Great Xia. That's a proper prime clan. Being born into this kind of family, it was normal for Gu Linxiao to have higher requirements. By the way, Ru Tian, you just mentioned that the Star Ocean Monster Academy has produced another genius who awakened at SS class monster? At this time, Gu Yuma asked. Yes. However, he is no longer a student of the Star Ocean Monster Academy. Forget it, Battle King Gu. If you are interested in checking it out with me, let's talk about it while we walk on the road. Mo Rudian said. Alright then, let's go on this divine horned pterodactyl of mine, captured in the ruins on the way here. Barely a substitute. Gu Yuma smiled faintly. However, Mo Rudian's heart was once again in shock. You should know that this divine horned pterodactyl is a monster rated as an S-class monster in the Monster Atlas, and the strength of this one is even at the Blue Jade level, which is comparable to his strength and is placed in the Ministry of the Army, which is a commander. However, it turned out to be just a substitute in front of Gu Yuma. Then he, Mo Rudian, is just a walker in Gu Yuma's eyes? Horrible. It's horrible. The trio rode the pterodactyl towards the Star Ocean Monster Academy. According to you, this young man's parents are soldiers of the military department, and he himself is quite a backbone in his work, not eating back grass, so he is a good seedling. Gu Yuma laughed lightly. Yes, but for the past 3 years, he has been obedient to a woman, and for that woman, he even sold his house, which, in the words of the internet nowadays, is a dead-licking dog. Mo Rudian frowned. It would be perfect if Lamani wasn't a lickspittle. It's a normal thing for young people to yearn for love, and it can be changed by honing it for a while longer. I do have a not-so-small interest in this Luo Ming. If he's willing, he can come to my Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps when he graduates and be a companion to Lin Xiao. Gu Yuma had a warm smile on his face. Mo Rudian's heart was very shocked that this young man was so lucky. He was valued by Gu Yuma? Then he's bound to be a step up in the future. At this time, Star Ocean Academy. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Getting me back together with Luo Ming? Because of the time, the rest of the awakening ceremony would not be held until the afternoon. And at this moment, the students were eating in the dining hall. Su Wanqing was sitting with her parents, but a look of unwillingness hung on her face. How could she, Su Wanqing, lower herself to get back together with Luo Ming? This was something absolutely impossible. However, Mr. and Mrs. Su Daqiang were still persuading. Yeah, Wanqing, think about it. Hasn't this Luo Ming kid always been your dead-licking dog? We're sure that if you just give him a little step down, he'll climb up the pole. You'll just have to accept him begrudgingly when the time comes. Wang Lirong said. Yes, daughter, Luo Ming will definitely agree. He loves you so much. You guys get back together first. At that time, you can vent as much as you want. Humiliate him as much as you want. It's no problem to make him kowtow to you. After all, an SS-class genius. Instead of letting him get away from you, you might as well leash him to your side like a dog, which is still obedient, and can give you more, as well as carry you upwards. Isn't this great? Su Daqiang also advised. Su Wanqing thought about it, and was indeed somewhat moved. According to Luo Ming's dog-licking nature, if he really became a big shot in Yanxia in the future, would the benefits be less for him? Besides, if it turns out halfway through that Luo Ming can't do it, then she'll just be kicked out and stop the damage in time. That's right. That's it. Okay, I'll try. At that exact moment, Luo Ming finished buying his meal and walked towards their table holding a dinner plate. Look at your daughter. I knew that Luo Ming couldn't let go of you. This is why he came over to beg for peace. Wang Lirong squeezed her eyebrows. Su Wanqing also laughed in her heart. Humph. Luo Ming. You still can't live without me. You must feel miserable without me. She seized the moment and waited until Luo Ming came to her side. Faintly speaking, Luo Ming, I thought about it. In fact, we were both a bit impulsive in the morning. If you can apologize to me, I can forgive you and continue to go out with you. She waited for Luo Ming's response after she said this, but Luo Ming was slow to move. When Su Wanqing came back to her senses, she found that Luo Ming had already sat down to eat with a big mouthful of food in the empty seat 7 or 8 meters away from her. Didn't pay any attention to himself at all. Su Wanqing directly froze in place. End of chapter. Chapter 7 Luo Ming, even if you're a Yanxia coin, it's still stained with and I'm too disgusted by it. Chapter 7 Luo Ming, even if you're a Yanxia coin, it's still stained with and I'm too disgusted by it. You're deaf, right? Can't hear you. Su Wanqing huffed and stood up. Just walked towards Luo Ming's location. Luo Ming, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? She said in a bad tone. Luo Ming was halfway through his meal when he raised his head. I hear you. I hear you. Then why are you ignoring me? Su Wanqing felt very incredulous. You know, the usual Luo Ming, with her mouth open. Luo Ming knew whether she was thirsty or hungry, and then it'll be a matter of meeting her every need right away. Why do you feel like a different person today? Don't want to talk to you. Why else? Luo Ming responded with disdain. Su Wanqing, sounds reasonable and true, but the person who said it was that superb licking dog of hers. Lo Ming ah. How dare Luo Ming talk to her like that? Su Wanqing even had the idea of turning her head and leaving. But when she thought of Luo Ming's excellent talent, she couldn't bear to give up just like that. Okay, I get it. Luo Ming. You're blaming me for mentioning breaking up with you earlier. Right. Sulking just to try to get the attention of the ask? Humph. Do big men need to be so petty? I told you I could get back together with you if you'd just apologize to me. Su Wanqing said patiently. Who am I to apologize to you? Was I wrong? Luo Ming continued to eat, not wanting to bother with Su Wanqing anymore. Lo Ming, what are you saying? Of course you are wrong. You're wrong because. Wrong. After thinking for a while, Su Wanqing's brain suddenly short-circuited. She didn't really seem to be able to think of anything wrong with Luo Ming, and to be honest, the previous Luo Ming had really poured his heart out to her as well. You're going to have to ask her to look for Luo Ming's problems for a while. You. Facts aside, you have no problem talking to me with that attitude you have. Su Wanqing bit her lip and said, Lamini, sister, facts aside, what are we talking about then? Talking about your chassis with diamonds? Then let's not talk about it. He picked up his dinner plate and planned to leave. Stand still, Luo Ming. Are you sure you don't want to get back together with me? This is the only time in your life that you can have me. If you give it up, you'll lose me completely. Su Wanqing said loudly. Many eyes on the scene were drawn to the sudden yelling. The crowd looked at Luo Ming with interest, curious to see how the number one lickspittle of the Star Ocean Monster Academy will react. Oh, so, you think you're a Yanxia coin? Anyone likes you? Luo Ming's footsteps paused slightly. However, even if you are a Yanxia coin, it is still a stained Yanxia coin. Some people may like it, but I Luo Ming dislike it, he said, and left without looking back. Good. Brothers. Well said. Congrats to Brother Lamini on his graduation from dog licking. Brother, you can't find any woman you want with that talent. One a day is no problem. Why do you have to hang yourself from one tree? Real man. Too cool. But I, Star Ocean State's number one deep love, said that good women should be cherished, and bad women shouldn't be wasted. So, give Su Wanqing to me. I'll take this suffering for you. Stand up and stomp. Bro, I heard you counting in Vegas. Su Wanqing was trembling with anger as she listened to the voices of the crowd rising and falling. She looked at Luo Ming's back and showed a strong look of resentment. It's all your fault, Luo Ming, for making me lose face in front of everyone. I'll remember this revenge. Wanqing, this kid really dares to reject you, Mr. and Mrs. Su Daxiang trotted to Su Wanqing's side with a look of disbelief. Is this Luo Ming taking drugs and changing sex today? Wanqing, don't be sad. This kid is blind. He just awakened a more powerful talent. What's the big deal? He's got his tail up in the air. He can't find his way out. He'll regret it later. Su Daxiang said viciously. But would Luo Ming regret it or not? The Luo Ming of the past might have. But the Luo Ming who had awakened his SS-ranked talent was absolutely out of the question. After a farce, parents and students who had finished eating rejoined the awakening terrace. The afternoon awakening ceremony is still going on. However, compared to the other people's awakening ceremonies, everyone's attention was now on Luo Ming. Next to the awakening table was a very comfortable recliner. Luo Ming was reclining in that chair. The four deans waited beside him like lackeys. One fans, one hands out tea, one squeezes the shoulders, and one presses the legs. Luo Ming was as relaxed as an ancestor. Jean Pingtao's teeth gritted at the sight. He doesn't even get that kind of treatment. Headmaster, are we really not going to fight for Luo Ming anymore? Luo Ming's homeroom teacher, Huang Qiusheng, came over and asked. Fight? Fight my ass. If you're capable, go ahead. Look at his awesome coaxing stance. Do you think he'll pay attention to us? It's all you. Why didn't you see Luo Ming's talent earlier? Stupid bastard. Your performance appraisal for this year has been deducted. Jean Pingtao angrily whisked his sleeves away. Huang Qiusheng was dumbfounded. No, this isn't you handing Lok Ming a withdrawal notice? Now it's my fault? And deduct my performance. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. There's a 36-year-old wolf-like Stepford wife in the middle. What if my wife goes and steals a man after you're done with me? The crowd's attention was on Luo Ming. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. Boom! The shadow of the sky loomed over the Star Ocean Monster Academy. Everyone raised their heads in disbelief. That's a S-Class Godhorn Pterodactyl. The Dean of Hurricane Monster Academy's face changed drastically. The monster he had awakened was the Mad Horn Pterodactyl, and the Divine Horn Pterodactyl could be considered an evolved version of his breed. Moreover, this Divine Horn Pterodactyl exuded a violent aura all over its body, clearly a wild monster from beyond the walls. The aura emanating from its body was so strong that even he, a gold-level powerhouse, felt chills all over his body. What kind of character had descended to ride such a big monster? Knowing that he knew Mo Rudian, the leader of the Star Ocean State's military department, there was no way he could have the ability to use a monster of this level as a mount. Right at this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky on the divine horned pterodactyl. When the crowd saw the elegant white-shirt middle-aged man at the head of the group, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He is Gu Yuma, Gu War King. It's really King Gu Battle. I even went to check Chitachinko, and there's a picture of him on it. Crazy. Luo Ming's awakening has actually attracted even the Gu Warlord. This is too unbelievable. The god of my Star Ocean State has returned. Is this the old god meeting the new god? It's as if I'm hearing the echoes of destiny. The whole internet blew up, and everyone present rose up in a huff at the sight of Gu Yuma. See Battle King Gu. Everyone spoke in unison to express their respect for this Yanxia Battle King. Alright, there's no need for false gifts. Star Ocean State is also my hometown, so there's no need for everyone to be so polite. Gu Yuma spoke calmly to pacify the crowd. I came here this time because I heard that my Star Ocean Prefecture has produced a young man with SS rank talent, so I purposely came over with Quintessence MO to take a look. The crowd suddenly sucked in another breath of cold air. It was for Luo Ming again. This Luo Ming had attracted the deans of the 4 great academies to fight over him, and now even the great Xiao War King had come. He's going to heaven. Countless gazes were fixed on Luo Ming, filled with envy and jealousy. End of chapter. Chapter 8, the War King intervenes. Asking me to apologize? Persuade me to forgive? Sorry, I refuse. Chapter 8, the War King intervenes. Asking me to apologize? Persuade me to forgive? Sorry, I refuse. You're Luo Ming, aren't you? Not bad. Very good. Gu Yuma's gaze fell on Luo Ming and began to look up and down. I heard you dropped out of Star Ocean Monster Academy? Well, that move was more or less reckless. I think that young people shouldn't be so short-sighted and joke about their future. They should set their sights on the longer term. I graduated from the Star Ocean Monster Academy back then. It's a good school, very suitable for you. Besides, you're still in the wrong in this case. You owed tuition in the first place. And of course Dean Kim is at fault, and he shouldn't have fallen on his sword like that. Let's put it this way. You apologize to each other. This matter will be settled. You go back to Star Ocean to study again. When you go to university and graduate from university, you can come to my Heavenly Feather Sacred Core. My son Lin Xiao is also there. You young people, have more contact with each other and learn from each other. It's conducive to growth. Gu Yuma spoke faintly. Then he turned his head back to Jean Pingtao. Is that okay, Dean Kim? How about apologizing to each other and letting this matter go? Jean Pingtao was instantly beaming with joy. No problem at all. Not only is it fine, he's making a killing, an apology would be painless. And it's not like he's the only one who has to apologize. With Gu Yuma, this War King, taking the lead, this Luo Ming couldn't even think of disagreeing. He looked at the other 4 deans with a smug gaze. The 4 deans' faces immediately became extremely ugly. It's just because it's Gu Yuma's alma mater. What are you so mad about? Luo student, I was wrong about what happened before, and I apologize to you. However, I promise that as long as you come back to Star Ocean Monster Academy, the tuition fees will be waived, and I'll definitely give you the best treatment and resources tilted in your favor. Jean Pingtao, will do what I say. He patted his chest in reassurance. Well, Dean Kim has finished, so it's your turn, Romaine. Gu Yuma looked at Luo Ming and said. Everyone was waiting for Luo Ming to speak in full view of the crowd, and as Gu Yuma came out, the heat of the live broadcast went to another level. It's no longer geared towards a Star Ocean State. Rather, there are people all over the country who are watching the live feeds. Among them are even many presidents of top monster universities hidden in the live stream. This young man is very outstanding. I believe in Battle King Gu's vision. He can't be wrong about people. Luo Ming is it. You can come to my Golden Monster University and I'll waive all your tuition and exams. Ugh, this young man we think is great too. Don't you grab him from me. I think he can come to my Magic City Monster University. Each and every one of them don't want to lose face for the sake of competing for students, do they? They're hiding in the broadcasting room. What are they up to? Ambush warfare is it? I think this student can come to my Zhahai Monster University. Imperial Monsters University welcomes you. Some of the presidents of monster universities in the live broadcast room, one by one, actually argued over this student. Everyone was dumbfounded. As long as Luo Ming nodded his head down, this was really a flying start for him. The prestigious schools, resources, and holy order places that others wanted. As long as he opened his mouth, everything was within reach. He's already standing at the end of a line that many people can't reach in a lifetime. Su Wanqing looked at Luo Ming with a face full of jealousy. Why? Why did Luo Ming become the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes? Why is everyone fighting over Luo Ming? Why did no one pay attention to her Su Wanqing? The previous glory could all be his. Luo Ming had clearly been nothing more than a licking dog for her previously. Why things are the way they are? Su Wanqing bit her red lips, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Those were things he could only dream of. Why should Luo Ming get them just by opening his mouth? Unwilling. She's really not happy about it. It was also at this time that Luo Ming calmly spoke. There's no way I'm going to resume school. For a moment, everyone was stunned in place. Even Su Wanqing's eyes widened. Is this Luo Ming? Brain pumping? Luo Ming was a 996 hitman in his previous life, and he had seen a lot of the boss's mouth in the workplace. When conflicts occur, the boss always comes out to act as a peacemaker. Just like Guyuma today, it seemed like a reasonable arrangement. In fact, the words are full of arbitrariness. Never respected the opinions and thoughts of Luo Ming, who was a party to the case. It's even close to writing I'm your boss. You should listen to me. You can't say no on your face. And those promised favors are nothing more than handouts from a higher power to a lower power. Unfortunately for him, Luo Ming, he wasn't a dog wagging his tail and begging for mercy. And these days of having your life organized at will, of not being able to decide whether to accept or reject it, he, Luo Ming, had had enough. The next day, he was going to live it as he pleased. No one is in a position to interfere with his decisions. No matter who you are, I refuse to resume school. Luo Ming spoke once more, his resounding voice resounding through the scene. Guyuma couldn't help but frown. Everyone else's faces changed drastically. A face of disbelief looked at Luo Ming. This brat is crazy. Battle King Gu himself came out, and he didn't even give this face. This is bullying. He's relying on his good talent to get a bargain. This kid really doesn't know right from wrong. What a great opportunity is in front of him. As long as he lowers his head, a lot of resources are waiting for him. And there are acceptance letters from prestigious schools, a place in the Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps, and, as long as he properly assists the Duke of Gu Warlord, after a few decades, King Gu Battle will abdicate and Duke Gu will inherit the position of Sacred Head. He'll still be able to mix it up as a deputy head. How could he turn down such a good deal? He's right. Identification complete. 1. The pop-ups rolled madly, and no one dared to believe that Luo Ming had even rejected the Yanxia Battle King, and not leaving the slightest bit of room for maneuver. This was not giving King Gu war face at all. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Guyuma's eyes. He had never thought that a young man would dare to reject himself. Ever since he became the Yanxia War King coming this decade, he said one thing and no one dared to reject him. That's a first. This Battle King's mood became somewhat unpleasant, and Su Wanqing couldn't believe her ears when she heard Luo Ming's words. This Luo Ming even refused? Such a generous offer. This little cutie, how could he refuse? He's out of his mind. But for some reason, he felt very good in his own heart. Luo Ming was finished. He dared to reject Yanxia's Battle King. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are on their side. Luo Ming, you're asking for death. Su Wanqing's face was unchanged on the surface, but her heart was already trembling with excitement. Luo Ming, do you know what you're saying? I can take it as an impulse. Now I'll give you another chance. Guyuma said with a frown. No need. Battle King Gu. There's no way I'm going back to Star Ocean Monster Academy. Luo Ming said again. Guyuma's face finally turned ugly. This kid is too cocky. Who does he think he is? How dare he reject himself twice in a row? He hasn't even become the king of Yanxia. If he does, he'll have to on his head later. Guyuma was disgruntled. Lo Ming, I hope you don't regret this. Guyuma's tone of voice clearly carried indifference. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Falling from the Altar. No one dares to want? Su Wanqing was looked upon by the War King and was proud of herself. Luo Ming retested. Chapter 9, Falling from the Altar. No one dares to want? Su Wanqing was looked upon by the War King and was proud of herself. Luo Ming retested. Finished. King Gu Battle is angry. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. He's offended King Gu War. He's finished. This kid is really giving face. It's only because King Gu Battle doesn't see eye to eye with him. If I had to go up and give him 2 big mouths to eat, it's really too presumptuous. Does he really think that his SS rank talent is invincible? It's not like Yanxia doesn't have geniuses with SS rank talents. Or does he think that just because he's awakened an SS rank talent that he'll be able to stand on the same level as Gu Battle King? Let's not talk about whether or not he has the potential of a Gu Battle King. Even if he does. Even if he really is comparable to the Gu Battle King of that year. However, only those who grow up are Battle Kings. Those who haven't grown up are geniuses at best. And there was no shortage of geniuses in Yanxia. What Yanxia lacks are those who can go deep into the ruins and kill the monsters. Strong men who can expand the boundaries of the Great Summer. He, Luo Ming, Doesn't have the qualifications to be compared to Battle King Gu right now, netizens accused. And it was as if the presidents of those monstrous universities had lost interest. Forget it, you guys fight it out. I'm out of the Golden Monsters University. I don't feel like this young man is a good fit for our school. We don't want Mordor either. Shahai also gives up. The world is not short of geniuses, but short of people who know what's right. Shahai doesn't need bullying students. It's the same in the Imperial City, so if you want to come, take the test yourself. As a result, the whole room was in an uproar. It took only a minute for Luo Ming to go from being everyone's sought-after pride of heaven to falling off the pedestal and becoming a weed on the side of the road that no one wanted. Displeased with the War King, he lost all his reliance in an instant. And the presidents of the 4 top universities think simply, as good as you are, we don't have to have you. And we're not going to go out of our way to do it for a genius who hasn't even grown up yet. Offending a peak Yan Xia Battle King. Not to mention that the person standing behind this Yan Xia War King is the Qin family. One of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. That's the Heavenly King family. I've thought about it, and the SS-class geniuses are too good for our Hurricane Monster Academy to deserve. We zingers feel a little less pushed. 2. Bayhive doesn't want it either. We're trending toward a girls' school at Sakurazumi, and we're not recruiting male students. Even the 4 monster academies in Star Ocean State didn't dare to want Luo Ming anymore. At this moment, Luo Ming seemed to have turned into a piece of poisonous gold. It's attractive, but it's poisonous, and no one dares to touch it, and if they do, they die. And this, just a word from the Yan Xia War King. That's the scary thing about being powerful. Even if you have the talent, no one dares to take it. No one wants to offend a Battle King, or even the Qin family behind the Battle King. For your sake, it's not that you're afraid, it's because you're not worth enough. Between the eyes of all the people, a moment of falling off the pedestal, abandoned by all. But even so, Luo Ming's face never changed. He is as strong as he wants to be, and the wind is blowing over the hillocks. Regardless of how the attitudes of the outside world shifted, he, Luo Ming, had enough backbone. After a moment of silence, footsteps sounded. Luo Ming walked towards that awakening stone brought by the military department. Gu Yuma glanced at him and stopped paying attention. Even if it comes out SS rated. So what? No Monster Academy dares to take you. You can't even take the entrance exam. And with Monsters University, it's not like anyone is going to break the rules and admit you, he said to Jean Pingtao. Dean Jean, this time I came back. I also want to thank my alma mater for educating me and return the favor. Therefore, I intend to select an outstanding student from Star Ocean Monster Academy to join my Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps as accredited team member, to be transferred after graduating from the university. Do you have any candidates to recommend, Dean Jean? At these words, Jean Pingtao's eyes instantly widened. All the students started to stir even more. The Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps didn't want Luo Ming anymore, so this benefit fell to them. Although the Heavenly Feather Sacred Order was inferior to the 4 great sacred orders, it was still the top sacred order in Yanxia, and the test to join the 4 holy orders is very difficult. The passing rate is often only 1%. The most important thing is that people don't want special recruitment, unless you are SSS ranked talent. But how many SSS ranked talents are there in the whole Yanxia? Billions of miles. In contrast, the Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps can go in without any examination, which is a matter of who wouldn't be tempted. The students present all hoped that they would be looked at by Gu Yuma, and one by one, they straightened their posture and their eyes burned. Unfortunately, Gu Yuma only wants S-class cadets. Battle King Gu. This time, my Star Ocean Monster Academy has produced a total of 4 S-ranked students. Here's a list of them. You see. Jean Pingtao handed a stack of booklets to Gu Yuma, who casually flipped through them. There's no shortage of combat-type monsters in our holy regiment. In fact, I'm looking for a student who can assist Lin Xiao. Ha! This one called Su Wanqing is not bad. Healing monster, clear feather spirit deer, and my Tian Yu Sanglong both have a feather character. Kinda have a connection. So she's it. Gu Yuma opened his mouth with a light smile. Battle King Gu has a good eye. All along, Su Wanqing has been in the top 3 of our Star Ocean Monster Academy's grade. Very outstanding. Jean Pingtao hurriedly kissed his ass. Then he yelled to the crowd. Where's Su Wanqing? Where is Su Wanqing? Su Wanqing slowly stood up when she heard someone call her name. A puzzled look was on his face. Congratulations, Su Wanqing. You've been chosen by Battle King Gu and can become a member of the Heavenly Feather Sacred Regiment of Record. When you graduate from college, you can officially become a member of the Holy Regiment. Jean Pingtao said loudly. At that moment, Su Wanqing's face became very brilliant. Intense ecstasy filled her face. Got myself selected. One could join the Heavenly Feather Sacred Order. The one who was chosen wasn't Luo Ming. It was him, Su Wanqing. Her whole body trembled with excitement. The others were also gazing at Su Wanqing with envious faces, originally thinking that it was Luo Ming's solo show, but they didn't expect the final successor to be Su Wanqing. Good. Wanqing has been chosen to join the Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps. It's really great. Worthy of being my good daughter. My Su Daqiang seed. My Su family has produced a true phoenix. This isn't much more powerful than Luo Ming, that poor dead waste. Let's see if he still has the face to pretend in front of Wanqing. On the parents' stage, Su Daqiang excitedly stood up and waved his fist, his face full of pride. Now he could go back and put on a good big wave of boy chi with those poker buddies. As for Wang Lirong on the side, although she was excited, an unnatural color flashed across her face when Su Daqiang mentioned certain words. Su Wanqing, since you are already a registered disciple of my Heavenly Feather Sacred Regiment, it just so happens that I have a special enrollment spot here at the Magic Capital Monster University, and I'll give it to you as soon as I can. Gu Yuma spoke again. The whole place exploded. This is the road to heaven. Gu Yuma is directly paving a path to heaven for Su Wanqing. Ah! Everyone looked at her with envy and jealousy. Su Wanqing was incomparably enjoying this kind of attention and starry eyes, as if he was the princess on high. That's right. That's where she should be. She, Su Wanqing, should be the proud daughter of heaven, enjoying everyone's envious gazes. Many thanks to Battle King Gu. I will definitely work hard and live up to the Battle King's favor. Su Wanqing reached out and brushed her hair around her ears and said softly, well, I hope that you can properly assist Lin Xiao in the future. Gu Yuma nodded faintly. Don't worry, Battle King Gu. I'll definitely take care of Mr. Gu. Su Wanqing looked at Gu Linxiao's handsome face and her heart was filled with thoughts. This Gu Linxiao outstanding talent. Family is Yan Xia top. If she can climb on Gu Linxiao, the future is not. Young lady of the Qin clan of the imperial capital. A word so exciting that it was going to send shivers down her spine appeared in her mind. It's not much stronger than Luo Ming. 100 times stronger. 10,000 times. Even if you, Luo Ming, are more talented and have no resources and no background, what are you going to compare yourself to others? You don't even have a university to go to. What's the use of your talent? Speaking of this, her gaze moved back to Luo Ming. There was a lofty scrutiny and disdain in his eyes. Luo Ming, the situation is reversed. This is the price you pay for rejecting me. From today onwards, we really aren't from the same world. I will fly farther and farther, and even become the young lady of the Qin clan in the imperial capital. And you will lose your reliance and be destined to die out. Right at this moment, Luo Ming had already arrived in front of the awakening stone in the military department. His gaze was calm and collected, as if all the sounds of the outside world could not affect him. Senior, please also make way, he said to Mo Rudian, who was standing in front of the awakening stone. Oh, Mo Rudian hurriedly backed away, but there was pity hidden in his eyes as he looked at Luo Ming. Such an excellent genius, who should have had a great future, was ruined on top of that high-mindedness. He shook his head, although it was a pity, but he couldn't help Luo Ming. Don't look at Gu Yuma calling him quintessence Mo, but in reality this was just Gu Yuma giving him face. Otherwise it would only take one word from the other party. He'll have to go outside the wall tomorrow as cannon fodder. No one bothered to pay attention to Luo Ming, even though he was SS ranked, but after offending Gu Yuma, he was already wasted. Although Gu Yuma didn't explicitly target him, he didn't bother to stop others from targeting him either, which was a sign. People like Gu Yuma didn't even need to do anything themselves if they wanted to do something. There are plenty of people who want to take a stand. At this moment, Su Wanqing was the pride of heaven. Longing, envy, and jealousy focused on him. Gu Yuma father and son, on the other hand, were the center of the crowd, with countless adoring gazes falling on them. And Lo Ming? No one asked. At this moment, he pressed his hand on the awakening stone. End of chapter. Chapter 10 Battle King pressing me? Backhandedly awakening SSS rank talent. So what if you're a Battle King? It can't be suppressed. Chapter 10 Battle King pressing me? Backhandedly awakening SSS level talent. So what if you're a Battle King? It can't be suppressed. Buzz. A brilliant light covered the entire field, and Luo Ming, who was in the center of this light, uncontrollably transformed into a Tao Tai, let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! Boom boom boom! The awakening stone trembled violently, and a pillar of blood-colored light the thickness of a water basin erupted from it and shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds. The violent, ancient, and bloodthirsty aura filled the entire arena, and everyone was instantly overwhelmed. Involuntarily, he looked towards Luo Ming's figure. The 3-meter-tall figure turned his back to the beings, looking like a blood god. Everyone's hearts trembled wildly. At the same time, a question rose with it. Is the SS-class aura that powerful? Boom boom boom. Space trembled. And that wasn't all. The aura around Luo Ming's body once again spread in all directions. It enveloped the entire academy and then spread out. The vision of that blood-colored pillar of light rushing into the sky shook the entire Star Ocean state. It's not right. That scent. Gu Yuma's face showed a horrified expression. He could clearly feel that his body was trembling slightly. Although he was suppressed by his great strength, the feeling did exist. It wasn't that he, Gu Yuma, was afraid of Luo Ming, but rather, the heavenly feathered Sanglong had been suppressed by Luo Ming's awakened monster. This Luo Ming awakening measured out an aura that was many times more powerful than when he had awakened the heavily feathered Song Dragon. Moreover, it also surpassed the aura that his son had awakened a month ago. This kind of pressure, this kind of fluctuation. There was only one possibility for this kind of domineering aura that made all monsters seem as if they wanted to be pleased with their hearts. That is, the monster this teenager awakened was not SS rank. Instead, it's the legendary SSSS level. That's a top talent with no more than 2 hands. Once one awakens to the SSS level, one can even unconditionally join the 4 holy corps of Yanxia. Compared to the 4 great saint regiments of Yanxia, what was this heavenly feather saint regiment of his counted for? As the patron saint of Yanxia, the 4 holy regiments independent military departments, even the 9 heavenly kings they could not put in their eyes. At this moment, Gu Yuma was once again shocked that he had looked away. Once again, he was defeated in front of a teenager who was the same age as his son. If one were to say that even someone as powerful as Gu Yuma was shocked, the rest of these newly awakened students that was even worse. In the blink of an eye untold numbers of students fell to their knees involuntarily. It was as if they were bowing down to the figure on the high platform. This was rank suppression. Tao Tai was an ancient pure-blooded great fierce divine beast, and faced with any beast there was an innate suppression. Not to mention that these so-called monsters are nothing but bastards. How could it be? How could that person be Luo Ming? Su Wanqing half crouched and gritted her teeth as she looked at the figure on the high platform. She clenched her teeth in a deadly grip, holding on to keep from falling to her knees. However, the pressure was too strong, and she felt as if a large hand had pressed down on her lofty head, forcing her to definitely kneel down. In addition to Su Wanqing, there were also the deans of the 4 major monster academies, including Jin Pingtao, Huang Qiusheng, and the others, all of them gritting their teeth one by one and holding on. Although they relied on their powerful strength to restrain that desire to kneel down, their bodies were still trembling non-stop, and their gazes at the blood-colored figure were filled with thick horror. Rank suppression. This is definitely more than SS rank strength. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. This Luo Ming is actually SSSS rank. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone kneeling towards that kid? Wanqing, my daughter. What's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Why are you kneeling to Luo Ming? Su Daqiang and Wang Lirong husband and wife stood up with a look of astonishment and rushed towards Su Wanqing from their seats. You stay back. I can't hold out much longer. Su Wanqing opened her mouth with difficulty, wanting to stop her parents. However, it was too late. Puff! As soon as the two rushed off the parents' platform, they stumbled and slumped to the ground, unable to get up. What is this? How is this possible? Su Daqiang's eyes were wide with anger, and he tried to get up with all his might. But it was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, and he couldn't move a bit at all. Why? I must kneel to that boy. Cold sweat rolled and dripped from his head as he looked at the figure on the high platform in front of him, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. I really can't hold on any longer. Is Luo Ming this the real you? Is this what you have been capitalizing on all along? Su Wanqing's face was in great pain. That breath was too domineering. It was as if she would crush her spine alive if she didn't kneel. Finally, she couldn't help it, flopped to his knees, toward the lickspittle, whom she despised, kneeling. What in the world is going on? Once this kid woke up, how come everyone is kneeling down? I'm less than No, is SS rank that powerful? It can press everyone to kneel down? I've also seen videos online of geniuses awakening SS class monsters, and although the aura is powerful, it's not this outrageous. Yeah, SS class isn't that outrageous. But, what if it's SSS class? SSS class is a Yanxia secret, and awakening videos aren't allowed to circulate on the internet. So, have you guys ever seen a video of a SSS class monster? At once, the pop-up got stuck in the flesh for a second. Immediately after, asterisk. Awesome, outrageous, invincible, countless swipes and everyone was shocked. SSS level. This Luo Ming awakened monster was SSS class. This is really going to stab the sky. SSSS level genius. We at Monster University want this genius. No one will steal it from me. You and your bull. You're nothing. We Monster University. Want it? Robbing someone of their genius is like killing their parents. Try it and I'll be in a hurry with you. What are you barking at? This is from Arjahai Monster University. Star Ocean State is so close to Arjahai State. It's most convenient for student Luo Ming to come to us. Distance is not a problem. If student Luo Ming is willing, Imperial Monster University is willing to open the teleportation array for Luo Ming alone. The gold content of SSS grade and SS grade is not at all at the same level, although SS grade is rare, but there are so many 3 or 4 students enrolled in each session in these prestigious schools, so they don't really care about it, and they are willing to sell the King of Battle a face. But SSS level, that concept is completely different. The entire Yanxia currently had less than 10 SSS levels. That being said, the possibility of not producing a SSS class for several years exists. This was a top-notch sought-after item, and when this kind of genius appeared, every university would fight for it like crazy. As long as you can show enough value, whatever war king or Qin family you are. Off. Gu Yuma's face turned ugly. SS level. This kind of existence he was bound to be unable to suppress. I didn't expect this kid to be SSSS level. It's too beyond imagination. And at this moment, Luo Ming could clearly feel it. There was a force in the awakening stone that was still probing deeper into his body. Once he touched the core, his super SSS rank might be exposed, which was never a good thing. Once it was known that Yanxia had produced a super SSS rank genius, not only the monsters in the wilderness, but even other countries might take a shot at him. He, Luo Ming, would become a thorn in the side of the world in the blink of an eye. It's too high profile. Therefore, Tao Ye's devouring power spontaneously swallowed the remaining awakening stone power. Tao Tai is protecting himself. End of chapter. Chapter 11. 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an. For the sake of blessing Luo Ming. Scornful Battle King. Chapter 11. 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an. For the sake of blessing Luo Ming. Scornful Battle King. At this point, beyond the walls. Boom! A 10,000-foot beast fell violently to the ground. It was a giant Vidra with golden hair, looking as tall as a giant mountain, with 6 blood-red eyes on its head. The hair all over his body was like a burning golden flame, looking extremely majestic and extraordinary, just like the king of monsters. This was a golden jade 3rd stage monster in the middle of the ruins, a veritable king of monsters, 6-eyed Vidra. And at this moment, that to the grounded 6-eyed Vidra had a 1-finger blood hole in the center of his eyebrow. Don't underestimate this bloody hole. It was precisely because of this bloody hole that the 6-eyed Vidra's vitality was erased. Ha! SSS level genius. Or Star Ocean State? It's a bit interesting ow. Idle anyway. It's good to go and take a look. A figure in silver standard armor crawled out of the fur of the 6-eyed Vidra. He carried a silver lance in his hand, the tip of which was still glistening with the slightest hint of blood. The other hand was watching the live stream. It was obvious that it was this silver-armored man who had killed the 6-eyed Vidra. Inform it, and call the Holy Order's recycling department to come and recycle the corpse of the 6-eyed vampire. In the future, don't let me strike at any cat or dog. It's no fun to kill them if they're too weak. Just tell Old Wind to come. My time is precious. The silver-armored man said lightly. Yes, that. Vice Captain, aren't you going back to the Sacred Regiment? What are you doing back here? Getting abused by the Holy Headmaster? It's no fun. I heard that a SSS-ranked genius has appeared in the Star Ocean State. I'll go find that genius and have some fun. It's my kind of thing. After all, geniuses are always alone. Ha 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 ha. The silver-armored man laughed and hung up the phone. One step up into the air and disappeared into the sky. This person was clearly one of the 4 great sacred orders of Yanxia, the vice leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order. At the same time, it was also the youngest vice captain of Yanxia. SSS class monster awakening. 9 Sky Silver Dragon. Yi Chang'an. Just turned 30. Star Ocean State. Almost there. Luo Ming. Time to put away your aura. How long do you want everyone to kneel towards you? Gu Yuma calmly spoke out. Luo Ming withdrew his hand expressionlessly, changed from monster form back to human form. Luo Ming. I'm curious as to what kind of monster you've awakened here. I don't think I've ever seen this kind of monster from a monster atlas before. Gu Yuma questioned out loud. Luo Ming was silent for a moment. Speak calmly. Tao Tai. Tao Tai is it? Can you introduce us to this monster? This is a monster that has never appeared in the history of mankind and is very valuable for research. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes. Introducing monsters, which is a very rude behavior, is tantamount to revealing all your traits, strengths, and weaknesses to the public. Normally there is absolutely no one who would introduce their monsters in public. And, the higher the level of the monster, the more so. Even if it was claimed that there were 10,000 kinds of monsters recorded in the Monster Atlas. But there is nothing more documented for SS class and above monsters other than a name. This level of monsters in any country is the existence of the bottom level. If it is recorded in too much detail, others target your weaknesses to hunt and kill can be what to do? Don't say it's impossible. It's very possible. In the age of monsters, there are hearts and minds to guard against. In addition to monsters, the countries are shrunk together. And just because there are walls stopping them from each other doesn't mean they are impassable. So it's not absolutely safe inside the walls. Gu Yuma asked Luo Ming to introduce his monster in public. So it could be said that his intentions were very clear. If you want someone else to introduce you so badly, why don't you just move your sky-feathered Sanglong out and introduce it first? Wow! Just then, a loud voice resounded through the sky. Immediately afterward, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Everyone exploded when they saw that figure, especially the sword and shield inscribed on the silver armor on his chest and the burning flame pattern. More than anything else, it attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. That pattern can't be wrong, the Heavenly Blaze Medal. This is the pattern of one of the 4 great holy orders. The Heavenly Blaze Holy Order. As expected, a SSS class genius has appeared. The 4 great holy orders can't sit still. I know this man. This silver-armored, silver-gunned figure. He's the deputy leader of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Regiment. The 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an, who is also SSS ranked. I can't believe that even this big shot has been attracted here. I heard that he's the man who has the best hope of becoming the 9 Heavenly Kings within 10 years of Yanxia. It's too bullish. Is this kind of big shot also here for Luo Ming? The whole internet blew up. If Gu Yuma's appearance had pushed the heat of the live broadcast to the 36 domains of the 72 states of Yanxia, that Yi Chang'an's appearance was what caused the figures of the 4 great holy corps to look sideways. Although Yi Chang'an was young and his military position was only a town general, his strength was no weaker than any Yanxia's battle king. But it's just because he's young. His military service is lacking, and his heritage is lacking. Moreover, he was sitting as the deputy leader of the Holy Regiment, and no battle king dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he could not give Gu Yuma, the war king who had the backing of the imperial capital's 5 clans, the Qin family, any face at all. Yi Chang'an, I heard that the Sacred Regiment has assigned you a mission, and now that you've neglected your duties and appeared in Star Ocean Prefecture, aren't you afraid that Sacred Regiment leader Ning will spank your ass? Seeing Yi Chang'an come out, Gu Yuma laughed lightly. To him, Yi Chang'an was nothing more than a junior. However, Yi Chang'an's 10 years of time was hard enough to equalize his 30 years of effort. Therefore, Gu Yuma had always looked at Yi Chang'an with displeasure. Yi Chang'an was the same. He had always felt that Gu Yuma was a pretender and a hypocrite, a flunky from the backwards Qin family. Don't need to worry about Gu the Battle King. I finished the mission of the Holy Corps a long time ago. It's not just a golden jade 3rd rank 6-eyed Vajra. One shot and it's dead. The dish is to die for. Hey, I remember that the 6-eyed Vajra has a similar rank to Gu Battle King. Right. Oops. Sorry, I'm not talking about Gu Battle King now. Please don't pay attention to it. Yi Chang'an snickered conspiratorially. Gu Yuma's face instantly went cold. There's no need to apologize. The 3rd stage of the golden jade that was last year. Gu Yuma said casually. Oh, so that's how it is. Then would it be more appropriate to say that I poked the 6-eyed Vajra, who was a little bit weaker than the Gu Battle King, to death with a single shot? Gu Yuma's face turned black. He really wanted to directly pinch this Yi Chang'an to death. Back then, when he walked out of the Star Ocean State and became famous in Yanxia, this Yi Chang'an was still in front of the school pitifully asking the boss how much a stick costs. Now it had dared to mock him to his face in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Chang'an, your sacred regiment is quite busy, isn't it? What exactly is the matter that you've specially come here for? Gu Yuma pulled away from the topic. Nothing much is going on. It's just a sympathetic feeling between geniuses. I, Yi Chang'an, am a person who likes to make friends with geniuses. And what I hate the most is the kind of stupid people who pretend to be geniuses in a hard way. Gu Yuma's face became even more ugly. This guy is pointing the finger. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Standing Up for Luo Ming. Power over the crowd. The top university came to the rescue. Chapter 12, Standing Up for Luo Ming. Power over the crowd. The top university came to the rescue. Swish. Suddenly, Yi Chang'an's figure flashed and appeared beside Luo Ming. Selfishly, he took Luo Ming's shoulder. Brother, you smell so good. No. Brother, you have a great scent on you. Make a friend. My name is Yi Chang'an. I'm 10 years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother Chang'an. Your name is Luo Ming, right? Then I'll call you Brother Luo from now on. Yi Chang'an said in a self-conscious manner. Good day, Big Brother Chang'an. Luo Ming scratched his head awkwardly. This guy couldn't be the legendary social terrorist. Gee, I'm actually not much of a talker. Yi Chang'an scratched his head with some embarrassment. Anyway, well, why don't you come to our Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core? It just so happens that I'm missing a friend. And when your strength comes up in a few years, you'll be able to practice with me every day, which is so much fun. After all, no one in the Holy Regiment can beat me right now, and the Holy Leader is too strong. I don't want to be abused by him. Brother, I'm very optimistic about you. Just 10 years, and you'll definitely be able to surpass that backslider. Yi Chang'an said as he pointed at Guyuma backwards with his thumb. Guyuma was shaking with anger. Backwards? The title was almost taboo for him. Guyuma was born slightly cold. That's why he chose to join the Qin family in the imperial capital. And it was precisely because of his reliance on the Qin family that he was able to become Yan Xia's battle king so quickly. And that's why there are a lot of people behind the scenes who call him a backslider. But when those people shouted, that was also careful not to let Guyuma hear them. Where was it like Yi Chang'an, shouting it out in public? If he didn't have a temper at this, then he wouldn't be the great summer war king. Yi Chang'an, I am your superior. The military department has a strict position. I am the war king of the Grand Xia. If you insult the war king, I can personally take you and suspend you for investigation, Guyuma said angrily. However, Yi Chang'an had an indifferent face. He turned the silver spear in his hand. It was aimed at Guyuma's brow. Come, immediately, I beg you to take me. And by the way, I'll start a substitution war on you. Do you dare to agree? Guyuma's face became extremely ugly, and he couldn't wait to kill Yi Chang'an on the spot. But seeing that chilling gun blade, he could only give up in the end. Humph, goon. I love it when you look like you can't look at me but can't me up. Yi Chang'an sneered. Yi Chang'an, you've had enough. Swell. You're not convinced? Yi Chang'an asked rhetorically. Father. Gu Linxiao saw his father being humiliated like this and directly couldn't tense up. He looked at Yi Chang'an with eyes wide open. Deputy Head Yi, what's the point of you humiliating my father? My father remembers that you are a junior. Doesn't see eye to eye with you. Don't give me an inch. Gu Linxiao said loudly. When adults speak, who are you children to speak? Shut up. Yi Chang'an's gaze was cold. Gu Linxiao immediately felt like falling into an ice cellar. He shivered and was so scared that he directly stopped talking. What? Scared? How come I didn't see you guys scared when you were bullying Luo Ming just now? Yi Chang'an swept his gaze across the crowd. The live broadcast, I watched the whole thing. You things really make me sick. When did my Yan Xia's bigwigs all become inflamed? Swineherd people, are you happy licking Guyuma's stinky feet? The 4 great sacred regiments, conquered beyond the walls and worked hard, and this is how you repay us? It's because of people like you that Yan Xia has become like this. My word, Luo Ming, I think highly of him. Back then, I personally assessed his parents to join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. Luo Xian is a man with a big heart, and I'm sure his son won't be any worse. None of you want him. The Heavenly Blaze Holy Order, do. Yi Chang'an, have put my words here today. From now on, Luo Ming is my righteous brother. Whoever bullies him, only to see Yi Chang'an flinging his big hand. The silver spear in his hand was like a stream of light rushing up into the sky, and then stood ruthlessly on the ground. The gun flowing killing light. See no one all over the body chills. Then try the power of the silver dragon gun in my hand. Yi Chang'an spoke coldly. All of a sudden the whole room was silent. Everyone shrunk their heads and no one dared to speak. At the moment, the place where he stood swept its front. Guyuma looked at Yi Chang'an, his gaze incomparably grim. This was his first time being humiliated so much in public. But it turned out that if he really wanted to fight with Yi Chang'an, he didn't have the backbone to do so. Yan Xia's substitute battle means a challenge initiated by a person with a low position to a person with a high position. Guyuma has the power to refuse. But if he accepts, once he loses, the position of this great Xia battle king will not be guaranteed. He didn't have absolute confidence in defeating this youngest deputy head of Xia, so he backed off. Su Wanqing looked at Yi Chang'an who was standing in front of Luo Ming. Her silver teeth were about to be clenched. On the basis of what? Why was it so simple for him, Luo Ming, to get the chance to enter the Great Summer's 4 great sacred regiments? By what right was he, Luo Ming, qualified to have a deputy head of the Holy Regiment stand up for him, even going so far as to offend a battle king? Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with strong cynicism and unwillingness. Besides her talent, where exactly was she inferior to Luo Ming? And then there was Luo Ming, so hateful, hiding his talent, giving her hope and knocking her into the abyss of despair over and over again, even forcing himself to kneel down towards him. Does it really think it is fun to toy with her Su Wanqing like this? Unwillingness, jealousy, anger, shame and indignation, all kinds of emotions filled her heart. Su Wanqing tightly biting her red lips, her delicate body trembling. Daughter, The Su Dashian couple on the side were heartbroken as they looked at her in this state. This is their precious daughter, the phoenix of the Su family, excellent since childhood. But today, they were so aggrieved, they hated Luo Ming in their hearts. It's okay, Mom and Dad. You can't tell what's going to happen in the future. Talent only determines the lower limit. The upper limit is created by the person. There are also people among the 36 battle kings of Grand Xia who have only awakened S-class monsters. I believe that my Su Wanqing's future talent will not be inferior to his Luo Ming. However, Su Wanqing was also clear in her heart that there had long been an insurmountable rift between herself and Luo Ming. Saying that is just comforting. Mr. Lamini. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Star Ocean state. Wow! The wind swirled wildly, and several people descended from the sky. The moment these people were seen, the field exploded once again. It was only because these four people were usually well-known big shots in Yanxia, the presidents of Yanxia's top universities: Jinling Monster University, Magic City Monster University, Imperial Monster University, Shanghai Monster University, and for the sake of Luo Ming, the four of them came together today. This was extremely rare in the entire history of Yanxia. Even Gu Yuma back then didn't have this kind of treatment. This was enough to show that the value Luo Ming had shown was far beyond imagination. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Crazy Robbing Luo Ming. Su Wanqing, I'm not bad either. The Four Great Principles. Oh. Chapter 13, Crazy Robbing Luo Ming. Su Wanqing, I'm not bad either. The Four Great Principles. Oh. I am the principal of Magic City Monster University. Student Luo Ming. Our Magic City Monster University sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you come to our Magic City Monstrous Beast University, Monster Essence Blood, Potions, Battle Soldiers, Beast Jade, Beast Cores, as long as you ask, we will fulfill you. Asterisk 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 off. Talking about how our Jinling Monster University doesn't have these things right. Student Luo Ming. If you come to our Jinling, I can make the decision to give you a battle soldier made of diamond-grade monster armor, and the essence blood of a diamond-grade monster. Good old dang. You're raising prices here. Come to our Zhejiangxi Monster University. We'll give you the corpse of a diamond-class monster. Everything is complete. In addition, we'll provide 10 extra yuan energy potion. Come to our Imperial Capital Vocational University. Although we don't have as many things as they do, but a while ago, we just harvested the corpse of a terracotta-grade monster and crafted a beast jade, which has a skill that I think is more suitable for you. And if you want it, we can give you this skill. The principals of Yanxia's four major academies had directly traveled thousands of miles to Star Ocean State in order to fight for Luo Ming's right to belong, and then frantically scrambled over the scene. The other students were dumbfounded as they watched. Not to mention the terracotta grade. Even the diamond grade was something heavenly to them. But all of this was available to Luo Ming with a nod of his head. It's a real people pleaser. In the age of monsters, almost all of humanity's resources come from monsters. Monsters are full of treasures, and their blood can quench the body of the beast. Armor could be made into powerful battle weapons. For example, Yi Chang'an's silver dragon lance was made from the armor of a black jade-ranked monster that was hunted by the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment's sacred leader himself. The bones of monsters can be made into beast jades, which contain a skill from the monster's life. Beast cores contained a large amount of yuan energy, which could be used to make awakening stones as well as yuan stones. The ruins also contained many vegetation that contained powerful yuan energy, which could be made into potions, boosting meta energy, healing wounds, or energizing one's potential to enter a berserk state, and so on. It is in the battle with monsters that human beings use these resources to strengthen themselves step by step. So, these are integral to the growth of human genius. Everyone's eyes were red. He couldn't wait to become Luo Ming himself and then take all the resources for himself. Seeing that the four major principals were bickering, they were all fighting for Luo Ming. Su Wanqing's face was all twisted with jealousy. That, you are the president of Magic City Monster University, right? This is my daughter, Su Wanqing. She has awakened an S-class monster, the Clear Feather Spirit Deer, and Battle King Gu has promised to let her join the Heavenly Feather Sacred Regiment. What do you think of my daughter? At this time, Su Daxiang suddenly came to a principal and said, an S-ranked Clear Feather Spirit Deer? The principal of the Magic City Monster University turned slightly to look at Su Wanqing. Seeing that the other party was looking at her, Su Wanqing immediately changed her face and revealed a gentle smile. She released the yuan energy within her body, and a healing power filled the top of her head. The aura of the Clear Feather Spirit Deer was on display. She gazed hopefully at the president of the Monster University of Mordor. Su Wanqing showed her best side just to prove that she wasn't inferior to Luo Ming. Only, she was destined to be disappointed. Well, it's not bad. Since you have the recommendation of Battle King Gu, Come report when school starts. The dean of the Magic City Monster University spoke faintly. With that, he stopped ignoring Su Wanqing. Turning his head, he once again joined in the heated argument. I'll tell you three old dangs. If you fight with my Magic City Monster University for student Luo Ming again, I'll have to fight you here. Who's afraid of who? Come on, let's have a fight. Whoever loses is a bastard. Several of the deans rolled up their sleeves looking like they were going to do it. Su Wanqing was directly petrified in place. At this moment she finally realized what it meant to be treated differently. For her the other just had a bland look on her face. Instead, for Luo Ming, it was a look of desperation to fight for it. That attitude says it all. Su Wanqing immediately lost her mind. She and Luo Ming really weren't in the same world anymore. Now she was only qualified to look up to people. Su Daqian was also at a loss for words, not realizing that his good intentions had turned into a bad thing. My daughter's mood looked even lower. Alright, all four of you old dens, you can shut up now. At that moment, Yi Chanan suddenly shouted, what the hell? Who was saying they didn't want Luo Ming before? How come they're all grabbing up now? He looked at the four with a teasing face. The four scratched their faces and smiled awkwardly. Humph, a bunch of snobs. I told you guys Luo Ming won't join any of your monster universities. Yi Chanan announced in a cold voice. How can this be? Only our four universities can provide a development platform for Mr. Luo Ming. That's right, Vice Head Yi. You can't be so selfish. You have to ask Luo Ming's classmates' opinion before you do that. You can't just ruin the future of a genius like that. That's right. Which other university in Yanxia besides our four is worthy of Luo Ming's classmates? No way. We don't agree. The four men got anxious and shook their heads frantically, looking like they were going to argue their case. Stop barking. You guys have to agree even if you don't. And there's one thing you guys said that I don't agree with. Is there really no school in Yanxia that's better than your four universities? Yi Chanan sneered. Everyone's face changed at these words. Even Gu Yuma's face showed extreme surprise. The four great principals even opened their mouths in shock. Are you going to let Lo Ming go to that purgatory? No, college. The four great deans frowned for a time. Their faces shocked. The others looked puzzled, not knowing why the four showed this demeanor. And Yi Chang'an smiled slightly. Yes, that's where I intend to send Luo Ming. And that's the only place where his true talent can be utilized. And not you ivory towers. There are quite a few Yanxia monster universities. And the four most famous universities lead the way. But outside of the four most famous universities, there is still a top university. It's just that this university isn't generally on the radar of scholars. And it's not something you can get into just because you want to. This university, named after the Yanxia kingdom, was called the Cradle of Great Men and had produced countless heavenly talents. The name of this university is Yanxia University. It was just that rather than being a university. Yanxia University might be more similar in nature to a neocore. And it was the kind of neocore that was filled with geniuses, brutal to the extreme, and had an extremely high mortality rate. Yes, it kills you to go to Incarnate Word University. And the mortality rate can be quite high. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Yanxia University. Yi Chang'an's Gift. Chapter 14, Yanxia University. Yi Chang'an's Gift. It was a university that had been created by the four top holy orders of Daxia and the Ministry of the Army. The entrance threshold is even more notoriously harsh. Only 100 people are enrolled in each session. And the entire school has 3 grades, totaling only 300 students. The teacher, however, had 9 plus 36 plus 72 plus 108, a total of 225. That's right, the Yanxia Military Department, the 9 Heavenly Kings, the 36 Battle Kings, the 72 Shin Generals, and the 108 Battle Generals could all be teachers at this school. Most importantly, the mortality rate of this school was ridiculously high. For every class of 100 people who went in, it was estimated that only 30 would be left when they graduated. 70% mortality rate. But these 30 people, as long as there are no surprises in the future, there is a 99% probability that they will become big shots in the military department. The remaining 1% is that you don't want to go yourself. Yanxia University's examination is also extremely harsh. The first threshold is below S-level don't. This screens 99% of the students of the hot summer. The rest of them will be tested together and the first 100 will be admitted. And no matter how talented you are, all students are treated equally at Yanxia University. And if you want resources, you can rely on your own strength to get them. So this has led to some students born in worldly families not considering this school. Just like Gu Yuma, although he had the qualifications to join Yanxia University, he chose the Magic City Monster University because it offered him favorable conditions. It's just that the students who graduate from this school are, without exception, the best of the best. As for Yi Chagan, 7 years ago he was the first place winner in that class at Yanxia University. Luo Ming, would you like to join Yanxia University? I'll tell you in advance. Even if you're a SSS level genius, you'll have to officially pass the examination before you can join Yanxia University. Moreover, we won't promise to give you all the resources other than the examination rewards. Everything will depend on you to fight for it yourself. However, I can assure you that as long as you can successfully graduate from Yanxia University, you will definitely become a top big shot in the military department in the future. And if you can defeat me, you will be the future holy head of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Regiment, standing at the top of Yanxia. At that time, no one will be able to use power in family history to pressure you anymore. No one will be able to force you to do things you don't want to do anymore. You alone will become a clan. You alone are a 100-year-old family. You alone, the sole town of 72 states, 36 domains. Boom! Yi Chang'an's words were like a thunderous blast in the hearts of the crowd. At the top of the hot summer, the holy head of Skyblaze. What an achievement! What an achievement that could be recorded in the history books and inscribed in the history of mankind. For them students, it could be said to be a divine dragon in the sky that was hard to reach. How could this Luo Ming have the virtue and ability to get this kind of evaluation? That, Yi Vice Leader, can I kill monsters by joining Yanxia Daxia? Luo Ming suddenly raised his hand and asked. Ha 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 ha. Of course, Luo Ming. Do you know why the death rate of Yanxia University is so high? That's because all of Yanxia University students need to go deep into the ruins to hunt monsters and enhance their practical combat experience. Luo Ming, do you enjoy killing monsters? It's okay. Luo Ming scratched his head. In reality, he was only thinking about Taoya's second trial, the 10,000 Beasts Eclipse, devouring 10,000 bronze-level monsters. As long as you have the ability, there are endless monsters to kill. All other universities are ivory towers. Yanxia University you can kill as many as you want. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Luo Ming, you're a born warrior. It's the right place for you to come to Yanxia University. Yi Chang'an laughed out loud. If he came to Luo Ming in the beginning, it was because of his talent, and Luo Shen's relationship. Now then, he had become interested in Luo Ming as a person. Of course he knew about Luo Ming's previous 3 years of dog-licking, but that was nothing. There is nothing better than knowing your mistakes and correcting them. Who doesn't know better? It's good to be sober. Then, I would like to join Yanxia University. Luo Ming grinned. He also had his own considerations as he awakened the 10 fierce divine hall. The ancient 10 murderers didn't have a negotiable master, and he was destined to spend his life in killing and fighting. Although Yanxia University was cruel, it was also the most suitable for him, and improving his strength would definitely be fast. Since he had already relived his life, he would no longer be bullied at will. He's going to go to the top of this age. Luo Ming's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Yi Chang'an felt very satisfied when he looked at it. This is my hand tag. In a month's time, Yanxia University will hold an examination. Just come over with this hand tag and participate. Yi Chang'an handed a golden card to Luo Ming. And, although it is said that Yanxia University treats all students equally, you are someone that I, Yi Chang'an, value. The school rules don't say I can't give you things either. So, swish. Yi Chang'an flipped with one hand. This is the blood from the entire body of a gold-ranked monster, the blood ghost wolf. So I'll give it to you as a gift for meeting you. With that, he handed the essence blood to Luo Ming's audience. Other than that, I have one more thing. I hunted down a six-eyed Vajra outside the wall earlier. When that six-eyed Vajra is dissected, I'll find someone to remove one of the bones and build it into a battle weapon. I'll send it to you at that time. What kind of weapon do you like? Luo Ming thought for a moment in his head. He thought of Taoya's skill, the heaven-devouring god gun. I like guns. He opened his mouth. Guns? Yi Chang'an froze. You kid. Your vision is really good. But for the gun, I know one that suits you better. Don't worry. I'll deliver it to you before the test. Yi Chang'an patted Luo Ming's shoulder. The more I look at you kid, the more I see eye to eye. Ha 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 ha. Cheer up. Feel free to do whatever you want. With me, Yi Chang'an, around. No one dares to bully you with their status. Yi Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at Guyuma, the meaning of which was self-evident. Humph. Since Luo Ming has already made a decision, I'll leave first. Guyuma's face was ugly. He didn't want to stay here any longer for a minute. He was afraid that he really couldn't control himself and Yi Chang'an to fight here. He led Gu Linxiao one step up to the divine horned pterodactyl. Su Wanqing. This is my Skyfeather Sacred Regiment's credited member's hand tag. You take it. With a flick of his hand, a handplate landed in Su Wanqing's hand, and then the divine horned pterodactyl let out a loud roar and disappeared into the sky. Su Wanqing looked at the handplate in her hand that had the word Tianyu on it. The excitement that should have been there was gone. she couldn't be happy. Luo Ming joined Yanxia University, the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order, while she was just Magic City Monster University, the Heavenly Feather Sacred Order. On every level it was more than a cut below Luo Ming. Compared to the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order, the Heavenly Feather Sacred Order? What the hell? End of chapter. Chapter 15, Warm-Hearted Zheng Peng invites to fight Luo Ming. Luo Ming, you can fight, but you have to add money. Chapter 15, Warm-Hearted Zheng Peng invites to fight Luo Ming. Luo Ming, you can fight, but have to add money. Ha 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 ha, this Gu Yuma guy can't stay. Laughing my ass off. Yi Chang'an burst into laughter with complete disregard for the occasion. Luo Ming. See, this guy is a typical bully. In the future when you meet this kind of guy, you should be a little bit more ruthless. Life and death look down. If you don't want to serve, just do it, afraid of what he does. I'm here, so just whoever you see, he said as he narrowed his eyes and swept over the crowd below. I don't care if the younger generation fights, but if any of you rely on your age and long practice to bully the younger ones, don't blame me for being impolite, said Yi Chang'an. A dense murderous intent as if it had turned into substance erupted from his eyes. All those below who met this gaze could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even the presidents of the 4 top Yanxia universities changed their faces. This Yi Chang'an's strength was getting more and more terrifying. In time, this Yanxia Heavenly King was bound to have a position for him. At this time, Yi Chang'an patted Luo Ming's shoulder. Well, this time I'm here to stand up for you per se. Gu Yuma's gone, so it's time for me to go as well. I look forward to seeing you at the examination center in a month's time. Ha 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 ha. With that, he turned into a silver light and disappeared into the sky. This Yi Chang'an is really a spontaneous nature, coming and going in a hurry. Alas, it's a pity. If it weren't for Yi Chang'an, several principals' gazes fell on Luo Ming's body, filled with regret. How nice it would be to have this kind of talent come out of your own school. LOL. Shaking his head helplessly, several people left one after another. Well, old Jean, we don't have to fight this time. There's no winner for all of us. The principal of the 4 Great Monster Academy of Star Ocean State patted Jean Pingtao's shoulder and said, who won with you guys? You guys didn't win. I lost big time. Jean Pingtao wanted to cry. Not only did he lose such a top genius, he even offended people. If Luo Ming grew up in the future, he wouldn't even need to do anything. There would be countless people who would want to flatter Luo Ming to get him to Star Ocean Monster Academy. Alas, it's over. It's all over. It was just a thought, but it led to a terrible disaster. If he could travel back in time, Jean Pingtao would never bark again, and he would stand firmly and persistently on Luo Ming's side, offer him up as an ancestor, the kind that treats you better than you do your own father. Lamini. Su Wanqing opened her mouth full of bitterness. It was foreseeable that from now on, she and Luo Ming really weren't from the same world. Regret. Thick regret welled up. Over and over again, she was given hope and a blow of despair. It was clear that Luo Ming was just a waste of space that couldn't be awakened. However, as if the heavens had played a big joke on her, Luo Ming had not only awakened, but also awakened a very strong monster. Even so, she just felt that the monster Luo Ming had awakened was on the same level as herself. But reality gave him another hard slap in the face. Luo Ming's awakened monster propped up the awakening stone. Its S rank or above. The 4 great academies fought each other, and the battle king came for Luo Ming. Even the 4 most prestigious schools in Yanxia were all vying to admit Luo Ming. These things that she had dreamed of, Luo Ming was abandoning them. He didn't even give face to the battle king. It directly angered the battle king. Luo Ming fell off the pedestal in one fell swoop. Thought he was done for good this time. The wind and water had turned. It was her time for Su Wanqing to rise, but she didn't expect that God would play another big joke on her, as if she was teasing a clown. Luo Ming's talent wasn't just SS ranked, he was SSS ranked. The battle king couldn't even suppress him. Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an of the 9 heavens came for him, disliking Gu Yuma in public. The 4 principals no longer gave Gu Yuma face and nearly fought over Luo Ming, and she, Su Wanqing, was merely a green leaf accompanying Luo Ming. Bitterness, infinite bitterness spread in his mouth. If it wasn't in public, Su Wanqing would even want to cry out directly. Wanqing, are you alright? At this moment, a young man appeared by Su Wanqing's side. He's called Zheng Peng, one of Su Wanqing's suitors. At the same time, it was also one of the several other S-rank cadets in the Star Ocean Monster Academy. It was just that he had completed his awakening on the first day of the live broadcast, and had been working hard to improve his strength at home for the past 3 days. It was only now that he came out of the gate, and as soon as he did so, he saw his goddess, Su Wanqing. With this look of watering eyes, Zheng Peng felt as if his heart was being clutched by a big hand. Is it Luo Ming? Is it him? Is he the one who made you so sad? Tell me. Wanqing, Zhang Peng said with a scowl on his face. He had a feeling of empathy, as if it was not Su Wanqing who was sad, but him, Zhang Peng. I don't want to talk about it, so stop asking. Su Wanqing shook her head. There was nothing more to say after what had happened. She is indeed far inferior to Luo Ming, but Zhang Peng didn't think so. Watching the goddess that you hold in your hands for fear of hurting and that melts in your mouth is so sad. He was incomparably angry and hated Luo Ming even more. Doesn't it just awaken a SSS-ranked monster? What are you pretending? Luo Ming, I'll kill you. His face became incredibly grim. Boom! Zhang Peng took a step to leap up, jumped on the awakening platform. Luo Ming, how could you bear to hurt Wanqing? You're really not a man. I'm going to have a duel with you, a life and death duel. Do you dare? Luo Ming heard the voice and glanced back at him faintly. Oh, come to think of it, Zhang Peng, like the original owner, was also Su Wanqing's suitor. Only, Luo Ming was a licking dog and Zhang Peng was a warm man. So, he lost. Because there's an old saying, warmer row behind the dog. If Luo Ming could still touch Su Wanqing's small hand, then Zhang Peng could only smell from behind at a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Peng, you're so eager to stand up for your goddess? Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I shouldn't have given Wanqing to you if I had known. Zhang Peng said angrily. Luo Ming froze. What the hell? This is your daughter, right? And hand it to me. Remember when you licked it more vigorously than the original owner? The original owner at the very least chased and licked later. You were licking at someone else's girlfriend in a void. It is the King of Kings at the top of the lick path. Luo Ming, do you dare to fight me in life and death? Right here, life or death. Zhang Peng continued loudly. What's the matter? Or are you a SSS-ranked awakened person still afraid of me? A S-ranked awakened person? He used agitation. If you don't dare, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Wanqing and apologize to her. Luo Ming sighed. What could he do if someone wanted to come up and die? Life and death fights are too dangerous. Humph, coward. If you don't dare, hurry up and kneel and kowtow. Zhang Peng sneered. What SSSS level awakened person? Shocking Yan Xia? That's all. Still not afraid of me. However, Luo Ming's eyes flashed a sneer and faintly spoke out. Who says I'm afraid of you? I didn't say life and death fights weren't possible. Only, has to add money. Luo Ming's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of a small fortune hunter. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by a certain guru. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Raise the money. Raise the money again. Up the stakes. Battle of life and death. I prejudge your prejudgment. Chapter 16. Raise the money. Raise the money again. Up the stakes. Battle of life and death. I prejudge your prejudgment. Extra money? Zhang Peng had a confused look on his face. Why are you so stupid? Since it's a life and death fight, there has to be some stakes. I won't do it without them. Luo Ming bristled with disdain. What do you want to bet? Luo Ming stroked his chin and thought. Monster essence blood, potions, beast jade, beast cores, Yan Xia coins, anything. Zhang Peng's gaze was cloudy. This Luo Ming even dare to make demands? Want a favor? Did it feel like eating itself? No way. Absolutely not. Although it was said that Luo Ming had awakened a SSS-ranked monster that was innately strong, but he had only just awakened, and by himself. It's been 3 full days since the monster awakened. Moreover, these 3 days himself had been piled up with all sorts of essence blood, potions, and beast core resources from that commander's old man. The strength had already reached the terrifying black iron grade 5th stage. This battle strength was properly among the top few of his age group in the entire Star Ocean state. Luo Ming, a newly awakened one, would be considered heaven-defying to have a 3rd rank. Besides, he has his own bottom card. There's no reason to be afraid of him. That's right. That's right. This guy must have done it on purpose. He must have been scared. So he deliberately said that he would take out a bet just to fool him into knowing what to do. Well, boy, I've prejudged you. I've never lost a battle of the heart. It's just a bet. I've got it. Fine. Luo Ming, since you want a bet, then I'll give you a bet. Only, don't back out. I'll give you the essence blood of 3 bronze grade 3rd rank monsters. Would you dare to bet with me? Zhang Peng pulled out 3 blood-colored potions from his body. It contained a powerful and tyrannical aura. Luo Ming's eyes lit up. Monster essence blood. It's a good thing for quenching the body. It's just that blood alone isn't enough. Too little. Is there more? What? You still want more? Luo Ming, you're crazy. A flash of disbelief flashed across Zhang Peng's face. These 3 essence bloods are all worth 70,000 to 80,000 dollars. It's only $70,000 or $80,000. Cut. The essence blood of this gold grade 1st order monster of mine must be worth $1 million. Luo Ming fiddled with the golden potion in his hand with a disdainful expression. The blood of a gold-level monster did indeed crush Zhang three bronze-level ones on all fronts. Your stakes are too small. Not enough, not enough. Luo Ming shook his head. Asterisk. Good. Then I'll offer 3 more beast cores of bronze grade 3rd stage monsters. And 300,000 yenxia coins. Zhang Peng said furiously. As a result, Luo Ming raised a finger. 1 million yenxia coins, or no deal. Asterisk. Luo Ming. You're crazy about money. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Peng shook his head frantically. Oh, that can't be right. Then I'm not going to fight. I'm going back. Luo Ming skimmed his lips in a gesture to leave. It's a pity. I thought you, Zhang Peng, would be able to go out of your way to take the heat for the goddess. I didn't expect you to back out at 1 million yenxia coins. It looks like Su Wanqing isn't worth 1 million in your eyes. Luo Ming's faint voice came out. The tone was full of sarcasm. Zhang Peng's heart fluttered at his words. Rushing to turn his head, he found that Su Wanqing's face did not look good. He was in a hurry. You fart. Luo Ming. Don't even think about separating the relationship between Wanqing and I. It's just 1 million yenxia coins. I'll bet with you. Come on. Get your ass over here. Zhang Peng growled with red eyes. He secretly swore that he would break Luo Ming. This dog bastard. Into pieces. The corner of Luo Ming's mouth curled up. It was true that he was a young man, and he got on top of it after a casual provocation. Compared to him, an old greaseball who had gone through countless workplace tortures and was soft and tough, Zhang Peng was far too tender. Damn it, you guy. There was a deliberate flash of obvious fear in his eyes. Seeing this touch of fear, Zhang Peng's heart was pleased beyond measure. Humph, this Luo Ming must be afraid. Sure enough, my guess was right. Although he is talented, he is far less powerful than me. This battle, steady. I'll kill Luo Ming in public later. Give Wanqing a good out. Zhang Peng twisted his wrist and stood opposite Luo Ming. Luo Ming, this is a life and death battle. When you get into this ring, life and death don't matter. If you die, it's because you're not as skilled as you are. No one shall be held responsible. A sinister killing intent flashed in Zhang Peng's eyes. Sure, I know. Luo Ming nodded calmly. Zhang Peng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange. This kid had just looked a little scared. How come you're not afraid once you're in the ring? Then, we'll ask a few deans to be the judges. Zhang Peng said to Jean Pingtao and the others on the stage. BAF** King referee. Kid, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You've been awakened for 3 days. Your level must not be low now. Luo Ming, he's only just been awakened, how could he possibly beat you? That's it. Boy, you don't look like a good person to me. The 4 deans all felt very indignant. They all cursed at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng's face remained unchanged. Several deans. You can't say that. This is something Luo Ming himself agreed to. He doesn't care about it himself. So what's the need for you guys to be salty about carrots and carrots? These words infuriated the 4 deans, who blew their beards and eyes out. This Zhang Peng, relying on the fact that his old man was the commander of the military department and a member of the Bloodrock Sacred Regiment, did not put the 4 of them in his eyes at all. Zhang Peng is right. This is Luo Ming's own decision. We have to respect him. Jean Pingtao also spoke faintly. He said this with some selfishness. It's impossible to fix the relationship with Luo Ming anymore anyway. It would be nice if he could just be taken out like that. After all, Yi Chanan had also said that he didn't care if the younger generation fought. Therefore, if Luo Ming died at the hands of Zhang Peng, it was only because he was not as skilled as he was. Blame it on no one. Asterisk. Lao Dang. Don't think that I don't know what you have in mind. Do you want Luo Ming to die? Old Den. Destroy if you can't get it. Why are you so psychopathic? Jean Pingtao. Cut it out. One doesn't make friends with a dog. Even though the 4 deans had angry faces, Jean Pingtao remained unimpressed. Alright, you guys fight. I'll be the referee. He spoke coldly. The gaze that looked at Luo Ming was filled with gloom. If you can't get it, destroy it. That's the way I am. Do you have a problem with that? Okay, Luo Ming. Come on. Feel the fear. Roar. Zhang Peng looked up to the sky. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from him, and Zhang Peng's entire body was surrounded by a burst of golden light. S-class monster. Golden brilliant rock. Luo Ming. I'll peck your head open myself. A shrill, morose voice resounded throughout the room. Zhang Peng let out a loud scream from his throat. The waves of sound turned into substance and swept out in all directions, and many students couldn't help but cover their ears. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Tyrannical Taodai. Tyranny. The Bloodrock Sacred Regiment commander came to attack. You can't kill him? I'll kill him. Chapter 17, Tyrannical Taodai. Tyranny. The Bloodrock Sacred Regiment commander came to attack. You can't kill him? I'll kill him. Look, You guys, look at Zhang Peng's chest. A rank label? That's Black Iron 5th rank? My Nima. He's only been awakened for 3 days and he's already at the 5th rank of Black Iron? Kryptonite. Right. This guy is definitely a kryptonite. Krypton is good for a while. Krypton is always good. Until he rolls his eyes. Is this eye rolling normal for you, bro? It's normal. My girlfriend flips every night. So is my girlfriend. So bro, do we have the same girlfriend? Originally. Because Gu Yuma and Yi Chang'an had left one after another, the heat in the live broadcast room had fallen off. As a result, Zhang Peng suddenly jumped out and wanted to fight Luo Ming to the death in public. It's a well-known fact that hot summer people love to watch the fun. Instantly, the heat of the live stream was high once again. At this moment, seeing Zhang Peng's transformed golden brilliant rock, the body that looked like it was poured in guilt, the huge wings that were spread out, and the hands that looked like sharp claws, everyone's eyes widened. This Zhang Peng's rank was too high. Black Iron 5th order is enough to lead the pack in any high school exam. It was no exaggeration to say that right now Zhang Peng's rank went to take the college entrance exams and hanged a large number of people. Just then, a burst of blood flames attracted everyone's attention. Luo Ming transformed, still with his overbearing, blood-colored figure. Only, this time there was no gasp of surprise, only a moment of silence. Because the level marker on Luo Ming's chest was surprisingly only Black Iron 1st rank. That's 4 steps away from Zhang Peng, and play a sweater. Just raise the white flag and surrender. The gap of 4 orders is insurmountable. No matter how strong your talent is. Generally speaking, talent can even out a level difference. For example, an S-rank monster of the Black Iron 3rd order would be equivalent to an A-rank monster of the Black Iron 4th order. Similarly, Luo Ming, a Black Iron 1st order SSS level monster, is normally equivalent to Zhang Peng, a Black Iron 3rd order S level monster. However, Zhang Peng's current level was far above that. What does Lamani fight with? And just as the crowd was fretting over Luo Ming, Zhang Peng silently pulled out a golden sword from his back. Battle Soldier Golden Blade Sword, crafted from the bones of a bronze 7th rank, A-rank monster, the Golden Feather Eagle. Numb, completely numb. It's not even if there's a big level difference. They have war soldiers. On the other hand, Luo Ming, with his bare hands, had nothing. How can I fight with others? However, Luo Ming just hung his hands down and looked at Zhang Peng very blandly, his scarlet pupils unable to see his emotions. So, can we get started? I'm waiting for dinner. He cocked his head and said. The whole room was in an uproar. Dinner? Dude, you're about to die a little. And you're in the mood for dinner? No, Luo Ming, don't be so big-hearted. Look at the level difference between you guys. Don't have dinner. This site suggests that we come straight to your table. Luo Ming, my family is in the funeral industry. Do you need a one-stop service? Negroes carrying coffins, hearse drifting, karaoke in the funeral hall, birthday suit catwalking, bouncing on the grave, and mixing rice with ashes. The live stream was wildly brushed and the netizens were numb. The situation of certain death. Luo Ming shelved here as a game? Eat? I'll eat your mother. Zhang Peng smiled disdainfully. Swish. His body transformed into a golden light and lunged towards Luo Ming. Giggle. Talent. Top of madness speed. The speed of the sword in his hand steeply increased by several levels, and he even sliced through the air with his sword, splitting out a trail of residual shadows. Acceleration to any object, including his own body, was the gift of the golden brilliant rock. However, Luo Ming was looking faintly at the sword that slashed down on his head. The crippled king. Tyranny. Boom. A monstrous blood aura emanated from him. Roar. Tao Tai let out an earth-shattering berserk roar. He was covered in a thick blood aura. Immediately after that, the Taotia's large hand violently probed out. When? Surprisingly, hard to catch that fast to the extreme golden feather sword in the hand. Too weak. Griffin. Bang. His other hand probed out and gripped the golden brilliant Peng's arm, and the golden arm began to deform in Luo Ming's hand. Aha! Jin Huangpeng let out a scream of pain. Will you shut up? Weedy bird. Clunk. The golden blade sword fell to the ground. With a single hand, Tao Tai tore off an entire arm of the golden brilliant rock. Golden blood splashed across the earth. Immediately after that, his other hand violently reached out and gripped Jin Huangpeng's neck. A sharp growl caught in his throat. Taotia's face was hideous as he just looked at the golden brilliant Peng, greed flashing in his eyes. This is a sign that the Tao Tai is about to feed. Jin Huangpeng had a look of fear on his face. It's too strong. Suddenly why did the other side become so strong? It was clear that the other party was only a Black Iron First Order. Why is the situation now completely reversed? Making it seem like he was only a Black Iron First Order. He was beaten up in a bloodbath. Boom! There was a twirl in the sky, and when he came back to his senses, a sharp pain came over him. Tao Dai unexpectedly backhanded Jin Huangping's body and smashed it into the ground. It's just hard set in, and then slowly bring it up again. Giggle. A hand ripped the feathers from his back. At this moment, the golden brilliant rock that had lost an arm and a wing was already vulnerable and dying. He had already clearly recognized the gap between his and Tao Ye's battle power. You're too weak to make me go all out. Infinite plunder. Tao Tai roared. Roar. Resounding. The head in his chest suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The head of the man in his chest suddenly opened its bloody mouth. It didn't go into the Tao Ye's body. The golden brilliant Peng's gaze was greatly shaken, and it was too lofty to be clearly perceived. His own gift, the top of mad speed, was taken away from him. The battle is over. Finally, Tao Dai grinned hideously and probed his claws towards his heart. Stop! Don't you dare kill him! At this moment, a figure darted and flashed from the distance. The bearded middle-aged man, with copper bell-like tiger eyes, revealed a sense of majesty all over his body. This person was Zhang Peng's father, a commander of the military department. Zhang Tao of the Bloodrock Sacred Regiment. You dare to kill my son? I'll kill you. He growled threats towards Luo Ming from afar. Life and death battles. Life and death. What the are you talking about? If you lose, you die. With that, he grabbed towards his opponent's chest without mercy. Dare to kill my son? You have to think about the consequences. Zhang Tao angrily threatened. Giggle. Golden blood spurted out. Thinking clearly, I just want to kill. No, come and bite me? Tao Tai grinned, and then pulled his hand out. A golden object appeared in his hand. This is the beast core of the golden brilliant rock. Tao Tai pulled it right out, and then he threw Jin Huangping on the ground like a piece of trash. The golden brilliant rock that had lost its beast core fell to the ground and transformed back into its human form. Zhang Peng's eyes were wide open in death. It's a shame that human hearts become beast cores. I still can't get my mouth around it. Luo Ming shook his head and crushed the beast core, retransformed into human form. At that moment, all eyes were on him. One was shocked beyond words. End of chapter. Chapter 18, to make Luo Ming pay in blood? Backhandedly killed by Yi Chanan in seconds. The Bloodrock Sacred Regiment admitted defeat. Chapter 18, to make Luo Ming pay in blood? Backhandedly killed by Yi Chanan in seconds. The Bloodrock Sacred Regiment admitted defeat. Boom! The moment blew up all over the internet. Everyone was trembling with excitement as Luo Ming's tyrannical and terrifying figure haunted everyone's hearts like an evil spirit. It's a monstrous beast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. Is this the power of a SSS class monster? It actually abused Zhang Peng so easily. No, a difference of 4 ranks. He said the more. This Luo Ming is too heaven-defying. This fighting strength, that look in his eyes just now. That roar of his, I'm scared just looking at it. Invincible. It's too strong. This is the first time I've ever seen a SSS class monster strike. It's almost like the Fart King brothers are driving acceleration. A wave to the sky and the sun shoulder to shoulder. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. Luo Ming surprisingly killed Zhang Peng as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Luo Ming, is this your true strength? Ha, 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 ha. Su Wanqing's gaze was dark. At first, when Zhang Peng said that he was going to challenge Luo Ming, she actually held a trace of expectation, expecting Zhang Peng to really defeat Luo Ming and wash away her shame. But the result turned out to be completely beyond his imagination. Luo Ming casually defeating such a powerful Zhang Peng in a few moves simply refreshed Su Wanqing's worldview once again. She alone is already completely incapable of comparing herself to Luo Ming. Unless, Zhang Peng, son. At this moment, Zhang Tao, who had arrived from afar, let out a sad and angry roar. You killed my son. That's the only son I have. You kill him, then I'll kill you. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him. Transformation. Rock monstrosity. Clunk. An explosive sound came out from between heaven and earth. At once, 100-foot rock giant stood above the earth. This rock giant was covered in a greenish-purple color, as if it was carved from granite. Its pupils emitted a rich red light, and its head, which was as huge as a house, just looked at Luo Ming. This was Zhang Tao's awakened monster, an S-class rock monster statue, which served as the Bloodrock mercenaries' giant weapon of war, repeatedly building up wonders against large monsters outside the walls. Its strength was immense, its defense was amazing, and its only flaw was that it was too slow, so if it met a strong person, it would be a huge target. Boom! The rock giant slowly probed out a huge palm, shrouding the venue and grasping towards Luo Ming. Dare to kill my son? I'll kill you first. Boom! The palm of that hand slapped haughtily. Sparse mud and sand dangled down, and the students were frightened and fled in all directions. Stop! The 4 deans' faces changed drastically when they saw this. This Zhang Tao died his son. Has gone crazy. Out of no matter what. They wanted to stop it. But how could 4 gold levels resist a blue jade level military commander? Can't do anything about it. Stop. At this moment, Mo Rudian shouted out. As the head of the Star Ocean State's military department, he had an obligation to protect Luo Ming's safety. Zheng Tao, don't get carried away. Luo Ming is a Yanxia Heaven's Pride. Do you know the consequences of killing a Yanxia Heaven's Pride? Mo Rudian questioned loudly. He is a Yanxia Heaven's Pride, but my son is not. Why does my son get to die and he doesn't? The huge rock-like giant made an inning sound. Resounding. The battle of life and death was brought up by your son himself. Life and death don't matter. You can't go after Luo Ming for being less skillful. Put your mother ******** ing ass on the line. I don't care. My son is dead. He's gonna die. Mo Rudian. Get out of my way now, or else I'll even kill you together. Zheng Tao's killing machine was so thick that no one present at the moment could even stop him. He was determined to kill Luo Ming and avenge Zheng Pang. Stop. A third stop came. Live you paralyzed. Zheng Tao cursed angrily. And yet, there was no intention of holding back at all. Zheng Tao, what did you say? Boom! A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Zheng Tao. It was a middle-aged man with a blood-colored cloak. He just levitated in front of Zheng Tao, looking straight at the other party's pair of big scarlet eyes. Zheng Tao, say that again in front of me if you have the ability. A look of dismay flashed across Zheng Tao's eyes. St. Holy head. What brings you here? That's right. The person who came was the holy leader of the Bloodrock Holy Order, Night Blood, a war general of the military department with a strength of the purple jade level. Zheng Tao, why don't you quickly undo your transformation? Night Blood said with a black face. I don't. This kid he killed my son. I'll kill him to avenge my son. Zheng Tao said loudly. Are you crazy? Zheng Tao, your son's death was due to his own inferior skills. Who can blame others for a battle of life and death? And, he leaned in close to Zheng Tao and looked at it softly. This guy is Nine Sky Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an's man. Yi Chang'an himself said that if anyone bullies the small with the big, he will never be polite. Are you asking me, the Bloodrock Sacred Regiment, to join you in the funeral? That's the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an. Who are you Zheng Tao to mess with a character of that caliber? Night Blood reprimanded with hatred. Zheng Tao's face immediately became extremely ugly. I'm not willing to do it. Holy Headmaster, I'm really not willing to do this. He killed my son. Zheng Tao spoke out angrily, his entire body almost falling into a frenzy. Zheng Tao, you have no choice. Blame it on your son being too weak. He's not as skilled as others. In the life and death ring, even if someone kills your whole family, you have to put up with it. Do you hear me? Zheng Tao, I'm telling you, the live broadcast is still on right now. Maybe all of this Nine Heavens Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an is watching. If he descends, I really won't be able to protect you. Hurry up and undo your transformation and follow me. Night Blood once again admonished. Zheng Tao froze in place, his gaze dead set on Luo Ming. Luo Ming met his gaze without fear. The strong killing intent in the other party's eyes he saw in his eyes. If not for his lack of strength today, he was bound to kill this Zheng Tao here. Keeping an enemy that was so hostile to him was really not a good choice. Seeing Luo Ming stare at himself without fear, Zheng Tao became even angrier, wishing to slap Luo Ming to death right now, but that huge palm had already covered Luo Ming's head, but he couldn't press it down. Holy Headmaster, do I have to put up with this? Zheng Tao reluctantly questioned. Li Blood was filled with helplessness as he was about to speak. However, a loud voice came from above the sky. Since you can't stand it, go to hell. And then, a spear mane bloomed in the void. This is, the Silver Dragon of the Nine Heavens Yi Chang'an? He's here. Night Blood looked incredibly shocked. Something's not right. This is just one of his battle chi. Yi Chang'an himself did not arrive here. Too terrifying. Is this the power of the Nine Sky Silver Dragon? Boom! In the void, a huge gun mane seemed like a silver dragon roaring the sky with a murderous aura. Giggle! It hung down from the sky and nailed down towards Zheng Tao. Deputy Head Yi, please also give me face. Spare. But Night Blood hadn't finished speaking. Giggle! The gun was transformed into silver light piercing through the sky, and from Zheng Tao's heavenly aura fell down with a bang, and his huge 100 feet body was like being struck by divine thunder, and it exploded violently, shattering into a piece of broken stone and smashing into the earth. And the gun main that had penetrated Zheng Tao's body was just stuck straight into the earth. Shortly afterward, the spear on slowly dispersed. Only a broken beast core lay on the ground. Zheng Tao, pawn, who are you to deserve me giving you face? Anyone who mutilates Yanxia's heavenly pride will be punished for treason and beheaded. Do you have a grievance with the Bloodrock Sacred Order? Or is Zheng Tao as it is you Bloodrock Sacred Order behind this? Li Blood's face became unsightly, but in the end, it still lowered its lofty head. It has nothing to do with my Bloodrock Sacred Regiment. It's all Zheng Tao's fault alone. Vice leader Yi killed well. Knight's blood doesn't dare to be displeased. The whole room was in an uproar. End of chapter. Chapter 19 Star Moon Beast Tide Disaster. Yi Chanan's speculation. Luo Ming's talent was more than SSS rank. Chapter 19 Star Moon Beast Tide Scourge. Yi Chanan's speculation. Luo Ming's talent was more than SSS ranked. This was the dominance of the silver dragon of the 9 heavens. Yi Chang'an. This is Luo Ming's backbone. Looking at human history, the genius is by no means a minority. The real difficulty is that the genius is difficult to grow up and die. Luo Ming. No power, no background, even if he has outstanding talent, but there are still many people do not look favorably on him, even because of his rigid and unbowed nature. It makes people think that there is a high possibility that Luo Ming will die young. Now it was good. With Yi Chang'an standing up for him, who would dare to bully Luo Ming with his background and power? Zheng Tao is the biggest warning of all. Even the great summer war king Gu Yuma did not dare. Yi Chang'an this person. There are things he is really out to kill until the battle aura of that 9 heavenly silver dragon disappeared from the scene. Still no one dared to make a sound. The silence continued for a long time. Little friend Luo Ming. I'm offended. It's all my fault for being lax in my imperial authority. This is a piece of the beast jade of an A-ranked gifted gold-ranked monster. The meteor fire wolf. Consider it my personal reparation. It wasn't until Blood Knight opened his mouth and left behind a crimson beast jade to hand over to Luo Ming. Everyone reacted then. This Bloodrock Sacred Regiment holy leader, a battle general of the Great Xiao, was making amends to Luo Ming, a sensation across the web. Mom, yeah, this Luo Ming. I can only say righteous father, take my knee. It's so awesome. A war general from the military department makes amends to a student, and my mom asks me why I'm on my knees watching the livestream. Sure enough, there is a gap between people. People are born in Rome. I was born a cow and a horse. As it turns out, don't get discouraged if you awaken a crap talent, because it's useless if you do. With background and talent you can really do whatever you want. Awakening of a Class D monster. Resume has been submitted. 108 war generals of the Ministry of War have nothing to do with me. 108 Luohan of the electronics factory, I will fight for it. This time, the matter of Yi Chang'an striking out for Luo Ming had shaken the entire network, as well as the 72 states and 36 domains of Yanxia. Chang'an, you killed a military commander personally without saying a word in front of a large crowd. It's a difficult thing for me to do. Imperial capital. Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment headquarters. A young man with blue hair and a military uniform said with a helpless look on his face. In front of him, Yi Chang'an had his upper leg on the table, leaning against the silver dragon gun at his side, and was playing a certain two-word game as if nothing had happened. Old Win. Which old guys are calling here again? Well, specifically, it's the third youngest member of the Qin family, Qin Haoran, who has greatly enlisted you in the Ministry of War. The blue-haired youth winning Skyfold said helplessly. Qin Haoran, right. Just this guy has a lot of going on. He's standing up for his brother-in-law, right? Fine. I'll go talk to him when I'm done with this boss. Yi Chang'an said indifferently. You boy. I hope you are really having a good chat. I know. I'll convince people with virtue. Yi Chang'an responded indifferently. The corner of winning Skyfold's mouth twitched. He glanced at the shiny silver dragon gun, and in the corner above the hilt was a small inscription. The soldiers of truth, virtue, reason, benevolence, righteousness, and civility. This happened a few years ago, when Yi Chang'an, who was in his 20s and young and impetuous, took one of the young masters of a large family in the imperial capital and smoked him severely. After he had been smoked to the ICU presidential suite, the opposing father ran to the holy headmaster and complained. The holy headmaster severely reprimanded Yi Chang'an, informing him that he couldn't always fight and kill when doing things. Be convinced by virtue and reason. That's why Yi Chang'an specially engraved this line on the silver dragon gun, and then put the other guy's old man in the ICU presidential suite as well. For a moment, the entire imperial capital went numb, and no one has ever messed with this little ancestor without a second thought. So, you the know-it-all. Just fight. Just don't send it to the ICU. The ICU wards in the Imperial Hospital are pretty tight these days. Winning Heaven's Fold droned faintly, although he and Yi Chang'an were both deputy leaders of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps. In a way, he was more like Yi Chang'an's old mother, who had to wipe his ass for him from time to time. And the name Winning Heavenly Fold was also very interesting, as he came from the winning family of the Imperial capital. But because he was born in poor health, he was not liked by the family elders. His father even named him Win Abort. It's a good thing it didn't die, or it really would have died young. After reaching adulthood, Winning Heavenly Fold decisively disassociated himself from the winning family and changed his name to Winning Heavenly Fold. The symbolism is, winning half a son of heaven, and I will not be broken by heaven's folding. Therefore, these two people, one civil and one military, are a good mix of civil and military, and they don't get tired of working. The empire is in an uproar. On top of the two guys, there was also an old Dang, who was the noble 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia, and was one of the strongest 3 people in Yanxia, who was dead set on protecting the two. So, basically, everyone else has to take a detour when they see these two guys. It's time for the annual Star Moon Beast Tide? Yi Chang'an asked. Yes, the monsters outside the ruins have been going berserk one by one lately, and the investigation team inside the Holy Order has suffered quite a few casualties. Winning Heavenly Fold side. Holy Head of Mission speculates. His gaze became extremely grave. Presume what? The 14th King of Monsters may be coming out. What? Yi Chang'an's gaze stared. Monster. 14? Throughout the history of the 100 Kingdoms of the Blue Star, the appearance of any numbered monster, all of them were crusaded by the top powerhouses of all the countries, and it was never said that any country was able to kill a numbered level monster single-handedly. The last time the monstrous beast 13 came out was 30 years ago, and the last holy leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, a Black Jade 10th Order powerhouse, was the one who died in that battle, and the 9 Heavenly Kings were also a large portion of the dead. This was the case for the top powerhouses, not to mention the warriors at the bottom. The monsters in the ruins were strong, there was no doubt about it, but in this era where humans were gradually growing up, they couldn't deal a devastating blow to a great nation like Yanxia. The only thing to be cautious about is numbered class monsters, that are truly the king of monsters. Once the Star Moon Beast Tide occurs, the 4 great holy corps will have to pour out their nests and expedition to the ruins of Chang'an, and at that time, without you there, that kid you want to protect will be sad. Winning Heavenly Fold shook his head. It's okay, there's still time. He's my guy. I trust him. Yi Chang'an smiled back. You this guy. I have never seen you so valued. Who it is? You in the end because of what to help this kid? Do not tell me because of his SSS level talent. The imperial capital Xia families that Big Miss is not also SSS level talent. People want to worship you as a teacher. You have refused. Your excuse is fine to fool others. It won't work to fool me. I can tell if you're going to fart or when your kid's ass is puckered. Winning Heavenly Fold snickered. I really can't tell you about this matter in the Skyfold. Yi Chang'an shook his head. What's the matter? You're hiding so much? You're hiding even from me? Winning Skyfold frowned. Yi Chang'an didn't say anything. He just put down his cell phone. Silently, he looked at the palm of his hand. There was one thing he didn't tell anyone. When he first saw Luo Ming's awakening through the screen, even his hands were trembling. At that moment, it was as if he saw the back of a blood-colored being, standing in the starry sky, and that back was feeding on the sun, moon, and stars, and the so-called king of monsters, the SSS-class monsters, in front of that being, were nothing more than the most inferior food. Luo Ming's talent was definitely more than SSS level, and he is also bound to be the most promising savior to save mankind in this era. That was Yi Chang'an's answer. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Schoolgirl seeks me out to get back together. I backhandedly send his dad to jail. Chapter 20, School looking for me to get back together. I backhandedly sent his dad to jail. The awakening ceremony that followed didn't make much of a splash. Not a single S-ranked one had appeared, and the best of them was nothing more than an A-ranked monster, with Luo Ming Jade in front of them. Everyone's shock K-value was pulled up to the skyplate, and even the SS level couldn't shake them anymore, not to mention the A levels, and so this broadcast came to a successful conclusion. For many it is complete, but for some it may not be so complete. For example, Jean Pingtao, Su Wanqing, and her parents. The eyes of the fleshly ones weren't all that nice. They were as dark as dead moms, while their faces were as ugly as if they'd eaten. After the awakening ceremony, Luo Ming went back to the school dormitory and brought out the luggage inside. Halfway through the year, 3 roommates who used to despise him were more than a mouthful of loogies when they met him. He was so attentive that he even helped him organize his luggage and carried his big bag all the way to the school gate. Luo Ming secretly smiled, but did not refuse. In this world of the weak and the strong, arrogance is what the strong should enjoy. While waiting for the bus at the school entrance, a silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Lamini, I have something to tell you. Su Wanqing walked to Luo Ming's body, her eyes slightly red, looking like she should have just cried. I have nothing to say to you. Lamini brushed past her blandly. Luo Ming, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Let's get back together. Can we? I really know I'm wrong. I'll do anything you want. Su Wanqing pulled on Luo Ming's sleeve and pleaded. Luo Ming slowly turned around. Really do anything? A flash of joy flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes, then nodded vigorously. Yes, we'll go to the wine. Tonight as soon as you want. Then give me back the money I gave you. It must be over $1 million. Luo Ming spoke calmly. The rest of Su Wanqing's words were instantly blocked in her throat. She blushed an instant greenish white. The money is not gone. No? Luo Ming frowned. More than $1 million. This was gone just by saying no? In reality, a large portion of the money that Su Wanqing had asked Luo Ming to take had been given to her own gambler father to pay off his gambling debts. She dropped the rest herself. And if Luo Ming must ask her to pay back the money, there didn't seem to be any other way but to sell her body. At this point, Mr. and Mrs. Su Daqiang, who were hiding and watching, couldn't help themselves. Su Daqiang jumps out of the corner. Luo Ming, my daughter has apologized to you. What more do you want from her? Why are you such a heartless person? You don't know how to show mercy at all. Su Daqiang accused. A sneer surfaced at the corner of Luo Ming's mouth. He looked at Su Wanqing. Is that what you call an apology? Su Wanqing's face changed. It's not like that. Lamini, let me explain. Get out. Luo Ming turned around faintly and left without looking back. Asterisk. What do you mean, you kid? Who are you telling to get lost? You've got no mother to raise you. Su Daqiang instantly became anxious and cursed at Luo Ming's back. Luo Ming's footsteps stopped. He turned slowly. Now you know you regret it? I'll tell you what. Unless you're again. Snap. Luo Ming drew out a backhanded slap. Su Daqiang was instantly jerked away by him for more than 10 meters. Then he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, MOK-san. I've been swindled. Mo Rudian on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. Who are you? What do you want with me when you call the police for fraud? I'm Lo Ming. Mo Rudian? Who? Lok Ming? Lok what? That's my father. Big guts. How dare someone swindle my father Luo? You already have a way to die. Mo Rudian was instantly enraged. The current Luo Ming that was the state treasurer of Star Ocean State. In the future, if he was ranked as the Great Summer War King or Heavenly King, it would be a great honor for Star Ocean State. And if Luo Ming remembered him Mo Rudian at that time, and casually gave him a few pointers, he would be able to move up a little bit further in his position. He couldn't wait to offer up Luo Ming as an ancestor now. And now the ancestor called to say he'd been scammed? This is bad. This is going to jeopardize his career. Mo Rudian was instantly enraged. In favor of this time, Luo Ming added a sentence. They not only scammed, but also insulted the martyrs and called my parents' names. What? Mo Rudian instantly exploded. He couldn't sit still anymore. Good. Student Luo Ming, stay where you are and protect yourself. I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, Mo Ru whether blood rushed to his head. Big guts. He's going to find out who the hell has such big dog guts. Luo Ming, who are you calling a fraud? When did we swindle you? And you, why did you hit my dad? Su Wanqing assisted her own father back, her face not looking too good, and she was even more aggravated. Wanqing, report it to the Ministry of War. This guy hit someone with his hands. We must report it to the military. Report it to King Gu War. Tell King Gu to send him to jail. Su Daqiang's head was covered in blood and one side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He shouted with a face full of anger, looking at Luo Ming like a vicious dog. No, I've already reported it to the War Office. Luo Ming spoke faintly. Well. Luo Ming, you assaulted a commoner. This is against the laws of the military department. I'd like to see if it's still me that the military department comes to arrest at that time. Luo Ming didn't pay any attention to him. A few moments later, an SUV pulled up in front of the school and Mo Rudian came down from the car. Behind them were 3 or 4 soldiers from the military department. Good. I didn't expect it to be the head of the military department himself. Luo Ming, no matter how talented you are, if you break the laws of the military department, you're finished. Su Daqiang was filled with ecstasy. Mo Kuaishou, I want to report Luo Ming. He beat him. But before Su Daqiang could finish his words, Mo Rudian swept by like a gust of wind, came to Luo Ming's face, full of anxiety. Mr. Luo Ming, are you okay? Are there any injuries? Does your head hurt? Does your hand hurt? Does your foot hurt? Have you suffered any psychological damage? With that hush look, those who didn't know would have thought that Luo Ming was his old man. Su Daqiang was directly dumbfounded. That, Mo Kuaishou, Luo Ming hit people. Look, he gave me a slap and swelled my face. And here are all the things he hit. Su Daqiang pointed to the wound on his head and said, it's just you, isn't it? Swindling fellow student Luo Ming and then insulting the martyrs and physically attacking them. Okay. Men, take them down and bring them back for investigation. Mo Rudian looked at Su Daqiang with a cold expression. Su Daqiang was directly numb. That, Mo Kuaishou, it was Luo Ming who hit. First, how dare you argue? Well. This does not let you sit in jail for 3 or 4 years. I do not believe Luo. No, it's not MO. Do you really think that there is no law in this Shanghai prefecture? So, MOK-san. I'm the victim. 7 years. Maquette. 8 years. Su Daxiang directly stopped speaking. If he couldn't see by now that Mo Rudian was favoring Luo Ming, then he really was a cutie. Now, it's just that he can't really afford to check it out, because all the money Su Wanqing asked for from Luo Ming was for him to pay off his gambling debts. This investigation will really finish him off. You're going to jail, and you're going to have to give back every penny of your money. Don't look into it. Don't look into it. I admit it. I admit it. Su Daqiang pleaded. If you're so vain, there must be something wrong. Investigate strictly. Su Daqiang, IN **% dollar #*. End of chapter. Chapter 21, My 18-year-old landlady. Chapter 21, My 18-year-old landlady. Su Daxiang has been taken away by the military department for investigation. This investigation instantly found out his identity as a gambler. Happy to mention a pair of silver handcuffs, sentenced to 8 years. The Ministry of the Army is to use this to destroy an underground casino in Star Ocean State. Luo Ming reveals that he has been meritorious, and Mo Rudian gives him a banner for being a 3 good citizens and a $50,000 bonus. On top of that, the money he had spent on Su Wanqing during these few years, Mo Rudian also got it back for him little by little. Although not all of it had been recovered, more than $500,000 had been returned to Luo Ming. Mo Rudian even promised to follow up and supervise the Su family to sell their family assets to repay the remaining $500,000. Luo Ming just smiled and readily agreed. Just then, he saw a figure coming out of the school in ashes, carrying a large bag, waiting for the bus as he was. The two were just over 10 meters apart. This is his own homeroom teacher, Huang Qiusheng, and surprisingly he was expelled by Jean Pingtao. A few moments later, an internet car drove up. Huang Qiusheng just glanced at Luo Ming in fear, and then grayly carried his luggage to the car. The two of them left Star Ocean Monster Academy on the same day. The difference being that Wang was driven away, and he, Luo Ming, is leaving with honor. Even in the next 3 years, 10 years, there would still be people who would remember that the Star Ocean Monster Academy had pushed away a SSS-ranked genius with their own hands. And among them, the principal, Jean Pingtao, took the credit. Luo Ming, let my dad go, okay? I beg you. The phone rang again, and Su Wanqing's pleading voice came through. For the sake of us having dated, spare my dad. He's old. He can't handle 8 years in jail. You go in front of Kuei Mao and ask for leniency. Luo Ming was silent for a moment. You have a point. Su Wanqing was delighted and just wanted to say something. Make it 10 years, then, and you'll be able to eat it after you've lived there a while longer and gotten used to it. After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Wanqing to say anything else. Straight off the phone. Then the number was blacked out, deleted, and the line went on. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the cell phone in her hand. People are numb. She really didn't expect that Luo Ming seemed to have become this desperate overnight, not remembering his old feelings in the slightest. She left as if she had died. When I got home, the family was moving. They are also moving out of this house, which has been seized by the military. When it's sold, it will be used to pay off Luo Ming's debts. In order to help Luo Ming, Mo Rudian had almost given the green light all the way. His momentum was like wind and thunder, not giving them a chance to catch their breath at all. In the end, only the mother and daughter were left to leave Star Ocean State in disgrace. After settling Su Wanqing's matter, Luo Ming contacted the buyer who had once bought his house from him, want to buy the house back. But the other party informed that the house had been sold. However, Luo Ming did get the new buyer's contact information from the other party. Xia Qingchang? How confident does one have to be to come up with that name? Shaking his head, Lamini tried to make a call. Hey! A cool voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Hello? Is this MS? Xia? My name is Luo Ming. I'd like to talk to you about the house in the Jinyan neighborhood. I wonder if it's convenient to come out and meet you. I'm already living in the house and have no intention of selling. The other replied coldly. Then he hung up. Luo Ming felt a headache. He had to clean up the mess after the original owner had done a good job. Really speechless. But not much later, the phone rang again. Hey, MS. Summer. What did you say your name was? Lo Ming Ah. I'll be waiting for you in half an hour at the cafe on the other side of the island, said the phone and hung up again. Lamini. Why did he change his mind again? Luo Ming scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. But, go ahead and check it out. Half an hour later, Luo Ming came to the island other cafe. You're Luo Ming? A clear and cold voice rang out. Luo Ming raised his head. Into the eyes is a delicate pretty face. A pair of black gem-like bright eyes like stars eye-catching. Frosty snow skin blowing breakable. Its snow-white long hair like a waterfall draped over the shoulders. The White Lotus root arm was carrying a small bag, wearing a white dress, outlining the arc of her perfect body, and the lower body exposed a section of snow-white calves, which looked even more beautiful and stunning. This was a woman who was many times more beautiful than even Su Wanqing, as if she was a fairy coming out of the snow, cold and lonely. It does deserve the name Xia Qingcheng. Miss Xia Qingcheng? It's me. Xia Qingcheng brushed her hair from her ears and sat down opposite Luo Ming. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee, and Xia Qingcheng lifted the cup and took a sip. The house I have already lived in. Then it is impossible to sell it again. But, if you want, I can rent it to you. This is the contract. You can look at it. Xia Qingcheng placed a document on the table from her handbag. Luo Ming stiffened. This woman is too direct, right? She wants to share a room with him? The point is he's still a man. What? You don't want to? Xia Qingcheng frowned slightly. Is the rent too expensive? That's right, considering your status as a student. So, 1,000 a month. Is that acceptable to you? Lamini. His house is 145 square feet, and if he really wants to rent it, the rent for a month is at least 4,000 or more. 2 people share an average of 2,000 a month. And this Xia Qingcheng does not look like a lack of money. Millions of dollars in the house said to buy, but also give him such a cheap price. Luo Ming feel that she does not intend to. It can't be. Craving your own body. What's that look in your eye? Xia Qingcheng frowned when she saw Luo Ming's eyes that changed 180 times in a second, from puzzled to surprised to horrified. It's okay. Luo Ming shook his head. After thinking about it, there's really nothing to be afraid of, though it is said that boys have to protect themselves when they go out. But, she's not afraid of a woman. I'm afraid of a big man. Big deal. Take a loss and let her take advantage. It's not unacceptable for any woman to be on top of a man. It's something. After thinking about it, Luo Ming nodded. Could be. He scanned the contract, then signed his name. Happy co-tenancy. Xia Qingcheng extended her hand towards him. You're welcome, MS. Xia, you're my landlord now. Luo Ming laughed. Xia Qingcheng handed over the keys to the house to Luo Ming, who said that he wanted to put his luggage in first. When he leaves from this cafe, Xia Qingcheng stood up and glanced at the contract in her hand, flicking it, a look of satisfaction on his face. Luo Ming, let me observe you properly from close range next. What makes both SSS-ranked talents so important to Senior Yi? And what exactly are your special features? I'll pull out your secrets without missing a beat. Xia Qingcheng wore a smug sneer. After leaving the cafe, Luo Ming put his luggage back in his house. Then he got the call. Hey, Ming, the awakening ceremony is over, right? If you have time, let's come out for a meal together. Mo Qing is also there. It's been a long time since we all got together. The call was from his dead father's comrade-in-arms, Lin Hong. When Luo Ming's father was still alive, the relationship between the two families was quite good. Luo Ming and Lin Moqing were also playmates who had grown up together since childhood and could be considered half-childhood friends. However, ever since Luo Xian's death, the interactions between the two families had faded a lot. Although he didn't know what Lin Hong was calling himself for, but as a late generation, this face still has to be given. Good. Luo Ming nodded. World Crown Hotel. We'll be waiting for you, Lin Hong said on the other end of the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 22, A Childhood Friend Who Once Rejected. Lin Moqing, my boyfriend is a top genius. Chapter 22, A Childhood Friend Who Once Rejected. Lin Moqing, my boyfriend is a top genius. By the time Luo Ming arrived at the World Crown Hotel, it was exactly 12 noon. Rather, there is no common blocking routine in urban novels. Generally speaking, the more prestigious the hotel, the better its service. Luo Ming walked into the hotel under the guidance of the waiter and headed to box 308. Crispy, I'm here. What compartment? It was also just 3 or 4 minutes after Luo Ming walked into the box that a clear and stunningly beautiful woman also arrived at this hotel. 309. Qingcheng, come quickly. I've ordered all the dishes. This time you came from the imperial capital to Star Ocean State on purpose. I must treat you well. It's been a long time since I've touched you. I wonder if you've grown. Ha ha ha. A soft voice came from the other end of the phone, but the tone sounded like a middle-aged greasy demented uncle. 3 black lines surfaced on top of Xia Qingcheng's head. Sometimes she really wanted to turn her head and leave. Obviously, he was too big for his own good, but he liked to squeeze hers. And you're so serious about the benefits of being small? What do you mean? At this moment, Luo Ming pushed the door in. Uncle Lin, Auntie. Luo Ming took a seat directly across from the two. Coming, Lamini. Lin Hong was a middle-aged man who looked quite imposing. His wife, Sun Yuning, although already almost 50 but very well maintained, looks just 40 years old. Lin Hong held a civilian position in the military department and did not have to go deep into the front lines to hunt monsters like Luo Ming's parents. Relatively stable, safe and easy. The Lin family is considered a middle-class family, and their conditions are still relatively good. This is Mochizuki. You haven't seen her in a while. Lin Hong pointed at the girl beside Sun Yuning who had been playing with her cell phone with her head down and said, I remember when I was a kid you said you were going to take Mochizuki as your wife in the future. Lin Hong flirted. Oops, Dad. That's all a childhood joke. Where can it count? And I have a boyfriend now, so don't make such jokes. My boyfriend is going to be upset if he hears about it. Lin Moching raised her head in boredom. Oh, right. Sorry, Mochizuki, it's all Dad's fault for talking nonsense. By the way, when is he coming over? Hong? Lin Hong asked with a smile. Soon. Hong has to make up for it at school recently. After all, he awakened a powerful S-class monster, and is the object of the school's focused attention. Lin Moching said triumphantly. Yes, Hong is indeed outstanding. S-class monsters, this is already a great talent among people. Getting into the top monster Holy Corps and joining the Holy Corps is always much more promising than us clerical staff. Lin Hong nodded. Che, what's wrong with civilian personnel? Civilian personnel at least safe. Now this era how dangerous go to the front line maybe when the death. Sun Yuning said in a conspiratorial manner. Luo Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. Yuning, don't talk nonsense. Those warriors who died in battle were my Yanxia's warriors. How can you say such things? Just like brother Luo Xian. It's an honor to fight for the country. You are not allowed to denigrate it. But Sun Yuning coldly grunted twice, lacking not to be bothered. Luo Ming, your school's awakening ceremony is over. What level monster did you awaken? My Mo Ching is quite competitive. Awakened an A-class monster. Cold Spirit Bird. Her boyfriend is even more powerful. It's S-class O. Sun Yuning exaggerated. It's okay. Luo Ming said casually. What does okay mean? Level A? Level B? Does it mean C-rated? Sun Yuning repeatedly pressed the issue. Luo Ming shook his head and smiled. SSSS. SSSS level? Ha 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 ha. Luo Ming, you really know how to joke. Sun Yuning covered her red lips and laughed exaggeratedly. Even Lin Moching, who was on the side, was twitching with laughter. Luo Ming, even if you love face, then you have to find a better excuse. SSS level. Are you treating me like a little cutie anymore? Lin Hong also frowned. Luo Ming, your parents are truthful people. There's no need for you to lie to us. I'm your uncle and I won't laugh at you. Luo Ming spread his hands and didn't say anything more. Honestly, no one believes him. What can he do? And the gaze that mother and daughter Sun Yuning looked at Luo Ming already carried a touch of contempt. I think this Luo Ming must have awakened a very poor monster, so he deliberately lied to cover up the truth. Maybe it is a C level, or even a D level. Luo Ming, speaking of which, I even confessed my love to you a few years ago, after a couple bites of food. Lin Moching suddenly twisted her head and said, it's a good thing I turned you down at the time, or else I wouldn't have met such a good boyfriend as Hong. She smiled smugly and picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. Oops, Hong is here. I'll go get him. Then he turned and walked out of the box. What are you looking at? Lin Moching was outside the box, holding the arm of a rather handsome-looking young man. Oh, nothing. Wang Hong shook his head, but still glanced a few more times towards box 309. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a good-looking girl, simply like a fairy, and compared to her, the school Lin Moching beside him was simply like an ugly duckling. Let's go. My parents have been waiting for ages. The two walked into the box hand in hand. Luo Ming, this is my boyfriend. Wang Hong, attending Hurricane Monster Academy, awakened to the S-rank monster, the red flame three-headed dog. Lin Moching raised her jade neck and proudly introduced herself to Luo Ming. Hello, my name is Wang Hong. Lamini. Ha! Something very interesting happened just now. Luo Ming actually said that he awakened a SSS-ranked monster. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hong had just sat down when Lin Moching hurriedly told Wang Hong about Luo Ming's bragging being exposed just now. That does seem pretty funny. Brother Luo Ming attends that monster academy? Star Ocean. But, just dropped out. Luo Ming said. Star Ocean? Wang Hong frowned. He did hear that Star Ocean did have a student who had awakened a very powerful monster. It drew a lot of big names. It's just that he didn't get into the specifics. He's usually a good student and doesn't really go online. But Lin Moching acted like she was exaggerating. Luo Ming, you've been dropped out of school? Why did you drop out? Could it be that you were expelled from the school because your talent was too poor? What about that little girlfriend of yours, Su Wanqing, that you dropped out of school? I remember you rejected me before because of her. A playful look flashed across Lin Moching's face. It was thought that for the past few years, She had been holding a grudge over the fact that she had been rejected by Luo Ming. That's why he was so relentless in mocking him today. Breaking up. Luo Ming sipped his tea and said lightly. Broke up? Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly broke up. She must have broken up with you because she thought the monster you awakened was too weak. Lin Moching laughed unimaginatively and laughed her ass off. Luo Ming. I'm a woman. I know women best. It's impossible for a woman to like an incompetent man. Right. Wang Hong? Wang Hong nodded. Mochizuki is right. In today's society, the awakened talent largely determines your future height. For example, if I am awakened to an S-rank monster, I will be able to get into the top monster university in Yanxia 90% of the time, and after graduation, I will join an excellent holy corps, and I will start out as a junior captain, or even a senior captain, which is the end of how many people's whole life, not to mention the commanders and warlords above. Wang Hong said condescendingly. There were a total of just 2 S-ranks awakened in Hurricane Monster Academy, and he was one of them, with a lofty capital. It was just that, if he knew that the dean of their Hurricane Monster Academy was trying to pull in Luo Ming, even going so far as to say things like the other 2 S-rank students didn't want it, how was he supposed to feel about that? End of chapter. Chapter 23. Lin Moching, girlfriends have broken up. You're pathetic. Xia Qingcheng, hello? I'm his girlfriend. Chapter 23. Lin Moching, girlfriends have broken up. You're pathetic. Xia Qingcheng, hello? I'm his girlfriend. Yes. Luo Ming. Your parents used to be very good military warriors as well. You can't disgrace them. If you really can't, you can follow Xiao Hung in the future. I'm optimistic about this kid Xiao Hung. He'll definitely have notable achievements in the future. Sun Yuning said with a smile. When he marries Mo Qing in the future, that and we're family, by then he'll be the commander of the military department war general or something. It's not impossible for him to give you a squad leader. The corner of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh, but kept trying to hold it in. He finally knew why the protagonists of the kind of net novels he read in his previous life liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers so much, because it was really cool. Crunchy cool. People's faces are sent to you, and you still don't smoke? At this time, the next box. Tilting City? Xingcheng? Eat? Why don't you eat? Ning Crisp frowned as she looked at the heavenly-looking, cool girl in front of her. Oh no, I think I heard the voice of someone I know. Xia Qingcheng frowned. Just now she did seem to have heard someone shouting Luo Ming in the next box. Acquaintances? Then let's call them together. But do you still have any acquaintances in Star Ocean State? Oh, it's that tenant of mine. Tenant, ah, that's the best. Call over and have dinner together later on, you'll be good girlfriends. Ning Crispy's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled. Xia Qingcheng smiled awkwardly. What? Still afraid of life? What's there to be afraid of? It's next door, isn't it? So it's always okay to go and say hello, said Ning Crisp as she stood up. The behemoth on his chest bobbed up and down. Any more intense quivering and you could have hit yourself in the jaw. There is an old saying in the hot summer that if you look down and don't see your toes, you are already a character on Earth. But Ning Crispy was clearly more than that. She was considered to be carrying her weight. Go on. What are you waiting for? Ning Crispy picked her chin. This. Line it. Xia Qingcheng nodded in agreement. After all, it sounded to him as if the voice on the other side wasn't so friendly. It felt anticlimactic and full of mockery. There's also words popping up between the lines about following whoever hangs out and you're too weak. After all, it was someone that Senior Yi valued. And if he was insulted, Senior Yi wouldn't be able to get over his face. The two women got up and walked out of the booth, heading towards the 308 good box. Luo Ming, Su Wanqing broke up with you, so you're single now? Lin Moching suddenly asked. Right. In that case, you're pathetic then. Lin Moching had a dark sneer in her eyes. Pity? Luo Ming shook his head. Just then, there was the sound of buckling outside the compartment door. Come in. Lin Hong thought it was a waiter, so he didn't think much of it. Who would have thought that when the door opened, what came in were two great beauties that looked good beyond imagination. Compared to the two of them, Lin Moching paled in comparison. A cool and noble reveals a sacred and inviolable temperament. A rippling, childlike woman with huge breasts, completely grown over a man's preferences. Which one? Which one? Dumpy, is your tenant that sister? Ning Crisp blinked her eyes with a curious expression. Not him. Xia Qingcheng pointed at Luo Ming and said, Ha? Ning Crispy stayed directly in place. Are you sure? It's him? A man. Qingcheng, you actually found a man. You're even living together. Ning Crisp groaned in surprise. Living together? The faces of the Lin family members also changed. Listening to this, Luo Ming is living with this woman whose looks and temperament are perfect. Lin Moching instantly blushed a shade of red. She had just finished mocking Luo Ming for being dumped in the front foot, And Luo Ming backhandedly found such a beautiful girl to live with? And that cool, noble temperament. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a girl from an ordinary family can have. He, Lin Maching, was like the ugly duckling and the white swan in comparison. Wang Han looked at Xia Qingcheng, his face full of incredulity. The beautiful fairy-like woman he saw at the door just now was Xia Qingcheng, but backhandedly, he told you that the fairy who was so beautiful that she was actually living with a waste of a man he despised? Awakening a C-rank monster and getting dropped out of school. That's not a waste? Hey, handsome guy, how on earth did you take down my family's goddess Xia? If I hadn't seen you today, I almost thought my family's goddess Xia was. Ning Crisp asked as she exaggeratedly came over to Luo Ming's side. Maybe it's because I'm handsome? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. Ning Crispy committed a blank stare. Just forget about it if you don't want to say it. Finding this kind of excuse to lie to me. Do you think I'm the kind of dumb white girl with big boobs? The corner of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. Brainless or not, I don't know. The boobs are really quite big. They're coming down on me. It really is the murder weapon of the earth. Luo Ming, is this your girlfriend? Lin Maching asked with a frown. Luo Ming just wanted to deny it. Of course. Xia Qingcheng smoothly took his wrist. My name is Xia Qingcheng, Luo Ming's new date. Hello. She fell to extending her green onion-white jade-like fingers to Lin Maching. Luo Ming gave her an incredulous look, but Xia Qingcheng looked right into Lin Maching's eyes without looking away. Lin Maching's face didn't look too good, because she realized that her boyfriend's eyes were dropping on Xia Qingcheng. Ning Crisp, on the other hand, stood to the side with an expression of amazement. Oh, my god, my iceberg Missy has a boyfriend. I'll take this pair. Xia Qingcheng? Lin Hong, who was sitting in his original position, looked at Xia Qingcheng's side face and frowned. The name sounded somewhat familiar to him. Suddenly, he pulled out his cell phone and searched. Xia Qingcheng, 18 years old, the eldest miss of the Xia clan, the 5 clans of the imperial capital. He was momentarily baffled. Luo Ming's girlfriend is surprisingly the eldest daughter of the Xia family of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. How is this possible? Why did the Xia family's eldest miss suddenly appear in Star Ocean State again? Could it be for Luo Ming? You came to Star Ocean State for Luo Ming? Lin Hong he was completely shocked. Honey, what are you looking at? Distracted. Sun Yuning asked with a frown. It was a sideways glance towards Lin Hong's cell phone. The eldest daughter of the Xia family, one of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. At this look she burst out in shock. The gaze towards Xia Qingcheng was filled with disbelief. Mom, what did you say? Lin Maching was also dumbfounded. This girl who was crushing her in all aspects was actually a noblewoman of the imperial capital. Na Luo Ming. Once she remembered that before she had variously looked down on Luo Ming and even mocked him for being broken up with. I didn't realize he'd backhanded it and found a better one. Most importantly, both Su Wanqing and Xia Qingcheng were better than her Lin Maching. Lin Maching's face swished red. You're the eldest miss of the Xia family in the imperial capital? Luo Ming had a surprised look on his face. Xia Qingcheng, however, nodded her head in disbelief. No way. Little handsome, you don't even know my family Qingqing's identity. TSK. Is this what novels say about a rich girl falling in love with a poor boy and then eloping together? It's feeling better and better to knock. Ning Crisp covered her mouth with a big smile. Damn it. At this moment, when Wan Hong saw Xia Qingcheng and Luo Ming being intimate, he clenched his teeth and had a jealous look on his face. He couldn't figure it out. Was this Xia family's eldest miss blind? Fancying a beggar like Luo Ming who has no talent and no family background? He, Wan Hong, was an S-class genius, and was many times more powerful than this Luo Ming, right? Why wasn't he the one who was looked at by Xia Qingcheng? And at that moment, the other side, because Luo Ming had awakened a SSS-ranked monster. It shook Yan Xia. Star Ocean State's television station also specially intended to make a trip to interview Luo Ming. At the same time, let the first genius of the Star Ocean State give a little life message to the candidates who will face the college entrance examination. But when he arrived at Star Ocean Monster Academy, he learned that Luo Ming had already left. However, it was good that they had asked for Luo Ming's contact information from Jean Pingtao. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Did your home just get connected? Chapter 24. Did your home just get connected? Hello? This is Luo Ming. Yes, I'm at the World Crown Hotel. The phone rang and Luo Ming frowned. It was a reporter on the other end of the line, saying he was coming to interview him for a bit. What's wrong, Lamini? Lin Hong asked. Nothing, there's a reporter coming later. Reporter? A few people looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Could it be that the reporters know about Xia's appearance here? Wang Hong made a surprised sound. If we were to say who the reporters were most likely to come and interview, it would be Xia Qingcheng, the eldest miss of the Xia clan of the imperial capital. As for why they were questioning Luo Ming, could it be that the news that Luo Ming and Miss Xia were dating was known? If this were to be known, the imperial capital Xia clan's eldest young lady and a poor student who had neither money nor power nor talent. No, the current Luo Ming had been dropped out of school, and could not even be considered a student, a hobo at best. If it was known that the eldest miss of the imperial capital Xia clan was dating a hobo, it wouldn't shake the heavens? Mustn't Luo Ming get a good dose of cyber violence? The thought of it made him incredibly excited. And if Luo Ming cannot withstand the pressure and Xia Qingcheng breakup, Xia Qingcheng's sad time, he then take advantage of the situation. That is not. Wang Hong had a lewd grin on his face. Brother Luo, did you tell the reporters which box you were in? No. Luo Ming shook his head. Look at you, Brother Luo, doing things a little unreliable. You don't tell them which box they are and how can they find them? Let's do it this way. I'll go out and pick them up, okay? Mochizuki, are you coming with me? Wang Hong winked at Lin Moching in between. After freezing for a moment, Lin Moching rushed to welcome them. Yes. I'll go with Wang Hong to pick up the reporter. The two walked out of the box together. Luo Ming frowned. These two had looked so hostile before, but now how could they be so nice and suddenly come to his aid? Why are you still so polite? What did you call me out for? Lin Moching and Wang Hong walked out of the box and asked with a frown. Honey, listen to me. Look at Luo Ming. Is he dating Xia Qingcheng now? Yes. So who do you think those reporters are here to interview? And who are we here who is so powerful that they can get reporters to come and interview us? Xia Qingcheng? Right. Think again. How did they get Luo Ming's phone number? And how did they determine that Xia Qingcheng would be by Luo Ming's side? Could it be that the reporters know that Xia Qingcheng and Luo Ming are dating? Bingo. So, honey, Luo Ming, a poor boy. If a reporter exposes him for dating the imperial capital's Miss Xia, guess what will happen to him? Perhaps there's not even a need for the Xia clan to make a move. Those suitors of Xia Qingcheng are enough for him to eat a pot of ruthlessness. Wang Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Wouldn't this be a bit much? Excessive what? Didn't you say that he made you lose face by rejecting you in the first place? Since he's made you lose face, what reason do you have to look out for him? We're just pushing the envelope a bit. Wang Hong said sorrowfully. Honey, you make a great point. Only, Lin Moching suddenly changed his words. This is the first time you've met Luo Ming, isn't it? Why do I get the feeling you're so hostile towards him? Wang Hang's expression stiffened. Of course he couldn't say that he fell in love with Xia Qingcheng at first sight and thus became jealous of Luo Ming. Otherwise, Lin Moching would have kicked him away. This girlfriend wasn't as good looking as Xia Qingcheng, but she was still a major. The common man's ceiling. Of course I'm taking it out on you. Haven't you always complained about Luo Ming in front of me? It's a rare opportunity for me to definitely take it out on you. Wang Hong said, patting his chest. Zun do fake do. Honey, you're so sweet. So how are you going to reward me? Then, just go back today and use your favorite position. Lin Moching lowered her head and smiled, a touch of flirtation flashing in her eyes. Wang Hong was instantly agitated. At this point, the two came to the hotel lobby. Not long after, several reporters with microphones fishtailed in, followed by a few carrying cameras. Hello, are you guys reporters? Wang Hong obediently went up to stop them. Yes, I'm a reporter from the Star Ocean State TV station. My name is Bai Ling. A woman in a professional suit, looking dry and straight, said, That's great. You guys must be here to interview Ms. Xia Qingcheng. Ms. Xia is in box 309 right now. Her boyfriend Luo Ming is also there. Wang Hong said with a smile, but Bai Ling's few people suddenly froze. This, Xia Qingcheng is? Doubt flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Ha? Aren't you here for the imperial capital Xia clan's eldest miss, Xia Qingcheng? Wang Hong stayed where he was. The imperial capital Xia clan's eldest lady? She was there too? Right. Didn't ye come for her? Then for whom have ye come? Wang Hong frowned. There is no one inside the box who was worth a reporter's special interview, either. Could it be? He thought of a shocking possibility, and immediately he was shaking with excitement. Did you come for me? That's it. Yes. Being one of the two major S-rank awakened in Hurricane Academy himself, it wasn't a strange thing for a reporter to come and interview him. As a result, Bai Ling had a look of looking at a little cutie. Look, you are not. Who are you? Wang Hong was dumbfounded. My name is Wang Hong, a student of Hurricane Monster Academy, an S-rank awakened person. Sharan shook his head. Never heard of it. Ha? Wang Hong was completely dumbfounded. Forgive him for not being able to think of anyone else who could possibly attract a reporter to come over for a special interview. And who exactly are you here for? Could it be that you guys didn't come to interview Xia Qingcheng because you knew that Xia clan's eldest Miss Xia Qingcheng was in Star Ocean State? and then she was also Luo Ming's girlfriend, and then purposely found Luo Ming's contact information and then came to interview Xia Qingcheng? Bai Ling froze. Then she gave a thumbs up. Son, that's the kind of imagination you need for journalism. Interested in coming to work for our station? Wan Hung, ing. However, I didn't expect Luo Ming to have a girlfriend, and it's still the eldest Miss Xia clan. This is big news. He obviously just broke up with his ex-girlfriend Su Wanqing. Bai Ling's eyes lit up. The expression looked very excited. It sure is fun. Classmate, can you take me to Luo Ming's box? Bai Ling asked. Wang Hong nodded. But you'll have to tell us who you're really here for first. Ah, Luo Ming. Who else but him? Bai Ling said with a look of amazement. He's the first SSS rank awakened person in the history of Star Ocean State. Surpassing the Gu Yuma of 30 years ago, he was even valued by the vice leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps, the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon, Yi Chang'an. At the awakening ceremony, he was crowned a god overnight. No way. Classmate, did your house just get connected? You don't even know? Just go online and search. This thing's so hot you don't even need to make a point of searching. You'll be able to see it if you lose a low, or if you lose an awakening ceremony, and there are people recording the whole thing on the live stream. Luo Ming is the pride of my Qinghai prefecture. You all need to look up to him. If you had 1% of his level, your parents would probably be overjoyed. Bai Ling patted Wang Heng's shoulder and said, but at this moment, Lin Moqing and Wang Hong had both turned into statues in their places. Not Luo Ming. When did he become so powerful? End of chapter. Chapter 25 Interview. Full paralysis. Chapter 25 Interview. Full paralysis. At this time, inside the box, Lin Hong and Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng were chatting with one another. Sun Yuning was very bored and was playing with his cell phone with his head down. It's awesome. This kid. If my kid is this powerful, I'll give him a bull to ride. That old man in my house said that if my son was as good as him, he'd have no problem being his son. That's amazing. I don't know what kind of parents it takes to produce such wonderful children. I've heard that his parents seem to be martyrs as well. So it's really a good thing that good people have good rewards. It was excellent. Sun Yuning frowned. It's a homeowners group in their neighborhood. On weekdays, basically no one talks. But today, for some reason, messages are popping up one after the other. It didn't take long to get to 99 plus. Sun Yuning frowned and clicked in. What are you talking about? Immediately, someone responded to her. We're talking about a genius. The first genius in the history of Star Ocean State. The first genius in history? So exaggerated? Really? Mentioning this, Sun Yuning suddenly became interested. My daughter's boyfriend, who attends the Hurricane Monster Academy, awakened an S-ranked monster, and he didn't even claim to be the first genius ever. As a result, a series of ellipses swiped right through the screen. Sister Sun, in front of that genius, an S rank isn't even enough to lift his shoes. Sun Yuning frowned, looking a little offended. Is that such a stretch? S-class in the Star Ocean State are already very powerful. Okay, in the end what genius to S-class to his shoes? Yes, Sister Sun, do you know the Gu Umo of 30 years ago? Like today, the holy head of the Feather Sacred Regiment, one of the 36 battle kings of Yanxia. Of course I know, Sun Yuning responded. I'm from the same era as King Guzhan. How could I not know him? He was the male god in the hearts of the girls in our term, crushing all the boys who couldn't lift their heads up. At that moment, there was a hushed response. But this genius is even more powerful than Gu Yuma back then. Sun Yuning's pupils shrunk violently. More powerful than Gu Yuma? Does such a person really exist? The man's reply continues. The Gu warrior king awakened a SS class monster back then. And this young man, what he has awakened is a SSS rank monster that surpasses SSS rank monsters. That's an unprecedented existence in the history of my Star Ocean State. Sun Yuning was completely shocked. Surprisingly, someone had awakened a SSS class monster. There's still such a powerful young man in Star Ocean State? I wonder who it is. It would be nice to get to know my own daughter. Once compared, the originally excellent Wang Hong was instantly eclipsed. What school does he go to? Do you know? Sun Yuning asked. If it was from Hurricane Monster Academy, then let his daughter dump Wang Hong and go after that genius. His own daughter is a school, after all, and I'm sure no one can resist the temptation of a beauty contest. He doesn't belong to any school now because he's dropped out. Dropping out? Sun Yuning froze. Why does that sound familiar? Do you guys have a picture of him? What's his name? She continued to ask. The internet is going crazy right now. Just go to SearchTees and search for the name Luo Ming. Boom! The word Luo Ming was like a thunderbolt hitting Sun Yuning's heart. This, Lo Ming? Is it really Lo Ming? She hurriedly turned on the teaser sound, opened the search engine and typed with shaking hands, 2 words several times by pressing the wrong letter. Her face was horrified and her lips trembled, but it was always comforting. It's okay. It's probably just someone with the same name. It was hard to type in the word lo ming. Then next, countless videos jumped into view. There were videos of all the students kowtowing to the blood-colored figure. There was a video of the scarlet figure killing Zhengping in one move. There was also a video of a back rushing towards the awakening platform, eating an awakening stone, and transforming on the spot. The accompanying text is also interesting. The god of war makes his appearance. We welcome the return of the war god of Luo. I don't need to explain my actions to others. Kill. The journey of the god of Luo begins at this moment. Gentlemen, feel the fear of the awakening of the god of Luo. She continued to scratch down the video. Finally, I saw Luo Ming's proper face. Snap. The phone fell straight to the floor. This Luo Ming could not be said to look exactly the same as the Luo Ming in front of him who was talking and laughing with his husband. There is simply no difference. Swish. Sun Yuning stood straight up. What are you doing? Several people were startled by her sudden movement. Sun Yuning was just about to open his mouth. The door to the box suddenly opened. Lin Maching and the two of them walked in disoriented. There's a bunch of reporters behind him. You're back? Lin Hong asked. But the two looked listless, in contrast to how they looked before they went out. Just as Lin Hong was wondering, the female reporter Bai Ling had already greeted a group of people and arrived in front of Luo Ming. Cameras at the ready. Focus on Mr. Lamini. For a moment, Lin Hong was confused. This is a... What's going on? He was confused and completely unsure. Interview. Picked. Interview with Lamini. Lin Maching whispered with her head lowered in front of him. Interviewing Luo Ming? Why do you want to interview Luo Ming? Is there anything good about Luo Ming to interview? Lin Hong's face was puzzled. Didn't you say you were here to interview Xia Qingcheng? Is not a mistake. Luo Ming should not have anything worth the reporter to make a special trip. To interview is also his object Xia Qingcheng first. Honey, stop it. Sun Yuning pulled the mane his sleeve and opened her mouth with her head scrunched up. That looks like an ostrich. Lin Hong was bewildered. How come in just a moment, each one of them had changed? All three of them are like ostriches, cowering their heads in fear of being seen? Ning Crisp took Xia Qingcheng's lotus root arm. Qingcheng, this little boyfriend of yours is still a celebrity, hey. Reporters want to interview him, but if these reporters knew who you were, wouldn't they just leave him behind and come to interview you instead? Ning Crisp smiled playfully. After all, this good bosom friend of hers was the princess of the Xia family in the imperial capital, and her talent was also top-notch in the entire Yanxia. However, Xia Qingcheng smiled lightly. It shouldn't be. Luo Ming he is still quite powerful. This point I recognize. And he's not my boyfriend. He's just a tenant. Don't talk nonsense. Xia Qingcheng stretched out her jade finger and tapped her brow. Good. You're right. It's just a live-in tenant. She purposely put an extended sound on the word cohabitation. However, Ning Crispy was also a bit curious. Even Xia Qingcheng said that he had strength. Was this Luo Ming really not an ordinary person? So the ones they just laughed at him for getting dropped out of school and awakening trashy monsters were all fake? It wasn't until now that white spirit was finally ready to ask the first question. Hello, Mr. Lamini. As the first SSS-ranked genius in the history of Star Ocean State, what do you have to say to the students of Star Ocean State who are approaching the entrance exam? When these words came out, Lin Hongchang was dumbfounded, and Ning Crispy couldn't help but froze and grow her mouth. Luo Ming, a SSSS-ranked awakener? Zunda fake doodle. End of chapter. Chapter 26 It's the amniotic fluid that's the watershed, casting is a skill. Chapter 26 It's the amniotic fluid that's the watershed, casting is a skill. Luo Ming has awakened a SSS class monster. Lin Hong was dumbfounded. It turns out that when he was asked earlier what level of monster he had awakened, the SSSS rating he answered is true, but they kept thinking he was blowing awesome. It was their preconceived notions that underestimated Luo Ming, underestimated the child who lost his parents. Or maybe it was the condescension in their bones that felt that Luo Ming wasn't likely to be all that good. They don't want someone who is clearly on the same level as them to suddenly go to a great height one day. They don't want to believe this fact, to the point of willingly lying to themselves. Sun Yuning was filled with shame. She had also mocked Luo Ming in various ways before, but the truth was like a slap in her face. Luo Ming did nothing, and he didn't speak. Setup didn't explain itself, because they didn't even deserve Luo Ming to waste his breath explaining. As long as Luo Ming stood there were countless people who wanted to lean towards him. Even the reporters went out of their way to interview him in person at the World Crown Hotel. Lin Maching was even more ashamed and wanted to find a hole in the ground. Just after mocking Luo Ming for breaking up with Su Wanqing, he turned his hand to a girl who was 100 times 10,000 times better than Su Wanqing. Not only was her talent outstanding, but she was also a noble daughter of a large family in the imperial capital. It was even better than her Lin watching. This also precisely showed that Luo Ming's rejection of her Lin watching in the first place was something that couldn't have been more correct. And after that, she wanted to mock Lo Ming from the perspective of him being a soft touch, and stomping on Lo Ming by pulling his own boyfriend. But who had thought that Luo Ming would backhandedly shake himself into a SSS-ranked genius? The first genius in the history of Star Ocean State. That so-called genius boyfriend of his is really not even worthy of Luo Ming's shoes. Wang Hong even more so. He really didn't expect it, having thought that his talent was already outstanding. He even looked smug and threatened to mention Luo Ming in the future. As it turned out, he couldn't even take his turn in someone's shoes. Still mentioning it, he probably won't be able to mix it with a word from others. Ching Cheng, this little boyfriend of yours is really extraordinary. Surprisingly, he's a SSS class awakened person. My goodness, such a genius appeared in Star Ocean State and I didn't even have any news about it. Ning Crisp shook Xia Qingqing's arm frantically. The great plumpness of her breast slammed into her arms, one at a time. Xia Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at her. Dark spit. This ninny, she's big again. Is this a body with infinite growth? This is not a bit of no news about him. I know all about his news in the imperial capital, or else I wouldn't have rushed over specially. It's all your own fault that you usually only know how to play the game, and don't pay attention to other things at all. You can't but swipe through a short video without realizing it. Xia Qingqing opened her mouth. Ah, still saying you're not a boyfriend? You even came all the way from the imperial capital especially for him. Qingqing, you can fool others but not me. Ning Crisp opened her mouth with her hands in the air, as if she had discovered some new continent with excitement. Xia Qingqing was completely speechless. She was not on the same channel as this niece. At this moment, Luo Ming's gaze was calmly directed at the microphone. He didn't realize the expressions of shocked exaggerated regret on the faces of several people. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To live a new life without having to fight to the death for the so-called garage dowry as in the previous life. He only knows one thing. Love yourself and be yourself. As for what others think, I'm sorry, just don't hit the old man. I've actually been saying something that I want to tell all of you in the general public who are about to take the college entrance exam. Bai Ling looked at Luo Ming with an expectant face. As the first genius of Star Ocean State, Luo Ming spoke out to cheer on the high school candidates. This must be very topical. If you awaken a weak monster, don't be discouraged because it's useless to be discouraged. Just settle down and go work in a screw factory. If a powerful monster is awakened, do not be proud, for it is useless to be proud, and no more powerful than I am. That's it. The above is my message. Sharon? She hurriedly turned her head. Pinch off this part. Sister White. This is live streaming in real time. Bai Ling. Put. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. This guy is so good at talking. No more powerful than he is. Why didn't I realize he was such a narcissist? Ning Crispy laughed as her puffy breasts trembled up and down. Xia Qingqing looked at her with a worried expression, fearful that she might sway too much and become physically unbalanced. Only, Ning Crisp was listening as a joke. Xia Qingqing herself was a SSS-ranked monster and didn't care. But for some, it's looking in the mirror. Wang Hong was filled with bitterness. Luo Ming had hit the nail on the head. He was no more powerful than he was. He was destined to be the fate of being stepped on by Luo Ming. And he had to resign himself to it. Because resistance is useless. Ugh. Lin Hong sighed deeply. At this moment, he felt incomparable regret. Regretting that he hadn't bothered to befriend Luo Ming before. Regretting that after the death of Luo Xian's couple, he stopped paying attention to Luo Ming and even tried to clear his name with their family. Fear of being relied upon by Luo Ming. If he hadn't done that and instead treated Luo Ming well, it might have been a different story. If Luo Ming grows up in the future, remembering his favor, may also give him a what the Ministry of the Army when the commander, which is a real power figure, then he is an idle nothing is not a civilian staff that is much too good. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret in the world. One thought is a world of difference. That, Luo Ming students, I think you can be mainly encouragement. After all, we are all young people. Talk to that. Bai Ling scowled at Luo Ming as much as she could. With Luo Ming's previous life's level of observing words and colors, he instantly understood. Euphemism is right. Don't worry, I get it. He gave an okay sign. As long as everyone is willing to work hard, playing screws can also have a brilliant tomorrow. 360 lines. The line of work. Bai Ling. No, can you not get so hung up on this so-called playing screws of yours? When I asked you to encourage them, I was encouraging them to take high school entrance exams, not encouraging them to play screws. Sharon was going crazy. She was now incredibly skeptical about whether she had made the right decision with this interview or not. That, Mr. Lamini, was a good point, so don't say it next time. Bai Ling awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When this segment is broadcasted, she's bound to be called in for a good critique by the station manager tomorrow. No one expected this Luo Ming to not follow the rules, even though he was telling the truth. The man didn't like to hear the truth. Mr. Luo Ming. Last question. Is there anything else you'd like to write about the matter of you awakening your SSS rank talent? Luo Ming was slightly silent for a moment. Although many people in society say that high school is a watershed, I think amniotic fluid is the watershed. So, casting is a skill. Sharon? End of chapter. Chapter 27, Challenge from Xia Qingcheng. If you lose, you'll be your little follower. Chapter 27, Challenge from Xia Qingcheng. If you lose, you'll be your little follower. Sharon laughed, incredibly embarrassed. She felt there was no longer any need for the conversation to go on. The man speaks too truthfully. If she continued the interview, she was probably going to be the first female host on Star Ocean State TV to be hated by the entire network. God damn it. Who asked you to interview him? As soon as he opened his mouth, my heart started to hurt. When it's true, some people are watching interviews and others are looking in the mirror. What the biggest divider between people is amniotic fluid. Don't get discouraged because discouragement doesn't help. And don't be proud, because being proud is no match for him. It's not Versailles anymore. It's Sylvan. What's going on? Why isn't everyone moving their chopsticks? When the interview was over, Luo Ming sat back in his seat, and the table of dishes Lin Hong's family and Wang Hong froze without moving their chopsticks. Only Ning Crisp was quaffing to show off the rice. Luo Ming glanced at her. No wonder she was so big. I'm sure all the nutrients are absorbed by the boobs. No one's moving their chopsticks? So I'm doing it? Teasing flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. You eat, Lamani you eat. Lin Hong hurriedly complimented. Luo Ming shook his head. I'm full. Uncle Lin, this is a good meal. Don't eat it later. Luo Ming sneered and directly put down his chopsticks. Lin Hong knew in his heart that they had completely offended Luo Ming. Luo Ming just now it was Aunt who was wrong. I apologize to you. Yeah, Luo Ming, I apologize to you too. I shouldn't have laughed at you like that. Student Luo, it's me, Wang Hong, who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai. So don't be general with me. Seeing Luo Ming get up, the three of them, Sun Yuning, also got up in a hurry. Oh, if apologizing works, what do we need the police for? Uncle Lin, I'm calling you Uncle Lin for the sake of your friendship with my parents. However, after today this friendship will end. After saying that, Luo Ming directly left the box without looking back. Xia Qingcheng silently put down her chopsticks. It's a shame to miss an opportunity to soar. But, this world is like this. Those whose virtue is not worthy of their position, and those whose luck comes to their head can't catch it. With a slight smile, she pulled up Ning Crisp, who was showing off her rice, and left the box. Ugh, Qingcheng, what are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet. Eat. You just know how to eat. Let's go. Go next door and eat. I'll order you a separate table. Lin Hong sat in his seat with a pale face. Oh, the virtuous and the unworthy. Luo Xian, you've given birth to a good son. Sure enough, I'm far inferior to you. He shook his head helplessly. In his heart there was regret and resignation, but in the end it could only turn into a helpless sigh. The three of them, Sun Yuning, stood in place, their heads lowered, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Moqing, break up. A moment later, Wang Hong spoke. Lin Moqing raised her head and looked at him with wide eyes. A look of disbelief. Your family is really bad luck. How dare you cause me to offend Luo Ming? If Luo Ming pursues this, I'll be completely finished. Behind him is the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon Yi Chanan. One word and no one in the Yanxia Holy Regiment will want me. You're ruining my future. Wang Hong said with an ugly face. Wang Hong, you're worrying too much. I, Lin Hong, no matter what, have many years of friendship with the Luo family, and I've watched this child, Luo Ming, grow up since he was a child. He won't care about such a trivial matter. To him, a minion is not worth the special use of his connections to threaten, but it's good to break up. Mo Qing, in the future, you have to keep your eyes peeled when looking for a boyfriend. Don't bring everything to the house. Good talent doesn't mean good character. Got it? Lin Hong rebuked in a cold voice. Lin Moqing nodded dejectedly. Leave without escort. Humph. Who cares? Wang Hong snorted coldly. Turn your head and walk away. Lin Hong was indeed right. A Wang Hong was not yet in Luo Ming's eyes. At this moment, Luo Mingren was in the next box. I'm curious. What on earth is the great lady of the imperial capital Xia clan purposely approaching a poor student like me for? Luo Ming spoke out and asked. It's simple. Xia Qingcheng put down her chopsticks. I once tried to learn from Nine Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an Yi Sr., but he refused. Yet, Senior Yi made a special trip to the Star Ocean State for you. and even went so far as to go out of his way to kill a military commander for you. Even he can't behead a commander at will. And now that the three males of the imperial capital Qin clan have stepped in to impeach him at the military ministry, Senior Ye's situation has turned very delicate. Luo Ming, what kind of magical place do you have in your body that could make Elder Yi help you like this? You know, I, Xia Qingcheng, am also a SSS ranked awakened person. Never weak. Xia Qingcheng's radiant pair of starry eyes just stared at Luo Ming. There was curiosity and doubt and disbelief in his eyes. So that's how it is. Miss Xia is jealous of me? Luo Ming took a bite of the dish and smiled lightly. Xia Qingcheng rose with a huff. How could I be jealous of you? She blushed for a split second. Senior Yi would do this. Naturally he has his intentions. How would I know if you come to ask me? It could be that I am more in his eyes. Luo Ming spread his hands with an indifferent face. Impossible. How could it be for such a simple reason? Xia Qingcheng shook her head, indicating that she didn't believe it at all. Then you won't believe me if I tell the truth. And you'll have to ask him about it. Why are you asking me? Seeing Xia Qingcheng still staring at him, Luo Ming sighed. This woman is so stubborn. As the saying goes. At this moment, Ning Crisp, who was pulling on a chicken leg and gnawing on it, suddenly spoke up. When things don't work out, a fight between the two of you wouldn't be nice. Maybe if we fight, Tilting will understand. She said casually. This lady can referee you guys. The corner of her mouth quirked up and she shook her head. Luo Ming moved his gaze up and down. Really worry about her sometimes. Isn't it hard to walk around with this kind of weight every day? Hey, pervert, what are you looking at? Bang! Ning Crisp angrily slapped the table. I didn't look. Wiggled itself into my field of vision. Luo Ming touched his nose. Ning Crispin? Crispy is right. Luo Ming. We can indeed compete in a match. But if it's a sparring match, it's not good. I won't be able to control myself once the fight starts. I'm about to participate in the Yanxia University's examination. So it's not good if I hurt you. Xia Qingcheng pondered. Tell you what. Let's go outside the wall. The 45th ranked monster on the Star Ocean State Military Department's hunt list. B-ranked monster. A bronze grade 1 flowing water monster frog. How about we see who hunts this beast first? Luo Ming. If I win you have to tell me exactly why Elder Yi chose you. Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth. And what if I win? There's no way you can win. Then I'm not playing. You. Xia Qingcheng clenched her silver teeth. Good. If you win, from now on, I'll be your follower. If you tell me to go east, I will never go north. Good. It's a deal. A playful smile flashed across Luo Ming's face. Xia Qingcheng was dumbfounded. Why did she feel that she had stepped into the devil's den? Not too good This rhythm, it feels like Qingcheng is going to be fooled into limping Ning Crispy also grew her mouth in surprise. If Xia Qingcheng lost, wouldn't it be the same as selling herself? If this matter was known by the Xia family of the imperial capital, the sky would be turned upside down. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Absorbing Essence Blood in Beast Core. Battle Power Soars. Chapter 28, Absorbing Essence Blood in Beast Core. Battle Power Soars. Leave from the tavern. The two headed straight to the Star Ocean State's military headquarters. What? You guys are coming out of the wall? No way. Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Luo Ming. Miss Xia. You should know how important you are to Yanxia. The future of you can definitely become the guardian gods that shelter Yanxia. But not now. Right now the most important thing for you is the next Yanxia University examination. Mo Rushan's head shook like a rattle. Ku-A Mao. I know you're thinking of us, but I don't think there's any need for you to worry. A bronze-level monster is just a monster. Although I don't know what it is to Luo Ming. To me, Xia Qingcheng, it's not much. Xia Qingcheng stroked her hair around her ears. Her eyes stared slightly, and an eerie cold aura emerged from herself. Behind her, there was even the shadow of an ice phoenix looming. On the chest of that ice phoenix, there was a conspicuous rank marker, which was clearly of the Black Iron 10th rank. This, Black Iron 10th rank. Miss Xia, I remember it's only been a month since your monster awakening. Mo Rudian was shocked. For me, the so-called rank shackles of the Black Iron rank are completely negligible. Xia Qingcheng said indifferently. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. My Qingcheng is really awesome. Ning Crisp excitedly jumped and clapped on the sidelines. Crispy, what are you following to make trouble again? I'm not messing around. Uncle Mo. I want to go outside the wall with Qingcheng too. Ning Crisp said loudly. What did you say? Mo Rudian slapped his forehead. Can't help but follow the head. Ning Crisp is the governor of Star Ocean State. Ning Yuan's daughter. Generally speaking, the pinnacle of local power in the 36 domains and 72 states of Yanxia was the military department stationed here. And local governors, domain owners. For example, the governor of Xinghai Prefecture was Ning Yuan. and the head of the military department was Mo Rudian. The two, one civil and one military, cooperated with each other to govern the Star Ocean state, but it's still the governor who's a little bit bigger in terms of combined governance. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to say that Ning Crispy's status was that of the little princess of the Star Ocean state. Only, this little princess's talent was just too miserable. The one that had awakened was surprisingly a D-ranked monster, the Iron Eater. That naive look probably has no other purpose than to be kept in captivity as a pet. The monster would be happy if she went outside the walls, because Iron Eaters are very tasty. No way. Are you kidding me? MS. Xia is strength there. What about you? What strength are you? 0.5 rank of black iron. Ugh. She tapped her head in a cute gesture. Doesn't that mean the grade markers aren't even coalescing? You're really honest. Mo is as good as heavenly hemp. A D-rank monster without a rank label is no different in strength than your domesticated cat. What about you? Luo Ming. What strength are you now? Although I know that you defeated the Black Iron 5th Order Zhang Tao at the awakening ceremony, I wouldn't have let you out if it was only Black Iron 5th Order strength. Mo Rudian didn't want to bother with this iron waste of Ning Crisp, turning his attention to Luo Ming. Luo Ming was silent for a moment. Black Iron 3rd Order. No way. Absolutely not. Even Xia Qingchun was stifling her laughter. Luo Ming, why don't you obediently admit defeat and forget about it, leaving Quintessence Mo to worry about your safety? Luo Ming pondered faintly for a moment. You guys don't move around here. Wait for me for a while. With that, he turned and walked out of the office, leaving a few people dumbfounded. How does it feel? Like he's taken advantage of? Coming out of the office, Luo Ming walked towards the restroom, pulled open a cubicle door and stepped inside. As soon as he pulled out his hand, 3 sticks of bright red blood as well as 3 shimmering beast cores appeared in his hand. The essence blood and beast core of a bronze grade 3rd stage monster. That's enough to boost me up quite a bit in terms of yuan energy and flesh. Infinite devouring. Unleash. One of his hands turned into a Taotia's claw, while he crushed and exploded 3 branches of blood. Generally speaking, normal people who utilize the essence blood of monsters to quench their fleshly bodies would dilute the essence blood through a medicinal liquid and then slowly absorb it by soaking in a bath. And in the process, some of the energy of the essence blood will be lost. On top of that, during the absorption process, there will be a portion that cannot be absorbed and is naturally metabolized. So the portion of an essence blood that can be absorbed normally is probably only about 50%. The higher the talent, the higher the utilization rate would be, up to 80% if SSS ranked. The same goes for the beast's core. And the core is where the monster's core lies, which is very violent and has to go through a series of purifications before it can be used. So, the process is quite cumbersome. However, in front of Luo Ming, who had mastered infinite devouring, none of this was a matter. Buzz! 3 drops of essence blood fell onto his body, and the Taotai inside him seemed to open its scarlet eyes. A terrifying suction force came out, and in the blink of an eye, the power of the 3 essence bloods was absorbed without any waste, and then it began to quench the limbs and bones of Luo Ming's body. Next is the beast core. He swallowed the 3 beast cores directly in one bite. Boom! Blood flames billowed, and the toilet was wrapped in a burst of red light, crimson like purgatory. If no one was coming over right now, we'd have to call a fire alarm. So strong, is this Taotia's infinite devouring? I can feel it. My power is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Luo Ming stomped with 1 foot. The tiles on the floor cracked with a bang. A blood-colored figure appeared behind him, roaring and moving heaven and earth, wanting to devour the sun, moon, and stars. Black Iron 6th Order. It's done. Luo Ming clenched his fists. The essence blood and beast cores of 3 bronze rank 3 monsters had allowed him to raise 3 minor ranks. Under the mode of turning on the brutal king tyranny, it shouldn't be weaker than the Black Iron 10th rank. But, it's still a bit far away. What I need is crushing success. Luo Ming flipped his hand and a golden essence blood appeared in his hand. This was the essence blood of the gold level monster, the blood ghost wolf, that Yi Chang'an had given him. It was reasonable to say that at his level, if he were to forcefully use the essence blood of a gold level monster, there was a 99.9% probability that he would explode and die. Even Yi Chang'an had instructed him that it was best to use only 1 drop at a time to dilute it into a medicinal liquid. However, Luo Ming had Taotia's infinite devouring talent in his possession. He's not like the others. Boom click. Luo Ming crushed this essence blood on the spot. Boom! As soon as the blood was exposed to the air, a thick murderous aura enveloped the building. Luo Ming clearly saw that within the blood, there was the silhouette of a blood-colored vicious wolf steaming in the void. It was looking at him leeringly, a ferocious aura enveloping him, as if the next second it would leap forward and tear his entire being into pieces. What happened? This fury, did a monster kill its way in? Mo Rudian, who was in his office, stood up with a huff. If he hadn't felt it wrong, this fierce and violent aura had to be of gold-level strength. At the very least, it wouldn't be much weaker than him. Quartermaster, Quester, a War Department soldier rushed into the office in a hurry. I know, don't panic. Where is the source of this scent? Follow me to find out. Mo Rudian said with a big wave of his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Does Luo Ming not want to die? Dare to absorb the core of a gold-level monster? Luo Ming, the pack absorbed it. Chapter 29. Does Luo Ming not want to die? Dare to absorb the core of a gold-level monster? Luo Ming, the pack absorbed it. What the hell? Where is the source of this aura? Mo Rudian walked in large strides down the corridor of the military building, followed by the Xia Qingcheng duo behind him. He had soldiers from the military headquarters leading the way. It's at the end of the corridor, in what looks like a toilet. Toilet? Mo Rudian froze. Although it was said that the globe had entered the age of monsters, monsters come in a variety of different types and all sorts of things. It is possible that there are indeed monsters that may prefer the ambience of the restroom, to the point that they may like to enjoy their lunch in the restroom. But that's a little too abstract. Boom! Several people rushed towards the end of the corridor, only to see a wave of searing heat sweeping towards the outside inside the men's restroom. Roar! A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came out. There's no mistaking it. It's the aura of a gold-level monster. You guys back off! Mo Rudian bellowed. Transform! He took a step towards the front, and a silvery light wrapped around his body. It was a figure covered in silver battle armor. He topped with a wolf-shaped head, with a crescent-like mark on his brow that emitted a faint glow, and he carried a long sword at his waist, looking heroic and extraordinary. This was Mo Rudian's awakened monster Class A monster, the Enduring Blade Silver Wolf. Strength, gold level, 6th order, all back off. Silver Moon Slash, giggle. The long knife at his waist snapped out a slash slicing through the door of the restroom. It's the Blood Ghost Wolf. Mo Rudian was filled with shock as he looked at this giant evil wolf figure floating in front of him that was covered in a blood-colored aura. This Blood Ghost Wolf's talent was no weaker than his Ninja Blade Silver Wolf. Swish! Mo Rudian instantly gripped the long sword in his hand, and the crescent moon mark on his brow began to glow. He had to make a move to kill this Blood Ghost Wolf here. Otherwise, the destruction of the military building would be a big deal. Kuamo, don't come over. At that moment, a clear voice came. Luo Ming opened the cubicle and walked out. He just confronted the Blood Ghost Wolf floating in the void. He's targeting me. Only a beast that's already dead and trying to kill me? What gives you the right? Luo Ming said with a cold smile on his face. After Luo Ming's reminder, Mo Rudian then saw clearly that this Blood Ghost Wolf floating in the void had no entity. There was only that vicious and violent aura of resentment. He reacted instantly. Luo Ming, you used the gold-grade essence blood that Vice Head Yi gave you. Luo Ming nodded. Right. So I'm going to absorb it now. Luo Ming spoke faintly. You're insane. Luo Ming. With your strength, even a single drop of essence blood from a gold-level monster would be enough to prop up your flesh. How dare you absorb an entire one? Mo Rudian had a look of disbelief on his face. He would rather believe that Luo Ming was crazy. Da-da-da-da. Footsteps were heard. Xia Qingcheng and Ning Crisp also rushed in. Lo Ming. The two men looked surprised. How could it be you? Could it be that you made this commotion? No way. Ning Crisp covered her red lips with an exaggerated face. The essence blood of a gold-level monster. The fierce baneful chi has taken shape. Luo Ming. You're crazy. Even if you want to level up, you don't have to do something like this. Xia Qingcheng's face also changed drastically. Honestly, she still had quite a good feeling about Luo Ming, and she had only come here to prove to Yi Chang'an that she wasn't inferior to Luo Ming. But she hadn't thought of putting Luo Ming's life in danger either. You guys just watch. Luo Ming looked at the Blood Ghost Wolf that was hovering in midair, showing its teeth at him. A playful face. Trying to kill me? Want to devour me? Grab it and come on. Or you'll be eaten by me. Boom boom boom. The Blood Ghost Wolf burst into a rage at this provocation from him. Boom. The entire body vaporized with a ferocious aura, and the red light that enveloped the four sides H became even more blazing. It made a long drive and lunged towards Luo Ming. Tao Tai. Come on. Luo Ming laughed out loud. His eyes began to turn bloodshot. Roar. Behind his back, the silhouette of a blood-colored Tao Tai emerged. His feet stepping on the sea of stars could swallow the sun and the moon, and contain the stars. Roar. The Tao Tai shadow opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Luo Ming's body. Boom boom boom. The entire space trembled, and Luo Ming's entire person was obscured by the dense blood-colored flames. A circle of blood-colored energy fluctuations contracted and expanded around him, and it was as if a gale was blowing in the room. Everything was fluctuating violently. Phew! When the bloody light dispersed, it reappeared to reveal his figure. The domineering Tao Tai stood in place. his 3-meter-tall body almost breaking the ceiling. Xia Qingqing's pupils contracted. Although she had seen the scene of Luo Ming's transformation in the video, seeing it with her own eyes was 100 times more shocking than the scene in the video. This aura was even as shocking as her awakened SSS rank talent Ice Phoenix Inferno Phoenix. This is the unrecorded monster, the SSS class, Tao Tai. The flame pattern outlined on top of the blood-colored armor was like the blooming of the other side of the Naiha bridge. The moment I saw Tao Tai, it was as if I saw the door to the Yellow Springs, which represented death. Come on. Tao Tai took one step and boom. A fist went into the head of the blood ghost wolf. And then, the brain hole in his chest suddenly opened its eyes. It is. The next scene that shook everyone to their core appeared. The closed-eyed behemoth head in Taoya's chest violently opened its bloody mouth. The forbidden eyes blossomed with blood, a rune spreading through them. A terrifying suction force came from the bloody mouth, completely enveloping the blood ghost wolf like a gale. How is this possible? He's actually going to swallow the blood ghost wolf in one bite. Amo Rudian and the others were completely shocked. Is that what Tao Tai can do? This unreasonable overbearing to the extreme devouring power. Roar! The blood ghost wolf let out a mournful cry of unwillingness as its body involuntarily transformed into a channel of blood-colored essence that surged into Taoya's body. Taoya's breath all over his body began to become powerful and dropsy at a speed visible to the naked eye, until his rank label changed. Black Iron 10th Order. Wow! The blood light dimmed, and Luo Ming lifted his transformed state. Maquette. That qualifies me to go beyond the walls, doesn't it? Luo Ming rubbed his head and smiled slightly. Paralyzed. Completely paralyzed. Amo Rudian had been shocked silly. No, brother, you really swallowed the gold-level essence blood in one bite, and a one-step leap to the 10th rank of Black Iron, knowing that this was a rank that even many sophomores at Monster University had failed to reach. But what about Luo Ming? He's only been awakened for less than 3 days. This was the moment he finally knew. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person. That is really an insurmountable rift. The difference between them was decided in the amniotic fluid. Now if anyone told him anything about talent only feeling the lower limit and not determining the upper limit, he'd go up and get 2 big mouths. Have you ever seen someone awakened for 3 days to the 10th rank of Black Iron? Sorry, but for a true genius, his lower limit is as far as you go. Luo Ming. I may have a little bit of an understanding of the reason why you're being looked at by Senior Yi. Xia Qingqing's eyes flickered. However, I won't admit defeat. I, Xia Qingqing, am not weak in my life. Flames and extreme cold flickered in her pupils. Ice Phoenix Inferno Phoenix. The monster she awakened existed in 2 forms. And Ning Crispy, just like a little cutie, bouncing around like that, applauding while shouting awesome awesome. It can be ignored. End of chapter. Chapter 30 A Wall. Garrison. Brutal times. Chapter 30 A Wall. Garrison. Brutal times. Good. Luo Ming, I allow you and Xia Qingqing to go out of the wall. Only, you are both my Yen Xia's geniuses. I need to secretly protect you. Is this okay? Amo Rudian asked solemnly. After thinking about it, Luo Ming nodded. Okay, that's fine. Quintessence Mo. I'll trouble you then. Oh yeah, now I can go out and play too. Ning Crisp exclaimed excitedly. Bang! Xia Qingqing clenched her fist and gently knocked on Ning Crispy's head. We're not out to have fun. It's very dangerous outside the wall, and we're just hovering around the wall for 3 kilometers. Any farther than that and there will be big powerful monsters. Crispy, do you know how many holy core are all but annihilated outside the wall every year? They all died heroically for Daxia. The blood of those warriors was not shed in vain. This is a serious matter. Don't you think we are there to play? Xia Qingqing warned. Good do. I'm sorry, Dumpy, I was wrong. Ning Crisp covered her head apologetically. A blue light then lit up from the Star Ocean State's military transmission array. The figures of the 4 disappeared into the blue light at the same time. Through the teleportation array you can travel to the Yanxia military garrison, a circle of garrisons that surrounds the wall. If the wall is breached, then this circle of Inferno Summer garrison will bear the brunt of the destruction. 36 domains in 72 states have their own territories in the garrison. Amo Rudian appeared at the garrison with a few people. Just as he stepped out of the formation, a solemn and tyrannical aura came over him. It was as if the air was much heavier in this garrison. This is... Ning Crispy's eyes widened. Garrisoned, just a wall away from the ruins. Xia Qingqing said. She had followed her own elders to the garrison once before, and that time was when the Star Moon Beast tide broke out. Her father, a battle king of Yanxia, came to suppress the wilderness monsters. The battle was very bloody and she stood on the wall and just watched her father fight the monsters in the middle of the wilderness. Yanxia's warriors punched hard through 100 miles of ruined earth. The 100 miles of land were paved with blood, the corpses of Yanxia warriors and monstrous beasts. The scene was extremely amazing at one point. These Xia Qingcheng still remembered vividly. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, only to see that not far away, there were giant beasts over 10 meters tall lined up towards this side. These giant beasts carried huge spears 10 feet thick in one hand and shields 3 or 4 people high in the other. The armor on his body was rusty, rust mixed with blood of various colors, and he couldn't tell if it was someone else's or his own. There was only the powerful eyes of the beast's pupils, which were rigid and tough, and the behemoth's exposed muscle lines were taut at all times so that it could strike out in battle at any moment. Hunter beast. This is only a C-class monster, characterized by its large size and strength only, but the room for growth is extremely limited. There are a lot of people in Yanxia who have awakened this monstrosity, and they stay in the place where they are stationed, keeping their monstrous stance all day long, patrolling day and night, and sometimes, after staying for a long time you don't even know if you are a human or a monstrosity. Xia Qingcheng said with a grave expression on her face. It was known that there were a great number of people who awakened in Yanxia, and this kind of monster was also the cannon fodder that rushed to the forefront during every star moon beast tide. Their duty seems to be to guard the city until death. Luo Ming's mood was a bit heavy, although it had been emphasized that this was a cruel world. He had been staying inside Yanxia City, and the walls were not as dangerous as he thought. It wasn't until he came to this stationing place that he realized that his previous thoughts were still naive. This place is a purgatory, and the smell of blood is always in the air. Walking giants patrolled everywhere, and the roar of monsters rose and fell outside the walls. Countless monsters wanted to break through the walls, occupy human territory, and turn humans into food. Come on, let's go to the teleportation array. Mo Rudian led the crowd towards the teleportation array of the garrison. A few moments later, out of the teleportation array are the ruins, and then you will be able to see this cruel world for yourselves, he said solemnly. Then, he handed a map to Xia Qingcheng. The monstrous running water monster frog you're going to kill is in a lake about 3 kilometers outside of town. As long as your lives are not in danger, I will never make a move. Mo Rudian opened his mouth. Xia Qingcheng nodded. The shadows of several people disappeared into the teleportation array. Boss, will this running water monster frog really be attracted out? Of course, the flowing water monster frog loves to eat fish, and this delicious fish of the black iron third order has delicious meat and is rich in yuan energy, making it the favorite of the flowing water monster frog. It will definitely come out. The running water monster frog that is detached from the water. This strength can be utilized at most just 1/12. At that time, this monstrous beast that ranks 45th on the hunt list will be ours. In the midst of the ruins, monsters roamed the mountains and forests, and among them, there were 3 figures sprawled in the grass beside a clear lake. They're a mercenary corps. In the monster era, the Legion was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War, but the requirements for joining the ministry were very strict. Not everyone could join the military, so mercenary corps were created. Mercenary corps, as the name suggests, profit is paramount. As long as there is money they will go and do everything and anything. The mercenary corps will also trade resources from the monsters for money after hunting them. It's their way of life. It was only that people like mercenaries, because they were folk who had fumbled their way out, were extremely devious and cunning, and could go to any lengths for the sake of profit. They even go so far as to lick packs and rummage through bodies for financial resources during large-scale battles, also known as the wild dogs of the battlefield. Very irritating. Boom boom boom. Just then, the water began to tremble wildly. The gurgling water spreads out in both directions. In the next second, a huge creature covered in blue leapt out. The flowing water monster frog is more than 3 meters in size, and the longest tongue can even stick out more than 10 meters. Great jumping ability, control of flowing water, and slime on the surface of his body to withstand unusual melee attacks. Coming, hide. The stream monster frog is very alert. Don't let it find you, Mercenary Captain Luli said softly. The 3 men lay down in the middle of the bushes and were very careful. However, they had underestimated the strength of the flowing water monster frog after all. The streaming monster frog can even determine if there are natural predators hiding around it by sensing the flow of air. Quack! It let out a loud cry and opened its mouth. Its red-colored tongue soaring towards the 3 mercenaries' side like a sharp arrow. It's fast as hell. How could it? It found out by it. The 3 men's faces changed drastically, hurriedly trying to escape, but the tongue was soaring so fast that they couldn't dodge in time. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Xia Qingcheng is undefeated. Luo Ming strikes. A punch to the head. Chapter 31, Xia Qingcheng is undefeated. Luo Ming strikes. A punch to the head. Ah, giggle. A young man's head was passed through on the spot by a tongue as fast as a sharp arrow. And then, the flowing water monster frog rolled with force, and his body was wrapped up and flew backward. Croak! The flowing monster frog ate him in one bite. The strange frog patted its stomach in satisfaction, a strong look of mockery flashing in its eyes. What a stupid human being. Brother, go, go. Luli pulled the other person and hurriedly fled towards the distance. But the flowing water monster frog did not see the slightest tension. For it, these two people are just fish on the chopping board. It could be eaten at any time, and they wouldn't be able to escape it at all. Quack! The streaming monster frog took one step and leapt up, a huge shadow covering the ground, covering towards the two. Move! It's over. I'm going to die here. The faces of the two men changed drastically. Just then, cold sky stab, blue shadows cut across the void. This is a body blue ice phoenix. Feathers as beautiful as satin, but as if 1,000 years of cold ice like exudes a strand of coldness. Masters, the moment the two saw this ice phoenix, their faces changed. This goo aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. This guy must be an expert. Stand down, Xia Qingcheng said to the duo. Go! Luli pulled up the other person and the two of them hid behind a large tree together, watching the battle between Xia Qingcheng and the running water monster frog. Cold heavenly prismatic spike. The ice phoenix swung its wings, and a wave of cold air turned into ice spikes in the air, and then soared towards the strange frog. So strong. This ice phoenix's rank is only black iron 10th rank, but this display of strength isn't weaker than a bronze-ranked monster at all. Luli had a shocked look on his face. With that kind of talent, it should be a noble daughter of some big family. At worst it has to be a SS-ranked monster. If the flowing water monster frog is killed by her, the reward will not have our share. I have spent so much money to go in. Buy delicious fish have spent more than 10,000 yen xia coins, but also lost a teammate. Nothing is a bit unreasonable. Luli's eyes flickered. His eyes revealed an unwillingness. Why didn't she come earlier? If she had come earlier, my brother wouldn't have died. The other young man, Sun Yuan, also looked at Xia Qingcheng with a crimson gaze. In the world of mercenary corps, there was no such thing as a favor to speak of. In their eyes, everything can only be measured in terms of profit. As for the other stuff, it's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It can be said that this group of people is an extremely sinister and nasty group of people. It was as if Xia Qingcheng had obviously saved both of them now, but one was thinking about whether he would lose his benefits, while the other was blaming Xia Qingcheng for coming too late. Croak! Seeing his prey fleeing from his eyes, the running water monster frog became furious, but it suddenly sensed that the ice phoenix in front of it was a better prey. She exuded an even greater power. Moreover, it was an ice attribute power, which was simply a great tonic for the water attribute. The streaming monster frog was ecstatic. His tongue was like a long whip as it lashed towards Xia Qingcheng. At the same time, a purple venom gushed out from his mouth, turning into arrows in the air as it soared towards Xia Qingcheng. Zigzag. The purple venom was covered with smoke. The power was extremely considerable. Xia Qingcheng's ice spikes were all melted away when they touched those venom. Something's not right. This flowing water monster frog's strength isn't bronze first rank. Midway through the battle, Xia Qingcheng had a close call, and the pressure suddenly sort of boom. At this moment, a flash of cunning flashed in the eyes of the flowing water monster frog. The river behind it suddenly boiled violently, and then a water tornado rushed up into the void. No, there was more than one. There were a total of 4 water tornadoes, rushing towards Xia Qingcheng from 4 angles. That's what kills it. The ability of the stream monster frog to control the flow of water. It's finished. Going to lose. There was an error in the intelligence gathering. Its rank is bronze 3rd order. A look of panic flashed in Xia Qingcheng's phoenix eyes, but at that moment, a figure came running wildly from behind her. So what's the point of rushing? It's not like you can fight. The familiar voice came out, not waiting for Xia Qingcheng to be surprised. A tall, blood-colored figure leapt up. Then, a foot actually stepped on her back. Ah, Luo Ming, you dare to step on me. Xia Qingcheng's phoenix eyes flashed with shame and indignation as she let out a loud shout. It's just a loner. Don't worry about the details. Boom! The blood-colored figure was like a meteor rushing towards those 4 water pillars. The crippled king. Tyranny. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from his body. Blood flames steamed, and this space seemed to be shrouded in the color of blood. Taodai swung his fist and surprisingly slammed it towards those 4 water pillars through the air. Boom! The water column with the strength of 10,000 pounds was blown apart by his punch. Too weak. Too weak. This strength isn't even enough to tickle me. A flash of shock flashed within the eyes of the stream monster frog. Immediately after that it struck out violently once again. Croak! Another 8 water pillars tumbled and rushed up from the lake surface, smashing towards Luo Ming who was stalled in midair. Top of madness. Luo Ming used the talent of the golden brilliant rock that he had plundered from Zhang Pang after beheading him earlier. The speed soared steeply by a tier. Look at my Ola 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 Ola. Boom boom boom. He threw out punches at great speed, and uncountable blood-colored fist prints appeared as residual shadows in the air. After a punch landed, all the water columns were smashed away by him, and Taotia's body was charging towards the flowing water monster frog with an unabated trend. Fresh. On his body, there was a golden-colored haze erupting, the shadow of a golden giant eagle flashed, and the blood-colored Taotai who raised his head to the sky seemed to have grown a pair of golden wings. He incarnates the dominion of the sky. In an instant, he reached the flowing water monster frog, and then he clenched his fists. It exploded out at full force. A fist slammed down towards its head. Boom! At that moment, the running water monster frog's frightened body all stiffened directly in place, until Luo Ming's fist fell. Bang! Its head was reduced to smoke by Luo Ming's punch. Phew! Taotai exhaled a cloudy breath. The head in his chest opened up, and all of the blood in the body of the running water monster frog was absorbed into the air. Luo Ming pulled out the beast core inside him as well as the beast jade, and then slowly turned his head. The blood-colored figure gradually dispersed. Not far away, a tall silhouette was looking at him with a complicated face. Xia Qingcheng, I won. Luo Ming shook the beast core and beast jade in his hand, a smile on his face. Yes, I lost. Congratulations Luo Ming. Xia Qingcheng's head lightly nodded. If it wasn't for Luo Ming's hand, this time she would have to be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Although it was said that she didn't use her fire phoenix power. But, a loss is a loss. And there's nothing sophomoric about that. So you'll do what you say you're going to do? Naturally, I'll do what I say. Xia Qingcheng nodded. Thanks for the rescue. Behind the big tree, Luli and Sun Yuan, who had seen that the flowing water monster frog had died, walked out. Luli's pair of sinister squinting eyes looked at the beast jade and beast core in Luo Ming's hands filled with greed. The flowing water monster frog is very valuable. The beast core, beast jade, and essence blood can all be sold for money, and the tongues on them can be made into war soldiers. Combined with the rewards from the War Department, the set was close to a small $100,000. It was already enough to make people like Luli, who licked blood from the mouth of a knife, think in a crooked way. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Knowing it's poisonous. You still drink it? LOL. I'm not afraid of poison. I'm just playing. Chapter 32. Knowing it's poisonous. You still drink it? LOL. I'm not afraid of poison. I'm just playing. Thank you for saving us. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. You guys are simply a great benefactor to us. Luli and Sun Yuan bowed with immense gratitude to the duo. You're welcome. A show of hands. Luo Ming said casually. Really hard work you two. Thirsty? I have water here. Would you like some? Yeah. And this running water monster frog? Let me help you guys move it back. The corpses can be sold for money. Too, the frog skins can be made into light armor, and the tongues can be made into war soldiers. Go, Sun Yuan, go and carry the body over. This kind of rough work cannot be left to the two benefactors. Lu Li commanded. Next, he pulled out a small bottle of clear water the size of an oral liquid from his carry-on pouch. This was a liquid extracted from a type of beast called the water sac beast, and its composition was no different from that of clear water. The only difference is that this water is very thirst-quenching. Such a small 20 milliliters or so is equivalent to a 1-liter bottle of mineral water. It's a more basic war material. Thanks, we're not thirsty. Xia Qingcheng waved her hand. In the middle of the ruins, it was common sense not to drink anything given by strangers, especially when the other side is still mercenaries. Are you guys afraid we'll poison you? No, we wouldn't do such a thing. You are our saviors. When Luli saw that the two of them refused, he hurriedly explained. Well, it's a nice gesture from someone, so don't reject it. Lo Ming snatched two of them from his hand as soon as he could, tossed one to Xia Qingcheng while scowling at her. I'm dying of thirst. Damn it, killing this one weird frog is drying my mouth. Luo Ming directly twisted open the lid and drank it all in one gulp. One more. Okay. Benefactor, don't be polite. I have more here. He took out a couple of them again. Luo Ming drank 3 in a row before he was satisfied. Ho ho ho. How are the two benefactors feeling? Luli rubbed his hands together and smiled lewdly. Not bad. Your water is so good it tastes like poison. Luo Ming nodded in satisfaction. Ha. It's good to drink. What did you say? Poison? Luli was confused. No, man. You're drinking out of it? You drank it out? Yeah. Lu Yuan? No. Dude, you're drinking out of your ass and you're having so much fun? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. To be precise, I took my first sip. Luo Ming faintly said. Only it was so thirsty that I didn't care. Yet. Lu Yuan had a sentence of nationalism he didn't know if he should say. You drank it out too? He turned his gaze to Xia Qingcheng. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. She opened her mouth and spat out a chunk of ice. Frozen up. Lu Yuan. Luo Ming smiled faintly. In fact, the psychology of mercenaries like you is very simple. It's just that you want the bodies of the flowing water monster frogs, beast cores, and beast jades in my hands, and you want to take them and sell them for money. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food, so I'm just going to go along with it. Luo Ming spread his hands. He possessed the Taoye's infinite devouring talent, and anything even highly toxic was nothing more than a great tonic to him, so he didn't care about the toxins in the water. No impact at all. Okay, so hurry up and kill me. I'm poisoned. Luo Ming opened his hands and walked towards Lu Yuan. His blood aura began to steam, and a tyrannical aura permeated the scene. Lu Yuan heart MMP. You look like this called poisoning? I don't believe you're poisoned. I don't believe you're poisoned. Sun Yuan. The wind is tight tugging and whirring. He yelled at Sun Yuan who was carrying the corpse. Ha! Sun Yuan was dumbfounded and immediately smashed the body of the flowing water monster frog on the ground. Turn and run. Run? Can you run away? Swish! Luo Ming's body flashed as he charged towards the two. Freeze! With a wave of Xia Qingqing's jade hand, two ice walls more than 10 meters high surfaced in front of the two of them, blocking the path of the two men to death. Motoko, fight it out. Boom boom! The aura of the two began to boil. C-rank monster, drill rat, C-rank monster, powerful green python, a giant snake and a huge rat surfaced. Boom! The giant snake's head slammed towards that wall of ice, while the rat immediately began to burrow. Unfortunately, the speed was too full and Luo Ming had already arrived. Bang! He descended from the sky and stomped his foot on the head of the diamond mouse, and then he swung a fist through the air, smashing the vigorous green python's head buzzing. After one move, the two black iron ninth order monsters were all suppressed and beaten back to their human forms by him. No! Don't kill me! We're mercenaries from Cinnabar Technology. Seeing that Luo Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent, the two men shuddered and opened their mouths. Cinnabar Technology? Luo Ming frowned. This was a big local enterprise in Star Ocean State, a technology company specializing in researching yuan energy potions, essence blood refining, purifying beast cores, making war soldiers, and a series of monster-related industry chains, raises several teams of mercenaries under his name, and works with the Ministry of War. Yes, Cinnabar Technology is very protective. If you kill us, Cinnabar Technology won't let you go. You guys don't want to be targeted by the #1 tech company in the Star Ocean State either. Lu Li hurriedly opened his mouth. Luo Ming's hesitation showed him his chances of survival. Oh, how come I didn't know that Cinnabar Technology was so great? At that moment, a voice came, only to see that not far away, Mo Rudian brought Ning Crisp towards this side. That's right, the chairman of Cinnabar Technology. I remember it's called Dong and Chen, and he even came to visit my dad a few days ago. Ning Crisp said with a nod of her head as well. I've never heard of Cinnabar Technology. I've only heard of Yanhuang Technology, and Uncle Tang from Yanhuang Technology is very familiar with my dad. Xia Qingcheng also spoke out in a faint response. Lu Li directly froze in place. M.O. Kwai Head. And, Ning. Miss Ning. He was dumbfounded when he saw Mo Rudian and Ning Crisp walking towards him. Mo Rudian was needless to say, the head of the military department of the Star Ocean State. Who doesn't recognize it? As for Ning Crisp, he had learned through some channels that recently Cinnabar Technology had been trying to enter into a partnership with Ning Yuan, the governor of Star Ocean State, and wanted to monopolize the market of Star Ocean State, but it was rejected by Ning Yuan. During that time, Ning Crispy had also come to play at Cinnabar Technology many times, and at that time he was the security guard at the entrance. Then, Ning Crisp was the big shot that needed to be received by the chairman himself. As for this last one, he was even more dumbfounded. If TNT's the #1 tech company in the Star Ocean State, that Yanhuang Technology is the #1 in Yanxia. The chairman of the board, Tang Yanhuang, was the only one who had not joined the military department, but had been awarded the position of the military department's war king. This girl even said that Tang Yanhuang and her father knew each other well? What exactly is her identity? No, who are these young men? Are you that tough? Lu Li's entire body trembled in fear. Lu Li, Sun Yuan, you are bold enough to poison Yanxia Tianzhou. Do you know what these two are? Mo Rudian walked in large strides, his tiger eyes glaring. What man? Lu Li asked reflexively. One of them is the imperial capital Xia clan's daughter, Xia Qingcheng, and one of them is the first genius in the history of my Star Ocean State, SSS class awakened. Luo Ming, you dare to poison and kill the two of them. No one in the entire Yanxia can save you, Mo Rudian said coldly. What? The two of them? Lu Li and Sun Yuan glanced at each other and instantly became ashen. This time it's a sort of kick in the obsidian, with a broken leg. End of chapter. Chapter 33 time is up. forcing the host to enter the divine hall and complete the true dragon trial. Chapter 33. Time is up. Forcing the host to enter the divine hall and complete the true dragon trial. Kuamo. Kill it. Luo Ming spoke faintly. Okay. Mo Rushan's hand moved. Bang bang. 2 heads exploded in his hands. How's that for satisfaction? Mo Rudian asked. Luo Ming nodded. Good. Since that's the case, then I declare that in this round, it's Luo Ming who has won. Mo Rudian marveled. This Luo Ming was really powerful. And what was currently known about this Taoya's talent? The scariest thing is an infinite devourer that will eat anything. There was another one, who was suddenly able to explode his battle power, doubling it several times, and stiffly beat the bronze level to death with the strength of the black iron 10th rank. Beyond that, what else he was capable of he wasn't quite sure. No way. Ching Cheng, from today onwards you're Luo Ming's APT. Body. Female. Servant. Now. At this time, Ning Crisp said with an exaggerated face. If it was known that this imperial capital Xia family's eldest miss had lost to a young man in Star Ocean State, and had even turned into the young man's little follower, I wonder how many people will be scared to death. Those Xia Qingqing's suitors in the imperial capital are probably able to block a circle of Star Ocean State when they circle up. What personal made? Nonsense. It means pretty much the same thing anyway. Ha ha ha. A love story between a high-cool iceberg goddess who falls into the mortal world and a poor boy. It's fun to think about. Ning Crispy had a demented expression on her face. Luo Ming didn't have much of a reaction. His own victory had long been expected. Let's go. Since this matter is settled, hurry back. It's dangerous to stay in the wilderness for long, Mo Rudian said. Several people returned to the place where they were stationed, but at this time, the stationing place was extremely lively. Quickly look. It's a genius from the imperial capital. Hiss. I said how each one of them is extraordinary in martial arts and has a brilliant head. So they are geniuses from the imperial capital. The geniuses from the imperial capital have come to the residency lands. Are they going to go out to the wall to hunt monsters too? I heard that these 3 geniuses will soon be taking the examination for Yanxia's university, and have specially come to the ruins to increase their practical experience. These 3 are all S-ranked talent. In the imperial capital you'd be embarrassed to call yourself a genius with less than S-ranked talent. Hiss. That's too much to ask of Titus. Generally speaking, in other state domains, C-ranked talent was the norm. Having a B-ranked talent was already quite excellent. A-ranked was already a genius, and S-ranked was a top-notch genius. However, in the imperial capital, S-class was not to say that there were a lot of them, but it was definitely not in the minority either. The 3 of them walked side by side in the stationing place, looking radiant and quite enjoying the gazes of the people around them. It's them. Seeing the 3 people, Xia Qingqing's brows furrowed. What? You know them? Xia Qingqing nodded. They are the 3 brothers of the Wang family from the imperial capital. The Wang family has the Qin family at its back and there is a military town general within their clan. These 3 guys are usually considered minor celebrities in the imperial capital. And most importantly, they have a good relationship with Gu Linxiao. It's even called Gu Linxiao's little follower. Saying that, Xia Qingqing's gaze fell on Luo Ming's body. That meaning is self-evident. If you can, find a place to hide for a while. These 3 brothers of the Wang family awakened some time before me. And with the Wang family's resources piled up, their levels are higher than even mine. Conservative estimates are all above the bronze 3rd order. For those who watched that live broadcast, it was safe to say that there were very few people who couldn't recognize Luo Ming. This Wang family's 3 brothers were so close to Gu Linxiao, and he, Luo Ming, had slapped Gu Yuma's face in public in the first place. These 3 guys would come to find trouble with him 108% of the time. Unfortunately, Xia Qingqing's reminder was still too late. Because those 3 Wang family brothers saw them from a long distance. Not blaming anything else. For one thing, it was because Xia Qingqing's beautiful face looked too conspicuous in this place full of men stationed here. And it was because Ning Crisp was only too big, belonging to the kind of scale that could be spotted at a glance among 10,000 people. It's hard not to catch the eye. The corners of the 3 men's mouths curled into a playful smile. Toward Luo Ming they walked. Right at this moment, a prompt came from Luo Ming's 10 Fierce Divine Hall. Ding! The second Fierce True Dragon releases the first trial. Please ask the host to enter the system space within 10 minutes. After that time, the host will be forced to enter. Lo Ming? No. You play like that, right? Good. Yo, who's this? Look familiar? Isn't this Star Ocean State's #1 genius? Luo Ming Luo, a SSS class awakened. That's a powerful one. Even the 9 Heavens Silver Dragon, Yi Chagan, values it. What? Big genius Luo, with such a high level of talent, also wants to come to the ruins for a little bit of practice to improve his real-world experience? Or is it that great genius Luo doesn't have much confidence in his ability to get into Yanxia University? Wang Chong, Wang Mang, and Wang Chen, the three Wang family brothers, came to taunt. Phew, there's something to watch. Someone's going up against the genius of the imperial capital. That's finished. Those are the three geniuses from the imperial capital. Who can afford to mess with them? That's not necessarily so. Do you guys know who the guy across from the three geniuses of the imperial capital is? Who? It's the first genius in the history of Star Ocean State, Luo Ming, the SSSS ranked awakener who set the entire internet on fire 2 days ago. SSSS rank. If I had been able to awaken my SSSS rank in the first place, where would I have needed to come to this place as a mercenary? My father would have given me a horse to ride. Awesome. Neither side is a master to be messed with. This shouldn't be a fight. Many people gathered around Luo Ming and the others, just with the mentality of watching the show, pointing with interest. Wang Chong, you three are quite idle. Xia Qingqing coldly said. Miss Xia, how come you're hanging out with this punk? The three looked a little scornful when they saw Xia Qingqing. This Xia Qingqing was not like Luo Ming. This was not something that their Wang family could offend at will. Is it any of your business? Xia Qingqing coldly said. Miss Xia's matter naturally has nothing to do with us. But this Luo Ming matter has a lot to do with us. That's right. All along, Uncle Gu has been taking good care of us. This Luo Ming dismissed Uncle Gu's face in public. Uncle Gu was an elder who doesn't see eye to eye with him. But the three of us don't have this kind of preoccupation. Luo Ming, if you're capable, come out and have a fair one-on-one PK with the three of us. Let's have a good practice. And in the meantime, let our three brothers see how strong this Star Ocean Prefecture's #1 talent is. The three men provoked. Damn, it's so pretentious I can't even watch. Luo Ming, go, beat them up. Ning Crispy angrily waved her small fists, her chest rippling with waves. The eyes of the people around them were flying out of their heads. Luo Ming, are you sure? Xia Qingqing also asked. But Luo Ming only had one MMP in his heart right now that he didn't know whether to speak or not. Ding, time is up. Forcing the host to enter the divine temple. Complete the true dragon trial. I'm yet. Luo Ming's eyes went black and he fell towards Xia Qingqing with a thud. Before he fell into a complete slumber, he felt his head smash into an extremely soft embrace. The aroma is very nice. Smells good. End of chapter. Chapter 34, True Dragon Trial. Courage Pass, Dragon's Blood Plastic Body. Chapter 34, True Dragon Trial. Courage Pass, Dragon's Blood Plastic Body. Ning Crispin, Mo Ru Tian, the three Wang brothers, onlookers. Xia Qingqing's face instantly reddened. Luo Ming, wake up, what's wrong with you? She wanted to push Luo Ming away, but she was afraid that he would fall down, and she didn't know whether it was better to push away or not. But the tingly feeling coming from her chest, especially when Luo Ming's nose moved and exhaled and inhaled, made her feel tickled. This caused a young girl who had never even touched a man's hand to instantly turn red. Luo Ming? Mo Rudian also hurriedly dashed over. You have to know that Luo Ming is now the treasure of Star Ocean State. If anything really goes wrong he would want to die. Luckily, Lamini he just fell asleep. Mo Rudian said. Are you asleep? Everyone was confused. No. Falling asleep at a time like this? Asleep? Brother, did you hear what he said? Ha 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 ha. Falling asleep in the middle of the day. I don't know if it's real sleep or fake sleep. Wang Chen held his stomach and laughed out loud at the sight. Okay, stop laughing. What's so funny? Wang Chang's eyes glared, pretending to be stern. Maybe they're afraid of us, so they're pretending to be asleep on purpose, and you're trying to poke them in public. What the hell? Give our Luo de genius some face. A sneer crossed his lips. That tone was even more filled with a strong sense of irony. I've seen those who pretend to be dead. I've never seen those who pretend to be asleep. I've learned. In the future I'll pretend to be asleep when I meet someone I can't beat. Wang Mang also stroked his chin and opened his mouth playfully. Ha 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 ha. These three Wang brothers are really humorous. But is this Luo Ming really afraid? Or else what? Do you guys think there's any other possibility besides this? Suddenly falling asleep can't be poisoning. This technique is too lame. Thanks to the fact that he's still a SSS ranked genius. Pretending to sleep when you meet an opponent you can't beat. Are you going to pretend to die when you meet a monster you can't beat when you go to the ruins in the future? What's the use of being talented when you're a coward like him? Indeed, if all of the Yanxia Celestial Pride are this kind of people, then I think our country is not far from being overrun by monsters. A group of people pointed at Luo Ming. The tone was full of disgust, but only Xia Qingqing and Mo Rudian frowned. According to their understanding, Luo Ming was not such a person. He wasn't someone who chose to run away when faced with an opponent he couldn't beat. He'll find a way to beat the other guy. And Xia Qingqing's gaze flickered. She had watched the video of Luo Ming's awakening ceremony back and forth several times before coming to Star Ocean State. There was a point where Luo Ming suddenly ate the awakening stone, then fell into a deep sleep, after which he awakened the powerful Tao Tai. If so, Xia Qingqing's eyes widened at once. Did Luo Ming enter the second awakening? It's amazing. Even she was shocked by the idea. Dual SSS class monsters. What kind of anticlimax is this going to be? At this time, Luo Ming's consciousness had once again entered the 10 fierce divine hall. Beside the blood-colored giant Tao Tai, the shadow of another stone statue surfaced. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, collar like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like an ox. His body was full of dominance and majesty, as if he was the king of all beasts, the divine beast of divine beasts. The image of this creature was almost grammed into the genes of the Yanxia people. It was a true dragon. Second fierce, true dragon trial. Aang! A heaven-shaking dragon roar came out, and the giant stone statue of a true dragon slowly opened its eyes. Human, welcome to my trials. Pass my trials and you will have my power. A rough and majestic voice resounded in this space. My trial is very simple. To live is to pass. To not live is to die. Only to see him slowly raise his golden dragon claws, a point towards a black space to the side. Buzz! A golden spring emerged. In the spring water, a dense white mist steamed up. The white mist turned into substance, as if a swimming dragon rolled over, and a burning hot breath came to the face. This is the essence of my entire body's blood. Next, you have to enter the blood pool and absorb all the blood inside. During this process, the 10 murderous divine hall will block the power of the Tao Wu in your body, and you can only rely on yourself to absorb it and get through it. What happens if you don't make it through is death. Make your own choice, whether you want to accept the trial, or reject it. You have the right to refuse. After all, you're the master of the 10 murderous divine hall, and you can do without the power of the true dragon. The true dragon's large copper bell eyes just stared at Luo Ming. Why not accept power for nothing? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. If I can't grasp the opportunity in front of me, what kind of master am I of the 10 murderous divine hall? True dragon, you are not aware that this thing of social animals is playing with life. Luo Ming smiled lightly, took off all his clothes. Come on. He turned around and rushed towards the dragon blood pool. Luo Ming's body merely came into contact with the white mist that filled the air, and his skin was burned extensively. The temperature of this dragon's blood was no less terrifying than magma. Interesting, there's a thrill of self-mutilation. Come on, let's show you who's the master of the body. Either I die or you get sucked dry. Luo Ming licked his lips and directly leapt into the dragon pool in one step. Brave young men. The true dragon saw Luo Ming's movements and tapped its head in satisfaction. This one. You're kind of over. Even if you can't resist, I'll give you the power of a true dragon. It's just that. However, if you want an indestructible dragon body, that's out of my control. The true dragon's first trial was merely to test Luo Ming's courage. As long as Luo Ming didn't back down, he would be able to obtain the power of a true dragon. However, this was only the first power of the true dragon. There is a second power. That's right. The true dragon trial is a first and second test at the same time. The indestructible dragon body. This was the most powerful talent of a true dragon. As soon as Luo Ming entered the golden blood, he felt like his entire body was going to turn into pieces. The golden dragon's blood that was wandering around seemed to have instantly met a vent, and through his pores, it directly drilled into Luo Ming's body. The feeling is like a giant meat press, crushing your body a little bit heavier from head to toe, into mush, and then recomposed and then crushed into mush again. The kind of sharp pain that could make a person lose consciousness almost instantly. Cool. It's awesome. I feel like I'm gonna take off. Ha 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 ha. Come on. I'll kill you if you can't kill me. The old man's body is the old man's master. Let the storm come harder. Luo Ming went crazy and rolled around in the dragon pool. This kid isn't going to go insane, is he? The true dragon was dumbfounded. End of chapter. Chapter 35, True Dragon Talent. Dragon Might. Dragon Tactics. Calling the Wind and Rain. Invincible Indestructible Dragon Body. Chapter 35, True Dragon Talent. Dragon Might. Dragon Tactics. Calling the Wind and Rain. Invincible Indestructible Dragon Body. First time I've encountered this little lunatic. This guy can't be some kind of jittery body. As time passed, the golden light in the dragon pool became fainter and fainter. Luo Ming's body had also gone numb and lost feeling. Just in those 10 minutes or so, he felt like his body had been crushed dozens of times. The nerves are completely paralyzed. Buzz. Right at this moment, a golden dragon pattern surfaced on Luo Ming's body. From his spine to his chest, the shadow of a domineering true dragon with teeth and claws emerged. as if it was about to break out of his body and kill the 9 heavens. The indestructible dragon body has become a reality. True Dragon nodded in satisfaction. This kid, awesome. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Completing the True Dragon 1 trial. Acquired the True Dragon talent, Dragon Might, Dragon Tactics, Calling the Wind and the Rain. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Completing the True Dragon 2 trial. Gaining an indestructible dragon body. Luo Ming took a general look at it. Dragon Might, which can suppress the battle power of monsters of the same level by 50%. The effect becomes 30% if it is 1 major level higher than him. For 2 major ranks it is 10%, and 3 major ranks lose their effect. Dragon Tactics, the physical melee combat talent of the True Dragon clan, an unrivaled close combat technique where any part of the body can be turned into a weapon. Calling the Wind and Rain, summoning the wind and rain, entering stormy weather, transforming into a beast form, group enchantment, and all of your party's combat strength gains a 30% enhancement. Indestructible dragon body. This one is terrifying. Severed limbs are reborn, immortal, and the dragon pattern protects the body. Even without transforming, the flesh can beat up monsters, and unless someone slaps the crap out of Lamani. Otherwise, he could be reborn even if half of his body was broken. 2 talents, and this indestructible dragon body. Luo Ming wasn't transformed right now, but he had an illusion. In his own human state, he could crush a bronze rank 1 monster with 1 hand. It's too strong. Is this the True Dragon trial? He had an uplifted look on his face. If these 10 evils were placed in the outside world, anyone who obtained one would be an invincible existence. But Luo Ming he owns 10. Can't imagine how horrible his future will be. Well, young man, now that you have completed my trial, you may leave. I look forward to the full force of my power that you have inherited. The True Dragon's flooding voice rang out. Thank you, Senpai. Luo Ming arched his hand at it. You're welcome. It's the result of your own efforts. The True Dragon flicked its enormous head. You're an excellent young man with an unlimited future. I think highly of you. Luo Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but as soon as he saw it, he had disappeared into the temple. The temple faded into obscurity. Kid, I'll leave you my dragon pearl as well. True Dragon said softly. Well, Ryuko, this kid's not bad, is he? The Scarlet Shadow on the side said playfully. It's really good. Scarlet Shadow shook his head. After all, he passed my test. Your test? Your test has a load of gold. Who doesn't know that your Taotia's test is over as long as you eat? True Dragon said dismissively. What's wrong with eating? I'll get stronger if I eat. People eat. You know Akumba. Taotai didn't bother to retort. True Dragon, I don't care to talk to you. You don't deserve to hear it. The shadows of the two gradually faded away, at which point Luo Ming's consciousness returned to his body. Forget it. Send great genius Luo to rest. Don't freeze the hope of my Yanxia kingdom by sleeping here. That's right. Luo de genius jade body is golden. It can't be compared to us. The 3 brothers of the Wang family sneered as you said one thing and I said another. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go hunt monsters in the ruins. We can't compare to Luo genius, who was gifted and pretends to be asleep when he encounters one he can't beat. And as usual, there are people to protect him. Those like us who have no talent can only rely on persistence and hard work. Alas, fate. It's true that it's good to know how to throw yourself into the world. Luo Ming woke up leisurely. Then I heard the trio's conspiratorial voices. He opened his eyes. Lo Ming, you're awake? Lo Ming, you. Xia Qingcheng just wanted to open her mouth, but her line of sight accidentally met Luo Ming's pupils. A tremor jolted through her. A sense of heartfelt conviction had risen for no reason at all. What is this feeling? Xia Qingcheng's face showed shock. Why did the Luo Ming just now make her feel afraid? Also, why were Luo Ming's eyes golden? That's right. She was absolutely not wrong. Luo Ming's eyes were golden. Luo Ming stretched and slowly stood up. Hey, don't go yet. What are those 3 what in front of you? The 3 Wang family bugs? Luo Ming scratched his head. Sorry, I stayed up late yesterday and just got a little sleepy, so I took a nap. Are you guys going to PK with me? Why don't you hurry up? I have to go back and catch up on my sleep later. Oh, you guys are going to hunt monsters now? Then why don't you guys go kill the monsters first? After all, if you finish fighting me you might not get a chance to hunt monsters. By the way, I'll give you time to book 3 ICU rooms. Luo Ming said casually. The trio's steps came to a halt. Do you know who you're talking to? I know. The 3 bugs of the Wang family. The King Rat, the King Bug, and the King Cockroach. Is that the name? The 3 of them were trembling with anger at the words. Good. What an eloquent brat. If you had been pretending to be asleep, we would have forgiven you, but you woke up on your own. Ha, let us 3 brothers loosen your bones then. The three men laughed sardonically. Big brother, I'll fight him, the youngest Wang Chen said loudly. Wait. Luo Ming suddenly raised his hand and said, what? Scared? As long as you apologize to us and kowtow twice, we three brothers will forgive you. Wang Chen sneered. Yet Luo Ming shook his head indifferently. No, I mean, you guys are wasting too much time one by one. Dry up. All three together. I'll waste them together. Simple and sharp. Luo Ming grinned, and a flash of golden light followed in his eyes. At these words, the three of them stared in disbelief. Fine. Luo Ming. 1 against 3. I don't know if you're ignorant or fearless. We'll give you this chance, but we're a little afraid of accidentally killing you. The three men looked at him coldly. Yo, that's exactly what I was worried about too. Luo Ming sneered back. Everyone at the scene had a shocked look on their faces. No, this Luo Ming wants to take on 3? And Mo Rudian and Xia Qingcheng both frowned. Luo Ming's step. Is it too big? These three Wang family brothers were not ordinary awakened ones. They were S-ranked monsters, and they were 3 S-ranked monsters with a higher rank than Luo Ming. Only, when she thought of that look in Luo Ming's eyes when he awakened earlier, she felt confident in him for no reason. He will not lose. And she is somewhat looking forward to this battle. End of chapter. Chapter 36 No need to transform. Compared to monsters with a human body. Chapter 36 No need to transform. Compared to monsters with a human body. Residency, the ring. Luo Ming stood at the foot of the ring, and opposite him were the 3 Wang family brothers. In the garrisoned lands, mercenary corps and holy orders frequented the area. Creating conflicts is something that happens from time to time. So the ring was born. And in the age of monsters, the world of the weak and the strong, nations revere force. It does not prohibit the use of the ring as a way to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Just like when Luo Ming slaughtered Zhang Peng in the ring earlier, it was justified as long as it was agreed upon by both parties. Come on, Luo Ming. I'll give you the chance to strike first. Otherwise, when our 3 brothers strike, you won't even have a chance to resist. The 3 of them stood side by side with their hands clasped to their chests, just gazing at Luo Ming with contempt. Transformation. The 3 Wang family brothers spoke faintly. Boom. Instantly, 3 huge pillars of light enveloped the 3. A moment later, 3 monstrous beasts of various colors appeared in place. What Wang Chong had awakened was an S-class monster, the giant-toothed mammoth. The huge mammoth was as big as a small hill. Its 2 curved sharp tusks were like long swords that pierced through the sky, and the long brown hairs on its body danced and looked imposing. Eyes. The elephant's roar that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks seemed to shatter the sky. It's the giant-toothed mammoth. This beast is simply a battlefield killing weapon. Not only does it have transportation capabilities, but its defense is extremely powerful. Its natural aptitude war trample is even more of a wide-range attack. I remember that the Desert Kingdom has an army of giant-toothed mammoths, a total of 18 people all made up of giant-toothed mammoths, and together they unleashed the war trample, and the scene was simply earth-shattering. Right, I know that battle. In that battle, 10 miles of the ruined earth were destroyed by a mighty war trampling. It was like a divine skill that destroyed the city and shattered the mountains. Hiss, if Wang Chong unleashes a war trample, this ring might even collapse straight away. Buzz, there was a flash of blue light. The second Wang Mang awakened a monstrous beast with a human head and horse body covered in azure blue-green armor. Wind power horses, mastering both wind and electricity elemental attacks. He moves quickly and explosively. Not only that, Wang Mang was carrying a big silver-colored sword in his hand. It was a large sword made from the bones of a silver-ranked monster. Ha 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 ha, 2 brothers, today we can finally fight side by side. The third oldest Wang Chen let out a loud laugh. He stepped out with great strides, his body ablaze with crimson flames. It was a red-colored man-tiger monster, staring at a hideous tiger head with the vertical lines of the word king on its brow. The hairs on its body were like swaying flames, burning hot and compelling. Fiery Tiger King. A charging strong attack monster that specializes in flame attacks and is good at both near and far. Too strong. The 3 brothers of the Wang family have awakened monsters with their own characteristics. It's okay to take them out individually, but with 3 of them together, this coordination is invincible. Yeah, Megatooth Mammoth's wide-range attack. Control the field. Wind Lightning Horse's high speed. Hold back. The Flaming Tiger King's long-range attack. Main output. With this set of coordination, characters that are 2 or 3 levels stronger than them are no match. And on top of that, their levels aren't low. Only to see that the conspicuous rank tables on the chests of the 3 Wang family brothers were Bronze 3, Bronze 4, Bronze V. Hiss. What a high rank. My god. Is this the genius of the Imperial capital? I was still hovering around the top 3 ranks of Black Iron when I first awakened a month ago. Humph. Joking with you? The geniuses of the imperial capital start off in Rome. People wake up and go back to all kinds of resources piled up. I remember last year, there was a student from a big family in the imperial capital who had already reached the silver level before enrollment. I've been studying at Yinxia University for a year, and now I'm almost at the gold level, and I heard that after graduation, when my military service goes up, I'll be a direct commander of the military department. Hiss, just graduated and you're a big shot in the military? That's amazing. Everyone was incredulous. Is that what separates people from each other? Some are born in Rome. Some are born cattle and horses. Luo Ming. Hurry up and transform. Hurry up and end this farce. Wang Chen rubbed his two huge fists and sneered. However, Luo Ming was just looking at the three of them blandly. A slight frown was raised. Transform? Transform what? If I transform, you won't stand a chance. He yawned casually. Come on. The three bugs of the Wang family. Luo Ming hooked his hand at the three. I can't watch anymore. This Luo Ming is really pretending. He doesn't even change his body. So what's the point of this? No, he's too confident. He doesn't even change his body? A human body against a monster? What a joke. He could turn into a gyroscope with a slap. Too much claptrap. He is thinking. He can't win. So he just doesn't change his body. So is there an excuse for losing? I think it's very likely. It makes sense. This Luo Ming is too ghostly. The crowd nodded. What is Luo Ming doing? Why isn't he changing his body? Does he really want to fight against the monsters with his human body? Mo Rudian frowned. This is absolutely impossible, because the source of human power is monsters. You do not use the power of monsters, but instead to weak body to fight with monsters. This is not the cart before the horse. It was true that powerful human awakened people, such as characters like the 9 heavenly silver dragon Yi Chang'an, could inherit part of a monster's power in their human state, but this was limited in the end. Only 1% at most. This Luo Ming is too much of a trustworthy person. I don't know what he's thinking, but he seems very confident to me. Xia Qingcheng said with a frown. Is there a possibility that he thinks he can beat the monsters in his human body? Ning Crisp suddenly spoke. As a result, both of them looked at her with a little cute eyes at her. Did I say it wrong? I'm sorry. She spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Mo Rudian shook his head. This silly girl is really stupid. How can anyone with a human body to defeat the same level of monsters? This is not funny. However, Luo Ming was still slow to change his stance. Hurry up and come. Don't waste time. He hooked his hand towards Wang Chen. Kitten, you just purred the loudest. Come here first. Kitten? Wang Chen exploded when he heard this title. Don't you dare call me a kitten. Roar. The flames in his body blazed as he let out a true heavenly roar. It was pouncing towards Luo Ming. Third brother, watch out for shenanigans. The other two rushed out, but it was already too late. Wang Chen had already pounced in front of Luo Ming and swung his air fist towards his head. As for Luo Ming, he still hadn't transformed. He even put up a fighting start. In ancient times, there was Wu Sung who fought a tiger with his bare hands, and now I have Luo Ming to follow suit. Buzz. Inside his body, the golden dragon blood began to boil violently. Beneath Luo Ming's clothes, a huge golden dragon tattoo directly covered his entire body. Although others couldn't see the golden dragon tattoo, they could vaguely see that his body seemed to be glowing. Dragon tactics. He took one step and just charged up against Wang Chen's burning flaming fist. At once, everyone was shocked. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Personally pressing Wang Chen. The three brothers were all on board. The true dragon appeared before the living beings. Chapter 37. Personally pressing Wang Chen. The three brothers were all on board. The true dragon appeared before the living beings. No? On Real Flash? He's crazy. As outrageous as I think this is, do you guys think there's a possibility that he's tired of living? You're cerebral palsy, aren't you? So how do you guys explain what Luo Ming did? I feel like he just wants to die. And in the next second, Luo Ming's actions gave them the answer. Anon. With a swing of his body, a dragon's roar resounded through the entire arena. And then, Luo Ming unexpectedly slammed his fist towards Wang Chen. A large and a small fist collided in the void. Knock! Roaring flames exploded. Dust flew. And starbursts of fire dotted the air. In the next second, a huge silhouette violently flew backwards out of the smoke. Immediately afterward, Luo Ming's shadow appeared as he bullied his way up and swung his fist once again. How is this possible? I actually lost in a head-on collision. And he's still in his human state. A flash of disbelief flashed through Wang Chen's golden tiger eyes. He felt as if his world was about to be turned upside down. Now you understand. Little worm, if I transform, you won't even be qualified to fight me. As the dragon tactic was used, Luo Ming only felt his intent flowing through the limbs of his body. It was a wonderful feeling. He was able to easily mobilize all the musculoskeletal parts of his body, down to the smallest cellular manipulation. Many movements that are normally completely impossible to do can be done in this state. Luo Ming's arm shook in the void, as if it was a soft, boneless whip, and violently jerked towards the other party. Snap! And then, he took a step forward to jab and swing out, his fist power seemingly transforming into a big gun, aiming straight for the place's lifeblood. Bang! 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 After 3 moves, Wang Chen was nearly blown off the ring by him, and at that moment, Wang Chen looked at Luo Ming with incomparable caution. The body trembled endlessly. It's so weird. Is this the kind of attack a human body can pull off? Not only is it powerful, but it's also varied. It's definitely a skill. A method of warfare that is not a purely physical art. And if Wang Chen was shocked, the others were all dumbstruck. This is fake, right? Luo Ming's physical state forced back Wang Chen? How is this possible? To match the strength of a monster with the strength of a fleshly body. What kind of terrifying power is this? It's completely inconceivable what this Luo Ming grew up on. Hey, when Luo Ming made his move just now, did you guys hear the sound of a dragon's roar? I think I heard it. I don't know if it's true or not, but isn't the monster awakened by Luo Ming at Tao Tai? Everyone was confused. At this moment, Luo Ming had already leapt up and charged towards Wang Chen's head. Tendi! Finally, the second Wang Mang couldn't help himself. Wow! A gust of wind whipped by, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Wang Chen. Wind chill! Zigzag! Golden thunder was chopped out by his sword and slashed towards Luo Ming. War! Boom! Luo Ming raised his hand and slammed out a fist, his body swaying slightly as he stood in place without retreating a single bit. Nima! This is what human flesh can come next. If it was already shocking enough for Luo Ming to repel Wang Chen with his physical body before, then it was already shocking for him to block the opponent's golden thunder attack with his physical fist now. You know, every year someone on the human side is brutally killed in a human stance because they didn't transform in time during a fight with a monster. If everyone, one by one, had the kind of strength Luo Ming had, the probability of death would probably be much lower. Well, tried it and was pleased with it. Luo Ming pointed with one foot and stood firmly on the ground, without changing his body. He was in an indestructible dragon body using dragon tactics. It was enough to cross 3 small equal steps to fight with the other side. However, if the opponent was SS ranked, then he would only be able to cross 2 small equal steps. SSS ranked would be 1. But anyway, it was really strong. The dragon tactics and the undying dragon body were really strong. So, it's time for the main course. Luo Ming waved his hand. At this moment, that wind turbine horse Wang Mang was already charging towards him. He raised the greatsword in his hand, taking advantage of your illness. The body was covered in gale force winds, and his speed was extremely fast. And then above his sword, lightning covered it, and golden thunder broke through the sky as it chopped down towards Luo Ming head-on. Eyes. The giant-toothed mammoth King Rush made his move as well, only to see him double up in the air before slamming towards the ground. It's war trample. Boom! The elephant's hoof smashed on top of the ground, and immediately, a huge fluctuation spread out in all directions with him at the center. Boom boom boom! The earth rumbled, collapsing and spreading circle after circle until the entire ring was affected. The shockwave just blasted over towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming, this is what you said you wanted the 3 of us to do together. Wang Chen, am coming. Roar! Wang Chen's body rose up in the air with his hands and feet. Tiger roar flaming fist. From above, he swooped towards Luo Ming with a punch. On the front, there was Wang Mang swinging his sword, and above him, there was Wang Chen swinging his fist. On top of that, the place where his feet were standing was collapsing, and the shockwaves could even shatter Luo Ming's body into pieces. It could be said that the current Luo Ming was in danger. These 3 brothers work really well together. With this deathless attack, I can't even block it even if I transform. Luo Ming, a human body. By what can he resist this attack? It's finished. Luo Ming will be crippled if he doesn't die this time. He's too confident in himself, thinking he could defeat his opponent without transforming. He ended up in the gutter. That being said, does anyone think Luo Ming is awesome? He repelled Wang Chen without even transforming. On the contrary, the 3 Wang family brothers are a bit of a bully. They're clearly trying to defeat Luo Ming while he hasn't transformed. Wasn't it Luo Ming himself who wanted to pretend not to change his body before? Who's to blame for this? It was he himself who said that he wanted to fight 1 against 3. And now that he can't beat them, he's talking about this here? Why did you agree earlier? Below, Xia Qingqing's willow brows were locked. No, I'm going to save him. Nothing can happen to Luo Ming. Mo Rudian frowned and wanted to rush into the ring to save Luo Ming. No, Quintessence Mo. Hold on. Look at Luo Ming. Xia Qingqing suddenly pulled Mo Rudian back. only to see Luo Ming's appearance at the moment was still very calm, his face a cloud of lightness. Even though he knew that his opponent's killing move was approaching, he remained calm and collected. Luo Ming must still have a bottom card. Let's see it. Luo Ming, your bottom card. Xia Qingcheng murmured softly. Well, it's time to end this farce. Luo Ming grinned. As the three Wang family brothers looked on, their hearts suddenly snapped. A feeling that something was wrong rose up. In the next second, monstrous golden light flooded the entire ring. Transformation. 10 fierce, true dragons. Boom! The golden pillar of light that was the same as when he had awakened earlier surged up into the universe. Anon! Earth-shattering dragon roars resounded in the place where they were stationed. Fluctuations radiate in all directions, and more eyes are drawn this way. At this moment, the true dragon appears before all beings. End of chapter. Chapter 38, True Dragon Divine Might. Abusing the three Wang family brothers. Chapter 38, True Dragon Divine Might. Abusing the three Wang family brothers. This fluctuation, this golden glow. My 24K titanium alloy dog eyes are blinded. So terrifying. There's an impulse to lose control of my body and kneel down to worship. Why do I feel as if this glow is like the fluctuation during awakening? I remember seeing that video the last time Luo Ming awakened, and that pillar of light rushing up to the sky was the color of blood. This golden pillar of light today isn't any worse than last time. Could it be that Luo Ming has awakened again? My goodness, then isn't this his second awakening? As the golden pillar of light penetrated the clouds, and then burst after burst radiated, it even reached beyond the ruins. The mercenary corps that were in the midst of the ruins, hunting monsters, and the holy corps were all surprised. The monstrous beasts among the ruins unexpectedly all fell to the ground in fear, emitting a burst of wailing sounds as if they were facing the king and bowing down. What the hell is going on here? Hey, you guys, look, inside the wall. Asterisk. A golden pillar of light. This aura, I feel like wanting to kowtow. This is the fluctuation of awakening, isn't it? Someone awakened at this time? What the hell is going on inside the walls? The Sacred Order and the mercenaries were stunned. This fluctuation, it's definitely SSS level strength. Has someone in the garrison awakened? Dragon! Quick look! It's a dragon! Hiss! My goodness! Luo Ming has awakened a second monster. What kind of monster is this? This fluctuation, it's definitely SSS level. A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded. As the golden light gradually dispersed, Luo Ming's figure slowly emerged. Draped in a red cloak, there were golden dragon stripes all over his body covering his armor, and his head was topped with 2 domineering dragon horns, and his ruddy eyes exuded a thick dragon might that made people not dare to look at him. A patch of sharp black dragon scales neatly lined up at both shoulders shimmered with a piercing luster under the sun, covering both hands and legs, so much like natural body armor, with golden lines and black scales, and a red cloak. The true dragon revealed the majesty of a born king all over his body. Dragonwick. Luo Ming opened his mouth indifferently, as if an ancient god was whispering, and the sound and rhythm that flowed from afar resounded through the heavens and earth. Buzz. His eyes flickered, and then an overwhelming pressure spread in all directions with Luo Ming at the center. How is this possible? The three Wang family brothers were completely confused. The three of them were enveloped by this powerful dragon's might, and they only felt that their entire battle power had been hardened and suppressed by 30%. Boom! Fists burning with blazing fire slammed towards him from above. Luo Ming slightly sidestepped the punch, and then he didn't even raise his eyes to look at Wang Chen, just a casual hand outstretched. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of looking up at people. Bang! This claw was like a golden dragon probing its claws, and it just clasped Wang Chen's head. Slightly harder. Click, click, click. The sound of bones cracking came out. Wang Chen let out a roar of pain. Ah! His fierce tiger-like face even twisted as a result, and the king's self-vertical lines in the center of his eyebrows collapsed as a result. The 2 pairs of tiger eyes were even close to slipping out of their sockets. He only felt as if his head was going to be crushed by Luo Ming. Brother! Wang Mang roared, waving the large sword in his hand, the wind howling and lightning blooming as he chopped down towards Luo Ming. Who gave you permission to stand in front of me? Kneel and talk. Boom! Luo Ming picked up Wang Chen's head and ripped his entire body out of midair, just like a long whip. It fiercely lashed at Wang Meng's body. Bang! Instantly, both of them were slammed down in front of Luo Ming. It was also at this instant that the war tramples fluctuation arrived. Luo Ming's face was expressionless as he took one step. The 2 pairs of golden dragon wings on his back spread out. His body was suspended in midair like this. Why don't I show you my dragon song? Luo Ming's body turned. At that moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the void. Luo Ming unexpectedly turned into a 30-odd meter long golden dragon, his gold-colored eyes exuding a strong domineering aura. Aang! the true dragon let out a furious roar, rolling sound waves turning into substance towards the giant tooth mammoth. Eyes. The giant-toothed mammoth roared and unleashed war trample once again. Boom! Two violent fluctuations exploded in the void. Immediately after that, the true dragon's body violently charged out towards the other party. The dragon drawing hand. Luo Ming probed out his dragon claw and just grabbed towards the giant tooth mammoth. You try to grab me. I'll pierce your claws. Eyes. Wang Chong was furious. His body was covered in an earth-colored glow, and his two pairs of lance-like giant teeth were even stabbing towards Luo Ming's claws. Hyper. Zip. And as the ones collided, stars and flames flew. I've heard that ivory is very valuable, and I'd like to see how much I can sell it for. Luo Ming laughed coldly, and the sound of his mighty pressure vibrated, and after, with a clicking sound, both alabaster ivory tusks were crushed hard by him. The dragon's claws snapped onto the giant-toothed mammoth's body, lifting him up. The true dragon rushed up into the void, as if it was a king who had successfully hunted his prey. Bang! With a behemoth being smashed down from the sky by him, the giant-toothed mammoth collapses convulsively into the shattered ring. Like dead dogs, the three Wang family brothers were all knocked out of their monster status. Luo Ming descended from the sky and transformed, taking human form. The red cape fluttered in the wind. The three Wang Jia brothers. That's it? He cocked his head, a strong sneer flashing in his eyes. At this moment, it was as if the air around them had stopped flowing. Everyone's breathing was audible. No, there were even people who were scared and held their breath the entire time. Not a breath of air. Black Iron 10th Order Luo Ming. Surprisingly, he had abused and exploded the bronze-level Wang family's three brothers like killing a chicken. What an amazing sight this is. Wow! The red cloak wreaked havoc with the wind, and Luo Ming resumed his human body. If you're a dish, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play, and lie there pretending to be dead for no one, he said faintly, scratching his head. Cough cough. Violent coughing sounds came out, and the three Wang family brothers climbed up with a face of fear. The gaze that looked at Luo Ming was filled with a thick color of fear. Luo Ming, we admit it. You are very strong. We lost this round. The three men helped each other to their feet. One head was nearly crushed, and several bones in one's body were broken. There is also a Wang Chong even worse. Almost lost his life, cannot stand up easily. There's no point in you guys admitting it. Say it like I need you guys to admit it. Luo Ming skimmed his lips in disdain. So what do you want? The three of them looked at each other, and humiliation flashed in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Luo Ming smiled slightly. Give money. Whatever essence, blood beast core, beast jade potion, or whatever. Have some, or I can guarantee that you won't be able to get into Yanxia University. Luo Ming grinned with a devilish look. The three of them immediately felt a tightening of their juju. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Hostility from Gu Linshao. The terrifying depths of the imperial capital Qin family. Chapter 39, Hostility from Gu Linshao. The terrifying depths of the imperial capital Qin family. If you can't get into Yanxia University, how can you not get in? It's very simple. The three all hit sent to the ICU to go. That does not miss the examination of Yanxia University well. This threat is as close as you can get to writing on your face that if you don't agree, you will be killed. Luo Ming, don't be too. Before Wang Chong even finished speaking, a burst of golden light had already begun to bloom on Luo Ming's body. He approached towards the trio one step at a time. Luo Ming, don't come any closer. We agreed. The three people's faces became extremely ugly as they hurriedly opened their mouths. A few moments later, the three of them pulled out 5 bronze 5th rank monsters' essence bloods and 5 beast cores of the same level from their bodies with grim faces. Luo Ming collected his resources with a smile on his face. Going back. Luo Ming contentedly patted the dust on his body. This time out, it was considered a good harvest. Not only had he taken down Xia Qingcheng, but he had also completed the True Dragon trial, and his strength had increased considerably. It can be considered a rewarding experience. For the next few days, one would continue to absorb these essence blood beast core resources and then familiarize oneself with the power of Tao Tai and the True Dragon. There is still more than half a month as the Yanxia University examination. Yanxia University examination is not a maneuver. It is a real playful war. That's a real face-to-face fight with a monster. After Luo Ming's few people left, the three Wang family brothers were filled with gloom. He picked up his cell phone. Gu Shao, we lost. That Luo Ming actually awakened a second monster. A dragon-shaped monster. Very strong. The three of us are no match for him, Wang Chong said with a resigned face. Okay. A faint voice came from the other end of the line. Imperial capital. Qin family. Lin Xiao, are you really going to take the Yanxia University examination as well? Inside the ancient, bookish room, Gu Yumal looked at the resolute-faced young man in front of him and asked. Yes, father, I must go to Yanxia University. This Luo Ming has insulted you too much. I must make him pay. So what if it's SSSS rank? I, Gu Linxiao, have never been weak in my life. I'll kill him as usual. Thick killing intent flashed in Gu Linxiao's eyes. Yes, Gu Yuma slapped the table. Worthy of being my Gu Yuma's son? He should have this kind of vigor. Lin Xiao, I support you in this matter. Isn't it because he, Yi Chagan, wants to support Luo Ming because he values his SSS rank talent? Humph. I'll let him know that my son Gu Linxiao is better than SSS rank talent. Gu Yuma's words had just fallen. Crunch! The main door was then pushed open, and a beautiful woman with a plump figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman all over her body, walked into the room. Lin Xiao, I won't say any more superfluous words. Your father has told me the general situation. The beauty of the woman's eyebrows and eyes with a smile, although the corners of the eyes have fine crow's feet, but thanks to the extremely well-maintained, although already 50 years old, but also looks like 35 or 36 years old. She was Gu Linxiao's mother, Gu Yuma's wife, the only woman in the second generation of the Qin family. Qin Russian, it can be said that from childhood to adulthood was spoiled by the entire family grew up, especially Qin Tianwang. To this daughter is incomparable doting. Although Qin Rusheng was a woman, her vigor was not weaker than anyone else's, and although her talent was not high, she was willing to be the woman behind Gu Yuma. It was with the support of Qin Rusheng and the Qin family that the once former Gu Yuma had stepped up to the war throne. I have knowledge of that Lorming. There has been quite a lot of talk about him for a while now, and all those sisters of mine have been talking about him as well. Talent is certainly good, but it's a pity that his birth is too low. His heart is higher than the sky. His life is thinner than paper. There are times when it's better not to have too much talent without a good background, or else he'll easily die early. After all, as the old saying goes, it's good to have your back to a big tree, and as the old saying goes, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Qin Rusheng had a smile on her lips. Lin Xiao, this time when you went to take the Yanxia University's examination, your three uncles prepared a big gift for you. Come in. Qin Rusheng's jade hand lightly tapped. At once, the figures of 9 young men fishtailed into the room. What do you mean, mother? Looking at the 9 young men in front of him who carried a solemn aura, Gu Linxiao frowned slightly. Lin Xiao, your 3 uncles hold high positions in the military ministry and naturally have quite a few outstanding young men under their hands, and when they heard that you were going to take the exam for Yanxia University, they purposely chose 9 of the most outstanding young men from their own staff. This time, they will accompany you as your chaperones. Of course, you can also use their power to do all the things you want to do during the test. The implications of Qin Russian's words were self-evident. 9 of them are all S-ranked talents, and there's even an SS-ranked awakened among them. Lin Xiao and the others can definitely help you out. Come, greet the young master. Qin Russian gently beckoned. The 9 of them then knelt on one knee in front of Gu Linxiao with a face full of respect. Greetings, young master. Gu Linxiao's face showed shock. Mother, thank the 3 uncles for me. Qin Rusheng nodded gently. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Next is a gift from your grandfather. Qin Russian clapped her hands again. Several servants then walked into the room carrying a handful of foreign objects wrapped in red cloth. Swish! Qin Rusheng lifted the red cloth with one hand. A battle soldier built from the bones of the golden jade grade 8th ranked monster, the red flame jade crystal beast, and your grandpa even built the red flame jade crystal beast's beast jade into it. These 2 blades can utilize the red flame jade crystal beast's innate divine ability, the blazing fire meteor chop, which is powerful enough to heavily damage a blue jade ranked powerhouse at full power. Only, subject to the Yanxia University's examination, the upper limit was suppressed by your grandfather to the bronze 10th rank. With this set of twin swords, you can be fearless in single combat against any opponent. Well, do you like it? Lin Xiao. She handed the 2 knives to Gu Linxiao. Gu Linxiao stroked the red-colored blade with a frenzied face, and a searing aura came over him. He nodded vigorously. Love it, mother. Thank grandpa for me. Don't worry, there's a present for you from mommy. Qin Rusheng pursed her red lips. This is the present for you at the moment. The foreign objects your uncle and your grandpa have given you. And this is the Yuan energy potion that mom ordered from Yanhuang Technology some time ago. Since it's the first batch of products, it doesn't have a name yet. And his effect is enough to make your physical body and Yuan energy double break the limit. Child, you are now at the bronze 8th rank. Under normal circumstances your battle power is comparable to a bronze 7th rank SSS rank awakened person. But after taking this potion, you will be able to go hand in hand with SSS ranked awakened persons. And you also have the red flame twin blades. Unusual SSS ranked awakened persons are not your match. Qin Rusheng gently stroked Gu Linxiao's cheek. You are the heir of my Qin family for 3 generations. The entire Qin family will be yours in the future. Your uncle, grandpa, and mom, me and your father will all fully support you. Lin Xiao, go ahead and do whatever you want. Behind you is the imperial capital Qin family. As long as the Qin family doesn't fall, no one can touch you. You'll keep winning. A doting look flashed in Qin Russian's eyes, just as she had been coddled by everyone in her family in the beginning. Now that coddling had been transferred to her son. Lin Xiao, follow me for the next half a month. I'll personally train you, improve your real-world combat experience, and raise your rank to bronze level 10. Gu Yuma also spoke. With the strong support of the entire Qin family, Gu Linxiao could never fail. That's what everyone thinks. End of chapter. Chapter 40 Breaking Through Bronze. Ways to make money. Chapter 40 Breaking Through Bronze. Ways to make money. On the other side, Luo Ming had also returned to his long-lost home. Doing the math, he hadn't been back in a long time since he'd sold the house. The good thing is, none of the layout of the home has changed in any way. I'll take the master bedroom. You'll take the second. And then you'll be in charge of cooking, organizing, and doing the laundry. Luo Ming instructed Xia Qingcheng. What about you? I'm in charge of eating and sleeping, so I'm hungry now. Can I go grocery shopping and cook? Xia Qingcheng? Like I'm the landlord. Why do all the good things fall to you? Willing to bet. You. Xia Qingcheng clenched her pink fists. She couldn't wait to rush to the food market right now and buy a bunch of vegetables and come back later to make a big colorful and delicious meal. But, the reality is that Xia Qingcheng can't cook. Half an hour later, Lamini is eating. Xia Qingcheng took off her apron, crossed her arms and looked at the large table of dishes in front of her with a confident expression. You're not going to get away with this, are you? Lo Ming opened the door to his room and sat down at the table. How was it? Was it good? Xia Qingcheng asked with a hopeful face. Nice. Luo Ming nodded. Humph. I knew it. I cook absolutely well. It's the same flavor as the takeout I usually order. This can't be fried by the Sycamore restaurant downstairs. Luo Ming asked as he took a bite of his meal. Xia Qingcheng's expression froze. 100%. All guesses. She'd wanted to order takeout from a fancy hotel, but that one was too easy to see. So it followed the principle of proximity and ordered the restaurant downstairs in front of the house, not realizing that it was still seen by Luo Ming. My parents used to take me to eat at that restaurant, and the owner's daughter is very good looking, with long legs and a thin waist and still very innocent, Luo Ming said faintly. When she said the first half of the sentence, Xia Qingcheng was still somewhat sympathetic to Luo Ming's suffering, but the second half of the sentence came out her those so-called sympathies instantly disappeared. It even felt like my earlier sympathy had been eaten by a dog. A beautiful woman like yourself is standing in front of you, and you're still here thinking about other women? By the way, in the future to go to the Sycamore restaurant to buy food, remember to report my phone number. I filled the membership card. 20% discount it. To learn to be thrifty. Or what if you marry later? Luo Ming said faintly. I'm not marrying. Xia Qingcheng's face turned green with anger. She turned her head and headed for her room. You're not eating? Full. Oh. Luo Ming continued to slowly eat a large table of food, when he suddenly remembered something. Wait. Xia Qingcheng's footsteps slightly lurched. I wouldn't eat even if you begged me to eat right now because I'm already full from your anger. I didn't beg you to eat. It's none of my business if you're full. I was trying to tell you that your room is in the second bedroom. That's my room. Xia Qingcheng. Well, big straight man. I'll see if you can be single for the rest of your life. Click. Xia Qingcheng slammed the door with an angry face. After eating, the kitchen was simply cleaned up. Luo Ming also returned to the room. Today's top priority is to improve your strength now. He pulled out the 5 branches of essence blood in 5 beast cores that he had pitched from the 3 Wang family brothers. It should be enough to raise it to the bronze level. Essence blood quenched the beast body, and the beast core boosted the yuan energy, and generally the two existed in a complementary manner, just like your left and right legs, which are the same length. You can't say that your left foot is particularly long and your right foot is particularly short. Of course, this kind of situation also existed, such as certain tank-type monsters, or some monsters that focused on one long-range output. There might be a situation where the physical body and yuan energy were not equal, but such monsters are basically suited for their specialty in large-scale battles. The essence blood and beast core of the bronze 5th order would be enough for any black iron 10th order monster to use, even one like Xia Qingcheng, to break through to the bronze 2nd order or so. I've only managed to break through to the bronze 1st stage, and that was on the premise that Luo Ming had the Tao Tai infinite devouring talent and was able to absorb 100% of it. Everything has its pros and cons. As I awaken more and more 10 fouls, the difficulty of leveling up will also increase up. He pulled out a crimson prismatic crystal in his backhand. It was a gift of atonement given to him by the previous holy head of the Bloodrock Holy Order, the beast jade of the gold level monster Meteor Firewolf. I'd like to see what talent of his exists within it. The beast jade contains the skills of the monster during its lifetime. Though many monsters do not have just one skill, so it's all about luck as to what you get. With a bit of luck, one could obtain this Meteor Fire Wolf's strongest aptitude, the Flame Meteor Bomb. Bad luck might only get you the wolf close quarters fighting technique. Luo Ming pressed his hand on top of the beast jade. Buzz. A few moments later, he opened his eyes. 100% inheritance? Can you transform into a meteor fire wolf? Luo Ming froze. Is this also the effect of infinite devouring? Anyone else who absorbed the beast jade would only gain one skill. Good luck with two. He was good. He inherited it completely. He could transform into a meteor fire wolf. And he inherited all of its skills. The only downside is that it can only be used once. However, there is no time limit without disarming the transformation. This function is quite practical. There are times when you can use it to disguise yourself. Otherwise, it's too high profile to carry the identity of a SSS-ranked genius everywhere you go. Luo Ming shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Counting the time, it seems to be about that time. He took a step and burst over to the computer and typed in a URL. Sure enough, underground boxing. Today is the last day to sign up. The champion gets a set of essence blood and beast cores of a silver grade 6th rank monster? And 2 million yen xia coins? That's a generous reward. Just in time for the lack of resources. Luo Ming didn't hesitate and clicked on enrollment right away. The Star Ocean State's underground fights are actually held every year and are organized by the Star Ocean State's largest technology company, Cinnabar Technology. The intention is to find talent for the company. The other side is that everyone understands. Since it is an underground competition, naturally, there is no shortage of bets. So it looks like Cinnabar Technology invested quite a bit up front, but in the end they all made a lot of money. Signed the certificate of life and death, and live and die from then on. Lo Ming shook his head and signed his name. Wear a mask, and just use the power of the Meteor Firewolf to compete. Lo Ming casually pulled out a werewolf mask from under his bed that his mother had given him when he was a child. Just call it the Tooth Wolf. He grinned and walked out of the room with his mask in his pocket. The door to Xia Qingqing's room was tightly closed, and it looked like she was still sulking. Luo Ming shook his head and took a cab straight to the gym of Cinnabar Technology. End of chapter. Chapter 41. The reason for entering the advanced field is being too lazy to stand in line. Tooth Wolf Primary Battle. Chapter 41. The reason for entering the advanced field is too lazy to stand in line. Tooth Wolf Primary Battle. Hello, guest. Please fill in your code name, age, rank, and the field you want to attend here. The round-faced sister at the front desk of the gym handed Luo Ming a registration form. Code name, Tooth Wolf. In the underground ring, many people didn't want to use their real names, so they would take a code name. And naturally there were not a few like Luo Ming who wore a mask. At the very least, in this hall, Luo Ming had seen quite a few people with cats, dogs, snakes, black and white chickens, and all sorts of masks. Age, 18. Rank Bronze I. The round-faced girl was slightly shocked when she saw the age. To have this strength at such a young age, this couldn't be the male son of any large family hiding his identity to compete. But then he saw Lo Ming fall silent for a moment and crossed out 18 again. He rewrote 28. I'm sorry, suddenly I forgot I'm an old thing. He scratched his head awkwardly. After all, an 18-year-old bronze rank was a bit too eye-catching. That's all right, sir. After all, a man is always 18. The round-faced girl smiled. She patted her chest lightly. Scared to death. I really thought it was the son of some big family. I had the phone number ready. She silently tucked the note in her hand with the phone number back into her pocket. Save it for the next target. What does this field mean? Beginner field, intermediate field and advanced field? Luo Ming asked with a frown. Sir, our field is restricted to levels. The primary field can only be participated in by those below the 6th rank of black iron, and the intermediate field is the 2nd rank of bronze. According to your strength, sir, you can achieve a good result in the intermediate field, the girl explained. However, Luo Ming turned his head to look twice. There were many people lined up at the entrances of the primary and intermediate arenas, like long lines almost to the door. Only this side of the senior field was empty. Where's the advanced field? The advanced field is unlimited. Anyone can participate, however the mortality rate is very high. The highest year even reached 70%. The round-faced girl explained. What does it mean that there is no limit? Silver level can also participate? The girl shook her head. Sir, you're joking. The silver level is considered a big shot in the entire Cinnabar Technology. They won't participate in this kind of thankless competition. Their annual salary alone is over 3 million. The Star Ocean State is indeed a small place. Over here, the silver level was already considered an upper-middle level powerhouse. After all, even the leader, Mo Rudian, was only at the gold level. For example, that Blood Rock Sacred Regiment's commander Jiang Tao, who had been killed by Yi Chang'an in seconds. had already been called a monstrous big shot in this Star Ocean state. Mo Tian-du couldn't afford to mess with it at all. It's good that there's no silver level. Then I'll join the advanced field. Luo Ming said with a faint smile. First, Mr. Are you serious? The girls are stunned. The winner of last year's advanced field was a bronze level 9 powerhouse who slaughtered all of his opponents. You're a bronze level 1, and you're going to participate in the advanced field? The old man ate arsenic? You want to die? Sir, the mortality rate in the senior field is very high. That senior field champion last year. He killed all his competitors from start to finish. Are you sure? Sir, didn't you sign a life and death contract? Of course I'm sure. The round-faced girl was silent for a moment. She handed the admission ticket to Lamani. Since someone wanted to get killed, there was nothing she could do about it. Sir, can you tell me what your reasons are for attending the senior field? Just as Luo Ming was about to leave, she snapped. See the entrances to the primary and intermediate fields? The round-faced girl nodded. There are too many people and I don't want to wait in line. With that, he headed towards the empty entrance of the advanced field. The round-faced girl, on the other hand, was stunned and dumbfounded. For that reason? No, big brother, is that your reason? Entering the pitch-black intersection, Luo Ming probably walked for about 3 minutes or so. Only then did a faint light come in, followed by a roar like a tidal wave. By the time he walked out of this passageway, Luo Ming was already in the middle of a huge cage. There were 2 other huge cages to his left and right. The cage, which could hold several hundred people, just stood in the field, and above these ends, there was a crowd and a circle of spectators, each one red-faced and incomparably agitated with rage. At the top of the 3 cages, there were 3 huge electronic screens with people's names scrolling on them. With the addition of Luo Ming on this side of the advanced field, there were only 48 participants in total, and the primary field was brimming with close to 1,000 people, and there were even a lot of students in there, laughing and joking around, looking like they were there to have fun. The intermediate field was significantly smaller in number, with just over 300 people. Drops. Just then, the scrolling electronic screen paused. There was clearly this Luo Ming's name on it. Game 1. Bronze First Order. Toothwolf vs. Bronze Fifth Order. Ghostface. I don't know if it's an illusion or if that's just the way it is. Anyway, as the electronic voice rang out, the heat of the arena seemed to suddenly stop for a second. A moment later, then a more intense roar erupted. Bronze First Order playing in advanced field? What kind of chicken joke is this? Nima, you dare to come to the advanced arena at the bronze first rank? Are you here to commit suicide? If you can't think straight, go jump off a building, kill yourself and don't come this way. What the hell is the organizer doing? They're going to let him come up even if he's such a weakling? Hurry up and tell him to get lost. I don't even want to watch it. The first game was so boring. Brain dead. The crowd cussed. In a corner of the audience. Mochizuki, you want to press? I'm pressing Ghostface for $100,000. A young man's figure appeared beside Lin Moching. Since separating from Luo Ming, Lin Moching broke up with Wang Heng. However, it didn't take long for him to find a better boyfriend. This boyfriend comes from a big family in the imperial capital, the Wang family. Although it was a sideline of the Wang family, it was already considered a strong background in Star Ocean State. No, I don't want to press. Lin Moching shook his head. Press it. There is no suspense in this game. Although Ghostface level in the advanced field is not that high, but he is a bronze level 5th rank. No matter what, it is impossible to lose. Although there is only 10 to 1 odds, but it is better than nothing, isn't it? How about you press $10,000? Win and you buy me dinner. Lose and it's on me? Wang Zhe stepped forward and stopped Lin Moching's shoulders. The other party did not refuse, though he resisted a little. Compared to the previous Wang Heng, this Wang Zhe, although his talent might be inferior, had a more powerful background. And Lin Moching's father had been eager to move up the ladder, so it was up to her to catch a golden son-in-law. Okay, let's press $10,000 then. Lin Moching nodded her head. Wang Zhe had a point. It's a little cute not to have money. The other side. Press. Tilted City. Press the ghost face. This lady directly pressed $500,000. Ha 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 ha. Ming Crispy patted the huge thing on her chest. The waves tumbled for a while, shaking the eyes of the men around her who couldn't take their eyes off of it. Bronze 5th rank versus bronze 1st rank. It's impossible to lose. This game is a sure win. Let's make a good start. However, Xia Qingcheng frowned. By normal thinking it does. But, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That guy's strength just couldn't be measured by common sense. Black Iron 10th rank. Defeating the 3 masters of the Wang family. Since this toothy wolf dares to come to the advanced field, it must have something to rely on. The first game on the pressure of $500,000. But it seems to be too hasty. Not wise. Crispy, you go back out. Listen to me. Tooth Wolf presses 10. 000. Ghostface presses 10. 000. Let's stabilize a hand first in the first game first. Xia Qingcheng said. Ha, it doesn't have to be like this, does it? How can a bronze 5th rank lose to a black iron 10th rank? Ning Crisp grew her mouth. Listen to me. Have you forgotten about Luo Ming? Since this Tooth Wolf dares to come, he must have something to fall back on. It's too easy for you to fall in the gutter when you go up for $500,000. Xia Qingcheng said. This, well, Ning Crispy thought about it. Her own head was stupid, but this BFF was very smart, so she chose to believe Xia Qingcheng. And, what if there's a big blowout? You know the odds on this toothy wolf are 1 to 10. 10,001 is 100,000. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Running to Make Money. Bet yourself. $1 million up front. Chapter 42 Running to Make Money. Bet yourself. $1 million up front. 1 to 10 odds. I can be really looked down upon. Luo Ming shook his head helplessly. If I had known, I would have gotten someone to bet some for myself in advance. And I still have a lot of yen xia coins left on my body. So if I bet $1 million on it, I would have directly super doubled 10 million. It's no easier than this playing the game. Just as Luo Ming was pondering, a burly man close to 2 meters tall had made his way to the ring. A toothy wolf? Bronze first order? You're here to joke with me, aren't you? He grinned a disdainful smile. Your ghost face? Rather, I don't see where the ghost is. Luo Ming shook his head. Come on, I'll give you a shot, or you're out for the day. Lamani beckoned to him. What did you say? Ghostface's face immediately turned ugly. Are you looking for death? You guessed it. I'm just looking for death. So can you get me killed? Luo Ming's evil tone of voice, paired with that wolf ghost mask, surprisingly for a moment made the onlookers unable to help but raise a chill. Don't push it, Ghostface. Hurry up and get him. That's it. A bronze first rank kid. Just slap him to death. You punk. How much longer do you have to waste your time here? Ghostface, if you dare to cause me to lose, I'll kill you. Countless people in the audience sent cordial greetings toward Ghostface. Damn. If I don't get you killed in this, then I'll be sorry for the audience's expectations of me. Transformation. Ghost-faced mantis. A dark glow covered the ghostly face. A few breaths later, a 2-meter-tall, pitch-black mantis surfaced in front of the crowd. The head of this mantis wore a white bone mask, and his hands were as sharp as sides, glowing with a burst of cold light, as if even the void could be cut open. Kid, die for me. Swish. The black ghost-faced mantis let out a strange, eerie shriek from its mouth and violently transformed into a black light that swooped towards Luo Ming. Good. There's momentum. Steady. Open the door. I bet $50,000. $5,000 is not bad. Small profit, small profit. Ha 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 ha. I'm picking up the slack straight away. And I'm betting all the $500,000 I have on me. Or you are shrewd. But also, money is not earned is. I knew that I bet $1 million. Regret. The audience on stage was talking about it. Wang Jia also laughed lightly. How about Mochizuki? This is a solid round. Well, I should have known to bet more. Lin Moching nodded her head, not understanding the way of it the first time she came. Otherwise she would have asked Wang Jia to bet more, taking out her entire petty cash. Harm. There will be opportunities. Though such opportunities don't come all the time, but there should be others later on. And when they do, you'll just have to listen to my arrangements. Wang Jia took a deep breath as he wrapped his arms around her fragrant shoulders, and a lewd smile flashed across his face. Finished. It's going to lose. Xia Qingcheng. I'll bite you to death. Ning Crisp rubbed her teeth and claws all over Xia Qingcheng's body with open arms, occasionally and very deliberately stopping in sensitive areas. It is clear that there is a drunkenness to it. Win $1,000, lose $10,000, $9,000 down the drain. And that's a meal's worth of my money. Woohoo! Ning Crisp cried out tearfully. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Xia Qingcheng spat out a sentence. Then her beautiful eyes moved to the ring. Could it really be that I'm wrong? This wolf's tooth is just a head iron. Right at the moment when that ghost-faced mantis rushed towards him, Luo Ming had wanted to directly move to kill him in seconds. Then thought about it again. This kind of money-making opportunity is not always available. Instead of killing each other in seconds, why Don? You find a way to bring up your odds and go bet on yourself. Heath. A touch of playfulness appeared on his face underneath his mask before he took a step forward. Boom! A burst of flames covered his body, and an angsty meteor firewolf appeared in front of the crowd. Yo! An A-rank monster. Not bad. It's not bad, although the ghost mantis is AB rank. But the difference in rank is too big. Indeed. Let's hurry up and finish this battle. This kind of unsuspecting battle is not interesting to watch at all. Boom! The meteor fire wolf and ghost-faced mantis collided together, and the two entangled with each other. Each time Luo Ming had a close call, but he was never defeated by Ghost Mantis. On the contrary, Ghost-faced Mantis became quite impatient as his moves fell short again and again, and his rhythm was messed up quite a bit. It's possible. This guy can even have a tough tussle with the Ghost-faced Mantis? No, this can't be something he can win. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What kind of trash is this Mantis? Bronze level 5 can't kill a level 1 dry? Give me seconds to kill him. Damn it. I pressed for $500,000. If you lose, I'll make you into a specimen. Luo Ming dodged his opponent's attacks with difficulty, and from time to time, he deliberately let his opponent hurt himself a little. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is easy. Really pretending to be a pig and fighting a pig back and forth is really hard. Almost. Secretly spitting out a sentence, Luo Ming intentionally revealed a break, allowing the ghost mantis to strike his chest, and then letting out a crazy roar. Both hands directly gripped his blade, then folded hard and click. The hand breaks, and a final whiplash sends Ghostface Mantis flying. It was only then that he took a big breath and began to catch his breath, disengaging his transformed state. Only his clothes were tattered and torn, and his body was covered in scars, with blood gurgling down his torso. Although it looked miserable, Luo Ming had at least won, but as soon as he won, everyone around him instantly stopped. Guttering? Ein yet. What a blowout. What's this top-notch blowout? Ghostface, you go die. My old man's coffin board. Aha. Ghostface, old man's $500,000. I have to stomp on your daughter-in-law twice. To the death. Piss me off. Everyone was cursing bitterly, and Lin Moching's face didn't look too good, even though the $10,000 wasn't his own. But who wouldn't want to win? Well, Mo-Ching, don't be upset. It's only $10,000. Later on, this Tooth Wolf will definitely continue to play. He's already injured. He's bound to lose the next game. Let's continue to bet on his opponent. He's sure to win. Wang Zhe comforted. With the strength that this Tooth Wolf had displayed, there was basically an element of luck involved for him to win this round. The next opponent was stronger than Ghostface, and luck wouldn't always be with him. And on top of that, he was injured and already a powerhouse. Ha 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 ha. Win win win. Make $100,000 in anger. Leaning, you're such a big baby to me. Ning Crisp jumped up excitedly. She hugged Xia Qingcheng and then kissed her left and right on her face. Okay, stop kissing. Are you still betting on the next hand? Of course I bet. Where is this going? Okay, but you can't press Tooth Wolf on the next hand. Xia Qingcheng's analysis was basically the same as Wang Zhe's, and at that moment, Luo Ming came to a corner of the cage, and he waved his hand to call a guard. Dude, do me a favor. What favor? The other frowned. Go ahead and place a bet for me. $1 million on Tooth Wolf for the next game. With that, he handed over a bank card. Ha! That security guard was dumbfounded. Directly dumbfounded in place. No, dude, are you serious? Or is it just a case of spreading your wealth before you kill yourself? At this point, the big screen continued to roll, and the second match was Tooth Wolf versus Demon Lion. His opponent, the Demon Lion, had bitten his foe's head off with a single bite in the previous fight. He was also one of the 3 champion reserves in the senior field, a Bronze 8 Magic Lion. And for this one, his odds were already at a staggering 1-15. Well, it's time to make money. Luo Ming grinned and stepped into the ring once again. End of chapter. Chapter 43, betting is done. So no more pretending. Showdown. I'm the bull. Chapter 43, betting is done. So no more pretending. Showdown. I'm the bull. Someone's betting big. How much? How much was bet? $10 million? No, $1 million. Che, $1 million is not a big bet. The Magic Lion's odds are 30-1, and there are people who bet $3 million. But that $1 million was bet on Tooth Wolf, whom read and appraised as a man's fool's errand, scattering his wealth and dissipating it. A group of people shook their heads and scoffed. Cootie. They all know that Tooth Wolf is going to mail it. He played Ghostface like he was going to die mom. Working hard and nearly losing in a close call. Playing Magic Lion now? Playing with wool. The Devil Lion could have killed him with one bite. I think. Rich people just want to have fun. And I just want to make money. Low odds. Make a living. Bet on the Demon Lion. That bet on the Tooth Wolf, I suspect the organizers have found a trust. That's right. Seeing that we all bet on the Demon Lion, he deliberately went to bet on the Tooth Wolf. I still don't know this kind of routine. How can there be such a number of cold outbursts? Really treating the audience as little cuties. Do you really think the audience is a cutie? Luo Ming didn't know that when he went down with this hand, there were people who directly categorized him as ITO. And then there were even more people who bet on the Demon Lion. Okay, Mochizuki, who are you betting on this time? Wang Zhe saw the opening and smiled once again. His previous bet on Ghostface had cost him 50,000, and the 10,000 he had given Lin Moching. His lungs were about to explode. This time he would win it all back. Even Wang Zhe looked for his friends and scraped together $3 million. That's $100,000 if you win. That's a small profit. There should be other opportunities to follow up anyway. Bet on the Demon Lion. Lin Moching hesitated and took out a bank card. It's my dad's living expenses for college, and money to buy me a car, and what I've saved over the years. My entire fortune is in there anyway. A total of $330,000. Bet on the Demon Lion for me. Wang Zhe received the bank card with a touched face. Thank you, Mochizuki, for being willing to trust me so much. I won't let you lose, Wang Zhe said seriously. Lin Moching smiled faintly and didn't say anything. If I lose, you'll pay for it? Ching Chang, how to bet? How do I bet? Ning Crispy screamed in excitement when she saw Toothwolf in the ring again. Bet on the Demon Lions. No need to look at this one. It's unlikely to go cold again. Xia Qingqing shook her head. Ugh, I knew it. Okay, but the Magic Lion odds are only 30 to 1, which is too small. Forget it. A mosquito's leg is also meat. Make a little meal money. With that, Ning Crisp ran off to bet. Xia Qingchang, on the other hand, went to the restroom halfway through. Luo Ming was wiping the blood from his body in front of the sink when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk out of the restroom. Xia Qingchang? Why is she here? When Xia Qingchang left, Luo Ming thought for a moment and pulled out his cell phone. You guys are watching Lucha Underground now? Not a moment later, Xia Qingchang wrote back. Yes, you too? Yeah, I'm in. Have you guys bet yet? Crisp bet 500,000 Magic Lions. Don't bet on the Demon Lion. If you're willing to trust me, then bet on the Toothwolf. Xia Qingchang returned an OMG emoticon. I don't suppose you're the one who bet $1 million on the Toothwolf, are you? Yeah, that's me. Bet on Toothwolf if you believe me. Luo Ming replied again. Well, Xia Qingchang nodded. After returning to your seat, Crispy, how much did you bet on the Demon Lion? $500,000. Back off. Bet on Teeth Wolf. $500,000, and then bet $500,000 for me too. Saying that, she handed the bank card to Ning Crisp. Ha! Ning Crisp was dumbfounded. Ching Chang, what's wrong with you? Wasn't it you who told me to bet on the Demon Lion? Then I changed my mind now. You go bet on Toothwolf. Okay. Ning Crispy nodded her head. She didn't care if she lost or won anyway. $500,000 was just half a month of her food expenses. It's most important that your own BFF is happy. A few moments later, Ning Crisp returned with a huff. Pissed off. She looked extremely unhappy. What's wrong? Xia Qingchang frowned and inquired. I got taunted for betting on Teeth Wolf. They said I was a shill for the organizers and I said no. Turns out they say I have big boobs and no nutrients go to my head. Ning Crisp rested his pang. Under the envious and jealous teeth gnashing gazes of the surrounding women, he opened his mouth with a look of disgust. It's not like I wanted to grow up like this. What can I do? Xia Qingchang. And at that moment, the demonic lion and Luo Ming had already walked up to the ring. The demon lion was a skinny little man who stood less than 6 feet tall. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Luo Ming. Transform! Lion King Rigunos. Boom! A golden glow enveloped the body until the light dissipated. The demon lion's figure was revealed once again, turning into a golden lion man that was a full 3 meters tall, his brown mane emitting a bright shine and swaying slightly. Roar! He let out a deafening roar, rolling sound waves sweeping across the field. Good. With this aura of the devil lion, how can he lose? That's right, it's not on the same level as Ghostface at all. This hand is a solid win, and the Lion King awakened by the demon lion is also a Class A monster. The Toothwolf doesn't have a single advantage. Wonderful. Worthy of a high-level field. Much better than a low-level field. You all don't know what I saw in the lower field. 2 students. Both D-rank monsters. One awakened a black and white chicken. The other awakened a husky. It was really like a foul fight. I was dying of laughter at them. Ha, because that's what I awakened. Recognize it? 6. Boom. When the Lion King took one step, the ground was shattered with a loud bang. One bite off your head. Roar. He made a vicious lion pounce towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming didn't even look at him squarely. His eyes searched the audience stage and finally found Xia Qingcheng. The two men's eyes met. In that instant, Xia Qingcheng's heart trembled. Beneath the mask of the toothy wolf, the pair of eyes she had seen before, even the uncanny familiarity. Lamini. Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth in shock. Ha! What Lo Ming? Ning Crisp was still in a daze. Qingcheng, Toothwolf is going to lose. What Lo Ming? However, in the next instant, a burst of golden light surrounded the entire ring. That golden light pierced everyone's eyes. Involuntarily, they all covered their eyes with their hands. What the hell? This light is messing with the mind. No, I can't see what's going on. Is this a special effect? Asterisk 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 blind blind blind. My 36K titanium 1818 gold eyes are blind. Dude, you're stacking the elements a little too much. Until the golden light dispersed, the crowd only saw a splash of crimson. Then, a red cloak was seen flipping, and a golden figure stood in front of the people. A terrifying pressure swept in all directions like a tidal wave. End of chapter. Chapter 44 Abuse Explosion. Losses to Grandma's house. Profits to the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 44 Abuse Explosion. Losses to Grandma's house. Profits to the Pacific Ocean. Isn't what he awakened the meteor fire wolf? What kind of monster is this? I've never seen it before. It's also quite domineering. Holy crap. Why is this monster so handsome? It's a dragon, isn't it? Could it be that he's a double awakened? That's too rare. The crowd was talking. Ning Crisp covered her mouth in surprise. This. He stammered his opening. Tilting this won't be. Xia Qingcheng nodded approvingly. That's right, this is Luo Ming. No wonder he was so sure that he told himself and the others to bet on Toothwolf. So he was Toothwolf himself. Should have thought of that. Luo Ming has already broken through the bronze level. With the strength he has shown, the bronze 8th level demonic lion will not be his opponent. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. Be prepared to collect your money. Crispy, we made a lot of money this round, but we owe Luo Ming a favor. Xia Qingcheng rubbed her eyebrows. If this favor goes on, I don't know how to pay it back myself. Do we really have to serve him for the rest of our lives? Great. Make a lot of money. Ha 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 ha. Why aren't you happy? Qingcheng? Ning Crispy excitedly jumped up and down in the same place, and when she turned her head, she saw Xia Qingcheng with a sad face. Nothing. A bit of heartburn. Ning Crispy cocked her head. Making too much money. Tired of heart? This Tooth Wolf has actually hidden his strength. This aura is so much stronger than the meteor fire wolf he transformed into before. Hey, this game is not going to be a guttural one, right? I have bet 3 million magic lions to win. Don't worry, even if this Tooth Wolf's second monster is strong, his rank is there. There's a world of difference between the strength of a bronze 1st rank and a demonic lion bronze 8th rank. That's just it. The gap is there. You can't violate the hierarchy. Some people worry and some people worry. And some people comfort themselves. Lin Moching looked at the figure with the red cloak flipping over and a look of worry flashed across her face. This isn't going to gutter up again. She had taken all her savings to bet on the demon lion to win. Don't worry, it's fine. Mo Ching, this huge as a rift in the sky or the level gap is here. It's impossible for Tooth Wolf to win. Wang Zhe wrapped his arm around Lin Moching's fragrant shoulders and comforted her. Lin Moching's attention had been on the ring, not looking at him. Otherwise, one would be able to notice that Wang Zhe was now pale, and even his lips were shivering. Although he knew that there was a huge difference in rank between the two, the aura of this damn toothy wolf felt more than 100 times stronger than the demonic lion. I didn't expect you to be a double awakened. Kind of interesting. The demon lion laughed hideously. Luo Ming's aura was indeed very strong, and it was quite intimidating to look at. But he's been through a lot of battles. A lot of battles. That kind of strong aura and average strength Silver Spear Candlehead has also encountered a lot. And his greatest confidence came even more from the rank label on his chest. Bronze 8th Order versus Bronze 1st Order. Come to die. Roar. The Lion King roars. Boom boom boom. Above the ring, rubble tumbled, and a burst of sound waves from the demonic lion's roar turned into substance, tumbling and smashing into Luo Ming like a cannonball. The gap in rank is indeed like a moat. But if you're in the same rank as me, I'm sorry, but this moat is nothing more than a small ditch that can be crossed in a single step. Among the same great rank, the shocking power of Dragon Might could suppress 50% of the opponent's battle power. How can you play with the demon lion after being suppressed by 50% of its combat power? Play with your head? Buzz. Luo Ming's pupils moved, and an overwhelming pressure rushed towards the demonic lion. Anon. The deafening sound of the dragon's roar turned instantly to overpower the lion's roar of the demonic lion. How is this possible? The devil lion's face changed greatly. He only felt a pressure enveloping him. Under this pressure, all of his yuan energy seemed to be locked up. Whether it was speed, explosive power or strength, the all-round was suppressed by at least 50%. Okay, ready to collect. Luo Ming took a step forward and probed towards the demonic lion with one hand. Damn it! The devil lion wanted to raise his hands to resist, but Luo Ming only pressed down with one hand, and the devil lion's two arms were as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. It twisted into a weird arc in midair, sagging at 90 degrees. You don't really think you can fight me, do you? I wouldn't have worked so hard in my last fight if it wasn't for the sake of pulling up the odds. To be honest, It's easy to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but it's really quite hard to make a 50-50 fight with a pig. Luo Ming sneered. Outside the arena, the still bandaged Ghostface face twitched when he heard this. I feel like I've been acting with myself before. At his expense, he was still in a state of resignation, thinking that he was the one in the gutter. It's actually purely and simply people walking their dogs for fun. Well, since it's been exposed, I don't want to waste any more time. Hurry up and get the title in your hands and end this farce. Bang! Luo Ming stomped out and kicked the demonic lion in the chest. The demon lion's body flew out uncontrollably, and then with a flash of Luo Ming's body, he reappeared above him. Boom! The hands were united like a sledgehammer towards the chest of the demonic lion. Click! A figure slammed down hard on the ground. A huge collapsed piece of his chest sunk in. The demon lion transformed back into his human form, and was now in a state where he had air in and no air out. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. The demon lion was defeated. The 8th rank of the bronze level lost to the 1st rank of the bronze level. Moreover, the strength displayed by this demonic lion made one feel that it did not have the aura of a bronze 8th rank at all. Damn! This guy can't be a drag. How does a bronze 8th rank strength behave like a black iron? This is too watery. That's it. This lousy drag. I'm really convinced. Is it a deliberate attempt to cheat us out of our money, wanting to split it 50-50 with Tooth Wolf? Everyone cursed at the demon lion. Especially that friend who had bet $3 million almost jumped down from the audience and ate the demon lion alive. Only they didn't realize that under the shock of the dragon's might, the demonic lion could only exert half of its full strength. Lose. Lost. Lin Maching's lips trembled. That's $330,000. All the money she has on her, and it's just going to go down the drain? Wang Zhe. What to do? $330,000. That's all the money I have. She looked at Wang Zhe with a hand-wringing look. Only Wang Zhe's face was 100 times uglier than hers. I pressed a whole $3 million on it. Now you're telling me I'm losing. What am I gonna do? That's what I borrowed. If he told his old man that he lost $3 million, he would really break his legs in a fit of rage. He wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family, and he couldn't compare to the 3 brothers of that Wang family. $330,000 is nothing. I've lost $3 million. Wang Zhe's eyes were red and his face was fierce as he yelled. Lin Maching was startled by his appearance. You're mean to me. Wang Zhe suddenly realized that he had lost his temper. Rushing to calm the mood. I'm sorry, Mochizuki. I'm sorry, I was a little out of line. I'll think of something for you. He pulled out his cell phone. There was nothing else to do but to ask for help from his clan brothers, the 3 direct descendants of the Wang family. End of chapter 45. Chapter 45, Increasing the Chips. Magnificent Gamble. 1 man against 12. A former champion of the ring. Chapter 45, Raising the Stakes. Magnificent Gamble. 1 man versus 12 men. A former champion of the ring. You lost $3 million in the Star Ocean State Underground boxing ring? Wang Zhe, you're really bold. Uncle won't break your legs if he knows? On the other end of the phone, a sneer filled with sarcasm came out. Wang Zhe was trembling with anger. However, he didn't dare to retort because the other party was the real direct lineage of the Wang family. An S-class talent awakened. Wang Chen of the 3 Wang family brothers. But I've also had some problems lately, so I can't come. At this moment, Wang Chen, who was on the phone with Wang Zhe, was wrapped in bandages and hanging on the bed. No, technically speaking, this was a ward of the Imperial Capital Hospital, while next door to Wang Chen's VIP ward, the wards on the left and right were occupied by his 2 older brothers. That's right, after that battle, the 3 brothers managed to be hospitalized by Lo Ming. This injury, if it recovered naturally, would take more than half a month at the very least. It can be said that it's a perfect time to miss the examination of Yanxia University. Only, did the Wang family also use some means to invite a powerful healing monster awakened person, which made the 3 people's recovery time greatly delayed? And please help me, Tatsu. Wang Zhe bowed his head. Obviously, age-wise, the 2 were the same age, but he, Wang Zhe, had to call Wang Chen brother. The 3 of us are very busy and can't come, but we know Dong and Chen of Chen and Technology, so we'll just let you know when the time comes. Wang Chen said indifferently. What is that Teeth Wolf? Didn't he press $1 million? If he wins this game, he'll have $15 million. It's a bit hard to take away so much money. Wang Chen smiled coldly. At this moment, Luo Ming had just gotten out of the ring. 48 people battled, and he had rushed to the top 12. And with the strength it displayed, there was basically no one who dared to fight him anymore. It's safe to say the championship is basically a lock. Lo Ming was going to go ahead and get his hands on the 15 million he had won. Mr. Tooth Wolf. Just as Luo Ming was walking towards the croupier, a white-haired middle-aged man in a suit called out to him from the shadows. Something? Luo Ming faintly asked back. Introduce myself. I'm the head of the boxing ring. Mr. Toothwolf, just call me Fist King. But, Mr. Toothwolf is indeed good strength. Even the bronze 8th ranked demon lion was defeated by Mr. Toothwolf's hand. It is truly admirable. The middle-aged man bowed towards Luo Ming. Mr. won $15 million this time. But it's costing my ring a lot of money. What? Can't afford to lose? Luo Ming raised an eyebrow. Naturally not, only, don't you dare play the big one again. Sir, Champ asked with a slight smile. How does it play? A playful look flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. The winner's reward is 2 million yen xia coins, but the current gentleman should no longer be able to look at this measly 2 million. That's why we've decided to raise the prize money to $20 million. At the same time, we will also exchange the essence blood and beast core of the silver level monsters for the gold level first stage. The essence blood and beast core of the fire spirit ancient tree. Is Mr. interested? The middle-aged man continued to follow the advice. Such a great reward. How do you want me to play it? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. It's very simple. For the next battle, the remaining 11 participants plus me, together, will fight against Sir. I wonder if Sir would dare to accept this challenge. The other party inquired. Luo Ming's pupils shrunk slightly. Add a prerequisite. If I win, gift me an extra 1,000 bronze-ranked monster corpses. Of course D-ranked monsters would be nice. He held up a finger and said, the corpses of D-rank gifted bronze first-rank monsters weren't worth much, and a whole set would only be 10,000 to 20,000 yen xia coins in the market. And they have quite a few mercenaries at Cinnabar Technology, and with self-production, the cost of one is even only about $5,000, but 1,000 of them, it wasn't a small amount, comparable to 5 million yen xia coins. The Fist King's gaze was dead set on Luo Ming. He wanted to see whether Luo Ming really had the backbone, or if he just wanted them to know what to do, but after looking at it for half a day, he couldn't see anything. After a moment, he nodded. Good, I agree, but what if Mr. Toothwolf loses? I don't want $15 million, and I'll give you that 1 million as well. Is that okay? Not enough. The other man shook his head. Mr. Toothwolf put strings attached to us. Then so do we. If Mr. Toothwolf loses, he'll stay in our ring for the rest of his life as a permanent punching bag. Champ sneered. Oh, you guys are trying to make me a money-grubbing tool. Interesting, I agree. Luo Ming grinned. Not afraid of playing big, but afraid of not being able to afford it. CNT, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. And with the latest announcement, the entire ring is abuzz at the moment. Asterisk. Toothwolf alone is going to the remaining 12 contestants? That's crazy. This isn't one by one. This is all of them together. That's it. Is this Toothwolf in ecstasy? He's gone crazy. It's amazing. This is just amazing. What's wrong with this world? How can Toothwolf be so confident? But there are only 11 remaining challengers. Who is the 12th? Could it be a hidden guest? I'm not sure, but it was really awesome. I dare say this is the best fight since the establishment of the underground ring. Place your bets. Keep betting. Bet on Toothwolf? Bet on your mother? Whoever comes with this lineup will die. I'll eat upside down if Toothwolf wins. 1 beats 12. Do you know what concept that is? Wang Zhe was trembling with excitement. Mo Qing, this is the result of my Wang clan's action. See, this game was purposely arranged by my clan brother, specifically to target the Toothwolf. Don't worry, we don't want to bet next. As long as Toothwolf loses, Underground Boxing will send the money back obediently. Wang Zhe said as he held Lin Maching's hand. And what if Toothwolf wins? Lin Maching asked rhetorically. How can he win? If he can win, I'll go to the bathroom upside down from now on. Mo Qing, this time Toothwolf is going to single-handedly challenge 12 participants. While there are actually only 11 participants in the ring, do you know who the remaining one is? Lin Maching shook her head. Ha ha, you'll have to watch it then. A cold smile appeared on Wang Zhe's face, as one contestant walked to the ring. The 12th contestant, the white-haired middle-aged man in a suit, also appeared in front of the crowd. The moment they saw that silhouette, everyone at the scene boiled over. It's him! The 12th contestant turned out to be him, the champion of last year's boxing ring, bronze 10th ranked demon, Yao San Gun. Holy, Toothwolf's opponent is actually this Yao San Gun. I remember when Yao San Gun almost killed his way through the ring with a horizontal push, and all the participants were taken out by him in an extremely bloody manner. That's how he got the name of Demon Man. This is a real tough guy. The Toothwolf is going to lose this round. Place your bets. Everyone's emotions have peaked at this moment. The opening total has shot up to $1 billion. That means if Luo Ming loses in this round, Cinnabar Technology will have to lose a whole $1 billion. Ask yourself if Luo Ming the hitter is worth $1 billion? No. But if he could use this to climb up the Wang family, it would be well worth it. Young man, I didn't expect it, but once I was just like you. No, even more spirited than you, pushing across the entire underground ring, but in the end, you'll realize that one person's power is still too small. The arm couldn't be bent, so even though I had the ultimate victory, I didn't get the prize money, but became the head of an underground ring, a permanent punching bag, and lost my freedom. But it's a good thing the chairman said that if I can defeat you, then I can be free again. So it's going to be a pain in the ass to go to jail in my place. Yao Sangun smiled coldly. End of chapter 46. Chapter 46. See me as a frog in the bottom of a well seeing the moon in the sky. Also like a mayfly watching the sea. Chapter 46. See me as a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon in the sky. Or as a mayfly watching the sea. Luo Ming gently shook his palms and smiled bashfully. Yao Sangun, right? I think you have something to say. If you can't bend your arm over your thigh, that only means that your arm isn't thick enough or hard enough. And thinking that one's power is small only proves that you're incompetent. Yao Sangun frowned, looking extremely displeased. You mean I'm incompetent? I, Demon Man Yao Sangun, am incompetent? Think about when I killed through the underground boxing ring alone. That battle 56 challengers all died under my hands. None of them were my enemy in 3 moves. The name of the devil resounded throughout the underground boxing ring. You say I'm incompetent? Yao Sangun looked extremely incredulous. That's precisely why I called you incompetent. Luo Ming was not slow. The demeanor is calm. What is a mere underground boxing ring? What is even cinnabar technology? My Yen Xia descendants, with great perseverance, great vigor, and capable people, have long been guarding the place where they are stationed, or outside the ruins, fighting monsters in life and death, and shaking the blue stars hundreds of countries with their fame. Instead, you just claimed the title in an underground ring in the Star Ocean state that couldn't be any smaller, and became complacent because of it. Yao Sangun, your world is too small, so small that I can poke through it with a slight force. You're nothing but a frog in the bottom of a well, foxing around in this side of the pool, yet you dare to mock those who come from the heavens. You're so pathetic. The more Luo Ming said, the more ugly Yao Sangun's face became. It wasn't until his words had completely fallen that this always confident demon finally trembled with anger. I guess I was poked and prodded, and it's hard to maintain my previous state of mind anymore. Good. What a man from heaven. You call yourself a man from heaven. You see me as a frog in the bottom of a well. Then today, this frog in the well will swallow the sky. Follow me. Rumble. Black flames draped around Yao Sangun's body. Doom flame demon turtle. Boom. Dark flames wrapped around his body, and an upright black turtle floated above the ring. He was carrying a bronze-colored turtle shell as big as a millstone on his back, and there were black lines draped around it. The shoulders of this devil turtle, also topped with 2 cannons, the pitch-black muzzle poking straight at you. If the average person to see it must be scared out of their wits. After all, there was an innate fear of guns, and even in this age of monsters, it was still not exempt, as if it were imprinted on the genes. The other 11 also steamed up with various colors of light, and monsters of various shapes appeared in the ring. Chickens, ducks, cows and goats, what with their black and white, fan-like wings and Tai Chi chickens, explosive drill ducks with beaks as long as power drills, a double-sword goat that can have its horns removed. There is also the powerful green manganese ox, which is strong and powerful. Of course, there are also grasses and trees, and fire-breathing and poisonous gas-emitting burning lords, a ghostly, shadowy grassman covered in talismanic seals, a cactus tree king that sprays thorns, a copper tree man with a sledgehammer on his back, and so on. The grades of these monsters ranged from grade C to grade B. Among them, Yao Sangun's transformed Erythrina demon turtle was considered to be a stronger one, having a grade A talent. The smallest of these 12 monsters, the Taiji chicken, was more than 2 meters tall, and the largest, the copper tree man, was close to 10 meters, like a small giant, almost toppling through the ceiling of the venue. Compared to these 12 imposing monsters, Luo Ming was as small as an ant, but he seemed unflappable. Yao Sangun, the so-called well frog swallowing the sky is when you don't know the vastness of the sky before you dare to be disrespectful. After you know the vastness of the sky, how would you dare to speak to the vaulted sky again? Just groveling, prostrating under the vault of heaven, holding my breath, and no more. As the words fell, he charged towards the Taiji chicken with his person. Luo Ming took a step into the air, and there was the copper tree man spinning his sledgehammer like a meteor hammering down towards him. Luo Ming's body flipped lightly, one foot pointing on top of the sledgehammer. Boom! Golden divine light pierced through the entire field, super brightening every dark edge. Boom! The red cloak cut through the void, and the golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the Taiji chicken. That is, he raised his hand and strangled its chicken neck. The dragon's might was like a tidal wave, and the battle power of the 12 monsters on the scene fell by 50%. Luo Ming twisted the Taiji chicken into a basketball before smashing it towards the other 11 monsters. Bang! 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 Several figures were smashed out by him. Dragon Chi transforms into form. True dragon sword. Above his indestructible dragon body, there were 9 dragon stripes rising into the air. The Dragon Chi transformed into a dragon sword with 9 dragons entwined in the void. The golden dragon, the red dragon, the black dragon, the white dragon, the green dragon, the silver dragon, the magic dragon, the yellow dragon, and the Tsung dragon are all branches of the true dragon. A single sword encompassed the 9 divine dragons. 9 dragons chant. The true dragon sword was originally one of the true dragon's innate supreme treasures warmed with the dragon pearl. But unfortunately, he had not inherited the dragon pearl yet. He could only manifest the true dragon sword with his dragon energy, so his power was naturally greatly reduced. But it was enough to deal with these guys. With the sword chopping out, 9 divine dragons of various colors roared out, their teeth and claws flailing, and the entire venue was filled with dragon chants and dragon might. It was even more shocking that everyone, including the audience, couldn't help but cover their ears, deafening, as if their brains were going to be roared into blood foam by the dragon's roar. It's even stronger than the first time we met. Xia Qingcheng looked at Luo Ming in surprise. Just now, with this outburst-like sword, even a silver-level monster wouldn't dare to take it head-on, right? Both of his monsters are actually SSS ranked. Luo Ming he's sent by the heavens to save Yen Xia. Xia Qingcheng was shocked. Although she had also awakened the Ice Phoenix Inferno Phoenix, she was basically being hung by Luo Ming's rhythm when carried out individually. His individual monsters are only as strong as they can be at SS level. The level that Luo Ming's 2 monsters played at could be properly SSS ranked. And this dragon-shaped monster felt even stronger than Tao Tai. And in fact, Xia Qingcheng did not know that Tao Tai Luo Ming had not yet passed the second trial, and if he had the Tao Tai skill in his body, then he would be able to utilize his true terrifying power. Anon! The dragon's roar vibrated through the clouds, and the stadium trembled as if it would be shattered by the sound of the dragon's roar in the next second. Boom boom boom! The 9 dragons tumbled and rampaged, and the 12 monstrous beasts were stunned. There were ducks screaming and fleeing to be swallowed in one bite by the green dragon. There were great kings spitting out flames, but they were blown to charcoal by a mouthful of dragon's spit of blood from the red dragon. There was also the copper tree man who, relying on his strong defense, waved his sledgehammer to blast the black dragon, and was finally pinched and blown up by the black dragon's grasp. In just a single glance, 11 monstrous beasts were dead and miserable, and each one of them was twitching on the ground. Zigzag. The true dragon dragged his sword and came, rubbing against the ground. Stars and fire flying. Fire with lightning. That leaves you, Yao San Jun. Now you understand. If you don't fight with me, you will see me like a frog in the well seeing the moon in the sky. If you fight with me, you will see me like an ant looking at the ocean. Wow! Wild winds swirled as Luo Ming held the true dragon's sword and pointed it straight at Yao Sangun's brow. A bean-sized bead of sweat slid down on the head of the Doomflame demon turtle. It dripped to the ground. Its sound clearly audible. End of chapter 47. Chapter 47. What did you just say? I don't think I heard you. Chapter 47. What did you just say? I don't think I heard you. The silence of the scene could almost be described as a pin drop. No one thought that Luo Ming could win, and the vast majority of people felt that Luo Ming would lose after a bit of a tussle, because Yao Sangun's battle record was solidly there. Luo Ming's so-called wild talk was nothing more than a bluff in the eyes of the crowd. But in reality, Luo Ming didn't lose, and he won too easily. After one sword, 11 of the 12 monstrous beasts were wasted. And looking at Yao Sangun's appearance, it was even more so that he had almost seemed to have lost his courage and battle power. What devil Yao Sangun? In front of the current Luo Ming he had truly turned into a shrunken head turtle. I concede. If someone else had held a sword to his brow like that, he would have had to at least give 2 shells to make the other person eat his heart out. But damn, facing this lord in front of him, he can only say, sorry, I have a softening of the gun barrel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn you, how can you admit defeat? I'm betting my entire fortune on you. I jacked up my whole internet mortgage. I'm going to jump off the building. Yao Sangun. You fight with him. We're going to die together. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. A number of people on the stage went crazy. Lin Moching also had an ugly face as he desperately shook Wang Zhe's arm. What to do? What to do about this? Lost? Still lost? Didn't you say that Tooth Wolf couldn't win? Wang Zhe's face was as dark as ink. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses, because I'm in more of a hurry than you are. Wang Zhe shivered as he pulled out his cell phone from his cell phone and dialed a number for Wang Chen. A few moments later, he put down his cell phone with a winning expression. Steady, steady. What's wrong? Lin Moqing had a puzzled look on her face. Dong and Chen will come, Wang Zhe said with a shadowy look on his face. Dong and Chen? Says. Lin Moqing was incomparably surprised. That's right. It's the owner behind this underground boxing ring. The chairman of Star Ocean State's largest tech company. Chen and Technology. Dong and Chen. Tooth Wolf. The more he wins, the more he won't be able to walk out of this underground boxing ring today. You should know that Dong and Chen's technology company dominates more than half of Star Ocean State's economic index, and he's on very good terms with the military ministry's Mo Rudian, and the state's governor Ning Yuan. Tooth Wolf, a person. No power, no background. In front of one hand Dong and Chen, he is nothing. The heart is higher than the sky. Life is thinner than paper. Wang Zhe sneered. Luo Ming is so awesome. I feel like falling in love with him. How can he be so handsome? Ning Crispy's eyes were bubbling with hearts, and she looked properly like a star-crossed little fangirl. Well, the eyes are going to fall out. Xia Qingchang rolled her eyes. Her gaze fell on the golden figure in the ring. But, does look pretty cool. At this moment, looking at Yao Sangun with a look of fear, Luo Ming shook his head in a faintly calm manner. Sorry for not admitting defeat. Just like you killed all the challengers before. You can't escape death with me. Luo Ming's crimson dragon eyes vibrated as his dragon's might pressed down on the body of the Doomflame spirit turtle. Yao Sangun legs are trembling. This turtle for the first time felt that his body turtle shell is actually a negative weight. Otherwise why did he soften his legs as if he was going to kneel down? Tooth Wolf, don't you force me, or I'll die with you. Aryan Magic Turtle want to put hard words, but set out is to look extremely humble, as if thirsty to live in general. Please come, hurry. Luo Ming sneered. Come on. Good. Then I'm coming. Only to see that above the shoulders of the early flame spirit ghost, black flames coalesced in the two cannons, and terrifying energy fluctuations boiled in the air as if it were boiling water. And then he fired a cannon towards Luo Ming? No! His cannon suddenly reversed direction and blasted out two cannons towards the sky. Boom! At once, a giant hole broke in the gym's ceiling and steel and iron fell from above. Without saying a word, the Erythrina spirit turtle leapt towards midair without saying a word as he slightly bent his legs. This guy's running for his life? Boom boom! Luo Ming raised his hand and smashed away several rocky pieces of reinforced concrete and iron. His gaze was like electricity as he looked at the early flame spirit turtle that was lying on the ceiling and escaping towards that big hole by climbing fast. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a playful color. I've heard of the tortoise and the hare, but I've never seen a tortoise try to escape from under the eyes of a real dragon. Wow! Luo Ming took one step into the sky and transformed into a 5-clawed true dragon, his 30-meter-long body rushing up into the sky like lightning, accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. A huge black figure descended from the sky like a rock and smashed into the ground. That bronze-colored black patterned turtle shell was all pinched by the dragon's claw and the stalk crumbled apart, black blood rolling around. The Doomflame spirit turtle regained his person. He was covered in wounds, his head was broken and bleeding, and his face was pale as he struggled to get up. The 5-clawed true dragon descended from the sky again and took human form. The true dragon held the sword against his neck. Why don't you run away with another one and see? The pressure of the true dragon's sword enveloped him, and he trembled. The sharp blade had pierced his skin. Spare me! Please spare me! Shut up! Luo Ming slowly raised the true dragon's sword before slicing towards his head with a sword. Just then, a loud voice came. Stop! Above the audience, in front of a huge piece of floor-to-ceiling glass window, the figure of a silver-haired old man appeared. He was on crutches, his face deep and cold. Behind them were followed by many middle-aged men in suits with extraordinary bearing. Each one of them was dressed in beads and suits, and they looked like people in high positions. The crowd in the room boiled over when they saw the man. My God, it's him, Dong and Chen, the chairman of CNT. I heard that the owner behind this underground boxing ring is him. I didn't realize this was true. Hiss. Dong and Chen even stepped in. This is the first time Dong and Chen has been invoked because someone was in an underground ring. This Tooth Wolf is moving too much cake. Moreover, Yao Sangun is already a member of Cinnabar Technology, and Dong and Chen is a man who is notoriously protective of his shortcomings. Tooth Wolf is going to be finished. Earlier he said that his arm is not thick enough to be a thigh, and now it's his turn. Is this arm of his thick enough or not? However, even though Dong and Chen's appearance caused the audience in the room to boil, Luo Ming, who was the one involved, didn't even bother to lift his eyes. That Yao Sanbao's face showed joy when he saw Dong and Chen arrive. This little life of his own was saved. Chairman, but before he could finish his sentence, a golden sword light swept by. A head was sliced off in unison with a neat cut. Yao Sangun's face was still frozen with anticipation. The moment that head flew up, Luo Ming backhanded it. Bang! The head smashed like a cannonball toward the high landing. Between rolls, an entire head was set on top of the 5 centimeter thick glass window. That hideous face was aimed at Dong Anshan, blood flowing from the 7 orifices, the face frozen, seeming to cry, seeming to laugh. The transformation of despair and hope, heaven and hell are both present and distinct on this face at the moment. What did you just say? I don't think I heard you. Luo Ming lifted his transformed state and scratched his ears. End of chapter 48. Chapter 48 Scorn Dong Anshan. No one who dares to mess with no one does not mean me. Chapter 48 Scorn Dong Anshan. No one who dares to mess with no one does not mean me. Dong Anshan's face twisted up and became very ugly. Who is he? He is the chairman of Tatsuan Technology. It is no exaggeration to say that half of the economic lifeblood of Shanghai State is in his hands. With his status and position, it was a figure comparable to the head of the military department and the head of a state. A nameless, faceless kid who didn't even dare to reveal his identity, relying on the fact that he was a bit stronger. Dared to provoke him in public like this? Humiliating him, Dong Anshan, in front of 10,000 people in the underground boxing ring. If he let Luo Ming go just like that, how could he still mix in Shanghai State in the future? It's hard for a person to come up and stomp on him and then slap him and on his head? To make an example of him, this kid is bound to end up in a bad way today. Dong Anshan's eyes were already filled with thick killing intent when he looked at Luo Ming. Well, if Xiao Wang hadn't called me here, I wouldn't have known that such an arrogant brat had mixed in with my underground boxing ring. From the sound of your voice, you're not very old, are you? I, Dong Anshan, have been in charge of Chen and technology for 15 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone as young and arrogant as you. Being arrogant is a good thing, but when the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Your strength is not enough to be a base for your arrogance, and that comes at a price. Your price today will be a bloody example laid before everyone in Star Ocean State. Only Dong Anshan faintly clapped his palms. Behind him 2 bald guys wearing sunglasses took a step out. Roar! A roar of rage came out of the mouths of the 2 bald guys. At once, their muscles bulged high and they slammed their fists on top of that floor-to-ceiling window. Clunk! Whoa! The glass window shattered and exploded all over the sky. The 2 bald guys leapt down from a height of more than 10 meters. A burst of black light wrapped around the 2. With a rumbling sound coming from the ground, the ring shattered open. The participants in the primary and intermediate arenas were scared and fled in all directions. 2 small Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the teens stood on the ring field and let out a deafening roar. The thick dragon's tail swung as if it were a long whip, and the force of 10,000 pounds split mountains and rocks. C-rank monsters. Tyrannosaurus Rex. But look at their rank label. These are 2 silver-grade 5th order monsters. Although they don't have much talent, they are really strong. Worthy of being the chairman of Cinnabar Technology. 2 random bodyguards actually have this kind of strength. It's too luxurious. More than that, I've heard that Dong Anshan has a whole bodyguard team of Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts, and at the same time, this is the topmost mercenary corps in the Tatsuan Technology. The leader is a silver 9th ranked dragon beast. It's basically close to touching the limit of the C-rank talent. Damn. Cinnabar Technology is really rich. That's naturally rich. They're a technology company. Monster essence blood, Yuan energy potions, beast cores, beast jades, war soldiers, all kinds of things are sold by them. What did you expect? That Yan Huang Technology is even richer. I heard that Tang Yanhuang is also a tycoon in the top 10 of the Blue Star's 100 richest countries list. He can't use up all his hot summer coins to wipe his ass and burn them as firewood. Oh drop boy. I went straight to cerebellar atrophy. Can't even imagine. Seeing the 2 hegemonic dragon beasts encircle towards Luo Ming, the gaze of Xia Qingqing on the stage went cold. She raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Dong Anshan high above her, a cold aura flashing between her brows. Dong Anshan, there are some people you can't move. She took out her cell phone and first sent a text message to Mo Rudian, and then a call was made to Yi Chanan, who was far away in the imperial capital. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Dong Anshan frowned. He seemed to suddenly feel someone looking at him with a very cold gaze just now. Rescanning the audience stage, he couldn't find a single figure. Xia Qingqing a text message and a phone call. Ning Crisp also made a call to his old man, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan had long been extremely curious about this Star Ocean Prefecture's #1 genius, and coupled with the fact that Mo Rudian had been praising Luo Ming in front of him before, he had long wanted to come and meet him. It's just that it's been in the way of a busy schedule and I haven't had the time. But now it's good. Luo Ming is in trouble. How come he, the governor of Star Ocean State, has to make a trip? Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan joined hands and rushed towards the stadium. On the other hand, Yi Chang'an narrowed his eyes after hearing this news. This kid is quite capable of stirring up trouble. But I like this kind of. Stirring up trouble is good. If I have to, I'll just put Tatsuan Technology through the ringer. When Xia Qingcheng heard this, it was a sweaty head. The imperial city mixed devil, convincing people by virtue Yi Chang'an. The Lord of Truth Yi Chang'an really lives up to his name. But I'm grounded by the sacred headmaster right now and can't get out. Yi Chang'an sighed. I'll have Uncle Tang make a trip, just so I can send him a piece of the battle soldier I owed this kid last time. Xia Qingcheng's face showed shock. Uncle Tang is coming? Coming to Star Ocean State? Yes. It's also considered to be opening up new markets. After all, monster resources and technological research and development is the foundation of Yanxia's great nation. It's also more reassuring to have it in our own hands. And the four holy heads have all agreed to it. The next step should be for the entire Yanxia's 36 domains, 72 states layout. Yi Chang'an said in a relaxed tone. That's really great. Uncle Tang visiting Star Ocean State in person. Xia Qingcheng glanced at that Dong Anshan once again, and the color of playfulness in her eyes became more and more intense. Things are going to be fun. At this moment, the two hegemonic dragon beasts were already approaching towards Luo Ming, before Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan could arrive. Luo Ming had to face two silver rank 5 monsters alone. No good. Xia Qingcheng's face changed. If it was really not possible, then she could only expose her identity to stall Dong Anshan. She got up and just tried to jump out of the ring, but at that moment, he saw Luo Ming walking step by step towards the two giant hegemonic dragon beasts. The undying dragon's body trembled, and the light of the dragon pattern almost turned into substance in the air. These two overlord dragon beasts also had dragons in their names, and had a dragon bloodline that couldn't be any thinner, and the dragon might was extremely intimidating to them. Luo Ming gazed straight at Dong Anshan and spoke faintly. I'm sorry, but when you say no one that no one dares to mess with, that doesn't include me. Anan. The sound of the dragon's roar shook and swept across the world, actually deterring the two hegemonic dragon beasts, making it difficult for them to advance the slightest bit. The two hegemonic dragon beasts circled around Luo Ming, also hesitant to make a move. Dong Anshan's face became more and more ugly. What are you guys up to? Why don't you do it yet? Do it! He ordered in a low tone. However, these two Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts let out a whimper and took 2 steps back. Luo Ming's dragon might was almost an all-encompassing suppression of that oppression for monsters with dragon bloodline. It was like facing one's ancestor's ancestor. It belonged to the ones that were buffs all stacked up. Stupid. Go for 2 more. Dong Anshan's face was a bit unsightly. Just to deal with a bronze-level kid, he actually needed 4 of his elite escorts to appear? Boom! 2 more bodyguards fell. The 4 silver-class Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts on the scene surrounded Luo Ming, but they were still hesitant to make a move. The battle power of the Tyrannosaurus Rex beast was indeed stronger than ordinary monsters, but his IQ was very low, and after transforming, his IQ was at most equal to that of a 3-year-old child. That was why they were shocked by Luo Ming's dragon might. It was a fear that originated from their bloodline, an instinctive fear that prevented them from making a move. Bunch of losers. Dong Anshan was furious, and he slammed his cane hard. Dong De, you go. Boss. The one called Dong De was the boss of all the Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts. A powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex beast of the Silver Ninth Order. Intelligence would also be quite a bit higher than an ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex beast, and at the same time, 2 figures had appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. End of chapter 49. Chapter 49, the governor's quartermasters come together. Dong Anshan was dumbfounded. Kicked a hard bone? Chapter 49, the governor's quartermasters come together. Dong Anshan was dumbfounded. Kicked a hard bone? Hello sir, do you have an admission ticket? The round-faced receptionist girl didn't even raise her head for a moment, organizing the documents in front of her while secretly pondering in her mind. The game is almost over. Why are there still people coming at this hour? You look up and see who I am. Mo Rudian said with a dark face. The tone of his voice could be considered a bit nasty. No way he was in the middle of a rage right now. The round-faced girl was also instantly upset when these words like eating gunpowder came out. I've been so busy. The big money's not even on the list. And now you're giving me a hard time? You think you're some kind of big shot? Do I owe you? Entry is forbidden without a ticket, no matter who it is, even if you are the governor of Star Ocean State. She lifted her head and brushed the hair out of her ears, rolling her eyes and sounding cold. Halfway through, this gaze of hers suddenly froze. How do these 2 people look a little familiar in front of you? How about even the governor? Ning Yuan beside Mo Rudian spoke with a light smile. State. She looked towards the back of the 2 men, and good lord, there were just 3 posters on the wall behind them. On the left and right were Mo Rudian of the military department and Dong Anshan of Cinnabar Technology, her big boss. The one in the center, isn't that the governor of Star Ocean State? The round-faced girl's mouth grew. Not the poster inside walked out, looking at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him. One was well-mannered, and the other had a tiger's eye that was intimidating and imposing. She felt like her brain was going obscene and short-circuited for a moment this before responding. It's not people coming out of posters. It's two people actually coming. Is something going on in this gym? Even the governor and the head of the military department are here? The girl was dumbfounded. Which one is Toothwolf? Give me the information on Toothwolf. Mo Rudian coldly extended his hand to the girl. Toothwolf? The girl was dumbfounded. Holy, isn't this the same guy who said earlier that the line was too much of a hassle so he just switched to wanting to play an advanced field? Hiss. What's this guy's story? He can't be some big shot. Even the governor and the head of the military department were attracted. She had previously thought that this Toothwolf after a game should have been in the ICU bottle. It doesn't look like that's what happened. Toothwolf's here. Trembling, the girl rummaged through the pile of papers and pulled out the one for Toothwolf. Giggle. After Mo Rudian took it, he tore it up without saying a word. Just forget about today. Understand? The girl nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. In his heart, he couldn't help but become even more curious. What kind of character was this Toothwolf in the end? So much so that he had attracted these two adults from Star Ocean State to come here specifically to destroy his data. I hope Luo Ming is alright, or else I'll have to tear this Chainan technology apart. This son of a Dong Anshan is simply tired of living. Mo Rudian cursed and walked into the gym with Ning Yuan. Only the round-faced girl was left dumbfounded. Wolf is Luo Ming? The first genius of Star Ocean State. The SSSS-ranked awakener Luo Ming? Luo Ming, who was recognized by Yi Chanan. Luo Ming of the Skyblaze Sacred Regiment Reserves? Hiss. She sucked in a breath of cold air, rushed to cover his mouth. My old swan. At this moment, inside the gymnasium, as the man called Dong De leapt down from a high altitude in one step. Wow! An even more massive Tyrannosaurus Rex beast landed on top of the ring. His body almost broke through the ceiling, and he was on the verge of occupying 3 rings with one body. Compared to him, the other 4 Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts were simply like suns. Roar! This giant Tyrannosaurus Rex beast let out a roar as it pounced and bit towards Luo Ming. He ran up. The ring crumbled and the earth shook. The walls of the entire stadium rustled with dust and the arena shook even more. Those spectators' bodies seemed to vibrate with them, and their hearts were even trembling. But Luo Ming wasn't nervous. He stuck his hands in his pockets and just gazed indifferently at this overlord dragon beast, then spoke slowly. Ku-A Mao, you've timed this quite well. The words fell. Only a figure appeared in the sky above the ceiling. He held a piece of warped concrete rebar in one hand, while he slowly drew out the long knife at his waist. The crescent moon mark on his brow flashed. The figure then suddenly disappeared into thin air. Giggle, with a brilliant silver blade slashing through the void. And then, the silver figure landed in front of Luo Ming's body and sheathed his sword. Are you okay? Lamini, Mo Rushan's concerned voice rang out. His words had just fallen. Boom, boom, boom. The body of that giant Tyrannosaurus Rex beast as well as the 4 smaller Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts were instantly torn apart by a blade. Blood flew horizontally and turned into many pieces of meat that smashed down on the ring. The silver 9th order Tyrannosaurus Rex beast was as easy to kill as slaughtering a chicken or a dog in front of this head of the military department. Any later and something would have happened. Luo Ming laughed lightly. Ha 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 ha, it's good that you're fine. Don't worry, today our 2 old things will definitely give you justice. Mo Rudian laughed out loud. The long knife at his waist was sheathed, and his wolf pupils were full of coldness. Giggle. He held up the knife and just aimed it at Dong Anshan, who was high in the air. Give me an explanation. Dong and Chen, or I'll chop up your Chen and Technology headquarters building. Dong Anshan's face was incomparably unsightly, and his knuckle bones were greenish in his hand that was gripping the cane tightly. Why would this guy Mo Rudian come? Crispy. At this moment, Ning Yuan's figure also appeared in front of Ning Crisp and the others on the audience stage. Dad, you're finally here. Ning Crisp was pleasantly surprised. Hello Uncle Ning. Xia Qingcheng also nodded her head. Miss Xia is polite. Ning Yuan nodded politely. Although his own daughter and Xia Qingcheng were very close, but they were each on their own. Otherwise, he, a governor of Star Ocean State, could only be said to count for nothing in front of the imperial capital's Miss Xia clan. People call you uncle. Don't really think of yourself as an uncle. Dad, you have to take it out on Luo Ming today. This Dong Anshan is too much of a miscreant. Ning Crispy huffed. Ning Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I probably don't even need to make a move. It's enough that Mo Rudian is there. At this moment, Dong Anshan, who was high up in the sky, had an extremely ugly face. Mo Rudian, why are you here? He couldn't even figure out how a mere Toothwolf could have attracted Mo Rudian to come here on purpose. I don't want to answer your. Get your ass down here and talk to me. Mo Rudian said coldly. Or I'll come up and pull you down. Mo Rudian didn't give Dong Anshan any face in front of tens of thousands of people. Dong Anshan was so angry that he was on the verge of having a heart attack. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any characters under his command that were stronger than Mo Rudian, or else he would have had to teach him a good lesson today. Mo Rudian, what are you mad about? You smack me in the face in public just for such a thing. Dong Anshan lowered his voice and whispered his knowledge with his voice transmission technique. The voice rang in Mo Rudian's ears. As a result, Mo Rudian ignored him. The silver aura of the long knife in his hand had flashed up. Yet. Dong Anshan's face turned green. With a tap of his cane, an elevator slowly landed in front of him and he took a step onto it. Appears in the ring. Mo Rudian. I'm coming down. You have something to say. Down? Then I'll beat the hell out of you. Mo Rudian rushed in with his sword without saying a word. Dong Anshan, $% and dollar and. End of chapter 50. Chapter 50, not giving face. I'll make sure my Wang family gets this tooth wolf. You guys are nothing. Chapter 50, without giving face. I'll get this tooth wolf for my Wang family. You guys are nothing. Mo Rudian, this person can be treated. Something he is really fighting. Right now. For example, he was carrying a knife and chopping after Dong Anshan. And this knife after knife. The silver light of the knife was on the verge of slicing the ring into pieces. Dong Anshan, his own strength is not strong. The awakened monster level is not high. Belongs to the intelligent brain type of monsters. The increase in battle strength is not high, but the wisdom enhancement is quite significant. And once you transform, the target will also get bigger, making it even harder to dodge. You're crazy, Mo Rudian. Be careful that I won't provide resources to your military department. Asterisk. You're really ing with me. Just this one kid is all you need. Dong Anshan dragged his crutches and fled in a sorry state, cursing as he fled. The crowd in the room was stunned. Dong Anshan, who came out with an imposing, devilish look, is now being hunted down like a chicken? Is this the strength of Mo Rudian, the leader of the Star Ocean State's military department? It's really scary as hell. Mo Rudian, I'm not afraid to tell you. It's not that I want to screw him. Although he did win a lot in my Chen in technology and managed to make me lose a lot of money. Dong Anshan, don't care about this $10 million or so. It's someone who asked me by name to screw him. Do you know the identity of that man? He's from the Imperial Capital's great clan. Neither you nor I can afford to offend him. The title of leader of the Star Ocean State Military Department sounds impressive, but your status is only equivalent to a captain of the military department. Your strength is even more comparable to a junior captain. You're nothing compared to the Imperial Capital's great clans. If you dare to stop me, will you be able to handle it when that person blames me? Dong Anshan broke into a fit of rage. The Imperial Great Clan? A flash of doubt flashed through Mo Ruoto's wolf pupils. Which family? Who? I'm not afraid to tell you either. That person is the third young master of the Imperial Capital's Wang family. Wang Chen. My third young master's clan brother is in this underground boxing ring today, and he lost too much because of Tooth Wolf. It's no one's fault. I can only blame Tooth Wolf for his bad luck. Dong Anshan said. Wang Chen of the Imperial Capital Wang family? Tave ha 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 ha. Mo Rudian suddenly looked up and laughed. I thought it was someone else. So it's the Wang family? Laughed me to death. Dong Anshan is confused. How come you are not afraid at all? Although the Wang family is not comparable to the 5 clans of the Imperial Capital, but that is also a top big family. In a place like the Star Ocean State is basically gaga messy killing. What's wrong with you, Mo Rudian? Mocking each other? It's the same as if you drove a tractor and then couldn't look at someone in a Bentley and mocked them for their lack of power. Since he's Wang Chen's clan brother, guess why Wang Chen didn't come in person and asked you, Dong Anshan, to step in? Mo Rudian smiled. Why? Dong Anshan asked reflexively. Because he couldn't come at all. He's probably still in bed with a bottle. Ha 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 ha. Dong Anshan? Was there a hidden secret behind this thing that he didn't know about? And I'm not afraid to tell you. Dong Anshan, not only am I here today, there's another person who's also here. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the side of the audience. Ning Yuan, how long are you going to sit there incognito as a governor? As the words fell, the scene roared once again. What? Governor Ning is here too. My God. Where? Where is Governor Ning? I've seen him on TV. I know Governor Ning. At this moment, Ning Yuan was sitting beside Ning Crispy. He heard Mo Rudian shouting and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to be in the limelight. Just wanted to get up. But he was tapped on the shoulder by a youngster beside him. Uncle, why do you look a bit familiar to me? Yes? Ning Yuan silently turned his head and smiled softly. The young man's hand on his shoulder suddenly froze, and then it flew back as if touching a burning flame. Holy, Governor Ning! It wasn't until Ning Yuan got up and walked away that he looked at his palm with a look of disbelief. I tapped the governor on the shoulder? This palm of mine, It's definitely enlightened. As Ning Yuan got up, he slowly walked down to the audience. Everyone in the room was abuzz. Just what kind of character could have attracted both Governor Ning and Quintessence Mo to come together, even going so far as to try to intimidate Dong Anchen? Everyone was curious about Toothwolf's true identity. Governor Ning, if he, Dong Anchen, could still rave a bit when facing Mo Rudian, he would have to file a report when facing Ning Yuan even if he farted, because if he, Chen in technology, wanted to continue to develop in Star Ocean State, he needed to pass through the governor's hurdle, whereas Mo Russian's military department was unilaterally obtaining resources from their side of Chen in technology. One is a normal partnership, so to speak, and the other can just jam your lifeblood. That's why Dong Anchen was most afraid of Ning Yuan. Dong and Chen, I think Mo Rudian is right. You need to give Tooth Wolf an explanation. Such a big tech company, representing the face of my Star Ocean State. Right, bullying a challenger. Do you think it's appropriate? Ning Yuan questioned. This, Dong Anchen choked on his words, and he also knew that this thing he had done was really not pretty. However, the Wang family was there. He didn't dare to offend the Wang family. Governor Ning, I can't do anything about it. San Xiao Wang asked me to help. I wouldn't dare offend San Xiao Wang. I'll make a call now and ask Wang San Xiao. Or you guys can explain to him yourselves. If this matter is something that Wang San Xiao is willing to just let go of, then I'll admit it today. Dong Anchen simply went out on a limb, letting them dog eat dog and laying himself flat. Okay. He immediately contacted Wang Chen. Hey, what's going on? Things work out? No? Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan? *******. Wang Chen almost jumped up with a carp, but accidentally pulled himself into his wound. Hiss. Ah. Oh. My god. My ass. It hurts. Dong and Chen? Wang Xiao, what the hell are you doing? How do you hit such a soulful scream? These two and Mo Rudian. Last time I didn't even settle the score with him. Today come to meddle in my business again? Really think that lousy is made of clay? Give him the phone. Wang Chen spat as he rubbed his ass and opened his mouth. Dong Anchen was immediately handing his cell phone to the two Ning Yuan. Wang San Xiao. This matter. But he didn't wait for Ning Yuan to finish. Roll. You guys are nothing. I'm telling you. I'm going to get this Tooth Wolf. I've already called my Wang clan's experts to rush to Star Ocean State. Try stopping me if you dare. Wang Chen cracked his mouth. With that, he hung up. Uncle Son, you go through Star Ocean State. Damn it. Do not give these unruly people a little bit of power to see really take me Wang Chen as date mud? He contacted one of his father's disciples. Okay, Tatsuo, don't be angry. Take care of your rest. This military commander led the order and then immediately rushed to Star Ocean State. Ning Yuan's face was also quite ugly as he looked at the hung-up phone. Mo Rudian was even more furious, and he hated to treat it as exposing Luo Ming's identity. However, Xia Qingcheng had told him that Luo Ming had awakened a double SSS-level monster, and if this matter was exposed, Luo Ming's situation would be extremely dangerous. So, it's important to help him hide it. End of chapter 51. Chapter 51. Tooth Wolf is finished. No one can protect him? The war general opens the way. Tang Yanhuang arrived. Chapter 51. Tooth Wolf is finished. No one can protect him? The war general opens the way. Tang Yanhuang arrives. How about it? Governor Ning, Mo Rudian. Let me tell you, it's not up to me to make the call on this matter. I'm just following the orders of the imperial capital's Wang San Xiao. Dong Anchen wore a cold smile on his face. Originally, I was the only one you had to face, but now it's good that the third youngest Wang of the imperial capital is sending someone over. The one who is coming is a military commander who will give a damn about you. Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian? I'm talking to you and you're chasing me with a knife? Fine. Then bring in a tough talker and I'll see how you get on. The expression on Dong Anchen's face gradually became openly frenzied, and his slightly hunched body stood upright. He stood with his hands on his crutches, as if holding a sword symbolizing power. The corners of Dong An's lips turned up slightly. Now let's see how you guys end up. Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan's faces were a bit ugly. If the Wang clan really sent the military commander over, then the two of them really weren't good enough. Was it really necessary to expose Luo Ming's identity or invite the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an to strike again? Thanks Tatsu. Wang Zhou on stage let go of the phone. See, Mochizuki, this is the power of my Wang family. At the order of that clan brother of mine, a military commander will immediately rush to Star Ocean State. Compared to a military commander, what is this so-called state governor and leader of the state? Go down and mock them properly. Wang Zhou stood up with a big smile. Lin Moching raised her hand and took his arm. Between her eyes rising slightly, she saw Wang Zhou's rather handsome face as well as the untamed smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. There was a pang of pride in his heart. I was right. I picked a good boyfriend with power and influence. That's what she's after. As Wang Jia and Lin Moqing walked out of the ring. Mr. Dong. Wang Jia smiled and opened his mouth. Ah, young Wang is here. I think this is young Master Wang Chen's. My name is Wang Jia. So it's Tetsu Xiao. Dong Anshan had a polite face. Although Wang Jia was not considered the most outstanding disciple of the Wang family, he was also a direct descendant. Wang Chen's clan brother. And Young had to respect that. How's it going? Jia Xiao. Are you still having fun in my underground boxing ring? Dong Anshan asked politely. It's okay, just not in a good mood after losing over $3 million to some bastard. Wang Jia glanced playfully at Luo Ming, who was wearing a werewolf mask, and opened his mouth. That's fine. It's only $3 million. Come on. His walking stick gently tapped on the ground, and 5 silver boxes were immediately brought to him. $5 million is considered a little bit of my Dong Anshan's small intention. No respect. But also please Jia Xiao in front of Chen Xiao to say a few more beautiful words for me. Ah. Dong and Chen laughed. Well. Not bad. I will definitely give you a few more good words in front of Brother Chen. Brother Chen is happy. Maybe he will let Uncle give you Chen and technology injection. Wang Jia looked at the 5 silver-colored boxes and his eyes lit up. It has to be the Wang family's 3 pride. Otherwise he is alone. Come here, people simply do not take care of him. Where's the chance to get so much money for nothing? To be, then I'll thank Tetsu Xiao in advance. Dong Anshan's eyes were almost squinting into a crescent moon with his smile. With the Wang family's capital injection, this Star Ocean state is nothing. Maybe there was still hope that his Tatsuan technology could enter the imperial capital. That's the chance to make a fortune. $5 million is nothing compared to that. Offend Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian? What's wrong? Not convinced? Come and bite me. Now I'm backed by the Wang family. Dong Anshan has already begun to fantasize, using this to lean on the Wang family, and then flying high, on the peak of life. Hiss. It's so good. It's so good you're shaking in your boots. It's almost like a template for a cool male lead. I didn't realize that at my age, I was about to have a second wind in my career. Lin Moqing held Wang Jia's arm tightly, her eyes full of complacency. She could feel the envious glances of the women in the audience around her as they fell upon her. A sense of complacency grew in his heart. It's her again. Xia Qingcheng frowned. The eyes that looked at Lin Moqing were filled with a cold color. How annoying. How can there be this woman's presence everywhere? Ning Crisp was also bored. Qingcheng, what should we do? Uncle Mo and my dad are out of ideas. Ning Crisp shook Xia Qingcheng's arm. Don't panic. Uncle Tang will be here soon. Xia Qingcheng gripped her cell phone tightly and said, Uncle Don is? Ning Crisp faced a puzzled look. Xia Qingcheng but her red lips slightly opened and spat out 2 words. Inferno. Asterisk. Ning Crispy almost jumped up in direct fright. So awesome. Qingcheng, you're too good. She lunged towards Xia Qingcheng with force and hugged her, squeezing Xia Qingcheng to the point of suffocating. Xia Qingcheng stroked her forehead with a sweaty head and pushed her away. What does this have to do with me? I'm not so honorable. It's Senior Ye's handiwork. Xia Qingcheng laughed lightly. Luo Ming was indeed young now, and his strength wasn't strong nowadays. But that didn't mean he didn't have a background. Quite the contrary. His background was second to none in the entire Yanxia. If anyone is bullying him because of this, they are mistaken. What's more, with Luo Ming's talent, he would definitely be a big shot like Yanxia Prime in the future. Xia Qingcheng also had to think about the Xia family behind her and stood up to Luo Ming in advance. Okay, go get me the toothy wolf. Wang Jia commanded with a wave of his hand. Go! Arrest someone! Dong Anshan bellowed a rebuke. The 2 bodyguards slowly approached towards Luo Ming. Humph! Make me lose face in front of my girlfriend, huh? I won't die playing with you this time. He looked at Luo Ming's straightened stance with a cold smile on his face. Stand so straight now. Later you'll have to talk to me on your knees. Mo Rudian gripped the knife in his hand tightly, and Ning Yuan's face was ugly. Luo Ming's eyes beneath his mask narrowed slightly. Lin Moqing, it's you again. Once even. I didn't expect there to be a second time. He reached into his pocket and held a golden token. This was given to him by Yi Chagan, and it also hid the 9 heavenly silver dragons supreme shot. Once it erupts, this whole stadium will have to be stabbed in the back. However, just as Luo Ming was about to use it, boom! The locked door to the gym was kicked in. Clunk! The 3 to 4 meter gate flew out violently like a cannonball. It just happened to smash the 2 silhouettes that were approaching towards Luo Ming out of the air. A tall figure walked slowly. As he strides forward, his crimson armor clangs and moves. This voice a stalwart-faced, inch-haired middle-aged man, exuding an aura of irony. Judging from the purple badge he wore on his chest, this was a war general of the military department. A war general whose position is above that of a commander. There were only 108 such characters in the entire Yanxia, and apparently, The war general wasn't even the one with the greatest status, only to see that his tall figure was actually just silently following another middle-aged man wearing a white practicing robe. It was like a tower guard, just like a personal bodyguard. Everyone was stunned. Having a war general of the military ministry as a bodyguard. What kind of a big shot was this ING coming? This one is. Don Unshin's gaze fell on the middle-aged man with an ordinary face and ordinary clothes. His pupils contracted violently, while others might not recognize it. There was absolutely no way he wouldn't recognize it. It was because this person was clearly the superb person standing at the top of the pyramid in their line of work. A top 10 figure on the Blue Star's 100 richest countries list. Founder of infamous technology, Tang Yanhuang. The war general opened the way, and at this moment, Tang Yanhuang descended into the underground ring. End of chapter 52. Chapter 52. Wang Chen, I came up here just to yell out aloud first. Wang clan, you're great. You'll be the head of the family in the future. Chapter 52. Wang Chen, I came up here just to yell out aloud first. Wang clan, you're great. You'll be the head of the family in the future. Why did Tang Yanhuang come here? As powerful as Wang Chen was, could he invite Tang Yanhuang? Not to mention him. His dad, his grandpa. Could this Tang Yanhuang be for the Tooth Wolf? How is this possible? Dong Anshan was dumbfounded. No, just this bit of, what virtue can make Tang Yanhuang, who claims to be in charge of the economic lifeline of Yanxia, appear here, just dealing with a Tooth Wolf? It was fine to attract the two at the top of the Star Ocean State's power. Even Tang Yanhuang came? What exactly is the identity of this toothy wolf? How can it be so powerful? Could it be that? A startling thought rose in Dong Anshan's mind. Well, stand down. Since I'm here, it's time for this farce to end. Tang Yanhuang stroked his sleeve and spoke. He had only just finished his Tai Chi, and he hadn't even returned home to take a sip of water. Then Yi Chagan contacted him right away and pressed him to death as if he were dying. If you didn't know, you'd think something had happened to his dad. It caused him to turn 18 teleportation arrays in a row and bring his personal guards to come here from 1,000 miles from the distant imperial capital. Tang Yanhuang's gaze fell on Luo Ming's body. Luo Ming was not humble, facing him head-on, his eyes revealing a touch of calmness. It's a good seed. This Chanan guy's vision has been good since ancient times. Tang Yanhuang smiled and walked towards Luo Ming. You old den. Who are you? When Wang Zhe saw that this old deng arrived at the scene, he was acting as if he was the only one who had the right to be there, and his face was ugly for a while. Isn't that stealing my thunder? Who gave you that confidence? He questioned at Tang Yanhuang. Tang Yanhuang simply ignored him, not even glancing at him with his eyes, and simply brushed past him. I'll be damned. Ignore me, and don't play dumb here. Wang Zhe was furious and went forward to pickpocket Tang Yanhuang's shoulders. Snap! But just as his hand was about to fall up, a thick palm choked his wrist. There were streams of light flashing above that crimson armor. Wang Zhe raised his eyes, but he saw a kind of red-armored middle-aged man looking at him with a cold face. You, who are you? The middle-aged man did not say anything, and raised his hand to make a hard fold. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Ah! Wang Zhe let out a miserable howl. You dare to touch me? Don't you know I'm from the Wang family? That war general's face was cold as he casually opened his mouth. You don't usually watch financial news? What do you mean? Wang Zhe was dumbfounded. You know how I don't look at it. I'm a dude. Just pick up girls and get them. I'll watch that on Chicken Hair. Wang family? Oh, even if Wang Zhengcheng himself came here, he wouldn't dare to use the Wang family's identity to pressure me. The Wang family's descendant is also considered to be more blue than blue, and is quite a bit more arrogant than Wang Zhengcheng. Tang Yanhuang smiled faintly. At these words, Wang Zhe froze, finally realizing that the identity of the person in front of him was not ordinary. Open your doggy eyes and take a good look. The war general gripped Wang Zhe's jaw and wrenched it hard towards the top. Purple jade military emblem. War general. Only then did this Wang Zhe see the medal on the red-armored war general's chest. The words were spoken with a tremor in his voice. A war general as a bodyguard. What kind of status this old man must be. This is definitely a big one. What is the name of the senior before? It is the late generation who has been willful. Please forgive senior. My name is Wang Zhe. I come from the imperial capital Wang family. My father is the Wang family's Wang Zhengyun. Wang Zhengcheng is my eldest uncle. Wang Zhu explained. And although his attitude was a bit more respectful, he was still relying on the Wang family in his words. It was thought that he still wanted to use the Wang family to make the other party's heart fearful. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know who's behind you. I only know Wang Zhengcheng from the Wang family. You can go ask him if he knows the name Tang Yanhuang. Tang? Don Yanhuang? Wang Zhe's brain shriveled up all of a sudden. This old man he turned out to be the founder of Yanhuang Technology, Tang Yanhuang. No wonder. Only this kind of character would be able to have a Yanxia war general open the way for him. Don. Uncle Don. Me. What? Don't you call me Old Den anymore? Tang Yanhuang laughed lightly. I'm yet. Wang Zhe shivered and almost fell down. He had just called this Olden? Nice guy. I'm ing straight up nice guy. His own grandfather didn't even dare to call him that when he came. Dare to call Tang Yanhuang Lao Dang. His Wang family head had to hand him a cigarette when he saw him. Sweating it out or not? Man. I was wrong. I'm really wrong Uncle Tang. I was just joking with you. Please don't take it personally. Wang Zhe let out a wail and ignored his broken wrist, so he fell to his knees. Dong Anshan is already shivering on the side. Good guy. Tang Yanhuang has come. Which little ancestor is this toothy wolf? Uncle Don. A light and melodious voice came, only to see Xia Qingqing walk down from the audience with Ning Crisp. Yo, little Tilting is here. Tang Yanhuang smiled slightly at the sight. At this moment, Lin Maching, who stood by Wang Zhe's side and appeared to be at a loss for words, changed her face violently when she saw Xia Qingqing and Ning Crispy. She looked up incredulously, her gaze falling on Luo Ming's body. Could it be that he is? Xia Qingqing walked slowly, her eyes slightly cold as she passed by Lin Maching. Snap! She backhanded Lin Maching's pretty face with a slap. This slap did not leave any hand at all, and with Xia Qingqing's strength to draw this slap, Lin Maching's left cheek directly swelled into a steamed bun. The slap caused her torso to stumble and she almost fell to the ground. She covered her left cheek as a hot stinging pain came and tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Xia Qingqing with aggression and fear, demonizing over and over again. Do you really think I'm without a temper? Xia Qingqing opened her mouth in a cold voice. The coldness in her tone made people feel like falling into the ice cellar. Well, Luo boy, since I'm here, there's no need for you to hide your identity. Tang Yanhuang also spoke faintly. No, Uncle Don. This. Xia Qingqing wanted to stop it. Luo Ming was a SSS level genius. This matter was not a secret. Although Yanxia SSS level geniuses were rare, they were not unheard of, so he was still considered safe for the time being. But, if it's a double SSS level genius, that means something completely different. This was already enough to arouse the scorn of other countries that were hostile to Yanxia. There may even be a killer cross-country coming to Inferno. This is very dangerous for Lo Ming. I know what you're worried about. Akira, bring that out. Tang Yanhuang waved his hand, only to see the Red Blaze War General pull out a small umbrella like in the end machinery from his body. This is. Xia Qingqing's face showed surprise. The latest product from Yanhuang Technology, the memory modifier. What happened today? I will erase it from their minds. No one will know that Tooth Wolf is Luo Ming. They'll just remember that a young man named Tooth Wolf killed through the underground ring today. Tang Yanhuang smiled slightly. This thing is a disposable item that cost more than $1 billion to build, but for the sake of my Yanxia's heavenly pride, it's worth it. So, Tang Yanhuang's voice got louder. Dong and Chen, deducted from your Cinnabar technology. Dong and Chen? End of chapter. 53. Chapter 53. The arrival of the ruler. The family members, who understand, were just about to play hard to get when the supervisor appeared in front of me. Chapter 53. Arrival of the ruler. Families who understand, were just about to play hard to get when the supervisor appeared before me. This is. Xia Qingqing frowned as she surveyed the crystalline powder that flickered within the small mechanical umbrella in front of her. Oblivion mushrooms? Tang Yanhuang smiled gently. It's the Oblivion mushroom. This thing can be really difficult to deal with. Just purify the spores of the Oblivion mushroom. We have been close to a year after the extraction of the research and development, to put into use as a large amount of manpower and material resources and financial resources, which made it. I call it the Mona umbrella. About 3 or 4 years ago, outside the ruins, a large-scale turmoil occurred, and all of the Holy Regiment powerhouses who had entered the ruins, and even the mercenaries and the people who returned unexpectedly lost their memories for about 3 days in unison, and the scale of this is still spreading at a very fast rate. Upon learning of this, some strong people from the 4 holy groups of Yanxia stepped out to explore the secret of group amnesia beyond the wilderness. It was eventually found to be a bush of Oblivion mushrooms planted in a forest, which itself belonged to a plant family of monsters, and although they had no spirit and could not move, they sowed their seeds everywhere with the wind in the spring and fall of each year. Spores fly about, and anyone who inhales such as spores has a memory erased. After that, under the suppression of the Holy Regiment's powerhouses, the entire Oblivion mushroom cluster was transplanted. And now that entire Oblivion mushroom cluster was planted in Yanhuang technology, and after a few years of research, it was now considered to have been completely eaten through. This Manhwa umbrella is the one in which purified Oblivion mushroom spores have been added, which can erase fragments of human memories by controlling the dosage. Luo Ming, take off your mask. There's no problem with the Mona umbrella. I'll be responsible for keeping you safe. Tang Yanhuang laughed lightly. I'm also quite curious as to what that kid Chagan sees in you. Tang Yanhuang laughed. As Luo Ming clasped his hand on top of the mask, he slowly removed it. A clear face was also completely revealed to the crowd. Many thanks to Senior for helping out, he said with a slight smile. Clunk. Lin Maching stumbled. Looking at the clean-cut young man in front of her, her face became extremely pale. It really is Luo Ming. Surprisingly, it really is Luo Ming. What? Luo Ming. It's that first genius of the Star Ocean State, SSS ranked awakener Luo Ming. Dong Nanshan was also shocked. No wonder. So it's like this. I said why Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan would fight so hard for you. So you're Luo Ming. Dong Nanshan's body shook violently. That thought he had earlier was surprisingly true. Luo Ming wasn't scary, but behind him stood Yi Chang'an. Behind Yi Chang'an stood the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. This was Yen Xiao's true and genuine prime-like existence. Now who dares to say he is powerless? Who dares? Anyway, he, Dong Nanshan, didn't dare. Oh my god, Toothwolf is Luo Ming. Luo Ming is Toothwolf. But wasn't the SSS class monster Taotai awakened by Luo Ming? That was a red-colored monster. And what is this golden one? He's even transformed into a meteor firewolf before. Hiss. My goodness. Could this Luo Ming be a multiple awakened? The intimidating power of this golden dragon-shaped monster isn't any worse than Taoyu's. This Luo Ming is a double SSS level awakened person. It's blown up. This world is completely blown up. Asterisk. Jesus Christ. When you made me, you were stingy with a drop of water. When you made Luo Ming, you directly stuffed a pond. Literally drought kills and floods. Look up, he's double SSSS rated talent. Look down, I'm C rated talent. The body is a little uncomfortable. Down first. Luo Ming. You're so powerful you still come to fight in an underground ring. ING lost over $3 million. A friend of mine said he broke his defense. The audience stage directly exploded. And some people lost their bottoms because of Luo Ming. There was even more gnashing of teeth at him. There were also people who raised their cell phones to take pictures. But at this moment, all of the cell phones in the underground boxing ring unexpectedly fell into an unexplained black screen. The news about Luo Ming couldn't get out at all either. Obviously this is also the handiwork of Yanhuan technology, which is really high-tech. Well, it's time for this farce to come to an end. The Wang family's carefulness has opened my eyes. When I go back I'll have a good chat with Wang Zhengchen, Tang Yanhuang said. But at that moment, Dong Nanshan and Wang Zhe looked at each other. The heart is not good. Wang Chen also sent a commander of the military department over. Counting the time. It's almost here. The cell phone signal is still affected. So there's no chance of trying to notify the outside world. The two men's faces darkened even further. Don't come. Don't ever come. You'd better get eaten by a monster on the way. Or get in a car accident and your pants on the delay. Anyway, you mustn't come. The two prayed together. Then, boom. A figure suddenly leapt down from the middle of the large hole at the top of the stadium. I am the commander of the military department. Sun Xingtian. Where are Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian? The governors of Xinghai Prefecture. Come and kowtow at once. It's over. Wang Zhou and Dong Nanshan's hanging hearts finally died. That's a flood of voices that a deaf person could hear. Right? This awesome outing. If it was before Tang Yanhuang came, I would have applauded like crazy. It's so cool. But now, the two almost gouged the ground 3 meters deep with their toes. That's just like shooting yourself in the foot. The name Sun Xingtian is a bit familiar. Tang Yanhuang frowned. The tall Akira on the side shook his head in immense embarrassment. Mr. Tang, he's under my hand. Dong and Chen? Wang Zhe? Nice guy. I'm straight up nice guy. In their hearts, they observed a moment of silence for this Sun Xingtian for 0.3 seconds. Straight into the face of the boss? I really don't want to work under the hands of Qilai that thing again. The rules are really chicken day by day. This time things are solved beautifully. Turn around and try to transfer me back to the master's side to do things. Sun Xingtian descended from the sky, and the earth was smashed out of a deep pit by him. He cursed and walked out of the pit. Raising his hand, he waved the dust around. This commander has descended upon the Star Ocean State. All of you tremble for me. A dominant smile curved on his lips. Ning Yuan, Mo Rutian. Why don't you worship me when you see me? He took it in stride. The tiger's eyes glared. Then all of a sudden, clueless, Sun Xingtian? Family, guess who I just saw? My top man, War Admiral Akira, and the founder of Yanhuan Technology, Tang Yanhuang. Ah, I must be drunk. He rubbed his eyes. Nope, not drunk. These two are really here. Sun Xingtian's legs began to tremble. It's over. I'm sweating my ass off. Sun Xingtian, I seem to remember that you're not on vacation period right now. Why did you come to Shanghai State? Who do you want to worship you? Akira's playful voice rang out. Poof. Sun Xingtian directly knelt on the ground. Don't worship anyone. I'll kowtow first. End of chapter. 54. Chapter 54, The Silver Dragon Gun Fell from the Sky. The three Wang family brothers had just been discharged from the hospital and were immediately sent back. Chapter 54, Silver Dragon Gun Falls from the Sky. The three Wang family brothers had just been discharged from the hospital and were immediately sent back. He bowed his head. Sweat sliding down his forehead in drops. Not. What kind of situation is this? How did his own top boss, Red Flame War Admiral, and Tang Yanhuang, the founder of Yanhuang Technology, show up here? All he could feel was his heart pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. Didn't Wang Chen say that he was only here to deter Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan? So you've met such a pair of demons. It would have killed him to know these two were here. What did you say? Wang Chen is his master's son? His grandma? Even if his master was here he'd have to go up two big mouths. Harmful contraptions. Wang Chen called you here? Or did Wang Zhengcheng ask you to come? Tang Yanhuang didn't even lift his eyes. It's Wang Chen. Sun Xingtian slumped to the ground, shivering, and even his tone carried an obvious tremor. All right, Chang'an boy, you heard me. Tang Yanhuang cupped a cell phone in his hand. Wang Chen of the Wang family. Interesting. A playful voice came from the other end of the line. I, Yi Chang'an, have 3 times ordered the younger generation to compete with Luo Ming. It's his own business if he loses. I won't care. But those who use their background of power to bully others, then I'll be in charge. The Wang family, right? You've hit me in the head. Yi Chang'an snorted coldly. That icy tone just through the phone made the people present scared as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Is Silver Dragon joking with you? 10 years to climb to the top of Yanxia, overlooking the imperial capital. No one dares to mess with the mongrel king. If he were to start going crazy, there really weren't many people here besides the 9 heavenly kings who could suppress him. Boom! The only thing that came from the other end of the phone was a terrifying dragon roar. And Yi Chanan hung up the phone. A flash of helplessness passed through Tang Yanhuang's eyes. 30 years old. This nature still can't change. So high-strung. Luo Ming. You must not learn from Yi Chanan in the future. Tang Yanhuang said to Luo Ming. Luo Ming nodded. Don't worry, Elder Tang. I usually get rid of evils. So this won't happen if I just slaughter them. Tang Yanhuang? You. He looked at Luo Ming for a moment. Good. I finally know the reason why Yi Chang'an values you. You kid is really interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the imperial capital. Yi Chang'an got up from the sofa with big strides, carrying the silver dragon gun in his hand as he opened the door of the villa. Vice Head Yi, the sacred headmaster said that the period of tight confinement hasn't arrived yet. You can't go out now. 2 strong men from the sacred regiment stopped Yi Chang'an and said politely. I didn't say I was going out. Yi Chang'an skimmed his lips. I'm just delivering a takeout. With that, he threw the silver dragon gun through the air. Anon! A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, and the silver dragon gun instantly pierced through the void and disappeared into the sky. Do you guys know what it means to be a fast east wind and on a mission? Yi Chanan asked with a playful face. The 2 men shook their heads in confusion that they didn't know. Soon you will know. Yi Chang'an smiled gently and handed 2 cigarettes to the 2 of them and went back to the villa. At this time, the imperial capital Wang family. The 3 Wang Chen brothers managed to recover from their injuries and were successfully discharged from the hospital. There was about a week to go before he could fully recover. And by then he could also go to the examination ceremony of Yanhuang University. What are you thinking about? Third brother? Wang Mang and Wang Chun looked at Wang Chen with an absent-minded look. Frowning. It's okay. It's just that my heart feels like it's bursting and it won't stop beating. It always feels as if something bad is about to happen. Wang Chen frowned. Why did he feel as if there were needles stabbing at his back? And what exactly was this feeling like on in his back? He was puzzled. Alright, don't think blindly. Recuperate well and then go to the examination. We have to assist brother Lin Xiao. I heard that the family gave him a lot of good things. This time we must get back all the losses we suffered at the hands of Luo Ming last time. The 3 men said viciously. Don't worry. With brother Lin Xiao here, we'll definitely beat Luo Ming to find. What's going on? At that moment, the 3 of them frowned. Why does it look like something is coming from the sky? The sound of breaking wind? Oddly loud. Something's not right. Why is there a dragon's roar here? No way. You've been lying in your hospital bed for a long time and you can still hear the dragon's roar? I'm not lying. There really is. Listen carefully. What's playing? Why are the dragon chants getting louder? Nima. The 3 of them looked up, only to see a large gun manifesting, breaking through the air from afar. That silver lance tore through the sky and swept across the sky as if it was a silver dragon. Why does this lance look so familiar? It's strange if it doesn't look familiar. This is the damn Nine Heavens silver dragon Yi Chang'an, soldier of truth. The silver dragon lance. I'm good. The three brothers blew up straight away. How did the silver dragon gun come to be by itself? The three men looked at each other. Wang Chong, I don't know. Wang Mang, what's it got to do with me? Wang Chen, don't look at me. I didn't do anything. What's the point of staying? Run. At that moment, big brother Wang Chong let out a strange cry. The three rushed towards the Wang family's manor. It's like when you're a kid and you go out to fight someone, realize you can't do it, and then go home to your mom. Silver dragon gun. Yi Chang'an, where did my Wang family provoke you again? At this moment, Wang Zhangcheng, the head of the Wang family, was drinking tea in the living room, and was also waiting for his three sons to return in passing. But at that moment, a powerful gun intent was felt, as well as the familiar sound of a dragon's roar. He returned in an instant. Boom! In a flash, he appeared outside. Transformation. Purple-scaled wild king lion. Boom! A huge purple lion appeared in mid-air. This lion was covered with dark purple armor, and on top of the armor there was a flickering crystal, revealing a very domineering and luxurious feeling. Roar! Wang Zhangcheng let out a roar, wanting to use the power of the lion's roar to shock his opponent's silver dragon gun. Clank! However, the gun rose up to the dome of the sky, and this Wang Zhangcheng could not resist this air-breaking strike in the slightest. In the end, his strength was nothing more than a beginner's entry into the Golden Jade rank, a far cry from Yi Chang'an, an existence whose battle power was on par with that of a battle king. Asshole! A flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the purple-scaled Mad King Lion. Hurriedly, he dodged and retreated. The silver dragon gun was like a silver dragon that descended from the sky, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards the Wang family manor. Pops, help me! Dad, help! Boom! The silver dragon spear smashed down, sweeping straight towards the three brothers. The three of them were instantly scared out of their wits. Nice guy, just got out of the hospital and now he's going back in? Bump! Three silhouettes were smashed out, each one spitting blood from their mouths, and half of their bones were broken. Who the hell did I nymphet? Invite! The three fell to the ground and wailed. The silver dragon gun was also like the gun of God, the gun of Longinus, nailing through the entirety of the Wang family manor. Wang Zhangcheng reverted back to his human form. His face was very ugly. End of chapter 55. Chapter 55, The Shock of the Wang Family. Incredible Regret. A Gift from Yi Chang'an. The Battle Soldier. Chapter 55, The Shock of the Wang Family. Incredible Regret. A Gift from Yi Chang'an. The Battle Soldier. Send back my gun later. Yi Chang'an's voice rotated over the Wang family estate. Wang Zhangcheng, you damn near ate up all three of my sons and almost tore down my Wang family estate. And now you're asking me to send the gun back? What do you take me for? Dogs? What the hell is going on? How could Yi Chang'an come to attack my Wang family for no reason? Which one of you three knows? Wang Zhangcheng questioned with an angry face. I. The three men fell to the ground, trembling, not only in pain or fear. At that moment, Wang Zhangcheng's phone rang. Hello, Gyotaku? What's wrong? He asked, frowning. Help me. Master, help me. What the hell happened? Who wants to touch you? Aren't you with the Red Lie War General now? Who dares to touch you with him around? Wang Zhangcheng frowned. It's the Red Flame War General. It's the Red Flame Warlord. Wang Zhangcheng, and Mr. Tang Yenhuang Tang. Wang Zhangcheng, he rubbed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. There must have been a mistake somewhere. First, the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon, Yi Chang'an, made a move to suppress his Wang family, followed by his disciple coming to ask for help. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't a problem. What the hell is going on and where are you now? I'm in the Star Ocean State. Star Ocean State? What are you doing in Star Ocean State for nothing? Wang Zhangcheng frowned. It was young Master Wang Chen who asked me to go. And here's the thing. Sun Xingtian told the matter once and for all. And then what? Why are Tang Yenhuang and Red Lie also in Star Ocean State? They helped that young man called Tooth Wolf. Who is that Tooth Wolf? The cell phone in Wang Zhangcheng's hand almost fell off. Luo Ming? That toothy wolf is Luo Ming? You're kidding me, asshole. Wang Zhangchen looked at his son Wang Chen as if he wanted to kill someone. The three brothers looked at each other. Just now they seemed to have heard their father call out Luo Ming's name. They didn't know if it was an illusion. Wang Chen, who told you to deal with Luo Ming? Who was it? Wang Zhangcheng put down his cell phone and questioned with red eyes. He finally realized why Yi Chang'an would move against their Wang family for no reason. It was also finally clear why Tang Yenhuang would personally make a trip to Star Ocean State. Everything is clear. It's the two cub seeds in your own house that did this. You're just going to piss me off. Wang Zhengchang roared and growled like a lion. Luo Ming. No, isn't that the toothy wolf? Wang Chen was dumbfounded. What? Luo Ming is the tooth wolf. Wang Jie, you son of a you killed me. Wang Chen was furious and cursed. And Luo Ming, you are also a why the hell do you want to be incognito open a tooth wolf fest to fight underground boxing You're a ing. Pitfalls, hello, are you still listening, teacher? I'm here. Anything else? Wang Zhengcheng tried to calm himself. He felt like his anger level was being pulled up, and he was easily not angry. Unless it's something really outrageous, he won't get mad. Yes, there is another thing. That is, Senior Tang was also present. Well, then Wang Zhi shouted out old Den to Senior Tang. Wang Zhengchang? Dang? Called Tang Yenuan Lao Dang? He didn't even dare to shout like that. How dare this Wang Zhi? How is it that the 3 generations of disciples of his Wang family are all braver than one another? I'm tired. Let him be the head of the family. I won't take the blame for this. Wang Zhengcheng hung up the phone. He had gone completely head over heels. The 3 generations of Wang family disciples are really powerful. One offended Yi Chanan, and one shouted Tang Yanhuan Lao Dang. Do they really think they won't get pissed off if they don't have a heart attack? Dad. Wang Chen timidly spoke. Don't call me Dad. You're too good for that. I'll call you Dad from now on. Wang Chen? Dad. Don't be like that. Wang Chen knew in his heart that he had caused great trouble, and now his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Father, what can be done about this? Wang Chong and Wang Mang's gazes towards this third brother were also filled with killing intent. This brother pitched a fit. He made a fool of himself, and now even the 2 of them are going to be laid back in the ICU again. What can be done? It's time to make amends. Apologize for apologizing. The one who should apologize should apologize. Send Yi Chanan's gun back first. Wang Zhengchang rubbed his brow. What's this all about? It's just a fly in the ointment. He was in the same mood as Li Jing, drinking a cup of tea at home. And you tell me that my son has drawn the dragon tendons of the Dragon King's son? This time, the 3 brothers of the Wang family lost the opportunity to participate in the examination of Yanxia University. The Wang family also suffered heavy losses as a result, and when Wang Zhi's father found out about it, he didn't slow down and fainted. Yes, he had a heart attack. And the Star Ocean State, Sun Xingtian, from today onwards you are no longer the commander of the military department. Your battle merit is zeroed out. Go to the garrison land and start from the bottom. The Red Lai War general spoke faintly. Yes, Sun Xingtian's heart was incomparably bitter. Pitiful. Top big puddle of pussy. As for TNT, Tang Yanhuang narrowed his eyes. I, Yanhuang Technology, have the intention of entering the 36 domains and 72 states of Yanxia. So this first step will be to start with the Star Ocean State. Dong and Chen, I've acquired your Chen in technology. $1. Is that enough? Tang Yanhuang took out a coin from his pocket. $1? Dong Anshan people are stupid. You say enough. No, he was just about to say that it wasn't enough. But then he saw Tang Yanhuang's eyes. Those overbearing eyes full of murderous aura. Not much worse at all than the kind of battle king in Disya who was in a high position, conquering the ruins. Tang Yanhuan was considerably higher than even a battle king in terms of importance to Yanxia. Enough is enough. Dong Anshan took the coin with a bitter smile. If he didn't agree, it wouldn't be such a gentle offense that awaited him. Now he was quite a bit better off with the company gone, but the family still had real estate and some other savings. Akira, settle things down here, and clear your memory for me. Tang Yanhuang waved his hand. Qing Cheng, Luo Ming boy, and all of you, come with me, he commanded. Dong and Chen, arrange a room for us to talk. Yes, Dong Anshan obediently nodded his head, not daring to disobey. It's time to be an adult and pay for the things you've done wrong. If you kick a Gundam today and break your foot, you'll just have to deserve it. Wang Jia and Lin Maching fell to the ground like 2 puddles of mud. Wang Jia's face was ashen. He knew he was finished. And Lin Maching showed pathos on his face. The last time Luo Ming didn't see eye to eye with her, it was for the sake of the 2 families' former friendship. But now, everything is over. And no favor can be used a second time. Are we really not in the same world anymore? She was lost in thought. In an opulent conference room, on the leather couch, Tang Yanhuang and Luo Ming sat opposite each other. Everyone else was there. Ning, Xia, Qing Cheng. This time, the Chang'an kid called me to come to Yanxia, not only because he helped you out of trouble, but there's also a gift that he wants to give you. He promised you that he would deliver something like this to you before the test. Tang Yanhuang smiled faintly and placed a palm-sized capsule on the crystal coffee table. Here's a gift from Chang'an, the gun-type war soldier you asked for. End of chapter 56. Chapter 56 War Soldier, Heaven-Devouring Lance, Battle General Accompaniment, Terrifying Battle Strength. Chapter 56 War Soldier. Heaven-devouring lance. Battle general accompaniment. Terrifying battle strength. This is the 13th. Xia Qingqing's gaze was slightly stunned when she saw the capsule. Exactly. Tang Yanhuang smiled and nodded. 13's corpse has finally cracked the secret of his spatial ability after going through our Yanhuang Technologies dissection and research, which is our newly developed capsule technology. This time, we'll be releasing 3 capsules: the monster capsule, the storage capsule, and the residential capsule. Obviously, what you have in front of you is a storage capsule, whose effect is generally the same as the Naginata rings and storage bags in various immortal cultivation novels. Residential capsule you can understand as a house that can be carried around. Convenient for the Holy Core expedition to the ruins. Can have a more favorable rest environment. Rest better. Only more energy to fight. As for the last kind of monster capsule, this is a great thing. In the ruins, after defeating the monsters, you can put them into the capsule, and from now on the monsters will be completely obedient to you, following your trend in serving you as the master. Tang Yanhuang grinned. This is one of the projects that Yanhuang Technology has invested the most in the past few years. And the good thing is that it is now considered a breakthrough result, and it has already begun mass production, and soon the capsule technology will be popularized throughout Yanxia. Luo Ming listened with a blank stare. The monster capsules are out. Is there any aubergine? That's awesome. Capsule technology. Sounds awesome. Ning Crisp looked at the capsules on the table with glowing eyes. The size of this thing is just the same as a cell phone. If there is capsule technology, then she can shop in the future. Is it possible to buy with impunity? Do not have to worry about 2 hands cannot fit. I also brought a few here. If you are interested you can take them and play with them. The price of the storage capsule is the cheapest. Generally we price it at 10,000 yen xia coins apiece. The subsequent ones will be introduced with more space, and the price will naturally go up. Tang Yanhuan laughed. Storage capsules are popularizable among the populace, while monster capsules and residential capsules would be considered armaments. Nice. I don't need a housekeeper to carry my things when I go shopping. Ning Crispy snatched a storage capsule as quickly as she could, holding it in her hand and playing with it with a happy face. Ning Yuan's face darkened. Crispy, in front of Mr. Tang, what's your demeanor? He chortled coldly. Slightly. I don't care about you. You just want mine because you didn't grab it yourself. She spat out her tongue and made a deliberate face. Angry. Ning Yuan's face changed for a moment. The main thing is, to know your father like your daughter. Really? By Ning Crisp guessed. This high-tech he has not seen. His own eyes greedy. If Governor Ning is interested, I'll have someone send you a few after mass production. Tang Yanhuang laughed lightly. Then he picked up the capsule containing the gun-type battle soldier and placed it in Luo Ming's hand. Look at it. Like it or not. Luo Ming opened the capsule. A stream of light then flew out, and the lance fell into his hands. It was a long gun with a reddish-colored body, with blood flames burning above the body, and a large area of embossed patterns emanating a warm aura. The lance as a whole was blood-red in color, and the tip of the lance flowed with a cold, eerie light, and was nearly half a meter long. This is a battle weapon crafted from the bones of the purple jade-ranked monster Bloodshed Berserk Eagle. The tip of the spear incorporates the rare ore, Dragon Bloodstone, and on top of the bas-relief are also 3 pieces of Beast Jade, the peak of wild speed of the Golden Brilliant Rock, the 10,000 pounds of strength of the Giant Wheel Turtle, and the Streaming Soul Beast's Intentionality Mastery. So that means that when this lance is used, not only does it have an increase in speed, but it also has a power boost when colliding head-on with an enemy, and in the end, even if the lance accidentally comes out of your hand, then you can still beckon it back through your mind. And in addition to the attributes of the Bloodshed Berserker Eagle itself, an eagle cry with the power of bloodshed will also be emitted during the collision of this lance and other weapons, shocking the enemy's mind. Well, is it still satisfactory? This was specially prepared for you by the Chang'an boy, and it's a much better gun than any of his first ones. You named the gun, Tang Yanhuang said with a smile. Luo Ming stroked the big blood-colored gun and loved it. I am grateful for Senior Ye's favor. In that case, this gun will be called. Luo Ming's gaze flickered. Heaven-devouring gun. As these 3 words came out, the gun unexpectedly trembled as if it had a spirit. Good. Sky-devouring gun. Good name. Tang Yanhuang laughed out loud. A hero with a divine soldier. Now that the divine soldier is there, where is the hero? Luo Ming smiled faintly. He knew that Tang Yanhuang wanted to try his strength head-on. May I also ask Senior Tang to move to the training room? Luo Ming laughed lightly. Ha 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 ha. You kid. Go. With a wave of his hand, a group of people headed towards the training room of Cinnabar Technology. The training room of Cinnabar Technology was specially designed to be large enough to accommodate a silver-class 10th order monster wreaking havoc in it, and it was very spacious. A playground comparable to a standard 400-meter track and field track. Luo Ming, please, Tang Yanhuang signaled. Luo Ming nodded. Boom! As he took one step towards the middle of the training room, a monstrous burst of blood flames all surrounded him. Boom! Until the blood flames dispersed and the red-colored figure stood before the crowd. A rich fury aura came over the face, like a savage ancient beast from the ancient times, tyrannical and incomparable. Wow! This momentum is fierce. Tang Yanhuang's eyes widened. It seemed like this Luo Ming already had the initial potential of the king of monsters in him. Hoo. Luo Ming held the heaven-devouring lance, and the great lance danced rapidly in his hands. Although he hadn't inherited the Tao Wu's natural skill at the moment, there was a familiar feeling the moment he gripped the lance. It was like holding the true dragon sword in true dragon form. It looks like the lance is Tao Ye's exclusive battle weapon. The lance danced faster and faster in his hands, and a gust of wind shook in the void. This strength is too strong. Ning Yuan had a shocked look on his face. This was the first time he had seen Luo Ming, also the first time he had seen Luo Ming move his hands. This display of strength can be called a fierce batch of awe. Akira, try going up there and bring the value detector and limiter with you. Tang Yanhuang suddenly stared and commanded. Yes. The red Lai war general in battle armor on the side nodded, and then his figure shot off like a red lightning bolt straight at Luo Ming. Roar! The red blaze war general let out a roar. His body suddenly swelled up and a blinding red light enveloped him. S-class monster. The Sky Red War Ape. Knock knock. The red blaze war general swung both his fists, blasting and smashing his chest as he lunged towards Luo Ming. Kid, let me try your strength. Go all out. No need to hold back. Boom. The small mountain-sized fist of the heavenly red war ape smashed down head-on towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming's gaze was fixed. Good coming. He rotated the sky-devouring lance with one hand and slammed it towards the sky red war ape. This kid actually wants to go hard with Chi Lai, and doesn't bring any concessions at all. Surprise flashed across Tang Yanhuang's face. Although it was said that the Red Flame Warrior General wore a limiter, and his power was restricted to the 3rd bronze rank. However, the strength of the heavenly red war ape was strong, and his beast body was of purple jade level strength, so a hard encounter was still a very foolish approach. End of chapter 57. Chapter 57, War Admiral Accompaniment? No, it's War General Sandbag. The crippled king's tyranny was in full swing. The war general was dumbfounded. Chapter 57, War Admiral Accompaniment? No, it's War General Sandbag. The crippled king's tyranny was in full swing. The war general was dumbfounded. Yen Tian earth-shaking fist. Ho ho ho! The sky red war ape roared, its red-colored fur dancing in the wind. In front of his beastly body that was close to approaching 8 meters, Luo Ming's 3-meter-plus body was like a baby. Red Lai is originally a strong attack-type monster with extremely explosive attacks, which is also a characteristic of ape-type monsters, and the limiter can't limit his battle sense or physical strength, so going hard really isn't a good choice. Tang Yanhuang shook his head. Luo Ming's talent he recognized, and his strength he also recognized, definitely far surpassing monsters of the same level. This battle power was out of the ordinary amongst fellow SSS-class monsters, but this combat experience is too lacking. It is unwise to play hardball with another person's strengths. Boom! In the next second, the big blood-colored spear smashed down, and the red-colored fist also met the big spear. Violent fluctuations exploded and wild winds swept around, almost blowing everyone away. Boom boom boom! The entire huge training room was trembling. So strong. This fluctuation is too strong. Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes were grave. She was no match for this strength. Whether it was the Ice Phoenix or the Fire Phoenix, she was no match. The monster Luo Ming had awakened wasn't a normal SSS-level monster. This monster was too balanced. Good coming. Hoo. The heaven-devouring gun rotated at high speed in his hand. Dang it. Stars and flames flew, and Luo Ming surprisingly held out hard against the Sky Red War Ape's furious output. What kind of power is this? At this moment, the Red Lai War General's pair of huge monkey eyes revealed a strong suspicion. Every time his fist collided with Luo Ming, something similar to a black hole revived within Luo Ming's body. This thing had actually sucked away close to half of the power he had struck out with a hard blow. Otherwise, Luo Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to block his furious hail-like attacks. Almost, Luo Ming's gaze flickered. Tao Tai, it's about time you had your fill. Open your eyes. As his words fell, buzz, the huge head of the Tao Tai in his chest slowly opened its eyes. It's not right. The Red Blaze War General immediately felt a chill go straight to the sky. In the next second, Luo Ming swung his big gun and slammed it down towards him head-on, cracking Earth 100 battle fist. Ho ho ho! His huge body half-crouched across the room, his fists flying like meteors toward Luo Ming's large, sweeping downward gun. Dang it! However, as Luo Ming's shot fell, An even more terrifying force erupted. This is not his power. This is my power. Boom! The Red Lie War General's eyes widened as his gigantic 8-meter body unexpectedly stormed out like a cannonball. From this end it smashed straight through the void. It ended up smashing hard against the wall 100 meters away. He got up from the ground and rubbed his chest, the shock in his eyes impossible to hide. What the hell kind of power is that? It was able to absorb the opponent's force and then explode out at the last moment, giving it all back to him. This is like a melee nemesis. It was only because his body was good enough. Otherwise, if it were any other monster, that shot just now would have been enough to completely shatter the beast's body. This Red Blaze Warrior General is defeated? Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian also stared wide-eyed. This was a Purple Jade ranked war general of the military department. There were only a total of 108 figures like this in Yanxia, and even if he wore a limiter, it was impossible for him to be blown away by a bronze level kid. Red Lie, raise the control level of the limiter to bronze 8th order. Tang Yanhuang suddenly spoke at this time. What? The crowd was taken aback by his words. Bronze 8th rank? This was the suppressed strength of a war general, and the unusual bronze 8th rank that wasn't on the same level at all. Was this going to kill Luo Ming? Yes. The Red Blaze War Admiral adjusted the value of the limiter on his body, and an even more terrifying power erupted from him. Roar! His figure unexpectedly drew up a whole lot taller. The current Sky Red War Ape was 9 meters tall. Just now I used some skills from the Beast Jade. My own natural aptitude has not been used yet. Luo Ming, you are very strong, so the intensity of the next will also be very high. If I accidentally break a few bones in your body, you cannot blame me. Of course, Infernotech will take responsibility for treating you. The Red Lie Warrior General propped his fists on the ground and walked towards Luo Ming. Roar! He let out a roar. Raging Sky Red Fist. Boom! His body instantly rose up from the ground, as if he were a fire meteor pouncing towards Luo Ming below. Where is the limit of your devouring ability? Let me see it. Luo Ming. The huge fire meteor trembled in the void, and the moment it swooped down, the ground vaguely seemed to be twisting. In Luo Ming's eyes, an incomparably large fist was getting closer and closer, until the field of vision was completely taken over by this fist. Red Blaze Warrior General. Next, my moves are going to be a bit humiliating. I hope you don't mind. Luo Ming's pupils flickered, followed by the blood flames that began to steam up all over his body. He was more amazing at that moment than even the Red Blaze Warlord who had unlocked his limiter. Ho ho ho! Luo Ming was roaring, his terrifying demonic voice echoing in everyone's ears, the tyrannical aura simply wanting to completely suffocate people under pressure. Brutal King Tyranny. Full blast. Previously, every time Luo Ming had used Brutal King Tyranny, because he had to consider the damage it would do to his body, he usually only opened a small half of it, and the increase was only at the level of 3 times his battle power. But now, Yanhuang technology will money cure anyway, so he doesn't care. Direct fire. 10 times the battle power erupted in an instant. Red Blaze Warrior General. This is a minute you'll remember for the rest of your life. Luo Ming unexpectedly leapt up in one step and charged head-on towards that Red Flame War General. The blood-colored Taodai charged upwards with a large spear in his hand. The red-colored giant ape looked up to the sky and raised its world-shaking divine fist. No good. Mo Rushan's face changed. Both of these guys were killing mad, and the fluctuations that erupted were enough to blow all of them out. He took a step forward and stood in front of Tang Yanhuang. Transform. Circle Moon Blade Ring. The wolf's body emerged, and the crescent moon mark on his brow flashed. The long sword in his hand drew a circle from the void, protecting all the people behind him. Boom! In the next second, the 2 terrifying guys in front of them collided completely. Zip! Taodai went berserk with earth-shattering roars coming out of his mouth. The power in his body was rapidly depleting at that moment, and the desire to eat was powerful to the extreme. With 4 eyes facing each other, the Red Lie War General unexpectedly felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Damn! This aura is a bit scary. Boom! It was that one distraction that saw him picked off by Taodia's spear. A big foot that came right afterward kicked him right in the face. The Red Lie War General's body was instantly swept out in the air. And that's not all. 1 minute of tyranny mode. Luo Ming was killing mad. He rushed towards the Red Flame War General with his gun in hand, and various attacks bombarded his body like a tidal wave. The Red Blaze War Admiral was completely enveloped by that bloodshed aura and fell into Luo Ming's rhythm. It can only be fought bitterly. From a chaperone to a sandbag. If it wasn't for his physical fitness, he might have been beaten to death alive by Luo Ming by now. It was a scream in his mind. Damn, how could I meet such a little nutcase? It's been a busy couple days in the middle of a move. So sorry about that, gents. End of chapter 58. Chapter 58. War generals were beaten into doubt. Numerical detectors were blown out of the water. Setting up Tang Yanhuang. Chapter 58, War Generals are beaten into skepticism. Numerical value detectors are blown out. Setting up Tang Yanhuang. Ho ho ho! Luo Ming's blood flames were swaying constantly. He was carrying the heaven-devouring gun in one hand. No, that couldn't even be called a gun in his hands. It was a ING brick. Once or twice, he smashed at the Red Lai War General's head. The Red Blaze Warlord was forced back, followed by Luo Ming charging forward once again. Crazy, crazy. This kid. The Red Lai War Admiral screamed in agony. How long had it been How long had it been since he became a war admiral that he hadn't had this kind of encounter being held down and beaten senseless by a young man about the same age as his own son. He was a war general himself. It was wearing a restraining device, but in other words, if he hadn't been wearing a restraining device, at this stage of the bronze level, he had already been killed by Luo Ming. It was no exaggeration to say that Luo Ming's battle power, in the realm of the bronze grade 5th stage, that was invincible. The King of War comes and sings his conquests, and he's still only bronze level 1. Stop. Stop. I'm convinced. Stop. I concede. The Red Blaze Battle King roared, but Lamani's main fight is an inaudible one. Boom. The great spear trembled and the blood flames swept across. Breaking through the air is straight down. Asterisk. Kid, you don't hit the face. Stop. The Red Blaze Warrior General was numb. He had been punched through the entire training ground by Luo Ming, and had been forced back from this end to that end. Finally, it was pinned down and beaten wildly. The heavenly red war ape used its two heavenly pillar-like arms to protect its head. Luo Ming completely entered a tyrannical state and his battle power soared. The earth trembled uncontrollably from the beating. The Red Lai War Admiral cursed hard in his heart and suffered for a minute. Finally, Luo Ming exited the brutal king's tyrannical state. Asterisk. It's finally over. The Red Blaze War Admiral wailed and withdrew from his transformed state. He was wearing his crimson battle armor and just sat on the ground without any image. Asterisk. Tired old man. He removed the restraints from his body. A crack appeared on all of the restrictors surprisingly. They were hardened and almost burst by Luo Ming. Luo Ming exited the Taotai state, and the aftermath of the brutal king's tyranny appeared. A sharp pain came from all over his body, as if there was a meat grinder crushing his body a little bit into mincemeat. A sharp pain sensation that every cell was crushing, but in no time, the pain was gone, and he was back to his old dragon-like self. Luo Ming was shocked. He examined it closely and took a look at the good guy. The golden dragon tattoos on his body were actually emitting a brilliant golden aura, nourishing his physical body. Luo Ming instantly understood. This was the powerful recovery function of the indestructible dragon body, which instantly wiped out his aftereffects. Luo Ming was overjoyed. Wasn't this a way to casually use brutal king tyranny? But immediately afterward, a strong feeling of hunger came. Asterisk. Taotai hungry? Luo Ming felt his abdomen twist up, and at this moment, some of the remaining golden dragon blood that flowed through his body, the dragon blood that couldn't be absorbed unexpectedly took the initiative to surge towards Luo Ming's abdomen. Then it was all absorbed by the power of devouring. Luo Ming surprisingly realized that his fleshly body had become a little stronger again. Good fellow. These remnants of dragon's blood that can't be absorbed by the physical body were actually swallowed by Taoye's devouring power? Luo Ming was shocked. This Taotai really isn't picky about what he eats. He eats everything. I just don't know if I love the 9 turns of the sausage. How's it going? Akira. Tang Yanhuan led the crowd. Take a look at the value detector. Tang Yanhuan opened his mouth. Good. The Red Lai War General pulled out a numerical value detector. But at this glance, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Busted by. Mo Rudian opened his mouth in a daze. Even though it's the lowest class of numerical detector, it's impossible for a bronze class to knock it out. Kid, your strength has broken the limit. Tang Yanhuan's gaze was fixed on Luo Ming. Breaking the limit? What does that mean? Luo Ming's face was puzzled. Kid, you should know that monsters with different talents have different battle strengths at the same level. For example, an A-rank monster of bronze 3rd rank is enough to defeat a C-rank monster of bronze 5th rank. It's well known. And even monsters with the same talent will have a gap in strength depending on what they specialize in and their equipment. For example, a healing one will definitely not be able to beat a strong attacker. The strength of a monstrous beast is related to many factors. Beast jade, battle weapons, and potions. But after throwing these things away, just by the power of the monsters themselves, the heavenly abyss between the two realms of bronze and silver that is absolutely unbridgeable. But, if one is able to cross this heavenly abyss, such a genius, we will call it a broken limit. Relying on a battle soldier to break the limit and relying on a beast jade to break the limit don't count. The only true way to break the limit is to rely on one's own strength to break the limit. For example, Although Qingqing's strength is at the 10th rank of black iron, she was able to defeat a monster of the 1st rank of bronze, and this is called breaking the limit. And now, your strength is only bronze 1st rank, but you've already broken the limit. The battle power you just erupted is enough to decapitate a silver 1st rank monster, and it's an S rank monster. I've never seen this level of limit breaking before. It's simply terrifying as hell. Tang Yanhuang sucked in a breath of cool air. 7 or 8 young years ago at the Battle of the 100 Nations colleges and universities, Yi Chanan shook the entire world when he killed a diamond level 1 SS rank genius from the Lighthouse Kingdom with the strength of a gold level 7 rank. But now this Luo Ming was even fiercer. When he first entered the 1st rank of bronze, he was more capable than the 1st rank of silver. What kind of anticlimactic monster is this? Tang Yanhuang looked at Luo Ming's body, his eyes glowing. He is the founder of the tech company and a chief developer himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Ming was Yan Xia Tianjiu, he would have wanted to dissect Luo Ming and study him properly. It's so anticlimactic, this kid. Luo Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the way this Tang Yanhuang was looking at him? That. Senpai. So, Senpai think I did well. Tang Yanhuang froze. The whirlwind was a nod of recognition. Very excellent. Old me has seen quite a few geniuses, but there are none that can surpass you. Not even those that are comparable to you. Luo Ming's face was delighted. I see. I didn't expect Elder Tang to be so optimistic about me. Since that's the case, then, Elder Tang, give me some rewards. Tang Yanhuang? Nice guy. I'm calling nice guy straight up. I've seen a lot of shameless people, but I've never heard anything like you. What reward do you want? He asked with a dark grimace. Lamani stroked his chin. What Cinnabar Technology promised was to give me 20 million yen xia coins. At the same time, there's also the essence blood and beast core of the gold rank 1 fire spirit ancient tree, as well as 1000 bronze rank 1 monster corpses. I'm not lacking in anything else, but the corpses of bronze level monsters are still quite scarce. I wonder if Elder Tang. Luo Ming revealed a look of a small fortune hunter. Tang Yanhuang's eyes went black. 3,000 heads. I'll have them shipped to you. Luo Ming was overjoyed. I'll give you the $20 million and you'll ship me 5,000 heads directly. Tang Yanhuang. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes at Luo Ming before nodding. Good. End of chapter 59. Chapter 59. SS Ranked King City Devourer. Starry Moon Early Tide Enlightenment. Examination Advance. Battle of Blood and Fire. Chapter 59. SS Class King City Devourer. Starry Moon Early Tide Enlightenment. Examination Advance. Battle of Blood and Fire. Mo Rudian and Ning Yuan's faces twitched madly. You boys. All I can say is dog's guts. Even Tang Yanhuang dared to lasso. It's something they wouldn't even dare to think about if it were up to them. Elder Tang. Luo Ming, he is young. Mo Rudian opened his mouth to try to explain something. Ugh. No need for that. Young man. It's good to be lively. Lively? Mo Rushan's brain is short-circuited. What do you call lively? Isn't it a chicken thief? Not a ruse? Sure enough. Having talent can really do whatever you want. If you were a different person, Tang Yanhuang would probably have gone up with 2 big mouths. What level are you? Bargaining with me? Luo Ming's eyes narrowed like a crescent moon, and he could tell that he was in a good mood right now. The difficulty of the second trial of Tao Tai could be called a heaven-defying level. 10,000 beasts to eat. 10,000 bronze level monsters. He would probably have to work his ass off if he relied on himself to hunt them down head to head, but now it's better. 6,000 heads have been taken down, and with only 4,000 left to go, the pressure is a lot less. After that, Cinnabar Technology returned all the resources that should be honored to Luo Ming. Tang Yanhuang also returned to the imperial capital, but he left behind the Red Flame War Admiral in the beautiful name of guarding the security of the Star Ocean State. But Mo Rudian knew with his ass that it was guarding Luo Ming's safety. Tang Yanhuang is really afraid that this will be a whole living little ancestor in the 10 days and what to do out of the hole. After returning to the rental house, Luo Ming took out the essence blood and beast core with eyes full of smiles. Gold level first order monster. Fire Spirit Ancient Tree. The Monster Atlas is rated B rank. The Fire Spirit Ancient Tree is born in fire. It's a swarming monstrous beast, and amongst each Fire Spirit Ancient Tree there is an Ancient Tree King, the Fire God Ancient Tree King, and the Fire God Ancient Tree King's Ancient Tree Heart is the main ingredient for quenching the Flowing Flame Scorching Heart Potion. Luo Ming flipped through the Monster Atlas in his hand. The Flowing Fire Heartburn Potion was a precious thing, known as the most extravagant potion in the bronze class. The fire quenches the beast's body, and the tree spirit gives birth to Yuan energy. Both the beast's body and Yuan energy could be completely quenched. Anyone who could such a contraption at bronze level, that level would be a breakthrough in 3 days and a leap in 7 days. Crows fly in airplanes and boost so fast they go to the sky. It's expensive though, and there's a price for it. because the heart of the fire god ancient tree, its core medicinal material, was very precious. The fire god ancient tree king itself was a diamond-level monster, and it was also a grade A talent. It can be imagined now. Which family will go hunting diamond-level monsters to make bronze-level potions? What's wrong with you? But Luo Ming is indifferent. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Hey, is this Red Flame War Admiral Senior? It's like this. There's one thing. A moment later, Luo Ming hung up the phone. Done. He clapped his hands easily. There are people who have connections and don't use them. That is a ing1. Well, by the time I'm done absorbing the essence blood and beast cores here, the Red Flame War Admiral Senior should have retrieved the fire god ancient tree heart as well. He happily crushed the essence blood and devoured the beast core. An hour later, boom, the blood flames blazed. Bronze level 3rd stage. It's done. And at that moment, the wilderness beyond, a 30-meter tall red-colored giant ape rampaged. In front of him was a group of bronze ancient trees burning with blazing flames. Among the crowd of ancient trees, there was an unusually large, sky-high tree with unusually blazing flames. That red-colored blaze burned up above the canopy of the tree, and from afar it looked like a god of angry wood. This was the Vulcan Ancient Tree King. Mr. Tang told me that I was to protect his safety in Star Ocean State. Why do I feel like I've turned into his thug? The Red Lai War General touched his head with a confused expression. Just now, Luo Ming had actually called to tell him that he had a disease that would kill him if he didn't eat the heart of the fire god Ancient Tree. Frightened, he rushed directly to the wilderness, only to react a few moments later. Not I, this seems to be set up. AO. This kid is so cocky. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Ming in his previous life was a 996 large social animal. Sometimes customers talk about business. That is a passive micro-expressions plus micro-reactions plus micro-actions plus body language plus psychology. The main thing is to see the people to say ghost words, closed eyes to say blind words, buff stacked, make a strong flicker. It's all about that little Twitter commission. Roar! The Red Lai War Admiral blasted his fist towards the group of ancient trees. Knock! At once, a large swath of ancient trees were smashed into dregs by him. That ancient tree king was indeed powerful, but in front of a Violet Jade ranked war general of the military department, he was dished like a black and white chicken. Boom! The ancient tree king was blown away by a punch, and the Red Blaze War Admiral held the heart of the ancient tree in his hands, just about to leave. However, only a roar could be heard not far away, as if the drums of war were beating. His monkey eyes contracted and his face showed horror. It's not the sound of war drums, it's the sound of a heartbeat. There are super powerful big monsters out there, definitely not second to the Golden Jade level. Asterisk. The Red Lai War Admiral broke into a fit of niggardliness as he turned around and fled towards the place where he was stationed. Boom! That Golden Jade level fluctuation vibrated, and there was a huge city that towered like a mountain emerging from the depths of the ruins. No, that's not a city, that's a plant shaped like a city. Huge fungus plants. Its erupting spores emit a brilliant blue light like stars. That would purify everything it touched into pure meta-energy. Eventually, the city would completely devour the purified meta-energy and feed itself. This is a super fusion monster that exists on top of the Monster Atlas. A fusion of an S-class unholy king beast and an S-class devouring flesh mushroom. This monster is called the King City Devourer. Positioned at SS level. This is the Star Moon Beast Tide. The first wave of the Star Moon Beast Tide has erupted. The Red Lai War General immediately felt a piece of his scalp go numb. This King City Devourer definitely had the strength of the 10th rank of the Golden Jade Grade A. Moreover, as the leader of this Star Moon Beast Tide, it had commanded an unknown number of powerful monsters itself. In the midst of this great tide of beasts, wanting to break in and decapitate the King City Devourer was almost as difficult as going to heaven. Asterisk. That monster. I feel like one look could kill me. The Red Blaze Warlord had managed to escape back to the place where he was stationed. He stood on top of the city wall and looked into the depths of the ruins. The carcass of the King City Devourer was simply too huge, although he was still extremely far from the wall at the moment, but it moves as the beast marches on. Menarche, mid-tide, orgasm, until the final frenzy of destruction. Descend completely beyond the walls and attack the walls to break the country. Push across the hot summer. I don't know how many people have to die in these 4 stages. And right at this moment, in the middle of the 36 domains in 72 states, there was a great domain adjacent to the imperial capital, Yanxia Domain. Within this domain was the ancient institution of learning, Yanxia University, which had existed since the founding of Yanxia. In the name of Yanxia, standing on top of Yanxia, on this day, Yanxia University has bells ringing, morning bells and twilight drums, vibrating lang lang chinkuan. The Star and Moon Beast Tide has begun. The first tide descends. Yanxia University has announced that it will hold the freshman entrance examination 10 days earlier. This time, the test site is the ruins. All students taking the test are invited to join the military department and participate in the war as registered soldiers to gain military honors. The moment this news came out, all 36 domains in 72 states exploded, blow up the sky and the air. And this voice spread throughout the 36 domains in 72 states at an extremely fast speed. All the students who wanted to enter Yanxia University had horrified looks on their faces. Is this the top school in China with the highest mortality rate? What a bold move to use the first tides of the stars and moon as a practice ground for new students. End of chapter 60. Chapter 60 Barren Girl, Tang Momo. I'm sorry to say that you've all been eliminated. Chapter 60 Barren Maiden, Tang Momo. I'm sorry to say that you've all been eliminated. Imperial Capital. Lin Xiao, my son. Yanxia University has called for an early examination, and this time it will be more difficult than any other time in the past. But opportunities and crises go hand in hand. If you can achieve a brilliant result in this battle, in the future, when you enter the military department, there will be an extremely brilliant entry on your resume. All three of your uncles are now serving in the Ministry of War, and they will make things easy for you within their purview. This time, there are only 2 tasks for your reference. Pull out the top. Then, find a chance to slaughter Luo Ming. Qin Rusheng organized her son's clothes and instructed. Don't worry, mother, with the support of the elders, there's no way I can lose. Gu Linxiao said confidently. Qin Rusheng nodded. She looked as if she was still a little unsure. You 9, assist the young master. Do you hear me? The 9 nodded respectfully. Yes, especially you, Lu Chang. Remember who gave you your life. Qin Rusheng's gaze landed icily on a black-clothed young man at the head of the group. His eyes drooped, as if he were a walking corpse, and he nodded expressionlessly. Without the Qin family, there would be no Lu Chang, and Lu Chang will definitely die in front of young master. He was the only SS rank awakened among these 9 people, and an orphan, adopted by the Qin family. At the same time, it's also the Qin family's dead soldiers. Alright, go on, Lin Xiao. I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital to be famous in Yanxia. Qin Rusheng waved her hand. Gu Linxiao stepped out of the Qin manor with the 9 of them before boarding a special vehicle and heading to the imperial capital transmission formation. Through the imperial capital teleportation formation to the place of stationing, where there were strong people from Yanxia University guarding it early on. Gu Xiao. On the specialized car, there was a stunningly beautiful-looking young girl who had long been quietly waiting. The young girl was dressed in a light sports outfit, but it was still hard to hide her flawless and delicate body. If Luo Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this woman was Su Wanqing, who had dustily left the Star Ocean State before. Been waiting a long time, haven't you? And this day has finally come. Gu Linxiao let out a cold laugh, and thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. The humiliation he brought to my father, Luo Ming. I will make him pay for it with his life. Su Wanqing also had a cold expression on her face. Luo Ming sent my father to jail, forcing my Su family to leave their home. I'm not a human daughter unless I get this revenge. The 2 reached agreement on their goal. Both of them wanted to kill Luo Ming in this Yanxia University's examination. On the other hand, Star Ocean State. Lo Ming, are you ready? Sure. Walking out of the house, Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng exchanged glances. Is it enough to take the test at the Black Iron level? He asked with a smile. Xia Qingcheng blanked him. Of course it's enough. And who told you I'm Black Iron? Ha, careful man. With a flip of her high ponytail, she walked in front of Luo Ming. Luo Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that Xia Qingcheng was talking about the incident before. Previously, Xia Qingcheng had mocked him on the grounds of his low level, but now that Luo Ming's level had come up, it was considered to be a case of treating him the same way he was treated. Then let's go. The 2 of them boarded the Ministry of War's SUV and headed towards the teleportation array. Imperial Capital. First Central Hospital. The 3 Wang brothers were lying lifelessly on the hospital bed. The Yanxia University examination has begun, and I still have 8 ribs to recover. That's good for you. I can't even walk with both of my leg bones broken. Ugh. Wang Cheng Wang Meng and the 2 of them looked at each other and sighed deeply. Their eyes fell on the figure in the center hospital bed. Poor third brother. He hasn't woken up until now, only to see that the most miserable Wang Chen had already been abused by Yi Chang'an for 3 or 4 whole days without waking up. The 3 Wang brothers missed their chance perfectly. Luo Ming and the 2 of them entered the garrison through the teleportation array. Each of the 36 domains in 72 states had their own exclusive places, and the meeting place of Yanxia University was naturally in the Yanxia domain. Tilting. Just after walking out of the teleportation array, Xia Qingcheng heard someone waving towards her. It was a young girl of only 1 meter 5 in height, with white stockings wrapped around her slender legs. and a white lace bow embroidered at the absolute field at the base of her thighs. The young girl was not tall and could even be said to be petite, but that perfect pair of jade legs had a distinctly fleshy feel. The so-called white silk strangled meat is no better on earth. The only downside is that it's too flat. Foamy? How come you're also taking the Yenxia University examination? Didn't your father already choose the Imperial Monster University for you? When Xia Qingqing saw the young girl running towards her, a flash of surprise flashed across her face. I'm not going. I'm going to attend Yenxia University with you. Tang Mo pouted her little mouth and held onto Xia Qingqing's arm and pouted. Uncle Don can agree? He'll agree to disagree if he likes. Ha! Old Den. Tang Mo tossed her long hair and said arrogantly. Right. Qingqing, what's the name of this little handsome guy beside you? Tang Mo suddenly looked Luo Ming up and down in curiosity. He's Luo Ming. What? You're the SSS ranked awakened? The Luo Ming who was spotted by Senior Yi Chang'an and my family. Qingqing swore not to marry you. It can't be. Tang Mo covered her mouth with her small hand in surprise. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. The first part of the sentence was not wrong, but the last sentence was skewed a bit too far. But how come all of the Xia Qingqing's friends are so unique? Ning Crisp is so big it's hard to describe. When it came to Tang Mo, it was dry and hard like a city wall. It's a good thing that Xia Qingqing herself is sort of normal-sized, I guess. Just as Luo Ming's thoughts were flying. Knock. Xia Qingqing tapped 2 fingers heavily on Tang Mo's head. Ouch. What are you doing? Tang Moxie let out a strangled cry in pain. Nonsense. Who told you to babble? Xia Qingqing had a scarlet color on her face. What do you mean you won't marry him? That's bull ********. Students over there, please come over here and gather. Just as the two of them were scuffling around, not far away, there were teachers wearing the unique logo clothes of Yenxia University smiling and waving at them. Looking up, there were very few hunter beasts patrolling in this Yenxia domain's garrison, and below the walls, a man wearing glasses and looking civilized was handing out something to a group of students. Go on, hurry over, Xia Qingqing said. The 3 of them walked together in the direction of that teacher. My name is Tang Mo, from the Tang family in the imperial capital. Hello, Luo Ming. Tang Mo piled up her smile and extended her hand to Luo Ming. Hello, Star Ocean State. Luo Ming. I know you. I've heard my family Qingqing mention you a lot. Ouch. Tang Mo suddenly jumped up. Xia Qingqing, if the tiger doesn't give out, you think I'm a sick cat. You kick my ass next time. I'll. Tang Mo reddened her face and didn't say anything for half a day. So what do you do? Xia Qingqing asked playfully. I'll cry for you, she said, her voice softening all of a sudden. Lamini, what a response to the phrase circulating on short video sites. Kicked me. You kind of did. The 3 came to the wall, where the young teacher with the round-rimmed glasses stood on a couple of large wooden crates and danced with his hands. I am your teacher for this examination, also the director of Yenxia University's admissions office. How about it? I'm awesome. I'm only 30 years old this year and I'm the director of the admissions office. This teacher patted his chest with a proud look. A look like he was saying you guys are hurrying to compliment me. The students on stage all burst out laughing. Alright, back to business. What's being handed out to you now? There's a military recorder, and a life preserver pill. As you can all see, this life preservation pill can save your lives in the midst of the ruins. So now hurry up and swallow the life preservation pill. That teacher said in greeting. Don't blame me for not warning you if you don't get killed. Upon hearing that, many students swallowed the red-colored pill with their hands and feet. Luo Ming, on the other hand, silently surveyed the pill in front of him. One of Tao Ye's passive abilities. His pupils were enough to easily distinguish the original components of the same thing. But in his eyes, this life-preserving pill in his hand was clearly just a pill rolled out of clay. He swept his gaze around the room and good lord, there was rubbed together? But many students swallowed it in one gulp without bringing hesitation. Well, all eaten? It's good to eat. It's good to eat. A satisfied smile appeared on this teacher's face. In the next second, his dull and silly aura changed violently, and a cold aura filled the entire room. All the candidates couldn't help but shiver. Only that teacher revealed a morose expression and spoke sorrowfully. So, now, candidates who swallowed the life-preserving pills, unfortunately, you are all eliminated. End of chapter 61. Chapter 61 The Real Test. The Lackluster Arigato Teacher. Ascend the Wall. Chapter 61 The Real Test. The Lack of a Virtuous Teacher. Climb the Wall. What? Eliminated. Why? What's going on here? On what grounds? Isn't this what you told us to swallow? What do you mean? This test. Instantly a group of students yelled in displeasure. Immediately afterward, as if emotions were contagious, all the students began to swarm. The young teacher standing on the wooden crate smiled coldly, his face showing disdain. I tell you to swallow and you swallow? If I tell you to die, do you go? This is the stationing place, the closest place to the ruins. It's unlikely that one day it will be overrun by monsters without a word. And there are monsters in the ruins that are proficient in illusion. What if I'm a monster turned monster? You guys haven't suspected anything, right? I said I was a teacher at Yenxia University, and you guys believed it, without ever bothering to ask for proof or question it. I'm sorry to say that the test began the moment you stepped on this ground. It wasn't a life-preserving pill at all. It was just a ball of clay. Now those of you who still have a ball of clay in your hands, raise the ball of clay in your hands and show it to me. He smiled coldly, and only a few sparse hands went up between the words. Oh, good. Then, 1 minute later, whoever still has a clay donut in his hand will officially pass the test. He spoke coldly once more. At that moment, the gazes of everyone present changed. 1 minute. That's forcing them to grab it. A ferocious light welled up in many people's eyes. Roar! As a burst of red light erupted, one student transformed into a huge blood-colored bat, and the remaining students moved, transforming one after another, raising their claws to kill towards those with clay clusters. Luo Ming, Xia Qingcheng, and the three of them, Tang Mo, were naturally targeted. A dozen huge monsters lunged towards them. All back off. Let Auntie come. Dare to rob Auntie. You're dead. Tang Mo took a step forward and blocked in front of Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng. She forked her legs and her breath surged. What kind of monster did she awaken? Luo Ming asked curiously. Just watch. Xia Qingcheng said mysteriously. Wow. Only a burst of purple light wrapped around Tang Mo, and in the next second, a very large purple butterfly floated in the void. Her left and right wings were black and purple, revealing a strong sense of mystery. This is the monster that Foam awakened, the SS-ranked Black Thunder Stream Shadow Butterfly, and her current strength is Bronze Level 6. Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth. Wow! Only the shadow of the giant butterfly violently rushed out and stormed out as a black and purple stream of light. The purple wings control the power of extreme speed, and the black wings possess the powerful Black Thunder Judgment. This monster of Foamies is a lightning-attributed speed-type explosive monster, and at the same time, it also possesses the wind attribute of butterfly-type monsters themselves. The moment Xia Qingcheng's words fell, boom! The Black Thunder Stream Shadow Butterfly's wings shook, and immediately, a terrifying black thunder shot out, tearing through the entire space. And in the midst of the black flashing thunder, there was also a shocking wind whistling, wind and thunder resonating, transforming into a huge tornado around it. Rumble! Wow! Thunder! Wind whistling! The terrifying aura attracted many people's attention. Even the tutor who wore glasses couldn't help but slightly side-eye the scene when he saw it. Boom! As a violent explosion sounded out, a dozen figures flew out backwards in all directions, all of them transforming back into their human forms in the air. Seconds, naked seconds, Tang Mo's strength was completely different from how she acted. She was strong. Ha 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 ha, hoo. How about it? This big lady is awesome. Undoing her transformation, Tang Mo patted her chest invitingly and asked, Awesome. MS. Foamy is so awesome. Xia Qingcheng clapped her hands in an exaggerated manner. Right at this moment, the ground broke open and a silhouette broke out of the ground towards Tang Mo. Finally a break for me. It was a mountain-piercing armor with hands like electric drills, and excitement flashed through its huge beast pupils. We're down to the last 3 seconds of the 1-minute time limit. Beat this girl to the punch, just in time to pinch through. He's such a master of time management. Boom! The pangolin armor rushed towards Tang Mo's back heart. Foamy, watch out. Xia Qingcheng's face changed. It was too late to transform at this distance, and at that moment, the other figure beside him had already leaped out like an arrow. Buzz! Luo Ming's indestructible dragon body erupted, and a dazzling golden light shone all over him. Get out! He bellowed, a true dragon's roar faintly emanating from his throat, shocking his mind. The human body just rushed towards me. Seek death. A playful look flashed in the eyes of that mountain-piercing armor when it saw Luo Ming's movements. Anymore, the one he had awakened was an S-class monster, the iron armor-piercing beast, bronze level 3rd stage strength. Flesh, you don't want to live. However, in the next second, only Luo Ming appeared in front of him. A burst of golden light pressed toward him. The face of the wearer armor changed. The strength of this guy. How to feel some strong. Not right. This is just a human. Dragon tactics. Elbow blade. Luo Ming spoke indifferently and slammed an elbow towards the armored man's chest. Boom! Click! A huge force erupted out, and the sound of armor shattering came out. The pangolin was dumbfounded. One's own armor was actually blown apart by a human with his physical body. His eyes widened at how this was possible. In the next second, the entire body was shot out like a cannonball, flying out more than 10 meters. Boom! Slammed hard against the wall and passed out. Good time. The tutor with the glasses duly spoke up and pinched the stopwatch. And at this moment, everyone seemed to have no reaction, still staring blankly at Luo Ming as if they were looking at a monster. What the hell is this? Instead, Luo Ming walked back to Xia Qingqing's side with a calm face. He asked lightly as he smoothed out his creased shirt. You're okay. Tang Mo's eyes widened with a look of incredulity. You. She's halfway through your sentence and can't get more than one word out. Okay, normal. This is Lamani's base. Xia Qingqing patted her little head and said. But, Luo Ming's strength has improved again. There was a sense of urgency in her mind as well. Not bad. Looks like the performance is alright. The teacher with the round-framed glasses clapped his hands in satisfaction. I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 people. Well, congratulations on passing. Next, you will be one of the military department's credited soldiers. There is the right to move on to the next test, but I want you to know that remembered soldiers are nicknamed miscellaneous soldiers in the War Department, and a more visual term, cannon fodder. He grinned. I'm the director of the enrollment office of Yanxia University, Ma Yud. Next, climb the city wall. Your real test is there. I wish you good luck. Saying that, he placed one hand on his chest. With a smile on his face, he made a very standard gentleman's salute. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched at the words. Virtuous? I'd say you're less virtuous. End of chapter 62. Chapter 62, Sleeping War General. Flowing Fire Heartburn Potion delivered. Luo Ming entered the ruins. Chapter 62, Sleeping War General. Flowing Fire Heartburn Potion delivered. Luo Ming entered the ruins. Luo Ming. A few candidates who had passed the test climbed up the city wall. Before ascending the city walls, Luo Ming also glanced back. One after another, new candidates arrived. And Mr. Ma Yud once again pretended to be innocent, repeating the same trick. He smiled playfully. This teacher's 5 elements were indeed lacking. Retracting their gazes, the cruelty of the Star Moon Beast Tide was officially revealed to them the moment the tower went up to the city wall. Yo, there's another one coming. 11 of them, which is better than the last round. A middle-aged man with thick black eyes almost exactly like a panda's walked towards them with a lazy face. Congratulations, you have passed the initial selection, and you are now an honored and credited soldier. So sleepy, I want to go back to bed. He yawned heavily and looked drowsy. My name is Night Unwakeful. I'm a teacher at Yanxia University. If you guys can successfully enter Yanxia Daxia, I think we'll meet again. Well, without talking more nonsense with you guys, I'm getting sleepy. Why did you make me the teacher for the test? Really want to sleep? Is there a bed? Looking at his resentful, broken look, Luo Ming felt a pang of familiarity. This is not the previous life. When he was a social animal, the boss was forced to pull over to work overtime. As it is, that resentment is really heavier than a ghost. It's a good thing I'm not a social animal in this life anymore. Sleepless teacher. 0.1 second of silence for you. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth turned up, his expression quite pleasant. Night Unwake obviously didn't pay attention to Luo Ming's appearance. He spoke faintly. See the recorder on your hand. Put it on properly. This isn't a drill. It's real war. For every monster you kill, the recorder will note down your military merit. This military merit is not only used as your test score this time, but also your future promotion capital in the military department. Generally speaking, a little bit of military merit will be able to be converted into an official soldier. Night Breath said, stroking his chin. A little? That's too easy. Someone spoke disdainfully. Well, I forgot to mention that there is no military credit for killing black iron level monsters. Bronze level monsters are 0, 1 military credit ahead, and the 10th rank ones count 0, 9 military credit for you. Well, but, to break one, you have to kill a silver level monster. That is to say, you have to have the strength to decimate a silver class monster before you can become a full-fledged soldier. Nightbreath smiled playfully. Now, do you still think that this 1 point of military credit is easy to obtain? The student who had a disdainful look on his face just now instantly shut up. Easy? Easy, a snakeskin bag. It also gives people cards for military honors. It's useless to kill bronze monsters without killing silver level monsters, and bronze monsters are useless when you kill them. A bunch of them just graduated from high school, taking their heads off to kill silver level monsters? This military credit thing is not difficult to say, and not simple to say. Well, how much military credit do I have coming? Suddenly he scratched his head. Slept so much I kinda forgot to look at how. He tapped the recorder. Drops. A series of numbers were presented to the crowd. Everyone's pupils snapped. 38,765. 7. This military merit. Is a military department war general level A? Oh, I forgot. I just toppled a war admiral last month. Alas. Memory is a good thing, but sadly I don't have it. He scratched his cocked head, looking more and more lethargic, but everyone there couldn't help but look at him with shocked admiration. It's a war general. A war general of the War Department. Hiss. Is this the caliber of Yensei University's instructors? A war general as an examiner. What an honor. The gazes of the crowd towards Night Unwakeful were filled with admiration. It looks hungover and day sleepy, but he was actually ranked among the 108 war generals of the Ministry of War. This is just amazing. Well, I won't say much about the next nonsense. You guys jump down from here, and then the test will begin. Night Unwake pointed to the outer edge of the city wall. Beyond this wall were the ruins. As far as the eye could see, there was a lot of smoke. Countless giant hunter beasts ran across the land with spears and shields on their shoulders. There were also huge monsters of various shapes and sizes hissing and growling, fighting the human side of the camp. It's like going back to the ancient Mangalese era. That's what? At that moment, someone with a shocked face pointed at a huge black castle that was hidden amongst the clouds in the extreme distance and spoke out in surprise. That's the dominant of this Star Moon Beast Tide, a SS-class monster, the King City Devourer. But you guys don't have to worry. It's just the initial tide now. He won't make a move. Night Unwake looked at the black castle that was hidden in the depths of the white clouds, and a touch of gravity flashed across his lazy face. That was a monster that truly required the elites of the 4 great holy regiments or a war king of the military department to crusade against. Scary as hell. Go! Then, the people looked at each other. Light surfaced on their bodies, and after transforming, they leapt down from the city wall. Just when it was Luo Ming's turn. Nightfall Warlord, stop that kid. There was a loud roar coming from the distance, only to see that not far away, there were red-colored giant apes on the city wall charging wildly towards this side. Dust was flying and the walls seemed to be shaking. The Nightshade War General froze for a moment, but he hurriedly pulled Luo Ming back from jumping. What's your kid's origin? Have you offended Red Lai? Nightbreath asked curiously. *******. Luckily caught up. I'm exhausted. The Red Blaze War General leapt up and smashed towards the side, transforming into a middle-aged man in red armor in midair. You brat! Fooling old me into getting you an ancient tree heart almost cost me my life in ruins. Chi Lai walked to Luo Ming's side in large strides. Here, Mr. Tang's special potion. Flowing fire heartburn potion. Delivered for you. You kid. Red Lai handed a potion that seemed to flow non-stop like red-colored lava to Luo Ming's hand. Many thanks to Elder Red Lai and Elder Tang. Luo Ming was overjoyed. Cut. You kid. You still know how to thank me. I really don't know where you learned that set of fooling around. Still not eating the heart of the fire god ancient tree will kill you. And I don't know which will believe you. Halfway through the sentence he suddenly reacted. This seems to be himself. Ow. Forget it. Hurry up and take it. Vice Commander Yi and Mr. Tang both think highly of you. Cheer up and try to officially become a military warrior at the end of this test. Akira patted him on the shoulder. His intention is actually very obvious. Luo Ming if the correct. Find a way to transfer to his command. By then this kid shall not be allowed to let him rub flat and pinch round. Don't worry. It will live up to the expectations. Luo Ming pulled the cork out of the potion with one hand, then poured the whole thing towards his mouth. Yet. Who told you to take a bite? I told you to find a safe place to absorb. Chi Lai's face turned directly green, only to see a burst of scarlet blood light begin to erupt from Luo Ming's body. Taoye's second trial. I'll pass. Luo Ming grinned. After devouring the corpses sent by Tang Yanhuang and Dong Anshan earlier, his 10,000 beasts eclipse had already reached 6,000/10,000, and for the rest, he would have to kill them on his own. Roar! The Taoye's roar shook the sky and earth, and as Luo Ming transformed, a monstrous red light also rose above the walls. Bronze rank 6. That's enough. Boom! The blood-red figure carrying a large gun leapt down from above the wall, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. End of chapter. Chapter 63. 63. Luo Ming pushes across the battlefield. Scarlet killing. Gu Linshao plotted against the Master Beast. Chapter 63. Luo Ming pushes across the battlefield. Scarlet killing. Gu Linshao plotted against the Master Beast. Where's Lamani? I don't know. Isn't he following? Xia Qingcheng and Tang Mo looked at each other and froze. This is not jumping down together. How come Luo Ming disappeared? Roar! Just then, a huge beast's roar came. Boom! Not far away, a huge beast that looked like a lizard swooped towards the two women. Scarlet tongues fluttered about, and his eyes carried a strong wave of greedy desire. Look out! Xia Qingqing's face changed. The cold ice power around his body began to condense. wanting to strike. But just then, boom! A huge black axe blade broke through the air and fell. There was a pitch-black minotaur carrying a huge axe that descended from the sky, and with a single axe blow, it split the lizard monster into two halves alive and upright. Bah! The minotaur shouldered a huge axe and spat evilly. A flash of disdain flashed across that scarlet bull's eyes. A bronze rank 1 monster. It's so meaningless. Hey, you two beauties, are you hurt? He turned back into a human. It was a rather burly-looking blonde man. A yellow jacket was draped over his body, which was naturally open to bare his chest and breasts, so that his toned 8-pack abs could be seen. My name is Jo Hung. My awakening is an S-ranked celestial green bull king, bronze rank 5. Are the two beauties interested in forming a team? He grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Beautiful. These two beauties are so beautiful. So beautiful. Especially the tall girl with the long hair. Her looks and body were nothing to write home about. As for the other one, it looks like a tiny one, though it's adorable and I'd love to see her tearful eyes calling out for her brother. But it was so flat that it probably wasn't even as big as his pecs were. Not interested. Xia Qingcheng spoke coldly. Team up? With your bronze level 5 strength, you're not worthy of it? What the hell? Two beauties. This is a ruin. If a person fights alone, it's still quite dangerous. If we help each other, if something happens, there is also a care. Jo Hong wanted to hold on to something more, but at that moment, a roar came from not far away. It was accompanied by a group of people exclaiming, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's awesome. Who is this guy? Killing monsters like chickens. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That big gun of his. I feel like I'd have to go if I got grazed. This is definitely the top expert in the test. If I were to work with him, I would absolutely kill all the gaga messes. Are you in charge of crunching and he's in charge of messy killing? Ugh, hey! You guessed it! Boom! The earth trembled and the forests collapsed. One after another, the monstrous beasts were blasted in all directions, and finally shattered into meat foam in midair, only to see a blood-colored beast shadow striding in. A big blood-colored spear in his hand waving at an extremely fast speed. All the monsters that were hit by the big spear died in a single glance and could not die anymore. He was like a bulldozer. No one was qualified to stand in his way, and this battlefield was almost pushed across by him alone. What a terrifying fellow. It must be a genius from a great clan of the imperial capital. Zhou Heng's face shook as he watched the blood-colored figure stride towards this side. It was too strong. Just this aura alone seemed to be able to crush him. SS class. Or SSS class heavenly pride. Zhou Hong looked at the figure warily. I know who he is. At that moment, someone yelled out. He's Luo Ming. It's that SSS rank genius awakener from Star Ocean State. Luo Ming. An exclamation of surprise caught everyone's attention. What? SSS class genius. My goodness. No wonder it has this kind of strength. That's right. I remember. This blood-colored figure. It's him. Luo Ming of the Star Ocean Prefecture. Worthy of being a man valued by the silver dragon of the 9 heavens. Yi Chang'an. He's too strong. Simply a battlefield killing machine. All of us are geniuses from various places. But compared to him, we're not much different from trash. Everyone marveled. Luo Ming's gaze didn't move. And the large spear in his hand didn't stop at all. The Taotai head in his chest opened its bloody mouth. The corpses and remnants of those monstrous beasts that he had blown up would all be turned into pure yuan energy that would pour into Taotia's mouth. 500 heads down. 3,500 to go. Soon. Luo Ming spoke in a cold voice. All the monsters around him seemed to have become his prey in an instant. Finally, a monster got scared. Along with that, more and more monsters let out a mournful cry. This human-turned guy was just too powerful. It's as if they never get tired. Never labor. From one monster letting out a mournful cry and fleeing in all directions, more and more monsters began to run away as well. Oh, monsters are creatures too. They feel fear and pain too. Luo Ming flung the heaven-devouring gun. You guys aren't super beasts either. With a cold smile, he carried the heaven-devouring lance and walked towards Xia Qingqing's few people. This friend, Zhou Hong, just wanted to open his mouth. Luo Ming directly brushed past him without even looking at him. Come on, what's the point of staying here? Luo Ming spoke faintly to the Xia Qingcheng duo. It's not waiting for you. Xia Qingcheng smiled as she stroked her hair. Luo Ming, you are so Mrs. Awesome. Tang Momo also said with an exaggerated face. Hey, that handsome guy over there, do you still want to team up with us? She once again spoke out to Zhou Hang, who was standing frozen at the side. Oh, you're teaming up with the two of them? As an escort? Luo Ming glanced at Zhou Hang as he sniffed and asked playfully as he took 2 steps closer. No, I was just kidding. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Zhou Hang scratched his head. How can I come to be any kind of protector when you're here? Brother! A cold sweat ran down Zhou Heng's forehead. Damn! Only when facing Luo Ming head-on. I know how strong his sense of oppression is. This strength. He had no doubt that the other man could smoke him alive with one shot. Ha! Luo Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Do you know of any monsters gathering here? Zhou Heng froze for a moment. Yes, I know a place where there's a silver-ranked primary beast, and the auxiliary beasts that roam around here are split off from him. Zhou Heng nodded his head vigorously. But, he hesitated slightly. That main beast has been targeted, and the other party's strength is so strong that the surrounding candidates have all been expelled by him. Oh, interesting. Who? Luo Ming asked curiously. From the Qin family of the imperial capital, Gu Yuma warlord's own son. Gu Linxiao. Zhou Heng answered honestly. At this moment, the location of dramatic Luo Ming was about 10 kilometers away. Is this that silver-ranked master beast? It's not bad. The power of a few of us is more than enough to take him down. Gu Linxiao held a roll of maps in his hands, on which he had clearly marked out 3 locations. This was the information revealed to him by his 3 uncles in the military department, where the locations of the 3 silver-level master beasts were located. As long as he could take down these 3 silver-level master beasts, the military merit he acquired would be enough for him to overpower the group and officially become a warrior of the military department. And the vanguard general leading the initial wave of this star moon beast tide was a gold grade 3rd stage monstrous beast. This monster will be hunted by a strong man from the military department himself. The one leading the group was Gu Yuma's brother-in-law, Qin Rusheng's younger brother, a war admiral of the war department. That's a predictable back door opening. My lord, just now, there was a powerful blood-colored fluctuation coming from a location near the city wall, and I suspect that it was Luo Ming who went into the ruins. Su Wanqing, who was on the side, spoke respectfully. Oh, Luo Ming, you're finally here. When I take down this master beast, you'll be my second prey. Thick killing intent flashed in Gu Linxiao's eyes. End of chapter 64. Chapter 64. Dish on more practice. Cannot afford to lose, don't play. This side suggests that you go home to find your mother to drink milk. Chapter 64. If you are a vegetable, practice more. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. This side suggests that you go home to your mom and drink milk. There were all sorts of types of monsters among the ruins. Among them, they were simply divided into 4 types. Main beasts, war beasts, auxiliary beasts, and fusion beasts. Auxiliary beasts are the simplest. Is the main beast split out of the small monsters? The strength is generally not strong. Depending on the strength of the main beast, the vast majority of the 3 stages in the black iron, bronze or silver. You can understand it as pawns in a legion. The main beast would be awesome, with a minimum of silver and no ceiling, and the ability to split auxiliary beasts, which can be interpreted as a mobile soldier production base. Fusion beast. This is an extremely terrifying existence. Is the fusion of 2 or more powerful monsters, at the same time have the ability and characteristics of multiple monsters. This kind of monsters with the same level is the existence of the invincible. For example, that King City Devourer was basically the level of a monarch, a marshal, in the Legion. On top of that, there are many individual monsters, called war beasts, that are very capable of fighting alone and are fierce generals that charge into battle. In a moment, a few of you will go up and get rid of the auxiliary beasts, and I'll take care of the main beast. Gu Linxiao instructed the few people around him. Yes, Gu Xiao. Several people led the way. Wow. And then, the 9 figures leapt out violently, as if they were arrows leaving the strings and pouncing towards the main beast. Su Wanqing, you are responsible for guarding the surrounding area. Gu Linxiao crouched down in the middle of the grass as he gripped the 2 twin swords in his hands. At this time, those 9 people had already tangled with many of the auxiliary beasts, and had consciously drawn them away from the main beast's circumference. A B-ranked white-bone ghost-face lizard, with the strength of a silver rank 1. Let's take you, the main beast, to open up for my twin blades. Gu Linxiao laughed coldly, his eyes full of killing intent, and in the next second his body shape was like a meteorite as he lunged towards the main beast lying down in front of him. Clank! The twin swords were sheathed like fire meteors, and a fiery aura chopped towards that white-bone ghost-face lizard. The lizard gave a creepy start and raised its massive head, its hideous head in a white bone mask high in the air. Surprise flashed through his pupils. In the next second, it suddenly turned around and its huge tail smashed towards Gu Linxiao. Transform! Centurion! Gu Linxiao took to the air and roared in the air. At once, a dark golden light covered his body. Gu Linxiao's shadow expanded in midair, turning into a 3 to 4 meter tall humanoid beast. The limbs of the body were as sturdy and powerful as a tiger, and the dark golden body had black tiger stripes and bronze-colored armor covering it. The head, on the other hand, was like a lion, topped with 2 dark golden dragon horns. A shiny dragon scale was also wrapped around his neck. This beast combines the characteristics of a tiger, a lion and a dragon. If Luo Ming were here, he would have realized that this beast resembled the ferocious beast he had seen in the myths of his previous life. The mythical beast, but, is not pure. But even so, Gu Linxiao's battle power was still very impressive. This 100-split golden guy beast was a proper comprehensive monster, with extremely powerful abilities in close combat. Boom! Gu Linxiao descended from the sky, and with two large red-colored swords swinging, he smashed towards the lizard's head. Die for me! Boom! As these two slashes went down, the earth seemed to crumble apart in front of him. It was already a bronze-level 10th stage battle force, and Gu Linxiao had even used a Yuan energy potion. Flesh and battle strength both break the limit, and are directly aligned with silver-class monsters. Coupled with the red flame dual blades, ordinary silver-grade first-order monsters were no match for him at all, unless an S-ranked talent exists. Roar! A thick color of fear flashed through the pupils of the white-bone ghost-faced lizard. This guy who came out of nowhere is strong. Roar! It raised its head and roared towards the sky, trying to get the auxiliary beasts to shrink back and protect it. However, those auxiliary beasts had already been entangled by the 9 people under Gu Linxiao, so they had no time to be distracted. Got it! Gu Linxiao was overjoyed, but right at this moment, a bloody stream of light pierced through the jungle and shot violently from an extremely distant place. It was like a blood thunderbolt blasting towards Gu Linxiao. Gu Xiao! Watch out! Su Wanqing exclaimed loudly. What? Who is it? Dare to strike at me? Gu Linxiao's face changed drastically. Don't want to live. Roar! He let out a deafening roar, and a hideous color flashed above that lion's head. Boom! With no other choice but to swing his chi dual swords towards that blood-colored stream of light and smash it. Boom! Under the explosion of huge force, Gu Linxiao was shaken back more than 10 meters in the air one after another, and the blood-colored stream of light was also bounced off. It was a large, blood-colored gun, and there was even a burst of blood flames surging from it. Bang! A large hand gripped the one gun. Boom! The silhouette stepped on one foot and rose up into the air, carrying a rolling thunderous force of 10,000 pounds as it slammed down towards Gu Linxiao with a gun in its head. What? It's you! Gu Linxiao's eyes widened when he saw the blood-colored figure. The face changed drastically. Roar! Luo Ming! I didn't even go looking for you, and you still dare to come looking for me. Come die for me! Gu Linxiao was furious. 100-splitting blade. Boom! Swish swish swish. The dual swords turned quickly, and they met that blood-colored figure. Sculpture. Luo Ming pointed with one foot, and afterward, his body rolled quickly in the air and slammed down with another shot. In that one moment, brutal king tyranny. Open. Boom. The blood flame all over his body even hardened and steamed up 10 feet high. On the heaven-devouring gun, the inlaid beast jade flashed. Wanjun force and the peak of frenzied speed were activated at the same time. Luo Ming wielded his great spear almost 10 times faster, and the power of each strike was so domineering that it was enough to crack mountains and rocks. Asshole! How can that be? Fear flashed in Gu Linxiao's eyes. How could it be so strong? How could Luo Ming be so strong? No, it's not right. He just took advantage of the sneak attack and caught himself off guard. If you prepare yourself, you will never lose. That must be it. Ho ho ho! He was unwilling to roar up, both hands dancing double sword passive parry, but the tiger's mouth was smashed by the wave of gunshot gusts of numbness, but also vaguely have the color of blood infiltration. Does a loud scream mean powerful? Then if that's the case, the strongest creatures in the world should be women. Get off! Luo Ming said in a cold voice. Boom! As he flicked his big gun, he staggered the double blades hard, after which Luo Ming pressed his hands on top of the gun hilt and rolled over and smashed both his feet on Gu Linxiao's chest at the same time. Boom! Gu Linxiao's figure flew backward tens of meters like a cannonball and smashed into the jungle with a brain. Gu Xiao! The 9 bodyguards' faces changed when they saw this. Retreat! Retreat first! Protect Gu Xiao! Seeing this, the leader, Lu Chang, hurriedly greeted the crowd and retreated. Su Wanqing, who was on the side, also looked and crouched down, retreating towards the distance. Luo Ming held his big gun and looked at the group of people who were fleeing in a sorry state. Shook his head. Practice more if you're a rookie. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. This is a battlefield, not an amusement park. The gentry even travels with bodyguards. This side suggests you go home to your mother for milk. Luo Ming opened his mouth indifferently, and his voice reached Gu Linxiao's ears in the middle of the jungle. Angry, he almost lost his mind, but he was hard pressed by Lu Chang. Ms. Su, retreat. Let's find a place to heal Gengzi's injuries first. This Luo Ming is powerful. We have to think long and hard. Several people dragged Gu Linxiao towards the forest and fled. First set. Short exchange. Gu Linxiao fled in a sorry state. Lamini. Big win. End of chapter. 65. Chapter 65. Look at. Hurry up and split. The last thing the ruins lacked was monsters. Chapter 65. Look at. Hurry up and split. The last thing the ruins lacked was monsters. Luo Ming. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ah! Lo Ming. Gu Linxiao's entire body was in a general state of madness as he angrily yelled. Young lord. Calm down. Calm down. Young lord. Lu Cheng pressed Gu Linxiao and soothed him. Snap. Gu Linxiao went up and slapped Lu Cheng's face hard. Waste. You're all wastes. Why don't you kill Luo Ming? There are 9 of you. Why are you still afraid of Luo Ming? Lu Cheng expressionlessly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't bother with the injuries on his face. Miss Su. The young master is not badly injured. Treat him first. Oh, yes. Su Wanqing nodded. Buzz. The silhouette of a noble spirit deer with an emerald green body emerged above her head. A warm healing power washed over Gu Linxiao's body. Gu Linxiao covered his chest and leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Luo Ming's last kick broke 3 ribs in his chest. Ouch. It hurts too much. This dog thing came out to sneak attack while I was hunting the main beast. How despicable. Surely a lowly person. Gu Linxiao's face was very grim. Come to think of it, Luo Ming's outburst had caught him completely off guard. The following rounds themselves fell completely into his rhythm. He hadn't had time to use his red flame dual blade skills, and his own strongest natural skill wasn't used either. Otherwise, if you really want a one-on-one PK, it's hard to say who the deer will be. That's right, he wasn't much weaker than Luo Ming. Young lord, that Luo Ming didn't come alone either. He was followed by others behind him as well. There's the eldest Miss Xia of the Xia family, Xia Qingchang, and that Tang family's Tang Moxie, and there's also an unknown passerby with a decent battle power. If we really have to fight, we won't be able to distinguish a winner in a short time, and it would be bad to delay the young lord's treatment. Seeing that Gu Linxiao had calmed down quite a bit, Lu Cheng then explained. And this is only the early stage of the examination. There are still a lot of amazing geniuses that haven't risen to the top either, such as the geniuses of the other 2 clans of the 5 clans. It would be bad if we were to have a firefight with Luo Ming and fight to the death and end up being picked up by someone else, Lucian explained. As someone in the same age group as Gu Linxiao, Lu Cheng's considerations were obviously much more thorough. Gu Linxiao's face didn't look too good. Wait for me to break through the silver level. The next time we meet, I'm going to kill him. He clenched his fists in a death grip. New hatred and old hatred together. Luo Ming not dead, he Gu Linxiao sleep and eat in peace. Lucian sighed at the sight. This young master of his own family, raised in the pampering of 10,000 people, too arrogant and childish. If he continues, he will probably die in the fight with Luo Ming. If it was him. Lu Cheng shook his head. He himself was born in a humble way and is just a dead soldier of the Gu family. So what qualifications do we have to make decisions for the young master? What he can do is just to be the last shield that stands in front of the young master. Young Lord Gu, when you've recovered from your injuries, let's go to the other 2 places first to accumulate military honors and hunt monsters. Su Wanqing fetched a handkerchief and carefully wiped up the stains on Gu Linxiao's face. She also has a small heart in the right place. If something happened with Gu Linxiao during this examination to deepen her relationship, maybe she would be the young grandmother of the imperial capital Qin clan in the future. That's a complete flip-flopping reversal. Moreover, with the help of the imperial Qin clan, her father could be released from prison early. There's also Lo Ming, who can get back at him hard. So she was very attentive to Gu Linxiao. A woman like Su Wanqing, if you talk about your feelings with her, you might as well look for a lady. Everything she does is in her own self-interest. It's okay. Gu Linxiao nodded. Luo Ming, just wait. I'll kill you for sure. He clutched Su Wanqing's piece of handkerchief in a death grip, then struggled to get up, dropping his handkerchief to the ground like a piece of trash. He turned toward the middle of the dense forest. The others rushed to follow. Luo Ming, you're moving too fast. Luo Ming lifted his transformation, and it was only then that Xia Qingcheng, Tang Macho and the passerby named Zhou Hong arrived. We haven't even kept up yet. And you're striking from hundreds of meters away? Tang Mo had an exaggerated expression. Where are the people? Where are the people? She jumped up and looked towards the forest. Long gone. Luo Ming replied faintly. However, through the exchange of hands just now, he also probably felt it. This Gu Linxiao is a hothouse do. Nothing more. I'll go. That's Gu Linxiao, the future heir of the Qin clan. You just gave him a run for his money? Tang Mo was in awe. He's pretty weak. Luo Ming casually returned. And I remember that there are male children in the 2nd generation of the Qin clan. Right. So why can the heir take Gu Linxiao's turn? Luo Ming asked curiously. Hey, don't mention this one. The old man of the Qin family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. This matter is well known to everyone. The eldest son, Qin Haori, the war king of the military department. Originally he had a son, and that son should not be too young if he is alive. It's just that back then, when he competed with senior Yi Chagan, he was beaten into a cripple. The second son, Qin Hao Yue, this one gave birth to a daughter, a teacher at the Magic City Monster University. A woman can't inherit the family head position. Then the youngest son, Qin San Xiaowell, Qin Rusheng's younger brother, Qin Haoren. This guy is unmarried because the person he likes doesn't like him, likes the other deputy head of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps, winning Heavenly Fold. Just like this, the Qin family 3 generations can inherit the great lineage of male children gave birth to a Gu Linxiao, so says brother Luo Ming. Tang Mo wanted to pat Luo Ming's shoulder, only to find out that the earthly man was 5 feet 5 inches tall and couldn't do it himself. She stood on her tiptoes and jumped up for a couple of pretentious taps. Gu Linxiao is the Qin family's treasure. If he dies, the Qin family will go crazy. Can you understand if I say this? Don't worry, I won't let the Qin family know that I killed him. Luo Ming nodded with a serious look on his face. Don more? Alright, you two stop chatting. What about this main beast? At this time, Xia Qingcheng came and asked. Just now, during the gap between the two of them chatting, Xia Qingcheng froze this white bone ghost face lizard alive. Slaughter! Slaughter! I'll kill it! Tang Moxie raised her hand in excitement. Slaughter an egg. Luo Ming walked towards the white bone ghost face lizard in large strides and raised his hand to unlock its ice seal. Isn't he able to split bronze level auxiliary beasts? Let him split 4,000 heads out before killing them. Xia Qingcheng? Good lord. You're treating people's monsters like Negro slaves are not even made like you. Are they? Capitalists shed tears when they see them. You, go and carry the corpses of those auxiliary beasts over here. Luo Ming pointed to Zhou Hong on the side and commanded. Zhou Hong hurriedly nodded his head. After watching Luo Ming and Gu Linxiao's battle, he was already in awe of this first genius in the history of Qinghai Prefecture. This was really powerful, even more powerful than the rumors. Before he thought there was an element of exaggerated publicity in it. It still seems to have been advertised too conservatively. He hurriedly transformed into a minotaur, carrying one on each of his right and left shoulders, and 2 more under his arms, carrying dozens of auxiliary beasts over. Luo Ming pressed one hand on the corpses of those auxiliary beasts, and in an instant, these auxiliary beasts shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the end, only a skin remained. That main beast was dumbfounded at the sight. Luo Ming frowned and went up to backhand a slapper. Look thee up, hurry up and split. The last thing the ruins need is monsters, or you'll be next. The other party shivered in fear and almost pissed all over the floor. End of chapter 66. Chapter 66. This world is not short of geniuses, and geniuses that haven't grown up are dog. Chapter 66. The world is not short of geniuses, and geniuses that don't grow up are dog. How do you feel about this game they played? This Luo Ming is an expert and is quite passable. As for Gu Linxiao, it's not worth mentioning. About 2 kilometers away from where Luo Ming and Gu Linxiao were fighting, it was a small hill of yellow sand. On top of the mountain, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman, standing side by side. Zhao has ran. You're really arrogant. You can't even look up to the Qin family's young master? The woman sneered. She had long hair, tied back in a high ponytail at her shoulders and falling naturally down her back. A touch of playfulness hung on his fair and pretty face, and his eyebrows revealed a sense of flirtation. Its figure was convex in the front and slender in the back, and its legs were straight and long, almost a perfect golden ratio. It was a great beauty no less than Xia Qingcheng. The woman laughed softly and opened her mouth, while Zhao, who was on the side, had remained unchanged. The Qin family has been ruined. Ever since they recruited Gu Yuma as their door-to-door son-in-law, the Qin family has been getting worse by the day, and the 3rd generation's most outstanding Gu Linxiao is even this way. It's really disappointing to the extreme. Luo Ming has a saying that's true. If you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. He still needs to go back to his mother's womb to develop for a few more years. If he were to face me, he wouldn't even be qualified to make a move. Zhao had shaken his head with his hands clasped over his chest. Obviously, this Gu family's youngest master was not even on his mind. It said that the arrogance of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, your Zhao family alone accounts for 8 buckets, and in my opinion, this Zhao family's arrogance, you, Zhao, already have to account for 8 buckets as well. The woman frowned slightly, narrowing her eyes and sneering. Zhao has been the words, obviously crazy no side. This Gu Linxiao although only SS level monsters, but this strength in the same class is also the level of horizontal push. However, Zhao had only leaned forward 2 steps and glanced at the lush sea of forest below the yellow sandy soil slope. Chu Lime, you're wrong. Zhao has been the first of the 3 generations of the Zhao family. I represent the Zhao family. This 10 buckets of arrogance. I Zhao has been inevitably all-inclusive. After saying that, he took a step and leapt down towards the middle of the forest sea. The throne of the first in the examination. I'll take it. Whoever fights for it will die. Wow. Zhao has been completely buried in the sea of forests as his silhouette shifted. It's really interesting. Zhao has been. Gu Linxiao and Luo Ming are all more conceited masters than one another. But the position of number one in this examination, I, a woman, would like to go and fight for it. Chu Qinglian pursed lips and smiled lightly. Then it is the ponytail what flung, turned his head in the opposite direction and left. Keep building. What the are you doing? Bang bang. Luo Ming went up and backhanded 2 slaps. The white-boned ghost-faced lizard that was slapped screamed miserably. On the side, Zhou Hong transformed into a minotaur, leaning on a big axe that was a-chilling. Just now, he was standing here alone, and this white-boned ghost-faced lizard split a bronze-level monster. He went up and chopped it alive with an axe. Most of the day has passed since I first started panting with exhaustion and now I'm bored. This white-boned ghost-faced lizard also slumped on the ground as if it had been drained and could no longer split into auxiliary beasts. That's 200 heads short. Lamani stroked his chin. It looks like I still have to kill it myself. Sure enough, this guy is not reliable. Kill it. Tilting. Fix it. He spoke to Xia Qingcheng, who was to the side. Oh. The corner of Xia Qingcheng's mouth twitched. It's so inhuman that after draining all the use out of someone, they just kill them without any mercy. That's harsh. What kind of capitalist behavior is that? Tang Momo also shivered. This man is so evil. Luo Ming shook off his hand and carried the heaven-devouring gun. Finally, I've met you who can understand what it was like to be a boss in a previous life. After this white-boned ghost-faced lizard was finished being utilized by him, it also became Xia Qingcheng's battlefield. Xia Qingcheng's military achievements managed to break through 1 point. Already a full-fledged War Department sergeant. There's no rush. Kill 2,000 more bronze levels and then start brushing up on military honors. Luo Ming glanced at the numbers on the recorder, unmoved. At this time, the place of stationing, on top of the city wall. The candidates should all be in there, right? In and out. 282 in total. Only the first 80 will be taken this time anyway. Mayad pushed his eyes and looked at the roster in his hand and sneered. The remaining 200 or so are considered lucky if they can hold out until the end of the test. And if they can't hold out then it's over. He whistled. A playful look on his face. The mortality rate of Yanxia University is already high. Let alone encountering this year's Star Moon Beast Tide. They should have already prepared themselves mentally. Ah, sleepy. I really want to sleep. Nightbreath rubbed his head. What's the current ranking? Can Mr. Arid pull it up and take a look? The Red Lie War Admiral suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Here, see for yourself. The current number 1 is the Imperial Capital Zhao Clan's Zhao already ran. He has already hunted down several silver-level monsters, and now has the highest military merit. 6 points. In second place is Chu Lime of the Imperial Capital Chu family, with 8 military points. Third, Imperial Capital Qin family Gu Linxiao, 2 points. Fourth, fifth, seventh is Xia Qingcheng of the Xia family of the Imperial Capital, with 2 points of military merit. Basically, the ones with single-digit military functions. Those were all geniuses with silver-level strength. This kind of genius is just a dozen or so in the entire examination. As for being stuck at 9, that's a lot. Where's Lamani to see? Red Lie suddenly spoke. Luo Ming My Yoder scanned twice. He's not in the top 10 either. I'll look for it. Here it is. 19th place. 99 points of military merit. Not how many bronze-level monsters has this guy killed? Ma Yud was confused. This military merit calculation rule, as long as one did not kill a silver-level monster, then it would all be in the military merit by analogy. For example, a head of bronze 10th rank gives you 9 military credit. 2 heads is 99. 3 heads is 999. And then Luo Ming is directly 9 followed by N9s. But no matter what, he just hadn't killed a silver-level monster. This kid is crazy about killing bronze-level monsters. It's not hard to kill a silver level with this strength. What is he up to? Ma Yud frowned in disbelief. The Red Lie War Admiral didn't look too good either. With Luo Ming's strength, he wouldn't be able to shoot so far behind. What the hell is he doing in there? Playing there? Don't get in the gutter. Though, his gaze fell on the first one. Zhao already. After all, this time, your opponent is this one of the Zhao family. Zhao has been known to be the second of Yi Chang'an. And at this time, Luo Ming was indeed playing. He had gone crazy. Boom! In the middle of a valley, there were close to 50 students gathered together. They have been targeted by a powerful beast. Uncountable monsters poured into the valley from and all 50 students were deadlocked into a corner. It was extremely difficult to beckon. How come? Why can't the monsters be killed at all? There's too many. We're all going to run out of energy if we keep fighting. There was a black bear wielding an iron club and letting out a roar. They couldn't figure out at all why there were so many monsters. Endless and completely unkillable. Asterisk. Help! I don't want to die. Several students had already been overwhelmed by the monster frenzy. Not alive until they died and were eventually brutally split up. Black Iron Warbear. Guo Xiong almost watched as his good friend with 7 years worth of money was torn off his limbs and swallowed alive by the monster. He was practically eyeballing it. How come? Why It just doesn't make sense. Guo Xiong waved his political iron stick and fought with difficulty. At one time, in their own acreage, they were all geniuses in a million. Classmates admire. Teachers say, parents have high hopes, but also was the hope of their own nook and cranny. But it wasn't until they came to this Yanxia University test that they realized. In fact, he himself was only one of the millions of ordinary people, and they were at the same level of geniuses, and there were even many people who were far superior to them in existence. The great summer is the most lack of genius. Did not grow up genius? Is not. End of chapter. 67. Chapter 67, the melee will begin. Gu Linshao comes again. The true dragon appeared in front of people for the second time. Chapter 67, the melee will begin. Gu Linshao comes again. The true dragon appeared in front of people for the second time. Wow. This is a lot. TSK. This main beast looks like it has more power than that lizard before. Luo Ming stood on top of a high mountain, looking at a black slime-like beast not far from the mouth of the valley. This is a grade A sludge beast, characterized by a strong splitting ability. If it's him, it can indeed satisfy your need to hunt 2,000 bronze-grade monsters. Xia Qingcheng stood at Luo Ming's side and spoke. Then it's decided that it's him. I'm going to kill my way out of the valley, and finally stab this sky-devouring gun into his anus. Luo Ming sneered. Ugh, rogue talk. Xia Qingcheng secretly spat. How about you guys? Wait for me here, or do you want to come down with me? No, we won't go down there. We'll just wait for you here. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. That's fine. Luo Ming nodded thoughtfully. He stood at the mouth of the valley while grinning. You're excited too, Tao Tai. I've come to finish your second trial. After saying that, he bent down and unexpectedly leapt down from under the high mountain, smashing towards the dense group of monsters in the valley that looked like a tidal wave. Boom! The red light was monstrous, almost illuminating the entire sky. Damn it! I'm not going to make it. Jin Tao, I'm coming to stay with you. With the continuous fighting, more and more students had already exhausted themselves, and that black iron warbear Guo Xiong had almost been considered one of the few who had lasted the longest. But at that moment, he also could not hold out. The political iron stick in his hand was taken away by the monster, and the sludge-like monster pounced on his body head by head to completely drown him. He knew that he was going to fall here. I have worked so hard and gone through thousands of hardships to get here with Jin Tao. Originally thought that there would be a broader heaven and earth and journey in the future, but I didn't expect that we would die here. Wow! A sludge beast glued itself to Guo Xiong's head, and he couldn't see anything anymore. His field of vision was extremely obstructed. The giant sludge beast blocking the valley let out a wild laugh of excitement. He had long been eyeing this group of candidates. 50 excellent human powerhouses. What a delicious meal it would be. Now that I've finally got it, I can have a good meal every now and then myself. The giant sludge beast let out a strange laugh in excitement, and the splitting speed on its body was even faster. And just then, boom! Red light fell from the sky, and a blood-colored figure descended from the sky. If you can split, you should split more, or there might not really be enough for me to kill. Hoo. Luo Ming raised his voice to the sky, and the ferocious might of the Tao Tai pressed out in all directions like a tidal wave. That aura was just too menacing. That giant sludge beast couldn't help but feel a chill all over its body and let out a strange cry. Boom! The heaven-devouring gun danced at high speed in Luo Ming's hand. A burst of crimson gunshots sweeping in, smashing out. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Kill! Boom! Luo Ming's great spear slammed with force, and instantly dozens of sludge beasts collapsed from his body as he smoked them alive. My god! This guy is also too raw. Right. We 50 people cannot block the beast tide. Was he a person pushed across? Guo Xiong was stunned. 50 of them, stuck here alive for close to a day. Now, this wave of beasts was pushed back horizontally by him alone. What kind of monster is this guy? Oh, genius. What kind of genius are we? His kind is the real genius. Guo Xiong smiled to himself. We are nothing more than the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals that surrounded the Monkey King. No, there's even the possibility that we're just leading horses for the heavenly soldiers and generals. He shook his head bitterly. his so-called arrogance, gone. A little strength, but not much. On the other side of the mountain, there were figures looking at the madly charging Luoming with cold smiles on their faces. It was the genius of the Zhao family from before. Zhao already. This monster is of silver second rank strength, worth 2 military points. I'll take it. Zhao already had a cold look on his face, just as he was about to dive down and join the fray. Boom! A huge shadow rose up from the distance and covered Zhao already. The footsteps he stepped out took a hard retraction. That son of the Qin family, Gu Linxiao. Zhao had sneered. Then let's let you all dogfight first. He clasped his hands to his chest and watched the scene with good humor. Luo Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. An earth-shattering roar came from the sky. The 100-split golden guy-beast smashed down from the sky with its dual swords in hand. He completely ignored the many monsters present and instead swung his sword straight toward Luo Ming. On the other side, there were also 9 differently shaped monsters attacking. At the head of the group was a majestic horse with chilly blue fire above its 4 hooves, blue in color and covered in crystal-like armor. This warhorse had a majestic body, and its head was actually topped with a dragon head. This wasn't a normal horse-shaped monster. This was a dragon horse. It was the SS-class monster that Lu Cheng had transformed into, the blue sky dragon horse beast. He led the other 8 S-class monsters, and together with Gu Linxiao, they surrounded towards Luo Ming from both directions. No good. Xia Qingcheng and Tang Mo's faces on the mountain changed. It's Gu Linxiao. He's actually ambushing Luo Ming as well. Xia Qingcheng's face was chilled. She and Tang Mo were trying to make a move. Buzz! A white night stream of light cut through the void. Only a snow-white 7-tailed white fox stepped on the clouds and came. Her 7 fluffy tails danced around with little pink streamers. It's hard to see your little lover in distress? I didn't expect our iceberg beauty, Miss Xia, to be emotional. The 7-tailed white fox laughed coldly and spoke out, and the delicate meaning in her tone almost made the bottle of Zhou Heng's legs soften and fall down on the spot. It's you, Chu Lime. Xia Qingcheng's gaze sank once again. The Chu family's eldest young lady, Chu Lime, has awakened a SS-ranked monster, the 7-tailed demon fox. Moreover, this monster still had the potential to advance, and in the future, it might even be able to advance into the SSS-ranked 9-tailed sky fox. I'm sorry, with me here, Miss Xia and Miss Tang can't leave here as a whole. Oh, Chu Qinglian laughed daintily. And, the one who hunts these 2 prey is also someone else, isn't it? Her pair of demonic fox eyes flickered, looking extremely seductive. Slut, get the hell out of here, Tang Mo exclaimed in anger. She usually looked at us like Chu Qinglime in a bad light. It's not even if she's taller and bigger than her, but she's also more feminine than her. So how can she stand it? If you want me to get out of the way, the 2 young ladies can beat me to try. Buzz. As her words fell, the blue ice phoenix and the black and purple butterfly appeared in place. If you don't get out of the way, I'll make an ice sculpture out of you today. Xia Qingcheng spoke coldly. Swish. In an instant, the 2 of them were killing Chu Lime. At this moment, Luo Ming was surrounded by a wave of beasts, and on his left and right, there was Gu Linxiao and his subordinates entangled. At this moment, he finally no longer intended to stay his hand. Change the fight. He put away the heaven-devouring gun, shrugged it off. The golden light around his body drowned out the blood flames. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. There's no point in pretending when it comes down to it. True dragon. Boom! All of a sudden, the rushing golden light spread out and flooded the valley. End of chapter 68. Chapter 68. True Dragon Divine Might. Tyrannizing the Gu Linxiao group. Facing Su Wancheng again. Chapter 68. True Dragon Divine Might. Tyrannizing Gu Linxiao group. Facing Su Wancheng again. What's that? Lu Cheng looked at the pervasive golden light and stayed in place numb with fear. Boom! The golden divine light almost flooded the entire sky, and the entire valley was filled with golden radiance, as if it was a mountain of golden treasures from the distant past. Luo Ming is going to go all out. Xia Qingcheng glanced at the valley, and her heart was clear. That heaven-shaking dragons might had an innate suppressive power over any living being. Boom boom boom. The dragons might spread out towards both sides like a tidal wave. Countless sludge beasts exploded in the blink of an eye, shattering into sludge all over the sky before being completely purified by the golden light. These weak little beasts were actually unable to even withstand Luo Ming's dragon might. Why do I feel out of breath? Lu Cheng's 4 hooves slightly condensed, and even the burning blue flames seemed to be frozen. The blue sky dragon horse beast had the bloodline of the dragon clan in its body, so the suppression of the dragon might on him was even more obvious. He was a bronze level 10th stage monster with strong battle power, but in front of this dragon's might, his entire battle power was actually hardened and suppressed by 80%. That's right now, let alone attacking. He can't even move a muscle. The other few S-class awakened were also suppressed by 50% of their battle power. Luo Ming in the true dragon state, as long as you and he is the same level. Come up, nothing to say. First pressure you 50% of the war power. The ones with dragon bloodline pressed more. For example, at this moment, Gu Linxiao, who had managed to break through to the silver first stage with great difficulty, was incredibly confident and self-conscious enough to cuckoo messily kill. His body was suspended in the void, holding the red flame twin swords, blazing fire meteor chop. But in the instant that the red-colored blade slashed out, Gu Linxiao suddenly felt that the flow of yuan energy in his body had suddenly slowed down by a large margin, as if it was being pressed down by something alive. He stumbled and almost fell out of mid-air, and that powerful blazing fire meteor chop accidentally slashed through the air. It slammed hard into the tide of sludge beasts. Countless sludge beasts were burnt to a crisp by the incandescent fire that spread like meteors, and even the earth became charred and black. Luo Ming's face changed when he saw this. Gu Linxiao, you've touched my bottom line. Boom! The sound of a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth as Luo Ming's figure rose up towards Gu Linxiao and slammed his fist out. A burst of dragon roars resounded, and from all directions there were true dragons of various colors roaring in the sky. The 9 dragons broke through the air and slammed their fists towards Gu Linxiao. Gu Linxiao man was instantly dumbfounded. No, I slipped. I didn't even hit you, and you're telling me that I touched your bottom line? What did I do to you? Luo Ming. You. But before he could finish his words, he saw Luo Ming's fist blast above his twin blades. The beating shook Gu Linxiao's arms. You robbed me of my head. If I don't get this revenge, I'll take your name as Gu Linxiao? Holy, dude, you're this mad because of this? What are you doing? Clunk. The dragon tactics broke the air, and the dragon fist smashed out angrily. Right in mid-air, he shone a wild punch at Gu Linxiao. Gu Linxiao angry that face is green He had clearly made all the preparations this damn time, and his battle power had been raised to the silver level. It wasn't reasonable to be suppressed by Luo Ming again. But how was the flow of yuan energy in this body the same as turtle speed? As if it was stuck in a quagmire. He felt that he had utilized at most 50% of his total strength. The remaining 50% couldn't be used in any way. Ah! He roared in anger, and his roar shook heaven and earth. Incompetent rage, call your mom's name. Boom! Luo Ming raised his leg and slammed it down as if it were a heavy hammer on his square face. The golden beast's cheeks were smashed as if sunken by his move. Clunk! The dual sword slipped from his hands, and Gu Linxiao's body smashed into the tide of beasts like a meteor. Gu Xiao! Lu Chang roared, watching the color flames spread and burn a hard path. Save Xiaogu! Su Wanqing! Hurry up and save Xiaogu! He roared. The flames in his entire body were burning, wanting to break free from Luo Ming's dragon might. Who allowed you to move? The red cloak on Luo Ming's body flipped as he hovered in the void, his dragon might almost turning into substance. It was as if a giant golden dragon had probed its claws from the depths of the clouds and pressed these 9 people hard from the middle of the sky. Aha! Why is so powerful? Lu Cheng's legs were trembling uncontrollably as he looked at Luo Ming's deity-like dragon body as if he was about to kneel down towards him. Luo Ming's aura was simply too astonishing, as if an ancient god had lifted his hand and pressed down on his body. The other 8 were in slightly better shape than Lu Cheng, barely able to move. It had already arrived at Gu Linxiao's side. Take away Gu Xiao! Quickly take Gu Xiao away! Lu Cheng yelled. Swish! A light cry came, only to see an emerald green, mixed with the healing light of the pale green deer leaping up from the beast tide. Buzz! The healing light shines throughout the room. Su Wanqing! Luo Ming's golden dragon pupil condensed slightly. Seek death! He grimaced. Boom! A big hand. Wow! The heaven-devouring lance fell into his hands, which he didn't use because it didn't match the true dragon's attributes. But that doesn't mean it's for show. Boom! Luo Ming shook his one hand and the heaven-devouring lance throw broke through the air. That heaven-devouring gun was like a bloody lightning bolt scurrying out, piercing through the air along the way and exploding a large vacuum. What seemed like a long chain of flowing fire ran through space, violently smashing towards Su Wanqing and also Gu Linxiao. Lamini! Don't! Su Wanqing let out a terrified cry. The next second, boom! The heaven-devouring lance smashed down and the ground exploded. Bang! 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 Several figures flew backwards like trash. At Gu Linxiao's shoulder, a large blood-red spear pinned him to death in the middle of the ground. The spear shaft trembled slightly. The tip of the spear went into the ground, and blood rolled and flowed down all over the place. A shocking sight. Luo Ming! Su Wanqing transformed back into her human form and sat on the ground with a face full of fear. She felt her legs going weak. It was too scary. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Ming hadn't aimed at her just now, or else this shot could have poked her to death alive. Wow! The red cloak brushed across the void as Luo Ming's figure descended from the sky. He walked towards the 2 Su Wanqing step by step. The surrounding sludge beasts all circled in place in fear. not daring to take a step closer to Luo Ming. My hand. Gu Linxiao was nailed to the ground by a gunshot and let out a wail as his body trembled in pain. Shut up. Luo Ming spoke out faintly. Luo Ming, how dare you? Bump! Luo Ming gripped the spear shaft and turned it with force, the tip of the spear once again penetrating 3 inches into the soil. Gu Linxiao's scalp went numb with pain and he lost his temper and yelled, "You scream again and I'll stick this gun in your mouth," Luo Ming said in a cold voice. Instantly, Gu Linxiao stopped talking. It only dared to hiss with a twisted face, glaring angrily at Luo Ming. Luo Ming stopped ignoring Gu Linxiao and his gaze turned to fall on Su Wanqing. Luo Ming. Me. Su Wanqing just wanted to open her mouth to say something. Snap. Luo Ming went up and slapped her hard on the cheek. Bump! Su Wanqing's entire body fell to the ground, and then a large foot covered her, stomping towards her head. I didn't tell you to talk, so if you dare to say one more word, try it? End of chapter 69. Chapter 69. Su Wanqing despairs. Guyuma, my son is ranked 3rd. Luo Ming is only 19. What trash? Chapter 69. Su Wanqing despairs. Guyuma, my son is ranked 3rd. Luo Ming is only 19. What trash? Bang! That foot just stepped on Su Wanqing's head, stomping her delicate and pretty face hard into the dirt. Su Wanqing was all confused. Her white cheeks pressed against the cold dirt, and the piercing chill seemed to freeze her brain. Why? Would Luo Ming treat himself like this? Does he really not miss a little old love anymore? Once Luo Ming was so fond of herself that she couldn't wait to hold her in the palm of her hand and protect her in her mouth. But now Luo Ming. She glanced upwards, but she saw Luo Ming's gaze was cold, and his golden vertical pupils did not have the slightest emotion. Su Wanqing's heart trembled violently, and the heart that was hanging in the air finally died. Strange, too strange. Such Luo Ming is completely different from the previous one. Luo Ming, you, shut up. Luo Ming spoke coldly. Su Wanqing trembled, so she no longer dared to speak. I spared you once last time, don't you know when to stop? Luo Ming asked coldly. Su Wanqing was dumbfounded. Sending my father to jail and pressuring our Su family to flee Star Ocean State overnight. You call that sparing us for once? You're such a mercy. The king of hell would be speechless if he saw you. Luo Ming, forgive me this time. I know I'm wrong, as long as you spare me. But when she finished speaking, Luo Ming let go of his foot, strangled her neck and lifted Su Wanqing up from the mud. Let me do whatever I want, right? How many times have you played this routine? You think I'm still going to be fooled by you? The dragon's claws clasped at his neck. Luo Ming slowly exerted force, killing intent bursting from his eyes. Su Wanqing was finally scared, and her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she realized that the old feelings between Luo Ming and her had long since dissipated. He was really trying to kill himself. Go! Just then, a loud cry came, only to see Lu Cheng's hooves rise up into the air, and then he violently stomped towards the ground. Boom! At that instant, 2 blue flames shot violently from the ground and bombarded Luo Ming. Seek death. Luo Ming's gaze went cold. Boom! Without dodging or avoiding, he stomped toward the front with 1 foot. The earth violently crumbled apart, and a powerful chi force overpowered the blue flames and swept towards Lu Cheng. Immediately after that, he carried Su Wanqing's neck and smashed it towards Lu Cheng head on like dragging garbage. Su Wanqing, aren't you good at healing? Then, you try to see if you can heal yourself. Click. Su Wanqing was used as a weapon by Luo Ming and ruthlessly smashed down on Lu Cheng's body. She let out a scream of pain. Just the one Luo Ming had just made. At least half of the bones in her body were broken. Her eyes were filled with the color of fear. It was too scary. Luo Ming was too scary. If he cares about you, you can boss him around. But if he once puts you down and treats you as an enemy, this is the downfall. The hatred in Su Wanqing's heart dissipated in an instant. And his own little life compared to this. What is this hatred? Luo Ming. He's really going to kill himself. Don't mind me. Save Gu Shao. Lu Cheng yelled. He shouted at the 8 who were about to charge. Luo Ming's cape flipped and smashed Lu Cheng's head. Save? With what? With you 9 pieces of? Boom boom boom. Luo Ming dragged Su Wanqing and flung him down wildly. Su Wanqing's body was even more bursting with the color of blood all over the sky, not knowing if it was hers or Lu Cheng's. Holy, what a ing tough guy this is. Zhou Hong violently swallowed his saliva. This master was also too ruthless. What pity. It's all bull ***** in front of this master. It's no fun. Not with you. Boom. Luo Ming raised his hand and threw it, and Su Wanqing immediately smashed into the rocks aside like a cannonball. Boom. At this moment, Luo Ming bullied his way forward and took a step on Lu Cheng's head. I'll give you 2 choices. Die, or become my mount from now on. He stepped on the blue sky dragon horse beast's head with one foot and questioned. Unable. Before the word able could be spat out, Lu Cheng's pupils suddenly shook. He sensed that as soon as he spat the word, he was dead. Luo Ming would have killed him without hesitation. Me. Covered in cold sweat and clenching his teeth, he could only lower his high head in the end. I agree. To pay my respects to my master. He prostrated himself on all fours and bowed down towards Luo Ming. Asshole, Lu Cheng, you damn dare to defect to the enemy. You're my dead soldier. You're a dog raised by my uncle. How dare you defect. Seeing this, Gu Linshao roared angrily. Gu Xiao, I have no reason to face an unbeatable enemy. A good bird chooses a tree nest. I've already listened to your lordship's words and assisted the young lord with all my might. Nay, the young lord is incapable. There is nothing I can do, Lu Cheng said with a feeble face. But if this Gu Linshao was a bit more powerful, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. A godly outfit. And guards, self-contained nurse, godly weapons, still higher level than others, and high on drugs. This belongs to the buff stacked up. Another person would have crunched and messed up the kill. As a result, what about him? He was nailed to the ground with a shot from Luo Ming and turned into a skewer. It only quacks and screams. It can't kill a bit, and it hasn't even touched anyone's hair. This gap is not something that can be made up for. This Gu Linshao pure greenhouse in the dew, by the Qin family spoiled waste. Totally unsupportable. And Gu Linshao, who heard this, was even angered as a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. You call me incompetent? You a dog, you dare to call me incompetent? Who gave you that confidence? Gu Linshao growled unwillingly. There is nothing more infuriating than being scorned by your own dog. If you bark again, I'll nail the heaven-devouring gun to your heavenly aura. Luo Ming spoke faintly, and Gu Linshao instantly shut up. Can't beat it. He really can't beat it at all. He really wasn't wrong though. You really are incompetent. And anyone else in your position wouldn't have done a worse job than you did. You're kind of, I can only say, and dishes and love to play. While your father Gu Yuma is still good. Hurry to regenerate a bar. This number is basically wasted. Luo Ming spoke out indifferently, and Gu Linshao trembled with anger. But he didn't dare to retort. He was really afraid that this blood-colored heaven-devouring gun would stab him to death. And at that moment, the several war generals who were still waiting for the results on top of the city wall suddenly changed their faces violently. The scent is. They were wide-eyed. The King City Devourer has moved? Only a huge shadow loomed in the ruins in the distance. In the next second, a majestic aura appeared from the station behind itself. This is the town general, and the battle king has struck. Ma Yid raised his head, only to see several figures that seemed to break through the sky like meteors and landed on top of the city walls. 4 men and 1 woman, 2 battle kings and 3 town generals. Greetings to Battle King Tang, Battle King Gu. The 3 town generals, the 3 hurriedly bowed. The leader of the group was clearly Gu Yuma, and the other person was a battle king of the Tang family, Tang Mo's father, Tang Tianji, the penalty war king. What's the situation now? Tang Tianji asked out loud. The test is going well. Here are the current rankings. Ma Yid took out the ranking book and handed it to several people. My son Lin Xiao came in 3rd? TSK, that's an average grade. Gu Yuma glanced at it and shook his head with slight dissatisfaction. But all of a sudden, I saw that Luo Ming was only ranked 19th? Oh, Luo Ming Awakening ceremony made such a great deal of fuss. Even Yi Chang'an attracted. Only row 19? A little disgraceful, right? As it turns out, Yi Chang'an's vision is just that. Gu Yuma sneered. It was also clear from his expression that he was obviously pleased with his son's performance. It's just that if he learns that his son has been nailed to a skewer, I don't know if he'll still be able to laugh. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Zhao has ran. I won't take advantage of you. Luo Ming, you've already lost your qualifications to fight me head-on. Chapter 70. Zhao has ran. I won't take advantage of you. Luo Ming, you've already lost your qualifications to fight me head-on. Tang Tianji glanced at the ranking book. My own daughter was pretty far back in the lineup. He frowned, feeling a little disgruntled. What is this little girl up to? With her strength, not to mention the top 3, the top 10, that is certainly not difficult. Taking another look. Good lord, that little girl from the Xia family was ranked 7th? Instantly, Tang Tianqi's lungs were about to explode with anger. He and Xia Qingqing's old man had been rivals since they were students. And back then, Xia Qingqing's old man was always on top of him. Tang Tianji will always be the second oldest for 10,000 years. Now it's good. Gave birth to a daughter. He had thought of letting his daughter fight for her reputation, instilling a sense of competition in Tang Mo from a young age, wanting to let his daughter win back her face. As a result, Tang Mo main fight a rebel. The more he said, the more rebellious the other party, and later even in Xia Qingqing at a good sister. almost giving him 2 liters of blood in anger, in order to not let his daughter stay with Xia Qingcheng, thinking of letting her go to the Imperial Monster University. As a result, she rebelled to her head and secretly signed up behind his back as an old thing to come here to take the test. Now in the ruins, maybe arm in arm with Xia Qingcheng, good girlfriend. Tang Tianji's teeth were almost clenched. Xia Laodang, you're at loggerheads with my Tang family, aren't you? While Tang Tianji was in a bad mood, Gu Yuma was in a surprisingly good mood. He handed the ranking book back to Ma Yud. 3 of you, please also strictly observe the examination situation now. A few of us go to the depths of the ruins and explore the situation of that King City Devourer. Seeing that his son's test scores had steadily suppressed Luo Ming, he was in a pleasant mood, spoken a few times more politely. This time, their 2 great Battle King 3 towns would come this way originally to probe the bottom of the King City Devourer, and the best case scenario would be to completely kill it on the spot. Don't worry, Battle King Gu, we will strictly maintain the order of the examination. Ma Yud opened his mouth a few times. Gu Yuma and the others nodded, and then, several figures broke through the air and rushed towards the depths of the ruins. In the middle of the journey, when they passed through a valley, Gu Yuma also heard miserable screams. I can't help but shake my head and smirk. It looks like this session's student population isn't particularly good either. To think that there would be a student so out of sorts in the assessment that he's close to crying for help. To be honest, this kind of candidate is still better suited to be kept in a bottle at home. Gu Yuma disdainfully voiced out. It was far worse than his son Gu Linxiao. But then again, how does this voice sound a little bit familiar? Even though it's already shouting through the roof. It's supposed to be an illusion. Shaking her head, Gu Yuma stopped thinking about it. Several figures went straight into the depths of the ruins. This student called Luo Ming is really interesting. Not only do you pay attention to him, but even Battle King Gu pays so much attention to him? Maya glanced at the rankings and opened his mouth to the Red Lai War General. But, judging from this point of his, it doesn't look like he doesn't have any strength. Only to see that after Luo Ming's name, there were n digits of 9 after the decimal point. This tendency to almost kill bronze-level monsters to extinction. This person could never be weak. Does it mean that? The Red Flame Warlord also had a look of astonishment on his face. He recalled that Luo Ming had asked Tang Yenuang for the corpse of a bronze-level monster earlier, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Luo Ming was bound to accomplish some feat with a bronze-level monster. The valley. The standoff still continues. Gu Linxiao was suppressed by Luo Ming, and Su Wanqing herself fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, and the 8 S-rank followers had almost lost their battle power, turning back to their human forms. Lu Chang, on the other hand, had submitted to Luo Ming's body. It was as if the situation had become fixed. Just then, boom! Space seemed to explode for it. A dark shadow leapt up from the sky above, shadows obscuring the earth. And then, he smashed to the ground as if he were a meteor. It's hilarious. Add me, do you mind? As the dust cleared, there was a black figure striding forward. He had a long sword at his waist, and all over his body was black armor wrapped around his body, and there were blood-red chains running between his limbs as if they were blood. A long tail trailing behind it waved on the ground, and rows of tiny red tentacles crawled across its dark armor. He topped his hideous head with 2 narrow, sharp teeth poking out from the corners of his mouth, and on his front face, 3 pairs of scarlet blood pupils flashed with a ferocious light. As soon as this monstrous beast appeared on the scene, a tyrannical and evil aura spread across the entire field at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it was actually like a tidal wave blasting towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming slightly side-eyed him, not budging. He took a step forward, and the true dragon divine might met him head-on. A black and a gold figure stood opposite to each other, and a stern and murderous aura permeated between them. Introduce yourself. Imperial capital Zhao clan. Zhao has been. SSSS level awakened person. 1,000-footed black wisp. Luo Ming. SSS awakened. True dragon. Hearing Luo Ming's self-introduction, Zhao had already shaken his head. No. You're a double SSS rank awakened. Tao Tai and True Dragon. What a dominating name. Zhao had sighed, and then he continued to speak out. Luo Ming. Although I knew that this punk Gu Linxiao would never be able to win against you, I didn't expect him to lose so quickly. Zhao had glanced disdainfully at Gu Linxiao, whose face was twisted on the ground. A tiger's father. It was just that one glance, and after that, he never looked at him again. Also, as an outstanding genius from one of the 5 clans in the imperial capital, Zhao had never put Gu Linxiao in his eyes. Luo Ming. I think that besides you and me, there is no one else qualified to sit on the champion's throne of this examination. However, you just went through a big battle today, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a day to recuperate. This time tomorrow, we'll have a fair fight here. In time. He drew the sword at his waist. I hope you can keep me entertained. Luo Ming snorted. Zhao has been right. I suggest that you fight me today, or you won. Have a chance tomorrow. But Zhao had remained stubborn and shook his head. I don't need to take advantage of you. Tomorrow is tomorrow when I say it. What I, Zhao, have said is water that has been thrown out. With that, he turned and walked away. And then, a slight pause in his steps. I've been lonely for too long among my peers, Lamini, and I hope you'll let me have all the fun I can handle. After saying these words, Zhao had already walked slowly out of the valley. The moment he passed by the silver-rank sludge beast's body cloak, giggle, he drew his sword backhandedly, and a pitch-black sword light broke through the air and flashed. The sludge beast's body was instantly sliced into pieces by thousands of sword lights. Ow! The sludge beast let out a wail, and its life was lost cleanly in an instant. Well, I'll take this military credit first, and if you can beat me, the military credit is yours. Zhao had glanced at the timer on his hand. Satisfaction hummed softly. The back then faded into the horizon. Alas! Luo Ming sighed helplessly. Zhao has already lost your only chance to fight me head-on. At this moment, a soft voice sounded in Luo Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the second trial of Tao Tai. 10,000 beasts eating. Detected host over completion. Unlocking Taotia's hidden natural skill, the Eye of Tao Tai. Please ask the host to enter the 10 Foul Gods Temple within 1 hour to receive the Tao Tai inheritance. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71, Chu Qinglian retreats. Taotia's second trial is complete. Inheritance talent skill. Chapter 71, Chu Lime retreats. Taotia's second trial is complete. Inherit the natural skill. Giggle. Luo Ming raised his hand and the heaven-devouring gun fell into his hand. Wipe the blood offering from it. It is then stored in a storage capsule. It just exited the monster state. Gone. He greeted Lu Chang. Lu Chang was stunned, and then he obediently followed Luo Ming. The silhouettes of the two men also walked towards the valley beyond. Before leaving, Luo Ming finally glanced back through the air and glanced at Gu Linxiao as well as Su Wanqing. Gu Linxiao unapologetically locked eyes with him, a strong killing light and hatred flashing in his eyes. Luo Ming's heart was clear. Give him another chance and he would definitely wait for another opportunity to retaliate against himself. These two people, categorically can't let them live again. This is a ruin. It's normal for a few people to die by accident, isn't it? Grinning, Luo Ming left the valley. Too many people to kill. But, when the moon is dark and the wind is high, that's not always the case. If you don't eliminate the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. So how could he, Luo Ming, let these two guys who were extremely hostile to him go unchecked? Above the valley, another battlefield has opened up there. The seven-tailed demon fox that Chu Qinglian had transformed into tangled with Xia Qingqing's ice phoenix, and Tang Momo's black thunder streaming shadow butterfly. Foamy. She's already reached the silver level. Don't confront her head-on. Xia Qingqing's face was quite grave. This Chu Lime's strength was one big level higher than the two of them. Tang Mo was bronze 6th order, and she was bronze 8th order, and it was rather tricky to face Chu Qinglian. Chu Lime sneered. Countless white fox figures flashed in all directions, surrounding the two. Xia Qingqing's breath was uneven and she looked a little hard. Is it really necessary to use the power of the Inferno Phoenix? But the current me can't control the Inferno Phoenix's flames. It's likely that I'll suffer a backlash. Xia Qingqing beat a retreat in her heart. The SSS-class monster she awakened, the Ice Phoenix Inferno Phoenix, had two forms as its name suggested. In the Ice Phoenix state, it was just at the SS level. Only with the addition of Yen Huang that would be a complete SSS level strength. But, when she was at the awakening ceremony, she had once almost been backfired by Yen Huang's flame. This caused her to have been unable to control the power of the Inferno Phoenix, and she was also hesitant to use it. Alright, one last hit to disqualify you both. Chu Lime laughed lightly. The white fox turned into green smoke and a burst of pink mist enveloped the two. Charm the world. White clouds and powdery fog. The killing machine was hidden in that burst of pale pink light. Just as the two women were in great danger, the sound of a warhorse trampling on the earth came out. Eyes, a long whistle, and then a sound. Da-da-da-da. The valley shook as a blue figure broke through the air. It was a huge beast that looked like a dragon and a horse, with moory blue flames burning above its four hooves, like a ghostly spirit that scorched the void. Its stout body, domineering stance, and extremely fast-moving speed, as if walking on a hurricane under a blue sky. The SS-class monster Blue Sky Dragon Horse Beast? Seeing that figure, Chu Qingliang was stunned, and in the next second, she could see that there was also a blood-colored figure sitting on the back of that Blue Sky Dragon Horse Beast's horse. He held a large spear of the same color, his body steaming with terrifying blood flames. The eyes were cold and sharp. It was like a ghostly god who had come out of the underworld. riding a dragon horse and holding a blood lance. He tore through the air. Lo Ming. Seeing the blood-colored figure, Xia Qingqing's face showed shock. Asterisk. Luo Ming? So fierce. SS-class monsters as mounts? Tang Momo was also confused. Luo Ming had gained such a powerful mount just by coming and going? Luo Ming wielded the heaven-devouring lance, and with a single vibration of his hand, the lance seemed to gush out like a blood thunderbolt, shooting violently towards the Chu Qinglian. The long spear ran and set off a gust of hurricane wind, hardening the pink-colored misty aura. Ah! A white fox let out a soft shriek and dodged out of the void, but even so, it was still a step too slow, and the blood-colored lance grazed past her body. On the white fox's body, a piece of fur was burned through, and even more so, there was a gurgling of sacrificial blood flowing down the body. The spear crossed the border, and then, it was nailed straight onto the rock wall. Click, click, click. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Chu Qinglian was traumatized, and a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. 3 against 1. Must lose no doubt. She didn't want to get involved in the battle, and turned her head and disappeared in midair with her feet on the clouds. Luo Ming, right? This shot today. This girl remembers it. Chu Qinglian didn't forget to put a harsh word before leaving. The white fox is quite capable of hiding, however, it looks quite cute. It would be nice to take it as a battle pet. Luo Ming's eyes flickered as he remembered the fat cat he kept at home in his previous life. The furry touch is very healing. It would be nice to have a fox owl. You guys are okay? He rode the dragon horse beast to the two women and asked. It's okay. Xia Qingqing shook her head. How's it going on your end? Just have a hand. Luo Ming smiled gently. If I'm not mistaken, this is Gu Linxiao's. Xia Qingqing looked at the dragon horse beast with a look of astonishment. Luo Ming rolled over and dismounted. Exit Tao Tai form. The dragon horse beast also transformed back into a human body. It's my guy now. He hooked his lips in a smile. He had to say that the dragon horse beast was still pretty good. For a mount. Even he had a feeling that this guy wasn't the one who had increased in aura and strength after being used as a mount. Just now Luo Ming even felt that his shot was a fraction more powerful. Feeling Luo Ming's gaze, Lu Chang smiled awkwardly. Actually, I have a natural skill called Rider's Aura. Riding me in battle will increase my battle power by 20%. Lamini. Good lord. You're quite the natural sitter. If Gu Linxiao had ridden Lu Chang and fought him before, the chance of winning might have gone from 0 to 0.1. It was just that Lu Chang didn't seem to be willing to be harnessed by Gu Linxiao. Since you've decided to follow Luo Ming, then take this. Xia Qingqing thought about it and pulled out a capsule. You should know what this is. Lucian nodded. Loyalty capsule. Never betray. I know it. He pinched up the capsule and swallowed it in one gulp. From then on, he would never be able to betray Luo Ming again. Luo Ming, do you still want to hunt bronze-level monsters next? Xia Qingqing inquired. No, I have a more important thing to do right now. Luo Ming shook his head. In the next second, his head tilted and his body collapsed directly in the light. Oi oi! Xia Qingqing rushed to support him, a face of tears and laughter. Why are you doing this again? It's not the first or second time, is it? In the meantime, Luo Ming's consciousness had once again appeared in the 10 Fierce Divine Hall. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blood-colored behemoth standing proudly in front of him. Tao Tai slowly raised his claws and pressed down towards Luo Ming's head. From today, you are the last heir of the Tao Tai clan. Boom! Luo Ming's eyes were wide open. It was as if he saw an endless blood flame burning through a cosmic starry sky in the darkness. End of chapter 72. Chapter 72 for Divine Techniques. Killing Night. Luo Ming 2. Chapter 72 for Divine Techniques. Killing Night. Luo Ming arrived. Roar! In the cosmic starry sky, a blood-colored beast stepped on the sun, moon and stars and rushed to the sky, raising the color of blood in the sky, resembling a tidal wave that flooded everything. And in that split second, the starry sky turned into a sea of blood. Junior, look me in the eye. Tao Tie's voice was loud and powerful, and between his mouths it sounded like thunder and roared like a tiger. Buzz! Luo Ming locked eyes with him, and in that instant, 2 blood-colored pupils were instantly reflected in his eyes. First of all, congratulations on completing my second trial so quickly. Kid, today, you inherit my natural skill. Watch it, boy. Instinctive Spirit Flame. Underworld Fury Blood Flame. Boom! A burst of blood-colored flames steamed up from above Tao Tie's body. The terrifying ferocious might of the searing hot air flames rolled over, as if everything in the void was swallowed up by this underworld fiendish blood flame. This underworld fiend blood flame of mine is the #1 ferocious flame of the ancient times, and its tyrannical ferocity is not even as good as the Divine Phoenix's Nirvana Divine Flame. It's only my Tao Tai clan, which feeds on all things, that can manage it. Otherwise, Any other clan would be revolted by this underworld fury blood flame. Buzz. The blood-colored fire levitated and appeared in Luo Ming's brow. From now on, this is yours. Next, the second move. Blood prison cage. Seal the sky and lock the earth. Seal off the void. Knock. A huge blood-colored cage suddenly enveloped Tao Tai and Luo Ming. And on top of the steel bars of this cage, there were magma-like lines rolling in underworld fiendish blood flames covering it. This is the divine skill of my Tao Tai clan to hunt food. In the blood prison cage, all sounds, breaths and fluctuations are isolated. The outside world cannot be seen, and the inside cannot come out. There are even iron locks of the blood prison to bind the prey, and the underworld fiendish blood flame to burn it, so you can just feed on it. Boom! In an instant, Luo Ming realized that the method of using the blood prison cage had been added to his mind. His eyes lit up. Originally, he was worried that when he went to kill Gu Linxiao and Su Wanqing at night, but commotion would be too great to attract the attention of others. Now with this blood prison cage, isn't this a direct case of catching a turtle in a jar and killing it indiscriminately? Good. If you want to sleep, you'll be given a pillow. Soothing. Third move. Heaven-devouring God gun. Roar. Tao Tai opened his bloody mouth, and a torrent of blood-colored energy fluctuations surged, and then a torrent of blood-colored energy was spat out by him. Boom. At that moment, it was like a blood-colored lance breaking through the air, blasting a distant star into pieces. The heaven-devouring God gun is a long-range attack? Luo Ming stayed for a moment. He thought it was gunplay. Yeah, but you can also fire the heaven-devouring God gun with that war soldier. In fact, the principle of the heaven-devouring God gun is very simple. It is to hit the power at a single point, and penetrate through everything with an extremely powerful explosive force and impact. Tao Tai explained. Well, there's one last one, and I wasn't going to give it to you, but I see it in you. Tao Tie's voice suddenly went down softly. This last one is called the Eye of Tao Tai. Buzz. Luo Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his pupils, as if his eyes had been hardened and replaced with new pupils. Do you feel anything different? Tao Tai voiced an inquiry. Luo Ming opened his eyes, and a ferocious bloody light flashed in his eyes. Your body is filled with so many colors? Lamani stroked his eyes. Ha. The Tao Tie's eye was called the Eye of Heaven in the ancient times. Heaven perceives all things, and so do we Tao Tai. When hunting prey, the most intuitive effect of the Tao Tie's eye is that it can tell at a glance where the prey is weakest, from weak to strong, and the color will be dark to light again. With this pair of eyes, you will be able to see at a glance where your opponent's greatest weaknesses and flaws are when you are fighting and kill them with a single blow. Tao Tai laughed out loud, and by now, all of its skills had been passed down to Luo Ming. Well, you've finished receiving my inheritance. Now, get out. As for the third trial, keep looking forward. Tao Tai grinned. He took 2 steps backward and disappeared into the darkness. In the next second, with a flash of light, Luo Ming was ejected from the 10 Fierce Divine Hall. Old Tao Tao, if he passes the third trial, do you really want to give him all your life? A second voice rang out from the temple. Otherwise Lu? I Tao Tai clan ruthless up their own eat their own things or dry out. I die on death. Can give him to pave the way. Also not loss. And, aren't you old things ready to give him the dragon pearl? The 3 greatest treasures of the true dragon clan. The true dragon sword, the true dragon seal, and the true dragon heavenly crown. None of them will be left? Tao Tai asked rhetorically. Keep it for what? Take it to the coffin board? Ha. You old thing. The 2 10 fiends laughed together. At that moment, a faint glow flashed up next to the true dragon. Yo, this killing star is reviving too? A playful color emerged in Tao Tie's tone. If this killing star revives, that kid won't be able to please him. I'm afraid he'll really drive that kid crazy. The real dragon wiggled its big head. There's nothing to say about this killing star's strength. It's just that his temper stinks. I hate him. The true dragon grunted coldly. Bugger off first. The old man is tired of seeing him. Ha. You 2 clans have been fighting for your entire lives, and you still don't deal with each other when you come to this 10 murderous divine hall. Don't laugh at me. The Tao Tai rises up to cause trouble. Laugh your ass off. Off. I'm going to bed. The true dragon spat, and silence once again returned to the temple. Outside, Luo Ming slowly opened his eyes. Luo Ming, you're awake? Looking back, they realized that they were now in the middle of a cave. His own head was resting on Xia Qingqing's thigh. No wonder it feels fragrant. This treatment is really good. What time is it? Lamani struggled to get up. It's late at night. Xia Qingqing replied honestly. Late night. Since it's late night, Luo Ming's gaze narrowed slightly as the moon was dark and the wind was high on a murderous night. It's time to kill. A murderous intent blossomed in his eyes, and his pupils flashed with a flash of blood color. Xia Qingqing's heart shook, and her heart even seemed to stop beating in that instant. She seemed to see from Luo Ming's pupils that there were blood-colored flames burning all over the sky, turning everything into ashes. That power, even the Yen Phoenix power within her body, trembled slightly. Has Luo Ming changed in a different way? Xia Qingchang was shocked. She felt that Luo Ming had already gone to an extremely terrifying height. He couldn't just awaken another SSS-ranked monster. 3 SSS-class monsters? How are they going to play? This era should be renamed the Luo Ming era. I have some things to do. I'll be back in 2 hours. Luo Ming spoke faintly. He got up and walked out of the cave. Immediately, the silhouette disappeared into the mountains and forests. Luo Ming, this is too. Suddenly, Xia Qingcheng had a flash of inspiration. She remembered Luo Ming's murderous eyes from earlier. A startling thought came to mind. Luo Ming, he is crazy. At this moment, it was about 10 kilometers away from where Xia Qingcheng and the others were. Buzz! Green light surged. Su Wanqing wiped away the sweat at the corner of her forehead. It was too hard. Gu Linxiao didn't even treat her as a human being. For 6 or 7 hours. From mid-afternoon to late at night. She didn't stop for a moment. It had been treating the injuries of Gu Linxiao and the other 8. With this kind of screwing, she felt like her body was going to be drained. The meta-energy had dried up to the point where it was hard to squeeze out another drop. End of chapter. Chapter 73. The geniuses in the eyes of others. I will kill them as if they were dust. Chapter 73. Ruthless heart. The genius in the eyes of others. I kill it. Like grinding dust. Gu Xiao. I'm dying. Su Wanqing opened her mouth with a pale face. Her lips were shivering and her legs were hairy. Rubbish. Is this still an S-ranked clear feather spirit, dear? Gu Linxiao coldly snorted in disdain. Su Wanqing's lungs almost exploded with anger. I waste? If I hadn't been there, you cripples would have been eaten alive by the monsters in the ruins. She was trembling with anger. Suddenly, he remembered his experience at the Star Ocean Monster Academy. How happy she was at that time, having a Luo Ming to spoil her, not having to do anything herself. And as soon as her eyes opened in the morning, Luo Ming would hang breakfast in the window of their dormitory. He would carry her bag for her after school, buy him water for gym class. And when he was in physiology, even if it was late at night, Luo Ming would also sneak out of school to go to the pharmacy to buy him medicine, and was even disciplined by the school for it. What he wants, Luo Ming will satisfy her. As long as she opens a mouth, Luo Ming is even willing to sell his house, just to win the red face a smile. Come to think of it, other than Luo Ming, no one had ever treated her so well, even if it's your own parents. Su Wanqing suddenly felt a pang of aggression in her heart. That's when she snapped out of it. It was as if she'd lost the one person who was really good to her for good. Just like the way Luo Ming had looked at her and the lack of mercy when he had laid his hands on her. The love between them was completely severed. By her own hand. Su Wanqing's nose was sore, and tears involuntarily flowed down her face. Gu Linxiao frowned slightly when he saw this. Crying? What's there to cry about? Who gave you permission to cry? Hold it in. He spoke in a cold voice. Don't forget. Who was the one who was like a dog, begging me to take him in at the entrance of my Qin family? But you said that as long as you could get rid of Luo Ming, you'd be willing to do anything you were told to do. What? Now you regret it? Think I'm not as good as Luo Ming and you want to go back to him? Gu Linxiao got up and coldly questioned. No, I didn't. Eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. If you go back now, Luo Ming won't want you either. Don't forget how he treated you. There's no turning back for you. It can only be hard one way to the end. Help me. Kill him. Gu Linxiao's tone was morose. But with that being said, they were both nullified by Luo Ming in both encounters. And now without Lu Chang, how could he kill Luo Ming with only his own strength? Unless, the woe is me. I will kill with a sword. If it is with the help of the monsters in the midst of this ruin? Gu Linxiao's thoughts began to come alive. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Luo Ming. It won't happen for more than 3 days. I'll take your dog's life. Gu Linxiao's face was hideously twisted. Luo Ming had completely and utterly become his heart demon. If Luo Ming didn't die, it would be impossible for him to make any progress in his life. Just as several people were about to get up and leave the place, boom! Suddenly, the earth shook. A pillar of blood-colored ginseng emerged from the surface of the ground like a cage, completely wrapping up this territory. Gu Linxiao's crowd had completely become a turtle in a jar. What is this? The faces of the crowd changed drastically. In this cage they felt a heartfelt palpitation and shudder. This scent, if I'm not mistaken. Su Wanqing's body couldn't control it as she began to tremble. Ta-da-da-da. With the sound of footsteps coming from far and near, it was as if a magic voice was pounding on the heart. Their faces changed completely. Lo Ming, a blood-colored figure arrived with a gun, stepping out from the night. Seeing that one figure, everyone went on guard. Gu Linxiao even spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Mr. Gu has a saying that's true. Things don't come in threes. Clang! Luo Ming threw the two twin swords in front of Gu Linxiao. Mr. Gu must have always thought that I won by a fluke. So now I'll give you a chance to pick up your weapon and I'll give you the chance to fight head-on. Luo Ming said faintly. You. Gu Linxiao's body trembled with anger. Who the hell are you humiliating Lo Ming? He felt as if he had been insulted. Though he did think so. The shame of being poked and prodded was no less than stomping his face into the bottom of his feet. Mr. Gu doesn't want this opportunity? Luo Ming. Think it over. This is the worst decision you've ever made in your life. Gu Linxiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The difference between you and me is like that between a mayfly and the sky. Can a mayfly with a sword cut the sky? Luo Ming asked back in a faint voice. Good. Luo Ming. I'll kill you. The 100-split guy beast. Boom. A powerful golden wave covered the body. Gu Linxiao's body leapt out and rolled towards the ground to pick up his twin swords. And then his body rose up in the air. 100 cracks golden god cleave. Boom. There seemed to be a golden gaby roaring behind him. And the power of the twin swords tore through the night curtain and chopped down with it. Luo Ming. With this blade, I'll decapitate your dog's head. Giggle. The dual sword slashed down at Luo Ming's head. And right at that moment, Luo Ming finally moved. It was only seen that he kicked the heaven-devouring gun with one foot, while then shaking one arm. The big gun immediately broke through the air, and the bearish underworld fury blood flame drowned the dark night. Giggle. Luo Ming held his gun in one hand, and a silhouette was thus picked in the air by him. The twin swords hovered above his head, slow to fall. Mr. Gu, is this your full strength? Luo Ming sneered back as he held his gun in one hand. Gu Linxiao was thus picked in the air by his shot. Can't move. How is this possible? I am the Qin family's heavenly pride. My father is the great Xia battle king Gu Yuma. And my mother is the Qin family's Qin Risheng. How could I possibly lose? The pain in his body was no match for the unwillingness in his heart. Losing all 3 battles, and losing more simply than once. Until now, he didn't even have the qualifications to walk through a single move in Luo Ming's hands. The confidence of this Qin clan's heavenly pride was completely crushed into dust by Luo Ming, with not the slightest bit left. Bang! Luo Ming's large gun shook and slammed Gu Linxiao hard into the ground. The wound that Gu Linxiao had managed to recover from was once again crumbling open. Luo Ming stepped forward and stomped on his chest, shouldering the heaven-devouring gun. His body crouched down slightly, and his gaze swept over Su Wanqing and the 8 celestial pride. Heaven's pride? I'm sorry, that's just the threshold to see me. And then, he slowly probed his other hand. Underworld fury blood flame. Boom! A cluster of blood-colored ferocious flames burned between his palms, spewing ferocious might. At that moment, everyone present felt a chill go straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Luo Ming's face revealed a ferocious aura as he waved one hand. The underworld fiendish blood flame then flew towards those 8 S-class geniuses. Boom! 8 fire lotuses bloomed and crossed the void. And the 8 people couldn't even react in time before they were engulfed by the flames. A second later, their figures completely disappeared from the spot, not even leaving behind scorched ash. The genius in the eyes of others. I kill it, like grinding dust. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the blood prison cage. End of chapter 74. Chapter 74 Gu Linxiao Pawn. Su Wanqing, Luo Ming he still loves me. Chapter 74 Gu Linxiao Pawn. Su Wanqing, Luo Ming he still loves me. When Luo Ming's gaze landed on herself, Su Wanqing only felt a tingle in her scalp, and it was as if all the pores in her body opened up. Yet Luo Ming unexpectedly and uncharacteristically did not release his killing intent on her, just spoke faintly. Come, Wanqing, come to my side. Su Wanqing was stunned, and her entire body froze in place. This tone of voice was too familiar to her. Once Luo Ming was always using this tone to talk to her, whispering and loving. Ecstasy filled his face. Su Wanqing instantly thought clearly. That's right, Luo Ming must have just been angry with me before. And now that he's done venting in angry, he's come to me to make up. That must be it. She must still love me. Su Wanqing immediately felt a surge of surprise, as if she had been struck by something. What's wrong? Stay there and don't move. Come here. Luo Ming once again spoke gently. Lamini. Touched feelings surfaced on Su Wanqing's face. Getting up, he was about to walk towards Luo Ming. No going over there. At this moment, Gu Linxiao roared angrily. If you dare to go over there, I will kill you. Su Wanqing, you have to see clearly who you are now. Gu Linxiao covered his wounds, his face twisted but still no less hideous. I've always been Luo Ming's man. Su Wanqing smiled coldly. Without paying any attention to Gu Linxiao, he got up and jogged towards Luo Ming. Gu Linxiao felt like he was betrayed once again. First Lu Chang, then Su Wanqing. Everyone ran to Luo Ming's side. Luo Ming. I knew you loved me. I was bad before. Forgive me, okay. Su Wanqing stepped forward and hugged Luo Ming's arm. With a pitiful look on his face. He even squeezed out a few tears. Luo Ming didn't move and pulled his arm out. Silence nodded. Well, I know. Wait until I take care of Gu Linxiao first. Luo Ming said in a faint voice. Okay, be careful. Be safe or I'll worry. Su Wanqing winked at him and immediately retreated to the side. Luo Ming, are you going to kill him? She suddenly asked again. Well, why are you distressed? Luo Ming nodded and then asked playfully in return. How? Su Wanqing shook her head. I'm just a little worried. He's a member of the Qin family in the imperial capital. The Qin family is powerful. If you kill him. She sounded a little uneasy. You're scared? Afraid I'll be hunted down by the Qin family? Dragging you down? Su Wanqing inwardly choked as she looked at Luo Ming with an evasive gaze. No, I won't be afraid. I'm sure you won't slow me down. The words are so. But what is in the heart of Su Wanqing himself is bound to be the most clear. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes. Then it's okay. He took one step towards Gu Linxiao. You really want to kill me? You dare to kill me? Gu Linxiao was angry and afraid. Do you know who I am? I'm Gu Linxiao. My father is Yanxia's battle king Gu Yuma. My mom is the Qin clan's Qin Risheng. My 3 uncles are Yanxia's battle kings and battle generals. And my grandpa is Yanxia's heavenly king. Behind me is the Qin clan. It's the Heavenly Feather Sacred Corps. The countless military forces. Luo Ming. You dare to kill me? How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? If you really kill me, no one in the entire Yanxia can protect you. Not even Yi Chahan. He roared in almost snarling fury. His voice sending a reverberation through the mountains and forests. Luo Ming pulled out his ears with a bored look on his face. Finished? When you're done you can go to hell. Luo Ming turned the handle of the gun and slowly drew it from him. And then it was aimed at his head. Ah! Asshole! Gu Linxiao's body trembled. Help me! Somebody! I'm Gu Linxiao of the imperial capital Qin clan. I'm the son of the Qin clan. Someone! Help me! Luo Ming is trying to kill me. Spread the news. My Qin family has a great reward, resources, and wealth galore. He hissed loudly. The sound was like waves spreading out in a circle. However, unfortunately, hasn't heard a thing back. Gu Linxiao was dumbfounded. Why is this forest so all quiet? And where are those candidates? There couldn't be no one there. They'd all seen people stationed nearby before they arrived. Don't scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. This piece of territory has been locked by me. The outside world cannot be seen, and the inside cannot come out. Luo Ming said faintly. Gu Linxiao, the grudge between us stems from your father Gu Yuma. If he hadn't pressured me, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If you want to blame your father Gu Yuma. After saying that, Luo Ming vibrated his one hand and the lance broke through the air towards his head. Luo Ming, if you want to kill me, I'll die with you. Gu Linxiao roared in rage and flew at him. Boom! Luo Ming stood in place as the terrifying underworld fiendish blood flame rose up from his body. It engulfed Gu Linxiao, and then the heaven-devouring gun in Luo Ming's hand also passed through Gu Linxiao's chest. His figure gradually distorted amidst the flames. You see, Gu Linxiao, the way you look now, like a moth to a flame. Brush it. As soon as Luo Ming drew out the heaven-devouring gun, as the flames dispersed, in place, Gu Linxiao's body completely disappeared into thin air. Dead or alive? Lo Ming, are you okay? Su Wanqing came forward with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'll heal you. Her eyes looked up and down Luo Ming's body. Luo Ming shook his head before reaching out to caress her cheek. Su Wanqing's face flushed scarlet, revealing a petulant expression. Luo Ming, you've forgiven me, right? This time it's my fault. I won't do it again. She wailed. From now on, I'll only be good to you. You charge into battle and I'll be responsible for healing your wounds. With the two of us joining forces, we'll definitely be able to make it to the top of Yanxia. Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with a hopeful light. Luo Ming didn't say anything, just gently stroked her cheek while slowly moving downward, until the snow-white clavicle, and then finally with a sharp thrust. Swish, choke her, and then lifted Su Wanqing up like a chicken. Forgive you? Do you think this is playing house? Su Wanqing, you are too naive. Luo Ming sneered. Do you really think that what you did earlier can all be wiped away with a mere apology? With me, you deserve it? Su Wanqing grabbed Luo Ming's hand in a death grip, and her entire body struggled uncontrollably. No, don't kill me. Humph. Luo Ming was cold. You were able to abandon me, Luo Ming, and betray Gu Linxiao, so what else is there that you can't do? Tomorrow I will fight with that Zhao family Zhao already. If I lose, will you have to throw yourself into his arms again? Su Wanqing. I have long seen your nature very clearly. You are a. Keeping you would do me no good. Luo Ming's palm slowly exerted force. Su Wanqing's legs wildly and haphazardly air-stomped in the air. In her eyes was a strong look of fear, and as Luo Ming's palm pressed harder, she even rolled her eyes. Luo Ming is really trying to kill him. From the beginning to the end I have no intention to forgive him. Luo Ming is just teasing her. Understood. Su Wanqing understood everything. End of chapter 75. Chapter 75, Teasing Su Wanqing. Slaughter. Zhao had already plotted for gold-level monsters, and the showdown was about to begin. Chapter 75, Teasing Su Wanqing. Slaughter. Zhao had already plotted for gold-level monsters, and the showdown was about to begin. From the beginning, Luo Ming had no intention of keeping her. The reason why he did this and made her misunderstand. But he wanted to see what a woman like Su Wanqing would be like if she were to be someone's licking dog. I didn't realize it was just like that. When you see through her nature, you will find that her so-called high and proud but all rely on you to her favor bullying. After peeling off this outer layer, they are just ordinary people who can't be any more ordinary. What goddess school? It's still a nose and two eyes that cry, laugh and defecate. You think you're a ball? Goodbye Su Wanqing. There is no hope for you in this life. In the next life, keep trying. Su Wanqing opened her mouth and wanted to say more. Click. However, he saw that Luo Ming slightly exerted force with one hand. Su Wanqing's neck was broken by him. Bang! Luo Ming casually threw him to the ground, and the underworld fury blood flame flung out. Su Wanqing's body was engulfed in flames like a pile of mud in a split second. It's over. Let's go. Luo Ming clapped his hands. Get out of here. After half an hour, the blood prison cage dissipated on its own. Some candidates wandered here to take a leak, and even sprinkled urine right under the tree where Gu Linshao died. No one knows or notices. It was as if these 10 people had disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that a faint whiteness appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth as the sunlight radiated out. It was only then that Luo Ming returned to the cave. Well, Xia Qingcheng greeted him and asked quietly, "It's been resolved." Luo Ming nodded. Bang, bang, bang. He threw a few of the monsters out and slammed them into the ground. It's about time, too, to brush up on your points. Wake them up, Luo Ming said. Xia Qingcheng nodded. Not long after, Lu Chang, Zhou Heng, and Tang Mo woke up from their sleep one after another. I'll be damned. Luo Ming, what have you been up to? Catching monsters all night? Seeing the monsters that were trapped outside the cave piled up like small mountains, Tang Mo's face was filled with surprise. Killed especially for you guys. How's that for righteousness? Luo Ming clapped his hands and laughed. That's enough. That's too much. Dad won't have to worry about my lack of military service anymore. Tang Mo said in surprise. Kill them all and brush up your military honor. The top 10 in the test are rewarded. Luo Ming clapped his hands and said, tilting, you go too. Xia Qingcheng nodded. A few of the men contemplated how they were going to divide up the monsters. It was important to realize that these monsters were at least bronze 10th ranked in battle power, and even silver ranked were in the minority. Luo Ming is feeding the rice to his mouth. What about you? Xia Qingcheng asked. I don't need to. Someone will send me military honors. By the way, after killing, keep the essence blood and beast cores for me. Luo Ming admonished. Xia Qingcheng. Luo Ming. You're going to go to war with Zhao Hazran later at noon. You've been running around outside all night. Don't get physically exhausted and get killed by him by then. Zhao Hazran is very strong. At this time, Tang Mo opened her mouth. You're right. That's why I'm going to expend some stamina off first. Otherwise it won't be fun if I accidentally spike him. Don Moore? Are you kidding me? You even killed him in seconds. Zhao has been that strength can be killed in seconds? Tang Mo shook her head, only thinking that Luo Ming was joking. Only Xia Qingcheng's gaze kept watching his back. Seconds? If it is Luo Ming, it is not really easy to say. Luo Ming returned to the cave and slept back until the sun rose. When he woke up, there was already a loaded monster essence blood and beast cores placed beside him. It should have been specially prepared for him by Xia Qingcheng. Absorb. Luo Ming turned one hand into a Taotai claw. With a firm grip. Boom! The Yuan energy in Beast Core 1 surged into his body. The power in his essence blood also began to quench his body. The essence blood and beast cores of silver-level monsters are becoming less and less useful to me. Luo Ming shook his head. The dozen or so portions of essence blood and beast cores here only managed to raise his level by 1 rank. Bronze level 7th order. Gold level resources are needed next. Preferably, diamond level. Luo Ming shook his head. Taotia's appetite was too big. In ancient times, during the Great Famine, there were even Taotai who were so hungry that they ate themselves. Never mind. It's enough. After opening the skills of brutal king tyranny in Tao Tai, Luo Ming visually estimated that there were no opponents under the silver 5th rank. It's hard to say anything further up, as it's not been played. At this time, the other side of the valley, a giant mountain looms in the light of the rising sun, but when you walk in, you realize that it's not really a mountain. It's a mountain of flesh piled up by the bodies of monsters. At the top of the mountain, there were black figures standing on their swords. The killing aura surged from the 6 scarlet pupils. It was the 1,000-legged black centipede, and Zhao had already done so. Awesome, awesome, Zhao has ran. You haven't stopped killing all night, have you? How much military credit have you swiped? Shu Qinglan came from the distance and asked curiously as she stepped on her enchanting feet. Zhao had glanced faintly. The general merit scorekeeper was thrown in front of her. 999. A series of them in the back. Awesome. If you can kill a gold-ranked monster, you'll be a squad leader. Chu Lime gave a thumbs up. Gold-level monsters are not so good to kill. At the very least, with my current level of silver 4th rank, is far from enough. Zhao had shaken his head. That's not necessarily true. Chu Lime smiled playfully. Zhao had frowned. You have access? Sure. Do you want to know? But there's a precondition. Chu Qinglian raised her greenish-white jade finger. On what terms? When you fight that Luo Ming later, you give him a hard beating. As long as you can't beat him to death. Chu Lime said hatefully. What? Did he offend you? Zhao had asked rhetorically. Don't mention it. The rascal. I almost got skewered with one of his shots. Chu Lime was filled with franticness. I must avenge that shot. Ha! Zhou had risen and leapt down the mountain of corpses. Okay, I'll do you this favor. That gold-class monster. Let me tell you. Over this dense forest and slightly further ahead, 3 miles, there is a gold-class first-order monster. A prairie wild lion. A female. Pregnant and about to give birth. You got it. Chu Qingliang raised an eyebrow at him and said, Get it? Yes, but after this forest. Zhao had already looked at the huge city-like existence deep in the clouds. That location. It's a bit deeper, and powerful monsters may be in abundance. So do you want it? Rich and famous. Don't you understand? Chu Lime crossed her arms and asked rhetorically. Okay, you're right. Zhao had nodded. Let's go then. It's time for the appointment. When we defeat Luo Ming, I'll accompany you on your journey. Zhao had already had battle intent burning in his eyes. Hey, old man, wait for me at Yanxia University. I'm coming after you. The 2 figures disappeared at the end of the horizon. End of chapter 76. Chapter 76. Dueling Zhao as Ran. The terrifying heaven-devouring God Gun Might. Chapter 76. Dueling Zhao as Ran. The terrifying heaven-devouring Godlance Might. Once again, back in that valley. At this time, Luo Ming and the others were already waiting in it. There were a few wandering monsters at the bottom of the valley that had long since been skewered by Luo Ming's heaven-devouring gun. Ta-da-da-da. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, 2 figures gradually emerged in front of the crowd. Coming so early, can't wait to die? The sound of laughter came in a charming manner. Chu Lime covered her red lips and walked with a twisting step. On the side, following along was Zhao already in his 1,000-foot black centipede state. What? Are you going to do both together? Luo Ming faintly asked out loud. No. I'm good enough on my own. Zhao had shaken his head. Actually, it doesn't matter if the 2 of you go together. After all, the one next to you isn't my one-shot enemy. Besides, I've been short of a pet around, and a white fox would be a good choice. Fluffy should be nice to touch, and 7 tails would be nice as a pillow. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth turned up, a playful, gangly smile on his face. At these words, Chu Qingliang's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and looked at Luo Ming. How dare this man want her as a pet? She was the Chu family's eldest miss, Chu Lime. How dare someone treat her like a pet? And in fact, Luo Ming did dare. After all, there was already a little follower in the form of the Xia family's eldest miss. Another Chu family's was no big deal. Humph. Xia Qingchang. How many moves do you think Zhao has needed to defeat your family's little man? When she couldn't say anything to Luo Ming, she turned to aim her gun at Xia Qingchang. Chu Lime ruffled her long hair. I see his rank. He hasn't broken through the silver level so far. Right. The difference between his strength and Zhao's already silver 4th rank is a bit big. Chu Lime said flirtatiously. Aren't you also a silver rank? And you were almost skewered by me with a single shot before. What does rank mean? It's only incompetent people who use their rank to oppress others. For me, rank is for crossing over. And I'm sorry, I never play low-end games. Luo Ming smiled faintly as he shrugged it off and took 2 steps forward. Zhao has been. Come and fight. A burst of red light surged through Luo Ming's body. Ugh. The man who shows off his mouth. Chu Qinglian secretly spat. The first time she, the Chu family's eldest young lady, had lost to someone else in terms of mouth skills. She rolled her eyes and pretended to be deaf, unable to hear Lamani speak. Xia Qingchang, do you think this little boyfriend of yours will be defeated by Zhao already within a few moves? Xia Qingchang glanced at Luo Ming. At this time, his body was already surrounded by red light, and a circle of blood-colored energy fluctuations expanded around Luo Ming. Roar! As the roar of the great fierce Taotai shook the void, a 3-meter-tall domineering figure stood in place. He was holding the heaven-devouring lance like a blood-sea god of war, opposite the black figure across the room. Even though the rank was far inferior, the aura was not lost at all. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. She suddenly had confidence in Luo Ming, so calmly out loud. Luo Ming, he won't lose. Won't lose? You do have confidence in him. Then how about this? Let's bet on it. According to the current ranking, I, Chu Qinglim, am second, and you, Xia Qingchang, are third. As long as Luo Ming can win, I will give you all of my military honors. On the contrary, it remains the same, but only your Xia Qingchang's military honor is not enough. You must also add the military honor of the Tang family's eldest lady beside you together. How about it? Chu Lim smiled. Scared my ass. Qingcheng bet with her. I can't stand her smug look. I really want to smack her foxy face. Tang Mo said angrily. Yes, I'll bet you. Xia Qingcheng nodded. She believed that Luo Ming would not lose. Buzz. At this moment, between the two of them, they did not make a move. But the black and blood-colored yuan energy fluctuations had already begun to collide in a circle. The black centipede and Tao Tai were both extremely vicious monsters. The breath was also tyrannical and unpredictable. Luo Ming mentally nodded. This Zhao was already worthy of being a SSS-level genius. This strength was more than a notch more powerful than Du Linxiao. Clank! Zhao had slowly drawn the black matching sword at his waist. Luo Ming could tell at a glance that this was an expensive battle weapon, not in the least below his heaven-devouring lance. Lok Ming, watch and don't blink. Swish! As Zhao had flashed his body, he rushed towards Luo Ming, and in that instant, a black sword-wielding silhouette rushed about, unexpectedly splitting into three halfway through. Immediately after that, the three figures split again. 9. Split again. More and more black silhouettes ran and surrounded Luo Ming. Thousands of feet. Diversion. Swish swish swish. Dozens of Zhao had already attacked Luo Ming at the same time. With so many doppelgangers, it's impossible to tell who's real and who's fake. Seeing this scene, Tang Mo was stunned. This Zhao has been too powerful with this hand. Why is Luo Ming standing still? Once he's surrounded, people can cut him down with one sword each. Seeing Luo Ming standing still with his gun, Tang Mo was filled with a look of anxiety. It's over. This isn't really going to be a loss, is it? Giggle. Miss Tang. Miss Xia. It looks like all your military honors are going to be mine. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingliang laughed even more pleasantly. He imagined the scene of Luo Ming being hung up and viciously and painfully abused by Zhao already. The heart was even more out of breath. But right at this moment, Luo Ming's voice abruptly sounded in her ears. MS. Chu is keen for me to lose, but if I win this round, and defeating Zhao already in one move, how should Miss Chu conduct herself? Chu Lim was stunned. Spin rolled his eyes. You're dreaming, right? One move? It's more like they beat you in one move. She blurted it out without even thinking. If you can defeat Zhao already in one move, what's the harm if I'm even a pet for you? Really? 1,000 times over. With MS. Chu's words, I'm relieved. Luo Ming laughed softly, looking like he had taken the bait. Then, he finally turned his attention to Zhao already. I'm sorry, Zhao already. I gave you a chance. You have no chance of winning a battle with me today. The words fell. Eye of Tao Tai. Buzz. The red light on Luo Ming's body boiled. And in the end, two pairs of blood-colored eyes actually manifested behind him. Within his eyes, bursts of runes surged as if he could see through everything. The principle has been found. Under Luo Ming's field of vision, all the bilocations instantly disappeared. Only a black figure with a sword rushed towards him. That was Zhao's already existing body. Brutal King Tyranny. Open. Devour the sky. God gun. Luo Ming lifted the heaven-devouring gun and held it with one hand. The tip of the gun aimed at Zhao already's main body. Zigzag. A burst of terrifying might revived from within his body, which was then transferred to the heaven-devouring lance through his right wrist. Finally, it turned into a bit of extremely terrifying red lightning surging at the tip of the gun. The next second, boom! The red lightning seemed to have turned into a rolling torrent and shot out towards Zhao. It's as fast as it can be and the destruction is even more drawn out. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77, A Strike. Zhao has been defeated. Reaping military honors. Goal, become a squad leader. Chapter 77, One Move. Extinction. Zhao has been defeated. Reaping military honors. Goal, become a squad leader. Boom! The red torrent leapt out violently, charging straight towards Zhao as Rant's main body. Zhao had all but frozen, and it was as if his brain had short-circuited for a second. He had never been able to figure out just how Luo Ming had seen through his main body amongst the many doppelgangers. However, the fact that it had already happened didn't allow for much thinking. His on-the-spot reaction ability was too much stronger than Gu Linxiao's. If it was Gu Linxiao, he might have panicked at this moment, only to see that Zhao had already moved his mind. All of his doppelgangers lined up in a straight line in front of him. Boom boom boom. A detachment was torn apart by the red light. Zhao already had 6 blood-colored pupils shining. He knew that it was impossible for the doppelganger to block Luo Ming's powerful move. He's nothing more than a false splitter building up time. 1,000-foot. Black steel chop. Wow! As he started his sword, it was as if millions of Zhao had already swung their swords together. He is a centipede. And centipedes have 1,000 legs, each of which symbolizes a swing of the sword. The power of 1,000 swings of the sword gathered and exploded. And this sword was enough to slice through mountains. Boom! A black sword chi seemed to soar out like a crescent moon. Meet the red light. It's a pity. If I didn't know how to brutal king tyranny, this move might have really been blocked by you. Luo Ming smiled gently. In the next instant, the red light and the black sword light collided in place. Boom boom boom. The fluctuations of meta-energy spread violently, vaporizing the space into a vacuum. Click. The black light shattered in no more than 3 seconds. The torrent once again ran towards Zhao already. His expression tightened, and the huge steel tail behind him crossed in front of him. Zhao had already pressed the sword in his hand against the tail. That was the hardest part of the centipede's entire body and the place with the strongest defense. He was going to block Luo Ming's attack with this move. Boom! But it wasn't until the red light actually hit itself. It was only then that Zhao had realized how naive he had been. How is this possible? His eyes were wide with disbelief. In the next second, the body seemed to lose its center of gravity. The sword in his hand came out of his hand and was catapulted into midair. His entire person was also blown away by the blow in this way, smashing towards the mountain. Bang! A mountain was nearly smashed through him, and Zhao had fallen headfirst into the mountain. It's like a mural, the kind you can't even button down. The black sword also spun at high speed in midair and finally fell to the ground. It was just stuck in the dirt in front of Chu Qingliang. Luo Ming slowly let go of his hand and flung his big gun. Eyes turned to her. How? Willing to bet. Between every word, Chu Qingliang clenched her shell teeth. A flash of panic crossed his face. Was she really going to become Luo Ming's little pet? The thought of being held in this damn man's arms and rubbing her snowy white fur with abandon. Chu Qingliang wanted to die. She really didn't expect that Luo Ming could be so strong. How could Zhao have lost so easily? One must know that this Zhao has been a proper top 3 or even number 1 among his peers in the entire imperial capital. 18 monster colleges in the imperial capital. And he was alone for a month. Almost all famous geniuses had been challenged by him. 198 battles, all won without exception. It was such a powerful Zhao who had been defeated by Luo Ming with a single strike? The story is a bit too abstract. Chu Qingliang even suspected that Luo Ming had already raised to the gold level without saying a word. Now it's the disguise rank that's deliberately coming to hoodwink her. Me. She mumbled at the corners of her mouth, giving a pitiful look of watering. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. Oh, it's another one. Didn't they say no sperm after the founding of the country? Why are there so many sperms? Rumble. The mountain shook, and Zhao had managed to climb out of it with great difficulty. He stood still, looking at his hands, extreme shock flashing through all 6 of his eyes. Zhao has been surprised to lose, and still, to be defeated by a guy of the same age group, in a single move? His body trembled gently, but strangely enough, there was not the slightest bit of unwillingness within him. Instead, it was filled with a touch of calm. Zhao had gone into a trance in his eyes. He remembered a time when someone had said that to him. Already, no one in this world can be invincible forever. Until one day, you too will come across that goal that you need to catch up with, and then go on working hard in order to get closer to him. Don't be disheartened. It's a blessed thing, because it means that on a rambling journey, you're not alone. There's someone by your side, ahead of you. Zhao had slowly clenched his fists. He looked at the blood-colored figure in front of him. Brother, you were right. There really is someone ahead of me. From this day forward, my target is no longer you, but him. I'll come after you when I'm beyond him. Zhao was already striding towards Luo Ming. What? Still want to fight? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. No, it's my military honor. He shook his head and tossed the scorer to Lamini. In an instant, all of his military credits were scratched away. Luo Ming, you're very strong. I'm convinced of my loss. However, I won't give up. One day, I'll surpass you, Zhao had said seriously. He was a decisive man, and he was categorically not a mother-in-law in what he did. If he loses, and he admits it. It's nice of you to have that thought, but an enemy who loses at my hands is never considered an opponent by me. I'll give you time to catch up until you can't see my back, Luo Ming faintly said. Zhou was already unimpressed. One more piece of news for you. Over a forest beyond this valley, about 2 or 3 kilometers away, there is a gold-level monster about to give birth. That will be its weakest period. If you can kill that gold-level monster, your military honor will be enough to become a squad leader of the military department. A squad leader can take a 10-man squad under his command, already considered a real person, and already a military squad leader before even enrolling in school. TSK, those old things will also be rare, right? Zhao had laughed lightly. The message is for you. It's up to you whether you go or not. He stretched. Now that there was not a single point of military credit left, he would have to go and start accumulating it all over again. But it really wasn't a bad fight. Humph. Luo Ming, I'll remember you. Military honors to you all. Next time, when we meet at Yanxia University, I'll bite you to death. Chu Lime viciously showed her teeth. And you, Xia Qingchang, you won this time. I'll be waiting for you at the freshman competition. Chu Lime once again put in a hard word, and he slipped away as fast as he could, fearing that if he slowed down for a second, he would be grabbed and ravaged by Luo Ming. Freshman competition. Zhao had paused slightly in his footsteps, looking forward to fighting you again. Luo Ming nodded. May. The two left this valley. Luo Ming stretched his back. A gold-level monster? And a squad leader-level military honor. I'll take it. End of chapter. 78. Chapter 78, Slaying a Gold-Class Monster. Courageously winning the first place in the examination. Chapter 78, Slaying a Gold-Level Monster. Courageously winning the first place in the examination. Beyond the dense forest, it was a strange and rocky hill. Here and there, Luo Ming opened his Taotai eyes, and the mountain veins became extremely clear in his eyes. The current situation is fine. It's not that serious. The ones roaming around here are all auxiliary beasts, and there are also 3 main beasts of the 3rd silver rank. I'll leave it to you guys. I'm going to deal with that gold-level monster. Luo Ming opened his mouth. The 3 Xia Qingqing nodded. Lu Chang, let's go. Luo Ming let out a greeting, and immediately his body rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He leapt forward. Lu Ching transformed into a blue dragon horse beast and ran above the earth. Wow! Golden light erupted from Luo Ming's body as he transformed into a true dragon. His red cloak flipping over as he held the true dragon sword. The dragon might around his body exploded like a tidal wave, radiating in all directions. He rode the dragon horse beast like a great general conquering the battlefield. Behind them, the black thunder streaming shadow butterfly and ice phoenix, as well as the minotaur followed closely behind. Because of Luo Ming and the others suddenly leaping out, the vast majority of the monsters froze for a moment. This, coupled with the suppression of the dragon's might that came immediately after, scared them all even more. Giggling, Luo Ming slashed a few to death with his sword in hand, and the ice phoenix and thunder butterfly also went all out to suppress them. The minotaur held a huge axe and acted like a meat shield to clear the way for the two. Boom! The 5 of them were shaped like a sharp sword and shook away all the monsters roaming around, being in labor, to hide in the middle of a rock wall. What a cunning beast! Luo Ming laughed coldly as he clipped his horse's back and immediately rose into the air. Dragon tactics. Flying dragon in the sky. Boom! The moment he descended from the sky, Luo Ming reversed his stance and stomped towards the ground with a war trample. Boom! The rock wall suddenly cracked open into a large, one-person gash. Luo Ming leapt forward and burst into the rock wall. After running for more than 30 meters, the gold-level monster was finally found in a cave. Tiger of the steppe. Black Panther. It was a monster with very average talent. Positioned at C rank. Basically gold rank was their upper limit. Originally, a gold-level monster filled with fury and a powerful aura was extremely weak at this time. Even when it saw Luo Ming arrive, it only wailed a few times breathlessly. Fear flashed in his eyes, and this Black Panther unexpectedly bent down, lying on the ground and begging Luo Ming for mercy. Luo Ming frowned as he raised his eyes to look. The valley was dim but he could still see clearly. In the corner of the valley there are many rotting white bones, broken clothes, rusty armor. Those are human bones. There are countless human compatriots were eaten by the Black Panther in the middle of this cave. Click, click, click. The sound of chewing came, only to see that in the arms of that big Black Panther, there was a small Black Panther gnawing hard on something. It was a white arm, obviously a woman's arm, and Luo Ming saw that on the middle finger of the arm, there was a sparkling diamond ring, which looked so bright in this dim cave. Beg for mercy from me? But I don't know if these fellow human beings ever begged for mercy when they were being eaten by you. He turned the true dragon sword in his hand. Killing intent pervades. Kill. The dragon's might was vast, pressing towards the Black Panther. Roar. Panther let out a roar. Surprisingly, there was still room for a counterattack against Luo Ming. It should be said not to say that it had to be a gold-level monster. The strength was really powerful. Unfortunately, it was just too weak. 9 dragons chant. 9-colored divine light surged above the sword, and immediately Luo Ming slashed out with his sword. Boom! 9-colored divine dragons rushed out in all directions, roaring the heavens and moving the earth with extremely astonishing power. The entire cave was completely illuminated as the finding figure Black Panther was suppressed by the 9 illusory divine dragons joining forces. Pure and simple. It's a slap in the face that won't stop. Boom! Sand flew between the vibrations of the rock walls. Countless random rocks smashed down. Luo Ming rose again and pierced this mountain with a sword. Boom! The 9-headed divine dragon hissed and rushed up to the sky. The Black Panther and the little leopard cub were also wrapped up together and rushed up into the sky. Luo Ming threw off his cloak and rushed up to the sky with his sword. Call the wind and the rain. He transformed into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon and danced with the 9 dragons in the sky. Back off! All of you! Only Luo Ming could be heard shouting. Xiaqingqing's few people hurriedly dispersed in all directions. The next second Luo Ming and the 9 dragons swooped down together. The dragon walks. Boom boom boom. Large swaths of monsters were crushed into pieces by their dragon claws. The 10 dragons traveled across the mountains, and in just 30 seconds, the field was completely cleared. Wow! Luo Ming descended from the sky and the true dragon sword was stuck in the earth. At his feet stepped the carcasses of 2 black panthers, one large and one small. With a slight pick of the sword, the beast core fell into his hand. And at this moment, Luo Ming's military scorecard. The display is clearly 18,368. There's too much commotion. The other monsters are going to be attracted. Retreat quickly. Luo Ming glanced towards the distant earth. Only 3 giant beasts were seen barreling towards their side from that horizon. All gold level. And there's there was a black panther. More majestic than the one he had slaughtered. The bottom line is that all of them have the strength of the 3rd step of the gold level. Go! The 5 rushed to bolt. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to run away. At this time, the walls of the garrison place. The test is going to be over. Mr. Ma, let's see what's going on with the scores now. The Red Blaze War Admiral opened his mouth. He was now very concerned about Luo Ming's ranking. I wonder if any of the students will be able to helicopter to the squad leader this time. Nightbreath laughed softly. Thinking too much, how can it be possible? Except for the Silver Dragon Town General's term 10 years ago, I've never seen anyone who can helicopter into a military squad in the entrance examination. Ma Yid shook his head. Moreover, even back then, Yi Chang'an's rank was already silver level 5 when he took the entrance examination. He was lucky enough to come across 2 gold level monsters fighting, and in the end, all of them were left with only 1 breath left in their mouths. And then he picked this up. Also, it's true that the gap is too big. Battle Admiral Akira shook his head. Luo Ming was only at the bronze level, and even if his battle power was as strong as the heavens and the sun shoulder to shoulder, it was impossible for him to defeat the world's gold level monsters. Unless that gold level monster itself stood in front of him for him to kill was more like it. Well, let's see. First place, Luo Ming, 18. 18? Ma Yid's brain seemed to have short-circuited. What the? 18? He's killing gold-level monsters here? Second place, Xia Qingchang. Third, Tang Momo. Fourth, Lu Chang. Fifth, Zhou Heng. Zhao has become 6th. 7th with Chu Lime? What the hell? The 3 battle generals looked at each other, all confused. Just for a moment, what had happened in the middle of this wilderness? Luo Ming, he really killed a gold-level monster? Hiss! All 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the second appearance of Yi Chang'an? It was as if they saw another bright general star rising in the midst of the military department. Seal the throne and worship the king of a generation of war. The sole town of 72 states and 36 domains in Yanxia. 1 man, 1 gun, kills through the ruins for 100 miles. Stop. It's inappropriate to fantasize any longer. But, has really picked up the slack. The Red Lai War Admiral looked at the ranking table and silently took a picture, sending one to both the 9 heavenly silver dragon Yi Chang'an and Tang Yanhuang. Gentlemen, you've got the right man. The corners of his mouth quirked up in relief, harder to press than even AK. And on the side, Night on Wake was already stroking his chin, calculating how he was going to get Luo Ming into his class. This time, Yanxia University only took the top 80 candidates, plus the 20 international students that the Human Federation had stuffed into the 100 nations. 100 in all, divided into 4 classes. He was one of those classroom teachers. This kind of big baby, At first glance, it is the material that can make him increase his salary, plus commission must be grasped in their hands. Alright, 3 days have come and gone. Let all these children return. And next, it's time for us old things to move. Mayud narrowed his eyes and laughed. The scorer has a life-sensing device on it. So far, 171 candidates have survived. And of those, only 80 were able to pass the test. But, this Gu family's male son can be troublesome. He glanced at Gu Linxiao's name, which had already dimmed. I don't know what kind of madness Gu Yuma, the great summer war king, will be going through. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79, The Strength of the King City Devourer. The Battle King retreats. Gu Yuma went crazy and his killing chance appeared. The silver dragon of the 9 heavens descended upon the ruins. Chapter 79, The Strength of the King City Devourer. The Battle King retreats. Gu Yuma went mad, and the killing opportunity appeared. The silver dragon of the 9 heavens descended upon the ruins. Drip drip, tick-tock. Almost at the same time, a voice rang out in all the candidates' military score counters. Can you hear me? I am Ma Yud. I now announce that the examination is over. The number of people remaining in this examination is 171. All of you return to your stationing place immediately. Luo Ming's few people raised their eyes slightly. Let's go. The test is over. Go back. All the candidates began to shrink in the direction of the place where they were stationed. Oh, 6th, well, I didn't think that Zhao, would already have this day. Zhao had looked at the score counter in his hand and silently shook his head. It's good to fight back in the freshman competition. Damn Luo Ming. How dare he try to make me a pet. If I hadn't run so fast, he would have gotten me. Chu Qingliang clenched her fists in indignation. People aren't trying to keep you just. Zhao had shaken his head. Or you won't get away. Give in to him sometime. When these words came out, Chu Qingliang instantly looked like a small wildcat that had exploded. What did you say? Going soft? How can I possibly be soft? I'm Chu Lime of the Chu family. Zhou had sighed. I have to say, Missy gas is still pretty heavy. No social beatings. Well, go back. He shook his head. The two retreated in the direction of the garrison. But just then, deep in the ruins, far away in the skyline, the huge king city devourer that loomed in the clouds trembled violently. Next, boom, violent explosions came, and terrifying fluctuations turned into substance and swept out in all directions. The mighty pressure rolled, and even space seemed to be torn apart between the howling winds. What happened? All of the candidates' faces changed drastically, showing fear. Something's not right. Something's happened to the penalty Battle King and Gu Battle King. The 3 war generals on the ground where they were stationed looked aghast. In the next second, as expected, 2 silhouettes withdrew from the depths of the ruins like fiery meteors. A golden monster with an eagle's head and body. He had wings on his back and was surrounded by terrifying thunder might. In his hand, he carried a blue-colored bronze hammer with a thunderous boom, while in his other hand, he held a dagger-sized thunder spike. This was Tang Momo's father, penalty war king Tang Tianqi, ASS-class monster, the boom thunder brilliant beast. The other silhouette was a black and white humanoid dragon-shaped monster holding 2 large pale-colored swords. It was the heavenly feather battle king, Gu Yuma. Damn it! This king city devourer is not only a primary beast, but also a secondary beast, and the split monster is surprisingly this strong. Tang Tianji said with an ugly face. It was too strong, and all 3 Jin generals were broken inside. This time Yan Xia really lost a lot of money. Moreover, having devoured 3 Jin generals, this king city devourer was even stronger. If even the 2 of them were devoured, then this monster would be able to evolve to the level of the 10th stage of the Golden Jade. At that time, only a heavenly king level powerhouse would be able to step in to suppress it. Nowadays, more than half of the 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia were in the Human Federation, sitting at the forefront of the Federation at the Shanhai Shangguan Pass, which was where the largest number of monsters were. Not good. The king city devourer is starting to move, Guyuma said in a cold voice, only to see a humanoid speckled creature with a mushroom head flying out of the middle of the sun castle. The white body was covered with black spots, and the mouth on the head kept spewing spores. The spores split into monsters again in the air. To put it simply, it was that this king city devourer had split into 9 master beasts. The strength of these 9 master beasts were all at the 3rd stage of the Golden Jade rank, and these 9 main beasts split into more monstrous beasts. There are too many. The 2 great war kings were surrounded by countless humanoid monsters in midair. Gigi. The monsters let out a weird laugh. It was as if they were mocking the incompetence of the Yanxia war kings. Battle King Gu. Battle King Tang. How is the situation today? The voices of the 3 war generals came out of the wireless communicator. Not a good idea. This king city devourer is more powerful than even we imagined. Hurry up and have the candidates retreat back to the place where they are stationed. And then, ask for help from the imperial capital. The strength of this monstrous beast will require at the very least 5 battle kings in order to solve it. Tang Tianji said. Retreat! Everyone retreat! His voice was like thunder as he bellowed at the many candidates beneath him. Father! Seeing Tang Tianji surrounded by uncountable monsters, Tang Maxian's eyes instantly turned red. Go! Withdraw to the station place. This kind of battle isn't something we can intervene in at this level. Don't cause trouble for the Tang Battle King, Luo Ming exclaimed. One after another, the group retreated towards the place where they were stationed. Strange, where did Lin Xiao go? Gu Yuma glanced downward. He didn't see his son Gu Linxiao's figure among the retreating candidates. Instead, a blood-colored figure was seen galloping on a blue sky dragon horse beast. That's Luo Ming? Why would Lu Cheng hang out with him? Gu Yuma only felt his heart jump for no reason. Director Ma, where is my son Gu Linxiao? The voice on the other side of the communicator jerked. In the next second, Ma Yid ghosted out. Gu War King, you have to be mentally prepared. Say, Gu Yuma squeezed the communicator with a death grip. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He felt his heart slow down half a beat. Your son has fallen. Swish. Gu Yuma's eyes widened as his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. You mean it when you say that? You say it again. No kidding me. 1,000 times over. Indeed there is no joke. There is no Your Excellency among the 171 candidates who were evacuated. Boom click. The communicator in his hand was instantly crushed. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao he's dead? How is this possible? He is my Gu Yuma's son. The future Yan Xia Battle King. How could he possibly die? It can't be. It's impossible. Who the hell? Who killed him? Ah! Roar! The roar of the heavenly feathered Sanglong shook the world. Lin Xiao my son It must be Luo Ming. It must be Luo Ming who killed him. Gu Yuma's eyes reddened. His gaze locked onto Luo Ming below before he swooped down towards him. Luo Ming! Die! Boom! He swung both of his swords and shook all of the uncountable monsters away before disengaging from the battlefield regardless, killing towards Luo Ming. Yet. Tang Tianji's face turned green as Gu Yuma had a seizure and ran away. Instantly he was under a whole lot more pressure. All the monsters lunged towards him, and at this moment, the 9 main beasts that the King's City Devourer had split off from had also killed towards this side. Locked onto Tang Tianji, he really had a hard time saying it, and his face turned green. Yet. Have to be buried here today. Come and fight. Die as you wish. Yan Xia Battle King, I'd rather die than retreat. He gritted his teeth and directly killed towards those 9 main beasts. And at this moment, Luo Ming suddenly felt a terrifying aura lock onto him. Looking up, there was rolling killing intent moving. A silhouette swooped towards him with a sword. Tian Yut San Long, Gu Umo. He blushed. You've been exposed? No. No way. Then, it's just Gu Yuma's own guess. You're going to take a swing at him based on a guess? What a domineering Yan Xia Battle King. Not good. Gu Yuma has gone crazy. Hurry up and stop him. The 3 war generals on the city wall all roared with greatly changed faces, leaping down and rushing towards this place. However, the distance is just too far. Gu War King. Stop. They roared with eyes wide open. And at that moment, in the teleportation array of the station place, a silhouette wearing silver armor and shouldering a silver spear stepped out from it. He looked up at the sky. The silver spear in his hand emitted the sound of a dragon's roar. Follow me. To kill the enemy. The silver dragon of the 9 heavens, Yi Chang'an, descended upon the ruins. End of chapter 80. Chapter 80, Wild and Overbearing Gu Yuma. Yi Chang'an 2. Chapter 80, Wild and Overbearing Gu Yuma. Yi Chang'an arrived. Gu Warlord. Stop it. You've gone mad. Why did you lay hands on Luo Ming for no reason? The Red Blaze War General, the Nightfall War General, and Ma Yid all jumped off the city wall in unison and charged towards Luo Ming. Boom! 3 rays of light exploded at the same time, and the Sky Red War Ape galloped up. The Nightmare Warrior will turn into a huge black spirit cat, which is surrounded by bandages and has one eye completely closed and tightly closed, while the other eye is completely rolled over in white, which is quite bizarre looking. S-Class Monster, Ghost Eye Spirit Cat, 2 eyes change. Open white eyes to improve agility attribute. Open black eyes to lose sanity KO enter berserk killing state. And Ma Yid unexpectedly turned into a steel python, his nearly 100-meter body encircling the wall, each section of his torso carrying a cannon. At first glance, it's a stand-up output presence. S-Class Monster, Steel Fierce Fire Python. Boom boom boom. Dozens of cannons shot out at the same time, breaking through the air and rushing towards the distant earth. Bullet coverage. Suppressive fire. The earth crumbled, dust and sand rolled from the sky, and artillery fire covered the area in all directions. and then the ghost-eyed spirit cat pounced out, bandages poking out of its body to wrap Luo Ming's body up. "Don't talk, come with me," the Nightfall warlord whispered. Regardless of whether Luo Ming had killed Gu Linxiao or not, at the very least they could never let Luo Ming die at the hands of Gu Yuma. This was the first place in the freshman examination of Yanxia University, and before it was settled, he was slaughtered, or one of his own people. What's this like? Yanxia University is not purely a joke anymore? Looking for death. Get the hell out of here. Boom! 2 pairs of light gray wings appeared behind the heavenly feathered Sunlong, and with a wave of its wings, the rolling wind swept away all the smoke and dust that had enveloped it. "Ma Yud, if you're capable of taking artillery coverage towards me," Gu Yuma said in a cold, disdainful voice, "no one can stop me from killing this kid today. Whoever comes, dies." Roar! Tian Yu Sanglong roared with his twin swords. "Where do you want to take him? With you, a war general?" He aimed at the ghost-eyed spirit cat and swooped down. "Gu Yuma, stop it. Luo Ming is number 1 in the test. You dare to use lynching indiscriminately. If there's really something wrong, the military department will try. Yanxia University will try. Not you." Boom! The red-colored figure leaped like a fireball, and the Red Flame War General roared angrily as he charged towards Gu Yuma. "Dead monkey, don't think that just because you're Tang Yinawang's personal bodyguard, I wouldn't dare to touch you. No one is good enough to come today. Get the hell out of here." Gu Yuma roared up to the sky. Boom! His double blades reversed, and his torso stomped in midair with a sonic boom. Spinning his sword out, 2 terrifying blade awnings slammed down, splitting the Red Flame War Admiral. Roar! "Gu Yuma, you've crossed the line, killing Yanxia Tianzhou. The military department won't spare you." The Red Lai War General roared, wanting to get up again and charge towards Gu Yuma. "He killed my son first. Who doesn't spare anyone? Where's the evidence? Show me the proof." "Empty promises. My words are proof. Why do I, Gu Yuma, need to explain my actions in my life to you and the others?" Giggle. He smashed out with one hand, and a blade broke through the air, shooting violently towards the Red Lai War General like a meteor. Swish! It nailed his shoulder, and then a metal net bounced off the hilt of the blade, locking the body of the Sky Red War Ape to the ground. The Sky Red War Ape let out an unwilling roar. "Gu Yuma, you can't kill him." Boom! Gu Yuma pressed on without paying attention to the Red Flame Warlord and turned around to charge towards the Nightfall Warlord. "Ma Yud, what the hell are you waiting for? Attack! Attack at Gu Yuma!" The ghost-eyed spirit cat escorted Luo Ming and roared loudly at the wall. "Ma Yud, you dare! I'm the Yanxia Battle King. Are you going to commit a crime from below?" Gu Yuma said in shocked anger. A flash of determination flashed in the eyes of the steel fierce fire python. "I'm sorry, but I, Ma Yud, was first the grade director of Yanxia University before I was a war general of the Yanxia military department. You can't touch my student." Boom boom boom. The cannon fire was like a canopy, pouring towards Gu Yuma covering. "Fine, fine, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. All of you are going to stop me for this little bastard. All of you are looking for death. Today, this Battle King will let you all see clearly why I am the Yanxia Battle King and you guys are just battle generals. Give me death." Tian Yutsang long pinned the blade behind his back. Roar! He broke the armor on his chest with both hands. A huge Sanglong head poked out like the muzzle of a cannon. Zigzag! The azure-colored light particles coalesced in the Sanglong's bloody mouth. Cthulhu Particle Cannon. The Nightfall Warlord's face turned a little white. This is really going to be a problem. If the power of the Cthulhu Particle Cannon attacks towards the wall, the consequences will be unimaginable. "Gu Yuma, are you crazy? You're actually going to take a shot at the wall?" The 2 battle generals were filled with horror. Has this Gu Yuma lost his mind? Boom! Gu Yuma's gaze was filled with killing intent, and in the next second, the azure-colored particle cannon shot out violently, towards the Nightfall Warlord. He chased after him. The Nightshade Warrior General immediately felt a tingle in his scalp. This guy had moved to kill. He wanted to kill himself and Luo Ming together. Crazy. Gu Yuma was mad. There was nothing he could do, and even the 3 battle generals could not stop Gu Yuma even if they made a move. Among the people present at the moment, no one could stop the frenzied Gu Yuma. And that Tang Tianzhu was still battling the 9 Golden Jade ranked master beasts at the moment, and he himself was in danger, so it was obvious that he was distracted. Big danger, big jeopardy. Everyone's face was ugly. This included Xia Qingcheng, Tang Momo and the others, and even Luo Ming himself. Desperate, monstrous desperate. Unbeknownst to Luo Ming, a dense murderous intent was reviving in the 10 murderous divine hall. In the darkness, there was a silver murderous aura that turned into substance, and a pair of white misty eyes slowly opened, just at the moment when that killing intent was about to break out of the divine hall. As if sensing something, It suddenly dimmed and faded like a tidal wave. In the next second, a silver light fell from the sky. Zigzag. The silver light smashed down and collided violently with the gushing particle cannon in the void. Boom boom boom. A burst of overflowing yuan energy stirred in all directions. Dust tumbled. The earth crumbled. And grass and trees were destroyed. The candidates were blown off their feet one by one. Damn. Finally came. Almost planted my little life here. Phew. It's better to go back to bed and get comfortable. I really don't want to move. The Night Warrior General sighed and transformed back into his human form. Immediately, a cold voice resounded through this place. I did not expect that the first enemy encountered out of the wall is actually their own people. Gu Yuma, you want to die. Straight ah. Boom. The two attacks exploded in midair. Immediately, a man in silver battle armor stepped out. 9 heavenly silver dragons. Swish. The silver dragon transformed into a white silver armor covering his body, with purple lightning patterns and red fire patterns inscribed on top of the armor. The 9 heavenly silver dragon and the heavenly feathered song dragon were both dragon genus monsters. However, the appearance of the 9 heavenly silver dragon was closer to Luo Ming's true dragon, while the heavenly feathered song dragon was more like a western lizard dragon. Moreover, the 9 heavenly silver dragon could control the 3 major attributes of thunder, fire and gold. Explosive power, unrivaled in the world. Boom! He lifted his spear and drew it through the air towards Gu Yuma. End of chapter 81. Chapter 81 Yi Chanan Guns for Gu Yuma. Third Fierce, Killing White Tiger Trial. Chapter 81 Yi Chanan Guns for Gu Yuma. Third Fierce, Killing White Tiger Trial. At the same time, 2 other figures walked out from the teleportation array of the station place. Yi Chanan, this kid runs really fast. Really young people have vigor. The old man is getting old. His body is a bit unable to keep up. 2 silhouettes. A middle-aged man with a stern face and a tall figure, and a hunchbacked old man. These were the 2 war kings of the military department. The Xia family head, the father of Xia Qingcheng, Xia Yuanyang. There was also an old battle king of the Yan Xia military department, Sun Bai Ling, who was now 100 years old. As early as 50 years ago, he was active in the Shanghai Shangguan, and now he has retreated to the second line and sits in the imperial capital. Elder son. Trouble. Xia Yuanyang arched his hand. It should be. It's everyone's responsibility to defend against the Star Moon Beast Tide. Sun Bai Ling bowed and nodded as he gently stroked his beard. Wow! In the next second, the 2 figures were rushing up into the sky together, rushing towards the ruins beyond. Beyond the wall, Yi Chang'an slammed down toward Gu Yuma with his silver spear in hand. King Tang Battle is fighting for his life alone. But you're good enough to kill each other and engage in infighting with your own people here? Gu Yuma, what do you mean? Tell me straight if you're tired of living, or I'll have to skewer you today. The speed of the 9 heavenly silver dragon's gun was really too fast, and there was also the power of thunder and fire intertwined and exploded at the same time between the swinging of the silver gun. The whole thing pressed Gu Yuma to fight. Golden Jade 6th Order. Yi Chang'an, your strength has unexpectedly risen so quickly. Surprise flashed in Gu Yuma's eyes. Bang! The next moment, the head was smashed hard by a silver gun. I should have said it more than once, but the next time, you won't want your Battle King badge. Now, I, Yi Chang'an, am true to my word. Boom! Gu Yuma, I'm challenging you, betting you on your battle throne. If you don't agree, you have to agree. The gun's blade pointed straight at Gu Yuma's brow. Don't be too bossy, Yi Chahan. I'm just so bossy. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, hold it in. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Golden gun. Swish. After he let go of his hand, he flexed his fingers and flicked them out. The silver spears were covered with a dazzling layer of golden light, and then uncountable golden spears hovered above Gu Yuma's head, smashing down continuously like rain. It was like a curtain of rain covering Gu Yuma. Damn it, Yi Chang'an, do you think you've got me beat? Gu Yuma's mouth spat out burning white gas, his eyes scarlet with rage, raising his sword to block the falling golden spear blade. Musket! Yi Chang'an didn't say anything as he struck out once again, red firelight covering the silver spear as he spun around and stabbed out through the air. Wow! The flames rolled in the sky, covering the sky towards Gu Yuma. A large flaming spear was even better, as if it was smashing down like a pillar of heaven. Put! The armor on Gu Yuma's body was smashed to the point where the stock crumbled apart. The flames were as ubiquitous as vipers, burrowing into his body through the cracks in his armor. Finally, the thunder gun. Yi Chang'an spoke softly, and the tip of his spear blossomed with lightning. Zigzag. Dawning thunder awns tore through the sky. Yi Chang'an gripped the silver spear tightly, and the thunder awns were like long whips as they lashed towards Gu Yuma. Snap! Bang! The armor on Gu Yuma's chest was smashed, and the Tsan Long's head had just poked out, and his mouth was about to open. It was wrapped around his mouth by a long braid made of thunder awn. Can't move. 3 shots have passed. Gu Yuma. It's over. Boom. A thunderbolt fell from above the sky, like the lance of Longinus that judged the earth, running through Gu Yuma. Boom. Tianyu Tsanglong's body was bubbling with white gas, and a burning odor spread through the air. In the next second, it was planted down from mid-air. Under Yi Chanan's 3 shots, Gu Yuma was defeated. Cough cough. Gu Yuma struggled to get up from the ground, but was met with a silver spear against his brow. Gu Yuma, are you convinced or not? Yi Chanan looked at him with a cold gaze. Yi Chagan, you protect him for a moment, can you still protect him for a lifetime? I Gu Umo. Bang! Yi Chanan stomped on his head. Are you convinced or not? Yi Chagan, this is the Qin family. Bang! Yi Chanan once again lashed out at his body, and the sound of bone cracking pierced out. To serve or not to serve? Gu Yuma grimaced in pain as he finally deflated. Gnashing his teeth, he was impotent and furious for half a day. Finally spit out a word. Suit. Only then did Yi Chang'an withdraw his hand. If you're still alive, go help Tang Tianji or I'll waste you. Yi Chang'an said indifferently. Gu Yuma climbed up with an ugly face and limped towards the front again. And then he violently rose up in the air and killed towards the battle circle. It seemed like he wanted to vent all his anger towards Yi Chanan on those Jin Yu grade monsters. Cha Han. There was a sound coming from Xia Yuanyang and Sun Bai Ling as the two of them rushed to it. 2 battle kings, please also go and pester the 9 golden jade grade monsters, and leave the king city devourer proper to me. Yi Chang'an arched his hand at the 2 men. Good. Xia Yuanyang nodded. Chang'an boy. Great this time if this king city devourer is killed by you, this promotion to war king's military credit is also considered to be gathered by you. Just as you defeated Gu Yuma, TSK, 30-year-old war king, really amazing nah. You deserve the title of Yanxia's first heavenly pride. Sun Bai Ling stroked his beard and said, elder son is flattering. I can't be the number 1 Tianzhou of Yanxia. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. There are people who are even more powerful than me. Saying this he locked his gaze with Luo Ming who was not far away. Kid, congratulations. First place in the examination. And assuming the position of military squad leader before even enrolling in school. You didn't let me down. Yi Chanan laughed lightly. Many thanks to Senior Yi for helping out. Luo Ming humbly arched his hand. Yi Chagan nodded. Elder son. I'm very optimistic about this kid. He'll definitely be able to surpass me in the future. Oh, it's not easy to get your appreciation. Sun Bai Ling revealed a surprised look. What's your name, kid? Lamini. Okay. Lo Ming right, I remember. This old war king nodded his head. Xia Yuanyang also glanced at Luo Ming. It also spoke in an urn. Be nice to my daughter, young man, and be safe. Lo Ming? What are you talking about? I tell you about the gatehouse. You tell me about the crotch shaft, right? Wow. The 3 powerhouses didn't waste any time as they rose up into the air and charged towards the gigantic king city devourer. Luo Ming, on the other hand, retreated back above the city walls. This was a fight he couldn't get involved in. But just then, ding! Congratulations to the host. The 3rd fierce of the 10 Fierce Divine Hall of Fame. White Tiger releases the first trial mission. Kill the robbers. Success in the trial grants you the White Tiger talent. Killing Battle Spirit. Metal Attribute Mastery. Mastery of the Thunder Attribute. Please ask the host to enter the temple within 10 minutes to receive the trial. It's too late. Lo Ming? You again? His face changed. Tilting. I'm going to use the restroom. Immediately, he jumped down from the city wall, then found a secluded spot. Xia Qingqing's face was filled with an odd expression. Luo Ming this look. And what? But at this moment, the 5 great war king level existences had already faced off with the king city devourer, and a fierce battle was about to break out. Not that anyone had too much energy to pay attention to Luo Ming. Enter the temple of the 10 murderous gods. Luo Ming's mind moved. Puff. It was planted in a corner. Updates are a little late. Will update by 8 o'clock. Went to the hospital today. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82 White Tiger Trial. Fending off the Beast Tide. Chapter 82 White Tiger Trial. Fending off the Beast Tide. In the middle of the 10 foul gods temple. Kid, you're awake. A loud voice rang out like a brass bell ringing in the ears. Lamini lifted his head. An overbearing, hideous, huge head was bobbing in front of him. When one looked at it, it was a tiger with a silver-white body with a black ring pattern. He had big, coppery eyes that shone with a turquoise color. The coat is pure without a trace of impurity. Very beautiful and satin-like. White tiger. Yes, it's me. I'm the white tiger. He raised his head slightly, opening his bloody mouth. He revealed sharp alabaster-like teeth in it. Junior, I won't talk nonsense with you. Next, Show your strength and let me see if you are qualified for my power. The white tiger spoke in a cold voice. The first trial. Kill Jack. Unfold. Kill Purgatory. Buzz. Instantly, a void of black space completely wrapped Luo Ming's body in. And then, in a darkness, the silver white tiger strides forward. An invisible murderous aura hung in the air around them. Boom! In the next second, that murderous aura fell on Luo Ming like a Tarzan. Whoa! Luo Ming's body trembled and almost fell straight to the ground. The killing aura was so suffocating that it almost caused his body to completely collapse to the ground. Surprisingly, the muscles all lost their strength, and every cell in the body seemed to be afraid. Come on, kid, use your power against me. Fight against my killing Purgatory, White Tiger said loudly. Well, then come on. Boom! Luo Ming panted heavily as he slowly got up, and then a golden aura revived from his body. Wow! The red cloak flipped as Luo Ming transformed into a true dragon. The dragon's might swept through the air, and a golden dragon's might and a silver-white killing aura clashed violently in the air. Using the dragon might of a true dragon to fight against my killing chi. You are quite clever. It's a pity that dragon might is bloodline suppression, and my white tiger bloodline is no weaker than a true dragon. Who can you suppress? Boom! The silver-white killing aura boiled through the air into half of a heavenly blade. A blade sliced through the vastness to the end of the dragon's might, and then it enveloped Luo Ming once again. Clunk! Luo Ming's body trembled, and this killing aura was actually eroding his heart. Disintegrate his courage, perseverance. What followed was an extreme fear. This is the first trial, the Killing Bureau. Once you are afraid, the trial fails. Junior, let me see if you are as good as Tao Tai and True Dragon say you are. An even more powerful killing aura covered Luo Ming's body. Luo Ming's breath was so disorganized that he almost fell to his knees at once. His pupils contracted and he gasped violently. The vision began to blur and darkness flashed before his eyes now and then. It's a sign that consciousness is about to collapse. If you want to control the killing battle chi, then you have to survive the fear and be so strong inside that you have no fear of the killing chi before you can control it. White Tiger's big copper bell eyes flashed in thought. If this teenager couldn't do it, no matter what, he wouldn't give him his power. Of the three evils, the White Tiger, the Tao Tai, and the True Dragon, Tao Ye's devouring, plundering favors the auxiliary. With a true dragon's body, dragon might favored suppression and recovery. Only he, the White Tiger, was complete with fighting, and all his powers were made for killing. Master me, and you have the most powerful killing force under the universal sky. A playful look flashed in the White Tiger's eyes. Oh, this kid saw that Luo Ming's consciousness was chaotic and was about to fall, but at this time, this kid even spontaneously emptied his consciousness to not resist. Blocking was better than dredging. Luo Ming intended to ignore the killing aura and allow it to completely wrap itself around him. Sure enough, in such a situation, he turned active into passive, and his killing aura flowed across the surface of his body like an ocean. Gradually he began to not care. Buzz! Just then, the killing aura faded away like a tidal wave. Kid, congratulations, you passed the first trial. White Tiger withdrew his killing aura and said expressionlessly, not caring is the best attitude towards killing. The more you care, the more you will be bound and suppressed. Only by being as oblivious as Luo Ming was could he not be affected by the killing aura. He stepped out the right way. Only, before Luo Ming could rest his breath, the White Tiger then spoke in a cold voice. Next, you will undergo my second trial. Endless killing. Ding! The third fierce White Tiger releases the second trial mission. Endless killing. After passing, the host can obtain the White Tiger skill. Inherit the White Tiger War Atlas. White Tiger War Atlas records all of the White Tiger's skills, including but not limited to melee, weapons, stances, and fields. Wow! The black space around them changed abruptly. The next second Luo Ming and the White Tiger appeared in the middle of a yellow sand-filled dusty battlefield. Next, your task is to kill all the opponents who appear in front of you. And when you kill them cleanly, when to stop, White Tiger said in a jarring voice. As his words fell, many black spots appeared in the distant sky. Only when those black dots approached did Luo Ming realize that those black dots were actually all people. Not only were there people, but there were beasts. All sorts of beasts in the mix. The mixing of man and beast was simply like a great tidal wave coming towards him. And now, he was going to kill all of this tidal wave-like number of enemies. Go, Junior! The White Tiger said in a cold voice. A fierce color flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. You can't become a Buddha without going crazy. Just do it and be done with it. Boom! He took one step and transformed into a true dragon to directly start killing indiscriminately. The White Tiger's body stood in the clouds, looking down at the charging teenager. 10 fierce divine halls. I hope you're really doing this for a purpose, and it's not in vain for us 10 guys who don't deal with each other to seal ourselves in it. The White Tiger wiggled his big head and rubbed his ears. thoughts in his eyes. Outside, there was no need to draw too much attention to Lo Ming's disappearance. Until that moment, the candidates all retreated back to the place where they were stationed. 5 Battle King level warriors stepped out, and only then did they realize with a jolt that this was the true Star Moon Beast Tide. In addition to the foremost monster King City Devourer driving the 9 Golden Jade ranked main beasts, the number of splintered auxiliary beasts was also very high. A headlong swath of ooze was charging the walls. Maya turned into a giant python and encircled the city walls, with cannon fire covering all sides. The Nightshade Warrior General was like a shadow weaving back and forth amongst the beasts to kill them. The Red Blaze War General was also killing frantically in the middle of the battlefield. On top of that, the hunter beasts stationed here, their tall bodies also hissed and fought with the many auxiliary beasts. In just a few moments, Xia Qingcheng and the others saw that there were many hunter beasts who died tragically as, being torn alive by a human monster, his body was torn apart, and his guts and blood were all over the place. Miserable. Some students' faces went white. This is the real Beast Tide, compared to which their previous is no different from playing house. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, all in the battle. Yi Chanan was in a predicament. White Tiger enters, taking over the battle. Chapter 83, all in the battle. Yi Chanan was in a predicament. White Tiger enters, take over the battle. This is the situation of the Blue Planet. The 100 Kingdoms, and the Federation have to face these horrible monsters. And this is just the country of Yanxia. Beyond these ruins, there is a truly terrifying battlefield of humans and monsters. That battlefield is called Shanhai Xiangwan. And these monsters are just accidentally exiled from that one battlefield in Shanhai Xiangwan. Zhao had already stood on the city wall and opened his mouth, the black sword at his waist that he slowly drew. Hey, what are you going to do? Chu Lim inquired in disbelief. Fighting? Since you are a soldier of the military branch, you should take responsibility, not watch from here. Wow. As the words fell, Zhao had already leapt down from the top of the city wall. Hey! A student jumped. Hiss! That guy is the genius of the Imperial Capital's Zhao family. Zhao has ran. The black thousand-legged black centipede was underneath the city wall, waving its sword light and started killing. Selectively deal with some silver, bronze-level monsters, and stay away from the battle ring of gold-level monsters. Zhao has already gone on. Us too. Xia Qingqing's gaze was fixed. Her own father was fighting on the front line, and as the daughter of the Battle King, she couldn't hide up there. Go! Xia Qingqing Tang Momo and the others also leapt down from the city wall. That daughter of the Xia family is also on the stage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll go for it. If they all go, I'll go too. A man dies a bird's death, fighting and sacrificing for Yanxia. My father is proud of me when he hears about it. Someone yelled, and surprisingly, one by one, the students also mustered up the courage to rush down the walls to fight the monsters. Good. This is my Yanxia's sons and daughters. Young men, follow me to the battlefield. Build up a career. The future world belongs to you. Yi Chang'an saw this scene and felt a great sense of relief in his heart. He bellowed, carrying his silver spear in his hand as a stream of light, towards the farthest away body of the King City Devourer. He rushed. Thunder gun. Boom! Above the tip of the gun, thunderons erupted as he raised his hand and threw the silver gun out with force. Wow! A terrifying thunder ripped through the sky, and the sound of rolling thunderclouds roaring through the ruins, charged towards that King City Devourer. I'll pierce you into a hedgehog with this shot. Yi Chang'an spoke in a cold voice. What a terrifying shot. This kid's strength. TSK. A gigantic turtle with a monstrous ferocious aura emanating from its body. The limbs were like mountains suppressing the 2 spore-headed master beasts. This was the SS-class monster Sphinx Demon Turtle, transformed by Sun Bai Ling. His current strength was at the 7th stage of the Golden Jade rank, the highest rank among the Battle Kings present. However, Yi Chagan, a Golden Jade ranked 6th stage, had already surpassed him in terms of battle power. Most importantly, Yi Chagan is only 30 years old. Gu Yuma's face was ugly as he tangled with a master beast. He was 20 years older than Yi Chagan, and his rank was 1 level lower than him. Battle power is n-notch worse. He was going crazy with jealousy. As for the other Xia Yuan Yang, he transformed into a sword whale, a SS-class dual-form monster, the Mad Shark Sword Whale. The Mad Shark transformed into his native giant shark and fought in the deep sea. Extremely ferocious. Sword whales, on the other hand, are amphibious and have excellent swordsmanship. However, just as the crowd was focusing on whether Yi Chanan's thunder spear could penetrate the King City Devourer, only the King City Devourer let out a weird laugh. Ji. The voice wandered through the ruins, appearing extremely seeping and eerie. The next moment, something shocking happened, only to see the body of the King City Devourer unexpectedly split in mid-air. It became 2. Immediately after that, it became 4 again. Moreover, the aura and strength of these 4 all remained unchanged. How is this possible? Sun Bailing's eyes widened. He had lived for 100 years and had never seen such a bizarre beast. The split monster's combat power didn't decrease at all? How is this possible? Even sport-type monsters can't be this outrageous. This is. At that moment, Sun Bailing suddenly widened his eyes. He realized that there was a tentacle hidden in the clouds behind the King City Devourer, rooted into the ground. And those auxiliary beasts and the strongest of the dead human side. After their deaths, the power within their bodies unexpectedly all sank into the ground. And then through that tentacle, it was absorbed by the King City Devourer. As more and more people died on both sides, and he's getting stronger, essentially draining the human side of the battle. That is to say, if this battle continues any longer, the humans will definitely lose. Shannon boy. Sun Bailing was just about to open his mouth when 2 golden jade grade master beasts flew towards him. The spores above his head scattered, as if they were cannonballs bursting and spraying towards him. Damn, it's over. Sun Bailing frowned. This kind of difficult monster, he had only seen it in Shanghai Xiongguan. Wow. The tentacles of the 4-headed King City Devourer danced recklessly in mid-air, jerking towards Yi Chagan. The spore cannonballs even sprayed poison, sprayed fire, and exploded as they fell towards Yi Chang'an. He alone was blocked in 4 directions by 4 behemoths. It seems extremely tough. Damn. Careless not to flash. Yi Chang'an frowned. Now that's not a good situation. Is it really necessary to use the power of thunder and fire? But I'm not too familiar with this move myself. What if I injure my own people by mistake? Yi Chang'an looked a little hesitant. And at this moment, inside the 10 Fierce Gods Hall, Luo Ming's consciousness seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss, with only his hands and body still waving mechanically. He didn't know how long he had been fighting here, as if many years had passed. It flowed past like a tidal wave, and then it was infinitely long, with enemies never killed and never seen at a glance. It was like he was in the middle of a deep black sea, walking alone. When would he be able to resist the other side? Only, in the eyes of the white tiger above that cloud. Although Luo Ming's consciousness was chaotic, however, the murderous intent that loomed behind him was getting stronger and more solid. This kid has successfully condensed a killing battle chi. It's time for this examination to end. The white tiger laughed aloud. Kid, my true spirit is about to dissipate. This last bit of power, help your world again. Wow. The white tiger took one step, and all of space changed drastically. The yellow sand was gone from the enemies around them. Luo Ming once again returned to the 10 Fierce Divine Hall. His brain went dead for a moment, until the white tiger spoke. Kid, congratulations on passing my 2 trials. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the double trial. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the white tiger talent. Killing battle chi. Mastery of the metal attribute. Thunder attribute mastery. The host can transform into a white tiger. Ding. The host obtains the white tiger war atlas. You can obtain all of white tiger's lifelong skills. Kid, I'm not going to be like those 2 cuties. Like that. I'll arrange some 3rd trial for you. There's no 3rd trial with me. White tiger said loudly. If there really has to be one, I want you to live and kill your way out. Always believe that when your body reaches its limit, the will take you to kill. Finally, my true spirit is given to you as well. Let me fight once for your world. The white tiger's flooding voice was ringing in the ears. In the end, Luo Ming just saw a majestic white tiger pouncing towards him as if it were a road overlord. A white light didn't enter his brow. I for killing white tigers will live and die on the battlefield. Next, this battle, I'll take over. The hospital is not a person to go. A go a day. Novel author this job. Sedentary not exercise really trouble. Maybe one day you will not see me. In order not to GA. Next week began to work out. End of chapter 84. Chapter 84, this time I'll save you. The slaying white tiger god intimidated the entire field. Chapter 84, I'll save you this time. The slaying white tiger god intimidated the entire scene. Cha Gan, retreat back. Stop charging. Sun Bailing's face changed drastically. The 9-headed master beasts killed towards the 5 of them as if they had gone berserk. Regardless and without defense, they followed their attack hard. It seems to be buying time for something. GG. The King City Devourer let out a hideous laugh. He is wise. A SSS class monster? This is a great tonic. Human, you don't deserve to master the power of such a powerful monster. Let me eat you. Wow. The 4-headed King City Devourer stretched out uncountable tentacles, and then the tentacles entangled with each other. The main body occupies all 4 sides, and its tentacles entwined, forming a giant ring of creatures in mid-air, and Yi Chang'an was trapped in the middle of this bio-ring. He was holding a silver spear and his face was extremely grave. It's for me well. Unfortunately, Yi Chagan, have never lost. Roar! The silver dragon in the night sky let out a roar. Thunderbolt. Boom! Silver-colored thunderons tangled around the lance before it was once again covered with a layer of red-colored flames. Steady! This is the first time when fusing the power of thunder and fire. Steady! Yi Chanan took a deep breath as he carried his silver spear. The tip of the spear had thunder and fire entangled with each other, as if it would completely explode in the next second. But at this point, it was indeed maintained in an equilibrium by him. This aura feels like even a Jinyu 10th ranked monster can be injured by him. Sun Bai Ling was shocked. This Yi Chang'an's qualifications and strength were truly exceptional. With this kind of existence, talent was the icing on the cake for him. Even if the only thing that was awakened was a SS rank monster, he was still able to make it this far. It's just a matter of time. Come! This shot will kill you. Yi Chanan's eyes blazed. And at this moment, the figure of the silver dragon in the nine heavens stood before all beings, holding a gun like a god of war. Boom! He spun his silver spear with one hand before violently stabbing towards the King City Devourer. Boom! The fluctuation of the power of thunder and fire blowing up was simply like a nuclear bomb destroying the world. A big explosion in heaven and earth. A gust of wind swept through the void, and even the clouds in the sky were blown through a large area for a long time. What a terrifying fluctuation! Even the students at the bottom of the city wall couldn't open their eyes from the gusts of wind that were kicked up. Winning? Sun Bai Ling's few eyes widened, and as the dust cleared, the figure of the silver dragon in the nine heavens slowly emerged. What? The crowd was in a state of shock. Only Yi Chanan was seen carrying his gun single-handedly and clenching it tightly in death. His body's limbs, chest, and abdomen were pierced by a dozen tentacles. The fluctuation of thunder and fire power exploding did hit the King City Devourer hard, but their recovery ability was too strong, and in just a few dozen seconds, the broken half of their bodies had already begun to slowly repair. The tentacles poking out from the four castles shaped like mushrooms pinned Yi Chang'an to the void as if he was being executed. This fluctuating breath. Golden Jade 10th Order. Surprisingly, it's the Golden Jade 10th rank. Even the bodies of the four great war kings began to tremble. If anything, the numbered monster is the monster originator. Then, a black jade level monster is a great beast king. And this Golden Jade 10th ranked King City Devourer was already a half-step Great Beast King. Yi Chanan he was only at the 6th stage of the Golden Jade rank, yet he had to single-handedly challenge a half-step Great Beast King. Moreover, this half-step Great Beast King had a strong recovery ability, strange methods, and was able to crazily split his body. Buffs stacked. Jia. Human powerhouses. Watch as your guardian gods are split into pieces of delicious flesh and blood by me. The big little voice of the King City Devourer rang out. Terror! The whole crew is horrified. Even Yi Chagan, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, was defeated in battle. The five great war kings are even more difficult to defeat. Could it be that the wall is really going to be attacked by this monstrous beast today? All students, back into the wall. Ma Yud yelled. Boom! And then the three battle generals rushed up at the same time, charging towards the several battle kings. What are you guys doing over here? Xia Yuanyang spoke in a cold voice. This is not a battlefield for you three to interfere with. Get back! He flung the blue fish sword in his hand, and a sword chi forced the three back. Battle King Xia. We are also Yan Xia's war generals, and it is an honor for us to die in battle for Yan Xia. That's right, if the wall is broken through, we, the Yan Xia Military Department warlords, will be the last flesh and blood wall of this country. The three great warlords spoke resoundingly. You are really too stupid. Sun Bai Ling sighed. The Chang'an kid is no match for him, let alone a few of us. As things stand, I can only let my old bones hold them off for as long as I can. Sun Bai Ling spoke. Anyway, being old and having lived enough, it's not a loss to finally pave a path for these young people. The human-faced devil laughed loudly, his huge body walking towards the body of the King City Devourer. Sun Lao, don't persuade, even if you die. You have to start from the worthless to die. You can still fight for Yanxia for several more decades. I have a pair of old body in exchange for the future of Yanxia's prime pillar, when it is not a loss. He laughed loudly, and then he roared towards that King City Devourer. Come, the old man will fight you. The hero is late. The old steed is old, but he still aspires to the hot summer. Jia. Here to die again. The King City Devourer laughed. Boom! A tentacle was like a giant python rushing towards Sun Bai Ling. And just then, a light footstep came from the void. Immediately after, swish! The crowd just saw a white gale violently breaking through the air and rushing out. No! It was a flash of blade chi, fast to the extreme blade chi. In the next second, the tentacle that shot violently towards Sun Bai Ling was sliced into rambling pieces. Although we are not good, We are not at a point where we have to make Senior sacrifice himself. A calm voice rang out. Only a figure was seen walking slowly from the back. Snow White body covered in black ring stripes and steel helmet with white armor. The silver cloak was scattered, and there was a glittering golden king character on his brow. He raised his hand slightly, his turquoise eyes wide. Next, I'll take over the battlefield. Boom! In the next second, a vast aura erupted from him. Killing battle spirit. God pressure. Wow! The terrifying invisible killing aura transformed into a gale that whipped the entire arena. This killing intent. Xia Yuanyang and the others stared wide-eyed. It's too dense, too scary. How many monsters has this guy killed? This strong murderous aura. 10,000 people? No. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for 1,000,000 people to take shape. So there are people who believe you when you say that he is the embodiment of killing energy. White Tiger. Blade. Giggle. He held the knife in one hand across his body, while then his other wrist slowly rubbed across the blade. Shatter. Swish. A blade broke through the air and those tentacles locking Yi Chang'an were instantly torn apart by a wave of blade energy. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Xia Yuanyang asked suspiciously. No need to know who I am. Just a passing Good Samaritan. Immediately, the White Tiger was charging towards that King City Devourer with his sword. Roar! Sensing that murderous aura, the King City Devourer was afraid and ordered the 9 master beasts to come and stop him. Get out! Killing Purgatory! Boom! He lifted his single sword upside down and stabbed it down in the void. Buzz! A white invisible field spread in all directions with him at the center. It turned into a semicircle, wrapping the 9-headed master beast within. 3, 2, 1. White Tiger coldly counted down to 3. The next second. Giggle! A burst of white invisible blade light broke through the air and flashed. The bodies of the 9 exalted lord beasts were instantly torn apart. And furthermore, the recovery speed was completely unable to keep up with the vertical and horizontal nature of the blade chi. 3 seconds later, the 9 main beasts would instantly dissipate into midair. Everyone was wide-eyed and stiff in place. This ing. Fierce is not like that. End of chapter. Chapter 85. 85 The name of the killing star. Humiliating Gu Yuma. Chapter 85 The name of the killing star. Humiliating Gu Yuma. What kind of knife technique is this? Gu Yuma, who was good at sword techniques, compared to him, was simply playing with a big sword in front of the Guangong, the gap between a small child and a swordmaster. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but fall on Gu Yuma for a dark comparison. His face was also green and white for a while. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Yuma didn't speak. In fact, he couldn't wait for Yi Chang'an to be eaten by this monster just like that, so he would have one less big enemy. But he didn't expect Yi Chang'an to have this kind of luck. Someone came to save him. This made Gu Yuma feel very upset. At this moment, after that White Tiger killed the 9-headed master beast, it was walking step by step towards the body of the King City Devourer. I heard you can swallow, so see if this can swallow. Boom! An extreme killing aura erupted from the White Tiger's body, like a pervasive killing gale sweeping towards the King City Devourer. GG. There's nothing I can't swallow. The King City Devourer's face showed disdain as the 4 figures opened their bloody mouths together, devouring the killing aura in a flash. GG. You're not full. Have some more. He let out a strange cry, but the White Tiger smiled coldly. Did your mom ever teach you that not everything is edible? The next second. Boom! A stirring murderous aura began to surge from within that Dynasty Devourer's body. His body gradually twisted as well. What is this? Snort! In a flash, a terrifying wave pierced the body from the inside out. His body was like an inflated balloon. Next, it exploded. The 3 avatars immediately returned to their original bodies. It hurts. I'm going to kill you. Roar! The King City Devourer roared. The huge figure fell back thousands of meters. It's over. White Tiger War Atlas. Killing Star 9 Blades. Swish! 9 White Tiger shadows rushed out from his body. Each white figure held a battle sword, and then they swung their battle swords at the same time, breaking through the air. 9 consecutive chopping. Boom boom boom. Any slash had the divine power to open mountains and crack rocks. Each of the White Tigers swung their swords at him. 9 after 9. The blade light was like a wave erupting in the void, covering the entire sky. The eye-catching blade flashed for a full minute. Everyone's eyes were stabbed open. What kind of earth-shattering sword technique is this? Gu Yuma's teeth were about to be clenched. Compared to this sword technique, what kind of was he? Swish! As the silhouettes of the 9 White Tigers merged into one, that Wang Cheng Devourer's body completely exploded in the void. The White Tiger sheathed his sword and slowly walked towards them. Look out! At this time, Sun Bai Ling voiced a reminder. This King City Devourer's recovery ability was extremely strong, and even after reaching this point, he still hadn't died through. Pieces of flesh and blood coupled together in the air and glued together at a rapid pace. Recovery is imminent. Sorry, I never look back at. Explosions. The white tiger spoke faintly. As the words fell, an invisible aura enveloped the King City Devourer who had managed to recover a small amount. Immediately afterward, the Dao Blade awnings revived. This time, it completely churned him into nothingness. Buzz! A golden beast core and a crystal clear beast jade popped out. The white tiger raised his hand to catch it, and then he put it away. And with the death of the King City Devourer, the other remaining auxiliary beasts also began to shrivel up one by one, like dried up dodos, completely dead. To deal with this kind of monster, you have to cut him down as fast as you can, so fast that he can't be revived. Unfortunately, the guy you have here with the knife is too weak, White Tiger said faintly. These words infuriated Gu Yuma, who almost jumped up. It's not like he's being scolded. Besides, why should there be only swords, when swords won't do? Xia Yuan Yang is not a sword. Well, why point to him? Gu Yuma, a person to scold? Ah. The white tiger flicked his silver robe. Gone. He took one step toward the distance. Thank you for your help. Dare I ask your name? Yi Chanan suddenly said loudly to the white tiger. White tiger. Killing Star. The former is the name of the monster. The latter is the code name. Kill Star. Thanks a lot, Your Excellency. Yi Chanan politely arched his hand, but the white tiger's figure had already disappeared. A passerby, suddenly barging out, just snatched away the beast core and beast jade, and after half a day's work, I got nothing. Only after the white tiger had walked away did he then speak indignantly. Several people gave him a look full of contempt. Why didn't you say that when they were here? Now that you're gone, you start bad-mouthing me? If you ask me, this is the spoils of war of the Daxia military department, so you should ask him for it back. Gu Yuma said again. Come on, we're all going to die here without people. Yi Chanan said in a cold voice. Humph, it's you Yi Chanan who will die. Gu Yuma was sneering back, but at that moment, a familiar killing aura enveloped him. Gu Yuma man was completely numb. This killing aura, that white tiger is still not gone? Why are you back? Wow! A hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Immediately, a cold voice was heard. I'm sorry, I'm a little sensitive. I can hear it whenever someone talks bad about me behind my back. Gu Yuma turned his head in some fear, but he was greeted by a sandbag-sized fist. A fist smashed into Gu Yuma's head, and several pieces of dragon scales were sent flying. This was followed by a Bigfoot falling from the sky and stepping on his canopy. Bang! Gu Yuma instantly transformed into a cannonball and shot violently towards the ground. A large, human-sized mound was smashed out. Next time, I'll kill you, the white tiger coldly threatened. Once again, it disappeared into the sky. Gu Yuma was the only one who collapsed in the mound, his eyes full of fear. What's wrong? Are you going to say anything bad about anyone else from now on? Yi Chanan flirted. He couldn't say a word with his ugly face. The white tiger departed and reshaped himself among the mountains. Seniors! Seniors! Luo Ming uttered a cry. Stop screaming. Sleepy. A weak voice rang out. This true spirit of mine is completely used up. The little soul left is also going to dissipate. In the future, you boys will have to fend for yourself. The white tiger opened his mouth, his voice as if windy as if it would disappear in the next second. Elder, I have a way. Elder, Luo Ming pulled out the beast core of the King City Devourer. Elder, you absorbed this. You boy. The white tiger bobbed his head. I'm thinking of retiring, and you have to keep me working for you. So be it, for the last time. After absorbing this beast core, I should still be able to save your life again at the most critical time. White Tiger said, keep that beast jade for yourself. The King City Devourer's power is strong, especially his splitting ability. You'll use it. Also, a word of advice. What shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Double SSS class monsters are already amazing. Before growing up completely, don't expose the power of the white tiger. After saying these words, the white tiger swallowed this beast jade and began to recover in the divine hall. And Luo Ming returned to the city walls silently. Luo Ming, where did you run off to just now? All the candidates were fending off the monsters, and you were the only one who fled from the battle. Deserter. Just as he went back, that Gu Yuma's gaze swept in coldly. I now suspect that you killed my son Gu Linxiao. And, Luo Ming, on the battlefield, desertion in the face of battle is considered desertion. I'm going to arrest you now and take you to the War Department for severe interrogation. Gu Yuma's face was filled with coldness. He had an intuition that Luo Ming had killed his son. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86. Gu Yuma, everyone is targeting me. The examination was over. Luo Ming is first. Chapter 86. Gu Yuma, everyone is targeting me. The examination ended. Luo Ming, first. No, Gu Yuma, your skin is itching again, isn't it? Luo Ming killed your son. Do you have proof? Yi Chang'an was instantly unhappy. Why are you pussyfooting around without proof? It's precisely because there's no evidence that I'm going to arrest him and take him to the military headquarters for a severe trial. If there was evidence I'd have slaughtered him by now. Gu Yuma said coldly. Asterisk 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 right you. Your brain is not good to donate away, okay? Was you brought to the military department? And then tortured to admit? You think I don't know that operation of your Qin family? Take me, Yi Chang'an, for a silly fool like you? Yi Chang'an didn't give him the slightest bit of face. On the spot was a crack. Yi Chang'an, you're defending him too much. I'm all about maintenance. What? No offense? Gu Yuma covered his chest. He didn't want to talk to Yi Chang'an anymore. He felt like he was going to be pissed at himself for following the rogue gangster around for a couple more sentences. Well, Chang'an, don't get excited. Wait until the wound breaks open. Sun Bai Ling said as he pressed his shoulder. Yi Chang'an had injuries on his body, injured by that King City devourer. But even so he still had a violent personality. If you don't like what you see, do it, dislike it if you want to, no matter what your status is. The reason I'm arresting Luo Ming to go to the military department is because I have proof. At this time, Gu Yuma took a deep breath and said, you've got a cockamamie proof that you do. Yi Chang'an sneered back. Humph, Yi Chang'an, let me tell you, this Lu Chang is a member of my Qin family, and also my son Gu Lingxiao's escort, but now he's even mixing privately with Luo Ming. Doesn't that tell you something? Gu Yuma pointed at Lu Chang, a fierce light in her eyes. Traitor, say, was it you who betrayed my son, together with Luo Ming? You murdered him, even though the opposite side was a warlord of the military department. Lu Chang was panicking in his heart, but he still shook his head. He really doesn't know anything. Young Master Gu did have a conflict with Luo Ming, and the few of us who fought him head-on were all outmatched. All of us were easily defeated. Lu Chang spoke honestly. You fart. Gu Yuma burst into a rage. My son is invincible. How could he lose to Luo Ming? What a joke. I'm not joking. There were a lot of people present at the time of this incident, and in a valley, there were about 50 candidates who were surrounded by monsters, and a lot of people died. It was Luo Ming who stepped in and fought the monster, and then young Master Gu arrived with a few of us to attack and kill Luo Ming, but we were easily suppressed by him. A deep sense of powerlessness flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. Luo Ming's power was still fresh in his mind, the kind of terrifying strength that was so powerful that he couldn't raise the slightest desire to resist. Yeah, I saw that too. My name is Guoxiong. One young man stepped out of the crowd and shouted. At that time, my friend was eaten by a monster, and the rest of us could barely hold on, and it was Luo Ming who stepped in to save us at the most urgent moment. Later on, the Gu clan's son appeared and fought Luo Ming as we all saw. He was indeed no match and was easily suppressed, including the other 9 people he brought with him. After this battle, Lu Chang submitted, and the Gu family's young lord fled in distress. Gui Xiong explained. Well, I can't believe you guys pre-bought people to harmonize. War King Gu, we can also testify to this matter. At that moment, a voice came out. 2 figures, a man and a woman, approached. The moment they saw the two, even Gu Yuma's pupils shrank. Zhao has been and Chu Lime, the geniuses of the Zhao and Chu families. What they say still carries some weight. Things are indeed as they say. Your son, less skillful than others, has long since been defeated. Zhao had said calmly. Ha. What else do you have to say about this kid? Your son couldn't beat Luo Ming by himself, was beaten into a dead dog, ran away with serious injuries, and was halfway killed by a monster. Do I need to ask such a simple question? Yi Chang'an sneered. Then my son's death has nothing to do with him. You it? Then according to how you now so say, I give you a slap. You go back to want not to be able to hang dead as I killed you? You want to find me to compensate for life? And people have said, Luo Ming properly in the killing of monsters. Is your son halfway jumped out on people? The results of the fight cannot. A few moves were dry waste. You now have reason to gibberish call? Yi Chang'an said Gu Yuma speechless with a flurry of dislike. You give any more pussyfooting around and I'll shove this gun in your mouth. He grunted coldly as he carried the silver dragon spear in his hand. Then he's on the verge of running away from the battle, and all the other students are hunting monsters. Gu Yuma wanted to nitpick again, but Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth and pointed to a pile of monster corpses like a small mountain below the wall. They were all killed by Luo Ming. He thought there were too few monsters over here and went to the depths for a couple turns. Luo Ming also smiled. He knew that Gu Yuma would take this to give him a hard time. It's written all over the novel. So when you come back, borrow the power of the white tiger and move back in a heap in seconds. Gu Yuma was blocked and was directly speechless. Well, let's end this matter here. At that moment, Sun Bai Ling spoke. Yanxia University's examinations have been cruel since ancient times. We want to cultivate Yanxia's top geniuses. It's no one's fault if they die with inferior skills, so don't keep looking for trouble from other people's juniors here. As the Yanxia Battle King, you don't have this kind of temperament? He spoke with an expressionless face. Those who are familiar with him know that this senior's temper can be described as very docile, but for him to say these words today, it was clear that what Gu Yuma had done had indeed made this old war king angry. That white tiger killing star didn't hit the wrong person. Gu Yuma, as the Yanxia Battle King, you're so intentional that you left old Tang alone to face the 9 great master beasts on his own, almost pitting him to death, while you're here infighting and traumatizing the 3 great battle generals. This account, I, Xia Yuan Yang, also want to settle it with you. Xia Yuan Yang also spoke. The 3 battle kings went toe-to-toe. Tang Tianji stood aside with a face that didn't look too good either. He wasn't lightly injured in this battle. He was surrounded by the 9 main beasts for 10 minutes. Almost his life was accounted for. Naturally, he was not in a good mood for Gu Yuma. This big pit bull. Let's talk about it back at the war office. And then we'll impeach what we want to impeach. And settle the score what we want to settle. And now it's time for the kids to stop wasting time. Sun Bai Ling said. Director Ma, announced the results of this examination. Ma Yoder nodded. Ahem. He picked up the register. This time, our Yanxia University is admitting 80 candidates, and the top 3 will have special scholarships set up by Yanxia University, as well as corresponding resource rewards. First place, rewarded with 1 million Yanxia coins, a set of Essence Blood Beast cores of a Diamond Grade First Order monster, a Gold Grade Monster Beast Jade of your choice, 50 Yuan stones, 10 recovery potions, in addition to a Monster Capsule monster of your choice. Second place, 800,000 Yanxia coins, a set of Gold Grade 10th Rank Monster Beast Essence Blood Beast Core, a Gold Grade Beast Jade of your choice, 30 Yuan stones, and 10 recovery potions. Third place, suffice it to say, the rewards are extremely rich, especially a monster of your choice in first place. That's like having an extra helper. Okay, now, announce the rankings. First place, Luo Ming. Second, Xia Qingcheng. Third, Zhao Hasbin. Fourth, Chu Lime. Fifth, Don Moxie. Sixth, the 2 of them, Zhao already, who had originally fallen behind, managed to brush their military achievements back up after the Battle of Guarding the Wall. Alright, above, are all the trainees who passed this examination. 3 days later, the results will be announced to the entire Yanxia, and at the same time, acceptance letters will be sent out to your states. 10 days later, official enrollment. Rewards will be handed out on the day of enrollment. End of chapter 87. Chapter 87 Jean Pingtao's confidence. Unfortunately, the 2 people you mentioned karma. Chapter 87 Jean Pingtao's confidence. Unfortunately, the 2 people you mentioned. Karma up. Star Ocean State. The college entrance exams are over. Students from major colleges and universities have also been attributed. Only the candidates who went to refer to Yanxia University have no new news to wear back for the time being. Alas, I don't know how the results of this examination will be. Governor Ning Yuan, and Chief of the Military Department, M.O. Rudian, including the presidents of the 5 colleges were gathered at the military headquarters, waiting for the notification of the results from YSU. This time around, a few of our school S students got into good schools. 2. Jean Pingtao took a sip of tea. Star Ocean Monster Academy has a total of 4 S-class geniuses. GA1. Su Wanqing could have gone to Magic City Monster University, but is hard to run to participate in the examination of Yanxia University. The other 2 kind of got into the more top-tier monster universities. Gu Xiao said that he would take care of Luo Ming in the middle of the examination this time, and as long as he can take the first place in Yanxia University, the second will be Wan Qing's. Jean Pingtao stroked his chin. If this came to pass, his Star Ocean Monster Academy Cup wouldn't be a big cow. Yanxia University examination second from their college. Hiss. It's big hairy to think about. Jean Pingtao's gaze fell on Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian. These 2 looked quite worried. Thought they were worried about Luo Ming's results. Oh, don't worry about it. By this time, Luo Ming might have already been slaughtered by Gu Xiao, and his corpse turned into the monster's excrement. Thinking about this, Jean Pingtao felt a wave of relief inside. That brat had been punching him in the face before. It really upset him, and for some time afterward made him fearful of getting into trouble with him all day long. Now it's good. The depression is out, and I'm comfortable. There's no need for Quintessence Mo and Governor Ning to worry so much. That Luo Ming is a genius of our Star Ocean Prefecture. Maybe he's already taken first place in the examination by now. Ha 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 ha. Jean Pingtao laughed to himself. Immediately, he turned his words around. It's just, alas, I've heard that he's offended the Gu Battle King. And this Gu Battle King's son, Gu Linxiao, is going to personally strike to defeat Luo Ming in the middle of the examination this time. Do you think that if Luo Ming is defeated by Mr. Gu and snatches all the military merits, the test is considered a failure? He chuckled wistfully. Jean Pingtao, can you shut up? I don't want to talk crap with you, Mo Rudian said coldly. Gu, quintessence Mo. I'm just worried. After all, this Luo Ming used to come from my Star Ocean Monster Academy, so isn't it normal for me to worry about an old student? And I heard that the Star Moon Beast Tide is wide open this time. There are many powerful monsters. As my Star Ocean State's first genius, the Star of Tomorrow, if you accidentally fall in the ruins, what can we do? It's a loss for all of us, Jean Pingtao said with an expression of regret and pain. Mo Rushan's pair of tiger eyes just stared at him, and in the next second was about to shoot up, but then he heard a voice coming from outside. Whether I fall or not really doesn't need Dean Jean to worry about, only to see the gate suddenly open. Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng both walked in with large strides. Luo Ming, Miss Xia, you're back. Seeing the duo return, Ning Yuan and Mo Rudian were both beaming with joy, but Jean Pingtao's face sank. How? Mr. Gu had said that he would kill Luo Ming in the middle of the ruins. Didn't you get it? Damn Luo Ming. What a stroke of luck. With Jean Pingtao's eyesight and insight, he would never die thinking that it was Luo Ming who had counter-killed Gu Linxiao. Because, in his opinion, Luo Ming is just a lucky kid who got lucky and awakened a powerful monster. How could he compare to Gu Linxiao, who grew up with a prominent family, abundant resources, and a strong background? Moreover, Su Wanqing had given him a phone call before the examination, said this one was absolutely foolproof. Jean Pingtao's gaze clouded over. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Luo Ming students ha ha ha. Congratulations, congratulations. Look at you guys. Is it through the examination of Yanxia University? Jean Pingtao asked as he piled up his smile. Yeah, squeaked through. Luo Ming nodded. Xia Qingcheng glanced at him with an odd face. You're going ing crazy, and you call this a fluke? Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, you'll have to be classmates with Wanqing from now on. I wonder how Luo Ming did you do on this exam? How many places did you come in? Jean Pingtao asked. You see, this child Wanqing, she didn't give me a call even after passing the examination, making me worry all the time. I heard that she is now with Gu Linxiao, the son of Gu Battle King. You didn't have any conflicts in the examination, right? They didn't bully you, right? Jean Pingtao said, a playful and flirtatious look flashing in his eyes. Luo Ming saw him jumping so happily, so he also climbed up the pole without spoiling his fun. Rather a bit of a contradiction. With these words, Jean Pingtao was instantly certain that Luo Ming must have been beaten up by Gu Yuma. He grew more and more complacent. Then you didn't get hurt by them. I know a little bit about the strength of Gu Zhan Wangdongzi. It must be very powerful. You're the hope of my Star Ocean State. If you get hurt by him and leave some after effects or something. Jean Pingtao's meaning in saying this was self-evident. But Mo Rudian was not happy. Jean Pingtao, what do you mean by that? Cursing Luo Ming is it? Let me tell you. Luo Ming is the pride of my Star Ocean State no matter how many places he gets. Mo Rudian coldly said. Oh, I don't mean that. I was thinking that Wanqing and Luo Ming didn't have a little bit of conflict before. And now that Wanqing is with King Gu War's son, Luo Ming should still take the initiative to apologize to Wanqing. Or else what if King Gu War's son targets Luo Ming? I'm doing this for his sake. Jean Pingtao said falsely. You're right, Dean Kim. I can't be afraid of being targeted. But, maybe he can't target me in the future. It's a bit of a shame. Luo Ming spread his hands and said, what does SH mean? Jean Pingtao was head over heels in confusion. It was also at this time that the official number of Yanxia University also announced the rankings of the results of this phase of the examination. A total of 80 candidates were admitted. And in the first place, the name, circled by the golden special effects, is clearly Luo Ming. The crowd in the room was stunned. Luo Ming. First, awesome. Even Mo Rudian couldn't help but report foul language. With so many geniuses going to participate in the examination, Luo Ming had actually gotten the first rank amongst these geniuses, suppressing all the geniuses. This is just, amazing. How is this possible? How can Luo Ming be number one? Where is Mr. Gu Linxiao? Where's Wanqing? Where are their names? Jean Pingtao's entire body flung itself onto the cell phone and was filled with frantic searching up and down. He read it carefully 3 times. I just couldn't find Gu Linxiao and Su Wanqing's names. Oh, you said the 2 of them. Unfortunately, the examination was cagged by the monsters of the ruins. Luo Ming spread his palms and revealed an expression of regret. End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, looking back again. And who under the sky doesn't know you? Chapter 88 Looking back again. And who under this day does not know you? Karma? How is this possible? This is the youngest member of the Qin family. Jin Pingtao's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he only felt that Luo Ming's words were as if thunder had been bombarding and stirring in his mind. The youngest member of the Qin family, the son of King Gu War, a distinguished family, and, before Su Wanqing talked to him on the phone even more, what 9 genius guards, what flesh body yuan energy double limit breaking potion, what topmost battle soldier, what with the special training from the Gu War King himself, plus his own healing ability, it's impossible to lose with your head. How is this a failure? Jin Pingtao was all confused. First the students admitted to Yanxia University are the pinnacle of top-notch geniuses in the whole of Yanxia, and Luo Ming is this time the examination. This status is not the first of the college entrance examination. Hiss. Mo Rudian sucked in a breath of cool air. They really have a dragon in Shanghai Prefecture? The number 1 college entrance exam in the whole of Yanxia came from their Star Ocean state. That Gu Yuma, who was famous 30 years ago, was not even a chicken feather compared to him. And that's not all. Ning Yuan said with a big smile. It's recorded here that Luo Ming was granted the position of junior captain of the military department in advance due to his outstanding performance and outstanding battle achievements. This is a person of real power. The position of the military department's squad leader had to be a gold-level powerhouse to hold it, which meant that any of the military department's squad leaders pulled out right now wouldn't be much worse than the Star Ocean state's leader, Mo Rudian. In terms of strength, Mo Rudian, if it is not because of the position of the leader of the Star Ocean state, can be upwardly adjusted to the standard brigade captain. Otherwise, with his strength to go to the military department is also a small captain. What's the concept? Luo Ming was now on the same level as him. It's amazing. Mo Rudian had even seen, in the years to come, this teenager who had walked out from the Star Ocean state, ascending to the top step by step. He was crowned king and worshipped as a general, become a holy chief, the top big man in the military, overlooking the hot summer. What an honor that would be. And as Mo Rudian, who had helped Luo Ming in the early days, with the other party's nature, he certainly wouldn't treat him poorly either. Alright, I'll post the good news on the official number of Star Ocean State. Ha 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 ha. Luo Ming. From today, you're Captain Luo. Ning Yuan laughed out loud. Such an honor. They could not wait to publicize it back and forth to the whole world 100 times. And on the side, Jin Pingtao's teeth were clenched. Damn it. Originally, Luo Ming was a student at their school. This young military squad leader, the first heavenly pride of Yanxia University's examination, was originally a student of their school but he was expelled by his own hand. Jin Pingtao, that belonged to the glory of the Star Ocean Monster Academy. The attention of millions of people, the splendor was all stifled in the cradle by him, the academy president himself. Put. Thinking of this, Jin Pingtao's eyes were red and rose with blood. He violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes went black, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He was actually so angry that he fainted. The deans of the other 4 major academies also looked at each other. Although it was said that Luo Ming didn't come from their school, at the very least they hadn't offended Luo Ming. It's already a lot better than Jin Pingtao. After all, after this, which other parent in this Star Ocean state would dare to send their children to the Star Ocean Monster Academy? Upon inquiring, oh, this is the school that has eyes but no eyes, sweeping away the genius ranked in the entire Yanxia, the true dragon of the Star Ocean state. The dog looks at it and shakes his head. Luo Ming hadn't even done anything to make this Star Ocean State's #1 academy fall off the pedestal. The honor that Gu Yuma had accumulated over 30 years was trampled down by Luo Ming today. And with this news, Ning Yuan used the official number to make an announcement. Also posted it again on my own private account. Even Mo Rudian, the leader of the Star Ocean State's military department, sent it out at the same time using both the military department's official number and his private account. In a flash, it swept through the entire Star Ocean state. Lorax is awesome. #1 in the Yanxia University examination? I remember that's to compete with those top geniuses in the imperial capital. Those geniuses' resources, equipment, are not even on the same level as us commoners at all. Luotian actually killed through? Holy. From today onwards Luotian is my idol. Luotian is the pride of Star Ocean State. My mom has said that if I had a tenth of Luotian's ability, I'd be fine traveling to ride my dad. My goddess said that if I were half as good as Luotian, I'd have no problem standing up and stomping her. Our village said that if the village could produce a genius like Luotian, the genealogy would be torn up directly, written from his generation and enshrined inside the ancestral shrine. He'll be the ancestor. The entire Star Ocean state exploded. Of course, people are red and there are many right and wrongs. and there are quite a few people from other state regions who, not knowing if it's jealousy or what, expressed their skepticism in a conspiratorial manner. Immediately, they invited many of the heavenly prides who had participated in Yanxia University's examination to come and stand up for Luo Ming. One must know that in the battle in the valley, more than 50 candidates were basically saved by Luo Ming alone. To them, Luo Ming was a lifesaver. One of the guys named Xiongao Tian disliked the spammers the hardest. Blow it out your ass. Luo Ming still needs to blow it out? His strength is right there. It's no trouble for him to take on 1,000 of you. He picked off the War King's son with a single shot. If you were him, you wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Come on, tell me where your house is. I know the way to your house this morning, and I'll come along the net at night and beat you to death. Dead squirt. Have you been to the ruins? If you guys are so chicken-feathered, you'd be so scared of the monsters that you wouldn't be able to walk? Luo Ming almost killed his way through 3 kilometers. You're lucky if you can even walk 3 meters in the ruins. What are you barking at? I real-life fast fight thief 6. Report the address. I come to practice with you. Luo Ming beat me like a son. I beat you like a grandson. That person called Xiongao Tian was naturally the candidate called Guo Xiong. One man disliked a dozen states, and the cannon fire was a big hit. The key is that he damn really has strength. S-level talent. Has reached the strength of bronze 5th order. Other states grouped a few geniuses. The next day he was stripped naked and hung on the city gate building. No kidding you. There are things he really fights. Number 1 rock blow. I play for real. And as things festered, it wasn't just the Star Ocean state. Even the imperial capital Tang family's eldest miss, Tang Momo, and the Xia family's Xia Qingqing all personally sent out messages congratulating Luo Ming. On top of that, there was even the Red Lai War Admiral of the Ministry of War, Tang Yanhuang of Yanhuang Technology, and Yi Chang'an of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps sending out messages at the same time. That's when it dawned on all of them. This teenager who had come out of the Star Ocean state with nothing to his name had already convinced an unknown number of people to stand up for him by his charm and strength. Luo Ming's name was instantly famous in Yanxia. End of chapter 89. Chapter 89. Repentance is too late. The road is underfoot. Killing opportunities are hidden. Chapter 89. It's too late to repent. The road is underfoot, and the killing opportunity is hidden. Inflammatory summer exam. First, look at the brightly lit announcement on your cell phone. Lin Moching was filled with bitterness. Since the last time, the Tatsuan Tech Gladiator won. She broke up with Wang Jie. Even more so, it involves his own father. Lin Hung is out of power and being targeted by his superiors for no reason. Repeated accidents at work. One drop after another. It's been assigned to guard the archives now. The Lin family is in shambles. The family dutifully shrunk their heads and did their jobs. And today, when she heard Luo Ming's name again, it was only then that he realized with a sudden shock that the boy who had once been his childhood friend had gone to a height that even his father had to look up to. Luo Ming didn't even have to do anything. As long as someone mentioned that the Lin family had once fallen on Luo Ming, there would be a large group of people rushing up like mad dogs to tear the Lin family apart. That's the horror of what happens when a person gains power. Maybe it really is true what was said that day. They're not from the same world anymore. In addition to Lin Moching, her ex-boyfriend, the S-rank genius of Hurricane Monster Academy, Wan Hong, after mocking Luo Ming that one time and getting slapped in the face miserably, he learned the hard way and started working hard to improve himself, played superbly in the college entrance exam and got into the Monster University of Magic City. He would have been happy and smug because of it. After seeing this news, the mood was instantly lost. The difference was too great for an ordinary student at the Monster University of Magic. A Yanxia University examination first. When you mention Luo Ming, others will say that his name is Luo Ming. Just the name, you know what it means. Instead, mentioning him, Wan Hong, was meant to set him off through his status as a student of the Monster University of Magic City. It's not on the same level at all. Star Ocean State, jail cell, Su Daxiang. A police officer's voice rang out. In the middle of the dimly lit cell, a middle-aged man who looked shriveled and disheveled, with hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, raised his cloudy, lifeless eyes. You've got a visitor, the constable said tersely. A light emerged from Su Daxiang's cloudy eyes, only to see a curvaceous beautiful woman coming through the door. Wife, isn't it Wan Qing who won? Are you guys here to pick me up and take me out? I really don't want to stay here anymore. It's so dark in here. Where's Wan Qing? Wife, hurry up and have her come pick me up. Has she become the Qin family's youngest grandmother? That one called Luo Ming must have already been killed by Mr. Gu. I knew it. My Su Daxiang's daughter is a true phoenix. A mere Luo Ming. Where is she worthy of her? Quickly, you guys pick me up and get me out of here. I'm going to eat Michelin and stay in a 5-star hotel. I'm going to enjoy a good life. I'm going to be the in-laws of the Qin family in the imperial capital. After being locked up inside for a while, Su Daqian's spirit was a bit out of whack. However, Wang Lirong was pale and shook her head. She closed her eyes for a change, and a tear slipped from them. Lost, all lost. Wanqing is dead, and so is Mr. Gu. They were defeated by Luo Ming and were eaten by the monsters in the ruins as they fled. As she spoke, Wang Lirong could no longer control her sobbing. Old Su, there's no way out. There's really no way out. No one can save you. You're going to be here for 10 years. Wanqing, she's already dead. She cried out in pain as her entire body collapsed to the floor. What? Wanqing is dead. How is this possible? How could Wanqing die? She is my Su Daqian's daughter, the true phoenix of my Su family. She is going to be the female battle king of Yanxia in the future. How could she possibly die? Honey, you lied to me, didn't you? I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. Su Daqian clutched his head and cried out in pain and rage as if he had gone mad. 10 years? Am I going to be in this hole for 10 years? Aha! I don't want to. I don't want to stay here for 10 years. Su Daqian's eyes widened, as if he had gone crazy and stumbled around the cell, falling to the ground and waving his hands wildly. Old Su, let me tell you one more thing. Wanqing, she is not your daughter. Her real father is my first love. He is Chen Lin of the Magic City Li Clan. It's that one, Li Clan Overlord, Li Lin. A flash of remembrance flashed in Wang Lirong's eyes. Wanqing died, but she can't die in vain like that. It was Luo Ming who killed him. I want to avenge my daughter. Find her real father to avenge her. Tomorrow, I will travel to Magic City Li. Old Su, let's divorce. For the sake of my daughter. With that, Wang Lirong threw the divorce certificate in front of Su Daqian. Goodbye, Old Su. Spinning around, he left without looking back. And Su Daqian was completely mad. Wanqing is not my daughter? I've been cuckolded? Ah, how could this be? How could? He went straight mad, making hideous hissing noises like a madman. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Luo Ming has gained power in one day, and now all the people in the world are open for him. And at this time, Luo Ming, being at the Martyrs Cemetery in Star Ocean State. Dad, Mom, I came to see you. Luo Ming placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in front of the two men's graves. Dad, Mom, I've already passed the examination and become the #1 in Yanxia University, and I've also officially joined the Yanxia military department. I'm terribly sorry that I, who had a muddled life in that world, started a whole new life by coming to this world and taking over your son's body. But don't worry, from today onwards, I am your son, Luo Ming, and I will live a wonderful life for him, for his sake and for my own. You are soldiers of the military department, worthy martyrs. From now on, I will guard this hot summer for you, and I will fulfill your unfulfilled wishes for you. The 10 murderers give me power. It's a chance and a responsibility. From today, I'm going to start my journey, although I don't know whether it's an abyss of 10,000 feet or a sea of stars in front of me. But, the road is always under my feet. Luo Ming's body stood straight as he respectfully raised his palms in front of the tomb. A standard military salute was given. Immediately, it was turned around. Bless me, father, mother. With a slight sideways glance, Luo Ming seemed as if he saw 3 illusory figures beckoning towards him in front of that tomb. In a trance, a gust of wind blew by and the 3 figures disappeared. Thank you for giving me a second life. With his head held high, he strides off into the distance. On his shoulder, there was a medallion inscribed with a sword and shield, and a blazing fire, and below that, a small, gleaming golden star. The official member of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, the junior captain of the military department. Luo Ming, that's who he is now. Imperial capital, Qin family. Lin Xiao died. Why don't you die there? Snap, a slap landed on Gu Yuma's face. Looking at the beautiful and noble woman in front of him, Gu Yuma opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. Gu Yuma, you incompetent man, you disappoint me too much. Qin Rusheng looked at him with incomparable hatred. Then he walked out of the house. Where are you going? My son cannot die in vain, Qin Rusheng said coldly as she took a step. Gu Yuma couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Everyone else only knew him, Gu Yuma, as the Yanxia Battle King, with an illustrious reputation. But no one knows that half of what he can do to reach this height today is relying on the background and ability of the woman in front of him. Qin Rusheng, the only daughter of the Qin family. She's not a simple young lady. This is a beauty snake. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90 Admission. Yanxia University. Oddball Dormitory. Chapter 90 Admission. Yanxia University. Oddball Dormitory. What are you going to do with this house when you put it away? Just the day before school started, Xia Qingcheng had then regifted the old house of Luo Ming's family to Luo Ming. My parents and I used to live here for more than 10 years. Let it stay. In the future, there is also a memorial. The Star Ocean State in the end is the place that gave birth to me and raised me. Not so much as to go home without even a root. Luo Ming laughed. The things in the house remained untouched. His parents' room, his room, and Xia Qingcheng's room. Luo Ming had already entrusted Mo Rudian that there would be a housekeeping company that would come to his home every other month to clean it up. It's pretty good, too. Xia Qingcheng was thoughtful. She and Luo Ming met because of this house, which was meant to be a kind of fate. Although the time they lived together was very short, that is. Star Ocean State Station, Mo Rudian, Ning Yuan, and Ning Crisp were all there to see Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng off. Don't send it, Maquette. It's too noticeable. Luo Ming frowned. The entire station had become crowded because of him. All these people were probably here to see him. The first genius of Star Ocean State. If it wasn't for the military generals blocking it to death, Luo Ming would probably have been overwhelmed to the ground by the swarming crowd. Luo Shun, I'm going to give you a child. Have a child of the Holy Regiment. It'll be called the Luo Family Army. There was an innocent young girl dressed up in a branch with a double ponytail shouting unimaginatively, jumping up and down and waving frantically. Father Luo, go to Yenxia University and stomp a few more foreign exchange student girls. Raise the prestige of our country. Luo Shun, I'm a college student. Can I have a baby? Listening to the cries of those demented men and women, Luo Ming's face darkened unbearably. Ah. I'm sorry, Lamini. Mo Rudian scratched his head. Nah, the train's coming soon, so you guys hurry up and get in. Mo Rudian laughed awkwardly as he escorted a few people into the station. Starting all the way from Star Ocean State, passing through many states in the middle, Luo Ming and Xia Qingcheng took a day and night train ride. That's how you get to Yenxia University. The Yenxia domain doesn't have too many forces, but just one Yenxia University is enough to rank the Yenxia domain in the top 20 within the 72 states and 36 domains. Halfway out of the car, Xia Qingcheng explained to Luo Ming, where does the Star Ocean State rank? Luo Ming asked a curious question. Xia Qingcheng silently glanced at him. Of the 72 states, the Star Ocean State is ranked 70th. Lamini, pretend I didn't ask. Yenxia University was big, too big to be like a school, or even like a metropolis. All kinds of facilities are available. Teaching buildings, dormitories, monster breeding bases, hospitals, recreational facilities, and living equipment. It's almost like a school city. Luo Ming, Qingcheng, you guys are here? When she arrived at the gate, Tang Mo was there early. So laughing, he ran towards them. Come on. Class is divided. Tang Mo dragged a few people to my yacht in a big hurry. Draw lots. Catch lots. You guys grab it. The two men looked at each other, and then they reached out toward the box and grabbed it. Class D. Me too. Xia Qingcheng erected the note in her hand. Ha! Tang Mo's face instantly fell. You're both in Class D. Not bad for a couple with a heart of gold. I'm the only one in Class C. She had a look of displeasure on her face. Xia Qingcheng's face instantly rose scarlet. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Come on. It's just hot enough to cool off. Tang Mo said without a trace of concern. Xia Qingcheng expressed speechlessness. Luo Xiao. Lu Cheng came in front of Luo Ming and took the large bag of luggage in his hands. No need to call me Luo Xiao. Just call me Luo Ming. Okay. He nodded politely. Lu Cheng and Zhou Hong are both in Class C. In the same class as Tang Mo. Yo. We're rivals this time. Luo Ming. A playful voice came from Chu Qingliang and Zhao, already walking side by side. I'm in Class B. Zhao is already in Class A. All four classes are in competition with each other. Luo Ming. I won't lose to you this time. Chu Qingliang sneered. I think someone still owes me a fox as a pet. When are you going to make good on that promise? Luo Ming laughed playfully. When these words came out, Chu Qingliang's face instantly turned white. I'll go to my dorm first. Her legs and stomach winced, and then she turned around and walked towards the distance. Ha, laughing my ass off. This Tai Fox has a day to be afraid. Tang Mo pointed at her back and laughed. Angry, Chu Qingliang's teeth were about to be clenched. Luo Ming, you wait for me. She left in a huff. Luo Ming. With four classes competing against each other. I'm looking forward to fighting you again. Zhao had spoken. He didn't have much animosity towards Luo Ming per se, he just saw him as a competitor. YSU is huge and has very few students. That's why the dorms are extremely luxurious. It's basically 4 students in an entire single-family house. This luxurious setup, Luo Ming felt like the rental house he lived in his last life was simply a toilet. Villa 6 building. After separating from Xia Qingcheng, Luo Ming dragged his luggage to the side of his dormitory. This should be it. Click. He opened the door. What came into view was the luxurious living room. In the lobby of the villa, there was a muscular blonde hunk, bare-assed and naked, wearing only an apron, disco dancing in front of the stove. I could tell by the vague aroma of butter and the sound of nibbling that this handsome man was frying a steak. But, why are you naked when you fry a steak? Bang! Romaine closed the door. Take a deep breath. It must be a hallucination. The first time I stayed in a luxury Grand Buena Vista, I must be hallucinating. Luo Ming took a deep breath and opened the door again. Naked Apron had already cut the steak and was elegantly savoring it one bite at a time at the table. Luo Ming had to admit that it wasn't an illusion. This guy is his own roommate. He darkened his face and dragged his luggage into the villa. Oops, here comes the new classmate. Hello? Ah, classmate. Have a steak. He spiraled down to the table, holding a steak in front of Luo Ming and speaking in a not-so-standard Chinese. The steak was moist and hot and smelled very good. Not true. That's not the point. The key is that this blonde naked man is too dangerous. Lamini took a step backward in fear. Sorry, normal orientation. Not a 0 nor have I ever been a 1. And no family history of genetics. And mentally normal and physically free of disease. Ha! It was the blonde's turn to be confused. How does this new roommate seem a little odd? Hey, new guy. No need to be nervous. At that moment, a voice rang out. A white-haired teenager rubbed his sleepy eyes and pulled open the door to his room. That guy's just a little more specific in his fetishes. Not a weirdo. With that, he pinched up a piece of bloodied red meat. Stuff it in your mouth. Yummy. Lo Ming? End of chapter. 91. Chapter 91. There's not a single normal one in the dormitory. They're all oddballs. Chapter 91. There's not a single normal one in the dormitory. They're all oddballs. Ah, you guys. You're scaring the new roommate again. This is the first couple of people you've scared off. There were voices coming from the second floor. A pink-haired girl with a double ponytail slumped over the railing with a bored look on her face. Yo, new guy. Hi, I'm a sophomore. Are you a freshman this year? That young girl's figure was extremely barren. A match for Tang Momo. If Tang Momo had seen it, she would have been happy to have met her own kind. And with a slender figure and a waist that was so full that Luo Ming even felt that this person weighed less than 80 pounds. Hey Shu! The young girl leapt down from the second floor. Her two slender legs were wrapped in black and white striped stockings and she smelled very good. Never mind that. Come to Villa 6. Then we're all on our own. The young girl spun her two double ponytails like a gyroscope. I will be Lu Ning, a sophomore at Yanxia University, the young girl said, full of concern. Hello, Sister Lu. Luo Ming nodded. But as soon as those words came out, the young girl's face instantly looked wrong. I'll give you one chance to recall. Ha? Luo Ming was confused. Lu, sister good? But the young girl's face grew harder and harder. Call the senior. You asshole. Look at my whole body where I look like a senior. There's no such thing as a flat schoolmate. You're funny, kid, he yelled angrily. Lamini went numb. Not this lowly face, soft and sticky voice, slimmer than any woman, and no larynx. Did you tell me it was a senior? If you are a senior, then Tang Momo is also a male. Luo Ming was a bit taken aback. Ahahaha. Schoolboy was cared for. Ying is always like that. He's just boy-girl. The naked aproned blonde rushed to reassure him. Try calling me schoolmarm again. Pull out bigger than you. Lu Ning grunted coldly with her stick in her mouth. That, schoolmate, my name is Chen Hui, a junior at Yanxia University, and you're senior. As you can see, the apron is my body, and this is my liberated stance. He took extremely exaggerated dance steps, his apron fluttering in the wind. Luo Ming's face went white. Cover it up. Cover it up. It's going to be too much. It's hot. Another white-haired teenager raised his hand. Sophomore, Night River. I usually sleep during the day, so good night. With that he rubbed his eyes and went back to his room once more. Ah, River's routine and his habit of eating raw meat actually has something to do with the monster he awakened. Chen Hui explained. By the way, what's your name, classmate? Are you a freshman? Your freshman class. I heard that there's a particularly powerful character named Luo Ming, who has already become an official member of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment before he even enrolls in school and has been granted the position of junior captain. It's too surprising. Chen Hui had a look of amazement on her face, and then she muttered, I wish I could serve him once. Luo Ming immediately felt his nerves tense up. Sorry, never. He doesn't like weird play. I'm still relatively confident in cooking. Luo Ming was relieved. So it was cooking. That's okay. What's the big deal? I'll definitely join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment this year as well. Lu Ning coldly snorted with disdain and so on. Ha ha ha, don't mind it. Ying just has a more venomous mouth because he's already been rejected 3 times by the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order, Chen Hui said with a smile. Damn it, Chen Hui. I'll kill you right away if you keep talking nonsense. Lu Ning became furious and directly stomped on the stool, showing a ferocious expression. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. Finally, I understand why everyone who comes to this dorm is running away with a bucket. Emotions. This is one weirdo dorm. 3 oddball roommates. After putting your luggage in your room. By the way, what's your name? Classmate? Do you want to get together between housemates at night? I burn rice thief 6. Chen Hui knocked on the door of Luo Ming's room. That's fine. By the way, my name is Lamani. Oh, Lamani student. You. Chen Hui's eyes suddenly widened. You. You're Luo Ming. The Luo Ming who was the #1 freshman enrollee. Chen Hui suddenly cried out loudly and strangely. Bang! The door to the next room was instantly kicked in. What Ming? What Ming? Lu Ning didn't even have her clothes on and rushed out with half of her shoulders bare. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched as he kept admonishing himself in his heart. He's male. Luo Ming. This junior high school student is Luo Ming, Chen Hui said with an exaggerated face. Aha! Luo Ming. You're Luo Ming. Let me see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Why does the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order want you and not me? Lu Ning instantly exploded, roaring and lunging towards Luo Ming. A scented breeze hit the room. Oh, my god. Not too abstract. With natural body odor? Are you really a man? Luo Ming hurriedly dodged. That. 2 seniors. I'm going to collect the school's rewards. So I'll withdraw first and get together in the evening. He dodged and fled from the villa. Damn. The average person can't really afford it. But, these 3 roommates. The first meeting of the senses unexpectedly. Not bad, right? At the very least, it was real, and said what it had to say straight out, not hiding anything, unlike those he had encountered in the workplace in his previous life, smiling on the surface, but stabbing you in the back or taking you to task in front of your boss. Sure enough, it's a much more comforting way to spend time together. Luo Ming? Are you there to receive the award too? I ran into Xia Qingcheng halfway. Yeah, how's it going? With the housemates? Luo Ming asked. Great. I'm in the same dorm room as Fomi. The other 2 are one classmate and the other is a senior classmate. How about you? Xia Qingcheng stroked her hair in response. Well, think of the strange trio. The corner of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. It's personal. Xia Qingcheng? What do you mean? Personally? What kind of comment is that? A compliment? Disparaging? Factual? Together with Xia Qingcheng, they went to the age director's office. Choose your own beast jade and see for yourselves which one you want. Ma Yoder placed a flat plate in front of them. They're all beast jades of gold level monsters. In fact, if you want to say how strong the skills are, it's really not that strong. I suggest you choose a beast jade in the form of a support. Ma Yoder said. Lamani paddled all the way across. Storm Thunder Bear, Roar of Thunder, Song Tian Eagle, Eagle strikes the 9 heavens, Jade Lion, Grass grows. This is. Suddenly Luo Ming's gaze froze slightly. A one-eyed eagle with 100 shots? That's a good one. Luo Ming's eyes lit up. The beast's ability wasn't particularly outstanding, but 100 shots. According to this, he didn't even need to aim when he threw the heaven-devouring gun in the future. He could just throw it with his eyes closed. Sky Eater gun, do you really think I'm a javelin? I'll take this one. 100 shots. Luo Ming pointed at the beast jade and said. Xia Qingcheng, on the other hand, chose a recovery type. On top of that, Luo Ming was still missing a monster capsule that he hadn't chosen. The monster capsule is at the capsule base. Luo Ming, I'll take you there, Ma Yoder said as he stood up. Luo Ming nodded. Monster capsule well. Yanhuang Technology Point new products. Looking forward to Lu. These 2 chapters are kind of a transition and a little build-up. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92, Favored Beast. Heavenly Brilliant Ants. Sunless International Student. Chapter 92, Favored Beast. Heavenly Brilliant Ants. The international students of Sunset. You should know that capsule technology is the latest research achievement of Yanhuang Technology, and after the first batch of monster capsules were put into mass production, our Yanxia University immediately received a batch totaling 1,362. The tutors of Yanxia University personally took the monster capsules to hunt in the ruins, and at the moment, there are 921 silver-class monsters, 362 gold-class monsters, 78 diamond-class monsters, and 1 blue jade-class monster. Mayat explained as he led Luo Ming back and forth through this monster base. Rows and rows of capsules displayed on shelves. Next to them were huge nutrient fluid conveyors and projectors. which constantly played back and forth with monster numbers and pictures, as well as introductions. You can choose from all the monsters in the gold and silver classes. Marauder had the manipulator in his hand. As soon as it refreshes, there are whole rows and rows of monster names and pictures appearing on the big screen. Luo Ming looked at the countless monsters and fell into silence. Since it's an auxiliary monster, his role must surely be to possess strong combat power, to buy me some time on the battlefield, or even, to serve as my escort. It's best to pick a beast-shaped, Lo Ming had been thinking. At that moment, his gaze fell on a huge black-bodied ant in the corner, and on its black body, it was dotted with splashes of gold, as if it were armor that set it off as extremely heroic. An invisible kingly aura emanated from his body. Director Ma, what kind of monster is this? Luo Ming asked curiously. Class C monster. Steel armored ant. Strength silver grade 1. Ma Yud said somewhat breathlessly. Steel armored ants? Your steel armored ants have black bodies? Lamini. At that moment, a low voice sounded in his head. Elder White Tiger. You're awake? Slightly recovered. When Luo Ming closed his eyes, he could see the white tiger's huge body lying on the ground. Pick that one ant. At this time, the white tiger voiced out and mentioned the present. Elder White Tiger. Is that ant something special? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. Before you answer me that question, do you know what the most powerful beast race in the world is? Luo Ming pondered for a moment. True dragons, divine elephants and the like? White Tiger shook his head then nodded. The true dragon divine elephant power is indeed great, but their own bodies are also very large, and at most they can only utilize 2 or 3 times their own power. The beast race with the strongest strength is still the ant race. The ant can lift hundreds of times the weight of its own body. So, what if this ant his body is big again? Luo Ming. I can tell you that this ant is definitely not an ordinary ant. He's a heavenly brilliant ant. There are many ant clans. Very many. All kinds of branches. Countless. But among them, the heavenly brilliant ant is definitely the strongest clan. This kind of ant is born to be able to order other ant clans by suppressing them with its bloodline, and is the king of the ant clans. And this heavenly brilliant ant isn't an ordinary heavenly brilliant ant. He is the descendant of the heavenly brilliant ant queen, the prince of the heavenly brilliant ant clan. If you can nurture him, in the future, he can even grow up to the level of true dragons. Tao Tai, and me, White Tiger explained. Hiss. Luo Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. This ant was so fierce? The Yanxia University's judgment on him is only C grade, and his strength is only silver first order. For him this is not a ready-made opportunity. Director Ma. I'll take the steel armor ant. Ma Yud froze. Luo Ming. You have to think clearly. This ant's strength is only at the silver first rank and his talent isn't high. It won't be long before he can't keep up with you. I have a monster here that's perfect for you. The Berserk Blood Demon Dog. It's a Class A monster. And in a short period of time it will definitely be able to keep up with you, become your powerful battle force, and he's still at the golden 3rd rank, so he can protect you. Luo Ming shook his head. No, Director Ma. This ant is just fine. It suits me. Luo Ming shook his head. Alright then. But then again, this ant isn't simple. When he was first captured, he was very bratty and ferocious. He refused to enter the monster capsule even after he was almost killed. And the strength he exerted was not at all like a normal steel-armored ant. I don't think that an unusual silver rank 2 or 3 monster beast is a match for him. Lo Ming, is there something peculiar about him? Ma Yud asked curiously. What peculiarities can there be? An ant is just an ant. Even if it's strong, the racial attributes are right there. It's not destined to be a match for a lion, tiger, wolf, leopard or dragon. The disdainful voice came, only to see Night Unwake standing aside with a gloomy face, yawning uncontrollably. That wasn't the point. The point was the young blonde, blue-eyed foreigner standing beside him. Director Ma. This is Matthews. What country is the international student? Can't remember. Sleepy. Nightbreath had a lazy, jaded look on his face. Same last name as Yuao. Both Ma's. He said casually. Mr. Knight, please respect my name. My full name is Matthews Andrews. My last name is Andrews and my first name is Matthews. Matthews, however, spoke with a disgruntled look on his face. Okay, fellow ponies, I'm ING. Matthews clenched his fists, his forehead bruised. It was as if he was going to break into a fit of rage the next second. I'm a nobleman from the Sunset Empire, a gentleman, and I won't be offended. Matthews forced his temper under control. This is the first classmate of Yanxia University's entrance examination. Right. Luo, what is it? Chicken? Weak chicken classmate? Matthews stroked his chin. To introduce myself, I am one of the 5 foreign students from the Sunset Empire this time. Ranked number 1. No need for introductions. I get it. Pony-san is it? Snap. Matthew's knuckles were nearly broken by himself. I'll say it one last time. My name is Matthews Andrews. My father is Duke Andrews of the Sunset Empire, and my Andrews family has been a noble of the Sunset Empire for generations. Please respect my family name, okay, fellow ponies? Luo Ming. I want to challenge you, Andrew raged. Let's have a one-on-one between knights. Do you dare? I will challenge you. Andrew pulled a piece of white glove out of his pocket and threw it in front of Loring. Mr. Pony, now you remember that my name is Lo Ming? Luo Ming smiled playfully. Spinning around, he lifted his foot and stepped on the piece of white glove. Sorry, your challenge. I refuse. Not any cat or dog is qualified to challenge me. Come on, Mr. Ma, I can't wait to check out the monster capsule that belongs to me. The two of them, Luo Ming and Ma Yud, departed, leaving only a blackened glove in its place. Pissed me off. Luo Ming, you wait for me. Andrew snarled through gritted teeth. Mr. Pony, please keep quiet in the capsule base, or I will deprive you of the right to choose a monster capsule. Also, hurry up and make your choice. You've been wandering around here for half an hour. Trying to steal secrets, are you? The knight unwakeable on the side suddenly sank in color, reversing his usual languid tone, and opened his mouth morosely in warning. Damn it, I was almost asleep standing up, and you woke me up with a yell. If this was in the ruins, more or less you'd have to be given 2 big smacks. End of chapter 93. Chapter 93 Birthday, Ant Monster Base. Chapter 93 Birthday, Ant Monster Base. Pick. I'm choosing now. Matthew's face was as black as carbon. Then I'll take this one. The Mad Blood Demon Dog. Matthew said, pointing to a monster capsule. I'm sorry, but you can only choose silver-level monsters. Knight Unwake said with an expressionless face. Then why did that Luo Ming just now get to choose the gold level? Luo Ming is from Yanxia. Nightbreath said rightfully. A foreign student can be compared to their own children? If it wasn't for the decision of the Human Federation, Yanxia University, would have slapped these international students back one by one. Keep your big father, so can keep you to the ruins for 2 days. My side suggests that you pick this one, although it's only B rank, but it's a hybrid between the Mad Blood Demon Dog and the Mad Hungry Wolf. The Mad Wolf. The hybrid is a bit of a hybrid, but it's strong, silver 5th rank. It's quite a bit more powerful than Luo Ming's ant. Knight Unwakeful said. Okay, then I'll take this head. Matthews nodded. He couldn't wait to punch Luo Ming in the face now. Mad Wolf, right? Okay, it's decided that it's you. Bite Luo Ming's dead ants to death for me. Nightbreath took out the capsule and handed it to Matthews, who in turn couldn't wait to leave. Bastards with bastards. Perfect match. Nightbreath looked at Matthews departing back. Stretched out, sleepy, back for a 3-day nap. On the other hand, after Luo Ming took the monster capsule, he came to a quiet wooded area of the school. Come out, heavenly brilliant ant. Luo Ming flung the monster capsule. In an instant, a half-sized ant appeared in front of him. Facing each other head-on, the aura of the heavenly brilliant ant was indeed fierce and extremely untamed. And it looks a lot more dominant than it did in the capsule. Black as ink. Its body looked harder than even obsidian. And there was also golden armor wrapped around the key parts, such as the tentacles, and the waist and abdomen, like 2 sharp swords. And the rodent teeth on its mouth kept rubbing together, shooting up gusts of starbursts. The scarlet pupils revealed an aura of solemnity. It seemed extremely tyrannical. Roar! As soon as they saw Luo Ming, the heavenly brilliant ants let out an oozing hiss. And then, the tentacles swung, like sword blades rushing towards Luo Ming. Good, just like Untamed. Like me. Luo Ming's body turned into a true dragon. Boom! The dragon's might was like a large hand pressing towards the heavenly brilliant ant. Swish! But after only a few seconds of suppression, the heavenly brilliant ants even let out a mocking laughter noisily charging at him. The dragon might can't be suppressed? This bloodline is terrifying. Luo Ming was shocked. However, since it was his favored beast, the more powerful it was, the better. Boom! He raised his hand in a dragon tactic. Elbow blade. It smashed into the body of the heavenly brilliant ant, and then rolled over once again, pressing one hand against its brain hole and suppressing it to the ground. Convinced or not? Are you convinced? Admit it. Give in. Luo Ming directly chopped his head. He's the one who's been in the game for 20 years. Are you kidding me? The head and horns are all plucked out for you. After beating him for a little over half an hour, the sky brilliant ant then submitted to him and let out a whimper. Humph. Even a heavenly brilliant ant would have to be bowled over by my personality. Luo Ming stood up and smiled coldly. White Tiger. Your personality. Force is quite strong. Collecting the heavenly brilliant ants, he was about to return to his dormitory. Luo Ming. What's the situation? Why are all the international students of the Sunless Empire spreading rumors in the campus forums that you faced a challenge and fled without a fight? Scared less by the might of the Sunless Empire? Xia Qingqing's phone rang. Her puzzled voice came from the other end. Ha! Luo Ming was stunned. And then he reacted. Okay, I get it. Let him pass on the small problems. Isn't the freshman competition next week? Don't worry. Someone will shut up then. Lo Ming was not amused. The bullet has to fly for a while. The most important thing for him right now was to hurry up and level up. Bronze rank 7 was a bit of a drag. Taking a 10-day vacation. Those children from rich families used their resources furiously, and many of them rushed to the 2 or 3 ranks of the silver level. Back to the dorms. All 3 seemed to be away from home. Not sure what God is doing. Luo Ming went straight back to his room. There were quite a few rewards to collect on this one. He absorbed the blood and the core of the beast, and it had to be a diamond-level monster. Flesh and yuan energy went hand in hand as Luo Ming rose 2 steps in a row, rushing up to the 9th step of the bronze rank in a single breath. Metastones, that's something valuable too. After drying 30 of them in one breath, Luo Ming's strength had now reached the peak of the bronze rank. Unusual silver 6th or 7th rank kills at will. Luo Ming clenched his fists. He himself didn't know what grade the current battle power ceiling was. Perhaps the only ones that could threaten him were gold-level monsters. Almost. Luo Ming stretched and pushed out the door. Why is it so quiet? I thought we were having a potluck. Luo Ming scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Bang! Just then, the gift tube exploded. Spreading ribbons fell on Luo Ming's head, and then the lights went on. Only Chen Hui, Lu Ning and Night River were there. Besides the 3 of them, Xia Qingcheng, Tang Mo, Lu Chang and Zhou Han were all present. A table of gourmet goodies and a 3-tiered superb cake. Ha 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 ha, happy birthday Luo Ming, Chen Hui said with a big smile. He was still wearing that trademark naked apron. Except that today it seemed he had put on a pair of underwear because there were girls present. It's also barely acceptable. Lo Ming, it's your birthday today, isn't it? I was looking at your family's calendar and saw that every year, on October 15th, there's a marker that's purposely circled. So I was wondering if that's your birthday. Luo Ming drifted off, suddenly remembering that it seemed like every year on this day his original parents would celebrate his birthday with great care, no matter how busy they were. At one point, even the 2 came back with their clothes still covered in the monster's blood, and even that cake they were carrying in their hands had lost its original shape in the bumps along the way. But that day seemed to be the happiest time for the original. Thanks, today is indeed my birthday. Luo Ming nodded. Birthday what a long word. After entering society in his previous life, he was as tired as a dog every day for 7 or 8 years, and as soon as he had time, he lay down on the bed and slept, wishing to sleep directly to death. Where is the time to celebrate the birthday? The most you can do is to have instant noodles with an egg and a ham sausage for luxury. I didn't expect that in this life, there were people who remembered his birthday. Honestly, afraid to move. That's not true. Thank you, Xia Qingcheng. Luo Ming said seriously. Come on. Blow out the candles. Today is not only a celebration of your birthday, but it's also a celebration of you joining our big family in dormitory 6. Double celebration. Double happiness. Let me perform a classic disco for you. With that, Chen Hui's body began to enchantingly wriggle. In this life, I not only want to live a good life, but also to find the meaning of life. There are too many things to do while Luo Ming cannot stop. After tea, Luo Ming suddenly remembered. Senior Chen Hui, do you guys know where there are tons of ant monsters? Luo Ming asked out loud. Ant monsters? Ha! There are a few small monster bases in Yanxia University, and there are quite a few monsters kept inside, just for students to practice on a regular basis. While you're on the subject, I do remember that a termite beast monster base was built just 2 days ago, and there should be over 100,000 ants inside. What are you asking for? Chen Hui asked suspiciously with the cake in her mouth. Nothing. Luo Ming shook his head. Continue poking at the cake in front of you. That's good. There's food for the sky-high ants. More than 100,000 heads of ants can enhance him a lot, right? Alas, monster base construction costs are also high. I remember 10 years ago, the vice leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps, Yi Chagan, killed off a monster base by himself, and the director of instruction at the time almost spat out blood in anger. Chen Hui shook her head. Unfortunately, Luo Ming was already thinking about how to kill off the 100,000 or so ant clans and didn't listen to his words. End of chapter 94. Chapter 94. Matthews challenged again with a $100 million bet. Luo Ming, Brother Fu is going to send me money. I have to have it. Chapter 94, Matthews challenges again. 100 million bet. Luo Ming, Brother Fu is going to send me money. I have to have it. The next day dawned. Luo Ming then left the dormitory. And all three seniors were still huffing and puffing. The administration of YSU is very loose and simple. Basically you are not forced to go to class. Every student has her own pace, whether it's life or improving strength. And if you keep sucking, you'll pay the price at the mid-month and end-of-month exams. And that price won't just be dropping out of school. It'll be your life. Moreover, those who could enter Yanxia University were bound to be extremely self-disciplined and excellent students who knew very clearly what they wanted. Leaving the villa, Luo Ming flipped through the forum's map and found the monster base. Yanxia University had many of these monster bases, the cost of which started at hundreds of millions of dollars. And there were many ferocious monsters inside, specifically just for students to practice. Outside the ant monster base, *********. This base is pure anticlimax. How does this hit? How can I hit it with my head? I almost lost my life in there. These ants have been starving for a few days after all. As soon as they went in, they came up in a swarm. Tens of thousands of heads came up together, completely unable to kill them all. I held on for 30 seconds and just ran away. This place is not for people to stay. I'd rather fight one of those monolithic monsters. I can't even figure out what the point of the existence of this ant base is. It's not helpful at all. When Luo Ming arrived at the entrance of the base, he heard many students cursing and leaving. He glanced up at the ranking records. Good lord, the top-ranked student had only lasted 10 minutes. Is this anthro base really that hard? Hey, you guys look. That guy. Hiss. That person is the number one in the freshman exam. Luo Ming. At that moment, someone noticed Luo Ming arriving. I'll go. It's really this guy. Didn't this guy not dare to accept Matthew's challenge before? Now what's he doing here? Don't think about it. Everyone knows a thing or two about Luo Ming's strength. He almost killed through the entire examination. You say he's afraid of Matthews? I don't believe it anyway. It's probably just these foreigners themselves talking nonsense there. Luo Ming probably didn't even bother with each other. But for Luo Ming to come here, is he going to challenge the ant monster base as well? That would be something to see. Luo Ming's strength is gaga awesome. I feel that, if it were him, he would be able to hold out for half an hour at the very least. It's hard to say. You guys have seen the power of action, execution and cohesion of the ant clan. I don't think even Luo Ming could have lasted this long. That top-ranked senior from before, still relying on the fact that his awakened monster was a stone giant. He stood still and let the ants gnaw on him for 10 minutes before muddling through. And even then, his body was about to be bitten through. Luo Ming's appearance drew the attention of many people. Among them were freshmen, sophomores and juniors, and a few international students among them. Luo Ming has appeared. Quick, go inform Matthews. A foreign student immediately greeted. It wasn't long before Matthews, who was resting in his dormitory, was notified. Luo Ming showed up at the entrance of the ant base? Bravo! Bravo! This guy still dares to come out. A ruthless color came over Matthew's face. He could never forget the knightly honor of Luo Ming's foot on his white glove, which stood for honesty and bravery and integrity. Unsullied. Immediately, he huffed and puffed as he rushed towards the ant monster base, and Luo Ming didn't pay any attention to the onlookers and eaters. Genius is noticeable everywhere. Learn to get used to it. He pulled out his student card and was about to swipe in. Luo Ming, but a bellowing voice was heard. Luo Ming looked back, only to see a 7-colored ghost fire stop in front of him in a high-speed drift. The tires rolled at high speed, shooting up a cloud of dust. A young blonde man jumped down from the ghostly fire. Ghost flame with yellow hair. This wave is equipped with an intrinsic spirit treasure. Looking at his hair that was yellow and gold, Luo Ming couldn't help but spit. And Matthews clearly didn't hear what he was saying. Luo Ming, last time you faced my challenge and fled without a fight. This time, do you have the ability to come and compete with me? Matthews exclaimed. Not interested. Luo Ming shook his head and turned around to leave. Coward. Coward. How dare you cowardly run away again? Are all the people of Yanxia cowards like you? Matthews cursed loudly. Luo Ming's footsteps paused slightly as he frowned. Is there a possibility that I'm not fighting you not because I'm afraid of you, but because you don't deserve it? Unworthy? You're saying I'm not worthy to fight you? Matthews, awakened SS class monster, eternal flame ghost spirit beast, with the strength of silver 5th rank. You say I'm not worthy to fight you? Luo Ming, what rank are you? Bronze 10th order. Luo Ming said expressionlessly. Damn it, only bronze 10th rank. Who gave you the qualifications to look down on me? Luo Ming, come fight me. Sorry, no time, I need to get into this base. Luo Ming shook his head and said, a mad dog is just a mad dog. This base? Good. Then let's compete to see who lasts long in there. Don't you dare. Matthews offered again. It's okay, but how about this? Luo Ming, I advise you not to make any excuses. In my opinion, gotta add money. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes. The clothes this Matthews was wearing were all extremely expensive. Just the 7-colored Ghostfire he was riding on looked flashy, but they all cost over $1 million. And he comes from a family of dukes, so he's certainly not short of money. Good. Luo Ming, how much do you want? Is 100 million yen xia coins enough? Lo Ming? No. Man, I know you're rich, but how did you get so rich? Originally thought of opening $1 million. Hard to be held back by him. Good lord. Still limiting my eyesight. If you offer $1 billion, I'll lose it to you. Luo Ming nodded expressionlessly. 100 million. Is not bad, barely qualified to compete with me. The words were even more infuriating, and Matthews nearly spat blood. $100 million is a year's worth of living expenses. If he loses, he'll have to drink the wind for the rest of the year. That's it. How dare Lo Ming say he's just making do? What words? What the hell does that say? Okay, so what if you lose? What do you have to pay? Matthews asked again. If I lose, then I lose. Now it's you who wants to challenge me. It's not like I want to challenge you. The initiative is in my hands. Luo Ming spread his hands. Matthews froze, as if that were the case. But again, something seemed off. On second thought, his own silver 5th rank strength could lose to Luo Ming. A bronze rank? Just kidding. Just do it and be done with it. Good. Luo Ming. Then it's a deal. Then I'll count to 3, 2, 1. We'll go in together. Matthews said. Spinning around he began to count. 3, 1. Luo Ming immediately picked it up and then dashed into the base. Matthews? You don't play by the rules, do you? End of chapter 95. Chapter 95. No, brother Fu, you're so powerful. Why were you scared away by my favorite beast? Chapter 95. No, brother Fu, you're so powerful. How come you were scared away by my favorite beast? Once he entered the ant base, Luo Ming didn't hold back, instantly transformed into a real dragon. In the face of this large number of ants, the dragon might of the true dragon was the most effective. Boom! An illusory golden color wrapped around Luo Ming's body, setting him off like an emperor protected by dragon chi. The moment Luo Ming entered the base, tens of thousands of ants caught wind of it. Wow! Thousands of black frenzies came towards him like a flood. Luo Ming stood in place, and with just 1 foot, the dragon's might protected his body, and it was difficult for these ants to inch in any further. It's decided that it's you. Come out. Heavenly brilliant ant. Luo Ming pulled out the monster capsule and whirled around to casually throw it out. Buzz. A ray of light bloomed, and the figure of the heavenly brilliant ant appeared in front of the many ant clans. The moment the heavenly brilliant ants appeared, the ant tribe began to boil up in a frenzy. They felt the powerful bloodline within the sky brilliant ant, and their instincts were telling them that if they ate this fellow, they would definitely evolve to a terrifying degree themselves. And the heavenly brilliant ant was roaring, as he was overwhelmed with excitement at having so much fresh and tasty food in front of him. Luo Ming withdrew his dragon might, and the heavenly brilliant ants were instantly wrapped in a tidal wave of ants. Man, work on yourself, don't get eaten. Luo Ming laughed softly as he stood in place, and the place where that Matthews appeared when he entered the base wasn't in the same location as Luo Ming. This is the so-called monster base? It's nothing more than as. He was looking from side to side when he couldn't help but let out a strangled cry. The black wave of ants appeared a dozen meters in front of him, madly rushing towards him as if they could completely overwhelm Matthews in a matter of seconds. Humble ants, how dare you come to attack me? Get the hell out of here. As soon as he saw these ants, he remembered the weakling ant that Luo Ming had chosen. Then thinking about what happened to him when he was ignored, he immediately felt a strong burst of anger. Watch me kill you all. Eternal flame ghost spirit beast. Wow. A purple flame steamed up. Matthews instantly turned into a purple ghostly flame floating in the air. The very essence of this ghostly fire was a blazing, never-ending flame. This was also one of his cards that made him dare to come to this ant monster base. Ants are afraid of fire, and the fire on him burns ants that couldn't be easier. Humph. Luo Ming, how do you play with me? Old me was born to restrain these dead ants. I can burn through this monster base all by myself. Matthews let out a bristling, sneering laugh. He took one step towards the depths of the colony. He was going to find someone. Find Lamini. Start playing hard to get, and see what kind of misery Lamini is in. I'll go. How are these two guys? Both so good. 8 minutes have passed. Right. Nope. Even though both of them have been holding out for the same amount of time, Matthew's kill count has been soaring. It's almost broken 10,000 already. He's killed almost 10,000 ants. And you guys look back at Luo Ming. He has only a few hundred heads here? This speed is too slow. I can understand that Luo Ming has found a very hidden place to hide inside, and then has been squatting there to simmer for time? In that case, even if Luo Ming wins, it's still a bit of a victory. The crowd frowned. In the middle of the base, this guy's eating faster and faster. Luo Ming had dragon might wrapped around his body as he looked towards the heavenly brilliant ants that were covered by many ants. At first this guy would only eat 1 or 2 at a time. In time, they were able to eat 7 or 8 at a time, and now they can eat dozens at a time. Next thing you know, he'll be eating faster and faster. Good, good, good. And the strength is also rising. It has already reached the silver 2nd rank. It is worthy of being a heavenly brilliant ant. Luo Ming was beyond satisfied. He pulled out his cell phone and opened some 2-word game. There's still time. Let's play a game first. On the other hand, Matthews panicked a bit. This monster base, the further you go inside, the stronger the ant clans that appear. Now that a silver level first stage ant tribe had appeared, the silver level ant tribe was so strong that it could almost pass through his purple flames and directly attack his core. Matthews was scared. Now it was the first order. What about when the second and third orders came? Then his purple flames would really be somewhat unstoppable. Finished. The mind is a bit inflated. Don't get yourself involved instead of finding Luo Ming by then. Matthew's heart flinched, but just then a sharp pain came, only to see a huge black ant was lying on his head, with scarlet eyes showing mockery to him. This ant was very odd. It was not only huge, but also showed humanized intelligence in its eyes in droves. The most important thing was that it was different from other ants. Its black body was dotted with golden armor, and its 2 tentacles were transformed into golden blades. Silver level 3rd stage. Matthew's face paled. Finally the hard stuff was coming. The purple flames spreading within his body couldn't stop the ant at all. And in the midst of the flames, his essence was a purple crystal, and any injury to that crystal would cause damage to his body. Get the outta here. Ants. Boom. Matthews directly doubled the power of the flames. Too bad it had no effect on that ant at all. He was straight up confused. How is it possible? This is my entire power of the silver 5th rank. How could it not hurt it? Matthews was utterly appalled. Boom click. The ant also seemed to be angered by Matthews' actions and went up and swung the golden blade, slamming hard towards Matthews' core. Clunk. A little bit of purple debris was smashed down. Ah! Matthews let out a strangled cry. The pain nearly restored him to his human form. Can't stay any longer. He turned around and ran without saying a word, fleeing towards the outside of the base. It's amazing that such powerful ants exist in this base. Miscalculation. But it didn't matter. If he himself was still like this at the silver 5th rank, then Luo Ming, who was only at the bronze rank, must be even worse. Maybe it's just straight up dead in there. Matthews rushed out of the monster base in a single breath, and before he left he seemed to hear a jagged, strange laugh. It seemed as if the ant was making a mockery of him. Matthews' lungs exploded with anger. He vowed to return to this monster base for revenge when he reached the gold level, and at that moment, Luo Ming finished the game mission, put away his phone, and looked around. Where did my sky brilliant ants go? Outside. Coming out. Someone's coming out. Who is it? It's Luo Ming, isn't it? He finally couldn't hide anymore. I knew it. The ant creatures are pervasive. It's only expedient for him to hide. He won't be able to hide for long, and he'll have to kill the ants until they're chilled to the bone like Matthews. That's the right way. Alas! Luo Ming lost. Matthews is still strong. Once this foreign student came to our Yenxia, the genius who was number 1 in this examination was thwarted. The students shook their heads inside. That is, until the figure came rushing out, his face full of resignation and trepidation, staring at a blonde cocktail head with a few large ants stuck to it. The crowd froze on the spot. Not out. Why is Matthews the guy? What about Lok Ming? Their eyes went toward the display. At this time, Luo Ming's kill speed actually began to soar. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96. Luo Ming GA is inside? Luo Ming can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Chapter 96. Luo Ming GA is in there? Luo Ming can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. That's right. Luo Ming's kills are soaring. In just a minute, it had soared to 10,000 plus, and was about to catch up with Matthew's record. Everyone froze in place. This sudden spike from Luo Ming hard controlled them for a full minute. Gulp. The scene resounded with the sound of swallowing saliva one after another. Earlier, although Matthew's speed had been soaring, it wasn't as fast as Luo Ming's. This speed was too outrageous. He's in there working on nuclear weapons? How is this possible? Matthews let out a disbelieving scream when he saw that Luo Ming was still staying inside and had killed far more ants than him. I got it. I get it. Luo Ming was definitely brewing just now. Now is the time for his true output. That's right. It must be like this. I knew it. How could I? Luo Ming, Who was number 1 in the Yanxia examination? Lose to a ghostly fire yellow hair. Luo Ming is awesome. By this point, the crowd was beginning to revel in excitement. Matthews was trembling with anger. He was actually overtaken by Luo Ming this? That's a loss of not a few million, but $100 million. He's gonna have to eat dirt all year. He cracked up in anger. Don't be complacent. Let me tell you, in the midst of this ant clan base, there is a very powerful monster ant hidden. Even my silver 5th order strength was no match for him, which is why I had to exit the base, or else I would have been able to stay in there until the end of time. What do you guys guess about Luo Ming's chances of encountering that monstrous ant if he goes on a killing spree like this? I'm still not as strong as a silver rank 5th step. Luo Ming is only a bronze rank 10th step, so maybe he'll just die in there. Matthew sneered as he clasped his hands to his chest. He looked at the panel with a grim smile on his face. Luo Ming, hurry up and suffer. I'm looking forward to the moment when you escape from the base in fear. Anyway, he had already lost, and Matthews didn't want to make things easy for Luo Ming, so naturally he wanted to make him as miserable as possible. It had better be 100 times worse than even yourself, like an inadvertent bite that breaks an arm, a leg, or something like that, or even just GA in it. That would really be a welcome relief. Inside the base. It's finished. In the blink of an eye. Where did the sky brilliant ant fly to? I should have known not to play that damn 2-letter game. Boom boom boom. Luo Ming transformed into a blood-colored Tao Tai, cupping the heaven-devouring lance with one hand. A blood-colored torrent gushed from the tip of the lance. Luo Ming swept the lance, and the tens of meters of blood-colored torrent evaporated the uncountable ants into thin air like lasers. Just one sweep, and a couple thousand heads are dead. Gah! At that moment, there were angry voices. Not far away. A huge black and gold ant rushed towards him with eyes full of anger. Compared to before, this sky-brilliant ant was indeed much larger in size. Not only that, but the golden color on the body covered a wider area. Crunch! It waved its tentacles and hissed angrily at Luo Ming. Ha! Don't hurt your food? Luo Ming was stunned and put away the heaven-devouring gun. Okay, let's see you perform then. He crouched down once again. Only this time he didn't turn on the game. Instead he carefully watched the sky-brilliant ants not to run away. Where were you just now? I couldn't even find you. Luo Ming said breathlessly. Squeak! Crunch! What? You met a guy? And then almost ate him, and he was so scared of you that he ran away? Lamani stroked his chin. It couldn't be Fu. Could it? So weak? Scared away by my favored beast? In that case, it seems that it's my pot to blame for him losing this competition? Alas! I feel a little sorry for him. Forget it. Go out and leave her $1 to buy buns. Do people leave a line well? Luo Ming nodded in satisfaction. Outside. Look guys, Luo Ming's killing speed has slowed down. It slowed down so much. Before it was nuclear bombing. Now it's pistol bang 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 at best. Could it be that Matthews really got it right? Luo Ming encountered a powerful ant monster, struggled to fend it off, and now he's going to be finished? I have a feeling that if that's the case, Luo Ming will probably quit within 3 minutes. And what if it doesn't quit? Then I have a feeling that it may have to be fierce, maybe die inside. Hiss, said someone who sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 minutes later, Luo Ming still didn't come out. Finally a student couldn't sit still. It's finished. It's not possible that Luo Ming is really in a bad way. I don't believe it. He's the #1 freshman at our Yanxia University, and this is just how long after the start of the semester he's GA? It can't be like this. No way. Hurry up and notify the teacher and the director of instruction to save him. One after another, students rushed toward the teacher's office. That student Ma Dongmei, lend me your ghost fire. One young man, without saying a word, rolled over onto Matthew's 7-colored ghost fire. Holy, my Vulcan pony. And my name isn't Madonna. My name is Matthews. Matthews Andrews. He cracked up in anger. Okay, pony classmate. When you come to Yanxia you have to follow the customs. My rules are rules. Matthews. I Nima. He had the urge to turn his head and head back to the Sunset Empire, but when he thought that he had come to Yanxia with a mission, he hardened that desire. I must crush all the geniuses of Yanxia. At this time, in the office. What did you say? Luo Ming is trapped in an ant base? Very dangerous? Fear for his life? Ma Yud's office. Both he and Nightbreed were there. Hearing this, Ma Yud's face trembled. His first thought was that it shouldn't be. With Luo Ming's strength, even if he was undefeated it was unlikely that his life would be in any danger, right? But listen to that student's explanation. Ma Yud was also a little nervous. It couldn't really be that they had accidentally caught some mutated anthropoid powerful monster in there and they hadn't even noticed it themselves. If this causes Luo Ming to come out of the world, Yi Chanan might want to kill someone. And Luo Ming is a student of Yanxia University. In reason they can't do things regardless. Go to the monster base right now. On the spur of the moment, the two of them, Ma Yud and Night Unwakeful, rushed towards the ant monster base, and at that moment, some nosy students even sent the news to the top of the student forum. Luo Ming, the #1 freshman enrollee, trapped in an ant monster base, life and death unknown, life or death unknown. After learning of this news, even Xia Qingcheng, Tang Machao couldn't sit still, rushed towards this side. There were also Luo Ming's 3 roommates, and even Zhao had gone ahead and traveled as well. In an instant, the news spread throughout Yanxia University, and Luo Ming once again became the center of everyone's attention. This Yanxia's #1 is actually this bad? I thought it was some powerful goods. Too weak. A weak ant can make him falter. That lone eagle can directly peck out his eyes with a single bite. The only thing I'm afraid of is this Luo Ming. Now that Luo Ming has lost, then this game is too easy. Sasaki Ryosuke, will take the first place in the Yanxia freshman competition. Even the foreign students looked like they were watching the show. Full of playfulness. End of chapter 97. Chapter 97, Killing Off a Monster Base. Ma Yud was about to die of anger. Luo Ming, it's all Xiaoma's fault. Chapter 97, Killing Off a Monster Base. Ma Yud was about to die of anger. Luo Ming, it's all Xiaoma's fault. The awesome blown-up double SSS level genius, Luo Ming, who was known as the second Yi Chanan in history, just fell in a monster base trial and was buried in an anthill. If this news were to spread out of Yanxia, it would really be able to laugh the entire Blue Star 100 Kingdoms to death. Ant monster base. Boom! 2 human figures suddenly arrived on the scene. Where's Luo Ming? How's the situation? Ma Yud and Night Unwake said with grave expressions. They glanced at the big screen. The life detection system hasn't been activated yet. Luo Ming's life shouldn't be in danger at the moment. The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief. But he was slow to come out. He might be trapped in it. Ma Yoder stroked his chin and speculated. I'm going in to save the day. Nightbreath opened his mouth, and with that he was about to transform. But just then, look guys, Luo Ming's kill count has spiked again. Someone let out a yell of horror. I knew that this little monster base wouldn't be able to stop Luo Ming. Xia Qingcheng looked at the value that had been spiking crazily and smiled faintly. Before she came, she was also puzzled as to who had spread this news. Luo Ming's strength should be best known to her. How could she be trapped by a group of ants? I don't know who was wearing rumors here. It's a jail line. Wait a minute first. Mr. Knight. Ma Yud also rushed to stop Night Unwakeful. It seems that this is a misunderstanding. It's also because we also underestimated my Yanxia's heavenly pride. I just don't know from whom this rumor came out. Ma Yud's face showed a cold color as he swept his gaze across the room. All the students couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. After a moment of eye contact, all the students raised their hands in unison, straight to Matthews. At once, the Matthews were dumbfounded. No, why are you pointing at me? What's it got to do with me? Seeing that the gaze of the 2 Mayad men was getting more and more unkind, Matthews was a bit flustered in his heart. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Then why are they all pointing at you? Night Unwake asked faintly. This how do I know why they are pointing at me? They've wronged me. He blurted out a defense. Why do they wrong you and not others? Don't you have problems yourself? Look for your own reasons and don't always talk about others. The knight doesn't wake up instantly moving to the classic fatal question. Straight up. Matthews disliked him. Matthews' face went green for a moment, ugly as a dead face with makeup. And at that moment, in the middle of the base, hey, you're moving too slow here. At this rate, we'll have to stay until the monkey's age. Suddenly, Luo Ming had a flash of insight. I have a good idea. Why don't I slaughter all of these ants and pack them back up? How about you eat them slowly? Luo Ming asked. The heavenly brilliant ant nodded excitedly. Its strength had now broken through the silver 4th order. But there were indeed too many ants in here to eat in a short period of time. By the time he finished eating, he should be able to reach the silver 10th rank. Okay, it's a deal then. Luo Ming thought about killing all the ants without affecting their physical integrity. The most effective way was the dragon might shock. Boom! Immediately a flash of golden light appeared. The rolling dragon might surged along in all directions like a tidal wave. Boom! Boom! Between the tremors and roars, a large swath of ant monsters had their vitality crushed by Luo Ming, and their bodies just collapsed in place. He picked up corpses as he walked, instantly unleashing his dragon's might, and strolled hard through all of the vast base. It was only when all of the ant clans were all decimated by him, with not a single one left behind anymore, that he called it quits. Phew, it's finally over. You'll have food for some time to come. Incidentally, I also raked in 100 million Yanxia coins. This is really unexpected. Luo Ming was very happy. With this 100 million yen xia coins he could buy a lot of precious resources to use to break through the silver level. Well, it's time to get out there and make rich, honor his commitment. Luo Ming stretched his back and used the monster capsule to collect the sky brilliant ants and walked out of the monster base. As for the outside world, when everyone was watching, Luo Ming's kill count soar all the way up had become completely numb. Suddenly, the values stopped. Look, it stopped. Could Luo Ming he? There are people who are thinking outside the box and starting to speculate. Did it's great? Next time don't do it. Mayad glanced at him faintly and immediately stopped him from opening his mouth. Night unwakeful. Last time, how many ant monsters did the spirit seal warrior general go out into the wild and capture to put in this base? He asked. Nightbreath pulled up the data on the tablet. 13,674,418. I think. So how much is left now? Mayad seems to be suppressing his anger. Nightblood's wrist gave a slight lurch. Director Ma. Don't get excited or your blood pressure is going to explode. I know. Just say it. I'm cool. Mayad pushed his glasses for a moment, then flashed a smile and said to Nightbreed, the remaining 0 monsters inside this monster base were killed by Luo Ming. Snap. The pen in Mayad's hand was instantly broken by him. How much did we pay the Seal War General last time? Pieces and pieces add up to a total of 70 million or so, I think. $70 million. Mayoder's forehead was throbbing. At that moment, a figure walked out from the middle of the base. He had a faint smile on his face, looking quite content. Phew, how come everyone is here? Director Ma and Mr. Knight are here too. Luo Ming was confused and greeted them with a smile. More than 70 million Luo Ming, you killed them all. Mayoder hugged his head and cried. The last time this battle was fought was still Yichanana. Damn it. These two guys are practically cut from the same mold in terms of their temperament. Snap. In the middle of the crowd, Luo Ming's roommate, Chen Hui, stared her forehead hard. I just reminded him just before not to kill them all, but it turns out, he didn't listen at all. It doesn't matter. The school has money. It's not our money. Night River stuffed raw meat into his mouth and said with an indifferent face. Luo Ming was yelled at by Mayad for most of the day before he realized that he had caused it by killing through the ant monster base. Suddenly, his gaze went to Matthews, who was off to the side. Report director. It's this guy's fault. It's all him. If he hadn't challenged me, I wouldn't have killed them all. It was all because I was afraid I couldn't win against him that I let go. Lamini exclaimed, pointing at Matthews. Matthews? Me? No. What did I do to you? Luo Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. I'm sorry. Fu. $70 million is a lot of money for me. It's just a couple of meals for you. I'm sure you don't care. Spinning around he rubbed his hands together. When are you going to pay the $100 million you owe me? Pony boy. Mayad also pressed his forehead and said without a word. And over $70 million owed to the school. Matthews, TT. Mom. Yensha people don't talk about voodoo. Come to cheat. Come to sneak. I want to go back to sunset. End of chapter. 98. Chapter 98. More competition? A duel of favored beasts? Luo Ming, sending me money again? Chapter 98. More competition? A duel of favored beasts? Luo Ming, sending me money again? Drop. Your card number arrives at $100. 000. Luo Ming put away his cell phone with satisfaction. Hey, there's still money owed to the school. Keep calling. At some point, Mayad had lifted a wrist-thick wooden stick in his hand, his forehead veins bulging as he glared menacingly at Matthews, living like a spectacled thug. Director. I'm out of money. For the sake of the fact that we're both named Ma. The corner of Matthews' mouth twitched as he tried to play the emotional card. Isn't your last name Andrew? Nightbreath yawned and came to this. Matthews. No. Now you know to call me Andrew? Who's been calling me Ponyboy before? Hurry up and give it back. Don't treat the school like your house. Mayoder changed his stance, banging his left hand on the stick with a thud. Also, I'll find a way to pay back. Matthew's legs went weak with fear. Luo Ming. I want to challenge you. He turned and continued to yell at Luo Ming. Ha? Didn't you already lose? What other challenge are you taking? Pants? I'm not doing it without money. Luo Ming shook his head. I can go borrow. If you win, I'll give you $50 million. And if you lose, you'll give me back the $100 million and pay the $70 million you owe the school yourself. Luo Ming nodded indifferently. Anyway, he could not lose. Money is not earned is not necessary for him to care whether this money is borrowed by Matthews or sold. There is on the line. Saying that, Luo Ming took 2 steps forward to transform. Wait a minute. Luo Ming. Both of us are pillars of the country. It's not good to fight and hurt either side. Matthews rushed back a few steps to stop it. Kidding aside, Luo Ming had killed through the ant monster base, and regardless of the means used, the single combat was definitely not in his favor anyway. So Matthews came up with a curveball. We both picked a monster at the capsule base earlier, so we'll duel with the one we picked. How about? Do you dare? Or do you think your vision is inferior to mine? Matthews laughed sorrowfully, but Luo Ming was looking at him with an odd face. Not, buddy, you just rushing to get killed? Luo Ming had already heard someone say that the reason for Matthews' defeat was because of a strange ant monster that appeared inside the base when he came out. He could roughly deduce that the beast should be his own emperor ant. Matthews was defeated by his own sky brilliant ants. Now he was going to propose a duel between favored beasts, which was a bit of a brain fart anyways. Luo Ming smiled faintly. He was already looking forward to the situation where the heavenly brilliant ants and Matthews' favored beasts would meet, so he nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. Okay, no problem at all. But let me say this first. Don't regret losing. Matthews, who was now angry, didn't think much about it at all. He just wanted to hurry up and win his money back. So the big hand is as slick as it gets. Regret is impossible to regret. He was watching Luo Ming choose the monsters. A C-rank monster, a silver first-rank steel armor ant, his own silver 5th rank mad wolf that wasn't a crunchy mess to kill. The duo then began to fight under the supervision of 2 teachers, Ma Yud and Night Unwakeful. The surrounding students also watched with interest. They just loved to see this kind of hilarity. Matthews pulled out the monster capsule and grinned. Lo Ming, you don't know what monster I've chosen yet. Ha 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 ha, come out. Wild wolf. Swish. With the monster capsule falling to the ground, a hideously stylized black and white wolfhound appeared right in front of the crowd. The 3-meter-tall form has a mouth that drools greedily. The momentum is still more than enough. I heard that Luo Ming was number 1 in the examination. He must have chosen a very strong monster beast. Maybe it's a gold-level monster. I think this wolf of Matthews looks good, but it's definitely not Luo Ming's opponent. Indeed, there was always a feeling that Matthews was getting sick and he was going to suffer. If Matthews loses this round, how much will he owe? $220 million. If I owed that much money, I'd come straight down from the 18th floor. No elevator or stairs. Dude, my rating is 9. Why? Because 6 flipped. Luo Ming weighed the monster capsule in his hand. You should be able to eat anything, little thing, right? This wolf looks so good. Add a meal today. Afterwards, Luo Ming threw out the monster capsule in his hand. Swish! A golden light bloomed. A giant ant of about 1 meter appeared in the field. Compared to Mad Wolf's 3-meter tall body, this ant was really small. What the hell? Steel armor ants? Is Luo Ming serious about this? Such a good opportunity to choose a gold-level monster. And he doesn't choose it. He chooses a steel armor ant? What a waste. What a waste. This opportunity would have been given to me. And this steel armor ant is inferior to the Mad Wolf in both level and talent. How can we fight this? Is the rabid wolf going to have extra food today? Just as the crowd was talking, thinking that Luo Ming was going to roll over in this one, Matthews, who was the one involved, was the one whose face turned extremely pale. Even the teeth were chattering, because this ant he recognized. It was the same one that had scared him to death in the ant base. Moreover, compared to before, the beast had obviously become much stronger. It was bigger, and the golden armor on its body covered quite a bit more ground. That, Luo Ming, why don't we stop fighting? Matthews asked tentatively. Luo Ming grinned. You're right. Matthews' eyes lit up. Could it be that Luo Ming had a clear conscience and intended to let himself go? But the next second, Little Huang, get on. Luo Ming gave an order. Swish! The heavenly brilliant ants immediately rushed towards the berserk wolf like a bolt of lightning. Undaunted by its enormous stature, Mad Wolf let out a roar. However, with a casual swing of the sword blade in the sky brilliant ant's hand, it drilled through the middle of his body. When he turned his head, he was already holding a rabid wolf's heart in his mouth. Bang! The huge body of the Mad Wolf smashed to the ground, and dust filled the air. You're right, so hurry up and end the fight. Now! You owe me $50 million. Lamani grinned at Matthews. And my $70 million. Ma Yud also added. Matthews poofed right down to the ground. It's over. It's all over. It was $70 million in debt. Now it's $120 million straight up. And, at the expense of a powerful favored beast. As for the others, they were also shocked by the powerful strength that the heavenly brilliant ants had erupted. Even the 2 teachers, Night Unwakeful and Ma Yud, were in disbelief. Is this steel-armored ant a mutated species? Is Luo Ming so lucky? Zip! The roar of the engine came. The young man who had picked up Matthew's Ghostfire earlier had finally returned. Sorry about that, fellow pony. Accidentally hit the lawn and scrapped it. Had ha. The student scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The ghost fire he was riding was seen to be warped and rolling like a tractor with white smoke. I don't know when it's scrapped. Seeing this, Matthews spurted out a mouthful of blood. His head lolled, and he was straight up pissed off. Come on man. Send to the ICU. Luo Ming waved his hand in a big way, looking very skillful. He is the best business partner of ICU, specializing in sending people in, as the three Wang brothers did before. End of chapter 99. Chapter 99, The Tyrant's Son enrolls in school. For whom? Chapter 99, Enrollment of the King's Son. For whom? The foreign students wanted to give Luo Ming a downward spiral, but now they were easily blocked by him. Now, none of these foreign students dared to underestimate Luo Ming anymore. Otherwise, Matthews is a foregone conclusion. I heard that he was laid up in the ICU for half a month and that's when he was discharged. After that, Yanxia University was quiet for a month. Everyone followed the rules and did their own thing, improving their strength and preparing for the upcoming freshman competition. This day, knock. The school bell of Yanxia University suddenly struck. A bell vibrates only when an important visitor descends. I heard about it. The one known as the third battle king of the military department has come to Yanxia University. Hiss. You're talking about that lord of the Li clan in Magic City. That's right. The devil's capital Li clan's Grand Duke, Li Lin, one of the 36 battle kings of the military ministry. His title, Overlord. His strength is a top-notch existence even among the 36 battle kings. What is the reason for such a big shot to come to Yanxia University? I don't know. Check it out. It was no surprise that all of Yanxia's students would be inducted into the military department in the future to become core figures. Therefore, they inwardly longed for the war generals of the military department, the war kings, and were filled with respect. Li Lin's descent into Yanxia University instantly attracted the attention of many students. By the time the crowd arrived at the gate, only 3 silhouettes were seen standing at the entrance of Yanxia University. One of them, heroic and domineering, close to 2 meters tall, with a bushy beard, looked like a god of war. He was the war king of the military ministry, the overlord of the Magic City, Li Lin, and the Li clan's status in the Magic City was not in any way inferior to the status of the 5 clans in the Imperial City. Essentially, the difference in battle power between the Imperial capital and the Magic capital wouldn't be particularly large. It was mainly a matter of different emphasis. For example, the headquarters of the military department is in the Imperial capital, and Mordor also possesses 2 of the 4 holy orders, and beside Li Lin, there was a beautiful woman with a delicate figure, outstanding style, and charming to the extreme, snuggled in Li Lin's chest, and compared to his beastly figure, the beautiful woman who was wearing high-heeled shoes with a foot of 1 meter 7 was simply like a doll. In addition to the 2, there was also a young guy with a 7-point resemblance to Li Lin in face, with an awkward gaze that looked like it had long been a great general. Moreover, he was dressed in military attire. At the shoulder, there was a military insignia with a hideous design shaped like the face of an evil spirit inscribed in black lines, as well as underneath it, there was a small silver star. Li Tian, son of Li Lin. Although they were both sons of the Battle King, Li Tian and Gu Linxiao were not at the same level at all. Gu Linxiao is just a flower in a greenhouse. As for Li Tian, he followed the overlord, conquered the ruins, and made outstanding military achievements. At such a young age, he was already a junior captain in the military department with a silver star on his shoulder. At the same time, he was also an official member of the Shura Sacred Order, one of the 4 sacred orders of Yanxia. In a sense, his battle record, compared to Luo Ming, wasn't bad at all. That woman. Luo Ming's gaze narrowed slightly in the crowd. This woman is no one else. Exactly Su Wanqing's mother, Wang Lirong. It was just that Wang Lirong's status and position were very different from Li Lin in the Magic City. So what exactly did she rely on to climb up to Li Lin? Lin, that guy, is Luo Ming. Wang Lirong, who was snuggled in Li Lin's arms, saw Luo Ming in the middle of the crowd at a glance. She recognized Luo Ming even when he turned into a corpse, because that's what killed her daughter. Oh, that's him. Well, Tianer. Li Lin glanced at Luo Ming and didn't care. The current Luo Ming was too weak to arouse the interest of his titular overlord in the slightest, so it's better to leave it to his son to play. Father. Li Tian bent down respectfully. Tianer, your toys are here. During this period of time, you and my father have been fighting in the south and north, and even traveled to the mountain and sea Xiong Pass, witnessing the scene of 10,000 beasts running rampant in the depths of those ruins. And now that you have added to your military achievements, and you are also called a young man, Tianer, you need to take a good rest. Li Lin said indifferently. At your age, you should be enjoying your youth in the middle of the campus. Magic City Monster University is too low-end to be worthy of you. Only Yanxia University is worthy of my Li Lin's son. Go find a target. Then crush a bunch of mole crickets and step on them to get to the top. By the time you step out of the campus, my father hopes that you are already the #1 heavenly pride of my Yanxia. So now your first target. Li Tian grinned. Luo Ming is it? From the Shanghai Shengguan back. I've been hearing about the prestige of this number of characters. Blowing god. But in my opinion it's nothing more than that. It's also just not a do in the middle of a greenhouse. Just as well. Since father wants me to defeat him, I'll begrudgingly give this toy a good fight. I just don't know how long he'll last. Li Tian shook his head and laughed. After seeing the great event of Shanghai Shengguan, the campus among the walls was simply an amusement park and boring to him. These so-called Heaven's Pride were nothing more than casual killers. Honor, you must kill Luo Ming. Avenge your sister. Wang Liron also spoke out with a face full of resentment. She knew what she was in Li Lin's eyes. Nothing more than a toy. Back then, Li Lin met her at the clubhouse in Magic City, and after some clouds and rain, she was afraid of Li Lin's brutality. So she secretly fled Magic City and traveled to Star Ocean State. But I didn't realize that I was pregnant after just one night. If she hadn't wanted to avenge her daughter's death, she definitely wouldn't have gone back to Li Lin. It was a bull, so brutal that she felt like her body was going to break as she was tortured by it day and night these days. Sister? Sorry, I don't have a sister. Li Tian smiled coldly. In his opinion, this Wang Liron was just a toy for his father for a short time. As for that so-called daughter, Li Lin has been sowing seeds outside all these years? Overlord Li has traveled a long way, and I wonder what he's up to. Li Lin's arrival was no longer something that a grade-level director like Mayad was qualified to receive, only to see that the crowd dispersed. A middle-aged man appeared together in front of the crowd. Behind him were Mayad and 2 other teachers, president of Yanxia University, Xiao Pingyang, as well as 3 grade-level directors, Dean Xiao. It's been a long time since the military assembly a year ago. Li Lin laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, I don't really have anything else going on. I'm mainly here for my son. My son Li Tian, official military squad leader, member of the Shura Sacred Regiment, awakened talent, SSS level, strength gold level first order. I want to join Yanxia University. I wonder if President Xiao is willing to accept him. Li Lin patted his son's shoulder and withdrew him. Xiao Pingyang glanced at it. Spin nodded. The son of the overlord. Yanxia University will certainly not refuse. If others were to say that they were going to be interjected into Yanxia University in the middle of the day, Xiao Pingyang would have told him to off. Wanting to eat, not awake? But this man is Li Lin of the Magic City Lees. This is a face Inferno University has to give. However, the number of students at Yanxia University is fixed. If your son wishes to join, Xiao Pingyang spoke again. Oh, it's not very simple. Li Tian smiled slightly. Just pick one of these ant piles to fight me, and just roll away if you lose. Li Tian said with a faint smile. He swept his gaze over Luo Ming and smiled slightly. The main course is to be eaten last. Spin moved away. Here, that's the blonde one. I can't help it. Your hair is so shiny. I saw you right away. The chosen one just happened to be the genius of the Sunset Empire. Matthews, Pony Boy, who hadn't long been discharged from the ICU. His face instantly turned green. End of chapter. 100. Chapter 100 Li Tian's terrifying strength. Luo Ming's golden house? Chapter 100 Li Tian's terrifying strength. Luo Ming's golden house? Come on, little blondie. You're it, come out. Some time ago, in Shanghai Shengguan, there was a man named Mathis Andrews who did things very arrogantly and also had a blonde hair just like you. Living like my family's dog. And then, I crushed his neck. Li Tian grinned with a playful expression. But when Matthews heard this, his face instantly went white. For no other reason than that Mattis was his second brother. It was an S-class awakened. And he vaguely remembered that before his second brother left for Shanghai Shengguan, he had told him that he wanted to build a career for the Sunset Empire and fight for the glory of the Andrews family. In the future, to become as great as the Knights of the 12 Round Tables. But, how long has this been going on? Matthews walked out with trembling lips. At this moment, in his eyes Li Tian was as terrifying as a demon god. I remember that guy called Mast seems to have the strength of the golden second stage. Right. On the basis of a few years older than me and a little bit stronger than me. Has always loved to jump in front of me, and as a result, I killed him with a single move. Li Tian laughed lightly. Next, let's see how you're doing. Boom. The next second, he was striding toward Matthews. 3 rays of red, silver, and gold enveloped him. Boom boom boom. A furious aura was spreading, sweeping in all directions. The crowd of students, including the teacher, couldn't help but change their faces. Just by transforming, there was such a terrifying movement. This Li Tian is very strong. Anon. As the 3-colored divine light dispersed, Buzz! A tall figure appeared in the middle of the field. Introduce yourself. This is my awakened monster, the three emperor beast. Just at the shoulder of his left hand, there was a golden lion's head, hideous, as if it would poke its head out and bite your throat in the next second. And over his right shoulder hung the head of a silver cheetah, shimmering silver as if poured in white gold. On the front, it was topped with a dragon-shaped head covered in crimson armor, with crimson dragon scales protecting the neck and body in blazing light. The beast's entire body was made up of three colors, gold, silver, and red. The three imperial beasts, the red dragon, the golden lion, and the silver leopard were three monstrous beasts combined into one. Its oppressive power speaks for itself. What an amazing beast! Someone spoke in a shaky voice. Just by confronting each other, one could feel the power of this three emperor beast. That overbearing aura seemed like it was enough to crush one's breath. Tap tap tap. The three imperial beasts stepped forward. Come on, transform. Little Goldilocks. Matthew's body shuddered as he looked at the tall, emperor-like figure in front of him. Change. Body. Matthew's voice couldn't help but weaken as he spoke. After the purple light wrapped around his body, it had yet to dissipate. Boom! One of the three emperor beasts' hands was violently probing out. The golden lion king roared, and a circle of sound waves rolled over, surprisingly shocking away the flames on Matthew's body. One pinched the core in the midst of the flames, then lifted him up. Ha 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 ha, admitting defeat yet, kid, Li Tian laughed out loud. As soon as he wanted to, with one push, the crystal shattered and Matthews died as if it were. Admit defeat, Matthews exclaimed in horror. Bang! Li Tian casually threw his hand and Matthews transformed back into his human form on the ground. His face was filled with fear and his gaze trembled as he looked at Li Tian. Unbeatable. This was a terrifying existence that could crush him with his hands. Well, little blondie, get back to your sunny side up. Ha 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 ha. Li Tian laughed out loud. How was it, Principal Shaw? Did Tianer do well? Li Lin smiled and inquired about Xiao Pingan. The waves of the Yangtze River are awesome. Xiao Pingan nodded. Then from today, Tianer will be in the care of Yanxia University. Li Lin laughed out loud. You're welcome, Overlord. Xiao Pingan nodded. Ha 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 ha. Tianer, enjoy your campus life. You are the son of my Li Lin, the future Overlord of Yanxia. You're going to be invincible from the younger generation. Li Lin wrapped his arms around Wang Liron with force and laughed as he walked away. Not a care in the world for the pain and fear that surfaced on the opposite face. It was just a plaything. The kind of plaything he had a dozen of out there. Just, how is Su Wanqing anymore? What flows in his body is also his Li Lin's bloodline. It's not like any cats or dogs can be killed, so it doesn't hurt to clean up by hand. Luo Ming returned to the villa with an expressionless face. How about it, Luo Ming? That Li Tian's strength is very strong, right? Are you under pressure? You're going to meet him in the freshman competition. Chen Hui was cooking and when she saw Luo Ming return, she flirtatiously pushed his shoulder. His family was located in Magic City, so he had had a side meeting with Li Tian. This young man, before his awakening, had a record of killing monsters with his bare hands. It's a true natural-born man of God. Very scary. Still, pretty interesting. Luo Ming nodded expressionlessly. Truth be told, with his current strength of bronze rank 10, he really wasn't a match for gold rank 1 Li Lin. So, he needs a lot of resources, essence blood, beasts and yuan stones to improve his strength. As for the evaluation of Li Tian, sort of crossed the threshold of seeing him. What? You're going out? Luo Ming nodded. This time, I won 100 million Yanxia coins from a bet with that Matthews, so I thought about going to buy something to boost my strength. Ah, in that case, let's ask Ning Ning to accompany you. His family is the local people of Yanxia Domain O, said Chen Hui shouting at the second floor. Ing, let's go. Go shopping with Luo Ming. Bang! The gate opened at once since a young girl leaps from the second floor. Immediately, it was a crow sitting on an airplane stuck on Chen Hui's head. Noisy. It's so noisy. I'm sleeping. Luo Ming looked at the eyes of this disc pill head, wearing Winnie the Pooh pajamas, shoulders half naked, white silk wrapped legs of the girl mouth twitching. Luo Ming, calm down. He's a guy. It's the senior male. I'm sorry, Luo Ming. Ask Ning Ning to accompany you. Otherwise you won't recognize the way if you're not familiar with the place. Chen Hui explained. Good. Then I'll be counting on Senior Gelding. Okay, Hokage. Let's go then. The corner of Lu Ning's mouth quirked as she jumped down from Chen Hui's head. I'll go back and change. Half an hour later. Combing Chi Lu Hai, tying the pill head. White stockings, sailor uniform plus small white skirt. Dressed up more than a beautiful girl, Lu Ning walked out of the room. He seems to be wearing makeup and lipstick. Come on, schoolboy. Lu Ning took Luo Ming's arm and walked out of the villa with a smile. That is too close. Senpai. Too close. Lamani tries to draw a hand. It's okay, we're all men. Lu Ning was not amused. That said, Leaning City. Look, that's Lamani. Right. Just as the two walked out of the villa shoulder to shoulder and arm. Coincidentally, it was seen by Xia Qingcheng and Tang Momo behind her. Both of their gazes fell in unison on the pretty sister in the little white silk skirt. Qingcheng. Luo Ming he actually hit a golden house, Tang Momo said with an exaggerated face. They must have gone to a room, and then do shy things. Ugh. Scumbag. Big scumbag. Fishing. Tang Momo cursed with a red face. Xia Qingcheng's eyebrows also jumped. Although she did not want to believe it, it was almost on her face, so she could not afford not to believe it. Go! Check it out. At that moment, Xia Qingcheng pulled Tang Momo to quietly follow the duo. End of chapter. 101. Chapter 101 Xia Qingcheng Stalking. Alumni Trading Center. Precious Diamond Grade 7th Order Monster. Chapter 101 Xia Qingcheng Stalking. Alumni Trading Center. Precious Diamond Grade 7th Order Monster. You want to buy Essence Blood and Beast Nuclei? Can be possible, but generally gold level and above Beast Nuclei and Essence Blood are armament materials, rarely circulated in the market. Moreover, at that level, it's not something that money can buy. The purchasing power of Yen Xia coins is still limited. After all, a diamond-level monster was considered a great captain when placed in the Yen Xia military department. This kind of character is still generally of high status. In order to prevent civil unrest from occurring in the 72 states and 36 domains, so Yen Xia's control over some of the high-grade resources was actually rather strict. It's hard to buy without joining the War Department, unless you were born into a family, or you went hunting in the ruins on your own. But, the Yen Xia domain has a trading market that was built by the seniors of the successive generations of Yen Xia University. Even now, some of the old seniors who have graduated for many years have been ranked as military captains, or even commanders. They will also complete some transactions at the trading market. I can show you, Lu Ning said. Good. Thank you, Senior Lu. Ha ha ha. Why are you so polite? Junior. Lu Ning revealed a demented smile and said as he moved a little closer to Luo Ming. Luo Ming suddenly tightened under his body. This senior will not have a problem with sexual orientation, right? Don't worry. I don't like men. I like girls who smell nice and soft. Seemingly seeing Luo Ming's embarrassment, Lu Ning explained. The exchange isn't in the center of town. It's a bit far. Take a cab. Saying that, Lu Ning pulled out her cell phone and started to call for a car. Look, Tilting City. They took a cab. Must be going to some hotel. Out of sight. No one can see them. Let's hurry up and follow. Catch a turtle in a jar. Catch the rape scene. Tang Momo said viciously. Catch what adultery? I'm not her girlfriend. Xia Qingcheng suddenly shook her head as if she had lost interest. It's okay, dump. It's not now. It can be later. That's all you are. Barely writing the mail. Meet the mail. Female on male. Stop. It's getting more and more outrageous. The car is here. Get in. Xia Qingcheng pulled open the car door with a black line. What kind of yellow waste does one's best friend have in her head all day long? Half an hour later. They don't seem to be going to a hotel? Xia Qingcheng looked at the large Yen Xia University Alumni Trading Center sign in front of her. Dulled. It's not going to a hotel. But something more outrageous than going to a hotel. Tang Moxie stuck her hands on her hips and pushed up the non-existent glasses. Qingcheng, you said that Luo Ming had a history of dog licking before. When he was dating Su Wancheng, he licked each other for 3 years for a lot of money, right? Xia Qingcheng nodded. It does seem to be happening. I, Don Sherlock Foamy Holmes, already have the answer. That woman must want Luo Ming's money to buy her resources. Brother Luo Ming, if you love me, you have to buy me Essence Blood in Beast Cores. Oh, there's a piece of Beast Jade skill I really like. Oh, Brother Luo Ming, you say. Brother Luo Ming, as long as you buy it for me, I'll show it to you tonight. That's typical of a green tea lady. Tang Moxie demonstrated by pretending to be a dainty model of a slag woman. Just like that, Luo Ming fell all of a sudden and then gave that woman all kinds of money for resources. Don't forget he just made $100 million. Tang Moxie couldn't help but get a little mad. Xia Qingcheng froze. No, you've got a point. What if Luo Ming gets ripped off? He's already had one hurtful relationship. He can't be allowed to fall in the same place twice. Xia Qingcheng's face sank slightly. Come on, let's go check it out. The two headed towards the trading center. It does have a lot of resources. Luo Ming swept a glance. Many of them were seniors inside the school, all of whom had met once. In the middle of the journey, he did strike a few times and took down a few gold-level beast cores as well as essence blood. But, Even so, that's a drop in the bucket. Senior Yenshur is here. After half a month, Senior Yenshur is back. I wonder what goodies Senior Yenshur has brought back this time. Although Senior Yenshur is not a great person, his strength is nothing to write home about. When he makes a move, it's not something we can normally afford. In the trading market, the crowd spoke up. This stern senior is 8 years old senior. Obviously should have graduated 5 years ago, but as a result, because of the fear of going to serve in the Ministry of the Army, every graduation examination was intentionally missed, and hard to stay in the class for 5 years. Lu Ning said breathlessly, the most powerful classmates of the same class are all mixed up in the military department war generals. Senior Yenshur is still a student, but his strength is really powerful. Blue Jade level battle power, against the military department commander. Lu Ning said, so this school doesn't care? Luo Ming asked curiously. Pipe ah. On the other hand, his grandfather is a battle king. Senior Yenshur's old family is in the Jinling domain. His family background is quite thick. His grandfather gives gifts to Principal Xiao every year, and once he almost knelt down. Luo Ming was stunned. A Yen Xia battle king, doing things so facelessly? In the words of Yen battle king, his old Yen family has 9 generations of single heirlooms and only one precious grandson. Yenshur is willing to raise his own even if he wants to retire for the rest of his life. Principal Shaw had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Lu Ning said breathlessly. Senior Yenshur would go to the ruins every once in a while, kill a few monsters, and then bring them to the trading center to sell them for money. And it seems like he never Yen Battle King gave him any money. King Yen Battle has millions of dollars in change calling him every month. But the next day he went to the bar and wrapped it up, spreading his wealth all over the place. If you want advanced essence blood in beast cores, then Senior Yenshur can definitely take them out. Lu Ning opened his mouth. So interesting? Go check it out. A look of interest flashed across Luo Ming's face as he rushed towards where the crowd was swarming. Not far down the street, a large ring was set up. In the ring, lying prone, was a monstrous beast several dozen meters in size, its body snaking like a small hill. On top of the monster sat a bearded figure with disheveled hair. Diamond grade 7th rank monster. Blood Jade Rhino. Anyone? But this time I don't want money. I want you guys to do me a favor. As long as you can do me this favor, I can give this Blood Jade Rhino for nothing. Yenshur stepped on the Blood Jade Rhinoceros with a lazy look. What kind of favor? Tell me, Yenshur Senpai, to be able to take out such a large Blood Jade Rhinoceros as payment. This favor must not be simple. Don't even think about it. It's not something you guys can do. How do you know it can't be done if you don't say it? Maybe I can do it. This side suggests you find a pillow. What are you looking for a pillow for? It's more real to dream. You what you? Not convinced? Want to fight? Come on. Huang Shang, a silver level, 7th order, S rank awakener. Excuse me. Looking at the arguing crowd on the stage, Yenshur didn't say anything. He really didn't think these guys could do that one thing. After all, he couldn't even invite a war general level figure to do it. Unless it was a battle king, like his old man. But, even if he died, he didn't want to beg that old undead of his family. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Chapter 102 Li Tian appears. Tit for tat. Chapter 102 Li Tian appeared. Tit for tat. Say it. Senior Yenshur. Stop selling out. What the hell? Yeah. Senior Yenshur. We're all in a hurry. Seeing Yenshur's face showing sadness and seemingly sinking into memories, the crowd all looked a little anxious. Have asked. During the graduation exams, all the students in our class went to Shanghai Xiangguan, where my friend and I encountered a golden jade level thundering dragon bird, and my friend was paralyzed by the power of thunder and lightning and became a vegetable. My friend can't recover until the power of thunder and lightning is removed. I just want to know if any of you can remove the power of thunder and lightning from the thundering dragon bird. Yenshur's gaze swept across the field. He had once sought out a purple jade ranked military war general to strike, but over the course of a long period of time, the thundering bird dragon's thunder and lightning power had long since fused with the other party's body and was indistinguishable from the other party's body. Forcibly stripping it off, if it caused the power of thunder to erupt, his friend might die outright. Unless there is a thunder attribute war king of the military department to make a move. It's just that it's going to take a favor from that old den of his family. Gold and jade level? Scatter it, scatter it. With our skills, we can't even hold it even if money is sent to our door. It's already rare to have a thunder attribute monster, and now it's still at the Genu level, and with so much time having passed, it's like a buff stack. If it wasn't for the fear of Senior Yenshur beating me up, I'd have to at least say that the table is open. Really? That's if I've already prepared the dishes. The crowd shook their heads. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Yenshur's eyes. I thought that there were many talented people in Yanxia University, so it was not good to say that I might be able to meet a capable person by chance. I didn't realize that it was him who was overthinking it. Yes, with the power of thunder and lightning at the Jinyu level, how could these children, who were still not as strong as him, possibly have a way? Just as well, the diamond-ranked beast might as well be sold for some money as usual to renew her nutrients and life pods. Yanshi shook his head and was about to speak. I think I'll give it a try. A voice rang out, only to see the duo of Luo Ming and Lu Ning squeezing through the crowd. Luo Ming had a certain amount of confidence. Firstly, the white tiger possessed thunder elemental control, and secondly, Tao Tai possessed a powerful devouring ability. What the war general couldn't do, he, Luo Ming, wasn't necessarily unable to do. He is Yanxia's freshman number 1. Luo Ming he made a big mess just a few days ago, and I heard that he directly terminated a monster base. So fierce? Are all the freshmen so powerful now? Much more powerful than the class before me. Hi, that's. You don't look at people who have just enrolled in school, but now they're already carrying a silver star on their shoulders. A veritable military squad leader. Awesome. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the past, and the waves of the past die on the beach. But this kid can solve the aftermath left behind by the golden jade grade monsters? Why do I feel so skeptical? Irrelevant of anything else, Luo Ming was too weak, too young, and without any network background. With conditions like that, no one else could really think of any ideas he could have. Interesting. I said how this little reptile disappeared into thin air. So it's here, in the middle of a large tea house next to the trading center. By the window sat the tall young figure. It was certainly Li Tian. Sir, your tea. There was a maid wearing a cheongsam, dignified and beautiful, coming up with a fine big red robe, was about to pour him some tea. As a result, Li Tian directly grabbed a handful of big red robe and stuffed it into his mouth, then picked up the hot water kettle and filled it with 1.5 liters of hot boiled water in one gulp. It directly scared the maid silly. It's no fun. It's better to have wine. Li Tian swallowed the tea headfirst. Spinning around, he stood up. It was a swing at the military-grade glass beside him. Sir, that's military-grade glass. It can defend against monsters. Bang! Without waiting for the maid to finish her sentence, an entire side of peeling was instantly shattered by his punch. After the concussion, broken glass flew all over the sky, and some of it even grazed the maid's cheek. Frightened, her body immediately stiffened in place. Monster-proof? Sorry, monsters would have to be scared to death to see me. Li Tian smiled disdainfully and instantly leapt down directly from the height of 17 or 18 floors. The maid let out a scream, and then only a loud bang could be heard as Li Tian's figure smashed into the ground, leaping down in a physical state, unharmed. A diamond-level monster worth a lot of money. I'll take it. It just so happens that I'm also a bit of a lightning elementalist. Buzz. He stretched out a hand. A hideous and ferocious lion's head manifested at his shoulder, and a golden lightning aura wrapped around his hand. Hey, how about I come save your friend? Under my king's thunder, any lightning must submit. Li Tian smiled faintly, showing as much arrogance as he could, and his gaze towards Luo Ming was also full of provocation. You are, Li Tian, my father, Magic City Li Lin. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room's face changed drastically. Overlord Li Lin's son. Hiss. No wonder I said this young man is so oppressive. If I remember correctly, it seems like this guy just enrolled today. A freshman interloper. His aura is stronger than some sophomore and junior seniors. Joking aside, he is a true genius who fought his way out of Shanghai Shangguan. He has gold-level strength at such a young age. Can you compare? But I'm still more willing to trust Li Tian than Luo Ming. Yeah, regardless of strength and heritage, Li Tian is too much stronger than Luo Ming. Obviously, as soon as Li Tian made his appearance, the scales of the scene instantly fell to his side. Little ant, want this monster? Sorry, with me, Li Tian. No way. Li Tian grinned, looking at Luo Ming with a playful gaze. Luo Ming, don't be impulsive. Lu Ning just wanted to say something. If blowing awesome can be the number one in the world, then the strongest existence in Blue Star should be a bull. Luo Ming responded indifferently. Spinning around he held out his hand. Wan Lei, is it very strong? So what if it's better than me here? Buzz. Only a brilliant silver light exploded, and in the next instant, a brilliant ball of lightning also appeared in Luo Ming's hand. The two thunder lights, golden and silver, were intertwined, and in terms of quality and aura, it was surprisingly completely indistinguishable for a while. Li Tian narrowed his eyes. You are a bit of fun and have managed to pique my interest. If your interest is so easily piqued, I suggest you find a lady for $200 to settle it. Or maybe go to the hospital to check if your hormones are too high. Luo Ming responded expressionlessly. I'm sorry, but I've never really lost at the mouth breathing level. Oh, shark teeth. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Luo Ming, Li Tian simply shut up. Come on, Senior Yenshi, choose me, Li Tian, or this kid. Make a choice. Li Tian no longer paid attention to Luo Ming and turned his head to Yenshi on the stage to inquire. Yenshi was silent for a moment. Would you guys be willing to take a trip with me to the Yenshi First Center Hospital? Could be. No problem. Both men nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Li Tian misses. Thunder power storms. Luo Ming struck out. And infinite devouring revealed his sharpness. Chapter 103, Li Tian misses. The power of thunder ripples. Luo Ming struck out. And infinite devouring revealed his sharpness. Leaning City. Look. Luo Ming and Li Tian are facing each other. That's Li Tian. Luo Ming is definitely going to suffer. Tang Mo and Xiao Qingcheng no longer had the leisure time to worry about who the pretty sister beside Luo Ming was at the moment. Compared to this matter, it was clearly the Li Tian in front of him that was more worrisome. Although Xiao Qingcheng had never doubted Luo Ming's strength, Li Tian's strength was truly strong. The current Luo Ming was definitely not an opponent. The rank difference between the two of them was simply too great. Go! Follow first. The crowd spoke up. Immediately, Yenshi was rushing to the hospital with Luo Ming and the others. Luo Ming, how many % sure are you? Lu Ning asked curiously. Luo Ming raised a finger. 10%. Lu Ning's face changed drastically. You play so big. If anything goes wrong, the Yenshi ministry will kill you. No, I mean it can't fail. With that, he wiggled that finger. Lu Ning? A few people arrived at the hospital. At the door of the custody room, a middle-aged man in a suit was seen resting his eyes on a stool outside. Seeing that person, Yenshi's face changed. Uncle Tom, you're here for Minoru. Don't gamble with your grandfather anymore. As long as you agree to his conditions, he'll step in. The middle-aged man got up and advised nicely. I'm sorry, I'm not going to separate myself from Chen Xian. She became like this to save me in the first place. Yenshi shook his head. If there's nothing else, Uncle Tang, you can go back first. I need to find someone to treat Xian now. Saying that, Yenshi was about to cross over Tang Shan and push the door into the middle of the ward. I'm here to gatekeep you. Are these two little guys the ones you found to treat young Qian? The power of thunder is violent. If it fails, something might happen. I've come here today specifically to calm you down. Townsend opened his mouth. He was a student of Grandpa Yenshi, a war general in the military department. Good. Yenshi didn't say anything, and a few people pushed their way in. Inside the intensive care unit, a huge life pod was set up, and a girl in a long white dress with a serene face and closed eyes was lying in the middle of a nutrient solution. Which one of you is first? Yenshi asked. First hand must lose. You go first. Luo Ming said to Li Tian with an expressionless face. Oh, it's just an excuse for the weak. Li Tian's face showed disdain. He glanced at the girl. Buzz. With a single hand, a golden thunder appeared in the hand. Felt it? There is indeed a powerful force of thunder flowing through her limbs that is fused very perfectly with the flesh and blood and organs into one. Li Tian spoke faintly. Seeing this, Yuzhen gave him a surprised look. I didn't expect to see Yang Qian's illness so easily. This kid has some strength. But, this thunder is not as high in quality as my king's thunder. So, expelling him is a breeze. Just need to fight poison with poison. With that, he pressed out with one hand. Boom! A golden ball of thunder pressed above Yang Qian's brow. Get the hell out of here. Lowly thunder, where do you want to hide in front of me? Wan Lei. Boom! A powerful wave of lightning trembled in the ward. In the pores on the surface of Yang Qian's body, there was actually a trace of golden thunder spilling out. Yenshi's face showed joy at the sight. Did it work? Cynthia. Lu Ning, on the other hand, frowned. Luo Ming. It's a wasted trip. People are going to succeed. However, Luo Ming shook his head. Not necessarily. Li Tian's King's Thunder is indeed superior in terms of quality. But, he overlooked one point. That is, the strength of the Thunder Master in Yang Qian's body is not at the same level as him at all. Quality is not enough. Quantity makes up the difference. Boom! As Luo Ming's words fell. As expected, a sudden change occurred. Crackle! Only to see that the thunder power in the air unexpectedly began to tyrannize, becoming incomparably chaotic. Anon! A long whistling sound came out from within Yang Qian's body, and it seemed that a golden thunderbird was about to fill the air. That's the thundering dragon bird. Yenshi's face changed drastically. Stop it. Qianqian's body won't be able to hold out much longer. Yenshi bellowed. However, Li Tian was holding down his palms with a horrified expression on his face. Surprisingly, out of control. His Wang Lei was actually reversed by the power of the thundering dragon bird, pulling in reverse, all surging into Yang Qian's body, seemingly to burst her alive. Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? Yan Shi's face twisted up, and at that moment, the thunder element in the air became more and more intense. It was as if it would explode the next second between violent friction. It's too late. Tang Shan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Tian. Student Wan Lei, I'm now going to forcefully cut you off from the power of thunder. Get ready. Li Tian just wanted to retort that his name wasn't Wan Lei, but he didn't have so much time to worry about that now. He nodded. Change. Glistening water rhinoceros. That's right. The monster awakened by Yukiyama was an S-ranked rhino, and he wanted to transfer the power of thunder elsewhere through the conduction effect of water currents. Can't move. Just then, Luo Ming blocked in front of them. The power of lightning has already fused with senior sister Yang Qian's physical body. If you try to forcibly transfer the power of lightning, her life force will be transferred away with it. Even if she succeeds by chance, she will only live for less than 3 months. Luo Ming spoke out to stop it. Yan Shi's face instantly turned pale. But if I don't shift, this place will explode, and then you'll all die here except me. The giant rhinoceros that Tanshan had transformed into spoke sternly. Luo Ming, you get the hell out of my way. How can I send my life here? Li Tian cracked his mouth. After the resonance of this thunder power, if it exploded, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would have to be seriously injured. A diamond-ranked monster wasn't worth his sacrifice like that. It's better to just pull out and leave. As for the life and death of others, it is none of his business. Yan Shi's eyes were already filled with a touch of coldness when he looked at Li Tian. This guy acted recklessly and did not care about Yang Qian's death or life. Senior Yan Shi, may you trust me. I'll take over from here. Luo Ming's gaze fell on Yan Shi. The other man was stunned. There is no way to do it anymore. So, the dead horse is dead. Luo Ming, right? I've heard that you're now a squad leader of the Yanxia military department, but you have no one under your command. As long as you can cure Qianqian, I'll be the first team member under your command. From now on, Yanxia University, no one will dare to bully you again. Yan Shi assured loudly. Minoru, you can't do this. Tang Shan's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Shut up, Yan Shi bellowed. He opened his mouth with bloodshot eyes. Don't forget who the bloodline of the old Yin family was sacrificed to continue. The old man can be ruthless. I can't. Immediately after that, he once again looked at Luo Ming. Luo Ming, make a move. I can trust you. Luo Ming nodded vigorously. Definitely live up to the hype. Boom. In the next second, a monstrous bloody light covered him. Infinite devouring. Full blast. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, borrowing strength to break the realm. Li Tian brand charging treasure. Good and high range. Suck hard. Chapter 104, borrowing strength to break the boundary. Li Tian brand charging treasure. Good and high range. Suck hard. This is something. Li Tian and Tang Shan's eyes widened at the same time. The thunder power in the air was tumbling, and then it unexpectedly surged uncontrollably towards the middle of one's body. Right here. Break into silver. Luo Ming let out a hiss, and the Taotia's roar shook the heavens and moved the earth as if it had roared down a piece of the sun, moon, and stars. The crowd only saw an overbearing to the extreme blood-colored beast standing proudly on one side, with all the beasts prostrating themselves, and the stars of the heavens being his food. Holy, is this my schoolmate? Luo Ming? Mustard cow. Lu Ningdu was shocked and took 2 steps back, standing beside Luo Ming, who felt like the yuan energy in his body was about to break out. How can it be? My power is out of control. Li Tian's forehead veins throbbed, looking incredulous, and not only him, even the thunder power within Yang Qian's body was released recklessly. 2 strands of thunder power surged into Luo Ming's body like a tidal wave. Had enough. Tao Tai. Work for me when you're full. Infinite devouring. Suck. Luo Ming yelled. Roar. The entire hospital building shook, and with the deafening roar from the Tao Tai head in its chest, the building couldn't help but tremble 3 times. All the medics looked up at the ceiling with shocked faces. The voice came from upstairs. Not good. This war cry. It's Luo Ming. Something's wrong. The 2 women, Xia Qingchang, who had rushed to the entrance of the hospital, glanced at each other and rushed towards the hospital's main door. The red blood light was fluctuating, and if anything, the 2 strands of lightning power were previously entangled as if they would explode in the next second. Then, at this moment, the power of the 2 Gu thunder and lightning were both suppressed by the bloody red light. It was like 2 chargers, constantly supplying Tao Tai with energy. This is him actually breaking the realm. How is it possible? Taking this time to break the realm. What kind of monster is this teenager? War General Tongshen stared with incredulity. The bronze 10th rank level marker on Taoya's chest had completely exploded, and the bright silver-colored one was slowly coalescing. No, he was a bronze level before? What exactly did he rely on to absorb these two forces? Is his body made of iron and won't it burst? And why had this riotous thunder power become so gentle now? Surging together towards his body? There's just too much in this for Townsend to figure out. Simply don't think about it and just call it awesome. Worthy of being a Tao Tai. This overbearing appetite is simply outrageous. Even Luo Ming himself couldn't help but be secretly surprised in his heart. In a way, if he didn't use infinite devouring, it was a passive skill. Only, once when the energy from the outside world entered the body, infinite devouring would automatically start, like a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring and absorbing everything. Therefore, Luo Ming was naturally immune to any toxins, and as soon as they entered his body, they would be turned into the purest energy by Taoya's devouring power, nourishing his body. Moreover, if someone wanted to use their battle chi to destroy Luo Ming's body, that would also simply be a dream, and they would have to watch out if they would be sucked dry by him if they weren't careful. Lamani, he is a walking vacuum cleaner in his own right. Lee Weather was shivering. Is this using him as a rechargeable battery? With the power of thunder and lightning in his body to raise his strength recklessly, the suction was too strong on the side, and he hadn't been able to stop. The lightning energy in his body surged outward uncontrollably. Get loose, kid. I said get loose. Li Tian chided with a cold face. Sorry Li students, now in the most critical moment of treatment, can not send a little. Luo Ming let out a low chuckle, and the speed of his absorption was suddenly a fraction faster. You did it on purpose. Kid, you are looking for death. Do you know what kind of existence you're provoking? When Li Tian heard Luo Ming's smug laughter, he was so angry that he almost wanted to do something to slap him to death. I know, Mr. Charge, Treasure. Lamani played with the flavor. You seek death. Li Tian only felt his killing intent surge like never before, itching to break Luo Ming's neck right now. Don't get excited, or it'll be like this. Out of control. Boom. Li Tian felt that all the yuan energy in his body was now converted into lei energy surging outwards, and he was on the verge of being sucked dry. It'll be over soon. Li, bear with me. I'm about to break through. He grinned. Li Tian's face turned blue, and his two pairs of eyes seemed to be spitting fire outwards. Good. You're good. Luo Ming stopped talking to him. The silver standard has coalesced successfully, and the key thing is, the power of lightning in Yang Qian's body was almost all going to be drawn out by him. Elder White Tiger, please. Thunder element. Control. Boom. Taoya's mouth grew instantly for the last bite. Zigzag. Luo Ming utilized his thunder elemental control to force out all the hidden lightning power in the air, as well as in Yang Qian's body, flesh and blood, and internal organs. It finally transformed into a huge ball of thunder in the air. Roar! Tao Tai opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this ball of thunder in one gulp. Buzz! Luo Ming's aura skyrocketed as a stream of blood flames danced around him, setting him off like a blood god. It worked! Silver level. Take that! Buzz! Luo Ming exited the transformed situation with a big wave of his hand. The doctors who had been waiting outside the door rushed in one by one, taking professional equipment and instruments to Yang Qian. He checked up. Well, Doc? Yen Shi was a little nervous. Although Luo Ming's operation was as fierce as a tiger just now, it was all for naught if it was ineffective. That attending doctor got up with a stony face. Mr. Yen. Seeing this look on his face, Yen Shi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What's wrong? Failed? His face didn't look too good. Oh, an operation is as fierce as a tiger, but in reality it's a 255, and it's still a failure. Li Tian clasped his hands on his chest and sneered. As a result, the doctor glanced at him without speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. Very successful. Not a single trace of the lightning power left behind by the Thunder Bird Dragon in MS Yang's body is left. We've never seen such an amazing case before, so the research took a little longer. Theoretically speaking, even if we were to get a Golden Jade level powerhouse to take action, it would be impossible to remove it so cleanly. The attending looked puzzled. His gaze toward Luo Ming was filled with awe. I really don't know what means this little brother is using. Is it the natural power of the monsters? It looks like the potential within the monsters is still beyond our imagination. The attending physician mused that it would be good to go back and dissect a dozen more monsters to study. Really? Cured? Yen Shi's eyes widened. Yes, MS. Yang will awaken in a moment. The attending physician nodded. Really? Cured? Uncontrollable joy welled up on Yen Shi's face. Surprisingly, it's really cured. Sin. How do you feel? Can you open your eyes? I'm Minoru. He leaned over the bed and took hold of young Sin's palm. It's not clearly cured. Why did you show such a gloomy look just now? Li Tian Skedin said to the attending physician with dissatisfaction. It messed with his mind that he wasn't cured and turned out to be a clown. The attending doctor looked up at him with a grave look on his face. What are you looking at me for? Li Tian instantly glared back, a bit furious by this guy's look. Sir, I'm facepalm. And dead fish eyes. Sorry. Litten. End of chapter. 105. Chapter 105. Don't be discouraged. The road is still long. Go slowly. The first member of the team. Chapter 105. Don't be discouraged. The road is still long. Take your time. The first member of the team. Hiss. Yang Qian had just opened her eyes, but it was as if her eyes could not be stimulated by the two lights because of her perennial coma. Yenshur was pampering her very sweetly from the sidelines. Minoru, what's wrong with me? I seem to have had a dream. A very, very long one, in which I was captured by the Thunderbird dragon and tied to the execution rack, and it tortured me day and night. Luckily, a blood-colored beast appeared, and that beast was so powerful that it ate the Thunderbird dragon in 3 bites and then rescued me. Yang Qian struggled to open her eyes and adjust to the bright light. It wasn't a dream. There really was a scarlet beast. There really was. And he saved you. And saved me too. Yenshur wept with joy. No one knew why the once heavenly pride of the Jinling Yin family would be so disheveled after that graduation test, preferring to be a 10,000 year repeater rather than go to the front after graduation. Everyone assumed it was because he was afraid to go to war. But he is the grandson of the War King, and the Yin family has served in the military department for generations and conquered the ruins. So how can he Yenshur be afraid? He was here to accompany Yang Qian. Unlike his illustrious family history, Yang Qian was an orphan. She had no mom and dad, no relatives. She had been living in Yanxia domain since she was a child. Although she was an orphan, she was a self-reliant girl. Yen Warlord would not let his grandson, Yenshur, who was the single heir of the Yen family for 9 generations, be with such a girl who had nothing. Therefore, the condition put forward by Yen War King back then was, I can save her for you, but after saving her, you and her, from now on, the two do not see each other. It's like that old saying that's been circulating in Jinling. You walk your way through the sky. She crosses her bridge over the oil mill. Yenshur wanted to agree, but when King Yen Zhaowan got someone to treat her, Yang Qian, who was in a coma, ghostly refused the power that drove away the power of thunder from her body. It was then that Yenshur suddenly remembered that the two had once made a pact on the battlefield. Only death can separate one from the other. At that moment, Yenshur came to his senses, and he refused the treatment of King Yen Zhaowang, refused any help from the Yen family. He, alone, took on the burden of treating Yang Qian. But that's true, but it's only a brief renewal of her life at an exorbitant cost. Everyone said that Yenshur was scared and retreated, but he never retreated. His battle achievements in the ruins over the years were enough to seal him a military commander, and his strength had long since stepped into the Blue Jade rank. Yenshur was still the same Yenshur, just different in that he had something in mind to guard. Thank you, Luo Ming. Really thank you. You saved our world. Yenshur thanked Luo Ming from the bottom of his heart. Oh who? Senior Yenshur's story is too tragic. Lu Ning listened to the red eyes, as if they were incomparably empathetic. You walk your Jingtian road. I'll cross my Yaofang bridge. Luo Ming shook his head. Yenshur Senior. And then the oil mill bridge extended to the fish mouth. Maigao bridge extended to the Baguizhou bridge south. So, I mean, do not be discouraged. The road is still long. Go slowly. Lo Ming. You. Sternly surprised. Luo Ming shouldn't have been to the Jinling domain, but it seemed like he was more familiar with it than even he. A local. Luo Ming shook his head without speaking. He hadn't been there in this life, but in his previous life he had been a social animal in that city for 10 years. On one side is reality, life, and on the other side is youth, dreams, and how can he not know that? Only, time has changed, and who can say what the future holds? Today he, Luo Ming, appeared and saved Yang Qian. Doesn't that just say it all? As long as you don't give up, anything is possible. Luo Ming, I, Yenshur, am true to my word. From today onwards, I'm the first team member amongst your squad. Yenshur got up and looked solemnly at Luo Ming, then held out a hand. Captain, please advise me more. Luo Ming froze. I'd appreciate your guidance. Senior Yenshur. Minoru, you really want to? Yukiyama looked a little hesitant to see this, thinking about whether or not to stop it. Yenshur's own military achievements were perfectly capable of going to the military department to become a commander after being vetted, but he was willing to be an ordinary pawn under Luo Ming? Uncle Tang, don't say any more. This is my own decision. Also, go back and tell the old man that I will walk up to him, and when the day comes, I will bring Chanqian with me to stand in front of him. That's the day he retires. A flash of rigidity and fighting spirit flashed in Yenshir's eyes. When Tang Shen saw this, he froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded. You've grown up, Minoru. Teacher would be happy to know that. He's been waiting for you to defeat him with your own hands and step up to the position of Yenxia Battle King. Tang Shen couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. That child that he had watched come all the way here had grown up as well. Seeing that you are now fine, I am also relieved. Xiao Minoru, has time to come back to see it. Your grandfather, he quite misses you. With that, he shook his head and turned to leave the ward. This seniorly, why aren't you leaving yet? Waiting for my schoolmate to treat you to dinner? At this moment, Lu Ning noticed Li Tian standing on the side with his hands clasped to his chest and opened his mouth. Humph, Luo Ming, count yourself lucky to win once today, but I won't forget about this matter of you borrowing my yuan energy to break through, and I'll crush you like an ant when the freshman competition comes around. Li Tian suddenly turned his gaze toward Luo Ming and said in a chilling manner, Shanshan is recovering from a serious illness and needs to rest. Li student, please go out first. Without waiting for Luo Ming to open his mouth, Yenshir just said in a cold tone. But he was Li Tian, the son of the overlord. When had anyone dared to order him to do anything? He remained standing still. Or do you want me to throw you out? Yenshir's gaze narrowed slightly. For a junior like Li Tian, if he wanted to make a move, he would be able to knock his head sideways with a slap. Jin Lingyan family is very good. I'm more Dorli remembered. Li Tian narrowed his eyes. The shame he suffered today will be engraved firmly in his heart. In the coming days, the first one will be the first one to settle the score. Hurry up, elementary school disciple. Jin Lingyan family you have to remember. Yan Xia Domain my Lu family you want to remember. Lu Ning also spoke out in mockery. Humph, see Luo Ming at the freshman competition. That's your last day to breathe freely. He really couldn't stay any longer. Li Tian was afraid that he really couldn't control himself to make a move later, and then get hung up and beaten up by Stern. He kicked the door open and took off in stride. It's this ward, isn't it? There should be no mistake. What will you say when you meet Luo Ming? Ching Chang? As Li Tian walked out of his room, he was greeted by two beautiful girls. His gaze lingered for a split second on the face of one of the girls. The other party seemed to feel something, and the two of them exchanged glances across the room. Xia Qingcheng didn't care, but Li Tian revealed a playful smile. Xia Qingcheng of the Xia family? Luo Ming, is this your woman? Let's collect some interest from her first. Li Tian's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor. What's wrong? Leaning? Tang Mo pulled Xia Qingcheng's arm. Xia Qingcheng looked back and shook her head. Nothing, just now that person seems a little familiar. Well, forget about the others. You have to think about how you're going to talk when you see Luo Ming later and how you're going to confront that mistress. We must take the initiative and not lose our momentum. Tang Moxie clenched her fists. Xia Qingcheng frowned. I don't think I'm dating Lamini. Don Moore, Ugh. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Chapter 106 A hilarious misunderstanding. Eve of the great competition. Chapter 106, A hilarious misunderstanding. Eve of the great competition. Ugh. Tang Mo was incomparably shocked. I thought you two had been through this and that. Ugh. What kind of things do you think about all day long? You little brain. Xia Qingcheng's face instantly turned scarlet, a few shades redder than a ripe peach. Then Qingcheng, what reason are we using? Luo Ming and the others are coming out. Only to see the door of the ward opened. Luo Ming and Yenshir appeared outside the door at the same time. Luo Ming still followed by that beautiful girl. Leaning City? What are you guys doing here? Seeing the two women appear in the hallway, Luo Ming frowned. Hi, what a coincidence. That dump is accompanying me. Tang Mo's eyes rolled around to tell a little lie. I haven't been feeling too well lately, she said, stealing a glance at the girl beside Lo Ming. The focus is naturally on the chest. Cut. So small. A little smaller than me. I didn't realize there were guys in the world smaller than me. Ha 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 ha. The heart is instantly more comfortable. Tang Mo revealed a relaxed expression. This size was not competitive at all compared to Xia Qingcheng. This schoolgirl, if I remember correctly, this floor is the obstetrics and gynecology department in addition to the ICU intensive care unit. You, okay? At this time Yenshir frowned and opened his mouth, his gaze falling on Tang Mo's stomach, his meaning self-evident. Swish. Instantly, Tang Mo's face turned red. GYN. Obstetrics and gynecology. How is that possible? Ha 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 ha. I went to the pediatrician and went the wrong way. Ha 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 ha. She touched her head and laughed awkwardly. Yo, Luo Ming, is this pretty sister, beside you your new girlfriend? Why don't you introduce it to us? Tang Mo immediately changed the topic. Introductions? Haven't you guys met before? Why the introduction? Luo Ming looked puzzled. What? The two women looked at each other. Surprisingly, they steal food in name only. Wasn't he there on my birthday earlier? Luo Ming saw that the two men looked puzzled. Continued. Hiss. She's still invisible. The two were even more intimidated. Ah, it does seem to be less similar than it was then, doesn't it? Lu Ning smiled. I'm his roommate. Surprisingly, they live together. The two were even more shocked. Second time we've met. My name is Lu Ning. I'm a senior 1 year older than you. He smiled at the two women. Surprisingly, I'm still looking to learn. Learning what? Senior? Lu Ning? The two finally recalled that there did seem to be a very good-looking senior at the birthday party. Only back then his hair was up and he was wearing simple neutral clothing, so he didn't recognize him. So, you're a guy? Tang Mo's gaze fell on his chest. Lu Ning nodded. Aha! This. As if she had been struck by something, Tang Mo covered her chest and backed away repeatedly. I can't believe I'm comparing sizes with a guy, and gloating about it. I don't want to live. Tang Mo was in tears, as if she had suffered some major blow. Phew, so it's the senior. Xia Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression instantly brightened a few points. It doesn't matter if it's a male. Lamini, would it be okay if we went to dinner together later? She naturally initiated the invitation. Good. Luo Ming nodded, receiving the corpse of the diamond-class monster from Yanshi. Afterwards, he went to have a casual dinner with Xia Qingcheng's few people, and after strolling around, Luo Ming had made several attempts to buy a lot of resources as well. Of course the two women were not idle. The freshman competition is right around the corner, and the money that's due hasn't been saved at all. Only, Tang Mo's mood seemed to be low all day. Night. After absorbing this blood jade rhinoceros, my strength should see a considerable increase. Tao Tai, today, you're going to have a full meal. Boom! Luo Ming's palm pressed down on top of the huge rhinoceros corpse. Immediately, a shocking blood-colored flame wrapped around the rhinoceros corpse. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged into his body. An earth-shattering roar came out. Silver level 10th order. Luo Ming. This time, I will wait for you at the freshman competition. In the middle of a monster base. As the black figure closed the sword blade in his hand, a huge gold-class first-order monster behind him was instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying swordlight. Snap! A piece of beast core fell into his hand. Freshman competition. Brother, I won't let you down. The first place must be mine. Zhao has been. His 6 pairs of scarlet eyes glowed cold. It's over? Chu Ching Lemon walked with an athletic stride. Naturally. What about your side? Same. She confidently raised the beast core in her hand. This time, I won't let Xia Qingcheng have any more chances. A few days passed by in a flash, and the new students seemed to be riveted on preparing for the freshman competition. Yan Xia's heavenly pride is still a bit interesting. Slightly a few can get into my Sasaki Ryosuke's eyes. Right. I really want to quietly behead them. Unfortunately, not allowed to kill. In the middle of a wolf monster base, an illusory figure emerged from the darkness. He carried 2 short blades in his hands and had a wry smile on his face. And behind him, there were thousands of silver-class wolves falling to the ground. And without exception, all of them had their throats sealed with a single slash. And these wolves were all blast wolves, which were known for their speed in the wolf clan. At the moment, however, it seemed to have been decimated without any power to fight back. Too weak. It's too weak. It's no match for the monsters among the ruins. Boom boom boom. A base of orc monsters. A head of orcs as huge as a small mountain. Full of fierce eyes, carrying clubs and sticks, like a writhing mass of mountains. However, the other radiant silhouette seemed to be moving at high speed like a ghost or god. He didn't have any techniques and relied on the purest power attacks. With a single punch, a 12-meter-tall orc was reduced to bloody froth by him. No way. None of it works. Killing the mole-like monsters here. How can we become strong? His gaze crossed over the crowd of orcs and finally landed on an oversized orc wearing a crown. It was a dozens of meters. Reddish beast with 2 sharp fangs that seemed to be able to bite through steel. Gold level 3rd stage. You're qualified to fight me. Boom. He was like a cannonball. The orcs along the road were crushed by one punch. And then he was rushing towards the huge orc king. A punch to the head. It's no fun. Go out and have some fun. Li Tian twisted his arm. Out of this monster base. The night was cool as water. It was supposed to be the eve of the freshman competition. Xia Qingcheng had naturally just finished training from amongst the monster base. Ha! That? Xia Qingcheng. Li Tian instantly revealed a playful smile. The Xia family's eldest miss. ISSS level awakened person. So as to be worthy of me? Li Tian. His gaze became extremely shadowy, and he walked towards Xia Qingcheng with a smile on the corner of his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Chapter 107 The Battle of the Night Before. The Fire of the Pouring City. The King Doesn't See My King. Early Encounter. Chapter 107 The Battle of the Night Before. The Fire of the Pouring City. The King Doesn't See My King. Early Encounter. As Xia Qingcheng walked on the road, her mind kept pondering over the slip-ups that occurred during the battle just now. Although it was said that she was a SSS rank awakened person, her strength was too monotonous if she didn't use the power of the Fire Phoenix, just the Ice Phoenix. It was even a step behind Tang Momo. Tomorrow, in the battle with Chu Lime, she really wasn't sure. But, the power of the Fire Phoenix. She felt fear for no reason at all when she recalled the feeling of the fire that had burned her body. It's as if the Fire Phoenix has become her nightmare. Yo, MS. Xia, good evening. A frivolous voice came, and Xia Qingcheng raised her eyes. Not far ahead, under a streetlight, there was a tall, handsome man with his hands in his pockets. Meeting in the middle of the night, can be really coincidental? Is there any interest in going for a drink? Miss Xia, said Li Tian walking towards her. Stop. Xia Qingcheng spoke coldly. Don't advance any further, Li Tian, or I won't be polite. Xia Qingcheng's gaze slightly condensed. In the middle of the night, this guy, at first glance, was uneasy. Oh, I'm curious how nonchalant you'll be, Miss Summer. As he said that, the corners of his mouth emerged in playfulness. Once again, he took 3 steps forward. Giggle. An ice cone was like an arrow breaking through the air towards him. Swish. Li Tian sidestepped his head, but the ice arrow still left a bloody mark on his cheek. He touched the blood on his face, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was the son of the Overlord, but he was injured by a woman? Li Tian, I know that you act overbearing. How you pour other women on weekdays I don't care. But, don't use your hooliganism to me. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. Xia family is not afraid of your Li family, Xia Qingcheng said coldly. Good Xia family Xia Qingcheng, I'm a bit interested in you. Li Tian leaned back and laughed. But, have you ever heard of a saying? Only what the Li family doesn't want. There is nothing that the Li family can't get. The more you are like this, the more interested I am. The big deal is that I'll propose marriage to the Xia family. Ha 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 ha. Fresh. The Ice Phoenix's long chirping sound rang out, facing Li Tian's molestation. Xia Qingcheng did not hesitate and directly transformed. Ice storm. Boom. She flapped both of her holdings. Cold ice wrapped in gale force winds, and 2 huge tornadoes blasted towards Li Tian. Annoyed? Woman, you're no better than that. Ha 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 ha. Li Tian laughed out loud. This was Yanxia University, and he knew he definitely couldn't do anything to Xia Qingcheng tonight. But, it's still easy to frustrate her, before her teachers and classmates react. After all, Xia Qingcheng only has the strength of the silver 9th rank. With him, it's so much worse. 3 imperial beasts. Come and have some fun. Boom. 3 rays of light covered the body. Swish. The silver leopard's speed advantage was instantly displayed as Li Tian pounced towards her as a windy stream of light. For all the humiliation Luo Ming has inflicted on me, let's get some interest from you first. Li Tian coldly spoke. He, so it's Luo Ming's defeated general. Son of Overlord Li Lin, you've disgraced your father. Only coming to me a woman to find face. Xia Qingcheng sneered. Cold sky aurora. The ice blue feathers all over her body opened up. An array of ice turned into light shot violently towards Li Tian. Li Tian's face showed a vicious color. We'll see if you can scream when I catch you. Wan Lei. Golden lion roar. Ho ho ho. The golden lion head on his shoulder suddenly transformed into a huge lion roar that shook the heavens and earth. Rapping a thunderbolt towards Xia Qingcheng, he blasted towards her. Zigzag. The cold heavenly aurora was blocked, and the ice storm was hardened and roared apart. This rolling sound wave shook Xia Qingcheng's consciousness as if it was going to be chaotic. Gotcha. Miss Xia. How can you hide this time? By the time she recovered, a large hand was already grasping towards her head. Xia Qingcheng's eyes widened. In that one moment, it was as if she had made some kind of decision. Li Tian, you're bullying the wrong person. Boom. A fiery light erupted from Xia Qingcheng's eyes. Fresh. The Ice Phoenix was instantly wrapped in red-colored flames. Amidst the blazing flames in the sky, a red-colored figure rushed up into the void. This is the Fire Phoenix. The endless flames were like a dragon scroll blasting towards Li Tian. The second form? I said how this Xia Qingcheng's SSS level strength is a bit of a misnomer. So there's a second form. Swish. With silver leopard speed added to his body, Li Tian dodged the running attack of the flame tornado in all directions. But that number is surprisingly growing. It was jammed toward him on all sides. Interesting. Come. Red dragons chant. The golden lion roars. The silver leopard roars. Boom. All 3 of his heads let out a deafening roar at the same time. The 3 sound waves were as if they had materialized in midair. the golden lion, red dragon, and silver leopard ran together to harden and smash the fire dragon scroll. Just as Xia Qingchen was about to strike again, her pupils widened momentarily and her movements froze. A flame burned on the satin-like crimson feathers of his body. The power of the fire phoenix was backfiring on her. It looks like you're still unable to skillfully master this power. Swish! Li Tian leapt up in one step, his gaze revealing a hideous color. Both fists united, smashing towards Xia Qingqing's head. With this punch, she would definitely miss tomorrow's freshman competition. Just then, swish! A cracking sound came from the air. Immediately, he saw a large blood-colored spear tearing through the sky, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds as it shot violently towards Li Tian. Boom! Li Tian had no choice but to deal with that long spear first. He raised a fist and slammed it on top of the tip of that gun. The figure fell back several steps in mid-air. Swish! A blood-red figure flashed like thunder from the distance. Luo Ming looked at the messy battlefield around him. With all this commotion, the teacher should have almost arrived. Then, he held it in one hand. Blood prison cage. Swish! A huge blood-colored cage opened up and instantly enveloped Li Tian and Xia Qingcheng. The inner and outer worlds are isolated. Luo Ming arrived with the heaven-devouring lance. Without saying a word, he slammed his gun towards Li Tian. Luo Ming, it's you! Li Tian was shocked, and then he burst out laughing. Ha. Good. I didn't expect that I would be able to fight you on the eve of the freshman competition. This is great. Li Tian laughed wildly in excitement. This time, I will make it impossible for you to compete. The person lying in that ICU ward will become you. Boom! He violently charged towards Luo Ming. Swish! Luo Ming's gaze flickered. Instantly, another blood-colored figure split from him. The King City Devourer's splitting ability really works well. The split Luo Ming took a step and leapt into the void, holding the falling Xia Qingchen. Well, Li Tian, is there anything you want me to pass on? You're probably not going to see the sun of this world for a while. Boom! The underworld fiendish blood flame steamed up in full force. Brutal King Tyranny 1 opens. Luo Ming's strength instantly soared tenfold. He walked towards Li Tian with his gun. Back to you on that earlier comment. Today will be your last day to breathe free. In Luo Ming's chest, eye-colored light shone. Now that his realm had arrived. Silver. 6th order. Li Tian's eyes widened. It's only been a week. Surprisingly, he'd risen just 5 small levels. What the hell kind of speed is that? The title has an extra typo. Can't change it yet. Tired. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Chapter 108 giving you the gift of seeing the sun for one more day. Xia Qingqing's shyness. Chapter 108 giving you the gift of seeing the sun for one more day. Xia Qingqing's shyness. Not only did Luo Ming's ghost speed shock Li Tian, his ghost strength also surprised Li Tian greatly. It was only silver 6th rank, but Luo Ming was actually able to go 50-50 with him at gold 1st rank. Even if Luo Ming possessed limit-breaking strength, he, Li Tian, was also a limit breaker. Li's overlord, Li Lin, character amorous extremely horny. He has a lot of women. As long as it is his eyes on the women have not escaped, and he never cared about the death of those women. Just self-centered venting animal desire. So naturally there were countless women who gave birth to his heirs. Li Tian had a lot of siblings, and his father had slept with more women than some people had ever seen in their lives. The children born to these women have the bloodline of the Li family in them. Whenever they reach adulthood, after completing their awakening, Li Lin will then send them into the battlefield. Shanghai Xiongguan. It's a compulsion to feed and a trial. The last batch of children sent in all died, and he, Li Tian, was the only one who survived. He is the son of the Li clan who is recognized by the king of the hegemony, and he will also be the heir of the future hegemony. So, he can't lose. And even more so, he can't lose to a kid who is even lower than his level. He was Li Tian, the Li Tian of the Shura Sacred Regiment, the Li Tian who had come out from fighting on the battlefield, the Li Tian of the military squad, who had seen the truly cruel and bloody world. It's not like this hothouse doodah. Dang it! In the blood prison cage, the two frantically fought furiously. Luo Ming's body was steaming with blood-colored flames, turning on the brutal king's tyranny. The blood flames around him seemed as if he wanted to turn the world upside down. Knock! He stabbed out with his spear and collided with Li Tian's fist. The tremendous force shook both of them backward at the same time. I can't believe. Backed out. Li Tian's face was covered in incredulity. The gold-ranked him was actually forced back by a silver-ranked kid. Kill you! Li Tian roared. Red dragon chant. Anon! The red-colored dragon beast spat out a flame-like torrent, and the entire space seemed to be vaporized. Devouring heaven. God gun. Luo Ming rotated the heaven-devouring gun with one hand. A bit of bloodlight condensed at the tip of the gun, and in the next second, A torrent of blood color also rushed out. The two auroras of red and blood were about to collide together in midair in the next second. It ends here. Swish! A black earth spirit cat leaped into the battlefield as he waved his claws, and the two torrents instantly shattered apart as if they were pieces. Luo Ming, lift the boundary. The others are coming soon. This skill of yours is dangerous. Night Unwake's voice entered his ears. Luo Ming looked up, only to see the black cat looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Yes, he unfolded the blood prison cage, and that's how he silently killed Gu Linxiao. But no matter how powerful the blood prison cage was, it was impossible to escape the gaze of a war general, and it would be detected in an instant. When the others arrived here, things would not end well, and if it reached Gu Yuma's ears, it would be even more troublesome. Buzz! Luo Ming lifted the blood prison cage expressionlessly. Asshole! Get out of the way! I'm going to fight him. I almost slaughtered this kid just now. Li Tian growled angrily. Snap! The ghost-eyed spirit cat flipped over and slapped Li Tian in the face. Watch the attitude. Who are you talking to? The spirit cat's eyes flashed with an eerie sheen in the darkness. Li Tian's heart skipped a beat before he reacted to the fact that this person in front of him was a war general of the military department. I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything else. Li Tian, you attacked your classmates this time. The school will mark you with one disciplinary action. A second time, get lost and go back to the Li family. Night Unwake said coldly. Any conflicts? Settle them in the ring tomorrow. As for now, give me a deactivation, he ordered. Li Tian's eyes erupted with fire, and he could only silently lift his transformed state. Luo Ming glanced at him and turned his head towards Xia Qingcheng. Is this self-immolation? Seeing this scene, even Night Unwake's face became a bit ugly. Gotta get to the hospital right away. He opened his mouth. No need. Luo Ming shook his head. Leave it to me, I'll strike. He squatted down and picked up Xia Qingcheng. Mr. Knight, after that, I'll trouble you to explain. Okay, go ahead. Nightbreath nodded. Luo Ming hugged Xia Qingcheng and turned to leave. At this time his footsteps slightly lurched. Li Tian, you're lucky that Teacher Knight appeared in time to save your life. Then be gracious and see the sun one more day. After saying that, Luo Ming's figure completely merged into the darkness. Luo Ming, you seek death. Only Li Tian was left in place, impotently raging up. I'm going to kill you. What's all the shouting about? It's affecting the rest of the class. Scream again and I'll cut you. Night Unwake said coldly. He was already unhappy with this kind of student who relied on his family's power to do whatever he wanted, and it was Li Tian who started the trouble. Naturally, it's impossible to be kind to him. Later, Ma Yoder and some of his students arrived here at the same time as their teachers. The matter was squashed by Nightbreed. So this is the second strand of power inside her. Luo Ming placed Xia Qingcheng on the bed. The phoenix fire backfires. Well then it is a flame. If it is cold ice I really have no way. Buzz. He probed his hand and a blood-colored flame appeared. Underworld Fury Blood Flame. Devour. Buzz. Xia Qingcheng suddenly furrowed her brows and made a pain sound. A streak of escaping phoenix fire was controlled to surge towards Luo Ming. All of them were swallowed up by the Underworld Fury blood smoke. Phew. A moment later, Luo Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, if this were the legendary Divine Phoenix's Nirvana Divine Fire, things would be in trouble. He let go of his hand, only to see that Xia Qingcheng's clothes had been thoroughly soaked with sweat, and a clear outline of her body could be seen under the illumination of the moonlight. He frowned. A handful of covers were pulled over her body. There are still a few beast cores left, so I'll try to raise another level before dawn. Luo Ming turned and silently left the room. By the time Luo Ming left, the room was completely quiet. Swish! Xia Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes, blushing scarlet. She was full of shyness. Finished? He's seen it all. He must have seen me. Clothes are soaking wet. Woo woo. Xia Qingcheng rolled up in bed clutching the covers. Wait, this is Luo Ming's bed. That means it smells like him. She murmured and whispered. I wonder what it smells like. Want to smell it? No. This is like a demented girl. It's embarrassing. She shook her head to shake out the distractions in her mind. No one wants to smell it anyway? Just a little. No one should see it. She carefully pulled at the covers, shrugged her nose, and eased closer. Snap! At that moment, the door burst open. The beast core didn't take. Luo Ming walked in and stuffed one of the beast cores on the table into his pocket. His eyes fell on Xia Qingcheng on the bed. Only half of her body was exposed. The quilt slumped and limp. The upper half of her body sleeping on her side on the pillow. Both legs spread like scissors. The posture is extremely bizarre. Strange. Is she sleeping in such a bad position? Luo Ming scratched his head and walked out of the room once again. At this moment, Xia Qingcheng, who was twisted like a maggot on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. It's over. This young lady's reputation for a lifetime is not guaranteed. End of chapter. 109. Chapter 109, The Great Competition begins. Outsiders. No one dares to take a shot at them. Chapter 109, The Great Competition begins. Outsiders. No one dares to make a move against them. Early the next morning, Luo Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the garden, opened his eyes. Silver level 7th stage. Will have no problem dealing with a Li Tian. In front of him was a puddle of beast core fragments that had turned into dust. Just then, a scream came out of the villa. Ah! Immediately afterward the door to the villa opened. Bang! A figure rushed out. Luo! Luo! Luo Ming! You even brought a woman to the villa. Damn ah! I'm still single. Why are you eating it? Only to see Lu Ning grabbing Luo Ming's shoulders with an unwilling face. Envy and jealousy filled his face. The live and let live mentality of being afraid of your brother's lack of money and your brother's driving a Land Rover. Lamini. Xia Qingcheng walked out from the middle of the villa, her face still a little red. Awake? She nodded, a thin, mosquito voice ringing out. Aha, don't be so impulsive again. If you can't, just run. Lo Ming said. I know. Xia Qingcheng nodded. Let's have dinner together and gather later. The freshman competition is about to begin. Dang it. In the middle of the villa, Chen Hui had long ago knocked up the pot. Early in the morning he prepared a fragrant breakfast. I have to say, it's really nice to have a sweet blonde homeschooler. Eat and drink without worry. Luo Ming got up, but it was in that instant. He swayed a little. Luo Ming saw a pair of eyes in his mind. It was as if the emperor was looking down on the world, with golden eyes that burned with flames. An illusion? Or has the fourth divine beast been activated? Shaking his head, Luo Ming no longer thought about it and walked into the villa. Breakfast was over. After leaving the villa, Xia Qingcheng, the two walked side by side on their way to the playground. An angry voice came from behind. Good you Xia Qingcheng. Staying out all night. It turns out that you went to look for a man. You're a guy who forgets his friends when he sees color. Tang Moxie came huffing and puffing. The corner of Xia Qingcheng's mouth twitched. Foamy dear. Don't blame me if you keep imagining things. Xia Qingcheng clenched her fists and grinned. Just kidding. Tang Moxie rubbed her head. Hurry up. The freshman competition is about to begin. With that said she silently walked to the front of the line. When they arrived at the playground, Li Tian, Chu Qinglian, and Zhao Hazran were all there. There were also a few faceless foreign students. Total of 4 classes. 100 students. Principal Xiao Ping'an along with grade-level director Ma Yud and 4 teachers stood on the high platform. This freshman competition has 3 segments. The first match, 100-man melee, take the top 30. Second match, 10-man peak battle, take the top 10. The last match, the top 10 final, to be decided by challenge. Buzz. Only Xiao Ping'an pointed with his big hand, and at the very back of the playground, 10 metal platforms slowly rose up. Each metal table was engraved with numbers, from 1 to 10. The top 10 finals are simple. You choose a ring for yourselves, and the ring keeper needs to keep fighting until there are no challengers, and you are considered to be in the position. Well, without further ado, I declare that the freshman competition now begins. With Xiao Ping'an's command, the place where the students stood was suddenly dented. It's like an elevator and everyone sinks into the ground. It turned into a huge gladiatorial arena in a circle. Hey, the match has already begun. Each and every one of you are staying put. Are all the students of Yanxia so unresponsive? Swish, a black light flashed. 7 or 8 students then instantly fell to the ground. This is a battlefield dominated by me, Ryosuke Sasaki. Wow, he was like a black gale that flew around in the crowd. Ding, oh yo, meet a master? Ryosuke Sasaki's movements suddenly stopped. Only his 2 short blades were seen stabbing on top of a long black sword. Sakura-kuni? Sorry, there's no room for you to act like a pussy here. Boom! Zhao had already swung his longsword and slashed towards Sasaki Ryosuke. Race me for speed? Compare your speed with my SS-class monster, the Fang Sable? You're too whimsical. Kid from the Yanxia Kingdom. Swish swish swish. The two began to engage in a frantic battle. A burst of blade and sword chi flew haphazardly, and the others couldn't get close at all. Oh, the top geniuses are already facing each other? Is that foreign student from Sakura country? Sasaki Ryosuke? There's also Zhao from the Zhao family. Zhao already ran off. I remember he's the younger brother of that Zhao who has passed away, right? Xiao Ping'an looked at the 2 men who were battling head-on the field. Yes. Ma Yoder nodded. What's the situation now that Zhou has passed away? Xiao Ping'an asked. He is striking the position of commander, Ma Yud said after a moment of silence. That's awesome. I remember he was a few days shy of graduating. Yes, What a Zhao has passed away. The true dragon of the Zhao family. Xiao Pingan nodded. But, this Xiao has already wanted to catch up with his brother's footsteps. The difficulty is also a bit big Except for Zhao already and Sasaki Ryosuke, there was also a big black man from the lighthouse country whose strength was also very strong, transforming into a huge, violent bear carrying a sledgehammer. Very few students could block one of his hammers, as well as a young man from Goguryeo who transforms into a monster that is a kangaroo with superb boxing skills. The battle had begun in just 3 minutes, and more than 20 people had been eliminated. There were only 5 international students, and the rest were all students from Yanxia. Luo Ming, it's finally time for me to wait for this opportunity. Come die for me. Roar. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. A gold, silver, and red figure shot towards Luo Ming like a meteor. In an instant, 7 or 8 students were spitting blood out of their mouths from his impact and flew out in all directions. It's the one from the Li family, isn't it? What? Having trouble with the student named Luo Ming? Xiao Pingan asked. This name always feels somewhat familiar. Wait, Luo Ming. Couldn't be the one Tang Yenhuang and Yi Chang'an have been chanting in my ears. Surprise flashed across Xiao Pingan's face. Yes, principal. He's that Luo Ming, the first in the examination. A double SSS level awakened person. The Luo Ming who was also valued by Chairman Tang and Vice Head Yi. Ma Yoder nodded. He had seen Yi Chang'an almost nail Gu Yuma alive with one shot for Luo Ming. This is not to be taken lightly. Boom! Li Tian charged towards Luo Ming. All the students along the way were scared and fled in all directions. What the hell? The king can't see the king. Why are these two guys facing each other in the first round? Chu Qinglian glanced at it and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. This Li Tian was simply like turning on a map gun. Regardless of the circumstances, he just charged at Luo Ming. Only, Luo Ming was uncharacteristically calm. Standing still and not moving, he counted silently with his mouth. 3, 2, 1, time. At that moment, Xiao Pingan got up and announced, "Everyone, stop." Boom! Li Tian's fist landed less than 3 inches from Luo Ming's cheek. Between the whistling winds of the fist, it blew Luo Ming's black hair dancing. Next time, move faster. You were given the chance and you're no good at it. Luo Ming smiled contemptuously. Spinning around, he turned to leave. The entire time, Luo Ming not only didn't transform, he also didn't make a move. He never even pulled his hand out of his pocket. He's like an outsider. Elimination rounds, no one dares to take a shot at him. Not a single one. End of chapter. 110. Chapter 110 Contest for the Top 10. 1.5 minutes. Settle you. Chapter 110 Contest for the Top 10. 1.5 minutes. Settle you, asshole. Next game. You won't have it so good. Li Tian stopped his hand and stared viciously at Luo Ming. The gazes of the two men taught across the air, and the invisible murderous aura transformed into a gale sweeping around. And the rest of the students couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, only to feel that the air around them had become chilly. As the first round ended, 70 students were eliminated and reduced to spectators. And the battle between that Sakura country's foreign student, Ryosuke Sasaki, and Zhao already hadn't been decided. You're strong. I recognize you. So, I'll beat you squarely in the finals. Ryosuke Sasaki sneered as he gripped 2 short blades. I'm sorry, but I don't see you as an opponent. And I've only had one opponent from the beginning. Zhao had gazed at Luo Ming in the distance. The eyes were filled with battle intent, completely different from the ancient and unperturbed manner in which he had faced Sasaki Ryosuke. You guys. Ryosuke Sasaki narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he was annoyed because he was being belittled by Zhao already. Your real opponent, well, then, I will defeat him before you do. He spat viciously. Second round. Top 10 battle. See the 10 metal rings in the back. You only need to occupy the ring for 10 minutes. And within 10 minutes, hold your position. And that will be enough to enter the top 10. Xiao Pingan said, pointing to the ring behind the crowd. You are the ringmasters. 10 minutes, 10 men. Regardless of process, only results. Xiao Pingan grinned. Then, I declare that the second round of the tournament will now begin. Boom! As his words fell, a group of students all rushed towards the 10 rings in a swarm as if they couldn't wait. However, those who are truly powerful have not yet done so at this time. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye, the 10 rings were filled with people. They gazed warily at the 20 contestants on the stage. Foolish, the faster you rush, the faster you die just. Luo Ming shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Ring guarding wasn't something he enjoyed doing, and someone else would do it for him. Just kick the ringmaster before time runs out. A bunch of mole crickets. Who allowed you to stand on my throne? Luo Ming didn't move. Li Tian had already moved. Boom! He rushed towards the top-ranked ring like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the student in that ring had him in a chokehold. Guard the ring? It's too much trouble. As long as all of them lose their combat power, then I'll be the only ringmaster. Boom! He slammed his fist into the student's abdomen, cracking his body open, and then dropped it like garbage. Immediately after, he ran to the second ring and repeated the same maneuver. Damn! This guy's trying to knock us all down. Damn it! It's so overbearing. We'll deal with him together. The remaining 8 ringmasters looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Together, they rushed towards Li Tian. Oh, even if there are more mole crickets, they are still mole crickets. Luo Ming. Watch what happens to them. Then, prepare yourself mentally. Boom! Li Tian stomped his single foot, and the ring unexpectedly crumbled apart alive. He danced his dragon's head and raised his head to the sky, destructive waves fluctuating in his mouth. Red Dragon Chant. Anon! With a furious roar, the sound wave turned into substance, and all 8 students were shaken by him, gulping blood and flying out backwards, smashing down in all directions. In just one round, he had solved 10 contestants. Though still standing at the scene, there were 20 others. It's time to do it. Ryosuke Sasaki licked the short blade in his hand. Giggle. With a flash of his body, he appeared behind a student. You don't qualify for the top 10. A black blade light flashed, and the student instantly fell to the ground. His body took off into the air and landed on a ring. This ring, I'll take it. At the same time, others began to move. Xia Qingchang, Tang Momo, Zhao has ran, Shu Qing Lime, and that kangaroo from Goguryeo, the big black man from the lighthouse. All had each defeated their opponents and occupied a ring. All 10 rings currently have owners, and there are still 3 minutes left until the end of the game. There were 3 other people under the ring, and Luo Ming was one of them. Hey! What is this Luo Ming guy up to? Why hasn't he made a move yet? That's it. There's only 3 minutes left until the end of the match. The rest are not good opponents. Is 3 minutes enough? Is he going to beat his opponent at card points? That's a bit too arrogant. He's not afraid to turn over a boat in the gutter. If Luo Ming, who was number 1 in the entrance examination, stops in the top 10, then things will get interesting. Of the remaining 3 candidates, the other 2 were completely lacking the courage to make a move. Luo Ming, you don't have a bottom either. How about we join forces? Defeat one of the ringmasters first. The other 2 extended invitations to Luo Ming. Join forces? Luo Ming glanced at the 2. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't have a bottom. I'm waiting for you 2 to be defeated. What? The 2 men were alarmed. Instead of wasting time fighting for some top 10 throne, it would be easier to wait for the top 10 to be decided. Then settle one of them and replace it, right? Luo Ming gently wiped a handful of hair. There's still 2.5 minutes. So, aren't you guys going to do it yet? His gaze fell on the 10 men in the ring. Lo Ming, get your ass up here. I'm going to tear you apart by hand in the finals. Li Tian bellowed. With that, he's about to charge down to the ring, and those 2 are eliminated. At the same time with the action there is Zhao has been. Both of them want to fight Luo Ming. So, is absolutely not going to allow Luo Ming to stop at the top 10. Oh, what a condescending Yan Xia person. However, at that moment, someone was already a step ahead of them. I have some interest in you, and I'll be the first to challenge you in the finals later. Swish! Sasaki Ryosuke's shadow appeared behind those 2 students. Between the swings of the short blades, the 2 were killed in a single move and fell to the ground. Okay, there's a minute and a half to go, and it's time to finish. Lamani shrugged it off. Friend, thank you for your righteousness just now. In order to show my gratitude, I will send you down to the ring. His gaze instantly fell on Ryosuke Sasaki. Next second, boom! As the blood-colored flames steamed, Tao Tai was carrying his heaven-devouring lance towards him. Asshole! I helped you out, and you even want to fight me. There's only a minute and a half left. You can't beat me. Don't waste time. Sasaki Ryusuke man was dumbfounded. He helped Luo Ming out to settle his opponent. Luo Ming could have picked a soft target to pinch in the ring and pushed his way into the top 10. It turned out to be surprising that he was chosen. What did this mean? It meant that Luo Ming was so arrogant as to want to finish him off within a minute and a half. This is simply arrogant to the limit. Is this treating him Sasaki Ryosuke as a soft persimmon? Your name is Sasaki Ryosuke, isn't it? Then from now on, you're going to change your name. Just call Sasaki Ryu. After saying that, an extremely bright red light erupted from the heaven-devouring gun. End of chapter. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, saying a minute and a half is a minute and a half. Renamed Sasaki Ryu. Championship match. Initiated. Chapter 111, saying a minute and a half. Renamed Sasaki Ryu. Championship match. Initiated. Why me? Ryosuke Sasaki asked angrily. No reason. It's not nice to see you. Luo Ming spoke out faintly. Indeed not happy. This Sasaki Ryosuke pushed in the air. Looks like a king of pussy. Is a person to see him not happy? Underworld Fury Blood Flame. Boom. Luo Ming made a big move with his hand, and a mass of blood-colored flames surrounded himself and Sasaki Ryosuke as if they were a circle. Aren't you good at dodging? Aren't you fast? How can you dodge now? Brutal King Tyranny. Open. Devouring Heaven. God Gun. Zip. Wow. A torrent of blood-colored lasers shot out violently, and Luo Ming swung his heaven-devouring gun, covering the entire area in 365 degrees without any dead angle. Asshole. Sasaki Ryosuke was furious. Luo Ming's hand had almost completely limited his speed and stance advantage. Could he or she not even make it to the top 10? He was so angry he was almost spitting blood. Luo Ming. Boom. Ryosuke Sasaki simply abandons the defense. Offense is the best defense. Buzz off. Black light and purple shadows intertwined with each other as he charged towards Luo Ming, all the way avoiding the gushing blood-colored rays. Die for me. Boom. He interlocked his blades in front of him. Black dance. Got it. Luo Ming. This is the result of your condescension. Giggle. 2 black slashes passed through Luo Ming's throat. Ryosuke Sasaki was half on his knees, breathing heavily. Now that was finally beating him. This. Luo Ming has lost. True enough, this is the price of pride. Luo Ming has fallen in the gutter. My goodness. Luo Ming actually stopped at the top 10. Defeated by a foreign student from Sakura country. Shame on you. He shouldn't have been so pretentious before. What a minute and a half to solve a person. He's pretending to be so full of himself, but he's really a 205. The audience busted out one by one. It was so humiliating, to disgrace Yenshia University, and to lose to Sakuragoku on the side. However, there were only a few people in the ring whose faces did not change, because they are the only ones who see the end. Ta-da-da-da. In the midst of the underworld fiendish blood flames swaying in all directions, a figure slowly stepped out. Not bad. Surprisingly, he defeated one of my doppelgangers, only to see that Luo Ming, who had his throat sealed with a knife, unexpectedly turned into a red light and disappeared in place. How is this possible? Half kneeling on the ground, Ryosuke Sasaki only felt his body go numb as a huge shadow enveloped him. Luo Ming's main body was right behind him. He didn't dare to move. As soon as he did, it felt like he would have his neck snapped by the other side. This feeling, his eyes widened and his entire body began to tremble violently. Seeing that the shadow was about to strike, alarm bells went off in Sasaki Ryosuke's mind. Flash! His entire body's strength gathered in the palms of his feet, trying to dodge. Flash to nowhere. Instead, he saw a large, blood-colored hand probe out and pinch his head from behind. Gotcha! Underworld blood flame burn me! Boom! Instantly, a self-sprouting blood-colored flame enveloped Ryosuke Sasaki. Ah! He cried out in agony as the flame seemed to consume everything in him completely. That feeling of extreme despair filled any part of the heart. It was as if it was going to turn into a nightmare for the rest of his life. Clunk! 2 short blades fell to the ground. Luo Ming casually waved his hand, and Sasaki Ryosuke was thrown to the ground by him like a piece of trash. Swish! He leapt into the air and landed in the same spot where Sasaki had originally been. A minute and a half. Just the moment Luo Ming landed on his toes, Xiao Pingyan's voice followed. Time's up. The battle for the top 10 is over. Wow! The whole room clattered. All the onlookers stood up and snapped and applauded wildly. It's so handsome. Say a minute and a half is a minute and a half. Damn! How can you be so handsome? Holy! When can I have this strength of Luo Ming's? My Luoshin. This is Sakurakuni's international student Sasaki Ryosuke. With the strength of the 9th rank of the silver grade, he is an extremely outstanding student in Sakurakuni, and he was actually defeated by Luoshan by 1.5 points, and Luoshan is still fighting beyond her level. It's so awesome. All the students looked at Luo Ming with admiration. This time, he's kind of earned his stripes. Powerful indeed. This student. I had thought that he was a bit conceited in nature and might suffer some hardships in the future, but I didn't expect everything to be within his grasp. He clearly could have defeated Sasaki Ryosuke much faster, but he got stuck in the last second. This kind of control over the battlefield is definitely not something that an ordinary person can have. I might understand what that Kiji Chanan and that old Deng Tang Yenhuang are looking at him for. Xiao Pingyan nodded. Just that battle between Luo Ming and Sasaki Ryosuke just now was even more interesting than the title matches of previous years. Alright, I declare that the battle for the top 10 is now over. Third match, the championship match. The top 10 had already been decided, and they were Luo Ming, Xia Qingchang, Tang Momo, Zhao Hazran, Chu Qing Lime, Li Tian, and then the black strong man from the Lighthouse Kingdom, Joseph, and that ring master from Goguryeo, Chang Lulai. The other one left is Anna of the Sunset Empire. Her awakened monster is the triple killer poison bee. Not only does she possess the poison attribute's auxiliary ability, but she is also very fast and specializes in the use of the Western sword. Its strength was surprisingly more powerful than the previous one. Matthews, who had obviously hidden his strength. The last person is Adu from ancient Rome, and the awakened monster is the Rift Armor Beast, which possesses a powerful mastery of the Earth attribute. The current top 10 are these 10. For the championship battle, the 10 of you are free to challenge your opponents until the final determination of the top 10 that you yourselves can be convinced of. Xiao Pingon waved his hand. Okay, next, you guys are free to play. As Xiao Pingon's words fell, boom, Li Tian just couldn't control himself enough to jump out of the ring. Lamini, I'm sorry, but Luo Ming is my opponent. Swish, a black figure stood in front of him. 6 pairs of scarlet eyes flashed coldly. What the hell are you? Get out of my way. Dare to get in my way. Li Tian coldly looked at the figure in front of him and coldly drank. SSSS class awakened. Thousand-legged black centipede. Zhao has been. Oh, a flash of playfulness flashed in Li Tian's eyes. A SSS level awakened person. Is a bit interesting. You want to block me? He glanced at Lorming. It looks like you're running to that guy too. So be it. Then I'll crush you first. Then, beat that kid. And finally sweep the field. The first place is mine. Ha 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 ha. Roar. The figures of the 3 imperial beasts floated into place. The 2 heads on his shoulders joined the dragon's head in an earth-shaking roar. Zhao is already right. Prepare yourself to be torn apart by me. Boom. He raised his claws towards Zhao already. Buzz. The blade of the sword in the 1,000-footed black spider's hand flashed. His mouth murmured. Come on. This is my first battle. Brother, you're watching. In the next second, the 2 collided head-on. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Full-Scale War. Luo Ming invites to fight 3 people. Chapter 112, Full-Scale War. Luo Ming invites to fight 3 people. When? The moment the sharp claws and the black blade collided with each other, the others moved with them. Xia Qingcheng, I'll play with you. Swish. A snow-white demon fox pounced towards Xia Qingcheng from another ring. Hey, Leaning City. She whirled around and transformed into the form of an ice phoenix. Instead, she saw Ring Lamini waving at her from the side of the ring. Go ahead and use it boldly. That power belongs to you too. Xia Qingcheng froze for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, the Fire Phoenix was also part of her power, and she couldn't keep wallowing in her fear of the Fire Phoenix and have trouble extricating herself from it. The only proper way to deal with it was to get rid of her fear and harness this power. Luo Ming's words instantly woke her up. Don't worry, there's no danger with me. Once again, a calm word came into her ear. Xia Qingcheng's last restless mood was instantly calmed down. That's right, with him, one is in no danger. He can be trusted completely. Xia Qingcheng, you've been standing still for too long. It's time to move forward. She let out a light laugh, and immediately, a flash of flame revived from her pupils. No more fear, but bravery. To take in, to use, to subdue. That was her usual style. Fire Phoenix. Super Martial. Boom. The moment Chu Qinglian's claws were about to touch Xia Qingcheng, swish, a searing tornado of fire rose from the air, covering her body completely. Fresh. The sound of a phoenix resounded through the void. As the flames dispersed, a crimson silhouette appeared in midair. She carried a pair of burning feathers on her back and her slender body was encased in ruddy armor. Golden flame lines were outlined on his eyebrows and eyes, and his phoenix eyes were sharp, which seemed to contain an endless sea of fire. This is the full power of the Fire Phoenix. Xia Qingcheng looked at her body in surprise. The Fire Phoenix had turned into armor and became one with her. Swish! She drew her slender saber, the Phoenix Feather Sword, from her waist. Chu Lime, come on, between us, there will eventually be a battle. As the battle raged on, the crowd all found their respective opponents. That Anna from the Sunset Empire approached Tang Momo. Right now, the only ones who haven't made a move yet are Luo Ming, the big black man Joseph, Cheng Lulai from Goguryeo, and that Adu from ancient Rome. I've long wanted to try it with you. Double SSS level awakened Luo Ming. I'm Cheng Lulai from Goguryeo. Swish! A gust of wind covered his body and a 3-meter-tall kangaroo appeared in the ring. He wore a ruddy bandana. His hands were both wrapped in white bandages, and his torso was covered with a beautifully defined muscular gaze. This monster had never appeared amongst the ruins, and there was no corresponding record in the monster atlas. Therefore, Cheng Lulai himself gave it a name, Martial God. Although it was only an S-rank monster, under Cheng Lulai's superior boxing skills, he had once defeated an SS-rank powerhouse with it. Just you? Luo Ming hooked his lips and smiled. I said in advance. The first I want. So, don't want to waste time. You three if you don't want to obey. Or, together? He raised an eyebrow as his gaze fell on the large black man in a black suit looking like a security guard and the other a Adu in an ancient monk's robe. Both of their gazes were slightly frozen. In their respective countries, they were all top geniuses who came to Yanxia to fight and defeat Yanxia geniuses. Stepping over them to get to the top, they all had absolute confidence in themselves and their hearts. So, Luo Ming's invitation to fight is not shy of being humiliating for the two. Luo Ming, you're too arrogant. You can finish me off first. Cheng Lu Lai also felt that he was being belittled and couldn't help but get annoyed. Boom! He stomped with one foot, and metal thunder unexpectedly dented a large chunk of it instantly. Immediately, he rushed towards Luo Ming like a thunderbolt. Eat my fist. Although it was the simplest straight punch, for Cheng Lu Lai, who gathered all his strength in one point and exploded it out, this punch could even pierce through a small mountain. Originally a taekwondo master, he didn't need any flashy techniques. He just needed to have a strong body and that was enough. A taekwondo master? You're good in close combat? Interest flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. How does that compare to my immortal dragon body and dragon tactics? Wow! Pillars of golden light shot up into the sky, and red cloaks fluttered in the void. The divine shadow of the true dragon appeared in place, and he was like an emperor, towering above and looking down on all opponents who wanted to challenge him. Oh, this is Luo Ming's second monster. Ah, what's the name of this monster? Xiao Pingan asked curiously as he saw the scene on the stage. The beast is called the True Dragon, Ma Yid said from the sidelines. A SSS-class monster that has never been seen before. Xiao Pingan looked a little surprised. Whether it's the previous Tao Tai or the current True Dragon, they are all monsters that are not recorded in the Monster Atlas, but without exception, they are both strong and very versatile. Ma Yid explained again. Headmaster, just watch. Boom! Only the moment the True Dragon appeared, a supreme dragon might spread out in all directions from Luo Ming's circumference. The other students who were fighting couldn't help but be affected by this dragon's might. What? Why does this power give me a palpitating feeling? Li Tian smashed Zhao already back with a punch and looked back in Luo Ming's direction. In that instant, it was as if he saw behind Luo Ming a pair of golden eyes staring at him. What's that? He couldn't control a tremor in his heart. Immediately afterward, he felt endless shame and indignation. I, Li Tian, actually fear. I, Li Tian, am actually afraid of Luo Ming. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I am the son of the Overlord. I am invincible. Roar. Die. In order to suppress the fear in his heart, he went crazy and launched an attack towards Zhao already, not realizing that this behavior was just a way he used to cover up the fear in his heart. Luo Ming's presence had already shaken him. How can it be? What kind of monster is this? My fists are trembling. Not right. It's my body that's trembling too. The moment he swung his fist towards Luo Ming and felt the pressure of the True Dragon, Cheng Lu Lai's eyes widened. The muscles that were originally tense unexpectedly began to soften involuntarily the moment they faced the True Dragon. Was this his body's warning? Telling him not to swing at an unbeatable opponent. An unbeatable opponent. Impossible. I am a martial god. There's no opponent I can't defeat. Drink. He clenched his teeth and swung a fist towards Luo Ming. Bang. A puff of smoke tumbled up. Hit it. He did feel like he'd thrown his fist on top of something. However, when the smoke cleared, he opened his eyes only to see that his full-strength strike had been caught by the other party with a single palm. Hey, who gave you the courage to take a shot at me? Luo Ming's low voice rang out. Ah! Cheng Lu Lai yelled in fear as he hurriedly drew his hand. Beat you. I'm gonna beat you. Ah! Boom boom boom. He frantically threw out punches, and even a trail of residual shadows appeared as uncountable punches blasted towards Luo Ming. Crush you. Defeat you. Defeat you. I am invincible. Bang. Hey. Have you had enough of fighting? Luo Ming suddenly probed his hand and pinched his heavenly aura. This soft punch. Are you shaving me? End of chapter. Chapter 113. 113. 3 people, killed in seconds. With Luo Ming's terrifying strength, Zhao was already set to lose. Chapter 113. 3 people, killed in seconds. With Luo Ming's terrifying strength, Zhao was already set to lose. Watch this. This is the punch. Luo Ming's body was glowing with golden-colored dragon chi, which surrounded his fists. Dragon tactics. True dragon fist. Bite the bullet for me and don't spit out yesterday's dinner. Anon. With an earth-shattering dragon roar, the true dragon slammed his fist into his abdomen. Put. Instantly, the martial god kangaroo's Sirius was covered with a line of blood, and its entire eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out of their sockets. In the next instant, the power of the fist covered the entire body. Crackle. The muscles in his body. His bones wailed. It was ripped apart alive by a terrifying force. The blood flowed like a stream, and the whole body was dyed red with blood. Oh, blood-bathed kangaroo. Luo Ming smiled disdainfully and immediately tossed it aside. Chen Lulai regained his person and slumped to the ground as he struggled to raise his head to look at Luo Ming. The posture was as if he was prostrating and kneeling. Luo Ming stopped focusing on him and turned his head to look at the other two. Going to make a move? Otherwise, you don't have a chance. The two of them instantly only felt a wave of cold air rush from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Go! Joseph bellowed. Then Adu nodded as well. The two of them leapt up and rushed towards Luo Ming at the same time. Wow! A 10-meter huge tyrannical bear covered the sky, casting a large shadow. He carried a sledgehammer and smashed into Luo Ming. Violent! On the other hand, the prostrate rift armored beast was also urging the power of the earth element. A ground spike protrudes from the ground, encircling the target opponent in all directions. That's more like it. Lamani shrugged it off. Dragon tactics. Dragon battle in the wild. Boom! He rolled over and kicked out with his whip leg wrapped in a gust of wind. In an instant, all the ground thorns were shattered into gravel by his kick. And then he took a step and leapt up, charging towards the stormy bear in midair. True dragon fist. Anan! The sound of a dragon's roar resounded in midair. That earth tyrant bear's eyes widened as he seemed to see a golden-colored five-clawed golden dragon rising up and opening its bloody mouth to bite towards him. The dragon's pupil was filled with the majesty of contempt for all living beings, and at this moment he only felt that he was as small as dust. In front of Luo Ming's more than 3 meters tall, the teeny-tiny him looked incredibly small. Boom! Without dodging, the true dragon fist slammed into the earth tyrant bear's sledgehammer. Click! 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 In an instant, the sledgehammer crumbled apart inch by inch. In the next second, it turned into countless fragments rushing in all directions. After shattering the soldiers with one punch, the true dragon fist still went on its way. This is Yenxia's heavenly pride. It's truly terrifying. Fear flashed thickly in Joseph's eyes. Bang! For a second he transformed into a cannonball and flew violently backwards in midair. Wow! Luckily, Nightbreed stepped up in time, and the bandage wrapped around Joseph's body. Otherwise the 10-meter body was going to smash into the group of students watching the battle. Where's the real dragon? The earth-splitting armored beast was still immersed in Luo Ming's earth-shattering punch, and by the time he reacted, the true dragon in midair had surprisingly long since lost sight of it. He shifted his body, inspecting left and right. The real dragon is really gone, but for some reason a cold sweat broke out behind him. Where are you looking? Bang! As a cold voice rang out, a golden dragon claw descended from the sky and clasped onto his back. Dragon tactics. Dragon claw tackle. This claw, surprisingly, hardened the armor on the earth-splitting armored beast. Snap! His entire body slumped to the ground, his limbs going limp, and he let out a whimper of pain. Convinced? Yes, yes, he nodded vigorously. Then get lost. Luo Ming rolled over and landed on the ground once more, walking towards the distance without looking back. But at this moment, the rift-armored beast lying on the ground suddenly let out a roar. Buzz! A ground spike burst towards Luo Ming's back at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Luo Ming snapped a look back. True dragon chi. Snap! The ground spikes instantly exploded. You're really not learning. I made a deal with the hospital in the Yenxia domain to send one in and they'll give me $500,000. At Du-san. Then you'll have to do the honors. Help me up my performance as an ICU business partner. As the words fell, Luo Ming unexpectedly appeared in his face in an instant. Bang! A foot stomped towards Adu's head. Bang! 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 3 feet down, stomping on his head. Only at last did he reach out, 2 fingers piercing through the armor of the cracked armored beast and into his flesh and blood. A ground-cracking armor beast? Then without the armor, how can you still crack the ground? Can you show me? As his words fell, bang! Luo Ming pinched hard, and the rift-armored beast's body tensed violently. Awa! No! He let out a pained roar, and the armor on his entire body unexpectedly fell off piece by piece like scales. It was crushed hard from the inside by Luo Ming. ICU Intensive Care Unit. Welcome. Snap. Casually, he dropped Adu on the ground. This time he no longer had any sneak attack left in him and had completely fainted. Luo Ming shook off his hand and walked towards the distance. Dear MS. Tang Mumu, can I help you? Luo Ming clasped his hands to his chest as he watched the bout between Tang Mo and Anna. Hearing Luo Ming's voice ring out, Anna instantly shivered and almost collapsed to the ground. If Luo Ming made a move, she would just admit defeat. The woman known in Britain as the Queen of Poison had been scared out of her wits after seeing Luo Ming's horrific battle record. No, I'll defeat her myself. Tang Moxie shook her head. She can't always rely on someone else either. Even the best of friends can only walk you through a journey. It is ultimately up to you, and it is you who can save yourself in the most difficult of times. It's really something. This monster called True Dragon. Xiao Pingan nodded approvingly. It's a pity that doesn't have much time left for him. Otherwise maybe Luo Ming could really play in the 100 Schools League. Xiao Pingan nodded with a regretful face. The 100 Schools League was a tournament organized by the 100 countries of the Blue Star together. Once every 3 years. That was a competition that only junior students could participate in. And there were only 3 months left until now. 10 players were first selected from major colleges and universities in the country. Then you can represent your country. Unfortunately, it's completely staggered with Lamani's timing. Just like Yi Chaghan back then. It also happens to miss out on playing in the 100 school tournament. Yanxia's international achievements over the years have been quite average. Not bad, but not in line with the power level of the top powers. Today's Yanxia urgently needed a genius who could hold down the field. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would be ridiculed as having no successor. Roar! With an earth-shaking roar from the field, it redrew Xiao Pingan's attention back. Only a black figure was smashed out like a meteor. It's Zhou already. He had unexpectedly lost in his battle with Li Tian. At this moment, Li Tian was too crazy, and his 3 heads were roaring at the same time. All of his body vaporized with a terrifying light. Thunder, silver fury, and red fire. The 3 divine mights intertwined. And if this move fell, Zhou has definitely had to lie in the ICU for months. What exactly did he say to Li Tian just now that caused the other party to become so angry that he was almost mad? End of chapter. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Pact with Zhao Azran. Duel with Li Tian. Chapter 114, Pact with Zhao Azran. Duel with Li Tian. Go back in time about a minute. In front of the fully exploded, fiercely attacking Li Tian, Zhao could already only struggle to hold on. What's wrong? You can't do this? Kid, you can't either. I heard that you're Luo Ming's defeated henchman. Ha ha ha, a defeated henchman. You're worthy of being my enemy. Li Tian laughed maniacally. The extreme speed of the Sound Panther and the King's thunder power of the Golden Lion were superimposed together, and his punches were not only fast, but also extremely fierce. In terms of rank, even though Zhao already possessed the strength to break the limit, he himself was only at the silver 10th rank, and the gap was still relatively huge compared to Li Tian who was at the gold 1st rank. However, Zhao already had his face remained calm. He held the sword in one hand, and his other hand was against the black sword. Only so then, you are not enough to defeat me. Li Tian, I suddenly realized that the gap between you and Luo Ming is still very large. Li Tian's continuous output of offense suddenly came to a violent halt. Zhao had flashed a playful look in his eyes. With only this level of attack, you can't even scratch Luo Ming's skin. You just scrape it. Just like that, you deserve to fight Luo Ming? In his oft-repeated words, Zhao had taken a tone. A black battle aura steamed all over his body. If you're a rookie, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Thousand Sword Shadow Illusion. Swish swish swish. In that instant, uncountable doppelgangers flashed out and swung their swords at Li Tian together. Griffin, I was going to play with you again, but now, I'm going to waste you. Roar. Li Tian was completely enraged. Zhao had completely enraged him with his words. As the son of the overlord, he had always been conceited. In the Shanghai Xiongguan conquest, military success, but also looked down on these greenhouse in the dew. Now it was being repeatedly provoked, and he finally couldn't suppress his anger. It's just as well that Luo Ming provoked me. You're ing worthy. The 3 emperors are united. Boundary burning cannon. Boom. The 3 beast heads absorbed the meta energy particles in the air at the same time, and then mixed up the gold and silver mixed with red flames, turning into an aurora flood, as if it were a waterfall, drowning everything. That energy fluctuation was so terrifying that even the several tutors' faces changed slightly. It had to be said that Li Tian's strength as the son of the hegemony king was naturally nothing to speak of. If they were at the same level, it was hard to say whether they would win or lose, but with the current gap, Zhao was truly unbeatable. Oh, really? The gap between the gold level and the gold level is still huge. Zhao had let out a low chuckle. But, that's enough. Lamani, it's up to you next. Boom! In the next second, the laser torrent instantly flooded Zhao already, and his body was engulfed by the 3-colored torrent like a meteor, wrapped up and flying backwards into the distance. Zhao is already defeated. The entire room was silent. Even Zhao had been defeated. Then, next, Li Tian's target is Luo Ming. At the very back of the audience some distance from the ring. Already brother. Already he lost to Li Tian then. There were a few figures standing not far away watching. One of them had a 7-point resemblance to Zhao. But compared to him, his face was much colder. It was Zhao already Rant's brother. Zhao already dead. Foolish. He knew he couldn't fight Luo Ming. So he simply tested Li Tian's strength for Luo Ming and sold him a favor. And it was purely deserved that he ended up like this. and he also lost the face of my Li family. Zhao has passed away was very strong. He was a junior at Yanxia University and was also ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength in the entire grade. At the same time, he was also a military junior captain, and was even about to be promoted to a senior captain. He had countless followers around him, and he had even formed a powerful squad that had accomplished many missions and was renowned. Most importantly, he was already an internal candidate for the 100 schools competition. At the same time, it was also the goal that Zhao had been pursuing so diligently. But I can't figure out why already made that choice? A follower beside Zhao has passed away asked in disbelief. Zhao had frowned. Perhaps, he already knows that he's no match for Luo Ming. His gaze landed on his brother, who was lying in a pile of rocks, covered in wounds, and his gaze narrowed slightly. My stupid brother ah. That's right, Zhao had indeed sensed the gap between himself and Luo Ming. Last night, everyone thought that during the battle between Li Tian and Luo Ming, the first person to arrive at the scene was Knight Unwakeful. In truth, it was not, but rather he, Zhao, had already done so. He had hidden in the shadows and witnessed the entirety of that battle. He knew deep down that Luo Ming's strength had definitely not been fully utilized, and that a huge gap had opened up between himself and Luo Ming. This is a gap that simply cannot be caught up with in a short time. And after today's battle with Li Tian, he was even more certain that the current Li Tian, the current him, was no match for Luo Ming. At the same age, Luo Ming was already invincible. I didn't expect you to go so fast. Being born in the same era as you is both a sorrow and a challenge. Luo Ming. I'm waiting for the day when you suppress all of Blue Star's heavenly pride. What an honor it was for him, Zhao, to have a goal that he had been chasing. I am not alone in my ways, so it is enough. It is enough. Ta-da-da-da. Luo Ming shook off his hand and walked slowly towards Li Tian. Hey, Zhao has ran. I'll help you waste Li Tian today. Do you want to join my team? He spoke calmly. Zhao had reluctantly hooked his lips. That's fine. I'll drag Chu Lime here too. These words caused Chu Qinglian, who was fighting with Xia Qingcheng, to stumble, and was almost burned by Xia Qingcheng's fire that burned off that white as snow fur. Zhao has ran. Sell yourself. Don't call on me, she said angrily. What does it matter? You still owe Luo Ming a bet anyway, Zhao had said indifferently. Okay, then I'll take that as a yes from you too. Luo Ming played with the flavor. In that case, the members of his squad were considered to be in their infancy and could go on some simple military missions. You are treating me like a trade item. Li Weather was on fire, and his 3 hideous beast heads simultaneously spewed out scorching white vapor. The air temperature around them seemed to have risen a great deal. Ah, you caught me, Mr. Trading Pins. Lo and behold, the world where only Li Tian was injured was reached. Luo Ming raised an eyebrow smiling brightly. Luo Ming, die. Boom. Li Tian charged straight towards Luo Ming. This time, no one can save you. I'm going to crush you like an ant. Li Tian laughed hideously and maniacally. Let's go. There's no need to look. Luo Ming is no match for Li Tian. In the viewing platform, Zhao had died and shook his head. Let's not talk about the difference between the 7th rank of silver and the 1st rank of gold. Both of them were SSS level geniuses. Both of them were double limit breaking level powerhouses. This gap, what do you, Luo Ming, rely on to level it out? Even though Luo Ming was a little stronger than Zhao already, the gap with Li Tian was still huge. No one can just cross the rank gap, unless he is not human. Wow. In the field, blood-colored flames steamed up. Li Tian, there's one thing you said wrong. Last night, the one who got saved was you. The blood-colored flames around Tao Tai became incomparably high. Wow. Brutal King Tyranny. His aura completely opened up. A tenfold spike in battle power. And at this moment, Tao Tai showed his great ferocious nature. Luo Ming casually threw away the heaven-devouring gun and charged towards Li Tian with his fist. Infinite plunder. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Chapter 115 Reproducing Infinite Plunder. Defeating you with your power. Son of the hegemon? It's nothing more than a king's son. Chapter 115 Reproducing Infinite Looting. Defeating you with your power. Son of the hegemon? It's nothing more than a king's son. Swish. The fists of the two clashed together. Golden thunder roaring and blood-colored flames roaring. The ring was crumbling, and circle after circle of yuan energy fluctuations spread in all directions. How can it be? This is the kind of commotion 2 freshmen can fight? Some sophomore seniors don't even have this strength. My god. I know that Li Tian is strong because he's a human hero who killed his way out of Shanghai Shangguan, and he possesses gold-level strength. But what the hell is Luo Ming? Silver 7th rank, and he's tied with Li Tian? Silver 7th order beating gold 1st order is acceptable, but silver 7th rank defeating SSS ranked gold 1st rank is something I can only accept in my dreams. This kid's monsters are a bit outrageous. It feels like his strength has suddenly skyrocketed several times. Xiao Pingan stroked the corners of his mouth. This kind of terrifying natural skill is impossible for even SSS-class monsters to possess, and it already violates the law of battle unless. His eyes widened. The heart was beating wildly. Could it be that Yi Chang'an and Tang Yanhuang had already found out? This son is beyond SSS-class stature. No wonder. No wonder. Only by surpassing the SSS level can one break the shackles of the Black Jade level and reach a height comparable to that of a sequential monster. A numbered monster. A monster patriarch. This guy, he's the monster patriarch of the human race. The look of surprise in Xiao Pingan's eyes was already hard to hide. In the end, he summarized the results. Lo Ming equals Yan Xia. No, the hope of mankind. How is it possible? Why is his reel so amazing? This fluctuation. It's not at all something that the silver 7th rank can exert. Zhao had passed away and was also dumbfounded. The strength that Luo Ming had erupted had completely surpassed his imagination. Whether it was his speed or his attacks, it was completely no weaker than Li Tian. I get it. The lance is Luo Ming's seal, and the Luo Ming who loses the lance is the real him. If you see Luo Ming carrying a lance, just be happy because he's still suppressing his strength and giving you a ray of hope. If Luo Ming drops his lance, don't hesitate and run. Rank aside, Li Tian is no weaker than Luo Ming. Putting aside this reverse Tian gang is it? I am a Yan Xia person. Yi Chang'an is also a Yan Xia person. Putting aside the facts, I am equal to Yi Chahan. This question, Donnie girl inequality. I'm seconds. The more he fought, the more he was shocked that Luo Ming's strength was completely sufficient to go 50-50 with himself. Li Tian thought to himself that he had not held back at all and had exploded with all his might. Yet, surprisingly, it was still only equal to him. Did he really not lose out? But he is a gold level. In that case, if he is in the same realm, couldn't he himself go more than a single move in Luo Ming's hands? Hey, Li Tian, have you ever felt what it's like to be defeated by your own power? Luo Ming suddenly raised his eyes and spoke. Li Tian's heart jumped as he suddenly felt an extremely unpleasant sensation. It's like the heart seems to be stopping the next second. Infinite. Plunder. Roar. The huge head on Taoye's chest suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force came out. What power is this? Li Tian's face changed greatly as he felt that something was being stripped away by Luo Ming and disappearing from his body. It was as if a large invisible hand was tearing at his soul. What kind of monster are you? Li Tian's heart was pounding. He felt that he had to distance himself from Luo Ming. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose something that he would regret for the rest of his life. However, Luo Ming's hands unexpectedly pressed his wrists with deadly force. Scared? Trying to run away? Fearful? Li Tian, you can't do it either. Son of the hegemon? You're nothing more than a king's son. Luo Ming sneered. Luo Ming, I'll get you killed. Red Dragon chant. But this time, the terrifying dragon roar did not appear. Li Tian finally felt bad. He could no longer use the Red Dragon Bard. Moreover, he couldn't use the Golden Lion's roar or the Silver Leopard's whistle anymore. What you did? A touch of fear finally welled up in his heart. It was the same emotion as when he first faced those terrifying great monsters at the Shanhai Xiong Pass. Use your power to defeat yourself. Li Tian, keep your eyes open and watch. Boundary burning cannon. Boom! A huge silhouette unexpectedly surfaced behind Luo Ming's back. This is the 3 Emperor Beasts. Everyone couldn't help but stand up, their faces full of shock. Why did the 3 Imperial Beast silhouettes appear behind Luo Ming's back? This move, is Luo Ming trying to recreate the terrifying move that defeated Zhao already? No, the point is how Luo Ming knows Li Tian's skills. You guys, look, Li Tian is dumbfounded. He probably didn't even expect it himself. Overbearing, just too overbearing. This ability of Luo Ming is too overbearing. Is it copying or plundering? The students froze one by one. I feel that it's plundering. Otherwise why didn't Li Tian blast against him? There's only one possibility. That his ability was taken away by Luo Ming. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Taoye's unlimited looting is really overbearing. Take someone else's ability and trade it for one use. It's like the use it or lose it toolman. Doubling your strength and plundering other people's abilities. This monster definitely can't be an ordinary SSS class. Luo Ming, what other cards are you hiding? Xiao Pingan stared deeply at Luo Ming. He could sense that Luo Ming had a huge treasure in him. This treasure, once unearthed, would upend the entire situation that Blue Star had been in. My power. My power. Luo Ming, give it back. Li Tian looked at the unfamiliar 3 Emperor Beast silhouettes in horror. All this time, he had crushed the dreams and ideals of an unknown number of people with his Burning Realm cannon, shattering the lives of many people. At this moment, it was finally his turn to feel this terrifying power for himself. Boom! In the next second, a torrent of 3 colors shot out and covered the heaven and earth. Li Tian's eyes were immediately covered by a stream of white light. His vision was blinding and he could not see anything. This is what failure tastes like. This is despair. Boom! A figure flew out, pushed by the continuous roaring tricolored fluctuations, and shot out violently all the way. It was already many times more miserable than the previous Xiao. Along the way it blasted through hundreds of meters of ground, almost getting knocked out of the playground and smashed into the school building. Nice ability. Too bad it can only be used once. Ugh. Luo Ming shook his head. However, after losing the boundary burning cannon, Li Tian's battle power had at the very least folded in half. From now on, this son of the hegemon king would never be able to be so wild again. Da. It wasn't over yet. Lamani wasn't relieved. It would be too cheap to simply defeat him like that. Luo Ming walked towards Li Tian. Hey, don't pass out. I haven't had a good fight yet. Just for the fact that he dared to take a shot at Xia Qingcheng, Luo Ming would not be able to spare him so easily. Swish! Luo Ming raised his hand and clasped his head, dragging Li Tian back like a corpse. I told you, you won't see the sun tomorrow. A gentleman's word is his bond. Before it was over, blood-colored flames steamed up around Luo Ming. What follows is not a duel, but a one-sided abuse. Li Tian was going to pay the price for his previous arrogance. And at that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of Yanxia University. Master said that today is the young master's debut at Yanxia University, and that the people of my Li clan will definitely suppress the entire field and be honored with the first throne. We'll raise the name of the Li family's overlord. The man had a smirk on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of Li Tian suppressing all his enemies in an invincible manner, and he couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, My young master has invincibility. What? My young master has been beaten to death. Chapter 116, My young master has invincibility. What? My young master has been beaten to death. He is the butler of the Li clan, Li Tao, who grew up serving Overlord Li Lin, and although he is not in the military department, he has notable strength, awakening a B-class monster with blue jade level strength, against the commander of the military department. Today, he had come here to see his own young master's debut after returning from Shanghai Xiangguan, and in itself, for Li Tian to be able to suppress the students of the entire Yanxia University, it would have been a rather brilliant battle record. It's also a way to make a name for Mordor Li. As for the possibility that Li Tian would lose, he had never even thought about it. Not only him, but Li Lin wouldn't want to, because Li Tian was a tough general who had killed his way out of the front line of Shanghai Xiangguan. How could he be comparable to these children in the ivory tower? Bang! Luo Ming's fist burning with blood-colored flames smashed into Li Tian's head. One punch sent him flying dozens of meters. Get up! Aren't you very strong? The son of Li's bastard king is nothing more than that. Li Tian struggled to get up, but the vision in front of him had become blurry. Luo Ming, don't bully people too much. He clenched his teeth to keep his consciousness from becoming chaotic and chortled at Luo Ming. Although he, Li Tian, was defeated, he was still the son of the overlord. How could he be publicly humiliated? How can? Oh, see, you are very unconvinced. If you're not convinced, I'll fight until you're convinced. Bang! Luo Ming struck again, and as soon as Li Tian climbed up, he went up and smashed him to the ground with a punch. The originally strong Li Tian was like a sick cat that was absent, not as arrogant as before. Bang! With a foot on his shoulder, Li Tian couldn't even stand up this time. Get on your knees. Boom! His knees slammed above the ground. At this moment, Luo Ming stomped on his shoulder with one foot, surprisingly inexplicably seeming like a king judging a sinner. Ah! You're a bully. There was nothing more humiliating than kneeling. Li Tian growled in grief. And at this moment, Li Tao, who had just walked through the gate and rushed through the teaching area towards the playground, suddenly frowned. The young master has already gone kill crazy. I didn't think that this childlike freshman competition would allow him to have so much fun. It seems like the young master's life before was all too hard. A smile bloomed at the corner of Li Tao's mouth. As for why the voice sounded a bit miserable, Li Tao thought that perhaps the young master was momentarily excited and did not control his emotions. It was as if his mind had already conjured up the image of Li Tian transforming into the 3 emperor beasts and sweeping away a group of so-called Yanxia's Heaven's Pride students. Before coming, the master seemed to mention to me a student named Luo Ming. This kid even killed one of the master's heirs outside, although there is no absolute evidence. But, I never need evidence to do things. Only want to do and do not want to do it. This kid is still the first in the freshman examination. He should be the young master's key focus. At this moment he is already dying under the young master's feet. Right. This is what happens when you offend my Li clan. Even if she is a concubine, there is Li clan blood flowing in her body. It's not for you pariahs to move. Li Tao showed a cold smile on his face, and then he also accelerated his pace. Li Tian was already dying from being stepped on by Luo Ming. The combination of extreme humiliation and physical pain almost made him faint. In a trance, Li Tian seemed to have seen the majestic figure on the battlefield of Shanghai Shengguan. That man was the man he was in the beginning. But now, that figure was disappearing like a bubble, and in its place was a shadow holding a blood-colored lance. The shadow looked back slightly, actually causing Li Tian's body and mind to tremble with it. At this moment, Luo Ming had already transformed into his heart demon. Young master? Is it the young master? There were voices of doubt. When Li Tao arrived at the playground, the battle platform was blocked by a group of students, so he couldn't really see. Just faintly I heard someone yelling, "Well played, well played." He had thought that the young master had such prestige in this Yanxia University that he could attract so many students to cheer for him. Worthy of being the son of a bully, he was the center of the crowd wherever he went. As a result, people came behind. The head croaked at Li Tian. He instantly felt that things weren't quite right. It might have gone in a direction he couldn't have predicted. He pushed his way through the crowd and made his way to the very front of the ring, which is where he got a good look. The young master of his own family was being held down like a dead dog, and in the end, he even fell to his knees in a near humiliating manner. This scene instantly made Li Tao's scalp go numb, feeling as if his heavenly aegis had been overturned by a large hand. How is this possible? His own young master was so powerful, a young genius of the Shanghai Shengguan. Why were they suppressed by a bunch of kids who hadn't even been to war much? Moreover, the figure that had suppressed his young master seemed to be that Luo Ming. Could it be that? Li Tao's heart surfaced a bad feeling. The roar he heard in the teaching area just now was not the young master venting his emotions, but rather the young master was being abused and feeling resentful and ashamed. Well, outrageous. This student dared to bully his young master in such a manner, trampling the face of this Mordor clan under his feet. You should know that the best two things in King Li Lin's voice, one is a woman, and the other is this so-called reputation. But now, the son of the hegemon was kneeling in front of others like a loser, a picture that would make Li a laughingstock if it was spread to the upper class of the Magic City. And immediately after, Luo Ming's sneering words even made him tremble with anger. Overlord Li? As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing more than a kingpin with his head held high. Li Tao was furious. If Li Tian was an asshole, then what was his master Li Lin? Big bastard? A brat with no hair on his head dared to humiliate his master. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Stop! Li Tao shouted angrily. Luo Ming and Li Tian raised their eyes at the sound. Doubts flashed in the former's eyes, while the latter's face showed surprise. Uncle Tao, help me! With this shout, Luo Ming also sort of knew where the other party came from. I think it must be someone from Mordor. Just, you say stop? This is Yanxia University, not you Mordor. There are so many teachers sitting up there and you still dare to move me? Stop when you say stop? Wouldn't that make me look bad? Bang! Luo Ming slams Li Tian to the ground with a whip kick. Spinning around, he stomped on his cheek. Most of Li Tian's head was sunk into the ring. Luo Ming opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of white gas. The eyes looked morosely at Li Tao. If you kneel towards me, I will reluctantly release your young master. Li Tao's gaze was greatly shocked. He had never seen someone with such arrogance. He was Li Lin's personal butler, and even the human patriarchs of the other families in Mordor had to respect him when they met him. But today, a brat even younger than his son dared to tell him to kneel. You are also worthy, if you don't let go of my young master. Boom! A blue light appeared from Li Tao's body at first. A huge blue scorpion appears in the ring, its entire body covered in a crystal-like jacket. The long tail on its back has green poisonous hooks that glow with a cold light. Two large pincers seem to cut through everything. Class B monster. Blue poisonous scorpion. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. End of chapter. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Yanxia University is your backing. My students can only be punished by me. Chapter 117. Yanxia University is your backing. My students can only be punished by me. The powerful aura of the blue jade class monster appeared in the ring. It was an instant shock. It's someone from the Li family. Well, too stupid to take a shot at Yanxia's students in Yanxia University's ring. Does Li really think he's invincible? Zhao has passed away and shook his head disdainfully. The devil's capital Li family was certainly good, but there was still a bit of a gap between them and the 5 clans of the imperial capital as far as their heritage was concerned. Xiao Pingan, the president of Yanxia University, was not an ordinary person. He had once been a deputy head of one of the 4 great holy regiments, the Eternal Havoc Holy Regiment. This Yanxia University was organized by the Ministry of War in conjunction with the 4 holy orders. He dared to strike at this juncture, making it clear that he didn't have the 4 great sacred regiments in his sights. Li Lin doesn't dare to be so overbearing. But one of his servants dares to ignore the rules of Yanxia University? Ignorant to the point of being scary. Die! The poisonous hook behind the blue poison scorpion tore through the void and shot violently towards Luo Ming. Stop! Who gave you permission to strike here? Boom! A silhouette blocked Luo Ming's face. Get out! The ghostly-eyed spirit cat flashed out and choked the scorpion's tail with one claw. And then with a forceful pinch, it directly crushed it alive. Bang! He kicked Li Tao with both feet. Who allowed you to strike at my Yanxia's students in Yanxia's ring? Night Unwake looked at Li Tao coldly. Li Tao's face twisted up from the pain. He insulted my Li family's young master. Why don't you guys care? He questioned at Night Breath. Oh, hazing? Then, has your young master personally admitted that he lost? As long as he personally admits it, this match will stop. Li Tao's pupils shrunk. Admitting it in person. How could a young master from the Li family say such words? What Li Tian had been taught since he was a child was that he couldn't admit defeat even in death. Asking him to admit defeat is worse than killing him. Principal Xiao, Li Tian is my master's son. The son of Li's overlord, and Li has never been subjected to such a strange insult. He insulted my master. Insulting my Li. I still hope that you will give my Li a face. Li Tao immediately opened his mouth to Xiao Pingon on the high seat. Xiao Pingon glanced at him faintly. So, Li's people have muscles instead of brains? Thinking with your fists? How could he agree to that in this public place? And, after learning about Luo Ming's talent and strength, Xiao Pingon was also willing to be like that Yi Chang'an and Tang Yanhuang, spontaneously becoming the protector of such a genius. In time, he would be able to change the status quo of Blue Star and Yanxia. He has the glory of the savior in him. So, compared to this, what kind of hook 8 are you, Li? Do you really think you're a dish? Mr. Knight? In fairness, Xiao Pingon cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Li Tao and ignored him. Li Tao immediately changed his face. His clan was arrogant and used to being arrogant in the Magic City. Who wouldn't sell Overlord Li Lin a face? Even the president of the Magic City Monster University is no exception. But here, it seems to be worthless. You. But before he could finish his words, Night Unwake once again transformed into a ghost-eyed spirit cat. You really think of yourself as a dish? Li's so powerful. Why don't we see them going to town to defend the mountain and see Xiong Pass? If the Li clan is so powerful, why don't they go to defend the ruins? Li's Li Tian is a human being. My Yanxia University's Luo Ming is not a human being. He is a person jointly valued by the Heavenly Blaze Holy Core Yi Chang'an and Yanhuang Technology Tang Yanhuang. He's also the #1 first-year student at Yanxia University. My background is no weaker than yours. Li, if you want to bully my students at my Yanxia University, who cares what you are? I'll look for a fight without fail. Boom! The ghost-eye spirit cat's tightly closed eyes unexpectedly opened completely at this moment. A black murderous aura swept over the scene. The spirit cat's eyes reddened, and the Night Unwakeful opened his second eye, exchanging sanity for killing. Roar! He let out a beastly roar, and this teacher, who had been lethargic yet incredibly sleepy, showed its extreme strength at this moment. Boom! The ghost-eye spirit cat slapped the blue poison scorpion to the ground with a single claw, while a mouthful of it ripped his tail off alive. Click! 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 Both pincers were crushed and pieces of armor exploded all over his body. Li Tao gets his head snapped back by a nice move. He looked at the frenzied spirit cat with a face full of fear. Grabbing Li Tian was a run. Young master, let's go. Go back to the Magic City. Master will come out to do us justice. The two of them whirled around and fled from Yanxia University in a sorry state. This time, Mordor Li was completely defeated. Swish! The ghostly-eyed spirit cat closed its eyes and rested for a while before it transformed back into its human body. As a result of this look, the dark circles under the knight's eyes became worse. Asterisk. I wish I could just sleep with him for a year and a half. He rubbed his eyes and turned to look at Lo Ming. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do in the future. Don't be afraid. No one in the entire Yanxia dares to press you with their power. And now, there's more Yanxia University. You're my student, and no one can punish you but me. Night Unwake patted Luo Ming's shoulder encouragingly. Let it go. I look forward to the day when you can become a pivotal big shot in this Blue Star. Luo Ming nodded vigorously. He was not expecting this teacher of his to repeatedly stand up for himself. It seems that this homeroom teacher looks cold and indifferent, but is much gentler than expected. And then, I'll ask you to take care of my brother. Luo Ming froze. Ha? Brother? Wait, the last name is Knight, and then it looks like you've been sleeping all day. No, there's a guy like that in his dorm. Night River. That guy who liked to eat raw meat and had his day and night routine reversed was actually Night Unwake's younger brother. Come on, the two don't look alike at all. Okay. One is a dar middle uncle and the other is a sickly white-haired, cold-faced teenager. Lean, Luo Ming suddenly realized that the identities of his several roommates were not simple. However, he's kind of done with this battle, and there are a few left. His gaze turned his head. That Britannia's Anna may have been scared by him, and the subsequent strikes became more and more weak and feeble, finally defeated by Tang Momo. And Xia Qingcheng also managed to defeat Xu Qinglian by relying on the power of the Fire Phoenix. At this moment, Xiao Pingan silently stood up. Alright, I announced that the first place winner of this freshman competition is Luo Ming. As his words fell, the entire room roared, and in the midst of this burst of sensation, the curtain came down on this great competition. The top 10 from highest to lowest are Luo Ming, Li Tian, Zhao Hazran, Xia Qingcheng, Xu Qinglian, Tang Momo, Anna. As for the last 3, they've been put in the ICU, and Li Tian was expelled from school again because of Li Tao's trouble. So, the second is now Lao Zhao's. The reward for first place in the freshman competition was still very generous. Luo Ming had obtained quite a lot of essence blood in beast cores, and his strength was enough to raise to the 10th rank of the silver grade. On top of that, he got a token. This token is called a sequence token. After getting 3 warts on my hands and going to the hospital to have them frozen off, I'm happy to mention the 3 finger Zen typing method. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Chapter 118 Ming City Squad. First mission. Chapter 118 Ming City Squad. First mission. Serial token. What is this? Luo Ming looked at Xiao Pingan in front of him with a puzzled face. Ha! Xiao Pingan smiled slightly. Luo Ming, you should know about the 13 numbered monsters that appeared in Blue Star's history. The sequence monsters, right? Luo Ming nodded. These were 13 powerful monsters whose battle power exceeded the Black Jade level. Each of them had nearly overthrown Blue Star. The most tragic one had seen half of Blue Star's 100 kingdoms pierced through. Dozens of Black Jade level powerhouses around the world had died in battle, and the human race had almost been exterminated. We humans have survived the 13 annihilation catastrophes, and the 13 numbered monsters have all been decimated by us, except for the bodies of monsters 9 and 10, which were reclaimed by the monsters among the ruins. The bodies of the remaining 11 monsters are on the human side. Humans have used the bones, armor, and muscles of these 11 monsters to create sequential weapons that contain terrifying power. But unfortunately, because the weapons are too strong and their attributes are too violent, several adepts have already died. And this serial token is a one-time aptitude qualification to find the right person, worldwide, to become the owner of a serial weapon. Yanxia University has 2 serial tokens. I'll give you one of them, Xiao Pingan said. 6 of the 11 serial grade weapons have already recognized their owners, but none of them are Yanxia. I hope that you can successfully recapture a serial armament for my Yanxia. Xiao Pingan looked at Luo Ming with a burning gaze. Originally this was not as a reward for the first place in the big competition. It was my personal addition to it. Luo Ming, I am very optimistic about you. The future you will definitely give the world a surprise. From Xiao Pingan's office, Luo Ming looked at the token in his hand, his eyes pondering. Today, his strength was not yet up to par, and, moreover, the sequence tokens had not all been distributed. Xiao Pingan said that it would be about a year before the recognition ceremony would begin, so he need not be nervous now. At the moment, my squad is taking shape, and it's time to pick up a few assignments at the military headquarters. It feels like my bones are going limp from being in school all the time. Luo Ming mused that with Zhao already and Chu Lin joining them, their squad had also reached the minimum standard to take on a mission. A 6-member squad. Log into the War Department mission platform. 2-star mission. A gold elemental vein. Eliminate the thundering beast cave in the vein. 3 squads of 6 or more are required. Mission reward, 200 yuan stones per team. After returning to the villa and summoning the members of the team, Luo Ming asked the crowd for their opinions. The crowd has said they can accept this task. In that case, I'll take it. Seeing that the crowd was fine with it, Luo Ming pressed take. However, he suddenly got stuck when filling in the team name. That, Niwi Kumar squad doesn't seem to have a name. Luo Ming looked at them awkwardly. How about a name first? I know. I'll just call the Goddess Squad, Xu Qingliang said with a faint smile. After all, with a flavorful and popular goddess like this lady on board, there's no better name than this one. The corner of Luo Ming's mouth twitched, directly ignoring him. Call it the Death Squad. Sounds intimidating. Zhao had spoken. This is going to be too middle of the road. Xia Qingcheng, Tang Momo, and Chu Qingliang had a look of contempt on their faces. The 3 of them girls didn't like that kind of name. And Luo Ming searched through the list of squads, and there were 7 if not 10 called Death Squad. And what with the Warlord Squad and the Thunder Squad? Well, I know you guys are midgets. How about a single squad? Luo Ming stroked his nose. It just so happens that the team members are all single. The result was a unanimous blank stare. Not as good as my goddess squad. Chu Qinglian had a look of contempt on his face. I don't think it's as good as the death squad either. Zhao had nodded. How about this? Lu Chang, who had been silent, spoke up. How about calling it the Ming City Squad? Just one word from each of the captains and vice-captains' names. Why is Xia Qingqing the vice-captain? Chu Lime looked a little unconvinced. Because tilting is better than you. Tang Momo talked back. Mintone Squad. I think it's good. Zhao had nodded silently. I also think it's okay. Luo Ming scratched his head. That's the name. Then, after typing in the squad name and filling in the contact information of the people, someone immediately pulled them into a new group chat. By the way, should we call out to Senior Yenshur? No. With Senior Yenshur's strength, going on a mission with us would be a complete waste of time, and it would defeat the purpose of the training. Luo Ming shook his head. Senior Yenshur won't make a move unless it's a last resort. A few people conferred on the time of the gathering and dispersed. Early the next morning, the 6 of them gathered in front of Yanxia University. Joe has said he'll drive us. Really rich boy. Go to school, even drive a car. When the time comes to drive a Cullinan, that can be too high profile. The other teams see us are expected to run straight away. Chu Lime spat. Luo Ming didn't say anything. The cars in this world weren't comparable to his previous life, especially the luxury cars, which could even be used as a piece of combat weaponry. It was all custom built, and while the shape was similar to the previous life, the engines, energy sources, shells, and whatnot were all made of expensive metals and armor from monsters. Some of the fuel even had to be catalyzed with yuan stones, and that was ridiculously expensive. And at that moment a yellow pickup truck slowly pulled out of the school. Let's go! Young masters and young ladies, please get in the car. Joe had hung down the window and spoke. I'm going to. This is the ING wall. A cannon? Chu Lime were frozen. You're the son of the Zhao family, and you drive a pickup truck? And, it's clearly a 4-person seat, so 2 people are not allowed to sit in the trunk? The 3 women looked at each other rushing to get into the car. Then the bitter Luo Ming and Lu Chang could only sit in the trunk. The wind whistled all the way. Quite helpless. Why don't you change your form, Lu Chang, and I'll ride behind you? Luo Ming opened his mouth. Captain. I don't have a license plate. Lucian looked a little embarrassed. Lamini. The great wall cannon sped all the way. The gusty wind whistled up the bangs, and the 2 of them were full of silence after looking at each other. The wind is really extra noisy today. Rush to the mission hall of the Yanxia domain. Luo Ming searched around for the other 2 cooperative squads. Wolf Hunt Squad and Steel Refinement Squad. Hey, young man, are you the Ming City Squad? Suddenly, a shirtless, bald man tapped Lo Ming on the shoulder. You are. I'm the leader of the squad that hunts wolves. You can call me Blade Wolf, the bald man said. Spin pointed to the bony black t-shirt man beside him. He's the leader of the Steel Refinement Squad. Wu Steel Gate. Lamini. The other man scratched his head. My grandfather's name is Wu Taimen. My father's name is Wu Tongmen. My brother's name is Wu Jinmen. And my brother's name is Wu Tongmen. So I called Wu Steel Door? Luo Ming picked up the conversation, and the 5 behind him were already laughing uncontrollably. You guys can just call me Old Steel. He couldn't help but turn red in the face and scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. After all these years, it's a habit. One extroversion for a lifetime of introversion. You guys are pretty young though. Why don't you study at that age? Knife Wolf scratched his bald head and said, Amount. Is there a possibility that we are students? But without waiting for them to explain, a playful voice came from not far away. Old Steel Door. Iron Wolf Head. Is it because of these milquetoast brats that you're refusing to allow our squad to join? End of chapter. 119. Chapter 119. You fear Li Tian like a god, but Li Tian is like dust to me. Chapter 119. You fear Li Tian like a god, but Li Tian is like dust to me. Looking sideways, they saw a large man who looked like a golden-haired Lion King walking towards them with a 6-footed stride. This is Chung Jinhang of the Golden Lion Squad. Their Golden Lion Squad's reputation has always been poor in this part of the Yanxia domain, especially when it comes to squad combination missions. There are often cases where the opposing squad is completely wiped out and only their squad comes back safely. There has been speculation that they are deliberately in the midst of the ruins in order to take advantage of other people's payoffs. Blade Wolf made a gesture that everyone understood. That's why I didn't want them to join this mission. I didn't expect that he would hold a grudge. So be careful. This bastard might turn on you. Blade Wolf admonished. Chung Jinhang brought the 8 people from his squad towards Luo Ming. Getting to know each other? Cheng Jinhang from Golden Lion Squad. And you? Ming City Squad. Luo Ming. Oh, Lo Ming is it? He leaned down to Lo Ming's ear. I urge you to automatically abort this mission or else. How about otherwise? Luo Ming asked with a flickering gaze. Otherwise, I can guarantee that your squad will not receive a single mission from now on. A bunch of milquetoast kids learning to do missions like everyone else. Better go back to your ivory towers. Chung Jinhang whispered threateningly with a disdainful face. Intimidate me? Sorry, I'm a guy whose main one is not listening. Luo Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. This Chung Jinhong's strength wasn't considered strong. At most he was a gold grade 3rd stage fellow. In a fight, he could whip him to death with a single slap of his own. Meeting Luo Ming's deep gaze, Chung Jinhang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The gaze reminded him of someone. At one time, their squad was active among the mountain and sea of majestic passes, and to put it bluntly, they were insubordinate greasehead veterans. Later, they provoked a man in the middle of Xiongguan for bullying the small by the big. The entire squad of 8 was repaired by this man along with them. In the end, he couldn't hang around in Shanghai Xiongguan, and could only run to the Yanxia domain in disgrace. Only later did they learn that the man was called Li Tian, the son of Li Lin, the overlord of the Li clan in Mordor. He couldn't help but be thankful in his heart. Fortunately, his squad had fled in ashes, or else he would have to be killed by Li Tian. But now that they were back in the Yanxia domain, they were branching out again. After all, in a place like the Yanxia domain, one should not be able to meet a freak of Li Tian's level. However, in front of him, Luo Ming's eyes were such that he couldn't help but remember what he had experienced. It was hard to push the fear down. Cheng Jinhang took a deep breath. It should be that he was overthinking it, or because Li Tian's experience had cast a shadow over him. How could there be so many freaks who just happened to stumble upon him again? Not all young people were perverts like Li Tian. Kid, you're very brave. Luo Ming, right? I'll remember you. From now on, you will not be able to move an inch in the Yanxia domain. He once again put harsh words on Luo Ming. It was as if he wanted to bring back all the humiliation he had once received on Li Tian's side on Luo Ming's body. I'm looking forward to it. Just as Chung Jinhang was about to leave. Extra news. The Yanxia University freshman competition has ended. Li Tian, the son of the Devil's capital overlord, has been defeated miserably. Originally, Cheng Jinhang didn't want to listen, but he overheard a familiar name. A tremor ran through him. The footsteps stopped involuntarily. Secretly thinking, is there such a powerful freshman in Yanxia University? Even Overlord Li Tian is no longer his opponent? Other people didn't know Li Tian's strength, but he knew it perfectly well. Li Tian's battle power gold level 1st order. Hanging him, gold level 3rd order to fight It was a powerful one, especially that heaven-destroying boundary-burning cannon. Cheng Jinhang felt that move was enough to blast him alive into pieces. Therefore, he was curious as to where the freak had come out of nowhere to defeat Li Tian. The person who defeated him was Luo Ming, who was number 1 in the freshman examination. It's amazing. Luo Ming defeated 3 foreign students in one battle. He even easily defeated Overlord Li Tian. I heard that Li Tian was powerless in Luo Ming's hands in that battle. He was beaten to his knees. If someone from the Li clan hadn't come to Yanxia University to take Li Tian away, Luo Ming might have beaten him to death alive. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There's such a fierce young man at Yanxia University? Luo Ming. What a scary young man. If you meet him in the future you must take a detour. Cheng Jinhong's heart was beating wildly. He had thought that Li Tian was the most powerful person he had ever seen. I never thought that there were even more powerful than Li Tian. Who the hell is this Luo Ming? Lamin. He mulled the name over. Ugh. No. Why does that sound familiar? Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Suddenly, a voice came to his mind. Ming City Squad. Luo Ming. Asterisk. Cheng Jinhang turned his head violently and looked at Luo Ming, whose gaze had remained calm. The heart was beating wildly. Could it be that he is? And Blade Wolf and Wu Gangmen beside Luo Ming also reacted. A horrified look on his face. Little brother, your name is Luo Ming? You're the Luo Ming who defeated that Li Tian? Are you a student of Yanxia University? Luo Ming nodded. Yes, this is my first mission, so I'm looking forward to your guidance. Ha. You're welcome. With a teenage genius like you around, all the pressure on our squad is instantly gone. All 3 of them laughed out loud. Cheng Jinhang, on the other hand, felt as if his brain was half deprived of oxygen, and his breathing seemed to stop. How can I be so unlucky? It is not easy to run away from Shanghai Xiongguan. As a result, he had even encountered a fellow even more terrifying than Li Tian in the Yanxia domain. Cheng Jinhong's entire body was shaking. The original kid who didn't care had turned into a terrifying flood beast in his eyes. That, Luo Ming. Me. Incredible fear gripped Cheng Jinhang, causing his calves to tremble. Poof. Surprisingly, he couldn't control himself and fell to his knees. Luo Ming had a puzzled look on his face. You're a bit overly scared, aren't you? The blade wolf at the side came to his ear and explained a few words, and only then did Luo Ming understand. It turns out that he was beaten out of the shadows by Li Tian. Luo Ming shook his head. Li Tian's defeated general was just a defeated general. It would be a loss of status to argue with him. You fear Li Tian like a god, and Li Tian to me is like a speck of dust. Go. Shaking his head, Luo Ming then left the mission hall with Blade Wolf and the others, no longer bothering with the shivering Cheng Jinhang. The Golden Lion Squad is also, as it were, undefeated. Cheng Jinhang slumped to the ground, shivering, the shadow in his heart deepening once again. Maybe, really, it's not the right line of work. At this moment, he even had the idea of relieving himself of his armor. Half a month later, the Golden Lion Squad was disbanded, and Cheng Jinhang went back to his hometown in the countryside and has been avoiding the world ever since. End of chapter 120. Chapter 120, Killing Opportunity Present. Entering the Ruins. Chapter 120, Killing Opportunity Present. Entering the Ruins. Good. After waiting for a month, this little bastard has finally left the Yanxia domain, imperial capital. Qin family. Qin Rusheng listened to the report of the secret guards, and the killing chance in her eyes became more and more intense. It had been a month and 7 days since Gu Linxiao's death, and everyone thought that the Qin family had already let go of it. But Qin Rusheng, as her mother, always remembered the hatred. It's not that they don't report it, it's that the time has not yet come. Everyone had underestimated Luo Ming. Luo Ming's back was not unoccupied. There was Yi Chagan, Tang Yanhuang protecting him, plus Yanxia University wanted to protect him. It would be too difficult to move him. So Qin Rusheng had been waiting for an opportunity, and as time passed, the hatred not only didn't dissipate, but instead became more and more intense. Lin Xiao, Mom will avenge you. There has never been a person who could harm someone from my Qin family, living in the world as if nothing happened. I'll take the head of this little bastard Luo Ming to worship you. Baby son. You wait. Qin Rusheng's gaze flickered. Go to the sacred farmer's hall and send 12 assassins there to slaughter Luo Ming for me. Right. Bring the forbidden airlocks with you as well. And then, all the ranks should be above the 5th rank of the gold level. That little brat can defeat Li Clan's Li Tian. His strength is bound to have already reached a terrifying level, and the general gold level can't suppress him. Send Xin San. Qin Russian commanded. She didn't want to fail in the gutter again. Now that Yi Chang'an's eyes were fixed on the Qin family, the imperial capital was crowded, and it was difficult to deploy the strongest men in the military department who were connected to the Qin family. It was a good thing that in the early years, Qin Rusheng had adopted a group of orphans and formed an orphanage called the Sacred Farmer's Hall. It was an orphanage on the surface, but in reality they were all assassins she had trained, and had thought to hand over this group of assassins to her own son when he graduated from college. I didn't realize that my son had GA without even going to college. My lord mother, Qin San is a diamond-grade first-order existence. Is it necessary to send a powerhouse of this level to kill a student? Qin San's strength ranked 3rd in the Sacred Farmer's Hall, and had followed Qin Russian when she was 20 years old. He was now in his 30s in age, and was very strong, having dealt with many opponents for the Qin family. If I say it's necessary, it's necessary. I am the master mother, still you are the master mother. Tell Qin San that the person he will serve in the future is dead. If he can't kill Luo Ming, don't come back. Qin Russian chided with a slap on the table. The dark guard shivered in fear, thinking to himself, the master mother is really angry this time. Yes. He hurriedly led the order and didn't dare to linger any longer. Somehow, Qin Rusheng was more ruthless than even her husband Gu Yuma. I heard that during Qin Rusheng's high school years, because of her cold and arrogant personality, some of her classmates tried to school bully her. As a result, the next day, that classmate's family disappeared from the imperial capital. You know that's a not so small family in the imperial capital. Just like that, he disappeared without realizing it. And moreover, Qin Rusheng did not use the Qin family's means in the slightest. You can imagine the skill. With the forbidden space lock in place, even if Yi Chanan gave you the means, you can't use it. No one can save you if Luo Ming, diamond level strikes. This beauty snake, for the first time, shows her sharpness. The other side. Good. This little brat is finally out of the Yanxia domain. The ruins are where you will be buried. A certain hotel in the domain of hot summer. Li Tao was naked, sitting on the bed. Although he was not young, he still had this sturdy tendon meat. It looks rather oppressive. Ever since he left Yanxia University with Li Tian yesterday, he had been afraid to go back to the Li family, not knowing how to explain to Li Lin. Now that Li Tian's bones all over his body had been broken by Luo Ming and he was still lying in the ICU, his lordship must have known about this, but didn't contact him and didn't ask questions. Li Tao knew that Li Tian had given him a chance to atone for his sins, and if he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he wouldn't have to return to the Li family from now on. So, this time he must kill Luo Ming. You've got some guts. You did this kind of thing on the front foot, and then you dare to strut out of the Yanxia domain on the back foot. You really don't put my Li family in your eyes. After going to the ruins, I'd like to see who else can protect you. Humph. Li Tao put on his clothes and walked towards the outside of the hotel with great strides, and at this time, Luo Ming and the others passed through the teleportation array and had already arrived at the place where they were stationed. The Yanxia domain territory. Originally thought that you guys didn't have a car. I didn't realize that it was a special military-grade pickup truck. In that case, I won't make a fool of myself in front of you guys with this garbage car. Blade Wolf rubbed his head awkwardly. The pickup truck that Zhao had cost close to 10 million Yanxia coins. And there was literally a cannon on the roof. That cannon fire coverage could blast silver-ranked monsters to death and injure unusual gold-ranked monsters. There's also a row of machine gun ports on either side, so it's hard for normal monsters to get close. The Thunder Beast Cave is to the southeast, about 20 kilometers or so away. Half an hour's drive. Don't worry, there's nothing powerful in this area. Our trashy pickup can handle it, and you guys with your luxury pickups, you're a shot in the dark. Blade Wolf patted Zhao Already's shoulder. Boy, show me your driving skills. Uncle, are you racing me? Racing is part of my blood. Zhou had tugged. Ha 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 ha. You kid. Gone. The old steel door. The two teams got into the pickup truck. The three cars exited the wall and roared deeper into the ruins. A number of monsters did leap out halfway through. However, Master Zhao's one-handed driving was very pulling, and, with the 2 rows of machine guns aiming automatically, the bursts of bullets instantly swept the monsters blocking the road into hedgehogs. In 3 tries, it dumped the other 2 cars out of sight. I'll go. This car is really damn handsome. Old wolf, let's pool our money together to buy one. Wu Gangmen said with a face full of envy. Buy an AGA. This look is special. Not the average person can afford to buy. A few of us panty-stripped cannot come up with a purchase tax. Blade Wolf cursed. A genius is followed by either a rich brother or a freak. He exclaimed. Boss, how did you know? A member of the team asked in disbelief. Nonsense. That's how novels are written. Knife Wolf swatted his teammate on the head. Drive properly. Don't blow out my tires. Otherwise I'll take the money you need to get married. Don't. Brother Wolf. I'm getting married when I get back from this mission. The bride price is already $388,000. You kid. Don't make a flag at this time. Blade Wolf slapped that shiny bald head. It always felt as if this mission wasn't going to be so easy. In no time, the 3 vehicles arrived outside the Thundering Beast Cave. These Thunder Beasts are really smart to live in the Golden Elemental vein. The Golden Elemental Stone is metallic and has a strong conductive ability. In here, the Thunder Beasts can utilize 102% of their battle power. All be careful. Don't gah. Especially the one that says he's going back to marry his wife. Several people stepped out of the car carrying weapons. Little friend Luo Ming, let's go. Let's do it for the first time for real. Although you're a genius, the battlefield and the ring are different. Oh, don't be shocked. The Blade Wolf laughed and turned into a giant wolf with human black fur, carrying a large sword. Wu Gangmen also turned into a silver-colored steel mandog with a human dog's head, carrying a large wolfsbane. Go! The 2 led the charge into the cave, and the rest of the team transformed into monsters one after another. One guy was particularly huge, a white caterpillar that sprayed venom, so he was left outside the cave to guard the luggage. End of chapter. Chapter 121. Chapter 121 Thundering Beast King, Ming City Squad's first battle. Both sides come attacking. Chapter 121 Thundering Beast King, Ming City Squad's first battle. Both sides come attacking. I drop a mother hey. This team configuration. Always feel unworthy to walk with them. The 2 squads of Blade Wolf and Wu Steelgate followed behind. A few of Luo Ming's people in the front opened the way, and the Thunder Beast was killed in seconds just as it showed its head. At first, they thought the boys would be intimidated by their first mission. When the time comes, they'll need them mature adults to come out and properly demonstrate their wealth of combat experience for them, and collect a round of applause in the process. As a result, these kids are guaranteed to be SS-ranked monsters, and standing with them, they've turned into incompetent old denizens who've been eating rice for nothing for more than a decade. Thunder Beasts show their heads and get seconded. It didn't matter if it was Zhao had been so fast that he couldn't see, or Chu Qinglian's charm technique, or maybe it was Xia Qingqing's ice rib arrow stab, Lu Cheng's blue flame, and Tang Momo's wind and thunder combination, as well as Luo Ming's terrifying output of sweeping a row with a single shot. It all made a few of them extremely sweaty. I was expecting a game of seasoned veterans pointing out a bunch of little rookies and quacking and messing up the whole game. It turned out to be that they were in charge of Gaga and these kids were in charge of messy kills. What do you call this? That. Luo Ming little friend, Why don't you let us kill a few heads as well? I don't feel too good about just lying down and winning like this. Blade Wolf spoke up. However, Luo Ming was shaking his head. Forget it, no point in wasting time, leave it to us. Snap. Blade Wolf felt like he had been stabbed several times in the chest. Well, it turns out we're wasting our time. According to Luo Ming's killing rhythm, it wouldn't be long before basically all the monsters in this beast cave would be killed. This is 3 forks in the road over here? Just then, the cave became open and 3 different forks in the road appeared before him. Good. Since there are 3 forks in the road, let's split up. Blade Wolf offered with a wide grin on his face. Luo Ming oddly glanced at him. I do not know why. Is it an illusion or what? This guy seems to smile very happy. Not only was Blade Wolf laughing happily, but Wu Gangmen was also laughing happily. This thunder beast wasn't a powerful monster though. It was basically at the silver level. Occasionally mix this with 2 heads of gold level around the first order level. However, the beast core, the essence blood are all worth money. Moreover, that pointed horn of about 10 centimeters on the forehead of the thundering beast is also a rare and good treasure, which can attract thunder, guide points, and sell for a few dollars. Luo Ming didn't need them to make a move, they were relaxed, but it wasn't their turn for this beast core or anything else. Now that they could split up, they were naturally happy. Luo Ming kid, go to the left one. There. On the left is the Thundering Beast King, a gold level 5th rank monster. At that moment, the white tiger's voice rang out in his head. His horns should have undergone a mutation. They actually contain powerful lightning power, and that one horn is the most valuable in the entire beast cave. Good stuff. Luo Ming's eyes lit up. That's a deal. Let's split up 3 ways. I'll take the left. Then I'll take the center. Blade Wolf said. I'll take the right. The 3 squads winded up and disappeared into the depths of the cave in no time. Not long after, a figure arrived at the cave. It was certainly that Li Tao. 3 holes? Whatever. Take any one. He headed toward the centermost hole. It wouldn't take him long to walk through a hole at his speed and switch sides if no one was there. It wasn't long before another squad of 12 sneaked into the cave as well. The Lord Mother said that Luo Ming's head must be brought back. And if Luo Ming's head can't be brought back, then our heads will be brought back. The black-robed man in the lead said coldly. Humph. These guys are happy to kill. A land of thundering beast corpses. Then this time, I'll let you all cohabitate with the corpses of thundering beasts in this cave forever. Qin San sneered. Go, boss. What if there's a fork in the road here? Should we split up 3 ways? A man in black asked. No, just wait here. I don't believe they can stay out forever. Cootie. It's only 1 by 1. The smart ones, who have always been on the lookout. Moreover, if we split up into 3 groups, what if we are broken down 1 by 1 by that guy Luo Ming? I don't do such indiscretions. Qin San waved his hand and sat down on a large rock, and at this time, Luo Ming and the others had already gone deep within the cave. There are more and more thunder beasts. If there are this many thunder beasts in the other 2 caves, then Blade Wolf and Wu Gangmen and their squad will be in trouble. Zhao had already drawn his sword to cleave a thundering beast into pieces. It won't be a bother. They should be safe on their side. Luo Ming shook his head. These thunder beasts should be guarding their beast king. It looks like the beast king is on our side. Gotta speed up the sweep. This quest is easier than I thought. Luo Ming's blood-colored pupil eyes flashed. If it just ends like this, then this game is not fun anymore. I purposely come a hand to lure the snake out of the hole. You guys must take the bait off. He whispered. The whirlwind was a slight smile. With a slight increase in force from one hand, a layer of blood flame covered the heaven-devouring lance. The next second, boom! The lance turned into a bloody stream of light and shot out violently. Bearish blood flames steamed across a large area of emptiness. All of the thunder beasts were engulfed by the thick, blood-colored flames. The heaven-devouring lance pushed across and surged into the deepest part of this cave with a single breath. Good guy. Your strength has increased again. Zhao already had a shocked look on his face. Luo Ming didn't have this strength when he fought against Li Tian yesterday. Well, used the rewards from the freshman competition to raise to the silver rank 10th step. Luo Ming nodded. The 2 of them, Zhao already and Chu Qingliang, glanced at each other and looked a bit surprised. All those rewards, and in one day he'll have absorbed them completely? That's too fast of a boost. Even though it said that SSS class monsters don't encounter bottlenecks in the early stages. But that absorption rate is too outrageous. The Beast King's guards have been completely wiped out. Go! Take it all in one go. Boom! Lu Cheng. With a shout, he flipped over and mounted Lushang, the streams of blue and blood merging together as he charged straight into the deepest part of the cave. Roar! Only in the deepest part of the cavern, there was a giant behemoth lying on its back. A blood-colored lance nailed itself nakedly above his forelegs. This thundering beast had a rocky gray body, covered with a huge golden thunder pattern. Lying on all fours, his head was topped with a giant golden horn in which a bolt of lightning stirred. Roar! Seeing Luo Ming arrive, he let out an angry roar. The other foot unexpectedly drew out the heaven-devouring gun alive. Zip! Accompanied by a roar, a terrifying energy fluctuation shot out above that golden thunder horn, streaking towards Luo Ming and the others. Roar! The voice of the angry thundering beast king instantly spread throughout the entire cavern. Does that voice mean Li Tao, who was halfway through his run, instantly reacted? It's next door. Well, I almost missed you guys. He had a scowl on his face. The 12 people outside also looked at each other after hearing the voice. On the left, this roar should be the king inside this beast cave being startled. I have a feeling that Luo Ming is inside this cave. Everyone, follow me. Swish. The 12 silhouettes rushed towards the leftmost cave in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 122. 122 Trapped Beast, White Tiger Killing Star. Chapter 122 Sleepy Beast, White Tiger Killing Star. Watch out. Get out of the way. No matter what, this thundering beast king's strength was at the level of the gold grade 5th stage, and the power that erupted from its all-out strike under anger was naturally nothing to write home about. Boom! That golden torrent of thunder points surged towards the crowd. Swish! The crowd dispersed in all directions. Lu Chang, go over there. Luo Ming slapped his horse's back. Swish! The azure-colored dragon horse let out a neigh and turned into a blue thunderbolt, instantly flashing towards the other side. Knock! The thundering beast king stomped down with force, trying to trample the two into meatcakes. It was good to be quick and dodge it in a flash. Luo Ming raised his hand to hold the lance that was stuck in the thundering beast king, pulled out hard. The thundering beast king let out an angry hiss as it suffered pain. Hey, old Cho, your turn. Luo Ming bellowed. Zhao had already instantly risen into the air. Thousands of swords and shadows phantom. Black sword shadows surfaced in layers before slashing towards the thunder horn of the thunder beast king. Hyper, can't hack it. It's too hard. I'll do it. Luo Ming turned the heaven-devouring lance with one hand. The power of 10,000 pounds, and the peak of mad speed was 100% added. A shot slammed into Zhao Already's sword. Click! At once, the entirety of the black sword was stuck into the horn of thunder. In the next second, Thunderhorn was cut off alive. Anon! The thundering beast king was in pain and anger, and was even vaguely afraid. These humans were too strong, and having lost its strongest means, there was a possibility that it would simply die here next. One thought and this. A rich, ferocious color flashed in the eyes of the thundering beast king. Roar! Thunder erupted all over his body, and through the metallic yuan stones in the vein, the thunder unexpectedly traveled out in all directions. Rumble! The cave trembled violently. Something's not right. This guy, he wants to blow himself up. Retreat! Luo Ming saw at a glance that it was not good and wanted to retreat with the crowd. But the spreading thunder had already intertwined into a huge grid in all directions, and they had long since had no way to retreat. Damn it! Luo Ming's eyes were hard. Swish! He held the sky-devouring gun and aimed it at the top of the vein. Devouring heaven. God gun. Boom! A blood-colored torrent streaked toward the top. It was like a 100-foot spear stabbing out, instantly piercing through the entire cave. Wow! The blood-colored torrent rushed out of the earth, and a huge opening was hardened by Luo Ming. But with that, the vein is about to collapse. Cold not freeze. Xia Qingchang. The ice phoenix erupted with the power of a powerful ice storm, freezing the shaking rocks. Luo Ming, hurry up and go. I won't last long. Xia Qingchang showed a hard look on her face. Now Luo Ming fully opened a large hole above the cave, through which they could go out outside. You guys get out first. Hurry. Foamy. You take them out. Luo Ming said loudly. Now that the cave was about to collapse and the thundering beast king was on the verge of self-destruction, the situation was once very dangerous. They don't have much time left. Luo Ming gritted his teeth as he raised his heaven-devouring gun. Blood prison cage. A huge cage burning with blood-colored flames unexpectedly wrapped both Luo Ming and the Thunder Beast King. Luo Ming, what are you going to do? As the blood prison cage surfaced, Luo Ming and the Thunder Beast King's figures gradually disappeared. You guys hurry up and go. This guy, I have to solve him. Once the Thundering Beast King explodes himself, all 3 cave entrances will collapse, and everyone will have to die inside. I will not allow this to happen. Swish! The blood prison cage closed completely. The figures of the two also disappeared. Go! Hurry up and go! Don't let Luo Ming's efforts go to waste. Xia Qingcheng lightly shouted. Tang Mo transformed into a black thunder butterfly and rushed towards that huge hole with the crowd on her back. Qingcheng, you go too. I'll leave when you guys get out. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. She had to stabilize the crumbling rock wall or none of them would make it. Tang Momo revealed a worried look. Don't worry about me. I'm Xia Qingcheng of the Xia family's SS rank. How could I possibly die here? Relief flashed in Ice Phoenix's eyes. Xia Qingcheng, you must come out. I'm going to win you in my life, Chu Lime said loudly. Don't worry, I'll be out. With Lamini. After sending the crowd away, a bitter smile appeared in Xia Qingcheng's eyes. I can't hold on much longer. Just as Xia Qingcheng's strength was about to run out, the ice seal freezing the rock wall gradually broke. In the blood prison cage, a blood-colored figure slowly walked out. Lamini, that's great. Did you defeat the Thundering Beast King? Luo Ming nodded. Yes, I've already killed it. Let's go. Qingcheng, let's hurry out as well. Fine. Let's go now. Xia Qingcheng was overjoyed. If Luo Ming had come a little later she wouldn't have been able to hold out. Lamini, you hold me. The two bodies leaned together. But right at this moment, Xia Qingcheng's face changed. Nope. Luo Ming. You're lying to me. The battle didn't end at all right. Where's your heaven-devouring gun? This is just one of your doppelgangers, right? Luo Ming. A strange color flashed in Taotia's eyes. He did not expect Xia Qingcheng to be so alert, but is about as good as it gets. He wrapped his arms around Xia Qingcheng's wings with force. Xia Qingcheng instantly panicked. Luo Ming, what are you doing? Luo Ming, let go of me. I don't suppose you want to. Luo Ming didn't answer his words as he burned with blood-colored flames all over his body. But the flame was not tyrannical. Instead it made Xia Qingcheng feel warm all over. Boom! His body slightly crouched down, and immediately afterward, he rose into the air like a bolt of lightning. I'm sorry, Li Ning, this is the first time I've ever lied to you, and it will be the last. The two of them rushed towards the cave entrance, but halfway there, Luo Ming's detachment transformed into a streak of blood-colored flames, which was actually about to dissipate, and having lost Xia Qingcheng's maintenance, the rock wall at the top collapsed, and Luo Ming and the Thunder Beast King were blocked in an even narrower space. It's already a veritable cornered beast. Luo Ming, you liar, you big liar, Xia Qingcheng exclaimed anxiously. Good girl, don't worry about me. I don't die that easily. Luo Ming's figure slowly dispersed, and Xia Qingcheng was also sent out of the cave and transformed into a human body. Below the cave, Luo Ming took a long breath. Finally, can go all out. He looked at the Thundering Beast King that was swelling like a balloon in front of him. Eyes slightly glued. White Tiger. Wow! A thick killing battle aura covered his body, and immediately, a silver-white hurricane enveloped him. A dense killing chance blossomed in this piece of space. Swish! When the hurricane dispersed, a silhouette rushed out from the hurricane. Snow-white body covered in black ring stripes and steel helmet with white armor. The silver cloak was scattered, and there was a glittering golden king character on his brow. White Tiger held his sword in one hand and rushed towards the Thundering Beast King. Listen to your requiem, big guy. End of chapter 123. Chapter 123, A Great Enemy Attacks. A Perilous Journey. The Phoenix Trial. Chapter 123, A Great Enemy Attacks. A Perilous Journey. The Phoenix Trial. This was Luo Ming's own White Tiger power, not the power of the White Tiger True Spirit in the Divine Temple, so naturally the gap in strength would be somewhat large. However, the White Tiger possessed the Thunder attribute and metallic control, so the Thunder Beast King's self-detonation couldn't hurt him. The 9 blades of the Killing Star. Swish! The White Tiger leapt up, and this Thunder Beast King's huge body was just a target for him. Swish swish swish! 9 heavy blade shadows, rolling and moving. The killing battle aura transformed into a gale that swept through the entire space. The Thundering Beast King's body only froze for a second before it was torn apart by the light of the blade. Scarlet flesh tumbling up, and after breaking open his body, the expanding accumulation of thunder power in his body finally couldn't be restrained. It's like an open floodgate. Wow! Exploding wildly in all directions, it surged out. Come! White Tiger Thunderjack Sword. Swish! Luo Ming held the snow-white long blade across his body, and the rolling golden thunder unexpectedly turned into a pillar of thunder, all of which was absorbed into this blade. Kid, you're saving this thunder power to give someone a stab at a critical moment. You're very sinister. The White Tiger's voice rang out in his mind, because the enemy is coming soon. Luo Ming pursed his lips. This thunder power had gathered all the power of a gold grade 5th order monster, and with a surprise slash, even a gold grade 10th order fellow would be heavily injured by him. Buzz! After all the lightning was completely absorbed, the chamber was once again plunged into darkness. Luo Ming picked up the thunder horn and beast core and put them away. He did not disengage his beastly state, for the danger was not yet removed. Boom! 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 One blast after another came. The thick rock wall blocking the way there trembled continuously, and in the end, it was blown away by someone's punch. Really powerful. Golden 5th Order Beast King were defeated by you. And, also hide the strength. 3 SSS level awakened person, simply unheard of. The main mother is right. And then let you grow down. Perhaps the entire Qin family will be subverted by you. 12 silhouettes appeared in front of Luo Ming. Among them, the worst in terms of strength was at the 5th stage of the gold level. The Qin family's assassin. Luo Ming silently calculated the time. He had indeed notified Senior Yenshi, but it would take some time for the other party to arrive. Until then, he's going to have to hold out for one. The other side. Li Tao sensed the big commotion next door, so he followed the center road back the way he came and returned to the three-way intersection. Just met a young figure. I don't know which side. Yenshi stroked his chin. He rushed over after receiving Luo Ming's notification because Luo Ming had said in advance that he needed his help this time. At least it was the hidden personnel of the Ming City squad. So Yenshi was at the place where he was stationed early, and he even stayed for 2 days. Coupled with the characteristics of the monster he had awakened, this was how he was able to come over in such a fast time. Well, I've seen you before, right? Like Li Tao of Li's. He was present at yesterday's duel, and he had naturally seen the scene of Li Tao's disturbance. By the looks of it, it's you that schoolmate Luo Ming is talking about. Yenshi narrowed his eyes. So, sorry, old man. I'm going to have to let you die here today. Who are you? Li Tao looked at him with a wary face. Yanxia University student, Yenshi. Ha, a student who threatens to kill old man. Simply doesn't know how to die. Li Tao laughed disdainfully. In his opinion, how powerful could a student be? At best, it can't be more than diamond grade at best. Swish, a silhouette appeared in front of him. Are you sure? Buzz, a brilliant light exploded. A sharp eagle's cry resounded through the cave. Yenshi transformed into a huge gilt eagle. The feet are upright, and above the arms, scaly armor covers them, and under the armpits are unfurled feathered wings. The light golden fur all over his body was as bright as satin. SS-class monster. The Rift Falcon. Wind attribute mastery. Metallic mastery. Swish. He swung his sharp claws to instantly sweep towards Li Tao. How can it be? Blue Jade rank. Where did Yanxia University get a Blue Jade rank? Li Tao was caught off guard and hurriedly transformed. But he also looked a little confused. When did the students of Yanxia University become so powerful? Old boy. Haven't you ever heard of a repeat student? I'm not talented. I'm a 5th-year repeat student at Yanxia University. Li Tao's face was as ugly as eating. You're going to get detention for your ING strength? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Okay, you want to kill my elementary school brother? Then I'll kill you first. The Rift Falcon lunged towards the Blue Poison Scorpion. The Rift Falcon's talent was much higher than the Blue Poison Scorpion, so even though his rank was inferior to his, Li Tao was still no match for Yenshi. Fight here and accidentally collapse the cave later. Go out and fight. Wow. He hooked onto the Blue Poison Scorpion and the two of them rushed out of the cave together. Boom! Yenshi carried him straight up to the sky. The sky is the territory of the Rift Falcon. And at the entrance of the cave, Xiaqingqing's few people were preparing to burst into the cave once more, trying to get Luo Ming out. Wow! The two huge figures that suddenly rushed out startled them all. That's Li Tao of Li's and Senpai Yenshi. Does that mean? Their brains raced, and the crux of the problem came to them all at once. Luo Ming has already started laying out, and at that moment, a tiger roar came from the bottom of the cavern. Several silhouettes rushed out of the cave in a sorry state. Kill crazy. Killing madness. 12 men surrounding one man to kill. What kind of monsters have been attracted to what was clearly a simple mission? Several people from Blade Wolf escaped from the cave in a state of disarray, especially the oppressive feeling of the one at the head, which made them tremble from a distance of several meters. The bottom of the cave had been completely reduced to a battlefield. When they recalled that scene, they were still chilled to the bone. I wonder how long that one will actually last. Uncle Knife, Uncle Wu, what did you guys see down there? Xiaqingqing saw them come out, asked anxiously. A great battle. A great battle. There are 12 very scary monsters surrounding a person to fight. I feel that person can't hold on any longer. It's so tragic. One of those guys has an aura. I'm trembling just looking at it. I feel like this is definitely in existence above the gold level. The moment these words came out, the faces of Xiaqingqing's crowd instantly changed. What? Surprisingly, there are still enemies. Luo Ming. Diamond level. Where was this someone Luo Ming could cope with? Senior Yenshi. There are still enemies. Luo Ming is in danger. Xiaqingqing shouted into midair. What? There's more than one? Just how many people are trying to kill this kid? Yenshi's face changed greatly. The Blue Poison Scorpion who heard this was incredibly happy. Originally thought that he wouldn't be able to kill Luo Ming this time. Not only would he not be able to kill Luo Ming, even he himself was probably going to be planted here. I didn't realize there was anyone else. so it really was a godsend. Li Tao immediately used all his strength to wrap up Yanshi. Ji. Want to save him? Impossible. He's dead today. Yanshi was momentarily distracted. And in the depths of the cave, Luo Ming was alone battling 12 assassins who were guaranteed to be at the 5th level of the gold grade. Completely no match. And the most powerful Qin San hadn't even made a move yet. With the forbidden airlock in place, you can't even use the life-preserving token that Yi Chang'an gave you. And there's no one who can save you this time. Kid, Qin San laughed madly. Hey, kid, don't be a hard ass. Use my power. Otherwise you're really going to fold here. The White Tiger's voice rang out in his mind. No, White Tiger Sr., if I use it, won't you disappear forever? The White Tiger was silent. At that moment, another voice followed. It was a majestic female voice. Kid, willing to accept my trial? In this way, you have a glimmer of hope, bathed in fire, to kill the enemy. Hearing this voice, the White Tiger's turquoise pupils shrunk violently. That voice. Old hag, are you awake too? End of chapter. Chapter 124. Chapter 124 Immortal and Indestructible True Dragon Body. The Phoenix Fire burned his body. The Phoenix Fire burned his heart. Chapter 124 Immortal True Dragon Body. The Phoenix Fire burned his body. The Phoenix Fire burned his heart. Fresh. A sound of a divine bird's long call came out, and Luo Ming instantly felt as if a sea of fire had appeared in his mind. Endless flames cover the sky. Will be all things are swallowed. Silence. Broken. And in this endless fire there are Shin-Nong bird long sound vibrate heaven and earth. Luo Ming's pupils shrank as he saw a red-colored firebird with flames burning all over its body cawing in the fire. Immortalized by the 9 deaths. Nirvana by the 9 deaths. This is the Divine Phoenix? The pair of golden phoenix eyes were filled with majesty, and the light of the eyes was deep and domineering enough to deter the living, to deter all things. Boy, are you going to accept my trial? The phoenix's voice resounded, reaching Luo Ming's ears. Oh, is there a choice? I choose. Accept. Luo Ming sat on the side with his head hanging down, and the Qin San crowd watched as he lowered his head, seemingly mumbling, unable to stop his face from looking puzzled. What is this brat shattering? It's not possible that he's mentally deranged because he knows he's going to die, right? Humph. What Yanxia heaven's pride? It's not much of a big deal, is it? It wasn't still defeated by us. I'll chop off his head. Someone carried a weapon forward towards Luo Ming. Thumbs up. He brandished his long knife, but the moment the blade light was about to fall on Luo Ming's neck, swish, Luo Ming raised his head violently, and a boundless sea of fire seemed to be burning in his eyes. In the middle of the sea of fire, a golden aura swept across the world, seeming to have the sun and the moon in the sky, comparable to the majesty of the emperor. The man was startled by Luo Ming's gaze and involuntarily took 2 steps back, playing God. I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword to behead Luo Ming. When I return, Nirvana Divine Flame will burn you out completely. Wow. In the next second, his entire body was wrapped in red-colored phoenix fire. The scorching flame scared the man so much that he involuntarily took 2 steps back and almost sat on his butt. And it was at that moment that time stopped. Ding! Detected the host accepting the 4th fierce examination in an extremely dangerous situation. The 10 fierce divine temple protection mechanism is activated. Time will remain suspended until the host completes the test. Swish! Everyone's movement stopped, and when Luo Ming opened his eyes, he was already in the midst of boundless flames. In front of them, there was a huge sky-covering divine phoenix, flapping its dual holdings, its body burning with embers, seemingly a supreme being in fire. Ding! The host accepts the 4th fierce divine phoenix examination. The 1st level, Nirvana 9 deaths. Successful trial. The host can obtain the divine phoenix heavenly destiny fire. Nirvana divine fire. The host enters the state of nirvana, 9 times immortal, 9 times nirvana. Successful trials can transform into a divine phoenix, the fire that burns the heavens. As the 10 fierce divine hall's prompting voice fell, only to see the divine phoenix flap its wings, endless nirvana divine flame instantly wrapped around Luo Ming, followed by a sudden tightening of the nerves, and boundless pain spread through all the limbs and bones. If you want to nirvana and not die, you have to survive the pain of nirvana and improve your fit with the nirvana divine fire. This is the 1st level. Phoenix fire burning body. Divine Phoenix spoke faintly, but her tone was filled with the majesty of a motherly figure. Nirvana immortality. Bathed in fire. Boom boom boom. As the divine fire burned, Luo Ming felt that all the limbs and bones of his body, every piece of flesh and blood, and every cell was wrapped in flames. This was not quenching, but pure torture. Survive the ordeal. There are 8 more to follow. 9 times, he experienced the nirvana flame before he was able to undergo this first round of trials. Wow! His clothes were instantly burned out, and then his body was even more scorched by the flames. and blood flowed down. But in the blink of an eye it was evaporated and turned into a bloody scab that clung to his skin. Just as Luo Ming was about to reach his spiritual limit and faint, anon, a dragon's roar resounded, and his tattered physical body unexpectedly blossomed with a golden light, with golden true dragon tattoos covering his entire body. Dragon blood automatically protects the body. This is the indestructible dragon body? The divine phoenix looked surprised. Kill the weasel. The divine phoenix gritted its teeth. With the undying dragon body protecting his body, it was only a matter of time before Luo Ming survived the nirvana flame. This first level really wasn't any more difficult for him. As expected, in no time at all, Luo Ming's body withstood the power of the nirvana divine flame and slowly began to absorb it, until he opened his eyes. Buzz! The golden dragon chi transformed into a true dragon roaming, and the crimson flames transformed into a divine phoenix spreading its wings. Ding! The indestructible dragon body and nirvana divine flame react. The host obtains the dragon phoenix body. Immortal dragon phoenix body. Wow! Only half of Luo Ming's flesh was covered by the flailing golden dragon, climbing from his back all the way to his shoulders and then to his chest. The other half was covered by the soaring and spreading wings of the divine phoenix. From the waist to the chest and abdomen, the dragon and the phoenix call out to each other. Half each. I didn't expect True Dragon Clan and Divine Phoenix Clan dreamed of a lifetime's worth of physique. A lifetime's worth of physique that couldn't be realized actually appeared in a human at the same time at this moment. Is this the will of heaven? The Divine Phoenix showed a look of lamentation. With the immortal dragon phoenix body, from now on, Luo Ming would become extremely difficult to kill. Even if he was broken into pieces with one move, he would still be able to achieve nirvana in the flames. And, with each resurrection, his strength would increase by 1 point. Luo Ming opened his eyes, and at this moment he even wanted to raise his voice to the sky. You think you can kill me? However, he didn't wait for him to be happy for too long, but Divine Phoenix spoke with a cold face. Don't be too happy. There's a second round of trials. Phoenix Fire Burning Heart, let me see what your heart desires the most. Swish! In an instant, the flames of the Divine Phoenix engulfed Luo Ming once more. Unlike the last time, the flames, this time, were unusually heart-burning. Luo Ming, going to Dali? We'll join a tour group together this time. It's only $10,000 a person. Forget it, don't go. Luo Ming. I want to go to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and see the most beautiful alpine azaleas in the world. Sorry, I don't have time. Minger, my dad and your mom have dreamed of going to the capital to see the Great Wall of China in their lifetime. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I really can't right now. So give me a little more time. Just give me a little more time until I make some money. Buzz. Luo Ming opened his eyes. What the hell is wrong? It always brings back something from my past life. Because those things are what you've always regretted. The figure of the Divine Phoenix surfaced in front of him. The heaven and earth that you once longed for beyond measure. The true love and freedom that you longed for beyond measure. But in the end, because of reality, you must be confined to this acreage. Sold your faith. Sold your life. Sold the moon in the sky. And were forced to pick up the sixpence on the ground. Although you've been hiding it, the Nirvana Divine Flame shows the truest thing within you. So Luo Ming, what is the thing you've been longing for? There is no one else here. You could have just been straight up with me and set aside all the reality of what you wanted and wanted the most at one time. Luo Ming's gaze became incomparably mesmerized. During my college years, I wanted to go to Dali, to see the wind and the snow and the moon, to strum the strings by the Arai Sea, but I didn't have the money. After work, I want to ride a motorcycle with my best friend, with a guitar on my back, to go to LS, to see the sun shining, the Pot Ala Palace, but I have to work. Later, my parents got old, and their lifelong wish was to go to the capital to see the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. But, I couldn't let go of my job. By the time we see each other again, they have been reduced to a handful of yellow earth. In my last life, I had so many regrets, so many things I couldn't do anything about. I felt like my life was useless. The Divine Phoenix nodded. The last life is in the past and can't be changed. But you have a chance to start over now. What about this life? How do you want to live this life? This life. In Luo Ming's cloudy gaze, a faint fire glowed, as if it was a darkness born out of ragged despair. In this life, I want to live for myself. Typo. Not true dragon body, but dragon phoenix body. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Chapter 125 Endless Change Divine Plume. 9 Deaths and 9 Nirvana Battle. Chapter 125 Endless Change Divine Plume. 9 Deaths and 9 Nirvana Battle. In this life, I want to live for myself. The flames were burning, swaying wildly, just like Luo Ming's wavering heart. Finally, the wavering flames became subdued. It was as if Luo Ming's heart was gradually firming up. In this life, I am what I am. I will be smooth and obedient. Those who kill, others will kill, and those who dishonor, others will dishonor. I want the power to dominate destiny. I want to use this body to subdue this world. Boom boom boom. The fire of nirvana burned violently as a figure slowly stepped out of the flames. The regrets of his last life wrapped around his body and transformed into pitch-black armor, locking his body in place. But now, the armor shattered. The flames that covered the sky burned, and Luo Ming's figure was revealed. In this moment, it was as if he had become himself. If you want to do it, do it. This is my life and this life. I want to win. Click. The surrounding fire-like world was gradually covered with cracks, and in the next second, it exploded. Click, click, click. The boundless illusion dispersed and a figure appeared in front of the divine phoenix. His eyes gleamed and his heart was lit with divine fire, breaking through all falsehoods. Luo Ming, this is what the second examination has given you, breaking all your heart demons. From now on, you will have a true heart of nirvana. All the techniques of confusing the heart and illusions will be useless to you. One can always resurface in death, and when the body can't take it, the physical body will take you out to kill. Congratulations, you passed my test. You have passed the first 2 tests. As for the third test, the divine phoenix smiled slightly and shook her head. Then it's exempt. I'm not like them who hide everything. Since you're someone I recognize, then I'm willing to impart everything to you. Buzz. A red-colored token was suspended in the void. This is my innate magic treasure, the divine plume feather, which can change into the appearance of any weapon, whether it's swords, guns, swords and halberds, or the hot weapons of your world, or even locomotives, chariots, airplanes, starships, and annihilator-class war fortresses. It can be illusory. It's just that your strength is still weak right now, and you're limited in the forms that you can use. But it's also enough for you to use. Finally, with a hint of my own fire, I give you my parting words. At that moment, one could only see the divine phoenix waving its wings, and it rushed towards Luo Ming's brow. Live, a voice resounded in the back of his mind. The old hag is rather more decisive than us old things. The white tiger's silhouette stepped out of the darkness. Luo Ming, today's you still don't know what this parting gift means. In the coming days you will definitely understand. Compared to the divine plume feather, this is her third inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th fierce divine phoenix trial. Obtained the immortal dragon phoenix body, nirvana divine fire, 9 deaths and 9 nirvana states, supreme treasure divine plume. The host has completed the trial. Time to recover. Everything outside was restored to its original state. Playing God, watch me cut you to death. The huge, sword-wielding human bear carrying the sword walked towards Luo Ming in large strides. Swish! The long knife broke through the air and fell. It was at that instant Luo Ming opened his eyes. Are you looking for death? Only to see his gaze slightly condense. The nirvana divine flame rushed out along with the flames, instantly igniting the body of that gigantic bear man. He let out a roar of pain and rage, and 3 seconds later turned into a puddle of ash. The others could not even move in time. There were monsters with water attribute control present among these 12 people. However, the time was too short for him to rescue them. Even if it was in time, it would be meaningless because it was even more impossible for the nirvana divine flame to be extinguished. What kind of weird flame is this? The crowd frowned and took a step back in shock. New possibilities blossomed on Luo Ming, who was clearly at the end of his rope. What are you afraid of? He's already at the end of his strength. It's just a flashback. A group of you gold level elites. Are you afraid of a tiny silver level? With me here. Don't be afraid. Go! He bellowed. In the next second, the other 10 gritted their teeth, and they rushed towards Luo Ming. Elder Divine Phoenix, thank you for your gift. Swish! Only to see Luo Ming scurry out in his human body and punch towards the chest of the beast that rushed at the front. The immortal dragon phoenix body had allowed his personal power to reach a terrifying level, and now Luo Ming was already a veritable personal monster. As this fist was swung out, the dragon and phoenix patterns all over his body resonated and let out a furious roar. The golden color mixed with the red color, erupted out together and was incredibly powerful. Even if the beast in front of him, a gold level 5th rank monster, had its center door open and was smashed by him, its armor exploded all over its body and turned into a cannonball that flew out backwards. It smashed against the rock wall and instantly retreated back into his person. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were blown apart by his punch. How can it be? Sheen 17 is dead. Someone rushed forward with a face full of horror, only to find that the other's breath had disappeared. They looked at Luo Ming with horror on their faces. In person, smashing a gold 5th stage monster to death with a single punch. What kind of pervert is this? The crowd instantly had their scalps numb and wanted to pull away from Luo Ming. Old boss, you go on. We're no match for him. He's too strong. Their hearts retreated. And after Chin-san reacted in a moment of shock, a ruthless color also appeared on his face. I don't believe that after experiencing that battle just now, you still have the strength to fight. But you're just bluffing. Chin-san gritted his teeth. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll know if you try it. With that, Luo Ming once again dashed towards a nearby monster. Wow! Nirvana divine flame wrapped around his body, and a long roar resounded through the void. As the monstrous flames dispersed, the crimson figure appeared in front of the crowd. 9 deaths and 9 nirvana. Open! Luo Ming's pupils were burning with a blazing fire. This was the silver lining that Elder Divine Phoenix was talking about. After opening 9 deaths and 9 nirvana, Luo Ming could ignore death 9 times, and with each death, his battle power would receive a certain degree of spike. The only drawback was that after the 9 deaths and 9 nirvana state, he would fall into a 3-day-long coma. This was a fight to the death. If he couldn't defeat the enemy in this state, he would be the one to die. The divine plume feather fell into Luo Ming's hands, into a plume-like pistol. The ruddy figure rolled that pistol against the other's head. Bang! 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 With 3 shots, the beast's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. The real battle is only now beginning. Those who want to kill me, one by one, come up and receive death. Luo Ming was dripping with Nirvana divine flame, and as he carried the pistol, his entire body seemed like a divine phoenix born from fire. This figure stood here, and Chin-san's entire body trembled. He spoke through gritted teeth, his tone trembling. The 4th SSS class monster. How is this possible? End of chapter. Chapter 126. Chapter 126, The Man Who Couldn't Be Killed. The Immortal Body. Chapter 126, The Man Who Couldn't Be Killed. The Immortal. He had thought that Luo Ming's 3 SSS class monsters would be enough to shock people, but he hadn't expected that he would have a 4th SSS class monster. What is this concept? Unusual people can have a SSS class monster will feel that their ancestors' graves are smoking. If there could be 2 heads, it would have to be an ancestral grave directly on fire, and smoke wouldn't even do it. But Luo Ming, 4 heads? No, dude, you specialize in wholesale SSS class monsters? Don't you want to die? For SSS class monsters, I am really curious. Luo Ming, what secrets are hidden in your body? Is it possible that there is a 5th, 6th head? If you were to capture you back, not only the master, even the entire Chin family would be incredibly excited. GGGG. He let out an unmistakable, strange laugh. Do you think I'm going to let you walk out of here after you find out? Luo Ming turned the divine plume feather in his hand. Swish! Instantly, tongues of fire erupted and a barrage of bullets streaked toward him. Don't bring out this kind of carving skill to disgrace yourself in front of me. Croak! He roared loudly, and his entire body was wrapped in a burst of dark green light. When the light receded, a giant humanoid frog appeared before Luo Ming's eyes. Class A monster. Abyssal green poisonous toad. Swish! The dark green strange frog leapt with great force and rose up into the air, and then he spewed poison all over his body and pressed towards Luo Ming in an overwhelming manner. Rubbish! Luo Ming waved his big hand and a curtain of fire blocked in front of him. All the poisonous mist was instantly devoured the moment it touched the flames. Have you ever heard the story of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? Chin-san was slightly stunned, and in the next second, he saw the large caliber magnum pistol in Luo Ming's hand begin to deform. It turned into a huge, red-colored Gatling, which was dotted with flames that seemed to surround the gunslinger like lava. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. The 6 roots are pure and depleted of uranium bullets. A breath of 3,600 revolutions. Great mercy and compassion for the world. As Luo Ming's words fell, the Gatling began to rotate at high speed. In the next second, uncountable gunfire poured out of it. Asterisk. Chin-san was scared silly. He rushed to dodge in all directions. Luo Ming carried a Gatling in both hands and swept it in all directions, and the rock walls were covered with scorched bullet marks. I'll admit that's a pretty good move on your part, but you're not going to be able to hit me. How many more rounds do you have available next? Chin-san's agile body perfectly avoided all of Luo Ming's bullets. He climbed onto the rock wall with one hand and looked at Luo Ming with a gaze filled with sneers. I never intended to defeat you by that means. Gatling then returned a large sword burning with flames. I'm just clearing the decks. The corners of his mouth lifted up, and Chin-san instantly felt that things were not going well. Could it be that? Wait until the smoke spreading in the cave cleared. Chin-san fixed his eyes on the good guy. Those of his men who arrived were all beaten to death by Luo Ming. One had only a layer of skin hanging off the head and neck. The death couldn't be any worse. Chin-san immediately felt his scalp tingle. That barrage of bullets just now appeared to be targeting him, but in reality it was a cover-up tactic used by Luo Ming. His real target is these people he brought with him. Well, now there will be no one to stop us from piking in the Imperial City. Come on, Let me kill you with my own hands. Luo Ming shook off his hand, and was carrying his greatsword as he charged towards the huge dark green frog head monster. You damn mole cricket! With your silver level strength, you want to kill me diamond level? You're dreaming! Croak! He yelled in anger. So many of them had come to capture Luo Ming, but they didn't expect to end up having 11 people killed by him in return. It didn't matter though. Those 11 were all just at the 4th or 5th level of the gold class. But he was different. He's diamond level. He's not on the same level as any of those guys. He killed Luo Ming like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog. Da-da-da-da. Luo Ming was carrying a large sword, flames burning in his golden pupils. No one could really see what he was thinking. It was true that Luo Ming couldn't beat Qin San. The gap between the diamond level and the silver level was too great. It was really hard to overcome. So all he can do is consume. Under 9 deaths and 9 nirvana, Luo Ming was equal to having 10 lives. He can die 9 times, which means I'll trade 9 lives for one of yours. That's his tactic. If he can't beat you, he'll wear you out. As long as it's a human being, there will be a break. Seize the break and you can kill him. Boom! Luo Ming's body was burning with nirvana divine flame as he slammed his sword towards Qin San. Bang! Jia jia jia! Too weak. Your power is too weak. Qin San laughed strangely and grabbed the large sword in Luo Ming's hand. And then the other hand popped out violently. Bang! A jab lands to the chest for Luo Ming. Ignorant trash. Qin San raised an eyebrow and casually spat. I thought it was so strong. But this? One move and you're dead? This is finally getting rid of this kid. What a terrifying kid. For SSS level monsters, if he grows up, the Qin family is 100% finished. Qin San sighed, his heart palpitating. Luckily, the Master Mother sent him over. If she had sent a gold level 10th order, 8th order Qin 5 Qin 6, it might actually have to be countered by Luo Ming. However, if it's him, Luo Ming is categorically not. Giggle. In an instant, Qin San felt a coldness in his arm as a soaring liquid slapped against his cheek. Qin San was confused. In the next second, a sharp pain at his arm came, which made him realize what was happening. Looking down, one of his arms was lying on the ground dripping donor blood, twitching one by one. Qin San raised his head and looked incredulously at the figure carrying a crimson greatsword that pulled away from him. How is it possible? How is this possible? Aren't you already dead? I clearly felt that I had broken your heart. Why would? Qin San's gaze fell on Luo Ming's chest. Intact. How is this possible? Could this be an illusion? No way. Absolutely impossible. How can this be? How can this be a hallucination? Luo Ming's gaze was stoic. His surprise sword attack had chopped off one of Qin San's arms, and the guy's battle power had been reduced by at least 30%. It's not a loss to trade a chance to die for this move. Sorry, I'm immortal. Luo Ming laughed coldly. The greatsword in his hand turned into 2 broken blades. Luo Ming rushed up again and stabbed Qin San's vitals as the broken blades swung. Playing God. There's no such thing as undead too. Even numbered monsters will be killed. Let alone you. I don't believe your bull asterisk. Qin San blocked with one hand as he opened his bloody mouth. The fishy smell spreading through the politeness. Poison dragon drill. Wow. The purple-black mucus shot out like a sharp arrow, completely dissolving half of Luo Ming's body. Humph. I don't believe that you won't die from this. Qin San took advantage of the situation and punched Luo Ming in the head. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Things are going great. Poisonous woman. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 127. Things are going great. Poisonous woman. Get the hell out of here. This. You're still alive. Half his body was melted and his head was blown off. That would have been a death sentence for anyone else. Giggle. A blade that burned with flames flashed by. Ah, poof. Qin San violently protruded a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated towards the back. He covered the wound in his abdomen with one hand, while his gaze trembled as he stared at the terrifying figure, covered in blazing fire, walking towards him with a short blade. How is it possible? How is it possible that you're still alive? How is this possible? Qin San's eyes were glazed over, and he felt like he was going crazy. If he hadn't been alert enough, Luo Ming's knife just now would have been enough to disembowel him. But even so, there was a huge gash tearing through most of the abdomen. Qin San had already lost too much blood, and even a monster would die from this level of injury. I told you, I'm immortal. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Luo Ming's mouth. He knew that Qin San was already afraid and already wanted to retreat. The moment he is afraid, he will be prone to make mistakes. And the moment he makes a mistake, that will be the moment of his death. Luo Ming struck again, adding a few more scars to Qin San's body after 3 deaths. Impossible. How is this possible? It's impossible. How can he not be killed? How can there be such a perverted monster in this world? Qin San gasped heavily as his vision had begun to blur. and Luo Ming's crimson body seemed to appear as if countless reimaginings had appeared, layered on top of each other to cut him down. No, can't win. Mother-in-chief. I really can't win this kind of enemy that can't be killed. Jin-san covered his head and yelled in fear. Run! I'm going to run. I'm no match for him, but just spread the word that he's a 4 SSSS rank awakened person. Spread it internationally, spread it to the Federation. There will be a large number of powerful people coming to kill him without my intervention. With those big shots, he will die for sure. Jin-san quit, and he stumbled and fled towards the distance. Luo Ming stood in place as he gave a hard swipe with his elbow against the blade. It's time to be able to wrap it up. Click, 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 woo, zip. The blade turned into a giant rifle. The huge barrel seemed like a sharp arrow thrusting straight into the sky, and the red-colored rifle exuded a palpitating aura. Jin-san, goodbye forever. It's my win. Next, I'll send the entire Qin family down to accompany you. Bang! Lamini pulled the trigger. A bullet the size of a fist shot out violently, cutting a fiery meteor-like trail through the air. Next, bang! Jin-san, who had not escaped far, instantly had his entire body explode. Golem! Golem! A head rolled in front of Luo Ming's body. Phew! It's finally over. He picked up the head and exited the state of 9 deaths and 9 nirvana. A great sense of exhaustion surged through him, and Luo Ming stumbled towards the cave entrance step by step. Wow! The power of the divine phoenix faded, and the red-colored figure transformed into a blood-colored figure. Luo Ming once again transformed into a Tao Tai. One hand was holding the heaven-devouring gun and the other was carrying that head. The figure gradually disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Beyond the cave, boom! As the Rift Falcon descended from the sky, the sharp claws clasped the blue poison scorpion's body, crushing his armor alive and sticking into the flesh. Li Tao has been beaten like a dead dog by Yanshi. Senior Yanshi, go save Luo Ming. Xia Qingcheng and the others were filled with anxiousness. Time has passed so long. Luo Ming should not. She felt a little fear at the thought of that possibility. Yes, the Rift Falcon nodded, and his figure scurried out, about to rush into the cave. But at that moment, there was a burst of footsteps coming out of the cave. The crowd held its breath, only to see the figure raise his hand and throw it, and a head rolled out with a grunt. Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and Xia Qingcheng even almost rushed straight up. There's no need to rush. It's not Lo Ming's head. Yanshi's sharp gaze narrowed slightly. Yeah, it really isn't mine. That figure in the darkness revealed itself to be the blood-red Tao Tai. This head belongs to Qin-san of the Qin family in the imperial capital. As Luo Ming's words fell, the blood-colored light faded like a tidal wave. The heaven-devouring gun also smashed into the ground. He transformed back into his person and staggered backwards towards the front. Lo Ming. Xia Qingcheng took a step forward to support him. Thank you, dumpster. With the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Luo Ming spoke softly in a daze. Then it fainted. Slept through it. He was just working too hard. Xia Qingcheng gently caressed Luo Ming's face. But, a Qin family and a Li. Her face gradually turned cold. Senior Yanshi, please send us back to school. And then, I have some things to take care of. Xia Qingcheng said. Yanshi nodded. After that, a single phone call from Xia Qingcheng caused the imperial capital, which had been silent for many years, to completely boil. This one call alarmed the 4 forces. The man from the imperial capital Xia family, Yan Xia University, Yan Huang Technology and the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core, Yi Chahan. In an instant, everyone moved. The Qin family of the imperial capital. Today was the 40th birthday of Qin Rusheng, the Qin family's eldest miss. But Qin Rusheng couldn't be happy. Even though all sorts of precious gifts were piled up in the lobby, the Qin family head had specially rushed back from Shanghai Shengguan to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The Qin family hosted a banquet of 1,000 tables, specially inviting the entire imperial capital's powerful and noble families. But Qin Rusheng remained disinterested, because she didn't get the birthday present she wanted most on this day. She killed her son's enemy, Luo Ming's head, so she had little interest in anything more precious in front of her. Why haven't Qin-san and the others returned? Qin Rusheng frowned, unable to help but feel a little annoyed. Russian, what's wrong? Haven't you put on your makeup yet? The guests have already arrived. At that moment, a man strides into the room. Instead, he saw his wife looking disinterested. Couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Not happy? Qin Rusheng glanced at him and didn't say anything. Was it a bad birthday present? Gu Yuma asked. She nodded. Then what do you want? As long as it's what my wife wants. Even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll find a way to pick it for you, Gu Yuma said with a big, bold wave of his hand. Then I want Luo Ming's head. Qin Russian said coldly. Cough cough cough. This may not be possible for the time being, Russian. We need to think long and hard about this matter. Gu Yuma's eyes averted, looking as if he was pushing back. Qin Risheng smiled disdainfully at the sight, showing a sneer on her face. Killing your son's enemy is right in front of you, and you don't even dare to go and take revenge. Gu Yuma, are you still a man? In the end, it's up to me. Gu Yuma's face changed. Rush. You do. But just at that moment, outside of the Qin family estate, an earth-shattering shout came from the sky. Poisonous woman, get the hell out of here. End of chapter 128. Chapter 128, do I need you to welcome me? I'll beat up your whole family. Chapter 128, do you need your welcome? I'll beat up your whole family. Poisonous woman, get the hell out of here. This voice is very loud. In an instant it is shaking the entire Qin family garden. Today is the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Risheng's birthday banquet. The imperial capital has a lot of dignified characters to come. At this juncture there are still people come to cause trouble? The guests frowned, but they did not take the troublemaker to heart. After all, if it was one of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, it was impossible for the Qin family to even handle this small matter poorly. Asshole. Whoever is yelling at my Qin family estate is looking for death. A silhouette walked out of the mansion with great strides. It's Third Young Qin. Third Young Qin is here. This matter can be resolved. The crowd saw Qin Haoren stride out, slowly nodding. Worthy of the Qin family, even this playboy Qin Sanjiao has this uncommon aura. Worthy of the name of the war general of the Ministry of the Army now. However, not waiting for Qin Haoren's feet to step out of the mansion. Swish! A silver-colored stream of light emitted a long whistling sound that shook the void and nailed towards him. Qin Haoren's face changed instantly. Above his long spear, there was an unspeakably terrifying pressure, as if it could nail him to death on the spot with a single shot. At this moment, an arm from the back pulled Qin Haoren with force, and the two of them retreated backwards in a smooth manner. Clank! In the next instant, where Qin Haoren stood just now, there was a silver-colored dragon spear rooted on the ground, the spear shaft slightly trembling, a cold aura growing. The piercing coldness seemed to pass through the air, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spine. White, silver, dragon, gun. The second oldest member of the Qin family, Qin Hao Yue, said in a single word. What? The moment these words came out, everyone in the room's face changed. The owner of this gun turned out to be the mixed-up demon king of that imperial capital, Yi Chahan. Heck, when he looked at it, there was also virtue, reason, benevolence, righteousness, and ritual written on top of the gun. Many of the people present had a shiver in their bodies and couldn't help but clench their juju. Apparently, he was also taught a bad lesson by this dragon gun back then. Didn't Yi Chang'an go on an expedition to the ruins with the Heavenly Blaze Sage leader, rushing to the mountain and see Xiong Pass to investigate the matter of the Star Moon Beast Tide? Why would he appear here? Qin Haoyue's face was ugly. As long as it was someone who came, no matter who it was, he could handle it. As the second son of the Qin family, he, Qin Haoyue, was long-sleeved and confident enough. On the contrary, the one who came was Yi Chakan, which was a master who didn't follow the rules. You analyze the pros and cons with him and talk for half a day, only to have him say something back to you. You're right. Then the next second a gun slammed into it. What do you call this? What a pure waste of breath. Yi Chang'an is not a good person. Why would he appear here? Haoren, you go and call big brother, and brother-in-law and father. Qin Haoyue said with a grave expression on his face. If they were to fight, their 2 war generals would not be enough for Yi Chang'an's big mouth. The only ones who could go through with Yi Chang'an were the Qin family's eldest son, Qin Haori, the Haori battle king, and his son-in-law, Gu Yumo. This voice is Yi Chang'an. Why did Yi Chang'an come to the Qin family? Russian. What did you do? Could it be that? When this voice rang out, Gu Yuma instantly paled. He looked at Qin Risheng and already had a guess in his heart. Even without getting confirmation from the other party, he was 90% sure. That's right. I did send someone to kill Luo Ming. He killed our son. There's no way I'm just going to let him live peacefully. I want him to bury my son with him, Qin Risheng said with a face full of resentment. The only thing he cared about in his heart right now was whether Luo Ming was dead or not. If his father wasn't at home today and Yi Chang'an barged through the door, the probability was that the Qin family wouldn't be able to stop him. But today, her father was also present. This was a heavenly king-level big shot. Yi Chang'an couldn't do anything to help her. Therefore, Qin Risheng was not afraid. As long as Luo Ming died, even if he was exposed, it would not be a loss. Her father would do everything in his power to protect her. And there was no way that the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps would go to war with her Qin family because of a dead man. But if Luo Ming is not dead, Qin Russian's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. There's no way Luo Ming isn't dead. I've already sent out Qin San. He's one of the 3 strongest assassins under my command. Luo Ming hasn't broken through the gold level yet. There's no way he could have won against the diamond level Qin-san. That's right. Only if Luo Ming died would Ji Chang'an be so furious. Qin Rusheng comforted herself. Let's go. Go out and take a look. I'd like to see if this Yi Chang'an dares to act recklessly in my Qin estate. A cold color flushed across Qin Rusheng's delicate face as she pushed out the door. Alas! Behind him, Gu Yuma followed closely. He knew that Yi Chang'an was coming on strong, and that this battle was unavoidable today. Hazumi! As the two walked out of the room, a middle-aged man called out to him. Big brother. Gu Yuma and Qin Rusheng spoke respectfully at the same time. The two still had a lot of respect for this big brother. Especially Qin Rusheng. She dared to scold her husband but not her big brother, because the eldest brother is like a father. During the weekdays when Master Qin is not at home, all matters of the Qin family are in the hands of Qin Haori. Umo. Follow me out in a moment and waste Yi Chang'an. Thick killing intent flashed in Qin Haori's eyes. He and Yi Chang'an already had an old grudge. His son was wasted by Yi Chang'an himself. The two were also very much at odds in the military department over the years, and were at each other's throats at every turn. He, Qin Haori, had one attitude towards Yi Chang'an's behavior of beating down his door. Though, he can't do it alone. Got to call Gu Yuma. Little sister, this Yi Chang'an is here for you. I don't want to know what you've done. Because of Lin Zhao's death, you're already in pain. So whatever you've done Big Brother can forgive. Don't worry, with Big Brother here, this Yi Chang'an can't move you today. Go, Qin Haori said coldly. Immediately, the three of them walked out of the Qin family mansion together. In the courtyard, there had long been a silhouette with a face as heavy as water and eyes born of murderous intent leaning against a long spear. In his hand, he also carried a bloody human head. Everyone around him looked at him in fear. The imperial capital's mixed-up devil, Yi Chang'an. Whoever looks at it doesn't get weak. Until Qin Rusheng's trio came out. Yi Chang'an's gaze fell on the trio, especially Qin Rusheng. The moment she met Yi Chang'an's gaze, her body trembled uncontrollably. Too scary that look. Qin Haori blocked in front of Qin Rusheng without a trace. Yi Chang'an, you are not welcome in the Qin family. Scram! Qin Haori shouted loudly and coldly. Yi Chang'an casually threw the head on the ground. The human head grunted and rolled to Qin Rusheng's trio. Qin Rusheng, do you recognize this person? Qin-san of the Sacred Farmers Hall, the assassin you personally raised. But, unfortunately, he was countered by Luo Ming. Saying that, Yi Chang'an grinned. Not only that, counting the time, your holy Farmers Hall has almost been pulled out clean by my people by now. Saying that, Yi Chang'an revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Old Den, what did you just say? I'm not welcome? I'm here today to find out what's going on and cheer your mother. Asterisk. With that he lifted his lance. Swish! The figure was like a stream of light rushing towards Qin Rusheng, instantly transforming into a silver dragon in the nine skies. The earth-shattering sound of the dragon's roar shook the Qin family's garden. Do I need your welcome? I'll beat up your whole family. End of chapter. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, none of them can fight. The Heavenly King appeared. Chapter 129, none of them can fight. The Heavenly King appeared. Yi Chang'an, you are unbridled. Roar! Qin Haori let out an earth-shattering roar. The cold chill spread in all directions, and the grass and trees of the manor were covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The monster he awakened was the SS-rank frost giant bear. The so-called Qin Haori was because he was the Haori of the Qin clan, but his attribute was pure ice attribute. Roar! The size of the frost giant bear was more than 3 times bigger than Yi Chang'an. Its snow-white fur danced with the wind, and the crystalline armor on its body was flooded with layers of gradually cold light. Yi Chang'an, die for me! At the same time, Gu Yuma also transformed into the sky-feathered song dragon. He rose into the air and opened his particle cannon at the battlefield below. Been guarding against you for a long time. Thunder gun. The brilliant golden thunder spear smashed down from mid-air, as if it were heavenly lightning blasting towards Gu Yuma. Asshole. The thunder gun changed course in mid-air, and the scattered thunder unexpectedly intertwined hard into a dense thunder net, locking Gu Yuma in it. Not only did he have to dodge the scattered thunder, but he also had to defend himself against the thunder guns that flashed around in the void. It had to be said that Yi Chang'an had really played out a tribute mastery. Musket! Boom! The silver dragon lance was covered in blazing fire, and the fire patterns on the silver armor emitted a fiery glow. The searing heat melted all the cold ice around them. Boom! Yi Chang'an slammed his gun towards the frost giant bear. Pick, smash, chop, stab, point. The gun moves are varied and bizarre. Yi Chang'an, you actually advanced again. Golden Jade rank 7th stage. Qin Haori's face sank. This Yi Chang'an's strength had risen too quickly. Roar! Knock! The agile Yi Chanan dodged to Qin Hao Ri's side and slammed his fist out at his abdomen. Gold. Piercing. Boom. His arm turned out to be like a big gun, and the escaping sharpness smashed into the frost giant bear's abdomen with a coldness that tore through everything. Wow! The opponent instantly retreated violently towards the back. The power of this punch was too strong. And then the metallic penetration began, and it did tear through the thick skin of the frost giant bear. The huge figure staggered back, but Yi Chang'an didn't take advantage of the momentum either, as his target wasn't supposed to be Qin Hao Ri. Poisonous woman. Who else can protect you this time? With a large hand, he squeezed Qin Risheng's neck. Poisonous woman, poisonous woman, poisonous woman, poisonous woman. Snap! He went up and flung out with one hand, and the left and right faces took turns to directly smack Qin Risheng a dozen big mouths, smacking her tight face with a blue and swollen nose. Highly coiled hair bun also scattered down. Cloaked hair. The corners of the mouth also changed. The blood was drawn alive into a crazy woman. Send someone to kill Luo Ming? Give you what you can. So what if he's a diamond? Can you kill him? What can your Qin family do? Now that the evidence is clear and the heads are in my hands, your holy farmer's hall assassin has some tricks up his sleeve. He's dead set on not admitting it, but that's not going to be hard for me. Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. Poisonous woman, let me tell you, Luo Ming is not only my person, but also my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order's person. If you kill him, this is already a matter between my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps and your Qin family. If I slaughter you today, the Qin family will all have to swallow this dumb loss for me. Bang! Yi Chanan directly pressed Qin Risheng's entire body against the wall. Click, click, click. The entire wall had cracks spreading in all directions. Qin Risheng was not strong, and even less good at fighting, and this blow almost broke all the bones in her body. Yi Chanan, you seek death. Let my little sister go. Qin Hao Ri burst into a rage. In the past, when I was still at the 5th rank of the Golden Jade grade, I was already not afraid of you, and now that I have reached the 7th rank of the Golden Jade grade, you are even more insignificant. Scram! His other hand probed out single-handedly, and he unexpectedly pinched the frost giant bear's huge fist that was smashing in hard. Immediately, he carried Qin Risheng and flew and slammed his foot on Qin Haoria's head. Bang! The huge frost giant bear smashed directly into the Qin family's mansion. Seeing that Gu Yumal was entangled and his elder brother Qin Haori was defeated, Qin Haoren could no longer control himself to rush out. Who would have thought that Yi Chanan would just turn his head, his eyes escaping with killing intent, and his metallic sharpness breaking out. It instantly crossed Qin Haoren's cheeks. Move and I'll kill you. Qin Haoren stiffly retracted the half of his foot that had stepped out. A Qin family, 2 great warrior kings, and 2 great warrior generals could not deal with a single Yi Chang'an in a hard way. And today's Yi Chang'an is not yet the war king of the military department. He is just a town general. However, it had already crowned a group of battle king level existences. Gentlemen, I still hope that you will make a move to dissuade the Chang'an town general. Qin Haoyue had no choice but to turn towards those guests for help. Unfortunately, people look at each other face to face, eyes to eyes, and can't see you. Are you kidding? Who dares to mess with Yi Chang'an when he's angry? Uncle Zhao, elder brother Xia, brother Tang, brother Chu. Qin Haoyue wanted to ask for help from the other 4 great clans who had come to the banquet. I'm sorry, my daughter and Luo Ming are friends. I don't help or interfere. Tang Tianji said indifferently. Humph, get out. Xia Yuanyang even directly spat out 2 words. Are you kidding? Who is Luo Ming? Prospective son-in-law. Xia Qingcheng had given him the word that if he dared to help the Qin family, he wouldn't have him as his old dad in the future. How could he help Qin Haoyue? My Zhao family is not involved in this matter. So did the Chu family. The other 2 stated the same. In Luo Ming's squad, all 4 of them were from the 4 great families. To be honest, there was really no need to feud with him because of a Qin family. Moreover, Luo Ming's talent was clear to everyone. Growing up in the future he would definitely be the second Yi Chanan. There was no need to offend this kind of person. It's much more powerful than your Qin family. A family with no successors. You guys. Qin Haoyue's blood spurted out. How things are so hard. Just as the Qin family members were at their wits' end, a voice came out from the Qin family's old mansion. Beaten and scolded. Scolded and made a scene. This matter is my Qin family's fault. The Qin family admits it. Yi kid, your anger should also be eliminated. A lion-like silhouette walked out from the Qin family's old mansion. The man was a dragon and a tiger. Tall, and although he was old, he still had the vigor of a lion. The old man of the Qin family, one of the 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia, a figure that truly stood at the tip of the pyramid. He is now 79 years old, but he only looks like a middle-aged man in his 50s. The energy and blood are strong and oppressive, and not at all old-fashioned. Although Ru Frost is at fault, but now the person is not alright. And, Lin Zhao's death. Do you dare to say that there is not the slightest relationship with the kid called Luo Ming? Yi Chagan. I'll sell old man Yi a face. This matter won't bother with you guys. I advise you to take it as it comes. Today is Rufrost's birthday. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Back off. With that he waved his hand casually. Well, what if I say no? Yi Chanan's gaze sank slightly, looking like he didn't intend to leave it at that. Then I'll give you a good lecture on behalf of your headmaster. You brat. Elder Qin's gaze narrowed slightly, like a lion poised to strike, watching his prey. Yi Chagan, please ask Master Qin to teach me. He crossed his lance in front of him. Who would have thought that Yi Chanan would go toe-to-toe, presuming to challenge Elder Qin, a black jade-ranked powerhouse, with his golden jade-ranked body. End of chapter 130. Chapter 130, Sword of Heaven. Shield of Blaze, Holy Headmaster appears. Chapter 130, Sword of Heaven. Shield of Blaze, Holy Headmaster appears. Boom! A black jade-level heavenly king symbolized the peak of Yanxia's battle power, and Yi Chanan's gap with him was, as the saying goes, a world of difference. Don't blame old me for bullying you. If you can force old me to transform today, you win. Elder Qin said in a cold voice as he slammed his fist out, and it was as if the entire air was being squeezed hard by something, and then he punched through it. Bump! The exploded air unexpectedly soared towards Yi Chanan like a sharp arrow. Hyper! The dragon spear collided with the fist power, and Yi Chanan was uncontrollably shaken back tens of meters away. So strong, is this the black jade rank? Even without changing his body, he already has this kind of strength. Yi Chanan's face was astonished. But, it's not like we can't have a fight. Thunder Fire Golden Gun. Since the last time, after losing a battle to that weird Imperial City Devourer, Yi Chanan went back to bitterly study and delve for a time. Finally, he had completely combined his three elemental powers and his spear technique. What came out was this move, the Thunder Fire Golden Gun. Zip! The body of the gun was glowing with a dazzling golden color, incomparably eye-catching, and at the tip of the gun, there was a prairie fire burning, flaunting incomparably. At the same time, around the flames, there was also a burst of violent and rampant thunder tearing through the sky, like silver snakes dancing. This breath, Elder Qin narrowed his eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yi Chanan had used this move just now, his son Qin Haoren would probably have directly, not also have to be seriously injured. It can be seen that it also stays in the game. A flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This Yi Chagan, the growth rate was too amazing. Give him another 10 years. No, even 8 years, and he, Qin Hongguang, would have to back off, especially since this guy was still so unfriendly to his Qin family. Thinking of this, a flash of killing intent flashed in Qin Hongguang's eyes. Might as well take this opportunity to waste him. Boom! The Thunder Fire Golden Spear exploded, and as Yi Chanan stabbed out, a golden divine dragon wrapped in the power of thunder and fire shot out violently, straight at Qin Hongguang. Big Dipper Lion. Roar! The earth-shaking roar resounded through the entire Qin manor, and a huge lion with a black body and dark golden lines suddenly appeared, standing like a small mountain in the middle of the Qin manor. The body of a black jade-level monster could be as big or small as one wished, and this heavenly Dipper Lion was now a whopping 50 meters in size. In comparison, the divine dragon born from Yi Changan's gun was as small as a loach. The Big Dipper's rage. Roar! This lion let out a roar. At that moment, the entire Qin family estate was like an earthquake, and everyone covered their ears with pained faces. Black jade-level lion roar? This is not a joke with you. Once Qin Hongguang pierced the ruins for 300 miles with a roar with this move. I don't know how many monsters were shaken by that roar and their heads nearly exploded. Mother asterisk 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 ing dead old den. No martial arts. Yi Chanan was in the center of the sound wave, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. That's what you call not changing? Not only did you ing change, you're ing killing me. Hey, old man, don't you ing look. If you look again, I'm going to GA. You'll die in the ruins with no one to collect your body. Yi Chanan broke into a curse. Ha 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 ha, little Yasuko. You have things you can't solve too. A loud laugh came. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically. The clouds of the imperial capital began to roll up violently, and through the rolling white clouds, one could see that layer upon layer of golden light had risen from the depths of the clouds. In the next second, golden light pierced through the clouds and streaked towards the earth. No! In the exact sense it was charging towards the 50-meter-tall Big Dipper Lion. That's the Sword of Heaven. A flash of scorn flashed in Qin Hongguang's eyes. This old thing has actually arrived. Roar! He let out a furious roar towards that golden stream of light. A burst of black sound waves transformed into substance rolling and sweeping out, and in midair, the two collided with each other. In the next second, the golden stream of light instantly penetrated the black sound wave. Swish! A golden light grazed Qin Hongguang's body and a burst of blood soared out. Clank! Immediately, a golden long sword was seen sticking into the ground, like a spear of judgment descending from the 9 heavens, punishing the gods. Everyone had shocked looks on their faces the moment they saw that golden-colored holy sword. The sword of heaven. Is that one back? Looking up, the clouds slowly dispersed and a figure landed from the 9 heavens. It was a golden centaur, with all 4 hooves of its lower body entwined in red gold armor, and above its body, it was wrapped in gold armor that seemed to burn like flames, covered with 3 white bands dotted with alabaster diamonds. It was like crystal, glittering, and he had wings on his back, like an angel that descended from the sky. With that figure's one-handed move, the sword of heaven fell back into his right hand, and aside from the sword of heaven in his right hand, he also carried a prismatic shield in his left hand. This is the shield of blaze. Together, the two are known as the heavenly blaze. The swords and shields intertwined, and the golden flames burn the sky. This is the insignia of the Celestial Blaze Sacred Order, and it is the faith of the Celestial Blaze Holy Order, one of the 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia, the sacred head of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order of the 4 great sacred orders, Yi Lu Kong. At the same time, he was also Yi Chanan's adoptive father. Yanxia has 9 heavenly kings. The 5 clans of the imperial capital accounted for the 4 heavenly kings' seat. The Tang family is not in the heavenly kings because they have produced a contrasting heavenly king, Tang Yen Huang, who is in charge of the economic lifeline. And in addition to that, the 4 great holy orders occupy 3 seats, and the Divine Punishment Holy Order was headquartered in Shanghai Shangguan, so it did not enter the heavenly king's seat. The other 2 are in Mordor, and among these 9 heavenly kings, Yi Liukong's strength was enough to rank in the top 3. It was quite a bit more powerful than Qin Hongguang, and when the 2 fought, the one who suffered would definitely be Qin Hongguang. Ha 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 ha, why is old brother Qin so nervous? I'll just make a joke. You don't think I'm really going to fight you? We're both Yanxia heavenly kings. How can we move and fight? The golden centaur came down from the sky. It transformed into a middle-aged man wearing a black coat with slightly thick hair and a beard covering the corners of his mouth. He pulled out a Zhongnanhai and lit it as if nothing had happened. Yi Lukong was 50 years old this year, but he looked like he was in his 30s, like the kind of mature and uninhibited charming uncle. He touched his hair. Well, by and by. The huge pupils of the Big Dipper lion glared at the man in front of him who was puffing out smoke rings as if nothing had happened. You chopped me up with a sword and now you're telling me to make peace? However, he also didn't want to push Yi Lukong, and in a fight, he really wouldn't necessarily be able to the other party. Yi Lukong was still young, not much older than his son-in-law, but he's become an old den. Swish! The figure of the Big Dipper lion gradually shrunk, and the tall Qin Hongguang looked a head taller than Yi Lukong. Yi Lukong had an indifferent expression on his face, patting Yi Changyan on the shoulder, then poking him in the chest. Yasuko, as the old saying goes, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't count, don't play. Yi Chanan's face instantly darkened. Get out, he cursed in exasperation. Smoke? Yi Chagan took the cigarettes he handed him, took the lighter in his hand, and stuffed it in his pocket after lighting it. Asterisk. Little thief, give me back my lighter. You've passed along a couple of my lighters, bastard. End of chapter 131. Chapter 131. The Holy Headmaster's Maxim. Be humble. What no one sees is the same as what doesn't happen. Chapter 131. The Holy Headmaster's Maxim. Be humble. What no one sees is the same as what doesn't happen. In public, Yi Lukong was in a hurry just because of a lighter. The surrounding guests looked at each other in disbelief. The holy head of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order this pissed off? On the other hand, Xia Yuanyang and Tang Tianji and the others were used to it. They're used to it. After all, Yi Chanan is the adopted son of this one. What kind of urine is Yi Chanan? Mixed world big devil. You still expect to teach Yi Chanan this kind of character can be what decent person? Moreover, Yi Lukong this person is very abstract. Okay, not with you. He clapped his hands. Buddy Qin, I'm sorry, this rebellious son of mine, doing things too indifferently. Yi Lukong laughed loudly. How many times have I educated you? Don't bully the weak. Be humble. You look at it. Moving around and fighting. What kind of virtue are you? He cursed twice. Yi Chagan, however, looked at him with contemptuous eyes. Isn't that what you said? Reasoning doesn't work. Just and be done with it? Ahem. Yi Lukong almost choked on the smoke. It wasn't me. I didn't teach it. Nonsense. You're remembering it wrong. Yi Chagan. I'm sorry, elder brother Qin. Children don't know any better. Let's talk about compensation. Yi Lukong clapped his hands. Forget about compensation. I'll forgive you guys this time. Qin Hongguang said with a dark face. This Yi Chang'an sent several big mouths at his daughter's birthday banquet, and also beat up his son-in-law's son, almost lifting his Qin family estate. In theory, it was indeed necessary to compensate, but he was too embarrassed to ask the heavenly blaze sacred core for it. After all, Yi Lukong was not to be messed with? Forget it? Who gave permission? Did the parties allow it? How can it be counted? Yi Lukong firmly shook his head. This time my little cub was terrorized on a spiritual level. This can't be counted out. Qin Hongguang froze. Then he said with an incredulous look on his face. You mean my Qin family is paying you compensation? Yi Lukong nodded rightfully. Or what? Do we still give it to you? Qin Hongguang. And asterisk. Old brother you're not trying to deny it. Your voice is so loud. I'm afraid to hear it. Let alone my little Anzi. He's still a child Qin Hongguang's face darkened. But Yi Lukong continued to speak. Lao, let's make peace. I don't want to turn Lao into Lao Dangs. Forcing back his anger, Qin Hongguang spoke in a cold voice. Bull asterisk. It was clearly him, Yi Chang'an, who first came to my Qin family estate to cause trouble, bullying my sister, beating up my brother, and seriously injuring my brother-in-law. At this time, Qin Haoran on the side couldn't sit still and jumped out to swear. Snap! Yi Lukong slapped him across the face, sending him flying over 10 meters. No! Which one are you? The corners of Yi Chang'an's mouth twitched as he remembered what this olden had said. Be humble. Is that how you humble yourself? Yi Lukong, you've gone too far. Qin Hongguang was trembling with anger. You're right. I did go a little overboard. Yi Lukong nodded his head as if in recognition. Only then did Qin Hongguang feel better. So, swell, you're not convinced. Olden, give you some color to open a dye house? Yi Lukong, who's giving who color and who's being aggressive? Qin Hongguang's face rose to a pig's liver color. Just say a company or not. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke and just spat it in Qin Hongguang's face. Compensate for what? Everyone present saw who started the trouble. Why should my Qin family pay for it? Qin Hongguang squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Oh witness. Yi Lukong touched his nose. Swish! The golden sword of heaven appeared in his hand. He leaned on the sword of heaven and looked at the crowd of guests. Did you guys see that? The crowd shivered. Didn't see it. I'm blind. I'm cataract. I'm 3,000 degrees nearsighted. Just happened to donate my corneas yesterday. 502 glue in the eye. The crowd shook their heads. Look, they all said they didn't see it. Let's be reasonable. What no one saw doesn't mean it didn't happen. But I saw you bullying little Anzi. This has already happened. So you have to compensate us for the moral damages. My Qin family can testify. Your Qin family doesn't count. Then by what right do you say so? Guess. Qin Hongguang. That's right. This was Yi Lukong's most abstract place. He was notoriously protective of his shortcomings. Yi Chang'an's protective character was also learned from him. When one's own people are wrong, it equals the matter is harmless. When others are wrong, it is outrageous and then pursued to the end. Technically, the two were one old hooligan and one young hooligan. Are you going to pay or not? My time is precious. Yi Lukong lit up another cigarette, and the smoke sprayed Qin Hongguang's face again. What if my Qin family doesn't pay? Then don't do it. Start a fight. You find a place. Chayan Park about a fight? Qin Hongguang, what do you want? Watch and give. Casually giving 10 or 8 golden jade grade beast cores is about right. Yi Lukong said indifferently. Give it to him. Qin Hongguang squeezed out 2 words from the corner of his mouth. Father. Qin Haoyue looked resigned. I told you to give it to him. The one who was in charge of the Qin family's financial power was Qin Haoyue. Yes. Here. When Yi Lukong got the 8 golden jade grade beast cores, he was all smiles. Alas. Just kidding. Old brother is really polite. Since you must give it to me, then I can only accept it reluctantly. Kid, hurry up and load it. People are going to back out later. With that, he handed the beast core to Yi Chang'an. Well thanks for patronizing my business next time there is a chance to continue old brother. Qin Hongguang's cheeks twitched. There is no next time. Ugh, that's hard to say. Yi Lukong stroked his chin playfully. Then eat and drink well, everyone, and I won't intrude here too much. Happy birthday, little sister Russian. He also waved his hand at Qin Risheng, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. People's faces look worse. Is this still happy? Qin family, I hope you remember one thing. Today's matter, it's not over yet. I'm just claiming interest for Luo Ming. In the coming days, he'll personally come to the door to settle the score. If you guys don't want to get your vendetta killed, I advise you to hurry up and stop. Or else. Snap. A slap landed on his head. You kid. You're black. Don't learn and you're still talking tough here. How many times have I taught you to be humble? Why don't you understand? Yi Lukong dragged Yi Chang'an and cursed as he left the Qin manor. The guests in the room looked at each other in disbelief. They kind of had a whole new understanding of the word humility. When Yi Lukong said that one should be humble, then he must not be humble. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Chapter 132 Heavenly Blaze Order Out. Asylum Seeker Luo Ming. The Future of Humanity. Chapter 132 Heavenly Blaze Order Out. Asylum Seeker Luo Ming. The Future of Humanity. Here, take it. After leaving the Qin manor, Yi Lukong threw a token to Yi Chang'an. This is the Heavenly Blaze Order? Yi Chang'an's face showed a horrified expression. The Heavenly Blaze Order was an elite token issued by the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order specifically to the outstanding young people in the Sacred Order, and holding this token meant that the person was under the patronage of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order. If the owner of the token died, the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps would do whatever it took to avenge him. This token represented the attitude of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps, as well as the attitude of Yi Lukong, the Heavenly King. This time, the Celestial Blaze Sacred Order officially declared that it was sheltering Luo Ming. All along, even though you, Yi Chang'an, have been defending him, the Yanxia situation is treacherous, and there are some people you can't suppress, but it doesn't matter. I'll town the people you can't town. I'll do the things you can't do. I'll do the things you can't keep. I'll keep the people you can't keep. From today onwards, behind him stands my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps. Whoever touches Luo Ming, that's immortal with my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps. A generation of heavenly pride in the process of growth. There will inevitably be a strong person for its protection. Otherwise, the midway demise of the people abound. Such as him, Yi Chang'an. If he didn't have Yi Lukong protecting his path back then, he would have been slaughtered by the imperial capital's great clans for an unknown number of times. And Yi Lukong was the same. The old head of the previous Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment defended him. And when the old head died in the duel against the 13th monster, Yi Lukong forcefully became the new sacred head, leading the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment to conquer the ruins and defend the Xiongwan Pass. It was because of the guardianship passed down from generation to generation that there was the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment that stood at the top of Yanxia. Yi Chang'an was the next heir, and Luo Ming, too, was the chosen being. On top of that, on the Magic City side, Xiao Pingan and that Tang Yenuan walked at the same time. Although he didn't know what had happened amongst the Li clan, that night, the entire Devil's capital could hear Li Lin, the overlord of the Li clan, with his lion-like, sky-shattering roar. Even the Huangpu River was tumbling, its waters rushing up to the heavens and descending 3,000 miles. The Li clan's elderly ancestor, but also personally severely punished Li Lin, punished him 2 months in seclusion. May not go out of the Li clan's doorstep. Li Yuanqing is at least the last Heavenly King level existence. If we push Li, the situation won't be easy to control. Yes, my Yanxia Heavenly King died in battle in the Shanhai Xiongguan I don't know how many, but hide in the clan not out. Live and let live. When it is really rare, Healy Yuan Xing is also good. On the banks of the Huangpu River, Xiao Pingan and Tang Yanhuang, the two pinnacle figures of Yanxia, stood side by side, taking the 9 Heavenly Kings of Yanxia as an example. Generally speaking, only when the Heavenly Kingship was vacant when the previous generation died in battle would a Heavenly Kingship war be held to allow a new Heavenly King to take the top spot. Such was the case with the previous Holy Head of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order, but Li Yuanqing he voluntarily retired from the throne of the Heavenly King and stepped down from that position. Otherwise, he would have to fight until he died in the middle of the mountain and see Xiong Pass. The King of the Hot Summer Days is a glory and a shackle. Once in that position, one either fights to the death or chooses to become a deserter. The old head of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order chose the former, while Li Yuanqing chose the latter. Alas! Yanxia internal collusion, power strife, the Human Federation, the Blue Star countries of mutual calculation flies and dogs, and even the wall outside the rampant beasts eyeing, mountains and seas outside of the ancient purgatory. The beasts monstrous, corpses all over the ground. Where should the human beings go? Xiao Pingan sighed, unable to hide his grief with a heart of gold. 30 years ago, his brother, one of the original 9 Heavenly Kings of Yanxia, before the 13th Monster King was revived, the vanguard beast tide had already been seriously injured in the battle, injuring his origin. But even so, when the King of Monsters descended on Shanhai Xiongguan, he still dragged the remnants of his body and carried his coffin far away, completely burying himself in that unknown soil in one battle. Peace, you must know that I can die, and if one of me dies, there are millions of me. But Yanxia can't be broken, the wall can't be broken, because behind this wall is hope. Millions of starfires, and starfires, one day, will start a prairie fire. Returning to his senses and staring at the churning river in front of him, Xiao Pingan shook his head. Don't worry about it, brother. For so many years, I founded Yanxia University and cultivated the heavenly pride. And now I've found the star flame. I've found hope. I will protect him. And after this, if there is no torch flame after all, he is the only light. I woke up to a snow-white ceiling in front of me. Hiss, headache. Luo Ming braced his body to get up and froze as he looked at the familiar surroundings. This is my room. Back, crunch. The door to the room opened and Xia Qingcheng carefully walked into the room holding a pot of kanji. Ah, Luo Ming, you're awake? She beamed with surprise. The teacher in the therapy section is really good. She said you'd wake up in 3 days. And it really wasn't far off. 3 days. Luo Ming rubbed his head. The power of this 9 deaths and 9 nirvana was indeed strong. But the aftermath was also fatal. One time made him sleep for 3 days. Which was enough for him to die 300 million times if he didn't solve the enemy. Ha! I actually broke through? Luo Ming's face showed surprise. One's rank had unexpectedly increased to the first rank of the gold class. Is this also the benefit brought about by the 9 deaths and 9 nirvana? After Divine Phoenix Nirvana, it gains a new life and completes its metamorphosis. So powerful. Luo Ming was surprised. Now he grasped the mighty power of the 4 divine beasts, the Tao Tai that assisted, the true dragon that suppressed, the white tiger that killed, and the divine phoenix that was remote from the compounding rules. Basically, there's no shortcomings. Luo Ming, I cooked porridge. Are you hungry? At this time, Xia Qingcheng carried a night of egg porridge and handed it to Luo Ming. Ah, it was fine if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he mentioned it Luo Ming felt his stomach twitch. After awakening the Tao Tai, he already had a large appetite, not to mention sleeping for 3 days. Already almost hungry enough to want to eat myself. Thanks. He took the egg porridge and took a sip. A slight frown. No salt. Rice is still raw? Nope. Why is it still sweet? But he was so hungry now that he finished the bowl in 3 sips. It doesn't matter if it's cooked or not. He can digest it by eating iron anyway. More. Really? Xia Qingqing's face showed surprise. It was her first time cooking and she didn't expect it to be a big success. Seeing as how Luo Ming likes it so much, it must be great to cook it yourself. Do I really have a talent for cooking? Xia Qingqing couldn't help but be secretly proud. Whoever said that the rich young lady did not dip her fingers in the water, she would be the first to disagree. Seeing Luo Ming drink all the kanji from a casserole in one gulp, she was even more certain of her suspicions. She, Xia Qingcheng, was bound to have a talent for cooking on her side. When packing up the dishes, Xia Qingcheng saw that a small amount of rice porridge remained at the bottom of the pot, and she gently scraped a spoonful. Come and taste my chef Xia's handiwork. One bite tucked into the final. It's awful. Yuck yuck yuck. How did Luo Ming eat it so hard? She hurriedly poured a glass of water to rinse her mouth. Does he force himself to finish it so I won't feel bad? Xia Qingqing's heart was touched for a moment. Luo Ming is so nice. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Yi Chang'an. On what basis is he? On the basis of this. Chapter 133, Yi Chang'an. On what basis is he? On the basis of this. Achoo! Is it strange? Someone is thinking about me? Luo Ming rubbed his nose with a puzzled look on his face. He got out of bed and got dressed. This mission had more than a few twists and turns, but it was completed with some success. Not bad for a Minturn squad outing. And turn around and write a report to send to your door. Luo Ming rubbed his brow and opened his cell phone. His phone is all over the place. Over 100 missed calls. Luo Ming. You saw it. Elder Yi fought for you. All the way up to the Qin family's old mansion. I heard that poisonous woman Qin Risheng was slapped several times in public. It's really too much of a relief. This is from Tang Momo. Luo Ming. The holy head of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order has also stepped forward. This time, the Qin family has been embarrassed. This is from Zhou already. Although, I don't like you too much. It is indeed a relief for the Qin family to be beaten up. Moreover, the Magic City Li clan has also been warned. This is from Chu Lime. Apart from that, there are others like Chen Huia, Lu Chang'e, Luo Ming. Are you at school? In 15 minutes, I will arrive at your school. Luo Ming glanced at it. It was a message sent by Yi Chang'an 14 minutes ago. Doesn't that mean? Anan! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout Yanxia University. Luo Ming raised his head to look, and a bright silver light that looked like a meteor crossed the void like a silver dragon. Looking down at the clock, it was exactly 15 minutes. Senior Yi Chang'an is so punctual. He walked out of the dormitory, and at that moment, the sound of the earth-shaking dragon's roar attracted the attention of many students. Has passed, brother. Just now that keening sound. Who do you think descended on Yanxia University? In the upperclassmen's dormitory, a few young men gathered in the garden for a barbecue. The young man at the head of the group was clearly Zhao Already Rant's brother. Zhao Already dead. He reached for his beer and took a sip. It should be 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an. I've been to the Imperial Capital Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment's examination a few days ago, and participated in one of their elite exams. Zhao has passed away said faintly. The elite exam is that one where if you pass the exam, you can become an elite member, obtaining the qualification to be sheltered by the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps and holding the Heavenly Blaze Order, or even the elite exam that has a chance to become a big shot of the Holy Regiment in the future? Someone said in surprise. Zhao has died nodded. I've already passed the examination. It's just that I wasn't issued a Heavenly Blaze Order. This time, Vice Leader Yi Chang'an should be delivering the token for me. Zhao has passed away with a proud smile. He was the pride of Yanxia University and was qualified to participate in the 100 Kingdoms competition. He was qualified to say this. Come on, go check it out. With that, he got up and led the crowd toward the outside. Wow! A silver light descended on the earth. Sure enough, it's Yi Chang'an. Zhao has passed away with a slight smile. Towards Yi Chang'an to meet him. Yi Deputy Head. Trouble you specially run a trip. You affairs busy. This kind of thing to find a team member to send over on the line. Zhao has passed away with a smirk on his face. As a result, Yi Chang'an brushed right past him. 15 minutes is 15 minutes when I say so. How about that? I'm punctual. Yi Chang'an came to Luo Ming who was standing not far away and patted his shoulder. Your kid, body is still quite hard. I thought you were lying in bed in vain and degenerated into a man of the virtual left. Lamini, why don't you laugh? Isn't this cold joke of mine funny? Yi Chang'an frowned. But old Win told me that the power of this cold joke can't be blocked by ordinary people. Lo Ming, it's a funny thing to say. Next time don't say it. Okay, kid be serious. No more jokes. Lamini, you didn't make the joke first? I came here because I have something for you. Guess what? Don't want to guess. You guessed it. That. Leaf Senior. It's a bit ambiguous for us to be like this. Yi Chang'an immediately withdrew pulling Luo Ming's hand. Ahem. I'm here to help old Den, the holy headmaster, to pass on something like this. With that, he pulled out a reddish golden token. Heavenly Blaze Order. From today onwards, holding the Heavenly Blaze Order, you are the one who is sheltered by the entirety of my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. Whoever dares to touch you, the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, down to the ordinary members and up to the Sacred Head, will avenge you at all costs. Yi Chang'an's tone turned cold. Anyone who dares to bully you into having no one behind you, my silver dragon lance, and the holy headmaster's sword of heaven will teach them how to behave. His tone was resonant, as sharp as it could be. The surrounding students all instantly shivered. Yi Chang'an's aura was too fierce. It is said that here Luo Ming is a civilian, but in fact, he is now the boss of the backstage. But at that point, Zhou had died unhappy. By what right? Deputy Head Yi. I'm not convinced. He took large strides towards Yi Chang'an. Obviously I've already passed the elite exam. Why isn't this Heavenly Blaze Order given to me? Instead, it was given to him, a loser who would be seriously injured performing a 2-star mission. Zhao has passed away looking very disheartened. Yi Chang'an glanced at him. Who told you that you can obtain the Heavenly Blaze Order by passing the elite examination? In addition to strength and talent, character is also a key point in our consideration. But these only account for 30%. Zhao has passed away for a moment. What about the remaining 70%? Eye candy. Zhao has passed away confused. Not such an important thing you look at the eye? For example, if I look at Luo Ming favorably and look at you unfavorably, then it's just not a good match. Yi Chang'an glanced at his mouth. What kind of quackery is this? Sorry, it's not crooked reasoning. It's my reasoning. In what way does he compare to me? He's nowhere near as strong as me. Yes, but he's younger than you. He'd be seriously injured on a 2-star mission. Speaking of this, Yi Chang'an smiled coldly. Zhao family Zhao has passed away, right? Haven't you asked your elders what happened in the imperial capital yesterday? I'll tell you why Luo Ming was seriously injured. Because he faced 12 assassins from the Qin clan all by himself. The strength of these 12 assassins are all above the 5th rank of the gold grade. Among them, there is even an existence of diamond grade first order. Luo Ming fought with his back to the water. In the end, 12 assassins were annihilated by him alone. That diamond class first order assassin was also beheaded by him personally. This is why I chose him and not you. Do you think, after all is said and done, you're still worthy of comparing yourself to him? Yi Chang'an said in a loud voice. How is it possible for one person to defeat a diamond-ranked first stage? Him. He's only just stepped into the gold rank. Right. No. Before that, I was silver rank 10. Luo Ming said calmly. Hiss. The students on the sidelines all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all looked at Luo Ming with shocked faces. A silver level killing a diamond level? What kind of freak is this? Is he the bastard son of the god of monsters? In comparison, Luo Ming had surprisingly only been in a coma for 3 days. If they wouldn't be able to keep their ashes. Zhao has passed away completely confused. It was the first time he'd been humiliated in front of a freshman. End of chapter. Chapter 134. Chapter 134 Yanxia Domain Lu Family, Lu Ning's Experience. Chapter 134 Yanxia Domain Lu Family, Lu Ning's Experience. Yi Chang'an didn't pay any more attention to Zhao has passed away. He stood alone with his face changing in a burst of green and red. I'm sorry, Vice Commander Yi. It's me who was reckless. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he left with a few followers. Without half a minute's hesitation, the man's words had been spoken so clearly. If he were to stay here any longer, it would be a self-defeating act on his part. Humph. Yi Chang'an glanced at him and didn't say anything more. He went up and straightened Lo Ming's collar. This time, the sacred headmaster and I took a trip to the imperial capital Qin clan, while Principal Xiao and you, Elder Tang, went to the magic capital Li, which is considered to have suppressed these two clans, and in a short period of time, they shouldn't be able to do anything to you anymore. It's just that, nowadays the situation in Yanxia is treacherous, and there are some things we can't do to death. So, you still have to seize the time to improve your strength. As long as one is tough enough, any demon or devil that comes along will be for nothing. Yi Chang'an reminded. Many thanks to Senior Yi for reminding me. Luo Ming nodded. Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yi Chang'an nodded. Immediately, he was about to turn around and leave. Just then, a loud cry came. Wait! A silhouette ran out of the villa with quick steps. Deputy Head Yi, please wait. I want to join the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order. Luo Ming looked back, not expecting the other party to be his roommate and senior, Lu Ning. Though he was still wearing that female outfit, he did look as if he wasn't quite the same as he used to be, missing some of his active temperament. I guess, if you want to join the Celestial Blaze Sacred Order, you can wait until you graduate and pass the formal examination. Then you can become a member of the Sacred Order. It's useless for you to tell me now. Yi Chang'an shook his head. Examination. Please test me now. Lu Ning said loudly. Yi Chang'an shook his head. The test of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core is not diamond level SAD. With your current strength, it is too far and too far away. Even so, I still want to join the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order. Please test me now. Lu Ning said loudly. He looked very eager. Senior Lu Ning, what exactly happened? Why must you rush to join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core? Luo Ming asked in disbelief. He was aware that Lu Ning had already participated in 2 consecutive examinations this year, but both ended in failure. The assessment for the official members of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Regiment was harsh. Not everyone was Luo Ming either, and could be granted the Heavenly Blaze Order in a broken form. If an ordinary person wanted to join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, the difficulty would be comparable to ascending to the heavens. Let me tell you something. You are Lo Ming student, right? Only to see that not far away, outside the villa area, a man wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses was striding towards this place. Little Ning, you said yourself that if you can't join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core this year, you'll immediately drop out of school and return to the Lu family to inherit the family business. Lu Ning stood still and didn't say anything. He clenched his fists and whirled his head around. I won't give up. There's still a month left in this year. I will definitely join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. Ha! Deputy Head Yi Chang'an, do you think what he said is realistic? The man in the suit smiled playfully. Who are you? Yanxia Domain, Lu family, Lu Yan. Oh, the richest man in the Yanxia Domain, that adopted son of the Lu family. Yi Chang'an shook his head. Spinning around, he looked at Lu Ning again and said, although I'd like to say that a month's time is unrealistic for him to pass the examination at his gold grade 3rd stage level, there are no absolutes in this world, so I won't put words in his mouth. The breaker looks to himself. That's all. Farewell. To Luo Ming he might still be courteous. To others, he was the deputy head of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment, and he wouldn't say more than a word of nonsense to you if he couldn't see it. This Lu Yan makes him very uncomfortable. This person is too fake. Swish! Yi Chang'an took one step and the dragon's roar vibrated and resounded through the clouds. Young man, let me remind you, you don't need to prove yourself with anything. Yan Xiamen, as long as you step into the ruins and kill the monsters, even a pawn is still the pride of my Yanxia. Lu Ning looked up at the sky. I'm not going back. There's absolutely no way I'm going back. I'm going to join the military department. I'm going to decapitate the monsters. I'm going to avenge my sister. Well, what will be done on the side of father and mother? I don't know. Lu Yan shook his head. Turn your head and walk away. What exactly happened? Senior Lu Ning? Luo Ming asked in disbelief. I'll tell you what. Ugh. Chen Hui came from not far away, he sighed. It's Gelding's family history, may I say? Gnome. Lu Ning nodded. As you can see, Ning Ning was born in the Lu family in the Yanxia domain. The Lu family is the richest in the Yanxia domain. The family operates the business of supplying raw materials, and it is the #1 supplier of the imperial capital Yanhuang technology. 3 years ago, the Lu family produced a proud daughter of heaven called Lu Xian. That is truly a woman of honor. Awakened SSS rank talent. Within 3 years, became a brigadier general of the military department. Stepped into the diamond level, and at the same time, was one of the members of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps. Unfortunately, in the middle of a mission, Lu Xian fell. Ning Ning is Lu Xian's brother, Chen Hui Dao. Although my sister is a girl, she has a very strong character and is more of a tomboy than I. She often teases me about my cowardice, and even dresses me in women's clothes and ties up my long hair. And whenever it's a holiday, the gifts she gives me are hair cards, dolls and the like. Mom and Dad always said that my sister is fire and I'm water, and that one is the master of the interior and the other the master of the exterior. In order to keep the Lu family going, the rule of our family is that the male child has to inherit the family business. So when my sister went to the battlefield, my family was in favor of it. But I'm different. I'm the only son of the Lu family, and I'm going to inherit the Lu family's family business. But, sister died. Lu Ning's gaze was cloudy, as if he was thinking of some horrifying scene. The day my sister's body was returned, I felt that the whole world had collapsed. So valiant sister. The last return was only a blood-stained arm. She didn't even save her whole body. Strange to say, in life I always had a lot of things against my sister. I resented her for sitting in a bad way, for eating barf, for catching me as if I were a girl. However, after my sister's death, the words of her life seemed to haunt me all the time. So I learned to transform myself into what my sister would have liked to look like. Put on dresses, braided hair, learn to use makeup, put on lipstick, and put on foundation. And not only that, but the things that my sister hadn't accomplished, I was going to help her to accomplish. Is that why you insisted on joining the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order? Luo Ming asked. Lu Ning nodded. I had an agreement with Mom and Dad for 1 year. If I can't join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps within a year, I'll immediately return to the Lu family to inherit the family business. Never to mention the conquest of the ruins again. 1 month time. With Lu Ning's strength, want to join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps? How difficult. Only Chen Hui clear. When in order to get into the Yanxia University, it has been almost half of his life. So, it's not completely out of the question. Luo Ming stroked his chin, and suddenly, he spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, 5-star quest, Lava Giant Crocodile. Chapter 135, 5-star quest, Lava Giant Crocodile. What? Is there really a way? What way? Lu Ning was overjoyed. Maybe we can give it a try. But Senior Lu Ning, I'll ask you a question first. Why can't your brother Lu Yan inherit the Lu family industry? Lu Ning shook his head. Brother Lu Yan is an adopted son, and although he is currently taking care of the Lu family estate for my parents, that is only by proxy. The Lu family estate that has been passed down from generation to generation must fall into the hands of the real son, he explained. So it's like this. Then, Lu Ning Sr., you have to be careful of that big brother of yours. What? Yanxia domain, Lu family. So, little brother said he hoped the second old man would give him another month to try again. In the middle of the living room of the gilded villa, Lu Yan stood respectfully in front of the sofa. On the sofa, sat a man and a woman, 2 middle-aged men. What? This rebellious son. Cough cough. What can be done in a month's time? With just him. Dream on. Cough cough. The middle-aged man was so angry that he slapped the coffee table with force and kept making coughing noises. Don't get too excited. Father. Lu Yan rushed forward to pacify. I'm fine. Lu Yan, do whatever it takes to bring him back quickly. Bring him back. Don't say a month's time. Don't give him even 1 day. Lu's father yelled. I've already lost a daughter. I can't send my son away as well. If he dies in the ruins, my Lu family will be extinct. Lu Yan's gaze flickered. Don't worry, father. I'll bring my little brother back. I'll get started on the preparations now. And this time, even if I have to tie me up, I'll tie him back. With that, he strides out of the living room. The moment he turned his back, his determined eyes instantly turned sinister. I just want you Lu family extinct otherwise this big family business. My turn? Luo Ming. What is this saying? Lu Ning had a puzzled look on her face. Senior Lu Ning, the most unpredictable thing in this world is the human heart, and the most numerous are the white-eyed wolves. And just because you don't care about the Lu family's industry doesn't mean that someone doesn't care. You mean, big brother Lu Yan he wants to compete for my Lu family industry? Senior Lu Ning, if you accidentally die, who will become the biggest beneficiary of the Lu family? I guess your father's health isn't good. It shouldn't be possible to have another one either. Lu Ning nodded. How did you guess? Schoolmate Luo Ming. Are you Sherlock Holmes? Lamini. The heart secretly slandered. This kind of power struggle. The previous life to watch a few more TV series. The heart of the door is clear. Actually, if you want to join the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order, it's not that difficult, because I'm in charge of the Heavenly Blaze Order. So in fact, any of my personal squads can become supernumerary members of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Order. As long as you're willing to join my Ming City squad, you'll also be considered half of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. After all, no one says supernumeraries don't count, right? So, it's not hard to fix, but the only thing you need to be wary of is your big brother Lu Yen, as Luo Ming's words had just fallen. I'm sorry, Neen. Mom and Dad said they'd do whatever it takes to get you back. Lu Yan's silhouette came striding from the distance. He gave his tie a hard tug. So, big brother must take you back today. Don't look at Lu Yan looks civilized in a formal dress, but his strength is definitely not bad. Bang! In a personal stance, he came up and snapped at Lu Ning's shoulder. I'm sorry, this brother, but this senior of mine doesn't want to go back with you. Luo Ming probed out with one hand and pressed down on his wrist. In Yanxia University, as long as you don't lose your body, it's not considered a fight. Otherwise Lu Yen, who was an off-campus person, would definitely be warned. And if he transformed, Luo Ming wouldn't be able to beat him. Not so much in person. Though, I know you, the recently popular Luo Ming, but this is our family matter. I advise you to stay out of it. Lu Yan lashed out with a whip leg towards Luo Ming. With his diamond-level strength, even in his physical state it was not something Luo Ming could resist. So he didn't put Luo Ming in his eyes. But what he didn't know was that Luo Ming was in possession of an immortal dragon phoenix body. He's a monster in human form. Bang! Luo Ming raised his hand to easily block the move. And then in the process, he pulled his foot and pushed it out. He's my senior and my roommate. And right now, is still on my team, so this is something that I should be in charge of. Then don't blame me for being rude. Bang! 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 The two silhouettes staggered. And in the flash of lightning, they had already exchanged no less than dozens of moves. Lu Yan was wretchedly kicked away by Luo Ming, who rubbed his chest, a shocked look on his face. This kid's strength is really so amazing? Big brother Lu Yan, I've joined Luo Ming's Ming City squad, and from today onwards, I'm also a supernumerary of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. So, I've fulfilled my promise, and you can go back to mom and dad like this? Lu Yan straightened his tie. Yes, well, you really curry favor it. I do not know your sister knows, will not be happy. She is relying on their own strength to join the Holy Order, while you are dependent on others. Lu Ning's gaze dimmed. Okay, I'll tell mom and dad. Lu Yan nodded, then, turned and walked away. Lu Ning's eyes once again flashed with a bleak color. Lu Yan was right. No matter whether it was strength or talent, he was too much inferior to his sister. It was the truth, but he wasn't happy about it. But for the sake of that glimmer of hope, it would have to be done. The only way he could encounter the beast that killed his sister again was to become a member of the Holy Order. That monster, lava giant crocodile, his sister's last transmission back before her death. That one monster he will never forget. Whatever it takes. It was night, cool as water. Lu Ning, if you don't die, my heart can't rest in peace. The Lu family's manor. Lu Yan stood in front of the window, looking at the twilight. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Only when you die, the Lu family belongs to me. Completely and utterly. Don't you always want to avenge your sister? Then, this time I fulfill you. Lu Yan pulled out his cell phone and pulled up a photo. It was a mountainous flaming giant crocodile roaring in the middle of the mountains and forests, raising its head to the sky and spewing out scorching hot breath. That's all you wanted to know about the lava crocodile. Right there. He clicked the send button. The next day, on the taskbar of the Yanxia Domain's military department, a bright quest announcement appeared on it. Crusade against the diamond-ranked, 6th Order, S-ranked monster, the lava crocodile. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. The moment this mission came out, the entire Yanxia domain instantly exploded. A 5-star mission. A mission of this level was simply not something a few squads could accomplish. It's going to take someone of the rank of Brigadier General to step up to the plate. End of chapter 136. Chapter 136. I'll take your squad's spot. Chapter 136. Your squad's spot. I'll take it. It's a lava crocodile. On the task panel bar, Lu Ning looked at this familiar photo and her entire body trembled. It was as if he recalled that rainy night when his sister had been sent back in a terrible state. That white arm clutched in a death grip an old photograph of his sister in men's clothes, and him in women's clothes. Lava crocodile. Lava crocodile. I'm going to kill you. A strong killing intent flowed from Lu Ning's eyes. It was the first time in his life that he was so eager to kill a being. Heavenly news! A 5-star mission has appeared. Military Captain Tang Baikue took this mission in the first place. Yeah, Deng Baikue is now organizing crusade teams, and a captain-level figure can command more than 5 small teams. I heard that as many as 12 teams have signed up. Too bad they only want 5. With Tang Baikue taking action, this lava giant crocodile will definitely die. Tang Baikue is a Class A awakened, with a strength of Diamond Grade 7th stage. He definitely won't be able to deflate this lava giant crocodile. The rewards of this mission are very rich, and the difficulty won't be very great, so it's normal to have a large number of sign-ups. Meritocracy has been chosen. The odds are that the average squad Deng Baikue won't be able to look at them. Alas, our captain squeezed his head all want to go in, but unfortunately feel no chance. This time the registration of these 12 squads, the captain's strength is basically in the gold level of 5 orders above. All are the old oil. Our captain is only the gold level of the 3rd order. It is estimated that it is to go to play soy sauce. Who isn't? Alas! Lu Ning returned to the villa. He wanted to participate in the lava giant crocodile hunting program, but he didn't want to make the entire Ming City squad take the risk with him because of his personal matters, so he didn't know what to say for good. Oh, Senior Lu Ning, you're back, just in time. Get ready. It's time for a mission. When Luo Ming saw him come back depressed, his eyebrows jumped and he said loudly, "Ugh." Lu Ning was dumbfounded and hadn't reacted yet. All that was seen was Luo Ming shaking his cell phone. The crusade against the lava giant crocodile. Ah, I've taken it as well, but the pressure of competition is a bit high, but I'm sure our Ming City squad will have no problem. Luo Ming laughed. So get ready. It's on. When he walked out of the villa, he found that Zhao had already parked that big pickup truck outside. The group got into the car. Luo Ming. This time Deng Baikue is leading the crusade against the lava giant crocodile, and his member list is set up very clearly, with all teams below the 5th rank of the gold class being excluded. As of now, the most promising ones to be chosen by him are the 5 squads of Flowing Flame, Scorching Wind, Black Shadow, Berserk Wave, and Shocking Shark, and their captain's strengths are all at the level of the 6th or 7th step of the gold rank. In addition to that, there was a special guest. Here he paused in his tone. That man you know too. It's my brother Joe who has passed away. Joe had sighed. I came to Yunxia University only after following my brother's footsteps, but over the years I've noticed that his personality has changed more and more, becoming arrogant, cocky, and unself-conscious, and I've always felt that he's no longer the brother I once knew. So, Luo Ming, you have to be careful. My brother might take personal revenge because of what happened last time. Zhao had reminded. And which side are you going to take if your brother takes a personal vendetta? Luo Ming, you're looking down on me, Zhao Xueran, by asking this. Before I defeat you, I'll always be a member of the Ming City squad, and since I'm a member of the squad, it's impossible for me to betray Ming City. Luo Ming nodded. That's enough, don't worry about the rest. This qualification, I'll definitely get my hands on it. The people came to the mission hall of the military department. The hall was incomparably crowded, with several squads huddled together, and in addition to these squads that were going to take part in the mission, there were also a lot of people who were eating. Yo, Lamini, it's been a long time. He saw the 2 teams of Blade Wolf and Wu Gangmen who had traveled with him last time. What? Are you guys going to participate in the crusade as well? Luo Ming asked. The 2 hurriedly shook their heads. Are you kidding me? You're looking down on us too much. We're going to be pure cannon fodder. How can we compare to others? Look at that stubble. That's Tang Baikue, and the other teams that are competing, the 5 at the top, the 5 strongest teams among the teams that have signed up this time. If you want to participate in this mission, you have to eliminate one of them. It's just that, in squad combat, it's not only the individual captain's strength that counts, but also the strength of the team members. Blade Wolf looked at Luo Ming with some concern. He was aware of Luo Ming's strength, undoubtedly powerful, but the rest of the team seemed to look a little too young. In terms of combat power, it's likely to be too far from these battle-hardened veterans. You can rest assured about the lineup of the Minqing squad. Luo Ming laughed. Everyone is a genius, and the rate of improvement is fast. During this period of time, not to mention anything else, Zhao had already reached the 2nd stage of the gold level, and this strength could already go out independently and work alone. Xia Qingchang had also broken through to the 1st stage of the gold level, and the others, Chu Qinglian, Lu Chang, and Tang Momo, were all at the peak of the silver level as well. And then there was Lu Ning, who wasn't too bad either. Gold class 3rd stage, although it didn't seem to be a monster that was good at fighting. A few people walked towards Deng Baikue's location. Some people noticed Luo Ming and the others and turned their gazes towards them. What team are you on, guys? A captain came forward and asked. Mintone Squad. Minnesota City Squad. He scanned the list twice, and then with an exaggerated face, he exclaimed, Ming City Squad. Out of the 12 registered teams, the only squad with a captain at the first rank of gold? At this statement, all the squads present burst into laughter. So they're the Ming City Squad, that clown team. There's one thing to be said for the first rank of gold. Any one of my random team members could be a captain if they went to their squad. How dare they come to participate in a crusade mission with this strength? If I were them, I wouldn't even dare to sign up. That's right. It's tragic to be dragged out and whipped in public. Several squad leaders shook their heads. They knew that their team had no hope of being selected, so they were over here with a disinterested look on their faces, causing trouble. That said, is the Ming City Squad the one that dried out that Golden Lion Squad, Chang Jinhang, before? At that moment, someone suddenly said, oh, dry over Chang Jinhang? That is still a bit of strength. But, Chang Jinhang that level, but also to receive a pick up 1 or 2 stars of the task. The difficulty of a little higher can be killed his old life. Recently not heard rolled back to his hometown to plant a field? Luo Ming of the Ming City Squad. Well, I know you, the newcomer king of Yenxia University, the hot freshman, but no matter what, you're still a student, a newcomer. The rank is there, the experience, the strength, the record are all there. This mission is not suitable for you. Take your little friend back to wash up, find a foot bath to play a little almost, uncle to reimburse you. Oh. At that moment, a middle-aged man with blue hair and earrings smiled and spoke. Who are you? Luo Ming's gaze fell on him. Captain of the Wild Shark Squad. Jin Zhe is me, one of the 5 squads involved in this mission. He spoke faintly. So it is. Luo Ming nodded. Okay, then go back and wash your feet. I'll reimburse you for the spot on your squad. I'll take it. Luo Ming grinned and opened his mouth. Instantly, the room was silent. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, what doesn't make sense? Straightforwardly do it. Chapter 137, what doesn't make sense? Straight to work. Are you talking to me? Hearing Luo Ming's words, Jin Su was clearly dumbfounded for a moment. If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to your mom? Hey, kid, do you know who I am? Didn't you introduce yourself before? Amnesia? Old age? Alzheimer's? There was a silence. They could sort of see that this Luo Ming was here to find trouble. And this Jin Su was obviously bumping into his gun. Besides, this kid's speech is really ing crazy. Brother Zhao, is this the Luo Ming you've been telling me about? Not particularly far away from the place where a few people were arguing, Tang Baikue and a young man sat together silently drinking tea. It's him. This kid is crazy, but very powerful. Zhao has died, said in a bad tone. The humiliation he had suffered in front of Luo Ming was still fresh in his mind. But he, Zhao, had not yet fallen to the point of bullying the small and having to give people small shoes. How much stronger can a gold rank first step be? Even if he's SSSS ranked, Jinsu is an A-ranked awakened person and has the strength of a gold ranked 6th rank. Any way you think about it, this kid's chances of winning are small or even close to nothing. Right? Deng Baikue frowned. Zhao has passed away, do not want to explain too much to him. Deng Baikue, this kind of person. A lifetime at the top of the sky can only be mixed in the military department commander. That is already his limit. His eyes are very limited, and that includes these junior captains as well. In their eyes, rank was the unquestionable yoke. No one could cross the yoke. All were bound by something called common sense. But this so-called common sense doesn't apply to geniuses, who exist to transcend common sense. So, Deng Baikue won't understand. Luo Ming will win. Captain Deng. Just watch. Shaking his head, Zhao had passed away and stopped talking. He was displeased with Luo Ming. But even he had to admire Luo Ming's strength and call it awesome, but it doesn't mean he'll eat the dud. The face that he, Zhao, had lost would be recovered by his own means. Hey, kid, I'll give you no need to give me a chance. I'll give you a chance to quit of your own accord. I don't want to do it in public. An indifferent smile flashed across Luo Ming's face. Crunch! The crowd heard the clear gnashing of teeth. The veins on Jinsu's forehead all seemed to be throbbing. I'd like to see how you're going to fight me, Kinzer said angrily. Swish! As his words fell, a golden dragon might rushed up. The red cloak flipped and flicked across the crowd's line of sight. And then, only a deafening dragon's roar rang out, and the golden-colored figure was charging directly towards Jinsu. The moment Luo Ming moved, Zhao had instantly leapt out as well. The black shadow flashed and rushed towards the vice-captain of the Wild Shark Squad. Luo Ming and Zhao had actually made their moves at the same time, without saying a word. Just do it. What doesn't make sense? And be done with it. Seek death. The vice captain of the wild shark squad burst into a rage. Jinsu's face was also extremely ugly. These two juniors are too crazy. Surprisingly, they made a move towards them without saying a word. They, the wild shark squad, hadn't encountered such an arrogant student after so many years of traversing the Yanxia domain. Boom! The mighty pressure of the gold grade 6th order and the gold grade 4th order erupted at the same time. The two transformed instantly. Class A monster. The tooth-hunting golden shark. Class B monster. Giant power cockroach. Luo Ming's face remained unchanged as he clenched his fist with one hand. His body's dragon might stirring and covering all directions like a tidal wave. Longwell. Suppressed. And then, the dragon tactics pressure erupted in full force. True dragon fist. Knock. A fist smashed through the air. Anon. The earth-shaking dragon roar resounded, and the crowd seemed to see a golden dragon with a golden body, pouncing and biting towards Jinsu with its teeth and claws open. What kind of monster is this? Jinsu was so horrified in his eyes that he didn't even dare to meet the pupils of the true dragon. A pair of eyes met, and it was as if his own body had lost its strength and his muscles couldn't hold together. Get thee outta here! He roared, trying to dispel the fear in his mind. The sharp-toothed military spikes in his hand swung down towards Luo Ming. Boom boom boom! The auras of the two clashed madly in the mission hall. Compared to those killers of the Qin family, you're far worse. Luo Ming shook his head. True dragon seal. He slapped his left hand directly on top of the military spikes. Bang! Wrapped in a huge force, Jinsu's arm shook, and the military spikes even involuntarily came out of his hand. Instead, Luo Ming lifted his hand and grabbed it in his hand, and after that, he lifted Jun's thorn upside down and placed it against his neck. At the same time, the true dragon fist of his right hand was on the verge of landing on his nose. Boom! A stirring wind of fists, coupled with a deafening dragon's roar. Finally, it stopped at the tip of his nose. A bead of sweat the size of a soybean slid down Jinsu's forehead, and at this moment, he only felt his muscles spasm. The body was trembling uncontrollably. If Luo Ming's punch landed completely, it could explode his head alive. And at the same time, almost the moment Luo Ming took down Jinsu, Zhao had also landed his black sword at that vice captain's neck. A photo. But 3 seconds, a short fight, and after that, the head and deputy head of the Mad Shark Squad was taken down. This is the power displayed by the Mingqing Squad. It's a much more powerful and direct way to shut everyone up than useless explanations. The captains looked at Luo Ming with horrified faces, and the ones who had previously spoken out to mock him each trembled their bodies. Strong as Jinsu is not a one-sided enemy of others. In their place, a slap can give them dry flying to the Siberian ice field. The whole room was silent. Even that first captain Deng Baikue had a look of incredulity on his face. This is the strength of the Yanxia heavenly pride. Terrifying as hell. He smiled helplessly and bitterly. He had truly underestimated Luo Ming's strength. Brother Zhao is wise and admirable. Deng Baikue sighed and shook his head. It's really a case of the rivers and mountains having their own talents, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This scene today had been an eye-opener for him. Well, let's end it here. Deng Baikue stood up and took large steps towards them. Then, for this 5-star mission, the teams that will officially conquer the lava giant crocodiles are the following 5. Searing Wind, Flowing Fire, Black Shadow, Surprise, and Ming City. Above. Depart. With a solemn face, he announced with a wave of his hand. Immediately, he led the way out of the mission hall. The other 5 squads followed behind him. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they watched the backs of a group of teenage girls from the Ming City squad. Luo Ming, this person is as terrifying as this. When they came outside, Luo Ming and his group were about to get into the car. Ning! A voice came from a young man in a suit walking towards them not far away. It is Lu Yin. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Chapter 138 Red Fire Mountain Range. Crusade against the lava giant crocodile. Chapter 138 Red Fire Mountain Range. Crusade against the lava giant crocodile. I'll go up first. Luo Ming gave Lu Yin a deep look, and then he climbed into the pickup truck. Brother Lu Yin. Lu Ning looked at the other party somewhat nervously and warily. Lu Yin smiled and hurriedly waved his hand. Relax, Ning. It wasn't Mom and Dad who told me to come get you this time. I know the lava giants have always been an obsession of yours, and I won't stop you. Lu Ning's expression then looked better. You put this on, said Lu Yan as he pulled out a foot-long staff from his suit pocket. The staff was made of golden silk ebony and had 2 ruddy crystals the size of a dragon's eye set into the top. This is the bursting cane, inlaid with bursting crystals. It can be used twice when it matters. It's enough to seriously injure a normal diamond-level monster. Take it with you for defense, Lu Yan said with a smile. Okay, thank you big brother Lu Yan. Lu Ning nodded. You're welcome. Come on, make sure you kill the lava giant crocodile and avenge Shinner. Lu Yen smiled, oh so smiling, and reached out to rub Lu Ning's hair. Don't worry. I will. Carrying the explosive cane given by Lu Yen, Lu Ning then turned around and got into the pickup truck. Luo Ming sat in the pickup truck with his eyes closed, but the scene that had just happened was clear to him. If there's going to be action, there's no better time than this mission. And this time we can definitely uncover his fox tail. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself. The 5 teams led by Tang Baikue passed through the teleportation array and rushed towards the ruins beyond. According to the information from the person who broke the news, this lava giant crocodile was discovered by chance by a squad of mercenaries while picking spiritual plants. In those days, at the top of the volcano, the lava crocodile roared into the sky, spewing scorching flames. The location isn't exactly clear, but where there's a lava gator there must be a fire mountain range. This monster lives in the magma and only comes out of it when it's hunting. So, basically the location is obvious. It's here, the Red Fire Mountain Range, Deng Baikue said as he pointed to a location on the map that was marked in red. The Red Fire Mountains are so hot that cars can only park 5 kilometers beyond the mountains, and then we'll have to transform into monsters and burst in on foot. Deng Baikue opened his mouth. Not long after, the caravan arrived outside the Red Fire Mountain Range. It was too hot. Even though it was 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Red Flame Mountain Range, the scorching heat still spread in the air, and the heat wave hit his face. It's hot to the feet on the earth, so no wonder they say cars might get flat tires if they get close. This place is considered an away game. I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage when fighting the lava giants. Zhao has passed away, narrowed his eyes and said, I can't necessarily take down this beast alone, so I've asked Brother Zhao to come and help. Deng Baikue smiled. Geographic advantage can indeed have a significant increase in battle power. How about this? Tell them to block the outside of the mountain range, and the 2 of us will go in and slaughter the lava giant crocodile to complete the decapitation mission. Any? Zhao has passed away asked. Yes, except, there should be other monsters in the mountains besides the lava giants, so maybe we need to bring a team in to clear the area. Deng Baikue frowned. Not only fending off the searing lava, but also going to war with the lava crocodiles. Their consumption will be enormous. Then, call it the Ming City Squad. Zhao had died glancing at Luo Ming and the others. Their strength is there for all to see. Just the 2 of us. Take the Ming City Squad in. Then the other 4 teams. Block the defense line in the outside world. And if the lava giant crocodile escapes, do our best to stop it. That's it. Soon there was agreement among the crowd. Luo Ming's few people then entered the mountain range behind Teng Baikue's 2 men. Hey, Luo Ming. Let me take a good look at your strength. Otherwise, I'm really unconvinced that Vice Leader Yi Chang'an thinks so highly of you. Zhao has died said playfully. Luo Ming didn't say anything as he lifted his heaven-devouring lance and his blood-colored bane wrapped around his body. The crowd transformed into monsters and burst in towards the mountains. Giggle. Luo Ming swept out his spear, and a fish as big as a human head burning with flames was nailed to the void by his spear. Sunfish. This stuff still tastes great, and it's a great price to take it out and sell it for. Deng Baikue smiled. Luo Ming closed his gun expressionlessly, and the entire body of the sunfish instantly cracked into pieces. Roar! Right at this moment, a roar that resounded through the clouds resounded throughout the mountain range. The magma in all directions began to boil, as if it was tumbling and surging like a tidal wave. It's the roar of a lava crocodile. Deng Baikue's face changed. This roar, lava giant more than 1 head. As expected, one could only see magma hanging down like a waterfall above the mountains not far away. At the top of the mountains, a huge shadow surfaced in front of the crowd. Lava giants with bronze skin that flowed with lines that matched the color of the lava. It lay on top of the mountains, opening its bloody mouth as if it could swallow the sun, moon and stars. Roar! Along with that huge lava giant crocodile letting out a roar, more and more lava giant crocodiles surfaced from all directions, surrounding Luo Ming and the others. Only, these lava giants weren't as big as the one at the head. The momentum is also much weaker, but the victory is in the large number. A group of gold-level lava giants and a diamond-level crocodile king. I didn't realize that I was the one who underestimated these guys. Deng Baikue said with a grave gaze. Ming City Squad, you guys pull out. These monsters are not something one of your teams can handle. Let all 4 teams outside come in. Deng Baikue hurriedly ordered. There's no need to be so troublesome. It was agreed that we, Ming City, would clear the air, so let Ming City take care of it. Who cares if the sky is falling? Luo Ming spoke faintly. He stepped towards the 3 lava giants. The rocks roared, the ground shook, and magma shot up to land on Luo Ming's body, but instantly it was vaporized by his bloodthirsty aura. Roar! The 3 lava giant crocodiles let out a hideous roar when they saw Luo Ming walking towards them. It was swooping towards him. A gold level 4th order, a 5th order, and a 3rd order. Together then, He spun the heaven-devouring gun with one hand. Bang! Stabbing out. Swish! The blood-colored gun shadow slashed through the void. And instantly, the three lava giants were skewered together by his gun. What are you waiting for? Do it! Luo Ming turned his head and spoke to the two. What a Ming City squad. Stern enough. The corner of Deng Baikui's mouth lifted. Is this a situation where he wants to take on all the monsters here alone? Boom! At this moment, two rays of light covered the duo. Class A monster, two-horned pterodactyl, SS-class monster, iron-armored golden centipede. Boom! The two figures pounced towards the lava giant crocodile king. Clear out! Luo Ming bellowed, brandishing his lance and charging towards the remaining lava giants. Zhao had already struck out together as well as the others. End of chapter. Chapter 139. Chapter 139 Lava Giant Crocodile King, Monsters in Humans. Chapter 139 Lava Giant Crocodile King, Monsters in Humans. Oh, it's all gone in. Then, it's time to start catching turtles in a jar. In the deepest part of the mountain range, a silhouette strides on top of the crimson rocks. He looked meticulously groomed in a suit and tie and leather shoes, and on either side of him were prostrate rows of lava giants. Do not engage in battle. Prepare to escape at all times. He transmitted his thoughts to the lava giant crocodile through the air. Roar! The lava giant crocodile opened its mouth and stepped out a scorching torrent of flames, sweeping towards the two. And then, with a flutter of his feet, he charged towards the iron-armored golden centipede. The iron-armored golden centipede was different from Zhao Already's 1,000-foot black centipede in that he didn't have an illusory stance. But there were many arms. This Zhao has passed away 8 arms all carrying golden swords, dancing so fast that you could not see his shadow at all. Dang it! The blade marks landed on the body of the lava giant crocodile. But surprisingly, it could only cut out a white mark. You can see how tough this guy's body is. Anan! The two-horned pterodactyl opened its bloody mouth and spat out a blue-colored ball of light, blasting towards the lava giant crocodile. He swung his wings and rose up into the air before descending from the sky, his sharp claws piercing into the surface skin of the lava giant crocodile in a deadly manner. Roar! The giant crocodile roared with rage and struggled frantically to throw him off. Heaven-devouring god gun. Boom! In the battlefield below, blood-colored torrents rushed out, sending a lava giant crocodile into pieces with a single move. The Ming City squad went their own way and fully suppressed the lava giant crocodile. But Luo Ming couldn't help but frown. The task seems a little too simple. Zhao had passed away and the two of them had also fully suppressed the lava giant crocodile. And according to this trend, victory was only a matter of time. Just then, that lava giant crocodile king let out a roar. In a flash, the remaining lava giant crocodiles unexpectedly flew towards the far side of the pool and plunged headfirst into the magma. Roar! And the lava giant crocodile king let out a furious roar as the magma below tumbled and shot. Luo Ming and the others hurriedly scattered in all directions to hide. Boom! A streak of magma spiraled up into the sky like a heavenly pillar, and then blasted towards both Zhao Already Dead and Deng Baikue. The two of them dodged and dodged quickly. Taking advantage of this gap, the lava giant crocodile unexpectedly escaped towards the distance. After them, the two of them exchanged glances and chased towards this lava giant crocodile. It's the target of this mission, so don't let it escape. As the lava giant crocodile escaped and the two of them went far away, the atmosphere of the scene began to become silent. The only sound that came out was the gurgling of magma, as well as, da-day-day-day. There was a sound of footsteps. Luo Ming violently raised his hand, only to see a black silhouette leaping down from the sky, raising its fist and smashing it towards him. Boom! Luo Ming roared, his blood-colored baleful aura rolling over as he slammed his fist towards the other party. After a punch, both of them unexpectedly retreated at the same time. Luo Ming retreated 5 steps, while the silhouette merely flipped over in midair and landed firmly on a rock in the center of the magma. He snapped his fingers softly. Buzz! In Lu Ning's arms, a certain object radiated a brilliant light. Immediately, he saw a cane rush out of his pocket and hover in midair. The golden silk ebony instantly exploded with only 2 red-colored crystals suspended. And then he once again waved his one hand, and the magma in all directions tumbled up and rushed up into midair, connecting with these 2 crystals. After merging into one, the magma was frozen alive in midair. An artificial giant cage also took shape. Welcome to my home, the Red Fire Mountains. The suited figure stepped on the lava one step at a time and walked towards Luo Ming and the others. This is the first time you've come to my house, isn't it, Ning? Lu Yen grinned, revealing a warm smile like a big brother next door. Lu Yen brother. Why you will? Lu Ning had a puzzled look on her face. Isn't it plain to see that this Red Fire Mountain range is my territory, and I am the only true king who leads all these lava giants? As he snapped his fingers, The lava giant crocodiles that had been hidden in the lava earlier came out headfirst. So, the lava giant crocodile that just fought with Captain Tang and the others wasn't the lava giant crocodile king? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. Bingo! Right answer. That's one of my right and left hands. Now they should be fighting back and forth with my two lieutenants. In a short time, they can't rush over to save you. Lu Yen flirted. So, you're the king of the lava crocodiles? Lu Yen nodded. Ning, you probably don't know what the meaning of that photo your sister passed out in the first place is. Lu Yen pulled out a tattered photo from his pocket, and in the midst of the roiling flames, there was a giant lava crocodile letting go of its hands and hissing up to the sky. The point of this photo was never the lava gator. Lu Ning's pupils shrunk. The point is, itis. His pupils contracted violently as he looked at the flames that filled the sky. Yeah, it's just Yen. It's your sister who's reminding you to watch out for me. Oh, but unfortunately, you're too stupid to notice it all the time. Lu Yen shook his head and sighed. So it was you who killed your sister too? Lu Yen clenched his fists. It's me. Oops, that was dangerous. I almost let your sister find out who I am, so I had to kill her. Lu Yen bristled with indifference. I have to admit, your sister is strong, really strong. It took me and my two deputies together to take her down. Even I was hurt badly in that battle, worthy of the name of your Lu family's heavenly daughter. Lu Yen nodded. He pushed up his bangs, and there was a grimy slash at his hairline. This is the wound your sister left me. He pointed to the slash mark and said, Why? Why did you kill my sister? Lu Ning questioned angrily. Our Lu family worked hard to raise you. Why did you kill my sister? However, Lu Yen nodded his head. You're wrong. Before being the adopted son of the Lu family, Lu Yen, I had another identity as the king of this red fire mountain range. The lava giant crocodile king. You've got to get the cause and effect right. Lu Yen laughed lightly. At those words, Luo Ming's heart skipped a beat. You mean the monsters among the ruins of? Lu Yen nodded. Humans transform into monsters with the power of monsters. So why can't the monsters in our ruins borrow the power of humans to become humans? Hearing Lu Yen's answer, everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The monster is evolving, Xia Qingcheng muttered. There must be an organization like Infernotech among the monsters that uses human corpses for research, just like we use the corpses of monsters. Zhao had opened his mouth, and the crowd couldn't help but feel a tingle down their spines. If a monster in the wild could turn into a human and sneak into a wall, human technology wouldn't be able to detect it. How serious that state of affairs should be. End of chapter 140. Chapter 140 Twin Peacock. The saint has gone. The dead shall come out. Chapter 140 Twin Peacock. The Holy One is gone. The dead shall come forth. Boom! The gigantic lava giant crocodile king hissed up to the sky, and Luo Ming and the others were shaken back in unison. Lu Yan's strength was Diamond Grade 6, but the lava giant crocodile king's grade was SS Grade A. He alone could have whacked two lava giant crocodiles of the same level already. If Lu Yan had made his move earlier, both of Deng Baikue would have to GA here. Originally, I only killed Ning, the same place where your sister died. Unfortunately, you favor to come together. Then you say, I do not kill you, to stay in the new year? Luo Ming, you're also considered a top genius amongst humans. Your death would be a good thing for all of us monsters, including all of you. All of you are geniuses, so die here. The lava giant crocodile raised its voice to the sky, and the rolling sound waves shook the entire rock wall. Back away. Find a way to escape. Luo Ming bellowed. This guy's strength is not something we can deal with. Luo Ming drank coldly. Quit? Dream on. Do you think you can back out? Boom! The magma solidified in midair instantly melted and rolled, blocking the retreat of the crowd to death. And then the magma in the ground rose upwards, slowly covering the rocks, and Luo Ming's space for them to land became smaller and smaller. Can't get out. Luo Ming's face darkened. You can't fight. You can't get out. It's definitely a dead end. Look out. At this moment, only the lava giant crocodile dynasty was seen lunging at Lu Ning. Boom! Luo Ming raised his hand and hurled the heaven-devouring gun, only to have it slapped away by his opponent's claws. Bang! Lu Ning was pressed down by a huge claw. If you die, the Lu family is mine. Don't worry. I'll take care of your mom and dad for you, and try to send them down to reunite with your family soon. The lava giant crocodile king said with a big smile. His huge sharp claws brushed against Lu Ning's skin. A boy, yet born so good-looking. TSK. Lu Ning, you may not be clear. In fact, your sister never expected you to avenge her. Perhaps she subconsciously felt that you were a no-good brother. Do you know what she said before she died in the first place? She begged me to spare you, not to make a move on you, and before she died, she even begged me to spare you instead of begging me to spare her. Ha 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 ha, do you think it's funny? An imperceptible sneer flashed through Lu Yan's huge pupils. It's funny, isn't it? In her mind you're still the same incompetent brother who needs to be protected at every turn. Without her protection, I'm afraid you'll be played to death by me. Lu Ning clenched her teeth as her pupils contracted violently. The lava giant crocodile king snorted. His heart was incomparably comfortable as he looked at Lu Ning's eyes that seemed desperate and unbelieving and angry. Murder first kills the heart. I want this kid to die in despair. Otherwise, I'm sorry for this wound on my forehead. Lu Xian, I'll send you siblings to be reunited underground. Boom! He raised his hand and slapped it towards Lu Ning. But just then, a clear cry rang out. Lu Ning's body blossomed with a golden light. A stream of light flashed towards the side. The lava giant crocodile king's move was dodged. An S-class monster. The sage peacock? Lu Yan's face showed surprise. Your sister does say from time to time that you have a warm glow about you. Unfortunately, warmth can't save anyone. Not even yourself. The S-class monster Saint Peacock was actually very similar to the S-class monster Clear Feather Spirit Deer that Su Wanqing had awakened earlier. Both were healing support system monsters, and their combat power wasn't strong. However, the similarity was between the Sage Peacock and not Lu Ning. You're right. Warm light won't save anyone. If you want to protect something then you have to get your hands covered in blood. Perhaps I've come to understand my sister's intentions somewhat. She's a girl, and definitely not as brave as she seems. She's just using her brave side to wrap up her vulnerable side because she's trying to protect me. For the sake of the soft me, she has to become brave. And now, I have to protect my schoolmates too. So, it's pretty simple. Sharpness flashed in Lu Ning's eyes. I am one and two. Not only a saint, but also a deceased. Then, I'll be fine if I go into the devil. Boom! A burst of black light emerged from Lu Ning's circumference. It covered the radiant golden light of his body. This is the same situation as me. Xia Qingcheng showed a surprised look on her face. She had the Ice Phoenix Inferno Phoenix, while Lu Ning was the Twin Peacock, the Sage Peacock of Healing, and the Dead Peacock of Manipulation. The black mist wrapped around his body, and his brilliant and gorgeous feathers were instantly submerged and dyed black as a black-covered peacock stepped out of the mist. The black color looks like a king's coronation, and it looks even more regal. Stand up, Lu Ning spoke out faintly. Buzz! A black vortex appeared on the surface of the rock, and then a giant lava crocodile covered in black gas emerged from the ground. Are these the lava crocodiles that died before? Lu Oming's face showed surprise. Through conversion, it was actually dominated by Senior Lu Ning for his own use. What an amazing ability! The lava giant crocodile king's mouth twitched as he looked at a black giant crocodile that was approaching towards him. His face also became incredibly ugly. You little punk! How dare you touch my men? I have always been afraid of the power of the undead, and have always felt that it is an unholy power, so I have not dared to touch it, and have hidden it in my heart and kept it far away. But now, it dawned on me that no power is unknown. What really matters is the person who holds the power. As long as that power can protect those around me, that's good power. So, Lu Yan, I won't allow you to strike at my schoolmate, nor will I allow my sister's tragedy to repeat itself again. I'm going to kill you, right here. Lu Ning's gaze sunk slightly, and then he rushed towards Lu Yan. Asterisk 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 ing bastard. You think with all this garbage, that you can kill me, then you underestimate me. Lu Yan growled loudly in anger. I am your king, how dare you all strike at me? Seek death. Bang! With a flick of his huge tail, a dozen or so black lava giants were slapped alive into pieces. Even if they can be infinitely resurrected and infinitely reborn, their strength can't hurt me at all. Trying to rely on this to defeat me is simply a pipe dream. Get out! The huge lava crocodile tore through everything and rushed towards Lu Ning. Maybe you're right, but I'm not naive enough to think they'll be able to handle you. You're right, sister. As Lu Ning's words fell, a huge black whirlpool appeared on the surface of the magma. Lu Yan's pupils shrunk. Does that mean you? End of chapter. Chapter 141. Chapter 141 Deep in the Ruins. Mysterious Visitor. Hunter Monster Academy. Chapter 141 Deep in the Ruins. Mysterious Visitor. Hunter Monster Academy. The ability of the Peacock of the Dead is to summon beings that have died within a certain amount of time, causing them to transform into their own soldiers and fight for in themselves. Lu Yan had said that his sister had died here back then. So just now, Lu Ning had been time communicating his sister's breath. It was a pity that his sister had been dead for too long, and if it wasn't for the existence of a sibling bond, he really wouldn't have been able to summon his sister out. Well, this time it worked. Buzz! A huge black vortex was expanding, and a powerful aura spread. Lu Yan's pupils shrunk. He was more than familiar with this scent. Back then, he teamed up with the other two lava crocodiles, relying on the advantage of the terrain, which managed to kill Lu Xian. Fighting alone, with his strength even less than Lu Xian. This is a female genius. If she doesn't die in the future, she can definitely become a Yanxia Battle King level existence. Lu Xian, you still have to come out to haunt even after you're dead. Do you still have to come and protect your punk brother even after you're dead? Lu Yan yelled angrily. Swish! Within the black vortex, a figure leapt out violently. It was a humanoid rabbit that was permeated with black aura all over its body, carrying a short blade with black aura in both hands. Her speed flashed like a phantom, and she appeared above the head of the lava giant Crocodile King in an instant. This is SSSS class monster, Shadow Rabbit Monarch. Xia Qingqing's face showed surprise. This rabbit is fast, tricky and ruthless, fast to the extreme fast, godlike and weird speed, as well as a vicious strike that seals the throat, only to see her carry the two broken blades and rise up into the air, her body unexpectedly spinning at high speed like a gyroscope. Snort! The short blade turned, surprisingly slicing through even the air. Boom! The Shadow Rabbit Monarch turned at high speed like a gear, and rushed towards the lava giant Crocodile King like a meteor. Block me! A flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the lava giant Crocodile King. Back then, he had been given a never-ending scar by Lu Xian's move. Block! He ordered the other lava giants to swoop forward and block the move for himself. However, he was surprised to find that the other young giant crocodiles didn't move a bit. Sorry about that. We're in charge of professional clearing. A playful voice came. Lu Yan's afterglow made his entire body shiver with anger. That group of lava giant crocodile subordinates had actually been killed through only the red-colored Yin Huang sword in mid-air, and several lava giant crocodiles were instantly lit into ashes. Zhao had also slashed out with his blade, cutting and picking off several crocodile skins with an extremely skillful technique. In addition, Luo Ming is a big gun like the wind-like rotation. Open the brutal king of tyranny, he is like a god of war. These gold level 4 or 5 lava crocodiles a gun alive to draw the fragmentation. Others are cooperating in clearing the area. Senior Lu Ning, this time, we'll be the audience. You come to be the hero, but protect your schoolmates well. Luo Ming lightly laughed and flirted. Thank you all. Luo Ming, Qing Cheng, Fomi, Lime, Lu Chang, all ready. Lu Ning nodded vigorously. Don't call it so affectionate. We're just trying to survive too. Senior, you're a man. Can you do it? Shu Lin teased. Sure, a man can't say no. Lu Ning nodded vigorously. Sister, let's go together. Seemed to hear his brother's cry. Snort! That Shadow Rabbit Monarch's blade cut above the lava giant alligator king's body, from the spine all the way to the tail, and then once again mounted to the limbs, slicing through the surface layer of the body's sword shadow. For the Shadow Rabbit Monarch who was agile in his movements, the lava giant crocodile king with a huge body that was a target. Erosion of the dead. At the wound cut by the Shadow Rabbit Monarch, Lu Ning instantly rushed up with a flash as well, his black chi eroding and hardening this piece of flesh and blood of the lava giant frontal king, melting and dissolving it down to nothing but white bone. Seek death. You seek death. Lu Xian, you've been dead for who knows how long. You still want to come out and haunt. Go to hell with your brother. Eternal silence flame. Boom. The golden ripple burned, and a rich golden flame covered the lava giant crocodile king. Lu Xian, go to hell. Looking at the black shadow that lunged towards him, the lava giant crocodile king roared, and the flames instantly covered him. However, in the next second, the black shadow unexpectedly leapt out directly from the flames. It's impossible. How can your fleshly body possibly block my eternal silence flame? But when he said that, he realized that he had made a huge mistake. The Shadow Rabbit Monarch was dead. It was now an undead creature, and the one who was truly in control of all of this was Lu Ning, who was behind the scenes. Instead, he kept his attention on Lu Xian. Wrong. So wrong. The most dangerous guy is the kid he's been ignoring. He backed away in horror. However, he saw that 2 short blades were already stabbing towards his neck. The lava giant crocodile king's pupils as big as copper bells clearly saw. Rabbit Kuan's lightly opened lips. That's. You lose. I have a brother. Giggle. An offering of blood soared up. Zigzag. It cuts all the way from the neck to the lower abdomen. Instantly, the lava giant crocodile king looked like it was leaking air, and blood spewed out wildly from the sky, flooding the earth. Hoo. Lu Ning gasped loudly. He was on the verge of passing out. With his strength, it would still be too difficult to summon his sister. If the lava giant crocodile king could see through this, a protracted battle could really boil him alive. Unfortunately, Lu Yan was in too much of a hurry, so he boiled himself to death. Finally, it's over. Lu Ning's body swayed and was about to fall down. At this moment, however, he felt a chill run down his spine straight to the sky. Lu Yan, you're such a loser. You're really embarrassing our school. A figure appeared behind Lu Ning. who had retreated to his human form, and then a hand clasped his head directly. If it wasn't for my teacher telling me to follow, I might have really been played off by you. A young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, golden earrings, and a bare upper body appeared in front of Luo Ming and the others. The blonde man pressed Lu Ning's head playfully, and then he flung his hand, and the two silhouettes were thrown out by him like garbage. Seeing those two silhouettes, Zhao had changed his face dramatically. It was clearly Tang Baikue and Zhao as passed away who had previously killed their way into the depths of the mountain range, came across these two pieces of on the way here and took care of them in passing. The blonde man said lightly, "So, what breed of trash are you guys?" "Oh, yeah." He trailed off. "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm from the Hunter Monster Academy's 3rd year C class, and I'm a classmate of this guy you guys just slaughtered." Luo Ming and the others' pupils shrank. Hunter Monster Academy? There was no such academy in the middle of Yanxia, or even in the entire wall. Unless, this guy is from the depths of the ruins, went for acupuncture and cupping today. Sorry for the delay. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Chapter 142 Strong Enemy. Lord. Beast claws stretching out from the long black abyss. Chapter 142 Strong Enemy. Lord. Beast's claw stretching out from the long black abyss. Hunter Monsters University is. Can't understand? Never read a book? Naturally, it's a university that specializes in training students to hunt humans. You're only allowed to hunt monsters, not humans. The man grinned. He ran a hand through his thick blonde hair. Well, surprised? Don't be surprised. You have even more surprises coming up. Like, being surprised at how handsome I am, and how powerful I am. He snapped his fingers randomly. You saw death. Swish. He held Lu Ning in one hand, and his figure instantly disappeared in the next second. Get out of the way. Luo Ming yelled. Boom. A silhouette appeared in front of Zhao already. Bang. He swung his fist violently. Knock. A loud trembling sound came from the air as the punch violently imprinted on Zhao already's black sword. Put. The armor of his two arms shattered in an instant, and his body was smashed towards the rock wall like a cannonball. Hey! Chu Lime leapt out, trying to catch him. The result was a huge force that wrapped the two of them together and smashed them towards the rock wall. Whoa! Both of them spewed out blood at the same time, the blood mixing together and soaking the rock formation. The snow-white fox was stained with blood, and Zhao was already on the ground with difficulty as well. Don't fight him. This guy is a monster. Perhaps there was a loud noise coming out, and the unconscious Zhao as passed away turned slightly awake. He voiced a reminder full of pain. He's Diamond level 10th order. Quickly, escape. What? When the crowd saw this, their faces changed instantly. Lu Yan's Diamond grade 6th order was already so powerful, not to mention this guy's 10th order. No wonder he was able to defeat Zhao already with one move in person. Even in existence at the level of a military brigadier general couldn't defeat him, let alone them at the gold level. There are 1, 2, 3, and 3 left. First, swish, he dodged in front of Lu Chang. You have the scent of the same race as me, so I'll give you a chance to submit to me. Bang! He slammed a single foot into Ryoma's head. I refuse. Then you can go to hell. Bang! He whips Lu Chang off with a spinning whip kick. Immediately afterward, it flashed again. Foamy! Get out of the way! Xia Qingcheng hurriedly shouted. Don't worry, you're next. Boom! He slammed his fist out, and the thunderfly was also blown away by his fist, directly smashing to the ground. Just as he was about to continue to strike at Xia Qingcheng. I'm sorry, this way is not possible. A golden figure appeared, and Luo Ming had somehow turned into a true dragon state. Dragon tactics, true dragon fist. Boom! A fist slammed towards the opponent's facade as if it were a heavy blade. Ha! You guys are not ordinary. He looked at Luo Ming with a shocked expression on his face. Boom! The huge golden fist collided with his meaty fist. Both of them are not moving at all. You're the first being to be able to fight hard with just gold level strength. The blonde man expressed his appreciation. You are entitled to know my name. My name is Lords. And then his fists and feet came out in unison, clashing madly with Luo Ming in place. I can fight with him in my physical state, but once he transforms, this battle power gap will be drawn out geometrically. Even if the true dragon mighty pressure can lock down 30% of his strength, I'm definitely not a match for him. This fellow's strength is far too powerful compared to the previous Qin-san. Normal means can't take him at all. Luo Ming waved while thinking rapidly in his mind. Warm up over. Okay, no more playing with you. Next, it's time to kill. With a leg kick that knocks Lo Ming back, the body is liberated. Boom! A golden hurricane wrapped him up. Wild wind golden sky battle heavenly horse. I. I, 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 I. The golden gale was wrapped in Gengjin Chi, scraping at his face as if he could tear his body apart. An existence that doesn't even appear in the monster atlas. Xia Qingqing's face was shocked. No. There have been appearances of a B-ranked wild windhorse, and an A-ranked golden sky warhorse. This guy is a fusion beast. Luo Ming's gaze was grave. It's so scary. Even the fusion beasts have been made whole by them. It's hard to imagine what level of technology the monsters have reached. All this time, they had assumed that monsters were less intelligent creatures. The only thing in his eyes is killing and feeding. But now, it doesn't seem to be the case. These guys possessed an intelligence that was no less than human. In which case, what the hell were they? A whole new kind of intelligent creature? It's too strong. Just the breath alone is weighing us down. Luo Ming raised his hand to block the fierce wind that was constantly pressing down on them like the giant hand of a god. Could it be that the Ming City squad is really going to be buried here this time? A thick shadow loomed over the crowd. Across the mountain and sea majesty. That's the real beast's nest. Hundreds of times more terrifying than the ruins beyond the walls. What the hell kind of being is that? Only a figure clad in a golden cloak stood in the void. He held a broadsword and had a number of figures in uniform behind him. On their shoulders, they carried a quick golden medallion with golden wings and crossed long swords, the insignia of the Sacred Order of Eternal Havoc. And this middle-aged man at the head, he was the Holy Head, one of the 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia, Li Wanjiao. In front of him was an incomparably huge pitch-black abyss that stretched out between heaven and earth, as if cutting the blue star Earth in half. In the abyss, a black aura spread outward, full of uncertainty, and in the abyss, there were countless monstrous beasts crawling out, spreading all over the land of Blue Star. So this is where the Blue Star monster originated. Li Wanjiao was filled with shocked looks as their eternal hijacking sacred regiment walked out of the mountain and sea majestic pass and traveled all the way here on an expedition. After 99 days, an unknown number of members of the regiment were killed in battle, and even he, Li Wanjie, was notoriously injured. Eventually, it finally arrived here. Got to get word back about this abyss. It's too amazing. There's actually such a heavenly abyss above the Blue Star, as if it's separating 2 worlds. These monsters are actually creatures that crawled out of the abyss as well, as if from another world. Li Wanjiao's face showed a horrified expression. He felt that he couldn't stay here for long, and if he stayed any longer, a terrifying existence would definitely emerge from the abyss. While you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. Retreat! All hands retreat! Li Wanjie commanded with a wave of his hand, but at that moment, a huge beast's claw violently poked out from the abyss. What's that? Li Wanjiao's face turned green. This sense of suffocation was a pressure comparable to that of a sequential monster. A numbered monster. Run! Run! Don't hesitate! Run away! He roared. Stop right there! Roar! Li Wanjie roared, his body expanding extremely fast. Roar! A golden ape that was almost 100 feet huge looked up to the sky and roared, charged towards the beast's claws. It's not you. You, there's no totem in you. A whisper came from the abyss. In the next second, a scene that made everyone in the entire Eternal Havoc Sacred Regiment's eyes widen in horror occurred. Boom! As powerful as Li Wanjiao, one of the 9 heavenly kings of Yanxia, the SSS-level Heavenly Fury Vajra was actually slapped to death by the other party. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Bloom, the White King roars. Chapter 143, Bloom, the White King roars. The Holy Chief is dead. How is this possible? This is a top human battle power. What kind of monster is the owner of this claw? All the members of the group were scared out of their wits. A Black Jade-ranked powerhouse couldn't even block a single move from this monster. Could it be that he was more powerful than even a sequence level? Numbered level Beast King. Run! Get the word out. The Holy Headmaster is dead. Don't How is it possible? How can a human win with this kind of existence? It's going to be an extinction. Once the backbone was scattered, the hearts of the entire Eternal Tribulation Saint Regiment were scattered as well. Boom! When that slap fell, all the living beings present were slapped alive into bloody foam by him. It became one of the countless wrecks left in the land. Lord Beast King rest his anger. A shadow appeared in midair. Kneel toward the abyss. I've already sent the Academy's first batch of students with successful experiments across the Shanghai Shangguan Pass, and they'll enter the human kingdom in search of totems. Move as fast as you can. I don't have so much time to waste with you guys. The 13 guys in front of us were slaughtered by the humans, and if they didn't have the power of the totem to help them, I'd die before I'd believe they had the strength to do so. The Beast King's low voice came out. I'm about to revive you guys, as soon as possible. I need a lot of nutrition. Don't worry, Beast King-sama. We have everything at your service. The figure spoke respectfully. Red Fire Mountain Range. The The more the 4 squads waiting outside waited, the more they realized that the situation was not right. What the hell is going on here? There have been tremors coming from inside the valley and the comms are out of action. There is no connection at all between inside and outside. Could something have happened to Deng Baikuei and the others? It shouldn't be. Tang Baikuei himself is still very strong. On top of that, there's also Zhao has passed away. This genius of Yen Xia, his strength isn't weaker than a great captain. According to reason, the two of them should definitely not be unable to kill a lava giant crocodile by joining forces. The Lord has a point. Sure enough, there are a lot of humans out there letting off steam. Then I'll kill all of you in the process. At this moment, a playful voice came. Swish, only on a small dirt slope not far away, there was a silhouette draped in a black turban. Who are you? When the crowd saw his sudden appearance, they looked wary, especially the 4 squad leaders. Their eyes became incomparably grave. This black-robed man exuded an extremely unsettling aura. The visitor was not a good person, and the possibility of him being a helper was first ruled out. I am the one who came to kill you. He smiled faintly, his white arms reaching out from underneath his black robes. I'm sorry, all of you. You're going to die here. Wow. With a turn of his palm, a small knife appeared in his hand before he charged towards the crowd. Giggle. The light of the blade slashed through, and a captain's throat was instantly sealed, without even a chance to transform. Not good. It's the enemy. Could it be an assassin from another country? Hurry up and transform. The faces of the crowd changed drastically. This guy's movements were too fast, making them feel their hearts skip a beat, and his strikes were just too vicious. Slayer? I am indeed a killer, but I am not a human killer. I am a monster. Boom! A blood-colored light flashed. The silhouette instantly turned into a huge blood-colored bat. Black domain cage. Swish! The black realm wrapped everyone up. 3 seconds later, the black domain dispersed and the blood-colored bats were long gone. There was only one black-robed figure, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his white arm. But my mission is complete. It's just you, Lord. He picked up a dagger from the ground and smiled slightly. Turn your head and leave. Eat your fill and go back to sleep. In the middle of the mountains. Get out of the way. Luo Ming's body rose up into the air, transforming into a golden true dragon. Aang! The true dragon roared and charged towards the other party. Oi oi! What kind of monster are you anyway? It's ridiculously powerful. If I kill you and fuse your core, the guy who's number 1 in our class is absolutely no match for me. He laughed maniacally, his entire body trembling madly. Kill me. Try it. A chilling killing intent surged in Luo Ming's eyes. It was now time for life and death. Either this guy dies, or all of them do. Elder White Tiger. This time, I really have to ask you. Luo Ming spoke in a low voice. Well, I know. That's what I'm here for. Kid, live. I'll wait for the day I see you again. Now, I'll take a nap. In his mind's eye, the huge white tiger lay on its back. And then, it transformed into dots of white light that merged into Luo Ming's heart. Can't hide it anymore? So no need to hide it. Lamani shrugged it off. Ching Chang, please, tell those 2 guys not to wake up for a short time. There are some things that can't be seen by them. Luo Ming spoke to Xia Qingcheng. Luo Ming, what are you doing? Xia Qingcheng froze, her face puzzled. I'm going to kill someone. If I don't kill this guy today, my heart won't be satisfied. Luo Ming casually threw away the true dragon sword. Even quit being a true dragon. Hey, pony, have you ever seen the wrath of a king? Luo Ming's gaze flashed a cold color and he hooked his hand at the Lord. Ha 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 ha, kid, you've been beaten silly. Here is the battlefield for my command. You're all on my plate. The Golden War Heavenly Horse laughed maniacally. He really didn't think that a gold-level kid could play anything. No, now, this is my home turf. The offense is changing shape. Asshole, cover my ears. It's going to be slightly loud. Next, Luo Ming held his breath. Exhale slowly. Xia Qingcheng rushed to Deng Baikuei and Zhao has passed away. The two were already showing signs of waking up a bit. Then she lifted the boulder and directed it towards the 2 men's heads, one at a time. It was a little unnerving when it was over, and it froze the 2 of them into ice sculptures even more. Zhao had seen this scene and the corner of his mouth twitched. My poor brother. It was also at this moment that Luo Ming moved. He spoke in a low voice. White tigers, roar. Behind him, a snow-white figure emerged, standing on top of the sky. Let out a roar that roared and shattered the entire mountain range. The huge white tiger stood behind Luo Ming as he roared and roared. The roar of a king that resounded through the clouds and deterred all disobedience. The vertical lines of the word king between its forehead is a period of time to add a strong aura of domination. Black ring white tiger. Killing star bloom. Hey, pony. Weak legs. That's the king. I'll carry it. I'll recognize it. Luo Ming took a step towards him with his hands in his pockets. I came to kill you. The white tiger behind him opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards Luo Ming. Boom! White hurricanes rose up and danced all over the field, the killing aura spreading like a tidal wave. Everyone's face suddenly turned white in that instant, and their legs went weak, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. That killing aura, insurmountable. At this moment, the killing star, White Tiger, makes his appearance. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, the killing star White Tiger is actually Luo Ming? Chapter 144, Killing Star White Tiger, is actually Luo Ming? This is the killing star. How could it be? It's that terrifying existence that appeared during the freshman examination period. Luo Ming is actually the killing star. Recalling the terror of that killing star White Tiger was still fresh in the minds of the crowd. A powerful monster of the 10th rank of the Golden Jade grade, an existence that even Yen Xia's Battle King couldn't take down, was actually easily decimated by this killing star. Even Gu Yuma, the Battle King, who had been severely knocked out in public. Everyone felt that this fellow called Killing Star was some kind of top-notch powerhouse from the hidden world of Yanxia, but I didn't expect this so-called top strong man to be on his side. Luo Ming, what else is hidden in your body? Zhao has already covered his chest, carrying a long knife. White Tiger, silver robe hunting, only a back shadow let him feel incomparable strangeness, and even from the depths of his heart produced an irresistible great fear. Such a Luo Ming, what was he going to catch up with? Is this the real gap between us? Zhao already had a horrified look on his face. Luo Ming, he is that invincible killing star. The people present in the Ming City squad were all dumbfounded. The invincible big brother is actually beside me? Nope. The aura on Luo Ming's body isn't the same as last time. If it was that level of aura from last time, just that terrifying killing aura would be enough to slaughter this guy. This killing star is much weaker than the previous one. At this time, Xia Qingcheng seemed to have discovered what was wrong. Luo Ming clenched his fists. That's right. This time he had only used 1/3 of the White Tiger True Spirit's power. Not so much that the White Tiger would completely disappear. If it was like the last time, then things would be in trouble. After all, a Golden Jade Grade 10th Order Beast Core? That was definitely something that could be encountered but not sought. Come on, ponies. Second race. It's on. Luo Ming swept his long sword, killing Battle Chi. Boom! A violent gust of wind blew up the silver robes, and the murderous aura caused all 4 feet of that golden warhorse to begin trembling. What level of fluctuation is this? It's so terrifying. Who the hell are you, kid? He looked at Luo Ming with disbelief. The pressure emanating from Luo Ming's body was something he had never seen before. Completely beyond cognition. That white figure seemed to be standing in a different dimension. It was a class that was completely different from his world. You only need to know one thing. You are under my sword. White Tiger War Atlas. The 9 heavy blades of the killing star. Swish. 10 white tiger figures flashed out at the same time, and a burst of brilliant blade light broke through the air and swept out. The rolling killing aura tore through the sky, and the entire mountain range trembled violently under this blade light. The war heavenly horse neighs up to the sky, setting off a hurricane to attack wildly. However, he was instantly annihilated by Luo Ming's murderous might. This hurricane of yours is not as powerful as the electric fan in my house. Killing Battle Chi. Divine pressure. Boom! The invisible chi instantly enveloped the battle heavenly horse. The muscles in his entire body instantly contracted and he almost fell head over heels. What kind of monster are you? This kind of monster. This kind of killing aura. I've never seen before, he uttered in horror. It was too strong. Clearly just an ant that could be crushed to death by him at will. But at this moment it violently turned into a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Lord admitted that he was scared of himself. However, a strong murderous aura rose even more in his heart. If this young man didn't die, there was a high probability that all of the students in their class would fold in his hands. So, absolutely kill him. I can't let you get in the way of the principal teacher's mission. I must kill you here. He roared and stood up. Golden sky impact. Boom! The warhorse galloped across the earth, and the golden divine light transformed into an incomparably bright lance as it charged towards Luo Ming. I'm sorry, there may be people who can kill me, but it will never be you. Ding! Luo Ming raised his long sword with one hand, and then he easily caught the move. White Tiger War Atlas. White Tiger Thunder Emperor Blade. He twirled his long sword with one hand. Boom click. The brilliant golden light condensed spear main was instantly shattered by Luo Ming. And then, rolling thunder wrapped around the long blade. He violently raised his hand, and a blade broke through the air. Roar! A white tiger whose entire body was condensed from thunder roared in the sky. It came out with a vengeance. The roar of the king of all beasts was powerful. The white tiger opened its mouth and bit the Lord in its mouth, violently throwing it upwards. Wow! and then he swooped down from the heights and pinned him down with one claw. Ah! The Lord let out a pained roar as the lightning divine might erupted, removing the golden armor from his entire body. The Lord was electrocuted and his flesh and blood rolled over, his body turning a charred black color. I'm defeated. How could I possibly lose? It's impossible for me to lose. Why? Why would I lose? I'm the genius of Hunter Monster University. Ah! I'm an outstanding piece of work. He shuddered and tried to get up, but Luo Ming lifted his long sword upside down and whirled around to stab down. Giggle! One of his legs was nailed directly above the rock layer by Luo Ming. Sorry, you lost. You lowly human. You only managed to win against me by fluke with the help of someone else's power. If you were to fight me in a fair battle, I'll kill you like a chicken or a dog. The Lord stared at Luo Ming with scarlet eyes. Ha! If you're on the same level as me, you won't be able to walk more than a single move in my hands, Luo Ming said in a cold voice. Vomit. Vomit. The Lord was just about to say something when his body actually began to tremble madly at this moment. He was vomiting, as if he wanted to vomit his soul out. What's the situation? Luo Ming frowned, only to see this golden warhorse spit out a dazzling crystal from its mouth, and then his body shrank rapidly with a momentum visible to the naked eye. Is this degraded? And this beast core is the beast core of the golden sky warhorse? Luo Ming picked the golden crystal. I see. This is the technology mastered by monsters. By fusing two monsters of the same species into one, a violent reaction can occur, turning it into an incomparably powerful monster. It's fusion technology. Surprise flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. Just like that King City Devourer. If he wasn't wrong, that King City Devourer might have been created through such technological means as well. And that's just two monsters fused. What if it was 3, 4 or even 5? What kind of horrible changes would happen then? Moreover, if this technology were to develop further, not only would it be able to fuse ordinary monsters, how terrifying the situation would become. We're utilizing the corpses of the monsters, and the monsters are utilizing the corpses of their own people. 2 of the 13 sequence-level monsters that were overthrown by humans were taken by the monsters, and if Monster 14 fuses the corpses of those 2 Beast Kings, Luo Ming felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. This secret is enough to turn the whole of Blue Star upside down. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, The Fusion Beast That Sneaked Within the Walls. Hot Summer's Lament. Chapter 145, The Fusion Beast That Sneaks Within the Walls. Hot Summer's Lament. However, it seems that the technology is still immature and will be forced to break up after encountering a violent shock. Lamani pondered. Hey! Luo Ming picked the beast's chin with his knife. Say, how many of you are in this batch of finished products? The berserk horse that had been knocked back to its original form glanced listlessly at Luo Ming. Do you think I'd tell you? Giggle. Luo Ming stabbed him in the side. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't say anything, I'm going to cut the flesh off of you piece by piece. Don't doubt my knife skills. 1, 3, snort. After 3 flashes of blade light, a large portion of the berserk horse's body was missing, and even the bones could be seen. Aha! Rascal human! I thought you said on the count of 3. Right. So what do you say I count to 3 now? Are you going to say it or not? Don't even think about it. I have principles. There's absolutely no way I'll betray the principle. I'll give you one more chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me, I'll cut off your 4 legs. 3. Swish. With a flash of blade light, the 4 legs of the berserk horse were instantly sliced off by Luo Ming. Xia Qingcheng and the others who were on the sidelines as spectators were dumbfounded. You're behaving in such a way that friendly forces can't stand to watch. It's just so not human. Aha! You don't keep your word. Don't cut it. I say. Ha? Didn't you say betrayal was impossible? Isn't it principled? Principle can be put before life. Gale Horse gasped. He could guarantee that if Luo Ming were to make another cut, he would definitely have to GA himself. So you say, there should be 12 of us this time, plus Lu Yan and me. We're from the same batch and have already graduated from Hunter Monster University. Among them, I rank 8th out of the 12, and Lu Yan was 11th. He answered honestly. The remaining 10 guys, I don't know if they've sneaked inside the walls by now, and as a matter of principle, we don't reveal our whereabouts to each other. Gale Horse gasped. Can you heal me first? I'm dying. He had a weak look on his face. Senior Lu Ning, please. Luo Ming glanced at Lu Ning on the side. Yes. Lu Ning nodded. The Sage Peacock's healing ability was very strong. It wouldn't be much weaker than Su Wanqing's clear feather spirit deer from before. Phew. Holy light poured down on the body of the wild wind horse. His injuries were slightly better, and the flesh and blood that had been chipped away was slowly growing back. Go on. Do you have a way to contact them? I'm not sure I can contact all of them. but there are one or two I should be able to. Like what? Jia from the 6th seat, and she from the 9th seat. These two guys I can contact. As for the others, I have no way. He shook his head. Luo Ming, what should we do? Keep him for now? Xia Qingcheng walked up and asked. Well, keep it for now. We need to use him to wipe out the remaining 10. Heaven knows what kind of disaster 10 powerful fusion beasts will set off when they pour into the walls. Luo Ming nodded. The monsters are growing so fast. We're studying them and they're studying us. In this matter, it's necessary to inform Senior Yi Chang'an, but we have to get out before that. Lo Ming said. Qingcheng, freeze him, and Lu Cheng, you carry him out. Let's go. Mission accomplished. Luo Ming flung his long sword. Return to the person. Oh yeah, and these two guys wake them up too. He opened his mouth. Xia Qingcheng went up and kicked one person, even shattering the ice. People also kicked awake. Run, bastard. I'll fight you. Zhao, who had awakened with a jolt, roared violently. Ha! He glanced up and looked around openly. What happened? Where is the enemy? Xia Qingcheng had a black line. What a unicorn son of the Zhao family. Looking like a cutie. Here. There. He pointed to the ice sculpture on Lu Xing's back. Who did this? This? Did you do this? Zhao has passed away with a dumbfounded look on his face. No. How can you guys beat a being that I can't even beat? We didn't do it. You know. The White Tiger Killing Star? Luo Ming shook his head. Is that the White Tiger Slayer Star who saved the day in the Star Moon Beast tied with his own strength? Decapitating a great monster of the Golden Jade grade 10th rank and saving the building from falling? Zhao has passed away with a shocked face. Luo Ming nodded. He showed up and saved us. Hiss. That's my idol. Zhao has passed away with a look of reverence on his face. One man, one sword, crossing the sword, saving the building from falling. I really don't know if this is that reclusive strong man of my Yanxia. Zhao has passed away shaking his head. If one day, I can be like this being, and defend Yanxia with my own strength, it will not be a waste of this life. I can't believe I passed out. It's too bad that I didn't have a chance to see that one's valor. Forget it. What's the point of talking to you guys? There's nothing to talk about. He shook his head. That kind of existence is still too far away for you. He stood up and pretended to be tall. Lamini. Xia Qingcheng. Several people are also stifling laughter. To be honest, they are also a big family born are very qualified. Usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. What are you laughing at? Zhou had passed away confused. He felt like he passed out for a while and woke up the world a little different. Well, Senior Zhao, that's not the point. The most important thing is that we've discovered the monster's shocking secret. A secret that we must report to the military ministry immediately. Luo Ming said with a straight face. Seeing his serious expression, Zhao had nodded. Good. After leaving the Red Flame Mountain range, he came outside, only to find that all 4 squads had been sprawled out on the spot. Luo Ming's few people looked at each other. It was definitely one of those 10 guys who did it. Go back first. The group left this place and returned to the Yanxia domain. Deng Baikue also had to write a report immediately to explain the accidents that had occurred on this mission to his superiors, and Lu Ning was in dire need of a trip back to the family. Luo Ming and the others returned to the school, but at that moment, a bolt from the blue instantly spread throughout the entire Yanxia. For a moment, Yanxia was on edge and the atmosphere became incredibly low. The 4 great Sate regiments that were on an expedition beyond the mountain and Xiong Pass, the eternal hijacking Sate regiment was tragically annihilated. The captain, Li Wanjiao, was killed. His corpse was nowhere to be found. The sacred regiment of eternal havoc was sacrificed for the sake of the entire Yanxia. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, so there is no need to return from the horse. Let's observe a moment of silence for the fallen warriors of the eternal hijack holy regiment. A moment of silence for sacred leader Li Wanjie. We, the heavenly kings of Yanxia, swear that we will banish these damned monsters from this planet forever. Not a single one. All over the 36 domains in 72 states of Yanxia. This image was scrolling on the center screen. Luo Ming had a deep premonition that the balance that humans and monsters had maintained for many years was, this time, about to be broken. And what swept in next would be another thrilling deathmatch. Lu Yen and Lord are dead? 2 losers. Now that our news is presumably known to the humans, we'll have to be more careful in our next move. Find the totem, hunt the human heavenly pride, and then, retrieve the Beast King's corpse. It was night, and in one of the high buildings in the Yanxia domain, there was a black-robed silhouette standing, and it was as if his figure had completely merged with the night. Undivided. Jie. Copy. He took one step and disappeared into the darkness of the night. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Dinner Party. Invitation. The figure that stood at the apex of Yanxia University. Chapter 146, Dinner Party. Invitation. The the figure that stood at the apex of Yanxia University. The three great saint regiments are now marching together to the mountain and see Xiong Pass, and this time, one of my Yanxia's great saint regiments has been annihilated by a group. This is by no means a small matter. It's a monstrous matter, and there's no way we can just let it go. This time we'll make sure they give back everything they deserve. When Luo Ming arrived at the principal's office, he was told that the entire Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps had already marched out to the ruins. However, regarding what you said about monstrous humanization and fusion beast technology, this is something I've already reported to the Ministry of War. The higher-ups will be lining up all 36 domains in 72 states in Yanxia, so all you have to do is protect yourself, okay? Xiao Pingan admonished. There are still 3 days. The first semester will also be over. Almost the new year. Go back to repair it. The next semester there are 100 school league waiting for you. Now Luo Ming's name in the whole Yanxia's college circle is also considered famous. But there are quite a lot of people who want to step on you to get to the top. Xiao Pingan laughed lightly and shook his head. Don't become someone's stepping stone. Luo Ming nodded. My stepping stones can be a little prickly, and if I'm not careful my paws may be gone. Ha 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 ha. I'm relieved that you have this confidence. Xiao Pingan laughed out loud. Time passed quickly. Luo Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. Unknowingly this semester also came to an end. He was planning to make a trip back to the Star Ocean State for winter break. Visit your parents' graves on the way. As for the new year, he's all alone. What year is there for him? He'll just make do with what he's got. That's the way it's always been anyway. In past lives, in the days when I was dating Su Wanqing, I would still go to the KTV with a few classmates on the night of the New Year's Eve to sing and go out for a late night snack. Although he was the one paying the bill, that is. After leaving Xiao Pingan's office, be safe and return, Elder Yi. Luo Ming looked towards the distant sky. Thin clouds curving around. The sky dome was blue. The long sky was vast. There was still a long way to go in the future. Luo Ming, you're back. Here's the invitation to the party. When he returned to the dormitory, Chen Hui was cooking. A party? It's from Zhou has passed away. Ha! Luo Ming looked up and down at the invitation. At the end of each semester, some of the top juniors host an independent banquet. The party invites basically some of the biggest names in freshman and sophomore year. At the same time, it's a testament to the fact that they're being looked at by those seniors who are juniors. Simply put, this is an entrance ticket to the top circle of Yanxia. The entire Yanxia University, freshmen and sophomores, there are a lot of students. Hard work for a semester. Maybe for this one invitation. Last year it seems like there was also the case of a boyfriend who didn't receive an invitation because he didn't. And then his girlfriend broke up with him and moved on to another student who had an invitation. To be honest, Luo Ming was quite disgusted. Some old thing whose awakening was just a few years earlier than his. What kind of big-tailed wolf is he playing? And he still needs your approval? Are you going? Lamini, Chen Hui asked. Depends on the mood. Yeah, I thought we could go together. He held up an invitation and laughed. Senior Chen Hui, you have one too. This is Xiao Tianyu's invitation? Luo Ming's pupils shrunk. Zhao had passed away as a man of the moment in Yanxia University, and was in the top 3 existences in the entire grade. But in front of him, there were 2 others. 1. The principal Xiao Pingan's own son, Xiao Tianyu. There was another one, a heavenly pride from one of the top clans in the Devil's capital. That family's power in the Magic City could even overwhelm the Li clan. It was also the true uncrowned king of the entire Yanxia University, Magic City Lin clan. Lin Xiao. Okay, I'll make the trip then. Luo Ming nodded. That's great. Let's eat first. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hui laughed out loud. Xiao he is still sleeping, and Ning Ning has gone to the imperial capital to participate in the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment's examination. His parents were more or less understanding after that incident. So, now it seems like he's not stopping Ning from pursuing his own life. He said that in the future he wants to become an excellent Holy Regiment warrior and guard Yanxia, just like the Killing Star White Tiger. Ahem. Luo Ming coughed dryly twice. This threshold can't be crossed. Back then, he had struck outside the wall as the White Tiger of the Killing Star, resolving the Star Moon Beast Tide in a single battle. It was the name that shook Yanxia, and although it was only a flash in the pan, there were indeed quite a few people who knew that Yanxia had such a warrior that might be comparable to a Heavenly King level. So, he seems to have quite a reputation. The dinner is tomorrow night. You can go home on vacation the day after you attend, Chen Hui said with a smile. But then, I'm not going back. I'll wait for you guys back at the dorm. He laughed. Luo Ming gave him a deep look. This senior didn't seem to be as simple as he appeared to be. Just by the fact that he was able to receive an invitation could tell a thing or two. That's a character who has to be in the top 10 in a grade to qualify. And the despondent expression he just showed may also be a person with a complex family background. An invitation. Day 2. When Luo Ming went to the cafeteria to eat, there was talk everywhere about the invitation. There was even a couple that argued right in front of the cafeteria in full view of everyone. You said you'd get an invite this year. Where's the stuff? Didn't get it, but I'll. Next year. You don't have next year. You punk. You'll be a junior next year. Break it up. Luo Ming shook his head. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. What can a mere invitation represent? How can a person's achievements and future be circled by a piece of paper? Not to mention that the students of Yanxia University can be the top talents of the whole Yanxia. Hey, quick look. It's Senior Lin Xiao. So handsome. Senior Lin Xiao will be graduating in one more semester, right? I've heard that he rushed to pass the Grand Captain's examination before the vacation. Now he's already a military captain. That's awesome. Yeah. Other people have been promoted to first captain at 34 years old. Senior Lin Xiao is only 22 this year, right? Too excellent. If I were half as good as Senior Lin Xiao, my girlfriend would lick me hard. Ha, look at you. I'd get a new girlfriend. That, brother, turn your head. Asterisk. Honey, I was wrong. Lo Ming glanced over his rice bowl. Lin Xiao, the figure who stood at the apex of Yanxia University. But he didn't care. It didn't concern him. Lin Xiao seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at him, and then he turned his head to look. He's that Lo Ming? A follower at his side nodded. Yes, he's the popular Luo Ming from freshman year. Even the son of the hegemon was defeated by him. That follower spoke up. Son of the hegemon? Li Tian is also worthy of calling himself the son of hegemony king? As we all know, hegemon Li Lin is the least short of sons. Besides Li Tian, he has quite a few other outstanding sons. Li Tian is just pulling ahead of that group. Lin Xiao shook his head. If the top person of the third generation of the Li clan in Mordor was just a commodity like Li Tian, then what qualifications did the Li clan have to be put in comparison with his Lin clan? Send an invitation to this Luo Ming. Lin Xiao opened his mouth. Ringo, he already has an invitation. Already? Who sent it? Joe has passed away. Ugh, kind of interesting. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. I'm protecting you. None of you in the entire sophomore year can beat Luo Ming. Chapter 147. I am protecting you. Not one of you in the entire sophomore year can beat Luo Ming. Zhao has passed away. He knows. Zhao family has pride well, but this time it seems to have eaten a defeat. Lin Xiao didn't look at these students from Yanxia University in the eye. His opponents were the top ones from the 4 monstrous universities, as well as those top college geniuses amongst the 100 countries, or even the inheritor of a serial weapon. Those are his goals. Yanxia University's talent is naturally not bad. The cradle of the military department's talent. The average quality is better than any other school, but that's the average. And, built on the premise that Yanxia only enrolls 100 people a year. So, being number 1 in Yonkers doesn't necessarily mean you can take number 1 in the country. But what he, Lin Xiao, wanted was much more than being number 1 in the country. He wants to be the strongest of mankind. Hey, you kid, is Luo Ming? At that moment, a palm slapped in front of him. Something wrong, senpai? Luo Ming didn't need to look up to know that this person wasn't a freshman. How did you know I was a senior? The man asked suspiciously. Because, the entire freshman year, no one dared to bark in front of me. He looked up silently, his black eyes ancient. Dai Jizi's heart shook slightly. Strange, what am I afraid of? He's just a freshman. Even if he took the newcomer king, he's still a freshman. What do I have to be afraid of? Ahem. Luo Ming, right? I'll discuss something with you. I have a brother. Dai Blade. Sorry, don't know. I refuse. Don't want to discuss. Goodbye, senior. Luo Ming finished the last bite of his meal and picked up his dinner plate to leave. Stand still. How dare you leave? But Luo Ming didn't react in the slightest, still walking towards the distance. Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop? You schoolmate. What an attitude. Do you still know I'm your senior? Sell me the invitation. Count me as owing you a favor. Daizius exclaimed. No, I'm not interested. You dare to reject me. Luo Ming. Daizius took it in stride. Reaching out, he was about to pick at Luo Ming's shoulders. Bump! Luo Ming backhanded him and snapped the rice bowl over his head. Don't make me punch you. He pressed one hand on Daiblade's shoulder and spoke. How dare you hit me in the living quarters? You try it. Daizius's cheeks twitched as the oily vegetable soup drenched his head and was now dripping onto the floor. If it wasn't the living quarters, he would have done it already. But this freshman was even wilder than him. There's a good show going on. Sophomore 10th ranked Dai Zizi and freshman newcomer Wang Luo Ming are going to do it. If we can't do it, who dares to make a move in the living quarters? The last one who made a move in the living area was locked up for a month in the lockup. His temper has been rounded off. However, Luo Ming does have an iron head. If it were a normal sophomore senior, it would be fine. After all, Luo Ming is also a genius. Defeating Li Tian has the strength of a gold level. It really isn't false, but Dazius is in the top 10 of his grade. With the strength of the 4th stage of the golden grade, Luo Ming is fighting him with his head? The crowd shook their heads. Many of those in attendance to watch the game were sophomores and juniors. Sophomore and junior dorms are not on the same block as freshmen. Therefore, when Yi Chang'an descended that day, none of them saw it. Naturally, he didn't know about Luo Ming's amazing battle record. To them, Luo Ming might as well be an ordinary rookie king. Only a handful of freshman seniors watched the scene with a sneer. Bullying Luoshan because you're one level older? Vice Head Yi but said that Luoshan kills gold level 5th rank like killing a doggo. They had more or less been bullied by the senior in their day-to-day lives, so they were now purposely silent, just to see the senior suffer. Snap. A slap snapped. What can I do if I do it? Snap. Immediately after that Luo Ming once again threw a slap. I'll call you senior. Don't really think of yourself as a senior. You're just a dead dog if you piss me off. Luo Ming's 2 slaps went down, and it knocked Dai Zizi off his feet. Good. Luo Ming, you're the one who started it. Then you shouldn't blame me. If I don't beat you until you're half paralyzed today, I won't be Dai Zizi. His body was surging with chi and he was about to transform. Stop. A loud bellowing voice came, only to see a silhouette striding from the distance. Dai Zizi, you can't do it. Seeing that silhouette, the crowd was shocked. It's Xiao who has passed away. He's all here. He's here because of Luo Ming. Many sophomores and juniors are alarmed. I personally sent Luo Ming's invitation, and you dare to ask for it? Didn't I send you an invitation? Daisius was speechless. I was trying to do it for my brother. I'm sorry, but your brother doesn't meet the qualifications. Zhao had died in a tone. But, Daisius' eyes lit up. Could there be a turnaround? Now you don't meet the qualifications either. Daisius? Good lord. My hanging heart is finally dead. Luo Ming. You got the invitation I gave you, right? Zhao has passed away asked. Luo Ming nodded. Luo Ming. I have to say that I was the one who underestimated you before. You do have strong potential. In the future, perhaps you will become a potential rival of mine. I kind of recognize you. Zhao has passed away with his hands in his pockets and said indifferently. Senior Zhao, I think you've got one thing wrong. Your potential future opponent isn't me. It should be Zhao already. He'll catch up with you as fast as he can. Luo Ming said calmly. What about you? Already the target is you. It's not realistic. Luo Ming shook his head. Zhao had passed away and then asked in a tone of disbelief. Are you saying it's realistic for him to catch up with me and unrealistic to catch up with you? Luo Ming nodded. That's the idea. Are you thinking that I am inferior to you? Not qualified to be your opponent? It's just a matter of time. After saying that, Luo Ming stopped staying and turned his head away. Only Zhao has passed away with a dumbfounded look on his face and stayed where he was. No! How in the world could there be such a crazy young man? The surrounding sophomore and junior seniors also frowned. This Luo Ming is too crazy. Senior Zhao, why did you stop me just now? This guy is too crazy. I'm going to fix him up. Daisius, who was on the sidelines, said unwillingly, I was protecting you. If you do it, be prepared to spend this New Year's Eve in the ICU. Zhou had died with a sigh. All I can say about Luo Ming's strength is that none of you sophomores can beat him. After saying that, he didn't want to bother with Dai Zizi anymore. It's so stupid. Only Dai Zizi was left alone to mess up in place. How is this possible? He's only been enrolled in school for a few months. One by one, the surrounding students also found it very unbelievable. Senior Zhao is exaggerating, right? This is too much to look down on us sophomores. To say that none of us can beat him. It is. Dai Zizi is only 10th. There are 9 other guys in front of us who are more powerful than Dai Zizi. Who's to say that we sophomores are inferior to Luo Ming? Zhao has passed away with great strength, but there's also a day when he looks away, blowing it out of proportion. I even suspect that this is Zhao has passed away Xiang plot. He's holding up Luo Ming. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. The freshmen were unanimously silent. Just want to see your kind of disbelief and then come to your door looking for a fight and then get hammered. Interesting. This Luo Ming is more interesting than I thought. Lin Xiao watched the whole farce, a playful look on his face. Luo Ming's eyes are very similar to his. That is, the eyes that have the ambition of invincibility. End of chapter. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, Blocking the Door and Provoking. Lu Ning returns. You are not worthy to fight against Luo Ming. Chapter 148, Blocking the Door and Provoking. Lu Ning returns. You are not worthy to fight against Luo Ming. Luo Ming, get the hell out of here. I do not know what kind of mesmerizing soup you filled Senior Zhao with, but how dare you say that none of us sophomores can beat you? You a freshman also think too highly of yourself. In the middle of the villa, Luo Ming and Chen Hui were drinking smooth coffee, and he sighed deeply. I don't think I said that at all. How long has it been since we ate in the cafeteria? There must be a few hours since Zhao has passed away after putting down that sentence. This villa outside the door has not been empty, crowded with people. This group of people have been calling the door, called there must be 4 or 5 hours. It's in from 9th in the grade to 2nd in the grade. Luo Ming thought it would be better to finish them off in one go. It's a good thing a sensible grade 1 didn't show up. He shook his head, showing that sophomores weren't purely dumbasses either. No, the first in the grade is here. Chen Hui pursed her lips. Where is it? Luo Ming stayed for a moment. That being said, he didn't even know who the second in his sophomore year was. It was oddly low-key, far away and close. Chen Hui pointed at herself and smiled. No way. Senior, you're that good? Luo Ming was stunned. For a while, he even felt that Chen Hui's awakened monster was specialized in cooking. The school probably recruited him because he was a good cook. And you're telling me he's number 1 in the entire sophomore class? It's actually okay. I don't usually get my hands dirty. The only time was last semester. Oops, got a little impulsive. Chen Hui smiled and shook her head. One slip up and you've got half the grade in the hospital. He took a sip of his coffee as if nothing had happened, a helpless smile on his face. Lo Ming? Great. Everyone else says it's the best partner for my hospital, and by the looks of it, it has to be you. Well, any more noise is kind of a nuisance, so I'll go out and sort them out together. Luo Ming rubbed his fist and said, no need. Noma's back and he said he'd fix it. Chen Hui reached out to stop Luo Ming. So says. Joy flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. Yeah, he passed the test. That's wonderful. Luo Ming took a long breath. Outside the villa. Luo Ming, get thee out of here. Come out and fight if you can. Who gave you the capital for a freshman to be so wild? The sophomores, one by one, had their arms folded across their chests, interested and looking like they were watching the show. I always feel like things are weird. Richard Wong, currently ranked 2nd in the entire sophomore class, frowned. Do you see those freshmen around you with the weird eyes? He clasped his hands to his chest and swept his gaze over the circle of smiling freshmen around him. What's with the monkey-watching brigade? Is Luo Ming so poorly liked among the freshmen? So many people want to see him get his ass kicked? Hey, you go ask what's going on, he said, pointing at a random follower. Okay, Boss Huang. That follower then ran his ass off in the direction of those freshmen. Hey, what are you guys doing here? At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. A young man with a handheld suitcase and a hat came striding up. Ever since the battle in the Red Fire Mountain Range, Lu Ning had shed her female dress and changed back to her own style. Luo Ming is not going to come out. With all due respect, you people are not qualified to fight him. Lu Ning spoke faintly. No, who are you, speaking so arrogantly? Someone turned their head in displeasure. I'm his roommate. My name is Lu Ning. Lu Ning? They froze for a moment. Immediately, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, so you're that hefty pussy from our sophomore year. The ladies' man. Hey, little tomboy, are you interested in wearing white silk and skirt to our dormitory? Uncle, I love scented boys. Hey, dude, you have some serious tastes. It's fine, turn off the lights. It's all the same. With all due respect, he even sounds so much like a woman. Maybe even better than a woman. Bro, you're so experienced? Add me. Me too. A group of big old men were pontificating on Lu Ning. He. Sure, Shu is not a man of the world. Do you guys understand this reasoning? If you want to see Luo Ming, defeat me first. Lu Ning sneered. Swish. He instantly removed the hat from his head. Immediately, he raised his hand and threw it away. The peacock of the dead. Buzz. A gust of black aura enveloped him, and in the next instant, a clear cry rang out. Black peacocks burst out of the fog. Get up! As his words fell, a giant lava crocodile with black flames burning all over its body crawled out from the ground. In an instant, the group of students was surrounded. Asterisk. A dead pussy. Dare to surround us? I'll make you tie a double ponytail and kill you. A few people all showed ruthless colors. Swish. One by one, they transformed one after another. Sophomore 9th through 3rd, per capita S level. The strengths were not bad, ranging from the 4th to the 6th step of the gold level. These guys put in the novel is also runners level A. The name is not even equipped with A. Lamani stood before the windowsill with his coffee, looking at a group of monsters of various shapes and sizes entangled in a lava crocodile. Pretty much, there really aren't any particular standouts in this sophomore class. Chen Hui shook her head. Except for that one. Richard Huang, who is second in his grade, is still a bit strong. What makes it so? He's the only one who didn't pass out after taking 2 of my moves. Chen Hui took a sip of her coffee with a matter-of-fact look on her face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're a Versailles master too. Senpai. Chen Hui? Sure enough, within a few minutes, these few students were all put down by the lava giants. How is this possible? I remember this pussy named Lu Ning seems to be quite a dish. I remembered that he awakened a support system monster. How come he can fight so well? Is any of Luo Ming's random roommates this powerful? I remember he was ranked after 80 at the end of last year's semester. Many of the students were wearing puzzled looks. The strength Lu Ning had displayed was indeed a bit strong. Was it always hiding its strength in the first place? Rather well hidden. Good. Now let me strike. Seeing that the crowd was defeated, Huang Kai was striding towards Lu Ning. Generally speaking, the strongest always make a grand finale. Buzz. The ground blossomed into a slight ripple of gusty wind wrapping around him. S-rank monster. Purgatory 3-headed dog. Please enlighten me. SS-class monster. Twin peacock. Please enlighten me. Boom. The 2 figures rushed out violently, just at the moment when the 2 were about to collide with each other. Boss. Can't fight. You can't. The student who had been sent out by Richard Huang earlier to inquire about the news came back in a hurry. His legs were weak with fear. At first, when I asked the freshmen, they were all hiding and refusing to talk. Spurred on by his ability to pay money, the other man then told the truth. One listen. Great guy. This Luo Ming has even fought to the death at the diamond level? What's your boss doing up there? You're looking for a fight? He rushed back to stop it. Boss, even if you beat Luo Ming's roommate, when you meet him, you'll still be a dish. End of chapter. 149. Chapter 149, you're a freshman and you're scaring the seniors? Chapter 149, you're a freshman. Scaring the seniors? Bang! The dead peacock and the 3-headed dog collided. No contest. No way. Close combat is not his specialty. Just as Lu Ning was about to summon the lava giant Crocodile King, a silhouette suddenly crossed in front of the 2. Can't fight. Boss, you can't fight, the student said with an anxious face. What can't I fight? In the entire sophomore year, besides Chen Hui, who am I afraid of? A pussy. Justin, be done with it. Richard Huang bellowed. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. I don't care what his status is. Strength is king at Yinxia University. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, and in an instant, he sent that student flying, and then he charged towards Lu Ning once again. Oops, boss, I'm concerned about you. The student fell to the ground. This is Luo Ming's roommate. If you hurt him, Luo Ming will never spare you today. Might just have to spend the year in the ICU. But the problem was, what if Richard Huang couldn't even beat Lu Ning? There's no problem with Yinging. The fact that he was able to pass the Sacred Regiment examination means that his strength is basically unrivaled in the sophomore year. Except for me. Chen Hui laughed. No, I can't trouble senior Lu Ning with my own matters. I'll take care of them myself. Luo Ming shook his head. A minion. Not much time to waste. Saying that, Luo Ming drained his coffee in one gulp. Then he rolled over and jumped out of the window in a single leap. Hey, aren't you looking for me? I'm coming. Long leapt from the window. It's finished. Lo Ming is coming. Boss is going to mail it. Boss, I will mourn for you. That student had a look of horror on his face, and the corners of his mouth were shivering. Luo Ming, you finally come. I thought you were hiding and didn't dare to come out. Bang! A sound of air exploding came out. Before Richard Huang could even finish his sentence, he saw Luo Ming's body wrapped in blood-colored flames, and then a long spear broke through the air. Luo Ming, you're shameless. Come to cheat to sneak attack. Richard Huang cracked his mouth. Roar! He let out a roar, and all 3 of his heads were covered in a ring of violent energy fluctuations at the same time. As a result, it didn't even have time to send it out before it was shot through Luo Ming's body. Bang! Nailed to the ground by this heaven-devouring gun. The shaft of the spear trembled. Blood flowed down the spear shaft, and the huge 3-headed dog fell to the ground twitching, let out an agonized wail. It's chilling for those who hear it and chilling for those who see it. Boss, I told you that you can't beat Luo Ming. He's even fought to the death of diamond-level existences. That student came to Richard Huang's face full of panic and persuaded. Then you didn't say so earlier. Richard Huang's face turned green. You're going to fight to the death to pass the diamond level? Then aren't you like a clown? I'd love to, but didn't you keep telling me to off before? Richard Huang, so the fault is mine? Senior Lu Ning, let's go. Congratulations on joining the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Corps. Senior Chen Hui has prepared a celebration banquet for you tonight. Luo Ming helped Lu Ning carry her duffel bag. The 2 walked into the villa side by side, and then with a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring gun once again fell back into his hand. Hiss! Richard Huang sucked in a breath of cold air. Come on, come on, come on, take me to the hospital. I'm going to ga. He grimaced in pain. His mouth lifted to the base of his ears. Luo Ming's few people went back to the villa and didn't pay any attention to these sophomores at all. And these so-called second-year pride. Before each and every one of them yelled and shouted. Incomparably arrogant. But after Luo Ming came out, just by watching him fire a shot, each and every one of them coyly silenced their voices. Senior, didn't you guys say you wanted to beat up Luo Ming? He's out now. Why don't you guys do it? A freshman playfully voiced his sarcasm. I don't dare to beat up Luo Ming, but I still don't dare to beat up a little brat like you. Come to hell. Saying that, this senior directly jumped up and charged towards the student. This Luo Ming is so terrifyingly strong? In our entire sophomore year, perhaps that mysterious Chen Hui is the only one who can fight him. Someone sighed and spoke. You mean the Chen Hui who sent half the grade to the ICU not long after enrollment? Some people looked shocked. A few students in the room silently lowered their heads, because they are the ones involved. Chen Hui wouldn't care about this kind of thing. He always seems to live in his own world and doesn't have the slightest interest in foreign objects. Someone got up from the ground and spoke. His name is Gu Tao, third in his grade, one of the parties honored to be sent to the hospital by Chen Hui. If we didn't really provoke him in the first place, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. That guy has a good temper, but once he starts his fire, he's not a human being. Recalling the scene at the beginning, Gu Tao still had palpitations in his heart. The furious Chen Hui is simply a Shura-like existence. Give it a try. There's no one in our grade besides Chen Hui who can deal with this Luo Ming now. Someone spoke up reluctantly. Yeah, Gu Tao, you guys go please him. He's also a part of the big two, right? I'm willing to pay any money to ask Chen Hui to do it. Let's all chip in. One after another. There were reluctant students who said, can't say that a bunch of sophomores got permanently stepped on by a freshman. It's a disgrace. It's as if they've lived a year for nothing. They can't swallow it. That. Senior, you may not know one thing. At that point, a freshman raised his hand. Chen Hui is Luo Ming's roommate. Gu Tao. Crowd. My mom called me home for dinner. My girlfriend says his cat does backflips. My grandfather got a meteorite in his eye. I'm taking him to the hospital. My cockroach had a dragon in Phoenix baby. I'm going to deliver it. It didn't take long for the students present to disperse, and Luo Ming in their dormitory was happy to have a fancy name. Freak concentration camp. One person squashed the entire sophomore class. This Luo Ming is getting more and more interesting. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's party more and more. When he heard this news, Lin Xiao even had a playful smile on his face. If he had been born 2 years earlier, maybe my campus life would have been a little more interesting. Lin Xiao shook his head. By the way, has there been any news from the family? Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked. Yes, the top said that there are 10 fusion beasts in the ruins that have infiltrated Yanxia in human form. This time, the Sacred Order will send a team of top elites to hunt these monsters during the Spring Festival, and the family's intention is for you to join the hunting team as well. Someone beside him spoke respectfully. Yes, I agree. Monsters that can turn into humanoid forms. Quite interesting. These things even have such a high level of intelligence. Killing them should be quite a handful. It's their honor to add a little fun to my boring vacation. And these time monsters are kind of not worth it. End of chapter 150. Chapter 150. It's not fair to fight me, but it's fair to fight senior. Chapter 150. It's not fair to fight me, but it's fair to fight your senior. So, where is the banquet being held? Lu Yuan, the most luxurious hotel in Yanxia domain. Chen Hui replied. Ugh, is so rich. That's natural. Which one of those three guys from the organizers lacks money? Right. What about senior Lu Ning? With his record of defeating so many sophomore seniors yesterday, he should be qualified to receive an invitation as well, right? Luo Ming wondered. Ying has been busy lately, and now that he has to juggle the family business, he went back to work early in the morning to do a little handover with some of the executives of the family estate. And this guy has grown up. Chen Hui exclaimed. No one will stand still. Life is something. I do not know at what time. Will be like this. Poof to the surface. The two left the school, took a taxi halfway, and went straight to Lu Yuan. As the best hotel in Yanxia domain, this land garden was splendid and towered over the city center, almost like an ancient emperor's palace. When you walk in, you will be amazed at the variety of Chinese, Western, Japanese, and French restaurants, of which there are 15, not to mention accommodations, hot springs, recreational areas, gyms, movie theaters, and a dozen other entertainment options. A proper large entertainment complex. Under the waiter's guidance, Luo Ming and the two of them made 7 turns to a huge exhibition hall. There had long been a number of people walking around in the exhibition hall, Students dressed in expensive suits and dresses, gathering in twos and threes to talk and brag about each other with the occasional smile. One looked full of energy. These are the future pillars of Yanxia. Lo Ming. This way. Seeing Luo Ming's arrival, Xia Qingcheng hurriedly waved. He and Zhao were already among the invitees to today's banquet. There were only 3 people who could obtain this honor in their freshman year, plus Luo Ming. Senior Chen Hui is here too. It's been a long time. Chen Hui politely raised her wine glass, looking courteous and polite, not at all like that pervert who was cooking in a naked apron in the villa. Luo Ming. I'll introduce you to someone to meet. Chen Hui pulled Luo Ming's arm. He was led to a handsome-looking young man. Xiao Tianyu, Principal Zhao's own son. You're Luo Ming. I've really heard a lot about you. My father often mentions you in front of me. Xiao Tianyu reached out and grasped Luo Ming's hand. He looked at the young man in front of him, curiosity flashing in his gaze. In the end, what kind of talent is required to make his father say such words as even if you die, you have to protect him? Xiao Tianyu was somewhat unconvinced. He himself was a top-notch heavenly pride, but in his father's eyes, it was as if there was no comparison to Luo Ming at all. I'm falsely 2 years older than you, so if you don't suggest it, just call me Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Yu laughed. Brother Xia. Luo Ming nodded. Since he was Principal Zhao's son, he was considered one of his own. Lin Xiao is here. Zhao has passed away is here too. At that moment, there were cries of alarm, only to see 2 young men with upright postures striding from outside the hall. Zhou had passed away wearing a burgundy suit with a light smile on her face. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was wearing a black overcoat, his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless, his pair of eyes ancient, as if the crowd around him could not get him excited. There you are. Zhao had passed away and looked deeply at Luo Ming. Big brother. Zhao, who was on the side, had seen his brother arrive and spoke respectfully. Aha. Zhao has passed away with an expressionless nod. Since everyone is here, let the banquet begin. Xiao Tianyu saw that the atmosphere between Luo Ming's few people was a bit weird and hurriedly came out to round off the situation. Slow down. At that moment, Lin Xiao raised his palm. He took a slow sip of his red wine. This banquet of ours, besides everyone getting together and exchanging ideas, we also help everyone resolve conflicts. I just heard that yesterday, Luo Ming, by himself, made a big mess of the entire sophomore year, and even that Richard Huang was defeated by you with a single shot. Awesome. He gave a thumbs up. But, this Richard Huang's brother, who happened to be present today as an invitee, is also a senior about to graduate his junior year. I don't really want Huang Zhe to leave school with a grievance. Student Huang Zhe, come forward today. Let's consider it as a way to help you resolve the conflict between you and Luo Ming. Lin Xiao clapped his hands. Out of the crowd, a young man with an inch head stepped forward. He seriously injured my brother. My brother is still lying in the ICU. It's easy to resolve the conflict. Let him lie in with my brother. Huang Zhe said coldly. He had a tough face, and at first glance, he was not one to be messed with. Since it's about resolving conflicts, Huang Zhe, you're asking too much. Change it to a more realistic one. Xiao Tianyu frowned. No, that's the only claim I have. Huang Zhe insisted. Luo Ming looked deeply at Lin Xiao. Luo Ming, this guy is testing you. I always feel like he has his eyes on you. Chen Hui said as she approached Luo Ming's ear. I know. That look in his eyes is the look of a hunter, and he thinks of me as prey. Just, don't accidentally chip your teeth. Lin Xiao was testing. This was a young plot. If Luo Ming retreated, it meant that he wouldn't be worthy of being his Lin Xiao's opponent. If Luo Ming didn't back off, then it was likely that he wouldn't be able to get away with it today. This Huang Zhe was not an ordinary person. His strength had long since reached the 10th step of the gold level, and he was an outstanding student in the entire 3rd year. Otherwise he would not have been qualified to be invited to this dinner. I've been bored at school for a long time now, and I hope you can make a little ripple in my boring life. My dear cousin. Lin Xiao sneered. Senior Lin Xiao. At that moment, Luo Ming spoke. Conflicts can never be resolved with your mouth, and I think the best way to resolve them is to resolve the person who brought them up. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Let's say we send Senior Huang Zhe in as well, so he can spend the New Year's Eve with his own brother. As Luo Ming's words fell, the entire room instantly fell silent. You mean it when you say that? Even Xiao Tianyu was stunned. He had lived most of his life and had never seen such a crazy kid. Naturally, it's true. Except that it might be a bit of a problem if after I've taken care of Senior Huang Zhe, another one of his older cousins, parents and grandparents, or whatever, pops up. On principle I don't hit women or old people unless it's really. Luo Ming spoke again. Don't worry, there won't be anyone else. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. So, Luo Ming, you're going to fight Huang Zhe head on? Who said that? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. The crowd froze momentarily. Weren't you the one who said you were going to fix the person who brought up the conflict? Lin Xiao was all confused by Luo Ming. It's to be solved, but I didn't say I'd do it. Student Huang Zhe is a senior who is 2 years older than me, and I don't think it's fair that he has to fight me, a junior. So, to be fair, I've called in a senior as well. Senior to senior. And that's fair enough. Luo Ming laughed. Which senior did you get? Lin Xiao's gaze swept through the crowd present, and all of them looked away the moment their gazes touched his eyes. Obviously the senior that Luo Ming was talking about was not among these people. Then the question arises. Who else has the strength to fight Huang Zhe? Chen Hui? If it's him. But Chen Hui shook her head. Not me. At that moment, Luo Ming smiled faintly as he opened his mouth, facing the crowd's uncomprehending eyes directly. End of chapter. 151. Chapter 151. You want to bully the small with the big? When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about strength and background. Look at Luo Ming's background. Chapter 151. Do you want to bully the small with the big? You have to talk about strength and background when you come out. Look at Luo Ming's background. Trouble you. Yanqi Senpai. Crunch. The door to the meeting hall then opened, and a silhouette strutted in. Who is it that wants to challenge my captain by bullying him? Stand out and see. I like the ones that don't know what they're doing, and I can have fun fighting without having to control the force. Yanshi rubbed his neck and stood beside Luo Ming. He clasped his hands to his chest in the manner of a 5-star bodyguard. Senior to senior. I think that's fair. Fair enough indeed. And here's my student ID. And even though I've been on probation for 4 or 5 years, I'm really a junior. Stern escaped that student ID. It was boldly printed. Yen Shi, 28, Junior. 1 by 1. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. It's not martial arts, but it's even summoning the old den of reunion. How about it? Senior Huang Zhe, we'll make room for you so you can practice with Senior Yen Shi? Luo Ming spoke playfully. Huang Zhe's face instantly turned white, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. What an international joke. This Yen Shi, his ing strength is comparable to a military commander. Isn't beating him like beating your son? Actually, when I think about it, my brother was the one who provoked the fight in the first place, and I don't think it's a big deal for him to get beat up when he's not as skilled as he should be. He asked for it. Ha 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 ha. Huang Zhe was on the verge of tears and couldn't fight a bit. I really can't hit a point. Ha? That's not what you said just now. Senpai. I thought you said. That's all I have to claim. Xia Qingcheng added a faint sentence from the side. Right. So it's only right that we have to fulfill the senior's claim. Huang Zhe's legs were shaking and he was shaking his head like a rattle. No more claims. No more claims. He turned his pleading eyes to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's face darkened. He didn't expect Luo Ming to use this move. Also, Luo Ming stared at Lin Xiao playfully. Senior to take over for a bit? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. It wasn't true that he was a genius, and it wasn't true that he was powerful, but even he is afraid of the suppression from age. Yen Shi was at the blue jade level and he was at the diamond level. There was a huge gap. If he started a war with Yen Shi, it was definitely called a self-inflicted humiliation. Hokage is such a joke. I have no reason to do such a thing. He shook his head. But then, today is a dinner party hosted by the three of us, and although it's not nice to talk, it seems like we didn't invite Yen Shi Senior. Isn't it a bit? If the senior comes uninvited? Lin Xiao's meaning was self-evident. No, I just came over for dinner, our squad get-together, and stopped by. And this hotel, it's almost like my house. Yen Shi shook his head and laughed. Your house? Ha, don't you guys know? This Lu garden is the Lu family's property. In other words, Lu Ning's property. And he said that coming here is just like going home. Since it's my home, is there any place I can't go? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Nima. It's a bit anticlimactic. However, it was also seen from the side that this Luo Ming's ability was indeed quite a bit more impressive than he had imagined. At the very least, being able to bring together so many powerful characters around you is an ability in itself. Is there anything else Senior Lin Xiao wants? If it's nothing, I'm a bit hungry and would like to eat something. Luo Ming looked at Lin Xiao's several people still blocking here and refusing to leave, so he pointed to the dining table not far away. It's okay. He shook his head and moved out of the way. Hey, Huang Zhe is it? At this moment, Luo Ming suddenly stopped and opened his mouth. If you want revenge, I'm always welcome. And all of you seniors, if you are not happy with me, Luo Ming, and want to step on me to get to the top, I am also always welcome. It's not just me, it's the Mintone squad too. As Luo Ming's words fell, Xiao Qingcheng and Zhao had both taken a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luo Ming like right and left protectors. Anyone who wants to get in trouble with my captain, first I'll go through me. I love to go through with cute schoolboys. Yan Shi also grinned. The students present instantly shivered. Luo Ming, you guys didn't even know to warn me when you came. If it wasn't for Senior Yan Shi telling me, I wouldn't have known. At that moment, the ballroom doors opened. Lu Ning strides in. He wore a small brown suit and a beret. His hair had also been cut short, and although his skin was still fair, he looked like a soft teenager from afar. Completely changed the image of that sissy in the eyes of the crowd. I've set a table for you in the Imperial Hall, as a token of my appreciation for your help this time. He laughed. The Imperial Hall of the Lu Garden. That was only opened when receiving the noble guests of the Lu family of the Yanxia domain. What is a valued guest? Starting at the rank of war general in the military department. Even Lin Xiao, Zhao has passed away. Xiao Tianyu and the others were completely unqualified. Unless, of course, their fathers were here. They would be eligible to enter the Imperial Hall. There is a saying in Yanxia domain that when you enter the Imperial Hall, you are the richest family in Yanxia, the most honored guest. You can not only walk sideways, you can walk backwards. Senior Lu Ning is polite. Luo Ming laughed. Brother Chen Hui should come along too. Good. Chen Hui nodded. Is Senior Xiao interested? I do have quite a few things I would like to discuss with Senior. Luo Ming also invited Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu was slightly stunned. Spinning around, he laughed. Lu Family Imperial Hall. I've heard about it long ago, but I've never had the chance to go there. So I'll take the honor today. Thank you, student Luo Ming, for the honor. He laughed out loud. The gaze that looked at Luo Ming also became more and more appreciative. It was definitely not without reason that his own father had taken a liking to him. At the very least, this kind of ease of boldness, and the ability to use people, is by no means comparable to ordinary people. Look who he's surrounded himself with. The little princess of the Xia family in the imperial capital, the second son of the Zhao family. And I heard that the little princess of the Tang family and the little princess of the Chu family were also by his side. On top of that, Yan Shi was the personal grandson of King Yanwar in Jinling, and Lu Ning was the richest man in Yanxia domain, the heir to the Lu family. As for Chen Hui, he is also very amazing. It could be imagined how great the energy behind Luo Ming would be when these young people grew up. And that's not even counting those who defended him. This guy will definitely be the biggest king of Yanxia's reliance in the future. For such a character to make friends with himself, he would never reject it. The departure of Xiao Tianyu and the others instantly caused the entire banquet hall to become quite empty. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed a shade. This game of testing Luo Ming today had ended in his defeat? See, I told you that Luo Ming is not an ordinary person. Zhao has passed away and spread his hands. Humph, it's just borrowing someone else's power. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. Turn your head and leave. Alas, to switch your berth with Luo Ming's, you don't even deserve to lift his shoes. Oh, Zhao had spat, and he had to say that sometimes he looked at this pretender with displeasure. Though he is indeed strong. At the same level, Zhao has passed away in his hands. Can't go more than 3 moves. This was Lin Zhao's strength. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. Xiao Tianyu wants to spar with Luo Ming? Prepare the ambulance in advance. Chapter 152. Xiao Tianyu wants to spar with Luo Ming? Prepare the ambulance in advance. Land Garden. Imperial Hall. Luo Ming. I've seen your methods. They're truly impressive. It's the first time I've seen someone who can make Lin Xiao suffer. Xiao Tianyu raised his glass politely at Luo Ming. This time he instigated Huang Zhe to give you a hard time. He didn't expect to plant a big head himself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tianyu laughed out loud. You're welcome. Luo Ming showed a smile on his face. When his strength is still inferior to others, he should know how to borrow momentum. And borrow what kind of momentum for what kind of people? Such as the Qin clan, the Li clan. Such behemoths will need to be a more powerful presence to pressure them. In the face of Lin Xiao, Huang Zhe, these petty criminals. Naturally, it is impossible to invite Yi Chang'an to take action, and Yan Shi is the best choice to suppress them. 10 years of society end, although there is no day of the head, but the doorway in the doorway of the road he is still a little bit of a two. Luo Ming. In fact, I've always been curious about your strength. You don't think too much. I'm a person who is naturally warlike, and when I meet a strong person, I can't help but want to do it. So, with all due respect, how about we spar? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Tianyu suddenly proposed. Luo Ming smiled and put down his glass. This Xiao Tianyu was recognizing his ability and wanted to see his hard power next. Well, then let him see it, and by the way, let other people also see clearly. Luo Ming is not anyone who has the qualification to come up and step on a foot accidentally. Step on the foot broken, that would not be good. Naturally, There's no problem, cutting to the chase is acceptable to me. Luo Ming nodded. Xiao Tianyu was delighted. Ha 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 ha, thank you for granting me this wish. I will wear a limiter and suppress my strength to the same tier as you. He laughed out loud. What rank are you now? Heir. A flash of embarrassment flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. Really suppressed to the same level as me. I'm afraid you'll be killed by me. Senior. Gold first order. But I don't think the senior needs to force it. Alright then. Gold first rank. Don't say anything. I won't take advantage of you. Let's have a fair fight. Xiao Tianyu commanded with a big wave of his hand in a bold manner. Xia Qingcheng, who was sitting next to Luo Ming, was also secretly snickering. She sidled over to the side of her head and came up to Luoming's ear. Should we prepare an ambulance for Senior Shaw first? She was aware of Luo Ming's perverted strength. When a certain notorious war general had also made such a request, he was almost beaten by Luo Ming and called out to his father. Luo Ming gave her a blank look. Don't underestimate Senior Shaw, okay? After a moment there was another frown. Just in case, why don't you call one first? It's the principal's son after all. Ha 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 ha. A bright smile flashed across Xia Qingqing's face. At this moment, a certain war general at the imperial capital's military headquarters who was dealing with official business suddenly sneezed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is someone cursing me? If I knew who was talking about me behind my back, I'd have to break his bones. Cursing, the Red Lie War Admiral went back to ambling around. Since you want to spar, let me arrange a place for you. There are rings in the courtyard below. Lu Ning suddenly spoke. Alright, then I'll trouble young Master Lu. Xiao Tianyu laughed out loud. What young master? Senior is too polite. I'm not even close. Lu Ning shook her head awkwardly. A few people got up and headed for the downstairs ones. That. Senior. Zhao had walked at the end. He suddenly pulled Xiao Tianyu with an awkward face. If that's not possible, just call out and we'll get you an ambulance. Xiao Tianyu? Ha 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 ha. No need no need. I know Luo Ming is powerful, but I, Xiao Tianyu, am not made of clay either. He waved his hand in denial. Xiao Tianyu is also a generation of geniuses, the son of the principal of Yanxia, who once pressed the students of the same class to raise their heads. He is going to represent Yanxia University and even the whole Yanxia country to participate in the Federal 100 Schools competition. How could he need an ambulance? What kind of international joke is this? It's not April Fool's Day. A few people came together to the ring in the downstairs courtyard. The land garden was chartered today. Otherwise there would have been some monsters captured among the ruins on the ring on weekdays to fight and perform for the diners to watch. The bloodstained ring was out of place in this gilded palace, exuding an austere odor. Luo Ming. No need to be polite. Go all out on me. Xiao Tianyu's hands wore restrictors that suppressed his strength from Diamond Third Order to Gold First Order. All right. Lomani shook his head. It didn't matter that the ambulance was already in position anyway. Boom. Shocking fluctuations vaporized from both of them at the same time. Xiao Tianyu's body was entwined with earth-colored light, echoing the monstrous bloodlight on Luo Ming's body. Wow! Bang! 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 As the light dispersed like a tidal wave, on the field, the blood-colored Tao Tai stood holding a long spear. He exhaled a mouthful of white breath, a burst of blood flames surging all over his body, his tyrannical aura palpitating. Xiao Tianyu, on the other hand, had transformed into a humanoid coiled horn goat, holding a round shield in one hand and a semi-huge heavy sword in the other. I'm a relatively rare monster, aren't I? Emperor of the coil goat, Earth attribute, Force attribute, SS class. He laughed softly. Luo Ming knew that the disc goat was a group living class B monster, characterized by its infinite strength, and its disc horns could be used to create war soldiers, which were worth a lot. He also knew of the disc goat king, a grade A monster, the king of the disc goats, possessing Earth attribute mastery and Force attribute mastery. He hadn't heard of the Discordian goat emperor, Tao Tai, SSSS class. Luo Ming nodded. Good. Hokage. Xiao Tianyu's body was half crouched, and then he carried his greatsword and rushed towards Luo Ming. Boom! The greatsword traced a passionate arc in midair, as if collapsing the air. Spinning around, it smashed down towards Luo Ming. What a terrifying power! Xia Qingcheng and the others were surprised. This Xiao Tianyu's power was definitely the strongest existence they had ever seen. If you get smashed, you'll be half mutilated if not dead. A single blow can disable an enemy. Boom! The greatsword seemed to blast and smash into Luo Ming's lance as if it was going to open up the sky, shaking his entire body and launching him backward dozens of steps. Luo Ming shook off his stiff wrist. It had to be said that the power was truly terrifying, and his tiger's mouth went numb. Schoolmate Luo Ming, go for it. Let me fight to my heart's content. Xiao Tianyu laughed out loud. The first strike exchanged, he felt that Luo Ming's strength was weaker than he thought. It's kind of been rumored. The crippled king. Tyranny. Boom. Luo Ming's body was instantly covered in blood flames. Alright, then I'll fulfill this request of the senior. Swish. Luo Ming's body leapt out like blood-colored lightning, and the entire ring was nearly shattered by his step, and then a spear stabbed towards Xiao Tianyu. Hey! You guys look down there. There's a fight. At this time, the violent fluctuations in the courtyard also startled the group of Yanxia University students in the floor, who were organizing the dinner party. Hiss. That's Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu and Luo Ming are fighting. The students were horrified to see the scene taking place downstairs. One by one, they all hastily swooped down to the window to watch. Go go go. Go down and take a look. The two of them weren't doing fine just now. Why are they fighting? Ha 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 ha. It must be that Luo Ming spoke too arrogantly and angered Xiao Tianyu. Many students couldn't care less about the banquet and rushed down the stairs. Where is the hustle and bustle of a dinner party? Students at this age are always the ones who like to watch the fun. Not to mention a fight between the school's favorite characters. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Amazing Strength. The entire arena is shaken. Lin Zhao's faltering. Chapter 153, Amazing Strength. The entire arena shocked. Lin Zhao's faltering. A fight? Xiao Tianyu and Luo Ming? This is a good show. Aren't you going to see it? Zhao has passed away asked. Go. Lin Zhao nodded and got up to walk towards the stairs. Luo Ming and Xiao Tianyu fight? Isn't that a death wish? These two are on the same level of strength? Are you kidding me? However, the fact that Luo Ming wasn't defeated by his own hand was a bit of a shame. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pervert. Boom. Luo Ming stabbed Xiao Tianyu's greatsword. Ding. With an explosion. The terrifying impact shook him backward for a dozen steps continuously. Xiao Tianyu man was confused. No. Why are you so powerful? Am I in control of the force attribute or are you in control of the force attribute? Ding ding ding. Luo Ming shot continuously, shocking Xiao Tianyu back and forth, and the bigger he got, the more addicted he became. It was as if he had entered a divine state. The attack was powerful and deadly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is running to kill me. Xiao Tianyu's entire arm was nearly dislocated when he was slammed on his shoulder by a shot, and then Luo Ming went up and added a kick to send him nearly flying into the grass. Boom! The last of those blood-colored figures rose up into the air. A blood-colored flame was wrapped around the heaven-devouring gun. A gun smashed towards Xiao Tianyu's head. He hurriedly lifted his shield, and the earthy yellow light lingered on it, transforming into a huge stone shield. Bang! The stone shield only lasted less than a breath before exploding. Xiao Tianyu was shocked and half of his body directly fell to his knees. Knees are deep in the ring. My god! Luo Ming can defeat Xiao Tianyu? How is this possible? Did you use your hands too much yesterday and wash out and hallucinate? A student looked at it with a look of disbelief. Take a closer look. Xiao Tianyu is carrying a limiter. His rank is suppressed. But it's also amazing. Xiao Tianyu can't even beat Luo Ming at the same level. He's my second in Yanxia. Someone shook their head inside. Luo Ming is indeed powerful. The only person who can suppress Xiao Tianyu in the same realm is perhaps Lin Xiao, who can fight him. Xiao Tianyu is unexpectedly inferior to Luo Ming in the same realm? Zhao has passed away frowning. His face ugly. He and Xiao Tianyu were 50-50 in terms of strength, and were probably slightly inferior to each other. The discordant goat emperor was powerful, with both offense and defense, making it difficult to defeat. When he fought Xiao Tianyu, he lost by half a move. It's not too bad. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. To be able to defeat Xiao Tianyu, one could only say that it was okay. It could get into his eyes. After all, he could be so much stronger than Xiao Tianyu. Senior Xiao, you won't make it if you keep fighting. I'm still only using 5 points of my strength. Are you sure you still want to fight me with the strength of a gold first rank? Luo Ming spoke faintly. I'm yet. Xiao Tianyu had 100 sentences of Mamma Mia pie in his heart that he didn't know whether to speak or not. It's all about to get beaten to death. And you're telling me I only used 5 points of force? You're keeping it? Yes. Xiao Tianyu had already understood that if he and Luo Ming were at the same level, he was the one who was the rookie who was unilaterally beaten. Therefore, he no longer squirmed. And now he was more interested in seeing Luo Ming's limits. Restrictor. Disarm. Xiao Tianyu raised his strength to the second stage of the gold class. Bang! A shot to the head came crashing down, nearly killing him. With all due respect, Senior Xiao, it's not enough. Gold level second stage. It's simply not enough to fight. Boom boom boom. The blood-colored gun awning swept. Luo Ming's gun followed by another gun brushing against various parts of Xiao Tianyu's body as he swept past. It's amazing. Xiao Tianyu has even unsealed. The second stage of the gold level wasn't even a match for Luo Ming. He's been defeated by Luo Ming by crossing the ranks. You have to know that Xiao Tianyu is a genius. A top genius. In the future, as long as you don't die, you'll become a battle king 100% of the time. But he was surprisingly defeated by a schoolmate who was even younger than his own grade by going over the top. Unseal again. Xiao Tianyu had unsealed 2 orders this time, directly coming to the 4th order of the gold grade. That's more like it. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-devouring god gun. Luo Ming raised his voice to the sky. The Taoyu's brutal king was tyrannical, and once he fought, he would enter a state of madness, completely uptight between blood and fire. Boom! Blood-colored divine energy surged at the tip of the gun. In the next second, a blood-colored torrent that looked like an aurora borealis shot out violently. This wave, Xiao Tianyu was scared out of his wits, and he immediately adjusted the limiter upwards by another 2 levels. With the strength of the 6th rank of the gold class, he faced this amazing shot straight on. Pan Mountain Boulder Shield. Boom! He holds the round shield down hard on top of the ring. Buzz! An earth-colored rune spread in all directions. Eyes. Behind him, a huge discordant horned mountain hissed up to the sky. Boom! A huge rock wall emerged from above the ring. A total of 18 rock walls, blocking Xiao Tianyu's face. In the next instant, the stone wall and the blood-colored torrent collided and came into contact with each other. Bang! 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 It ran through 8 boulder walls in a row. Shocking energy fluctuations swept in all directions like a gale. The grass folded and the forest shook. The students couldn't keep their eyes open from the howling wind. This is Luo Ming's strength. They were wide-eyed and filled with shock. Yeah, Luo Ming can suppress the entire sophomore his strength by himself. So you can imagine, even if the other party was Xiao Tianyu, 8 stone walls were broken, followed by the blood-colored torrent going unabated, breaking 8 more, leaving only the last 2 sides struggling to hold on. Hey, Senior Xiao, you lost. Boom! Luo Ming turned the heaven-devouring gun with one hand. Bang! The last 2 stone walls blew right through. The blood-colored torrent slapped directly on top of his round shield. It's me who underestimated him. He was able to suppress all the students of the 2nd year by himself, so how could he be suppressed by me at the same realm? I was too high on myself and too low on the other side. The gap between people is really as huge as the rift between the heavens and the earth. Xiao Tianyu smiled bitterly as helpless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the next second, his entire body was blown away like a meteor. Looks like the ambulance is really used. He regained his person in midair and plunged headlong into a side pond. With Xiao Tianyu's defeat, the entire room fell silent, until someone spoke quietly. You said that Xiao Tianyu, who is at the 6th rank of the gold level, has lost to Luo Ming. And Luo Ming is a double monster awakened person, and he still has a monster that he hasn't even used yet. By that logic, isn't it true that under the same rank, Lin Xiao and Zhao has passed away are also far inferior to Luo Ming? Then isn't he the first genius of my Yanxia University, or even the first genius of the entire Yanxia? A student wearing glasses analyzed it. Hey, stop it! Someone rushed to remind him, only to see that Lin Xiao was already staring at him dead-on with fire-breathing eyes. Welp! He was so startled that his eyes nearly fell out. However, the query he raised has been haunting all the students. Even Lin Xiao himself was the same. If he wanted him to confirm it, the best way would be to strike out and fight Luo Ming while he could. But Lin Xiao realized that he didn't dare. It's amazing that he's in fear of failure. What if he loses? This guy has affected my invincibility. Lin Xiao stared at the ring with an astonishing gaze. A Luo Ming had actually made him falter. End of chapter 154. Chapter 154, Vacation, Train and Spring Festival. Chapter 154, Vacation, Train and Spring Festival. Alas, is this the human's heavenly pride? It's really powerful. As if to taste what his blood tastes like, at the top of a high-rise building beyond Land Park, there was a black-robed figure standing, its black robes hunting against the wind, as if it had become one with the night. Don't be impulsive. Jie, with so many people, it's dangerous to make a rash move. He wore a linker in his ear, and a low warning came out of it. Got it. You're a nag, like an old woman. Jia laughed disdainfully. I wouldn't go so far as to take a shot at these guys at a time like this, under the eyes of Yanxia University, but it's hard to tell at other times. Aha! He grunted softly and laughed. Immediately, it was the figure that gradually disappeared in place. This is Luo Ming's true strength. Looking at Xiao Tianyu, who was carried away by the white coats and medical staff, all the surrounding students' mouths twitched, especially that Huang Zhe who shouted to fight Luo Ming one-on-one earlier, relying on the fact that he was now a higher level than Luo Ming. He was bullish. But think carefully, to Luo Ming's promotion speed, over him that is only a matter of time. If one day, Luo Ming completely over him, and then ask him to clear, don't even need more. There is a gold level 5th order is estimated to beat him. This gold level 10th order is the same as beating his son. And with his talent and ability, if he wanted to break through the diamond level, It was basically hopeless in half a year. When he thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but shiver, always feeling like he was walking on a ghost's doorstep. The blood-colored flames faded, and Luo Ming gradually regained his human form as he moved his arms. Ah, this battle is still a bit of a slog. The corners of the mouth of the surrounding crowd twitching. Xiaotian, you have been beaten by you into the hospital, you say you hard? Yo, haven't noticed. Why is everyone here? This is to come up and practice with me? Luo Ming swept his eyes and spotted the other students present. A playful smile. Senior Lu Ning, do you still have the limiter there? Lu Ning nodded. Tube enough. That's no problem then. Anyone who wants to try it with me? Feel free to come. Luo Ming hooked his hand to the crowd. The crowd then took a step backward in unison almost by reflex. Only Lin Xiao was left standing alone at the front. He seemed to be thinking about something. Soulful. Ah, does Senior Lin Xiao also want to spar with me? Luo Ming looked at Lin Xiao with feigned surprise. The opponent instantly reacted. There was no one left or right of him. Even Zhao had already retreated. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No one warned him about this? No need. Not taking advantage of you, he said with an expressionless face, and with that, he turned around and left. Just the moment he turned around, his face became very dark. Luo Ming, you commoner. It was not an exaggeration to say that in today's dinner party, it could be said that the popularity of the three seniors who were originally the center of attention had been completely stolen by Luo Ming. Not only that, Luo Ming also fiercely deterred those students who wanted to use him to rise to the top and make a name for themselves, stabilizing his position in Yanxia University. Moreover, there were even more people who compared him together with those three. From the three masters of Yanxia to the four masters, a good-sized wave of backers was assembled. But Luo Ming, this is only a freshman, can have such a momentum? Looking at the history of Yanxia University, even back then Yi Chang'an is weaker than him. Tomorrow is vacation. Luo Ming, are you going back to Star Ocean State? After the dinner was over, on the way back, Xia Qingcheng carried her hands behind her back and asked with a curious face as she walked in front of Luo Ming. Well, I'm going back to Star Ocean State. What about you? Going home? Xia Qingcheng hesitated. Mom and Dad told me to come home for New Year's Eve dinner. That's good. Go back and visit. Haven't seen you for half a year. Your parents will miss you too. Luo Ming smiled. But, gloom flashed in Xia Qingcheng's eyes. Right. I'm also going to Star Ocean State. At that moment, her eyes swished brightly and she clapped her hands together. What are you doing in the Star Ocean State? Luo Ming frowned. It's Crispy who wants me to go and play. She said that if I don't go he'll be so bored that he'll hang himself at home. There's no other way. For the sake of my good sister, I'll reluctantly accompany you to Star Ocean State. Poof, Xia Qingcheng said with a smile, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. That's right, that's fine. Luo Ming scratched his head. He. Xia Qingcheng smiled as she pulled out her cell phone from her pocket. Daughter, bring your son-in-law back to me this New Year's Eve. Above was a message from her family's olden. Bah, what a son-in-law. A rogue old man. For old age. She pressed black on her cell phone. But, what about having to think of a way to trick Luo Ming into the Xia family? Talent. It's not because of any son-in-law or not son-in-law. It's just purely to bring friends home to have fun. Yes, that's what it is. The next day, the two packed their bags and headed for the station. Others went back to their own hometowns. Lu Cheng had nowhere to go, so he went to Star Ocean State with Xia Qingcheng and Luo Ming. The train came from the magic capital, passing through the Yanxia domain and the Star Ocean State. The whole Lai train, which was filled with a number of students from colleges and universities in the major states. There were many talented students from Magic City Monster University, Jinling Monster University, Zhahai Monster University, and Shenzhou Monster University. Different monster universities have their own uniforms, except for Yanxia University, which has an extremely liberal school culture. Generally speaking, students from top prestigious schools like Mordor and Jinling wore school uniforms on their bodies. This way, when you get off the train, you are the prettiest cub in the eyes of the crowd, and when you return home, you can honor your ancestors. The others who wore private clothes were basically students from ordinary universities or second-rate monster universities. So, a whole train, clearly separated, with students in uniforms holding their heads high, thick with superiority, and a group of other students with their necks scrunched up, only able to put on their headphones and immerse themselves in their own world. Of course there was no shortage of well-dressed schoolgirls surrounding the students from the prestigious schools. Luo Ming then saw a yellow hair wearing the uniform of the Monster University of Magic. A whole section of the carriage down. Female college students' friends have added more than a dozen. It's also got to be eaten on. Hey, pretty girl, I'm a student of Magic City Monster University. Are you interested in adding a friend? Xia Qingchang had headphones around her neck and was listening to music, while Luo Ming next door was boredly flipping through a book. Next to it again, Lu Chang was playing a game. The man, seeing that Xia Qingchang did not pay attention to him, vigorously vibrated the school uniform jacket he was wearing, which was clearly a yellow sweatshirt, but it was taken as his skin. Hunting too, especially the chest to the school emblem, deeply afraid that others cannot see. Our disliked head up. If all the students of the Monster University of Magic are of your caliber, then there's no need for me to recognize them. Xia Qingchang said faintly. What did you say? The student was stunned, and then he was annoyed. No, you're a student from some third-rate school I don't know, and you dare to play a big game in front of me? Didn't you see all those pretty girls fighting to get my WeChat just now? In a fit of rage, he reached out and grabbed towards Xia Qingchang's headphones. I don't have quality? You talk to me positively before you talk about quality. But just as his hands reached out, he felt a piercing coldness that made his hands seem to freeze. He couldn't help but pull his hand back again. If you don't know, you don't know. Who cares? He cursed and sat back in his seat. End of chapter. Chapter 155. The world is one giant rookery post with 3 medals of deterrence. Chapter 155. The world is one giant rookery post with 3 medals of deterrence. The young man from that Magic City Monster University was rustling around in a group of girls as if he was chatting about something, and his gaze was still frequently looking in Xia Qingchang's direction. Not long after, a few dressed-up branches and thickly made-up little 2 girls came to Xia Qingchang's front. Hey, that school of yours, so arrogant. Cohen said he wants to make friends with you. He's a student of Magic City Monster University. Not interested, and stay away from me. The chemicals you're wearing are smelling me. Xia Qingchang could not help but frown and cover her mouth and nose. He was the eldest miss of the Xia family, and the cosmetics he usually used were all made from the most natural, medicinal herbs taken from the ruins. There was a natural difference between it and the dozens of dollars of poor quality makeup on these little girls, and she couldn't get used to the smell. What do you mean? Are you saying we're disgusting? What are you pretending to be noble for? That's right, they're all from garbage schools. You think you're better than us, but the moment Xia Qingchang said that, it instantly poked their pride, and these few 2 girls directly exploded. You make it clear who smoked who. No quality at all. A few people yelled out, and the eyes in the carriage were instantly drawn to it. Su Cohen grinned. Let you reject me just now, against a woman, and a woman at that. It was indeed a bit of bullying with his own hands. At that moment, Luo Ming, who had been staring at the book, slowly put down the book in his hands. The world, the book says, is a giant rookie station with big shipments and small shipments, some of which have yards but the yards are mailed, and some of which just don't have yards. So, what are you guys carrying and do you have a size? Luo Ming raised his head and looked at the few girls faintly and opened his mouth. A few people froze, their brains spinning 3 times before they responded. You're scolding us, sisters? Who understands? Taking the train and meeting a lowly man who insults us girls. It's so bad. Luo Ming shook his head. I've known it since I was a kid when I learned my first kanji. Man, 2 strokes only. So, he stood up slowly. What? You still want to hit people, right? Let me tell you, men who hit women have the least amount of balls. If you have the ability, go outside the walls and fight monsters to defend your country. Don't harbor and bully us here. A female student immediately pointed at Luo Ming's nose and cursed. Then, snap, Luo Ming backhanded her with a slap that sent her entire body spinning 3 times in place. I don't usually hit women, but you're a small piece of cargo that doesn't count. So feel free to fight. Snap. Immediately after that, he backhanded another slap, and both the girls' left and right faces were swollen high by Luo Ming's smacks. The other girls were stunned into silence. Great. Finally it's time for me to make my move. The Magic City Monster University student who had directly instigated these girls to trouble Luo Ming, Su Cohen, now stood up with an agitated face, taking big steps towards Luo Ming. Daring. You're so unqualified. A 7-foot man. You hit a woman. I'm telling you. Snap. Luo Ming directly slapped him in the face. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have so many qualms if it was a man. It was just a matter of him taking a wet wipe and gently wiping his palms. You are lawless. You are simply a thug. I really don't know what kind of third-rate school can teach students like you. Ride police. Where are the passenger police? Su Cohen shouted angrily. In no time at all, 2 or 3 occupational policemen dressed in the uniform of the Ministry of the Army arrived in a hurry. What's going on? What's going on and who's causing trouble? Seeing the 3 of them arrive, Su Cohen pointed at Luo Ming with an excited face. That's him. He hits people. Look, this student's face is swollen by his beating into a pig. By him. Su Cohen had wanted to shout out pig's head, but he swallowed hard. And he hit me too. That's proof. A lot of people saw it. Su Koen said loudly. The crowd nodded in agreement. This student, you hit someone? The several passenger police officers looked at Luo Ming with serious gazes. Luo Ming nodded. No thanks for doing the people a favor. Riders? Seriously, don't be playful. We're not talking to you. Tinkerbell. A silver white medal fell out of Luo Ming's pocket. Sorry, dropped something. Luo Ming silently picked up the medallion, then stuffed it back in his pocket. But the crowd was looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Just now this is the medal of the small captain of the military department. This young man is actually a military junior captain. And he's so young? The passenger police officer couldn't stop the horrified look in his eyes. And that wasn't all. Followed by another golden medal falling to the ground. Oops, are your pants leaking today? Always dropping things. Luo Ming picked it up helplessly. But the crowd swallowed their saliva once again. The sword and shield blaze on this golden medal. This is the damn medal of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Order. This kid is a member of the Celestial Blaze Sacred Order? And that's not all. Dumpy, keep the school badge for me before it falls off again. Luo Ming threw a red school badge to Xia Qingcheng. *******. One of the ride-along policemen almost exploded with the emblem of Yanxia University. In other words, the young man in front of him was a student of Yanxia University come military squad leader come member of the Heavenly Blaze Holy Regiment. My god. Even the conductor of this train would have to be respectful when meeting someone like that. At this age, with this achievement, the future is bound to be a great man of Yanxia. By the way, what were you guys talking about earlier? Luo Ming suddenly raised his head to look at the three stewards and asked. That. No, nothing. Well played. So it's your honor who is handling official business. Good. Well played. Your honor, continue to play. With that said, several people laughed and pushed each other to leave. Whatever. The ride-along police don't care and are in no position to care. *********. The other students were numb at the sight. What kind of god is this? How can they ride in a car with such a god? They have a preconceived notion that not wearing a school uniform is a sign of inferiority because the school is so bad. Sorry, but forget it. There's no uniforms at YSU either. Who dares to say that Incarnate Word University is bad? By the way, who just said that I was harboring a problem and not going in and out of the ruins to decapitate monsters to protect my country? Luo Ming raised his eyebrows and said. The crowd's eyes fell in unison on the face of one of the girls. That girl's face immediately turned into a pig's liver color. So, facts aside, you're right to hit a woman, you're right. She bit her lip, still speaking with a stiff upper lip. Snap. Luo Ming went up and slapped him. I really don't think I'm at fault if you found out. What's wrong? Something wrong? The woman covered her smacked cheek and looked at Luo Ming with a face full of resentment. Brother Shu Kuan, he hit me. She twisted her head and pouted at Su Kuan, but Xiao Kuan was now about to kneel down. Even the big brother he recognized in school didn't have this battle strength of Luo Ming. How dare he go up against Luo Ming? Su Kuan's legs were trembling. He was afraid that Luo Ming would give him two more big mouths. Now he could only hope on his recognized big brother, who was a rather outstanding student in the Magic City Monster University, able to rank in the top 20 of the grade, and talking to one of the junior captains of the military department. Let's hope that his big brother can make this guy in front of him do things with some scruples. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Chapter 156, Fusion Beast Attack. Plague of Trains. Deep Swamp Mudworm. Chapter 156, Fusion Beasts Attack. Plague of Trains. Deep Swamp Mudworm. Big brother, you're here. Seeing a figure coming from the other compartments, Su Koen was overjoyed and rushed to greet him. What happened? The young man asked curiously as he came closer. Here's the thing. Su Koen came to his ear and told him the whole story. Because Luo Ming was present, he didn't deliberately exaggerate, but was merely stating the facts. After hearing his words, this big brother backhanded Su Koen with a slap in front of him under a sudden burst of anger. I'll teach you a lesson later. After saying that, he came to Luo Ming's heel. My friend from Yanxia University, I'll say sorry to you on behalf of this brother of mine. It's this big brother of mine who has failed to discipline him. How about giving me face and sparing him? Luo Ming glanced at him faintly. My friend, do we know each other well? The other man's expression froze. I have a brother who, like my friend you, serves as a small captain in the Yanxia military department. I can introduce you to each other, he said again. Exchange? Not everyone is qualified to communicate with me, and at the very least, your friend's face isn't big enough for me to let it all hang out there. Failed to accost, then provoke others to pick a fight, and even want to take a shot at me? If this is under the train, I high and low have to send him to the ICU for the new year. Su Koen shivered. Holy, what a tough guy. And, this guy is so crazy. He turned his gaze to his big brother as if pleading. The older brother gave him a better look. My friend, My name is Tang Chuan, a member of the Tang family in the imperial capital. So your tactic is to make peace or not and then move to threaten your identity? Luo Ming asked rhetorically. Seeing that this person in front of him couldn't be bothered with oil and salt, Tang Chuan's face darkened. You're right. He glanced at the ticket that Lo Ming had placed on the tabletop in front of him. Star Ocean State. Forgive me, there doesn't seem to be any big families in Star Ocean State. That can make my Tang family scornful, so I advise you not to refuse to eat the wine. You recognize my Tang family as eldest Miss Tang Momo. She's a student at Yanxia University right now. Although I'm not a direct line of the Tang family, but I also have a few words with Miss Fomi. If you don't want to have a bad time at school. Put. Before he finished speaking, Xia Qingcheng on the side could not control her laughter. Sorry, go ahead. I don't usually interrupt unless it's just too funny. She waved her palm lightly. Tang Chuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He felt that these two guys were playing a trick on him. Don't you dare give your name. Xia Qingcheng collected her smile. Well, don't be shocked. My name is Clunk. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, the train entered a dark tunnel. The whole carriage dimmed instantly. Wow! At the very front of the train, at the top of the driver's car, a black-robed figure came crashing down. Smoke, over to you. Ha 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 ha. From now on, this train is held hostage by us. The black-robed figure let out a loud laugh. Behind him, a super-fat figure struggled to climb aboard the train. This was a big fat man who weighed more than 400 pounds, and the largest size of clothes worn on him was like a baby's belly band, which could not cover half of his body. It was as if all 5 of his features were buried in waves of tumbling flesh, and as the gusts of wind whipped across the roof of the car, his fat body trembled up and down as if he were weightless. Yeah, we'll make it this way. He opened his mouth to make a dull sound. It'll definitely work. I've already investigated. This train doesn't have any experts at all. Moreover, Luo Ming, one of the 4 geniuses of Yanxia, is also on board. This time our main target is him. The other genius rats will just be slaughtered in passing. Don't worry, this time I will definitely let you have your fill. The figure within the black robes laughed in a low voice. Fine, as long as I can eat. Hey, Jia, you're a good man, so don't you push your luck. Just do it. Jai kicked hard at the fat of the smoke, and when he didn't stand still, he almost got sucked in by the fat. Yes, I jump. Smoke laughed as he bounced off the roof of the car like a leather ball. Change. His huge body, with fat around it as if a bat was holding out its wings, swelled dramatically. It finally turned into a huge snow-white silkworm covered in spikes, stretched out across the front of the train, the mud swamp beast and the control of the terrain, and the 9 heavenly silkworms, with their 9 towers, which can absorb all the rebounds of attacks. This is Smoke, the power of the deep swamp mudworm. It's best suited for offensive battles in this complex terrain, and this time, I've got it. Ha 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 ha, Nightfall unfolds. Jia laughed out loud. He slowly raised his head, and the white pupils under his black robe instantly became blood red. The moment the train was about to burst out of the tunnel, a darkness centered on him spread in all directions. At the same time, the orbital Earth was twisting violently, and the original route to the next state had been completely skewed. 10 kilometers away from this tunnel is the garrison, the edge of the wall. He wanted to bait the train into hitting the wall and disintegrating it from the inside. Something's not right. Why is this tunnel so long? How long has it been? Within the carriage, Xia Qingcheng frowned. It really isn't quite right. I always feel like the train is running too smoothly. Luo Ming also frowned. Because the track is in constant disrepair, the train bumps violently up and down along the way. But once in the tunnel, the train became unusually smooth, as if it were walking on flat ground. There's a problem. Eye of Tao Tai. Luo Ming opened his eyes, and blood-colored flames instantly covered his eyes. Everything in front of him became transparent in his eyes. The veins of the entire train became clear in his eyes. And Luo Ming crossed over to the 12 carriages in front of him and saw that in the driver's compartment, a black-robed figure was lifting the train conductor by the neck and greedily sucking on the blood. Discovered? Jia casually threw away the dried-up body of the conductor and glanced sideways towards Luo Ming. Not good. Something's wrong. Boom! After Jia sensed Luo Ming's movement, he swooped towards Luo Ming like a thunderbolt. Get out of the way. It was so fast it was lightning. 12 carriages he could skim over in just a few violent seconds. Boom boom boom. Luo Ming didn't dare to hold back. He was directly on fire. And after transforming into a Tao Tai, he even used the brutal king's tyranny, reflecting the entire carriage in a blood-red color. What do you want? Tang Chuan and Su Kuan's faces went white, thinking that Luo Ming was going to make a move. But Luo Ming didn't even bother with him now. He picked up Xia Qingcheng with one hand, while then led Lu Cheng's collar and flashed towards the side. What the hell? The rest of them looked puzzled. Get out of the way if you don't want to die, Luo Ming yelled at the crowd, but the words had just fallen. Phew! A dark gust of wind whistled by. No! It was a figure. After Luo Ming dodged out of the way, one of the girls who was originally standing in place was instantly passed through the body by that black shadow. Giggle! A trail of blood surfaced on the surface of her body, and in the next second, it became a ground full of broken flesh. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they were unable to say a word in shock. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Abyssal Night Bats. Thousands of miles in aid. Chapter 157 Confrontation. Abyssal Night Bats. Thousands of miles to the rescue. Suki. Ah! Azuki! Someone screamed in horror, clutching his head, and the whole thing crouched right down on the ground. Ah! The blood of a young girl. It's so good. Jai added his nails with a contented look on his face. You say so? Lamini. Bang! He took one step and directly probed his claws to sweep towards Luo Ming. When the heaven-devouring lance crossed in front of his body, and Luo Ming was blasted by the blow and exploded directly into the wall. Stirring gusts of wind swept within the carriage, and all the glass instantly exploded, filling the ground with shards. The rest of the students ducked into a corner with frightened faces. They weren't students of Yanxia University and hadn't fought with real monsters at all. Not to mention getting out of the ruins and building a career. Those students from the original Mordor Monster University were all cowering in the corners, shivering at the moment as well. There were only an extremely small number of students who had experience fighting monsters. People like Su Kuan and Tang Xuan had merely fought monsters in simulated illusions. However, the monsters that simulated the illusion, whether in terms of strength or viciousness, were no match for the real monsters. Not to mention the fact that the beast in front of him was most likely one of the top 10 fusion beasts that had infiltrated within the walls. This guy was even more powerful than Lu Yen. With Luo Ming's current strength, it was extremely difficult to resist. Hey, Senior Shao, ride faster. That's the limit. Any faster and I'm going to blow this car up. Damn, to let me go to war right after a serious illness. The old man is really heartless. Don't you say it. My brother didn't just throw me out anyway. I was all set to sleep right through the spring in the dorm. There was a crimson motorcycle on the highway beside the train, thundering out like a ghost, flashing from side to side, leaving all the cars far behind. Xiao Tianyu pulled the throttle to the ground in one breath, and this armament-grade locomotive costing $1,888,000 had already been blown up by him. 500 horsepower, 600 miles an hour, chasing the train furiously. Damn, old man this guy. Xiao Tianyu cracked his mouth speed sword once again by a hair. That's right, they're on their way to support Lo Ming. The cause of the matter is also from the Land Garden banquet. That day, Jie in the Yanxia building to watch Luo Ming and others, coincidentally by the Land Garden in the 24 hours of all-round drone photographed. Lu Ning immediately reported to Yanxia University, Xiao Pingan and a group of teachers to start a discussion. The final conclusion was that the fusion beast was most likely to strike on the students' train home. Thus, they hurriedly arranged for Xiao Tianyu and Night River to come to their aid. Luo Ming's roommate, Night River, was the younger brother of Night Curtain Warrior General Night Unwakeable, and although he had always acted in a low-key manner, only Night Unwakeable knew that he was extremely strong. Night River, he is the king of the night? See, that train, he's headed in the other direction, Night River said, pointing to the off-track train not far away. The earth is twisting. No, that guy doesn't have that kind of power. There should be 2 fusion beasts this time. A look of gravity flashed across Xiao Tianyu's face. With his strength, he can only deal with 1 fusion beast. Then the remaining one, Night River, he. Hey, senior, you're looking down on someone. I'm the king of the night. Blood flashed in his eyes, and he instantly saw through the invisible field of blackness on the surface of that train. Oh, this is a battlefield made by the enemy and belongs to me. I'll go first. Night River slowly climbed to his feet and stood in the back of the locomotive. Senpai, I'm charging. Boom. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot violently towards that train. Hey, you're too impulsive, Xiao Tianyu said loudly. Wow. Night River turned into a huge bat with a pitch-black body in midair, its open body resembling a robe in the middle of the dark night, covering the sky, the sun and the moon. Senior, please call me Night God. The bat laughed, then spread its wings and dashed straight into the night above that train. SSS-class monster? Abyssal Night Bat. This guy, he's hiding so deeply. Xiao Tianyu's face was filled with shock. Then I have to hurry too. He twisted the throttle and the red locomotive roared like a god. Charge! Red War Ghost! Phew! Xiao Tianyu overtook the train in one breath, and then the wheels ran over the strange and jagged rocks. The huge deep swamp mudworm saw Xiao Tianyu rushing in. It was immediately controlling the terrain, and the earth twisted up, like a swamp, floating up and down, making it difficult to move an inch. You think you can stop me? Xiao Tianyu turned the throttle to the limit, and the locomotive spewed out blue flames, rushing toward the train in one breath. The flame burned, in mid-air, traced a blue-colored trail, and then Xiao Tianyu gripped the handle tightly, his body crouching down on the car. Leap! Boom! He transformed into a gigantic Panshan goat emperor and rushed towards the train carrying a large sword like a meteorite. Ding! Luo Ming! You can't do it. You can't block it even before I transformed. Is this the only strength of Yanxia's top heavenly pride? Jia laughed out loud. Luo Ming's gaze froze as he waited. He sensed that two powerful fluctuations had rushed towards him. One of them was familiar to him. It was the Pan Mountain Goat Emperor that he had a battle with. So, until then, he is going to hold this guy back. Again! Dang it! The lance and the sharp claws collided, and the seats on the train were shaken apart by the aftermath of the two men. A crowd of students watched the scene with blanched faces. Who the hell is he, to be so comfortable fighting this kind of monster? Tang Chuan. He is the Magic City Monster University, among the freshmen, ranked in the top 20 geniuses, but even he, when facing such a horrible monster, was scared and his legs went weak, not to mention making a move. Even that small captain friend of his had said that every time he entered the ruins to carry out a mission, it was no less than walking through a ghost gate, and that a single slip would lead to a fall outside. Even though he'd already had a few experiences, he'd have trouble sleeping and fidgeting on the eve of a mission. Where was it like Luo Ming, playing with no pressure at all, as if he was a veteran who had fought in the battlefield? This is definitely not the mental quality that an ordinary squad leader can have. Either it is an old bird that has long been numb, or it is an absolute genius that pushes all enemies across the board. But Luo Ming was so young that he obviously couldn't be an old bird. Then there's only one answer. Who the hell is he? When did Yanxia University produce such a character? Tang Chuan yelled in his mind. And Su Koan had long been so scared that his scalp was numb and he almost sat on the ground. He didn't dare to think that if Luo Ming swung that big gun at him, his head would probably turn into a watermelon. Okay, not playing with you, Death Blood Wolf Bat. After forcing Luo Ming back with one blow, Jia hissed loudly. Boom! He was ablaze with fire. This is the fusion of the Blood Amazing Wolf Beast and the Death Bat. Luo Ming's gaze shook. This enemy, unprecedentedly powerful. And upon seeing the grade mark on the other party's chest, each and every one of the students in this compartment also turned ashen. This is a ING diamond level, 4th order A, a military captain level figure, and a fusion beast at that. They couldn't figure out how they could attract such a powerful existence to come out and hunt them when they were just students. What a virtue. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Stalling for Time. Night River arrives. Chapter 158, Stalling for Time. Night River arrives. Bang, bang, bang. As the other students were marveling at why the compartment was plunged into prolonged darkness, a loud vibration came. Two huge figures shot out from the last carriage directly and violently, smashing through 10 carriages in a row, and all the students let out screams of fear and fled around in terror. It's amazing, both the power and the speed. Luo Ming held the heaven-devouring lance across his body with both hands, and one could imagine how much distance he was pushed out by the Death Blood Wolf Bat. The difference in rank between two people, that's an insurmountable gulf. If I were to establish myself at the diamond level, killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Luo Ming's gaze was cold. But you're not, so I'll kill you like a dog. Boom! He swung his claws up and towards Luo Ming's claws. No, this round, you don't necessarily win. Boom! Luo Ming's body was ablaze with flames, and they weren't blood-colored flames, they were red, pure, red, translucent flames. The flames that burned and moved were like the fire of hope swaying in the other's pupils. This is... Jia looked surprised. You've awakened more than just two kinds of monsters. You have a third. As his words fell, boom! The monstrous flames burned directly. A golden and red phoenix plume was suspended in midair, and after being held by Luo Ming, scorching steam erupted from the divine plume. Layers of iron armor peeled off of it, and the golden muzzle poked out into a meter-long rifle. Bang! Luo Ming pulled the trigger lightning fast, and the gun spat out a tongue of fire. It was like a meteor shooting violently towards the other party. Knock! For a moment, Jie, who hadn't reacted, was blown away by the shot by more than 10 meters. Asshole! Roar! I'll kill you! He shook his head and got up from the pieces of the chair in the pressurized tower. Phew! Once again, he charged towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming raised his hand and threw out the rifle. In midair the rifle quickly shrunk, and then a flame-like light dispersed in the air, as if it was a fine and interlaced net, covering the entire carriage tightly. If the Death Blood Wolf Bats wanted to come over, they would have to break through these silk nets made of Nirvana divine flame. And then, Luo Ming no longer stayed the slightest bit. He turned his head and ran towards the train at the back. Halfway out of divine phoenix form, it transformed into a golden true dragon sword. 9 dragon chant. Boom! He turned around and chopped out his sword towards that carriage. 9 divine dragons of various colors whistled and rushed out, waving their teeth and claws as if they were going to tear the sky apart. The divine dragon blasted through the window panes and rushed up into the clear blue sky, and then flew back into the compartment once again. The crowded compartment had the divine dragon whistling and rushing towards the front. The death-blood wolf bat that had just broken through the fire net was blasted squarely by the divine dragon that was charging head-on. Kid, you're playing with plots and tricks, but in front of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are unbearable. It's useless, the blood wolf bat hissed, and after being knocked away by the 2 divine dragons, he opened his bloody mouth and spewed out rolling waves of sound. The blood-colored sound waves shattered the few remaining divine dragons in midair. This time, what other machinations do you have? He charged towards Luo Ming once again, his claws pointing straight at Luo Ming's brow. The hideous wolf's muzzle grimaced, revealing sharp teeth. No, I don't need scheming anymore. My reinforcements are here. Luo Ming grinned as he watched the blood wolf bats rush in. Wow, it was as if a black curtain had been ripped open alive. And in that instant, the blood wolf bat should have also sensed that his domain had been breached. A dark shadow rushed in through the window abruptly. Hey, 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 the hunting game is over. I'm the hunter now. Wow. The unfolded black curtain covered most of the carriages, and Night River was like a king of the night, standing in midair and looking down on the blood wolf bat from above. Both are bats. One is blood-colored and the other is black. The blood wolf bat has the body of a bat and the head and strength of a coyote. And Night River, he is the purest black bat, controller of the night, monarch of the darkness. You are. The moment the blood wolf bat saw Night River, he immediately felt a thick pressure enveloping him. It was like meeting his natural nemesis, which was the most direct suppression from the bloodline. Abyssal Night Bat, you may not have heard of me, but know that I am the king of all bat species monsters. Unlike blood wolf bats, which are hybrid-dependent hybrids, Abyssal Night Bats are the purest masters of the night. Let's say now, although Night River only had the strength of a diamond-grade first stage, and there was a huge gap between him and the blood wolf bat, he easily turned the night curtain created by the blood wolf bat into his own domain. In the midst of the darkness, blooming killing, swish, with one step back, he melted into the darkness. No, the blood wolf bat only felt a sudden burst of goosebumps all over his body. He instantly flung his claws towards the back and swept away. Ding, but it was a sweep. You're too slow, but the darkness is my domain. So, it's only right that you slow down. It's just that the minute you slow down, you're dead. So, grab yourself and get moving, like a hamster running on a wheel, until the never-ending future. Swish swish swish, a look swam in the darkness, and the blood wolf bat was swaying around as if it had gone mad, making moves towards the endless darkness, all the while roaring and blasting out rolling waves of sound. What's he doing? Luo Ming frowned. Night River levitated in front of Luo Ming and sneered. Elementary school brother, I'm avenging you by treating this guy like a monkey. Night River smiled. Luo Ming had a black line. This is my power, the Nightbringer, and in my hands, the night will take on life, as if it were my messenger to be manipulated at my whim. In reality, all that struck out at this guy were just shadows of nothingness. He's afraid of the unknown and the deep darkness that the night brings him. That's why he's as ugly as a scared bird. The abyssal night bat clasped its hands to its chest, its bat wings trailing behind it like an elegant gentleman. Ah, I'm sleepy after all that. The sun is really shining today, said he yawned. Luo Ming smiled sarcastically. This roommate of his was definitely the reincarnation of the god of sleep in his previous life. Asshole, where the hell is it? Damn it, why can't you hit it? Why? The blood wolf bat was spinning in place like a madman, showing his teeth and looking very ridiculous indeed. Before I came here I always thought that these fusion beasts were strong, but I didn't realize that they were nothing more than that, and that they would only be able to bully those whose ranks were weaker than his. Night River shook his head. Let me give him one last blow. Swish! A short blade like a dragon's tooth was drawn by him out of the night, and then he lifted his short blade upside down and suddenly appeared behind the blood wolf bat, zipping towards the other party. Gotcha! At this moment, a flash of cunning flashed through the blood wolf bat's eyes. Something's wrong. Senpai, look out! Luo Ming frowned as he transformed the divine plume with one hand and blasted a howitzer towards his opponent. Boom! Dust and smoke exploded as the two silhouettes retreated at the same time. Night River frowned. It's a little more impressive than I thought. So, I'm going to get slightly more serious. Are you ready? End of chapter. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, he'll become a hero. Joining forces with Xiao Tianyu, the strongest heaven-devouring god gun. Chapter 159, he'll become a hero. Joining forces with Xiao Tianyu, the strongest heaven-devouring god gun. Xiao Tianyu rushed onto the roof of the car, and he glanced back at the locomotive that had blown to pieces with a meaty glance. Yeah, here's the workman's comp. Go back and get reimbursed by Deng, and I'll be able to get a new car again. From the earliest ordinary locomotive of $150,000 to the current $1,888,000 armament-grade locomotive, Xiao Tianyu calculated what to replace the next one with. How about upping the budget and getting a different airplane? He joyfully probed and lifted the entire tin roof off the car. Boom! The huge body fell from the air. Lamini and their compartment is in this section, I believe. He swept his gaze around the room and found the student hiding in the corner cowering and looking at him. Noticing Xiao Tianyu's gaze, some people even held their heads. A horrified murmur. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! My meat isn't good, and I have AIDS. It's contagious. The corner of Xiao Tianyu's mouth twitched. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to eat you. I'm reinforcements. Where is Luo Ming? The crowd froze when they heard him speak. Immediately an inch-haired male student came out with a scared look on his face. You mean the student who turned into a blood-red monster? Xiao Tianyu nodded. He was in the front compartment, fighting that monster, he said fearfully, pointing ahead to the empty compartment. Senior Xiao, that guy is a fusion beast that has infiltrated the human world. Diamond grade 4th rank. Luo Ming is in danger now. Xia Qingchang and Lu Cheng saw this and said, don't worry, someone has already made a move. But there is more than one fusion beast coming this time, so I may not have the time to worry about you. You have to protect yourselves, Xiao Tianyu commanded, and then he swept his gaze over the crowd of students. Remember, just now that young man who stood up and fought with the monster, his name is Luo Ming, is my schoolmate, is also the most outstanding student of my Yanxia University. After this, his name will definitely resound throughout Yanxia, and even Blue Star. He will be a hero. After saying that, the huge-sized disc goat emperor was carrying his greatsword and shield and rushed towards the carriage in front of him. Xia Qingchang, Lu Cheng, you too, gather all the students to the last 3 carriages. The front is a battlefield. It will be very dangerous. That's what you're supposed to do as soldiers of the War Department, as part of the Minerva squad, right? Xiao Tianyun paused slightly in his footsteps and bellowed. The 2 men were stunned, and then they gave the most standard military salute. Yes, Senior Xiao. The figure of the Pan-Goat Emperor was far away, leaving only a group of students looking at each other in dismay. Xia Qingcheng and Lu Cheng also rushed towards the front carriages to protect those weak students. It has to be said that in the face of this kind of predicament, there is a world of difference between the students of Yanxia University and those of an ordinary university. Brother Tang, what to do? The most outstanding students of Yanxia University, your friend talk really reliable? Su Koan asked with a face full of fear. Tang Chuan froze for a moment. It should probably work. To be honest, he didn't have a bottom. The students of Yanxia University were already extremely amazing, not to mention the most outstanding ones. Moreover, Xiao Tianyu hadn't added the prefix. He wasn't the most outstanding student of his freshman year, but the most outstanding student of the entire Yanxia University. That's a whole different implication. No matter how bad it was, offending this young man, they had kicked the diamond plate. Now the bones were broken. If we manage to survive this time, you'll go apologize to him and gain the other party's forgiveness no matter what the cost. Tang Xuan said seriously. Yes, big brother. What about you? I'll kneel down for him straight away. Tang Chuan said the most abject things with the most vicious face. Senior Shaw is coming over? Night River, who was fighting the blood wolf bat, frowned. Senior Shao, I can handle this side. You go outside the train and finish off that guy controlling the terrain. Night River exclaimed. Luo Ming, you go help Senior Shao. This is my domain. The long night of despair. Buzz. Once again, a dense black color emerged, swallowing everything up. A terrifyingly pure and translucent black, swallowing this carriage instantly. It was as if it had become 2 worlds. Even Luo Ming was bounced out by Night River. Lamini, how are you? Catching Luo Ming, who had been bounced out. Xiao Tianyu asked. Luo Ming nodded. Not a big problem. Okay, then how about we go tackle that guy out there together and work together for once? Xiao Tianyu asked. Naturally, I'm honored. Bang! A large and small figure leapt up and toppled through the carriage. At this rate the train will hit the wall. We don't have that much time. 5 minutes to finish that guy off. Luo Ming said as the 2 of them looked at the huge white silkworms that crossed in front of the train, following the constantly shifting and twisting terrain. Okay. Boom. The 2 of them were running wildly on the roof of the car. Luo Ming was carrying the heaven-devouring gun. and Xiao Tianyu had his sword and shield out as well. Boom! Scarlet and earth-colored sword chi spears broke through the air and blasted towards the white silkworm. However, the moment it touched the other party's skin, the white silkworm's body instantly sunk in, swallowing both attacks whole. It's a characteristic of the swamp. This beast is troublesome. Xiao Tianyu frowned. That's right. It's hard to kill him unless an absolutely terrifying force is used to completely shatter his body in one breath. Luo Ming nodded as he tightened his grip on the heaven-devouring lance. Senior Xiao, help me. Ugh, how? Infuse all the power in your body into mine. Don't hold back. I'm going to completely destroy him with a surefire strike. Luo Ming lifted the heaven-devouring gun upside down and walked step by step towards the huge white silkworm beast. I might not be able to do it with me alone, but with Senior Xiao together, there's absolutely no problem. This is the ultimate heaven-devouring god gun. Enough to destroy all enemies. Zigzag. His body steamed with blood flames after he turned on the brutal king tyranny. The scorching blood flames seemed to ignite even the air, and Luo Ming stepped out one step at a time, leaving shallow footprints on the roof of the car. Hey, Lamini, is it really okay? It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. He smiled faintly as the blood-colored points of light on the heaven-devouring gun were building up. All the monster power in Luo Ming's entire body flowed like a rushing river through his hands into the heaven-devouring gun. Xiao Tianyu walked in large strides and pressed his palm against Luo Ming's back heart. Please, Tao Tai. Don't worry. I'll end this. Boom. Infinite devouring. The monster power within Xiao Tianyu's body was wrapped up in a terrifying suction force, which then surged uncontrollably towards Luo Ming's body. Monstrous beast power with completely different attributes. This tyrannical power can even be compatible. Is this also the characteristic of Tao Tai? Xiao Tianyu was incomparably shocked in his heart, and as his power flowed away, the fluctuations at the tip of Luo Ming's gun grew stronger. Big white bug. Watch. This is my strongest shot. This move. Knock you into oblivion. End of chapter. 160. Chapter 160, Slaying the Dual Fusion Beast. Unbreakable Wall. Chapter 160, Slaying the Dual Fusion Beast. Unbreakable Wall. Jie. Danger. As if the deep marsh mudworm had sensed the powerful fluctuations escaping from the tip of Luo Ming's gun, a sense of palpitations arose. Jie. Run. It's going to lose. Boom boom boom. The earth continued to distort, and in the end, it even rolled over like mud and went up through the sky, turning violently in midair and evolving into an earth dragon with big scarlet eyes. Perhaps he didn't think it was enough insurance, as more and more mud washed up into the sky. Wow! 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. The 8 earth dragons gulped in marsh gas and shot violently towards Luo Ming and the two of them. You're in a hurry. First hand. Must lose. Luo Ming laughed out loud, the heaven-devouring god pistol fully storing its power. And right at this moment, the decisive time had arrived. Boom! The blood-colored torrent spewed out immediately after a second of stagnation. All of a sudden, the air seemed to freeze as a result. The moment the 8 earth dragons came into contact with the blood-colored torrent, they instantly shattered into pieces, turning into rain like mud that poured down in sparse ticking sounds. Anon! The earth where the deep swamp mudworm was suddenly became soft, and his body gradually sank into the earth. He's running! Xiao Tianyu was shocked. Don't worry, he can't get away. Swish! Luo Ming directly carried the gun and charged towards the other party. The closer he got to him, the more intense the fluctuations on that heaven-devouring god gun became. The destructive might of the blood-colored laser was chilling. Bang! Luo Ming stood at the very front of the train. At the front of the car, his body slightly squatted, his legs tensed, and then rose up into the air. The blood-colored figure rushed up high into the air, the tip of his spear pointing downward as he bellowed. Blood prison cage. Buzz. The heavenly prison. Just like the 9 underworlds, the bearish underworld fury blood flame burned along the air, and a huge blood-colored cage was constructed around the deep swamp mud silkworm. Trapping him, the land was burning and his body was stuck to the surface. And at this moment, Luo Ming was already falling towards the bottom like a burning fire meteor. Boom! The blood-colored torrent smashed into the body of the deep marsh mudworm. Zigzag. It was crazily absorbed by the surface of his body, but as Luo Ming crazily urged all the power in his body to become more and more violent, the body of the deep marsh mudworm began to expand violently. It seemed like it was going to explode the next second and turn into a sky full of fire. Roar! He yelled out in pain, frantically slamming his body against the cage. Giggle! The figure finally smashed down onto his back, and Luo Ming turned with one hand, close to 4 meters of a heaven-devouring lance all stabbing into his body. Put! The giant silkworm's body was frantically spraying green blood towards the outside. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! I'm dying! It really hurts! Damn humans! He twisted his body violently, trying to shake Luo Ming off of him, but Luo Ming clutched the heaven-devouring lance in death. This blood-colored lance was like a nail of judgment, sticking dead inside his body. Extremely strong fluctuations wreaked havoc on the fellow's flesh and internal organs, until everything is reduced to ashes. The deep swamp mudworm's strength diminished only then. Bang! Until the huge body hit the ground, completely blown up. 2 dark green crystals fell into Luo Ming's hands. Diamond grade 4th ranked beast cores and beast jade. He gripped the beast jade tightly, and inside was a skill called Land of Heavenly Swamp. Turns an area into a swamp, trapping the enemy, and at the same time can manipulate the mud into a form, just like the 8-headed dragon that the deep swamp mudworm just changed into. Better than nothing. But this beast core is good, because it was a fusion beast. The quality of the beast core was far beyond that of a normal diamond grade 4th rank beast core. At the very least count 2 levels further up. It's over. I wonder what's going on over at Night River Senpai. Luo Ming stared back, dragging the heaven-devouring gun back, and jumped onto the train in a flash. Boom! Right at this moment, a pitch-black figure leapt out of the carriage. It was Night River, who was carrying a bloodied wolf bat head in his hand. Easy peasy. Swish! Night River flung his hand and threw 2 black crystals at Luo Ming. Beast Jade and Beast Core. I can't use them. I'm giving them to you. Luo Ming reached out and caught it. There was a skill called Dark Night Twilight among the Beast Jade that could deprive the enemy of their 5 senses. Sight, smell, hearing, taste and touch for a short period of time. Good stuff. Luo Ming put the loot away. These 2 guys are slaughtered. But the train is still moving. I've been to the caboose. The train driver has been killed and the car is completely destroyed. If it continues like this, the car will go straight into the garrison and the end result will still be crashing through the wall. Night River mused. Next, the 3 of them would have to find a way to stop this train before they could do so. I can't do it anymore. I've transferred all of my monster power to Luo Ming, and it's already extremely hard for me to just maintain my transformed state right now. Xiao Tianyu shook his head. A train traveling at full speed with 18 cars would never last with my strength. Night River shook his head just as the 2 frowned. I'll do it. Luo Ming opened his mouth after a moment of silence. You do it? Neither of your monsters are purely power-shaped, and trying to stop the train can be far more difficult than destroying it. Do you have the strength now? Xiao Tianyu frowned. I have a way. Only, I hope you 2 can help me keep it a secret. Luo Ming nodded. The 2 of them were stunned, and then they saw that in the next second Luo Ming lifted his transformed form. Divine Phoenix. Boom! A searing pillar of fire rose up and pierced through the clouds, and the searing flames shook the 2 of them as they couldn't help but take a few steps back. You kid, you're hiding really deep. Surprisingly, there's a 4th monster. What is this monster called? What rank? The 2 men had shocked looks on their faces. This guy is the son of the ancestor of monsters, right? That's too good for him. Even if Luo Ming told them now that he had 5 monsters, they would never suspect it anymore. Divine Phoenix. SSSS class. Luo Ming opened his mouth. Awesome. Xiao Tianyu could only give a thumbs up. He had now gladly accepted the fact that he had lost to Luo Ming. On the contrary, it would seem unusual for him to win. The fault is not with me. The fault is with my old man, who couldn't even give birth to a triple SSS ranked awakened person when his ancestral grave was on fire. Xiao Tianyu laughed. Lamini. Okay, 2 seniors, I'm going to make my move. A red and gold divine plume appeared on Luo Ming's hand. It was true that his power couldn't stop the train, but the divine plume feather could, and the divine plume feather could change into any weapon, whether it's a vehicle or a building fortress. As long as the divine plume is there, it can stop the train. Fresh. The long chirp of the divine phoenix shook the void, and in the next second, he saw Luo Ming's entire body rising up into the sky. A fire cloud crossed the sky. The speed was so fast that it instantly overtook the train. Luo Ming stayed parallel to the train, looking at the vastness of the earth not far ahead, further ahead, really rushed to the stationing place. Crossing this valley is God's plume. Change. Unbreakable wall. Swish. He raised his hand and threw out the red gold plume. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Chapter 161 Burning Wall of Flames. Stop the train. In the hot summer there were only soldiers who died in battle, not those who retreated. Chapter 161 Burning Walls of Flame. Stop the train. In the hot summer there were only soldiers who died in battle, not those who retreated. Phew! Fire meteors descended from the sky, a sheet of flame spreading in midair before a rectangular piece of copper wall smashed into the earth, with a blazing fire burning on it. The entire copper wall was embedded in the ground, and the vibration of the square yuan miles of land was uncontrollably trembling 3 times. What the hell is that? A wall of burning flames? Xiao Tianyu and Night River were both dumbfounded that the feather in Luo Ming's hand, which was only the size of a palm, had turned into a wall of this size. Not good. It's going to crash. With a train this big, this weight hitting the wall will turn it straight into broken brass. Xiao Tianyu's face changed. And it's still burning with flames. This is the tendency to explode. I feel that Luo Ming is playing with us. Night River also looked dumbfounded. There are hundreds of students on this train. If something happens to it, the whole of Yanxiao will tremble. The splash of public opinion can't even be suppressed. A while ago, one of the four great holy orders, the Eternal Havoc Holy Order, had only just been annihilated by the regiment. It's only been a short time, and if another big event like this happens, the credibility of the Yanxia military will be challenged. Something might go wrong then. At this point in time, we don't have any other way, isn't it? Can only trust Luo Ming. Xiao Tianyu shook his head. Besides, it's not like this guy is going to swindle us. As he spoke, the train was already whistling like an arrow out of a string and slamming into the wall, and already the brakes were broken. The train was out of control. The speed was pulled right up to full speed. The whole train let out an unbearable roar. The carriages were shaking, and a bunch of students were thrown around like sandbags. Bitterness. Look guys, what's that? As the carriage lurched, someone was shaken to the window and poked their head out to look. His face went straight white. In front of the train, a through wall of burning flames unexpectedly appeared. This train is like a death train to the nine hells, and these flames are the underworld flames of the dead. Finished, dead. Even if we solve the monster, we'll still die. Crashing into a wall like that, it's a direct car wreck. With the speed the train is traveling at, and the mass of the carriages, we'll probably be a pile of mush within 3 seconds of collision. It's almost New Year's Eve, and a death like this qualifies as a red herring in a sense. A student wearing glasses spoke up in a hushed voice, instantly drawing the displeasure of a large crowd. The red is red and the fire is there, but the combination makes it sound like you want to punch someone for some reason. Can you say something nice? We're all about to die, and you're still here scaring people. Lower head man, the quality is so bad. The man with the glasses sighed helplessly. Jime's attack power really makes me ding-chan. Is this the strength of version T0? I admit defeat. He shook his head. That is, he retreated back into the corner once again, always squeezing a book and not relaxing, even if the carriage shook again. Even though he might die in the next second, he was still reading without distraction. Xia Qingcheng was astonished. This student, so marvelous. Just as the train was about to hit the unbreakable wall, finally, the wall moved. Wow! Above the wall, a flame chain broke through the air and probed out, surprisingly wrapping around the train from all sides. And then, like wrapping dumplings, bound above the train, more and more flame chains poked out, wrapping the train tightly. A student witnessed the chain slice through the bed, and the pounding heat was searing but not burning. Instead, it revealed a warm flavor, like sunlight spilling over. It's so warm. This flame is not the flame of the underworld. This flame is the flame of salvation. It can protect us. Some people craned their necks and felt it quietly. Sure enough, I knew it. This Luo Ming kid does things reliably. I'm optimistic about him. Xiao Tianyu laughed out loud as the long chain of flames swept past him, and he closed his eyes as he felt as if a newborn power was surging out of his body. As the train became completely entangled, the chains began to kick in, emergency brakes were applied, and the train was pulled hard. The speed also slowed to a meaty crawl. 300, 200, 100, 50, 20, squeak, until, that is, it stops completely, and that front-end drama wall was still a finger away. Phew, the two men sighed. The mission was complete. Next, the superiors were informed and a special bus was dispatched to take these children home. As the train braked to a stop, Luo Ming landed on the car from the sky, and the unbreakable wall re-emerged as a divine plume feather that landed on his hand. It's over. Awesome Luo Ming. And this tactic, by the way, can you turn this weapon into a locomotive? Xiao Tianyu asked with a curious expression. Luo Ming nodded. Where's the plane? Luo Ming still nodded. Xiao Tianyu's eyes lit up. Ahem. That. Luo Ming whined on. You lend me this thing to play for 2 days? I won't play for nothing. I'll pay you? Lamani, bagpipes from afar. What do you mean? Xiao Tianyu touched his head with a puzzled expression. Senpai, that's why the phrase telling you to read more means roll. Night River patted his shoulder and said, Tianyu Xiao. No, Luo Ming. You kid. You talk with a weird sense of humor. The three of them all exited their transformed state and walked back into the carriage in pairs. Lamani, how's it going? Are all the students here? Luo Ming swept around. Xia Qingcheng nodded. Yes, 2 students were killed. And then the conductor and the stewardess, the conductor's policeman, are all dead. On top of that, a dozen other students were injured. Luo Ming swept over with a glance. There were indeed a few students cowering in the corners with some wounds on their bodies looking a bit distressed. The look was downcast, the eyes were confused, and there were a few other famous students among them as well. Obviously today's encounter has affected them negatively. Side note, these freshmen are not mentally capable. Since you are all students of Monster University, you should understand that this is the path you must take. And in the future, when you fight deep into the ruins, you will only encounter dangers 1,000 times 10,000 times harsher than this. Just this level of atrophy. My advice is to drop out of school and go home to retire. Don't waste resources and your parents' pensions. Luo Ming bellowed. You, who are you to say that? We're only freshmen. We're still freshmen. We're going through this stuff for the first time. We need time to grow up. A student retorted indignantly. There isn't so much time for you guys to grow up. With all the eternal tribe of saints fallen, no one knows what's going on in the ruins, and no one knows to what extent the monsters will evolve. Full-scale war isn't far off, and it might even be tomorrow. Who will give you time to grow? Monsters fight and you can tell them this. So naive. Luo Ming shook his head. In comparison, the students of Yanxia University were really too much better than them. The top of the summer is needless to say, but most, probably all, are such that they are completely unable to take on the heavy lifting of children. That's right, Tolamani. These are just kids. The Luo Ming in front of you, he is also a freshman student like you, but he has already gone deep into the ruins to carry out many missions, many times 9 deaths, but also made great achievements. I'm not saying this to show off this schoolboy of mine, but to tell you, Yanxia men and women, to pull yourselves together. You are the future of Yanxia, the hope of mankind. That's why you should never be disheveled. Yanxia, there are only soldiers who die in battle, not those who retreat. Xiao Tianyu also stood out and spoke loudly. Happy 520 to all the set dudes, and then they can all stomp on the goddess of their choice. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Chapter 162, Returning to Star Ocean State. A thief in the house? Chapter 162, Returning to Star Ocean State. A thief in the house? The group of students seemed to be shocked by Xiao Tianyu's resounding words. Are you a soldier in the War Department? Someone asked in disbelief. No, I'm a student too. I'm a junior at Yanxia University, but I'm also a squad leader in the military department. Xiao Tianyu opened his mouth. This one over here is a sophomore called Night River, and there's also Luo Ming whom you know, the most outstanding student of our Yanxia freshman year, who is a freshman just like you. After hearing his introduction, the other students all looked at each other with stunned expressions. It's awesome. Obviously just students. Obviously as old as us. Their eyes were filled with longing as they looked at Luo Ming, especially some of the girls, who had stars in their eyes. Xiao Qingqing's willow brows frowned madly, and Lu Chang watched in shock from the side. If you keep frowning like that, you might even get headlines at a young age. You're safe, and a special car will be coming from the military department next to take you back. Luo Ming nodded, said walking towards the two Xiao Qingcheng. Not even close. Poof. 2 figures appeared right in front of him. Dad, Grandpa, we were wrong. Lo Ming? No, 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 no. Taking advantage of me? I couldn't have given birth to you 2 crooks. Forgive us. I shouldn't have. The 2 of them gabbled a lot. Luo Ming listened to it all being not wanting to hear it. These 2 are? Xiao Tianyu frowned. It's just a clown. Lamani responded. After briefly understanding the cause and effect of the incident, Xiao Tianyu smiled. Students from Yanxia University often encounter this kind of thing when they go out, mainly because the school is also relatively low-key. Some time ago, when I went on a mission, I also met a guy who bragged to me that he was a graduate of the Magic City Monster University, and that he was a military squad leader at a young age. And, as a result, he was scared to the point of peeing by an ordinary gold-level monster. Xiao Tianyu shook his head. I remember that guy's name is something like Zheng Si? Seems like that name. Also graduated from Magic City Monster University. Do you guys know each other? He asked the 2. The 2 men stopped talking at once. Especially Tang Xuan, his entire body was shaking, because that military squad leader he knew was named Jun Gus. By the way, you're a member of the Tang family, aren't you? At this time, Xiao Tianyu smiled faintly. Here, Luo Ming, the captain of the Ming City squad, and your Tang family's eldest miss, Tang Momo, is a member of the team under him. In addition to that, there is also the Xia family's eldest miss, the Chu family's eldest miss, the Zhao family's eldest young master, and the grandson of Jin Ling Yen Battle King, the #1 richest man in Yanxia domain, the Lu family's son. All of them are under him. This schoolboy of mine, there's nothing to say. Listening to these individual names popping out of Xiao Tianyu's mouth, Tang Chuan felt his limbs soften to the point of degeneration. He could not wait to kill Su Koan next to him. You are ing provoking an old Buddha and the girl you molested is still the eldest daughter of the Xia family in the imperial capital. You're looking for death. Don't say you're a student of the Monster University of Magic City. It's no good if you're the principal his son, the granddaughter of a contemporary king. At the time of the new year, my old man will have tea with your principal. At that time I will react. I think that the students of the Magic City Monster University are really poor in their style, and they need to be rectified. Xiao Tianyu said nonchalantly. Poof. The two men slumped to the ground as if they were dead. That's still playing a calf. It wasn't mailed straight away. You flirted with a schoolgirl, and you stabbed me in front of the principal? Afterward, the military department's special car sent the students home individually, and Luo Ming's three were naturally sent to the station in Shanghai State. I forgot to notify Quintessence Mo when I came back. Luo Ming shook his head and laughed. Forget it, let's go home first, and then we'll contact Quintessence Mo when the time comes. Luo Ming was now in a hurry to go back and absorb the two beast cores in his hand, grabbing the time to raise his strength up. This period of time was really too busy. One thing after another. There was no chance to calm down and raise himself. Where do I live? Lu Chang asked with an embarrassed look on his face. I'll ask Mo Queso to arrange a place for you to stay. Go to my house first. Luo Ming said. When he returned to his room, Xia Qingcheng said she was ready to go cook. So Luo Ming went back to his room. He was also used to ordering some takeout back from some fancy restaurant he didn't know anyway. These two diamond-grade beast cores. I don't know what level they can raise me to. Infinite devouring. Unleash. A powerful suction force emanated from the palm of his hand, and the Taotai within his body began to emit a deafening roar as if it had been starving for a long time. On the other hand, Mo Rudian, who had finished his day's work, happened to pass by Luo Ming's door. It didn't really happen to be. He would check in every day in case any thieves broke through the empty door. If Luo Ming's house was stolen, then he wouldn't be able to entertain people then. Through the window he saw a surprising burst of red light emanating from Luo Ming's home. Thief? Good boy. You're looking in the wrong place then. Dare to come here and steal. I'll teach you how to behave. Swish. With a single leap, he turned into a silver wolf dodging and bursting through the window with his knife. Gold grade 6th stage. Worthy of being a fusion beast's core? It's not comparable to ordinary beast cores at all. If it was an ordinary diamond grade 4th stage beast core, it would be good enough to raise him by 3 stages. Where can it be like this? Luo Ming clenched his fists with immense satisfaction. There are still 8 fusion beasts left. Slaughter them all and I'll be able to break through into the diamond level 100%. Lamani began to stroke his chin. I don't want to give up such a good resource to someone else. Wow! A breeze swept through the curtains and the curtains swung up slightly. Luo Ming furrowed violently as he detected a flash of radiant blade light. Dare to come to my house and sneak up on me? Don't want to live. The moment he turned around, he instantly became a true dragon. A true dragon fist then slammed out. Wait, this person's back looks so familiar. This is Luo. Mo Rudian wanted to withdraw his hand, but he realized that his opponent's fist had already come over. The might that made his soul tremble almost caused Mo Rudian's mind to explode. It's only been 1 semester and Luo Ming is already so much better than him? In the heat of the moment, he carried a knife in front of him. Boom! The golden fist was accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, and as Luo Ming slammed out with this punch, he instantly became in free fall and flew out of the window. Don't know how to die. Luo Ming poked his head out and glanced at the man, who was already embedded in the ground at an unknown depth. It's hard to see what it looks like. The law and order in Star Ocean State isn't very good. I'll contact Kuei Mao to have him take care of it. Luo Ming pulled out his cell phone and dialed Mo Rudian. It turned out that after 3 or 4 calls I found no answer. Is Quintessence Mo so busy these days? He was filled with a puzzled look. Not long after, Xia Qingcheng came back from grocery shopping. Lo Ming, you come here for a moment. I met Kuei Mo halfway. He seems to have been attacked by someone and knocked out. Luo Ming was shocked. What? I'm coming. Who dares to take action against the Star Ocean State's leader? This thief is bold. I'll exterminate his ancestors, he said, pushing out the door. End of chapter 163. Chapter 163, Things of the Year. Magical Beast Chimera. Hidden Enemy. Chapter 163, Things that Happened Back Then. Magical Beast Chimera. Hidden Enemy. How are you feeling? Quintessence Mo? Mo Rudian, who was shaken awake, covered his eyes. The light was a bit irritating, and he felt like all the bones in his body were shivering in pain as if they had been run over by a stone mill. I'm okay. Hiss. Tugging on the shoulder felt like a full body ache. Did a thief sneak up on you? In fact, I met a small thief in my room just now, and I smashed him away with 1 punch. Luo Ming asked. Mo Rutian. There should be no thieves. And what am I smashing flying? Is there a possibility that the person you smashed up was me? Lamini. The two were wide-eyed for a long time. Luo Ming then snapped to attention. It the wrong guy? Sorry about that. MOK superior. Apologies flashed across his face. He'd only just gotten back, and he'd almost gone to the dry ICU for someone else. You can't be trying to punch up your performance on the Star Ocean stateside as well. It's okay. But this strength enhancement is a bit amazing. It's only been a few months. Right. What level are you at now? Gold level 6th order. Awesome. Mo Rudian directly stood up. Good guy. It's more powerful than even him. It's true that people are more angry than people. In fact, this time when I came back, I also wanted to ask Quintessence Mo about the specific matter of my parents' death in battle back then. Luo Ming pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. The Battle of Star Ocean State breakdown 3 years ago. Mo Rudian was slightly silent. The presiding officer of the Star Ocean State breaking battle wasn't me. In fact, I'm not terribly clear about it. And back then, in that battle, I was only playing a general role in it. What we claimed to the public was that there was a large mass of monsters attacking, but in reality, there was only one. A strong color of fear flashed in Mo Rudian's eyes. It was a demonic beast. I've never seen such a being before, and I can't find any record related to this kind of monster in the Monster Atlas. He has the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a python. It can spit out horrible flames that burn everything in the world. In that battle, if it wasn't for the military ministry's rushing assistance, the Star Ocean continent might have been overrun a long time ago. At that time, the one who was ordered to come to the aid of my Star Ocean prefecture was a war general of the military department, the Devil's Capital Lin family, War General Lin Yaoxin. Listening to Mo Rudian's explanation, Luo Ming felt that this monster he described was very similar to a creature in the myths and legends of his previous life. Mixed species magical beast from Greek mythology, the Chimera. This monster is also a fusion beast. Definitely. And it's a fusion beast with 3 monstrous beasts merged together. And no, their technology isn't mature. 3 fusion beasts are definitely difficult. Could it be that this monster is a failure? Or maybe it lost control and this is why it was broken into the human world? Did the beast end up dead? Luo Ming asked. Mo Rudian shook his head. Didn't die. Not only that, it also captured the war general of the military department, War General Lin Yaoxin of the magic capital Lin clan, and escaped the wall. In that battle, we could only be considered to have barely survived, but the loss was tremendous. Luo Ming frowned. He always felt that there were still many secrets hidden behind this matter, but he wasn't strong enough to warrant touching that on his own right now. After all, even the war general had been captured. The strength of this monster was definitely starting at the purple jade level. This kind of existence was not something he could deal with right now. Thanks, Maquette. Want to stay for dinner? Ching Cheng ordered takeout. Luo Ming opened his mouth. Hey, Luo Ming, you're too rude to speak that. What do you mean by ordering takeout? I'm cooking all my own food here. I don't know when. But the table was already filled with a table full of colorful and delicious delicacies. The corner of Luo Ming's eye twitched. I know a little bit about your cooking. If you made this, I'd eat the pot too. Did you really do this? Luo Ming stared at her with a suspicious face. Xia Qingqing's eyes glanced up unnaturally. Not really. In fact, Lu Cheng helped me slightly. He. She laughed. Did you a favor? Help me make a 6-course meal. Luo Ming looked at the 7 dishes laid out in front of him and fell into deep thought. So which dish is yours? This one. Tossed cucumber. Lamini. He silently chucked a piece. Is it good? Under Xia Qingqing's expectant expression, Luo Ming nodded. This salt and cucumber dish is good. Ha! It's tossed cucumber. Don't you talk nonsense. Taste yourself? Luo Ming swiftly shoved a piece of cucumber into her mouth. Well, blah blah blah. What the hell? It's salty. She began to vomit violently. Suddenly realized to take the addition to salt. An accident. This is definitely an accident. Accidents are great. Next time don't be accidental. I don't want cucumbers with MSG. Cucumbers with chicken. Cucumbers with flour. Luo Ming sat down with an expressionless face. Red warmth appeared directly on Xia Qingqing's face. Okay, I admit I have no talent for cooking. But I can learn. I can learn the classics. It's better for people not to do things they're not good at. Luo Ming shook his head. There are times when it's better to try and accept your shortcomings. For example, I can't cook, so I order takeout. Xia Qingqing. But how come you're so good at cooking? Lu Cheng. Lucian smiled. Before I was adopted by the Qin family, I was in an orphanage, and since I was the oldest child, I would always be the one to cook for the other children. Do you want to go back for a visit? Lu Cheng's hand paused for a moment as he ate. Forget it, let's not go back. When I was first adopted by the Qin family, they all thought that I had gotten lucky and finally made it to the top so I could go live a good life. And there are kids who say they wish they could have a life like mine, but they don't know that I've just become a dog tamed by the Qin family, doing the Qin family's dirty work for them. Lu Cheng's hands are long gone from the hands that once could cook for the children. So just don't go back and pretend I'm dead, or maybe I'm just a child without a conscience. And when I live a comfortable life on my own, I leave behind all that was once there. He smiled a far-fetched smile. This is also quite good. I was originally a dead soldier. My homecoming is to be buried in the ruins. It's not a loss to be able to fight for Yanxia, and to be with you guys, to travel such a long way. Snap. Mo Rudian pressed his chopsticks on the table. Young man, don't be so pessimistic. You are also a genius. In the future, why wouldn't you be able to certify as a battle general, town general, or even a battle king? Wait until that day when you go back. All of them will be cheering for you. At that time, you'll be able to say with honor that you're a hero. You fought for Yanxia, didn't you? Mo Rudian said loudly. Young people should be ambitious. Lu Cheng flicked his wrist. Can I do the same for the Inferno Summer Warriors? Luo Ming nodded. Yes. In the future, all of us in the Ming City squad will be Yanxia's top pillars. Jia and Smoke are dead. Too impulsive, always scurrying around human society. Cannot be found. A dimly lit cafe. But that kid called Luo Ming is really hard to kill, and he has a powerful strength that exceeds normal people. I now suspect that, in this guy's body, there is a totem, The young man with ruddy hair took a sip from his coffee, his sunny eyes radiating a burning aura in the darkness. Should we still do it to him? The other man was a handsome man with brown hair and a very gentle look, who wore rimless glasses and held a book. There's not a word in the book. Of course I will. This is the perfect opportunity. My idea is to seal off the entire Star Ocean state and have a massacre. Back then, didn't know. Zero appear in this state region after he stormed out. Zero took a human hostage and then disappeared from there. And we can determine that the human had a totem inside him. But, he's not a native of Star Ocean State. So why would Zero attack Star Ocean State? The young brown-haired man slowly raised his eyes. Because the Star Ocean State has totems. The red-haired young man snapped his fingers. You found it. And, most likely, it's inside that Luo Ming guy. End of chapter. Chapter 164. Chapter 164, Luo Ming has a sister? Enemy from heaven. Reenactment. Chapter 164, Luo Ming has a sister? Enemy from heaven. Reenactment. Crispy knows we're back and wants to buy us dinner. Sure it's us? You're the only one she invited, right? Oops. Let's go together. How boring for me to be alone. Let's go. Xia Qingcheng insisted on pulling Luo Ming. Where is it? The realm on the clouds. I remember that was a couple restaurant, Not she invited you to dinner to couple restaurant? And take me with you? Luo Ming was a bit confused. Xia Qingcheng blushed. I don't know. Go check it out. She booked the place. The two took a cab all the way to the land on the clouds. It was indeed an extremely lavishly decorated Western restaurant, with a top specification in the entire Star Ocean state, with professional waiter service, along with a pianist performing. The entire environment reveals the flavor of hot summer coins. Halfway through, Xia Qingcheng answered a phone call. I'm sorry, Luo Ming. Crispy said she had something temporary to do and couldn't make it. Lamini, just now I saw something flying over my head. Very fast, It turned out to be the abacus beads you played. Then we'll eat it ourselves. Xia Qingcheng simply ordered a few dishes. She looked very skillful, and had obviously been a frequent visitor to such restaurants. Luo Ming, I actually have something I want to ask you. What is it? You say. Lamini had a spoon to scratch the pasta. Do you want to go back to the imperial capital with me on New Year's Eve? Go to the Xia family to spend it? Xia Qingcheng asked with glowing eyes. Luo Ming's palm froze slightly. Xia Qingcheng looked at him with anticipation. I think. Just as Luo Ming was about to open his mouth. Stomp. Outside, a girl in a white dress with a beautiful look and excellent temperament rushed in, and then ignored the waiter's obstruction and came directly to Luo Ming's side. Then taking his hand, he ran right out. Xia Qingcheng? I'm being cut off? Luo Ming was pulled outside the store by the girl. He was flabbergasted. That. I have a girlfriend. I don't need special services. Luo Ming said awkwardly. As good looking as you are, I don't recognize you. Who gives you special services? What are you dreaming about? You hurry up and come with me. The girl's face reddened with anger as she hurriedly opened her mouth to Luo Ming. Where to? Anyway, no matter where you go, you can't stay in Star Ocean State. It's dangerous here. To Mordor. Right. To the Lin family in Mordor. You're coming home with me, the girl said anxiously. Lamini. No. You're not here to steal the bride. Are you? There's no way he's going home with you. Xia Qingcheng rushed out from the restaurant. This lady, you haven't tied the knot. Feel free to brush. Xia Qingqing threw a black card to the waiter, and then hurriedly ran towards Luo Ming. Snap! She took Luo Ming by the wrist and pulled him behind her. Who are you? It's rude to do such a thing. Xia Qingqing was like a mother cat protecting her calf, hugging Luo Ming's arm tightly to swear her sovereignty. I'm his sister. Then who are you? The white-haired girl asked. Xia Qingqing? Luo Ming? Sister? Where did he get a sister? Has Lohan ever cheated on his wife before? Nope. This girl just mentioned that she came from the Lin family in Magic City. The Lin family. His own mother is called Lin Qingxin, and the kind of war general who surrounded the Star Ocean State 3 years ago is called Lin Yaoxin. Does it mean that his mother is a member of the Lin family in Magic City? You are the Lin Yao Xin war admirals. I'm his daughter, and even though he's a bit older than my aunt, I was born later than you, so it's only right that I'm considered your sister. Lin Yuning spoke in an exasperated manner. And what about you? And what are you? Xia Qingqing. I'm his. He's personally recognized as a lieutenant, but in comparison, this identity is not very convincing. Humph. Lin Yuning smiled contemptuously. Infuriating Xia Qingqing's face instantly reddened. Okay, not so much time to waste here. Brother, all these years I've been investigating the Star Ocean State battle 3 years ago, and my father's capture. Some time ago, I finally found the handwriting he left behind. Brother, there are totems inside my father. And, not only my father, but your mother also has totems inside her. The two of them are twins. Natural totems. Now my father has been captured by a monster, and my aunt and uncle died 3 years ago, so the totem inside my aunt must be in your body. Lin Yuning said with a grave expression on her face. I've been investigating you all this time, and I've realized that your battle power is incredibly powerful. And the monsters possess are also powerful monsters never seen before. So, you must have a totem on your body. That's your secret, right? Brother, these were given to you by totem, weren't they? Although Lin Yuning didn't have glasses, she now silently took out a pair of lensless glasses and slowly put them on. And then he pushed up the mirror rest with an air of anticipation. Luo Ming wanted to spit out. Hey, you don't want to play some unknown schoolboy who will bring death here. You're a college student. I guessed right. Brother, Lin Yuning said confidently. Lamini, if he really had the so-called totem, how could the 10 murderers not tell him? Luo Ming could be 100% sure that the so-called totem was not in him, but Lin Yuning was still chattering away. Totems are so terrifying that he can even change a person's innate talent. Totems are able to cause the awakened person's monsters to evolve. That's why those existences in the ruins are so eager to obtain totems. Brother, once the news that you have a totem gets out, there will definitely be a lot of people, not only some ill-intentioned families in the country, but also abroad, as well as some monsters in the ruins. It might all come. So, you come back to the Lin family with me. Only the Lin family can protect you properly. Luo Ming shook his head. I think you've got it wrong. My monsters aren't anything. Buzz. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The sky was covered by a hazy white mist. As that mist spread violently, a white spider web took on the appearance of a bowl lid, covering the entire Star Ocean State. This is spider silk? When did that happen? Luo Ming's face showed surprise. Not good. Brother, the enemy is coming. Lin Yuning's face changed. The action was too fast. These guys. Xia Qingcheng also pulled out her cell phone. The phones don't work. All signals are blocked. They are directly sealing the entire Star Ocean State. What a quick move. Buzz. In the sky, a white mist filled the sky, obscuring the sun, and 3 figures stood side by side on the densely intertwined spider silk. I heard it all. Oh, Luo Ming, you really do have a totem on your body, don't you? The 3 of them gazed condescendingly at Luo Ming and the others. The streets, the roads, it's chaos. The sudden change had sent the entire Star Ocean State into a state of panic. There was a look of fear on the faces of those who had been through the Battle of the Great Breach 3 years ago. Because, 3 years ago it was just as sudden and out of the blue. A pillar of fire that looked like hell descended from the sky, after which the entire Star Ocean State was turned into a sea of fire. Countless people were buried in the fire. And 3 years later, it all seems to be repeating itself. End of chapter. Chapter 165, Lightning Speed Seconds. All come to the bowl. Chapter 165, Lightning Speed Seconds. All come to the bowl. What's happening? The movement in Star Ocean State was instantly detected by the Ministry of War. Mo Rushan's expression changed. Check. Hurry up and check for me. In 1 minute. Find out what's going on. Report the matter to military headquarters at once. He strides through the administrative corridors of the military headquarters building to the command room. Quartermaster. No signal. Unable to report. Someone said anxiously. What? I can't believe they even locked the signal. What do they want? Mo Rushan's face scrunched up. Unsightly. Could it be that the battle of destruction as it was 3 years ago was about to begin again? Where's the inside line? Signals can be transmitted within the Star Ocean state, but not to the outside world. Mo Rudian slapped the table. It's obvious that the enemy is caught in a jar and the enemy is prepared. Immediately notify the deans of the 5 major academies in Star Ocean state for me. All the powerhouses above the gold level. Notify all of them to me. Tell them to strike immediately. Where is the energy happening? Find out yet. Mo Rudian asked while contacting the governor. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, you should have seen it already. The spider silk that appeared in the sky above Starsea Prefecture. Well, what's the situation on your end? I'm looking into it now. Checked it out. The most violent energy fluctuations are near the Western restaurant in the realm on the clouds. The investigator replied immediately. Hear that? Ning Yuan, in the realm on the clouds, gather your troops to the realm on the clouds right away, while broadcasting a radio broadcast throughout the city. Everyone stay away from the realm on the clouds for 3 kilometers. No, 5 kilometers. Must evacuate immediately. Mo Rudian commanded with a solemn expression. Cloud, the realm on the clouds. Luo Ming and Xingchang are eating over there. On the other end of the phone, came Ning Crisp's anxious voice. What did you say? Mo Rishan's face became even more ugly. Could it be that the enemy is coming for Luo Ming this time? Everyone, hurry up and get out. He rushed out of the military headquarters building, followed by a number of military headquarters guardsmen. Kuei Mao, I've received Luo's notification. I'll take you there now. Outside the military headquarters building, Lu Chang was waiting outside. Buzz. He instantly transformed into a pale blue warhorse covered in flames. Kuei Mo, come up here. You. Mo Rudian nodded his head vigorously. Yes. He rolled onto his horse and took on the form of a white silver wolf. Almost at the same time, all of the Star Ocean State's gold level or higher battle forces surged to the outside of the realm on the clouds restaurant in their own ways. That's awesome. Month. At that moment, above the spider web, a red-haired, majestic young man spoke. In the middle of the two, there was a young girl in a black gothic lowly dress with a puffy parasol standing on top of the spiders. Her face hidden beneath the black umbrella was snow white and without a trace of impurities, more translucent than the pure white snow of a winter's day, blocking off a city. Within the few of us, you're the only one who has the ability to do that. The handsome brown-haired man holding the book also spoke up. Giggle. Then after you bring the totem back, you'll have to credit me first class. The gothic lowly girl named Moon spoke. Sure, no problem. The two men smiled and nodded. Swish. 3 silhouettes slammed to the ground from the spider silk. Luo Ming, gird your loins. Who else can save you this time? The red-haired youth rubbed his wrists and walked towards Luo Ming in large strides. Hey, kid, hurry up and hand over the totem to me. Bang! His bushy hand landed directly on Luo Ming's shoulder, but the moment he made contact, his face changed. No, why it's not. The totem is not in you. Where the hell is it? Swish! He made a lightning-fast attempt to withdraw his hand, but found his wrist clutched in a large, deadly grip. I'm sorry, I was lacking some resources, and since you personally killed over, that also saves me from deliberately searching for them. Luo Ming looked into his eyes with a playful smile. Bang! Only to see Luo Ming's upper body clothing instantly explode, revealing his robust muscles. The 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around his chest, as well as the immortal god phoenix that almost rose up in the sky behind him. The dragon roared and the phoenix chimed. She vaporized. Luo Ming exerted force with one hand, and under the pull of his wrist, the red-haired youth's arm was unexpectedly deforming rapidly. Asshole! Get off me! His face gradually became twisted. Change me too. He was about to call out the transformation. Click! 2 chains directly wrapped his hands and body. What's this? The red-haired youth stared wide-eyed at the red golden chains that entangled his body. His face extremely ugly. I've been guarding against you for a long time. How could I allow you to transform? Hand over your beast core. The Taotai inside me is already hungry and going crazy. Snap! Luo Ming tore one of his wrists right off his shoulder. Rolls of blood splattered the earth. Ah! The red-haired youth let out a hiss of pain. I promise you, you are the most suffocatingly hasty fusion beast to ever die. Luo Ming came up to his ear and whispered. Quick! Moon! Hi! Help me! He yelled. Sorry, it's over. Bang! Luo Ming raised his hand and slapped him at his head. A large head flew off. Snap! Luo Ming casually threw it on the ground. He gently brushed his cheek with a blood-stained finger. Sorry, is dead. Do you want his body? Luo Ming pushed the corpse with one hand, while crouching down and feeling out the beast core and beast domain inside his body. So it's a combination of a lion and an eagle. Is this a griffin? Lamani stroked his chin. He tossed the beast core in his hand. Swallow this one and I, in turn, We'll kill you both. He sneered. Not good. Moon. Stop him. The brown-haired youth and the gothic lowly girl's faces changed. The two of them really did not expect the situation to change so quickly. In just such a moment, one of the three of them died in battle. Can't stop it. Swallow me. Luo Ming was surrounded by blood-colored flames as he turned into a Taotai. And then under the infinite devouring works, the beast core rapidly shrunk and turned into a torrent of energy surging into his body. Buzz. Boom. Underworld fury blood flame. Around Luo Ming, a scorching infernal flame erupted. The wild winds danced. And in just the time it took to shine, he had completely absorbed the beast core. This was a method that only Luo Ming could do. Gold level. 7th rank. Well, now, I have no fear of any of you. Come to the bowl. All of you. My big gun is hungry for more. Swish. Carrying the heaven-devouring gun, Luo Ming charged directly towards the two. Lin Yuning, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't keep her mouth open as she watched the scene. This. Is he this powerful even without changing his body? And what are those two tattoos on his body? And, why was he able to absorb the beast core so quickly to complete his breakthrough? He doesn't need to purify the beast core. Also, he's only gold level. Why does he dare to swallow a diamond level beast core directly? All of this subverted Lin Yuning's perceptions. She couldn't help but wonder, was the totem really that powerful? Is everything that happened to Luo Ming really something that can be explained by a totem? End of chapter 166. Chapter 166. Have you ever seen fireworks? It doesn't matter if you've never seen them, just be a firework once. Chapter 166. Ever seen a cigarette? It doesn't matter if you've never seen it, just be a cigarette for once. Snap. The brown-haired youth closed the book instantly. A purple stream of light from his fingertips broke through the air and shot towards Luo Ming. Ding! The heaven-devouring lance flung it away with a pick, and it was actually a spike. Cactus? Luo Ming froze. Purple light rushed around the brown-haired youth, instantly completing his transformation. So it's a fusion of the cactus beast and the purple jade poison rose beast, only to see that on top of his purple armor, there was a sharp cactus thorn. The tips of those thorns were permeated with purple venom, and as long as they were pierced, no matter what kind of monster it was, it would instantly lose its combat power and paralyze its entire body. Of course, it does not include the 10 fowls. After all, the 10 fowls are not monsters. They are monsters his grand-grandfather's grand-grandfather. Bang! 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 What's the name of this fusion beast of yours? Luo Ming inquired as he dodged the poisonous spikes that repeatedly shot out violently. Ghost poison beast. Boom! The opponent's body stretched out, and his body was like a gyroscope spinning in place at high speed. 360-degree spikes with no dead angle shot violently towards Luo Ming. At the same time, the sky sprinkled uncountable purple rose petals. Once they were stained by these flaps, they would instantly explode, blowing the person alive into bloody foam. It's not just me the sky is targeting, it's also the surrounding buildings and ordinary people. Luo Ming's gaze was fixed. Swish! He released the underworld fiendish blood flame, and the flames transformed into a gigantic Taotai beast in midair. The Taotai opened his bloody mouth and swallowed all the flaps and spikes around him with a single violent suck. Luo Ming arrived at the ghost poison beast's side with a sudden advance. Your skills are great, so I declare that they are now mine. Buzz! He pressed one hand on the ghost poison beast's shoulder. Infinite plunder! Roar! A huge Taotai appeared behind Luo Ming, and the Taotai opened its bloody mouth and sucked hard. The ghost poison beast's body was trembling violently. Shock rose to his face. What are you going to do? Moon! Come and help me! He roared. Barely. The three spider silks shot violently towards Luo Ming like a longbow. What's this again? Snakes and spiders? Only to see that the original fair-skinned gothic lowly girl steeply transformed into an extremely bizarre monster. Her lower body a sprawling giant spider with 8 legs spread out firmly gripping the ground. Although the upper body was a human body, the chest as well as the sides of the spine body were covered with greenish snake scales. A face that resembled a human and a snake. Gulping snake letters. Black spider Medusa. She opened her hands and instantly a spider silk sprayed towards Luo Ming. ING gave you face. Do you know the saying that a gun is quicker than 7 steps? Luo Ming backhandedly pulled out the divine plume feather. A gatling appeared in his hand. Luo Ming carried the gatling in one hand. I'll take you as my wife if I don't burst you into a cork today. Da. Bullets poured out like money, and tongues of fire filled the sky. Bang! 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 The opponent was beaten back. Collect! At this time, Taotai finally finished absorbing. He looked up to the sky and roared, gulping down something with a roar. Bang! Luo Ming kicked the ghost poison beast away. Come on! Look at the cactus dance, and the scattered roses. With a wave of Luo Ming's big hand, cactus thorns and exploding rose petals protruded from the sky. sweeping towards the two like a gust of wind. The ghost poison beast, his face turned green, and he just wanted to use the same move as Luo Ming's to blast. As it turns out, you can't use it yourself. This ability of yours is not copying, it's plundering. You took away my skills. He was filled with horror. When did I say it was a copy? Idiot. Boom. Luo Ming rushed towards the two with large strides. Not good. He's too strong. Run. The ghost poison beast's face went white. The three of them had joined forces to deal with Luo Ming, but they couldn't even do it. Now with one dead and one injured, he even had his skills taken away. If you don't run at this point, you're going to be grave bouncing. Move. Moon. Remove the cobwebs, he yelled. Medusa, whose scalp had just slowed down after being blitzed by the Gatling, was about to strike. However, the spider silk that enveloped the Star Ocean State suddenly caught a layer of swaying blood-colored flames. I'm sorry, the Star Ocean State is my territory. You may enter, but you may not leave. Blood prison cage. Buzz. Luo Ming's large hand clenched, and all the spider silk instantly burned out, replaced by an iron prison burning with blood flames. Blood prison cage. Blocking the Star Ocean State. Now I'll see where you're going to run. Zigzag. Luo Ming dragged his heaven-devouring gun towards the two. The opponent was instantly dead. How can this be a fight? Trapping someone else's has become trapping your own. So the clown is actually myself? Boom! Luo Ming slammed his gun down, nearly shattering the armor covering the two men. After opening the brutal king's tyranny, Luo Ming's strength skyrocketed. So what if there were two diamond grade 4 fusion beasts? He fought the fusion beasts. Moreover, as the 10 murderers fused, after he used the power of the 10 murderers more and more, he maneuvered it with greater ease. For example, Tao Tai, who was still carrying the heaven-devouring lance, turned into a true dragon after he turned around and delivered a whip kick. An elbow strike lands to the midsection. And then, the divine plume turned into a magnum gun, pressed your chest, is a few shots down. Put this who can stand. No. Are you sure they're here to kill my brother and not to give away their heads? Lin Yuning looked dumbfounded. This situation isn't quite right. So, where was he running before when he told Luo Ming to hurry up? Do they need it? Do they need it? Xia Qingchang was also a bit surprised, although she knew that Luo Ming's strength had risen quickly, but this speed could no longer be described as fast. Before, they all still needed Xiao Tianyu and Night River to come to their aid on the train, but now 1 against 3? So you're the type that hangs on a dime, crushes on a dime, wins a solid dime, doesn't fumble on a dime, and has the edge on me on a dime? But she couldn't weaken her authority in front of Lin Yuning. She must be the individual who knows Lamani best. She was seen holding her arms over her chest with a smug look on her face. That's what you don't know, do you? High-end hunters often appear as prey. Lin Yuning. I suspect you're playing hard to get with me, but I have no proof. But I'm pissed off right now. Luo Ming. You mustn't be alright. You're the rising star of my Star Ocean State. At this moment, Mo Rudian was rushing towards this side at great speed. The successive explosions made his heart incomparably worried about Luo Ming's current situation. Next move. Send you two to your deaths. Sacrifice your beast cores. Luo Ming transformed into the appearance of a true dragon at this moment. As he tapped the ground with one foot and leapt up in one step, the red-colored cloak swept across the void, followed by a dragon's roar that shook the clouds. Anon! The golden five-clawed divine dragon rushed up into the air. The divine dragon roaming the void, followed by wrapping 10,000 pounds of force rushing towards the two. And along the way, the space was cracking madly. The golden divine dragon dazzled the ordinary people who were hiding under the eaves and shivering in the corners. The true dragon swept through, and the earth-shattering fluctuations even more nearly flattened the area. Boom! Luo Ming clawed one by one, instantly gripping the two men's bodies and rushing high into the air. Asshole! Get off me! Damn it! The two were caught in a death grip by the dragon's claws. The body twisted violently trying to struggle, but to no avail. Ever seen a cigarette? The true dragon glanced back at the two men with a faint glance. The two men shook their heads. Haven't seen it. It's okay, you guys can be cigarettes for once. Both? Bang bang. And then the explosion rang out. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. People who were no longer in the same world. About to travel to the imperial capital. Chapter 167. People who are no longer in the same world. About to travel to the imperial capital. Anon. The true dragon looked up to the sky. And on both sides of him, two clusters of blood-colored blood exploded, and from afar, the rain of blood poured down, and it really looked like smoke. Buzz! The true dragon transformed into a humanoid form, its crimson cloak dancing as it slowly descended from the sky. At this point, the enemy is all but destroyed. Winning! Oh oi! Is this disaster resolved so quickly? The general public had a look of surprise on their faces. That person seems like the figure that guarded the Star Ocean State 3 years ago. The blood prison cage dispersed, and the sunlight pattered above the golden body of the true dragon. Glistening, a magnificent rainbow appeared in the sky, and the haze crossed the distant mountains and showered equally on everyone. 3 years ago. Some people recalled that 3 years ago, in the midst of a devastated land and a sky full of flames, it seemed that such a figure stood out as well. That one back is remembered by the entire Star Ocean State. Only, so far, no one knows his name. Lamini. By the time Rudian and the other powerhouses of the Star Ocean State arrived one after another, they only saw a golden figure, with its back to the crowd, slowly standing up. Hey, you guys are a little late to the party. This head, I laugh. Luo Ming spread out his palm, and in his hand were 2 differently shaped beast cores. Rudian had a complicated face. He was more and more glad that he had made the decision to not flip out with Luo Ming because of Guyuma. This proved to be right. It had only been half a year and Luo Ming had already grown to a height that far surpassed him. Ding ding ding. The phone rings. There was a call from Titus on the other end. Well, things have worked out. Solved it? The Imperial Capital side has investigated. And if there are no accidents, the 3 monsters that infiltrated the Star Ocean State should be powerful Diamond-class existences. And it was the fusion beasts who attacked the train before. Your Star Ocean State is guarded by a Diamond-level powerhouse? The caller was very confused. Yes. Rudian nodded. Who? What's the name? Why is there no record of it in the War Office files? Which brigadier figure? Luo Ming. Yanxia University. Freshman. The other end of the phone went quiet, and Rudian could even hear the other party's disordered breathing. It didn't take long for the phone to hang up. Rudian put down his cell phone. Several people were walking towards Luo Ming with complicated expressions. Among this group of people was the former dean of the Star Ocean State Monster Academy, who fought over Luo Ming. There, also, used to be the dean of the Star Ocean Monster Academy, Jin Pingtao. Although he had already resigned, Ning Yuan had called him up as well because the incident had moved too much. Jin Pingtao looked at Luo Ming with a complex face. A thought lost. He could have brought glory to their Star Ocean Monster Academy far beyond the pinnacle, but he missed it completely. Luo Ming. Me. Jin Pingtao watched Luo Ming walk in as he wiped his palms on his pants leg. Who knows? Luo Ming directly brushed past him. It was like never knowing him as a person. Jin Pingtao let out a bitter smile as he spread out his palms and looked at them. Oh yeah. The current him had long since fallen out of the other side's eyes. Many years later, when Luo Ming became a top figure in Yanxia, perhaps after tea he would remember that in his youth, there was such a principal who had taunted, despised, and abused him on his way through life. But even thinking about it, maybe it's just a slight smile, because they're not from the same world anymore. It's a drop in the bucket to go back to counting. Oblivion is the highest form of contempt. Quintessence Mo. This incident was purely accidental. They came at me. Luo Ming opened his mouth. But, next, I will head to the Imperial Capital and won't stay in Star Ocean State anymore. So you don't have to worry about them appearing again. Luo Ming said. No, Luo Ming, we didn't mean that. We didn't mean to blame you at all. So you don't have to force yourself to go to the Empire. Luo Ming shook his head. No, I've already decided to go to the Empire. It's not reluctant. It's something we discussed early on. Luo Ming laughed. Luo Ming, you're willing to go to the Imperial Capital with me? Xia Qingcheng was pleasantly surprised. My dad has been wanting to see you for a long time. Hey, Luo Ming, when you see your old man, you have to give him a gift. Ning Crisp, who was standing beside Ning Yuan, gave Xia Qingcheng a victory gesture. I'll give you my dad's cigarettes and Mao Tai. You take them and lend them to your old husband as a gift. Ning Yuan's face instantly darkened. What a great filial daughter. No no no. Brother, you have to come with me to the Lin family. The Lin family is your mother clan. Grandpa is the heavenly king of Yanxia. He'll be able to protect you. Lin Yuning walked up. Besides, isn't New Year's Eve called New Year's Eve only when the family is together? The two men pulled both of Luo Ming's arms left and right. Wow. It's hard to tell. Luo Ming, you still have your feet in 2 boats. Ning Crisp covered her mouth in awe. Lamini, this is my cousin for the moment. What an aunt. I am your sister. Humph. Lin Yuning snorted coldly, tossed her hair and looked at Xia Qingcheng with a hostile face, as if to say, no taking my brother away from me. It's not as if loved ones are happy together, and nominal loved ones don't count for much. Xia Qingcheng shook her head. Luo Ming, do you want to go to the Xia family or the Lin family? Luo Ming slowly pulled his arm out of her arms. Xia Qingcheng's face darkened. You're really going to? Immediately afterward, Luo Ming's palm was placed on her head and gently touched it. I've long said I'm going to the imperial capital. Could it be that the Lin family is in the imperial capital? Xia Qingcheng raised her head. Her eyes were blossoming with little stars. Really? Really? You're willing to go to the Xia family? Luo Ming nodded. Yeah, everyone from the Mincheng squad is in the imperial capital. So maybe you're right. Spending New Year's Eve with everyone would be the most enjoyable. Humph. Lin Yuning was instantly unhappy, but she sulked to herself for a while, and then it came together again. Then I'll go to the imperial capital too. Why are you going along too? You follower. Go back to your Lin family. It's not like the imperial capital is run by your Xia family. Why can't I go? I just want to stay with my brother, or else I won't have anywhere to cry if some demon girl snatches my brother away. Eyes on both of them to fight. Luo Ming hurriedly pulled the two women apart. Okay, stop arguing. What about the spring festival? Hurry up and buy your tickets. Or walk. Ah, this one's okay. Mo Rudian smiled. We have a special car to take you to the imperial capital. Since you've made a decision, Luo Ming, we're relieved. He laughed. Otherwise, I might have to condemn you to spend New Year's Eve with an old thing like me. This kid is coming to the imperial capital? I haven't seen him in a while either. I heard he's been very active lately. Ha 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 ha. Good brat. However, it's not going to be easy to enter the Xia family. Xia Qingcheng, as the only eldest daughter of the third generation of the Xia family, those cousins of hers are not so easy to deal with. Receiving Luo Ming's decision to come to the imperial capital, Yi Chang'an smiled extraordinarily happily. Hey, stop laughing. It's the day's work and you have time for a two-word game? Next to him, Winning Heavenly Folds expressionlessly slammed a stack of documents piled up like a mountain on Yi Chang'an's heels. Before the new year, it's all going to be taken care of. And now that the holy head is out of town, it's all going to be handed over to you. The acting holy head, Yi Chang'an. Fold. Let's discuss something. Yi Chang'an playfully came forward. The other side turned away without expression. Get out. Yi Chang'an. End of chapter. 168. Chapter 168 Imperial Capital. Xia Family. Hunt and Kill Siege Team. Chapter 168 Imperial Capital. Xia Family. Hunt and Kill Siege Team. The Imperial Capital. The heart of Yanxia. The 5 clans were all located in the Imperial Capital. The headquarters of the military department was also set up in the Imperial Capital, and even the base camp of the Holy Regiment was also in the Imperial Capital. On top of that, there were also top tech companies like Yanhuang Technology, as well as n number of other lineages, large and small. It's gold that always shines. But the Empire? Even the floor is made of gold. Imperial Monster University. As the explicit number 1 university in Yanxia, you can understand that one is a military school and the other is something like Qingbei, has as many geniuses as there are clouds, and all of them have strong strengths and backgrounds. There is an old saying that in the imperial capital, the probability of meeting a genius is higher than the probability of meeting a dog. Is this the imperial capital? Luo Ming looked out of the window with a face full of amazement. That a steel forest-like huge city. This world's imperial capital, its degree of splendor is not at all lower than his previous life. And because of the existence of Yanhuang technology, the entire imperial capital is like a city of the future. Someone on the street is actually riding a monster? Awe flashed in Luo Ming's eyes. After Yanhuang technology developed the monster capsule, the monsters were tamed by humans and could already be put into the market as simply as carrying tools and traveling tools. Xia Qingcheng explained. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky. Luo Ming saw a tall horse covered in scales, running up to be even faster by a Porsche 911. It was simply windy, but because it's more expensive than a limousine, there aren't many people who travel on monsters in the imperial city. Luo Ming saw with his own eyes a curly-haired beauty dressed up with black silk heels and a small short skirt get out of a Ferrari with a disdainful look on her face, then sat on a scaly-horned beast, and say that classic line, "I'd rather sit on a scaly beast and cry than sit on a Ferrari and laugh." Luo Ming was directly petrified. The world of abstraction. It has been proven that the value of anything is given by society. The scaly-horned beasts are really decked out to ride, but when it rains you still have to wear a raincoat. Then the pretty girl in the Valentino stockings follows you in your raincoat, and she looks like she's having a good laugh. Wait a minute. How is this different from the electric cars of the previous world? The Big Dipper, right? And you're wearing a raincoat and looking at those in Maybach suits sipping wine drinks with disdain? Luo Ming withdrew his gaze. Luckily for them, this was a military vehicle, with the words Yanxia Military Department printed greatly on it, and the contemptuous gaze could not be cast on him, otherwise he'd have to throw a Sky Eater shot out the car window. Riding a motorized bike loaded you up? To the summer house, Xia Qingcheng said with a smile. Where is it? Luo Ming looked up and around. It wasn't still on the road? There was a shopping mall next to it. Wait a minute. This mall is called Xia's private mall? No. You have a mall at your house? Xia Qingcheng looked like she was taking it for granted. A lot of aunts and uncles in the family preferred it and built one 2 years ago. She nodded. You can just go in and get anything you like. Just report my name. But, strategic materials, armaments, resources and whatnot. The car stopped in front of a manor with red walls and green tiles. The whole Xia's, inside and outside. All kinds of buildings. Manors, villas, hotels, apartment buildings, Western, Chinese, European, Korean, Japanese, various styles. It had to make Luo Ming sigh. This is the grandeur of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. Are you going in too? Getting down from the car, Xia Qingcheng asked Lin Yuning. Or else, I'm afraid you Xias will bully my brother. Saying that, she took Luo Ming's arm. Brother, let's go. I'll accompany you to break into all the dragon pools and tigers' dens. Xia Qingcheng. Under Xia Qingcheng's leadership, Luo Ming entered Xia's, then like walking through a maze, externally circling around and finally checking into a guest room that was more than 300 square feet large. Then he was like a puppet on a string. Xia Qingcheng brought in to meet the various elders of the Xia family, and he followed how Xia Qingcheng shouted. As a result, the eyes of these people looking at him are getting more and more wrong. Wait a minute. I seem to have just called out to who a dad. Luo Ming, you came to the imperial capital? Yes, I'm at the summer house. That's great. We're all in the imperial capital. Come out and get together. Half an hour later, looking at the entirety of the Ming City squad in front of him, Luo Ming couldn't help but be a little confused. It was understandable that the 3 of them, Tang Chu Zhao, were locals of the imperial capital. Why are Lu Ning and Xiao Tianyu there? I've come to Yanxia Technology to talk to Elder Tang about some business on raw materials, Lu Ning explained. Lamini. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu opened his mouth. This time, when I asked you to come to the imperial capital, there is actually a meaning from Elder Yi Chang'an and my father. His gaze became solemn. The 12 fusion beasts infiltrated into Yanxia, and it is known that 2 of them were decapitated in the Red Flame Mountain Range, and we decapitated 2 of them on the train, and at the same time, 3 of them were destroyed by you in the Battle of the Star Ocean State. Currently, there are still 5 such monsters in the entire Yanxia, and, according to the intelligence, all of them are the strongest in the top 5 in terms of battle power, and the most powerful among them has already reached the Diamond 8th rank. The meaning from above is to eradicate them before New Year's Eve. A hunting team will be formed by a few of our top students from the university. At that time, the higher-ups will utilize the corpse of a sequence monster, as well as a totem, as bait to attract them to appear. Xiao Tianyu tapped his finger on the desktop. The current candidates are me. Zhao has passed away. Lin Xiao. 3 people from the Imperial Monster University, 2 people from the Magic City Monster University, and 1 person each from the Jinling and Zhahai Monster Universities. Together with you. That makes a total of 11 people involved in this siege. Try to kill them all with one blow, and leave them all at the end of the year, and not carry them into 25. A heavy killing intent flashed in his eyes. But, now there is a question. Do you know Qin Haoyu? Lamini nodded with a blink of an eye. Qin Haoyu has a daughter called Qin Yanyan, a tutor at the Magic City Monster University. And since Senior Yi Chang'an descended on Qin for you last time and slapped Qin Haoyu, Qin Yanyan is obviously aiming for you. She's recently taken on a new student, a genius who was the 3rd best in the Magic City Monster University. Suddenly just a few days ago he worshipped under her. I reckon it's the result of her using Qin's resources as bait. Now, Qin Yanyan wants to involve his students in this siege mission, and at the same time, he wants to cut you out on the grounds that your power level hasn't reached the diamond level. What she means is that since you have a totem, you can just be a bait. As for the war credit, it has nothing to do with you. That's just the way it is. Xiao Tianyu explained. What do you think about this? Luo Ming mused for a moment. This totem thing. You don't need to care about the totem. Even if the higher-ups know that you have a totem, they won't do anything about it. Instead, they'll protect you more attentively. After all, your perverted strength can only be explained by totems. Luo Ming was silent. He really didn't have a totem. What kind of totem is this he's never seen before? So, Qin Yanran thing. You intend to? Xiao Tianyu asked again. Ugh. Luo Ming sighed. Not because of that what's her name Qin Yanyan, but pure annoyance with that totem. So they think I'm so strong because of the totem? Who are you looking down on? One more chapter. A little later. Definitely done by 8. End of chapter. Chapter 169. My reasoning is reasoning. The top geniuses of Yanxia. Chapter 169. My reasoning is reasoning. The top geniuses of Yanxia. Forget it. It's already happened. Let them misunderstand like this for now, and we'll talk about it clearly after this matter is over. Luo Ming shook his head and began to face up to this question raised by Xiao Tianyu. Usually when it comes to this kind of unfair situation, I like to reason with the other person and convince them with virtue. Be reasonable. You this. The corner of Xiao Tianyu's mouth twitched. It's useless to reason with them and wear out your lips. Snap. At that moment, only the heaven-devouring gun was slapped onto the table by Luo Ming. That's my reasoning, Tianyu Xiao. The other party's strength is very strong. In a way, it won't be much weaker than Zhao has passed away. Diamond rank 4. The same rank as me. Are you confident? Luo Ming nodded. Kill it like a chicken or a dog. Tianyu Xiao, I think you are scolding me, but I have no proof. When acquaintances get together, they basically eat, drink and talk about family matters, in addition to talking about some business. Strange, why is your face so red today? Xingcheng? Tang Moxie asked in puzzlement. Xia Qingcheng was even ashamed to speak. Humph, Xia Qingcheng, you are too detestable. How dare you use such a plot and trick? Lin Yuning, who was uninvited to the side, was on the verge of crying. You purposely took my brother around, shook him up, and then took him to meet the parents. As a result, my brother said something. I recorded it all. Listen to it. It's so devious. Pitiful. Only to see her take out her cell phone and tap on record. Luo Ming. This is my aunt. Hello auntie. This is my mom. Hi mom. This is my dad. You should have met him. Dad. The whole room was outright petrified. Xia Qingcheng was like an ostrich. Red warmth appeared on her face and her head hung even lower. Luo Ming also froze in place. He always felt as if he had done something bad, but was too tired to care before. This is more than bad. It's simply anticlimactic. All of them were a bit glad that they hadn't been cut down by the Summer Warrior King. In fact, the last one to do so was still my brother-in-law. The first time my brother-in-law came to our Xia family, he brought everyone a very amazing meet and greet gift. My eldest uncle was shocked. Xia Qingcheng mumbled. What kind of meet and greet? Boy, my brother-in-law said there's nothing to take away from a first-time meeting. Send a kid. Lamini. Nice guy. I'm straight up good guy. So, all of the Summer family's daughters are easy to be abducted by yellow hair? Nope. Why does it feel like I'm cursing myself? After a farce, everyone dispersed one after another, as they were all in the imperial capital, so everyone had time to come out and get together for the rest of the day. Luo Ming. Next year when school starts, I want to challenge my brother. At this time, Zhao had already come to Luo Ming and said, have you thought about it? Right. Next year will be their last period in school, and they're going to represent Yanxia in the Alliance's 100 schools competition. I must get my hands on this quota. There's a gap between your current strength and your brother's, isn't there? Right. So for the next few days, this vacation I'm going to move into the middle of the ruins, and I've already ordered a batch of capsules from Yanxia Tech, so we probably won't get to see each other for the next month. Good luck, Luo Ming. I hope to see you at the 100 schools competition. Luo Ming smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't be absent. Going to the 100 schools competition as a freshman was an unprecedented event in Yanxia's history. It's also a major challenge for them. And Zhao has been and Xia Qingcheng are SSS-level geniuses in their own right. It's just that Luo Ming's excellence has overshadowed the aura of the two. Other than that, our little Zhao has already come to the 10th rank of the gold level. Day 2. Early in the morning. Empire Monsters University. This is the rendezvous point where the hunt team is formalized. Since it was winter break, the school was largely empty. This was Luo Ming's first time coming to Yanxia's top academy, which in terms of scale, was a little bit bigger than Yanxia University might be. But the number of people at the Imperial Monster University was also dozens of times that of Yanxia University is all. They're both already here. Xiao Tianyu and Luo Ming came to the square and saw a few young people standing in 2s and 3s not far away. The factions are distinct. At a glance, he saw Lin Xiao and Zhao had passed away. Those 3 guys over there are geniuses from the Imperial Monster University. And it's no surprise that they will also participate in the 100 schools competition. In the Titus camp, a man and a woman. I don't know if they were a couple or brother and sister. Looked very close. Then the third person. That was a giant who was close to 2 meters tall and weighed no less than 400 pounds by visual estimation. And in his greasy hands, he was carrying a meatloaf bigger than even Luo Ming's head in a frenzy of gnawing. Innate true sacred body this guy. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched. Here, those 3 over there are from Mordor University. The one on the far side. The one wearing earrings. You see, he's Qin Yanran's student. Rushing towards you. Xiao Tianyu introduced again. Other than that, of the other 2 students from the Magic City Monster University, one of them is from the Magic City Li clan, Li Quan, who is 2 years older than Li Tian, and is Li Lin's son, except that his strength isn't comparable to Li Tian's. You have to pay attention. As for the other 2 in Jinling and Zhahai, I'm not too familiar with them. Luo Ming nodded secretly. Anyway, the best talents from all the universities in Yanxia are here. At a glance, all of them were untamed and looked very headstrong. The two men walked slowly toward the opposite side of the room. Oh, flush. A young man in a hoodie and dark blue headphones at Zhihai Monster University smiled slightly. My name is Xiao Zixuan. First time meeting. He looked courteous and offered his hand to the two men. Lamini, Xiao Tianyu. As his palms touched, a flash of realization flashed across Xiao Zixuan's eyes. I see. Your attributes, I can analyze them. But your is so vague. Why? It's the first time this has happened. A look of incomprehension flashed in Xiao Zixuan's eyes as he looked at Luo Ming. You're analyzing our attributes? Xiao Tianyu's face became ugly. Ah, sorry, it's my power. He pointed to his eyes. As long as there is some contact with me, I can determine what kind of monster the opponent is and what attributes they have mastered. If those fusion beasts encountered me, they would definitely not be able to run away. Xiao Zixuan laughed lightly. But that's rude behavior, isn't it? Xiao Tianyu frowned, dissatisfied. Ah, I apologize. He had a disinterested look on his face and looked like he hadn't done much of this sort of thing. Do you know the saying that while you are peering into the abyss is also peering into you? At that moment, Luo Ming spoke. Xiao Zixuan's gaze went towards Luo Ming. The moment the two of them met each other's eyes, Xiao Zixuan's body shook with force. Immediately afterward he immediately parted his body and pulled his hat down slightly. Hey, are you kidding me? This guy is a monster. Xiao Zixuan covered one side of his eyes, and his face muscles were twitching slightly. It was as if he had seen something very extraordinary. His eyes bled. End of chapter 170. Chapter 170, stalling for someone to beat me up? Are you sure it wasn't me who beat him up? Chapter 170, stalling for someone to beat me up? Are you sure it wasn't me who beat him up? What's the situation? Xiao Zixuan's eyes are bleeding? Isn't this guy known as the Demon Eye? It's the one called Luo Ming, isn't it? Just now, Xiao Zixuan and him exchanged glances, and that's why he bled. This Luo Ming has some skills. The ability is more or less a little bit, or Xiao Tianyu will not bring him over here. Just the other? It is hard to say. Li Quan, don't be impulsive. When the young man on the Magic City side named Li Quan saw Luo Ming coming over, he wanted to go up and whip him, but was pulled back by another one beside him. Brother Li, leave this Luo Ming to me. With me here, he's bound to get no favors today. The young man wearing the earrings was a student of Qin Yanyan of the Magic University. His name is Shi Feiyu. Okay, then you're on. Li Quan nodded. Shi Feiyu nodded and took large steps towards Luo Ming. Instructor Yenran, Luo Ming has arrived. Very well, Feiyu. I'll help you buy time to stop Dean Xiao and Yi Chang'an and the others. And you try to waste Luo Ming for me. A cold and clear female voice came from the other end of the phone. Would this be a bit much? A flash of unnaturalness flashed across Shi Feiyu's face. No, there are me and you afraid of what? Fists and feet have no eyes. Peer competition. He Luo Ming is not as skilled as others. No one will say anything if he loses. I'll reward you well if you make it. Shi Feiyu's eyes lit up. What kind of reward is? Whom I'm mentor? Tonight it will be in your favorite position. Hiss. Shi Feiyu's breath tightened instantly. Guaranteed to complete the mission. I'll let him cut his future military career short straight away. Xiao Tianyu guessed wrongly. Qin Yanyan and Shi Feiyu reached an agreement, relying on no Qin family resources at all. Rather, it's her own resources. Otherwise, how could just Qin Yanyan, an ordinary tutor who had just graduated 2 or 3 years ago, make a top demon university's pride voluntarily devote himself to his disciple? To put it bluntly, a character like Shi Feiyu, as long as there were no surprises, he could definitely become a military battle general or even a town general and battle king in the future. Moreover, his own clan also had a small amount of power in the Magic City. Although it was not as good as the Qin family, it was not so bad that he could not afford Shi Feiyu's learning resources. Therefore, the limited resources were not attractive enough, and too many resources, which the Qin family firmly controlled, Qin Yanyan was not yet that qualified to promise. Now, however, it seems that she herself is the best resource. It was enough of a pin-up hook to mesmerize this demonic great genius, unlocking a new pose a day. What? Tutor Qin, the students haven't come yet? In the office of the president of the Imperial Monster University, quite a few people were gathered here. For example, Xiao Pingan of Yanxia University, Yi Chang'an of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Core, the president of the Imperial Monster University, Chang Ginghong, and then the other 2 instructors from Jinling and Zhihai were all representatives of their respective universities. As for Yi Chang'an, he purely snuck out. There was too much business for the Holy Core, so he left a missive for winning Heavenly Fold and came out to escort Luo Ming. Now it was playing games with his legs crossed in the principal's office chair. The Soldier of Truth was placed next to it, and on the wall behind it hung 4 large, dragon-flying, brocaded characters, heavenly rewards. As for that president of the Imperial Capital University, Chang Ginghong, who was supposed to be the most deserving of heavenly rewards, he was sitting in the guest seat blowing his beard and eyes out. Xiao Pingan, on the other hand, had been pacifying. The other 2 mentors were also exchanging their own things. Ah, that. Dean Xiao. The appointment time is 1 o'clock. Well, now is still early. Only 12:30. Qin Yanran pursed her lips and smiled, wearing a long-sleeved black dress, with an apricot-colored knitted cardigan draped over her upper body, and wearing a broad-topped black-brimmed lace cap on her head. Properly dressed in an imperial style, she exuded a flirtatious maturity, with a shapely figure and delicate red lips. Unfortunately, was present either Sigma Man or Old Den. No one appreciates her. Really? Let me make a call and ask Tianyu. Young people have no sense of time at all, telling us old men to wait here. If you ask me, you should let them wait for us. Xiao Pingan pulled out his cell phone. Xin Yanran's face changed when she saw this. This can't be done. Shifeiyu was just about to make a move to teach Luoming a lesson. How can you interrupt a good thing? She stepped forward sweetly. Elder Xiao doesn't need to be in a hurry. Have a cup of tea first. She poured Xiao Pingan a pot of dragon well. That's right. Take it easy. It's not nice to start a couple games. Yi Chanan's finger slid quickly on the screen, staring at the phone without looking away. Old man Xiao, why don't you play? My Lao Deng plays with me every day. He's always being abused, and I have to save him every time. He's a vegetable. Pingan Xiao, you guys got a good vibe going on at the mission? Yi Chagan, can you put your feet down from my table? That's made of Hainan yellow pear. It's very expensive. Over $5 million. There's no market for it. Cheng Jinghong said without a trace of anger. It's okay. My shoes are Adidas. They're expensive too. Over $500. What about? Pretty much. Who doesn't mind? Chang Ginghong. Where is my ing? Knife. Where is my old one? Go ahead and argue. You guys just keep arguing. Qin Yanran sat by the window and sneered. At this point in time, Shifeiyu should have almost finished drying out Luo Ming. Well, everyone's here. Almost. Shifeiyu took a big step towards Luo Ming. Our squad is going to discuss something. Luo Ming, you are not a member of our squad. Go to the side and take cover. Combat secrets are not to be spread. He pointed a finger at the pile of rocks next to him. There you go. Got 2 cokes for you. Luo Ming? No. Man. Who the hell are you? Shouldn't you be the one to roll? Do recuse yourself. There you go. Got 2 pieces of for you. Luo Ming pointed to the public restroom in the distance. Shifeiyu grinned at once. You mean you refuse to go? Luo Ming. Do you think your gold level strength is worthy of participating in this mission of ours? All of you present are junior seniors, diamond level powerhouses, and you, a gold level, are out of place. Shifeiyu revealed a playful expression. He just wanted to provoke Luo Ming to make the first move so that he would take the moral high ground and could nullify him. You also know you're a senior. Being scolded by me on my face. The first time I've seen a senior who's such a loser like you. Why don't you reflect on why you're so incompetent? Shifeiyu's cheeks twitched. This pussy's mouth. Honestly, 2 years of wasted life. My dog would be more useful dragging it out than you, and at the very least he'd be woofing. You're pure redundancy. Look, your teeth are grimacing like a monkey's, and you still don't dare to make a move. Are you still a bandwagon? Such a wimp. Shifeiyu's face suddenly appeared red warmth. Asterisk 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 your grandma. He kicked towards Luo Ming. Everyone saw it. It was him who started it. I was acting in self-defense. Wasn't I? Bang! On Luo Ming's body, the power of the dragon phoenix body was added, and the whip leg was instantly drawn out. Even the air was exploded by this powerful kick. No, didn't I want to provoke him to make the first move? How come I made the first move? The fluttering leg wind, accompanied by the dragon's phoenix retch, caused Shifeiyu to steeply react. Did he just get yelled at for breaking his defense? End of chapter 171. Chapter 171. Your nano battle armor isn't any good. It's not as hard as my fist. Chapter 171. Your nano battle armor isn't any good. It's not as hard as my fist. What the hell did you just see? That genius from Jinling Monster University, Guo Wuxiang, approached Xiao Zishuan and asked. Xiao Zishuan shook his head. I seem to see something, but then I don't see anything. I could indeed glance at it, if I must, to get a general idea, but then my eyes should be gone too. He shook his head, still reeling from the experience. What are you talking about? Ah, have you said so exaggerated? Even a totem isn't so outrageous. Right. The monster you awakened yourself is SS rank. Ah, even if it's SSS rank, it's not possible. Wo Wuxian revealed a puzzled look. Xiao Zishuan shook his head. I don't know how to describe it to you, but there's one sentence that he definitely didn't say wrong. This kid is abyss. Shifei provoking him for no reason is definitely going to suffer greatly. At that time, in the moment when he and Luo Ming's hands touched each other, Xiao Zishuan saw a shadow, and in that shadow, he seemed to see the corner of a vague palace. It was at that instant that he felt many pairs of eyes staring at him, as if there was an overwhelmingly great terror hidden within. As soon as he peered a little deeper, he risked being torn to shreds by the dull, oppressive presence. Luo Ming, what secrets do you have in your body? Is it just the totem? His gaze fell on Lin Xiao. Definitely more than totems. He wanted to dig into the secrets on Luo Ming, but there was a saying that curiosity killed the cat. Xiao Zishuan thought about it and decided to give up. It is because of these eyes that he has been able to come this far and knows what it means to avoid harm. So there are some things he won't do. Doing it would be digging your own grave. Bang! Luo Ming struck out with a kick towards Shifei's head with the speed of a thunderous gale. You're not ing martial. Shifei instantly probes with his hands, blocking the kick. The top Yinxia's heavenly pride talents like them were specially trained in the feats on their hands and feet. The school has a martial arts class for exhibitionists to learn 18 fighting techniques, so that they don't get killed by the other side in seconds on occasions where they can't transform in time. At the same time, they are equipped with some high-tech equipment. For example, right now Shifei's wrists were 2 wrist guards as thick as a small arm constricting his wrists. At the same time, various parts of the body were protected at the chest as well as at the joints. It's Yanhuang Technology's newly developed nano-battle armor. Shifei has put in his blood. Who bought it for him? It was needless to say that this was something that Qin Yan had equipped him with out of her own pocket. That's a little over $10 million. The value of this kind of equipment was not measured in money at all. And in many places, beast cores were used as currency. Humph. If you dare to kick, I'll break one of your legs. Shifei laughed coldly. With the nano-battle armor in his body, he is still afraid of your physical combat? Luo Ming's kick was fruitless, and then he once again probed and slammed his fist. I'll stand and let you hit me not even. Bang! A silhouette directly flew backwards as invisible golden dragon chi and red phoenix power wrapped around Luo Ming's body. He was filled with a noble aura and looked as if he was an emperor. How? Shifei didn't take a breath and almost exploded from the punch. Nanoalloy can't stop Luo Ming's mortal flesh? He hasn't transformed yet. Change. You can't change. A contemptuous voice came out. Luo Ming's figure had unexpectedly appeared in front of him, and then a large paw stomped down towards his cheek. Lo Ming. You. Bang. Without even finishing a sentence, Shifei was stomped on the ground by Luo Ming. Click. Boom. The floor all instantly caved in. A crack spreading in all directions. It's a solid floor tile. Not some tofu dreg material that was crushed by this guy's foot? What kind of humanoid monster cast is this? Is this guy a monster in human skin? Wo Wuxian from Zhihai University glared. Shifei couldn't even carry one punch from him in his nanoalloy armor? Even those 3 geniuses from Imperial Capital University were frowning. King Lu, can you beat him? Physical strength. Of the man and woman. The man spoke. The student with the innate true holy body took a big bite of the meatloaf. It's hard to say. I should have more power than him, but his punches are strong. Ugh, that's awesome, isn't it? Shio. A grin flashed across the man's face. What? You see the hunt again? Appetite is too big. Teeth are easy to bite off. Oh, the expressionless woman said indifferently. No, no, no. At the moment the only ones who can make me interested are Lin Xiao and Feng Tianyang. The others aren't very good. The man shook his head. Feng Tianyang was the young man from the Devil's University besides Li Quan and Shifei. As of now, Yanxia's Lin Xiao, Imperial University's him, and Devil University's Feng Tianyang were known as the 3 masters of Yanxia. The ones in Zhihai and Jiling are a bit worse. This one called Luo Ming is a bit interesting, but it doesn't give me such a strong desire to hunt. He shook his head. However, King Lu, you can try it out with him. King Lu's big, coppery eyes blinked as he shook his head. I just want to eat in peace. I don't want to fight. The young man shook his head helplessly. You, obviously possessing such a terrifying talent, yet you don't like to fight. Alas. He sighed. The battle between Luo Ming and Shifei was not yet over. No, this can no longer be said to be a fight. This is a one-sided abuse. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Ming's fist slammed down towards Shifei's chest. Your nano-battle armor is hard? I'll smash through it for you today, believe it or not. Luo Ming sneered. You can't smash through. I don't believe you can smash through. Okay, then you watch. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Ming's fists continued to fall towards his chest like stars into a large river. The most terrifying thing about the nano-battle armor isn't his hardness, but the recoverability. wanting to rely on your fists to smash through the nano battle armor. I don't think that's realistic. Guo Wuxiang shook his head. Hey, look at. Xiao Zishuan pulled his arm. The problem is that the recovery speed of the battle armor now can't keep up with the speed of the breakage. The power of his fist is too terrifying. It's simply not a human fist. It's a monster's fist. Xiao Zishuan's eyes widened as he seemed to see the golden holy dragon and fire-bathed divine phoenix behind Luo Ming's back, as if he were a giant beast constantly throwing punches. Boom! A golden shard exploded. The earth directly collapsed 3 inches again. The ground around them trembled violently. Under everyone's unbelieving gaze, Luo Ming smashed through the nano battle armor. The gazes of the crowd flinched. This guy is amazing, isn't he? Hey, your nano battle armor isn't as tough as my fists. Luo Ming stood upright and landed one last punch towards Shi Feiyu. His pupils dilated instantly. Boom! What's that noise? The teachers in the office were startled by the great commotion, and one by one they all rose with a start. Qin Yanran flashed unnatural in her eyes. Not Shi Feiyu, you start moving so much. I reckon someone's been doing bad things behind our backs. Xiao Pingdan saw the unnaturalness in Qin Yanran's eyes at a glance. Yes, Mr. Qin, isn't it? It's not clear if you look at it. Yi Chang'an skimmed his lips. A victory sound effect came out of his cell phone. He lifted the silver dragon lance with one hand. Come on, look around. Let's see what kind of games our lovely students are playing. I went hiking today and just got back now. Updating a bit late, a bit tired. End of chapter. Chapter 172, being able to do something, not pushing. Chapter 172, being able to do something, not pushing. Pervert. Monster. Demonic possession. Even the few celestial pride located at the top of Yanxia were dumbstruck at the sight of this scene. If we were to say what humans feared most about conquering the ruins, it would definitely be the unexpected risk of being taken out by a sudden ruin monster before they could transform. A few years ago, there had even been an incident of a battle king, who had been seconded by a blue jade ranked monster because he hadn't had time to transform, in an anticlimactic thunderstorm. You can imagine how much this affects the human race. According to statistics, every year, the number of people killed in battle in the 100 countries of the Blue Star because of this kind of accident must be 100,000 plus. This is why tech battle armor is so expensive. But Lo Ming, all I can say is that when monsters come, they have to look confused. Are you a monster or am I a monster? The withstand limit of the nano battle armor is the full force strike of a monster below the 3rd rank of gold. Right. It should be right at that standard. This guy can be comparable to a monster of the 3rd rank of gold with just his physical body? Is he practicing some kind of immortal cultivation technique? Flesh and blood ascension? Flesh becoming a saint? Hardening the body to greatness? Incomprehensible. Guo Wuxiang sighed. Anymore, he was the one genius student of Zhihai University, and after meeting Luo Ming today, he suddenly felt like some kind of cow horse. He was Pan Feng, the so-called peerless general, who ended up being seconded by Hua Xiong, and just when he thought Hua Xiong was strong enough, a red-faced, bearded Khan seconded him. He thought Guan Yu was already invincible. And then you tell me there's a guy named Lu Bu who can beat the 3 Lu Guanzhang brothers? Guo Wuxiang is in this mood now. It was true that Zhihai University was top-notch and had a collection of geniuses, but among the billions of people in Yanxia, the most important thing that was lacking was geniuses, not to mention the entire Blue Star 100 countries. Luo Ming's fist was only an inch away from Shi Feiyu's chest. The other man's lips trembled and his face was pale. Let me off the hook. Luo Ming smiled contemptuously. Aren't you known as the 3rd genius of the Demon University? How come you're so unbeatable? Shi Feiyu bit her lip and didn't say anything. Isn't your nano battle armor incredibly sturdy? How was it pierced by my punch? Shi Feiyu was speechless. Don't you think I'm too low ranked to be qualified to join a hunting team? Shi Feiyu was rather groundless. Just remember, I've met a lot of geniuses, but they all called me a genius, said Luo Ming. Slowly got up and everyone looked at him in surprise. The Luo Ming who spoke these words was so arrogant and intentional. Just when everyone thought that Luo Ming was going to let Shi Feiyu go, he raised a foot and stepped towards his chest. Stop! In the Devil's Great Camp, some people's faces changed. Whether it was that Li Quan, or Feng Tianyang, both of them were in a rage. Before they were ready to rescue Shi Feiyu at any time. I didn't expect Luo Ming to get up, just when they were relieved and thought that things were falling apart. This madman even killed a horseback. He made a false move and had absolutely no intention of sparing Shi Feiyu. This guy's eyes were filled with madness. This was a madman who was bound to crush the other party to death as long as they offended him. Both were now too late to rescue. Stop! From a distance, a group of teachers also came towards this side. Originally, Qin Yanran thought Luo Ming was about to be beaten to death, but then she saw that the person she had killed in bed with last night was lying on the ground breathless. When I told you to punish Lok Ming, I told you to transform to fight. You're just going to rush up there in your own ing person? It's too impulsive. Qin Yanran's lungs were about to explode with anger, and red warmth appeared on her fair and pretty face. But he didn't know that what Luo Ming was best at was interrupting the forward swing. It wasn't that Shifei didn't want to transform. It was that he was simply unable to transform. Stop? Stop what? I'm using my feet. Luo Ming glanced coldly at Qin Yanran. His eyes filled with mockery. The Qin family didn't have a long memory. They still wanted to target him. It seemed that the only way to completely uproot this family tumor was to wait until he had truly become powerful. Boom! A foot stepped down with it, and Shifei's entire eyeballs bulged out as he let out a heartrending, miserable howl. It's really sad to hear about it, and it brings tears to the eyes of those who see it. Cracked! My beast core! Cracked! Shifei cupped his hands around his lower abdomen, his body jerking wildly in place. Beast cores not only existed in the bodies of monsters, but also in the bodies of humans, and it was like the dantian of an immortal cultivator. It's the core of the human-turned monster. When the core of a beast breaks, a man will die. When the core of a beast cracks, a man will not die, but will lose the ability to transform into a monster for the rest of his life. Also, the physical condition will get worse and worse, turning into a frail and sickly person. Simply put, it's a waste. From a genius to a wastrel. This made him feel more desperate than killing Shifei. Luo Ming, you hit too hard. Qin Yanyan ran on her high heels, willow brows furrowed, and a strong hostility emanated from her eyes. Vicious? Didn't he just try to do the same to me? What? Only tutor Qin students are allowed to treat me like this, and I'm not allowed to treat him like this anymore? Is this the arrogance of the imperial capital Qin clan? Bullying others? You! Qin Yanran's expression was stifled. If this was usual, she would have admitted it in a big way. The Qin are just arrogant. What's wrong with bullying you? But the problem was, right now Yi Chang'an was standing by holding the gun. If she admitted it, things would be a big deal. Earlier, her aunt was killed by Yi Chang'an at her home. Qua 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 a few big mouths. That aunt of hers can't do a thing about it. Yi Chang'an's bullying was notorious. As long as she dared to admit it, Yi Chang'an would definitely not stay his hand. Where is this kind of thing? What bully? Feiyu is just sparring with you. Point blank. Yes? Luo Ming raised an eyebrow. I didn't agree to a cut. This was his unilateral first move. Everyone saw it. I was just defending myself. Luo Ming spread his hands and Qin Yanran froze for a moment. What the hell? Self-defense? Didn't I tell you to provoke Lok Ming to make the first move? You didn't listen to a word I said. Did you? You've been cranking for a couple of nights for nothing. Qin Yanran immediately had a disgusting feeling of being bitten by a dog. This Shifei is also too wasteful. Lo Ming, even so you, not even so anymore. Qin Yanran, explain what you're trying to do by lying about the assembly time first. It's obviously 12:30, but you must say it's 1 o'clock. And what do you want to do with the half hour in between when you take it out? Yi Chang'an said nonchalantly. Qin Yanran's breathing paused for a moment. Where is this? Me. Snap. A figure flashed in front of her and went up to her with a big mouth. I. Your Qin clan's crooked minds are really many. An old poisonous woman and a young poisonous woman. Didn't you get scared last time? Or do you want me to patronize the Qin clan a few more times? Yi Chang'an's slap almost knocked Qin Yanran out of her mind. You dare to hit me. My dad wouldn't even dare to do this to me. She covered her cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes. Ugh, that's a coincidence. I'll do the same for your dad. Yi Chang'an hooked his lips with a playful face. End of chapter 173. Chapter 173, luring the snake out of the hole. The action is imminent. Chapter 173, drawing the snake out of the hole. The action is imminent. The old man of the Qin clan did not speak, and the few guys of the second generation of the Pro clan did not speak. Guyuma is now closed at home. You're a third generation. Little girl who just graduated from college not 2 years ago. What are you doing out here? Really think you can enter the magic university as a teacher is your ability? That is to rely on the Qin clan. Otherwise you that little thing. Not to mention to teach at the magic university. Resume cannot enter. Going to study abroad for a while really think you're a person. And play tricks with him. Yi Chang'an had seen through it long ago. And a few others were also old human things. So they could not know? It's just a matter of not revealing it. It's also mainly because Yi Chang'an wanted to see how Luo Ming had progressed in these days. As it turns out, it's excellent. As for Shifei, sacrifice is just a victim. Mesmerized by women. This woman thing only affects how fast a man can draw his sword. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. So he, Yi Chang'an, is single so far? So it's impossible to fall into a woman's trap. He was a glorious 30-year-old virgin, nicknamed the Great Wizard. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get your ass back to the Qin clan, Yi Chang'an said in a cold voice. Qin Yanran covered her red and swollen cheeks, tears fighting in her eyes. She had overestimated herself, and now that the 3 generations of the Qin family were wasted and dead, she thought her chance had come. A woman could also carry the load, but the truth was that facing Yi Chang'an, she couldn't say a word right now. She had thought that she could roar out with great vigor, Yi Chang'an, my Qin clan is not afraid of you, but right now, all she wanted to do was cry. You, just go. With that, she wiped away her tears and strutted away without looking back. Her legs were shaking. The 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon was in the end the 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon. The difference was really not something she could compare. Yi Chang'an dared to make a move with Elder Qin. That was the Yanxia Heavenly King who was in a high position, overlooking the multitudes of the people, long experienced in the battlefield, and born with majesty. She was so much worse in comparison. Come on, someone to take him to the hospital. The Magic University has also become worse than a generation over the years. It's true, talent is innate. So is retardation. Both have little effect. Geniuses can also be stupid. Yi Chang'an shook his head. The other 2 geniuses from the Devil University had ugly faces. There's nothing like having your own school insulted to your face. Elder Yi, I want. Li Quan's face flashed with a grim color as he walked out of the opening with large strides. Don't ask for it. I can't tell what you Li is playing at? If you really want it so badly, call your father Li Lin and I'll practice with him. By the way, let him come down and I'll get a war king to play with. Yi Chang'an spoke disdainfully. Li Quan just shut up. Excuse me. Well, that's all of them, I guess. This time the hunting team is looking for refinement rather than excess. 11 of you. Each of you form groups by school. 1 group of 2 from the Devil University. 1 group of 3 from the Imperial University. 2 from Zhahai and Jinling. 1 group of you. Then Luo Ming. 1 group of you and Xiao Tianyu. And 1 group of Lin Xiao and Zhao has passed away. Yi Chang'an swept his gaze across the crowd. Your enemies are not humans. They are monsters. Remember not to be fooled by their human appearance. These 5 are fusion beasts and will be slightly stronger than you in terms of rank. So be careful. Be careful again. Fighting within the walls should ensure that losses are minimized. And then, come back alive. Xiao Pingan also stepped forward. The fusion beast's goal is the totem, the hunt for Yanxia's heavenly pride, and the corpse of the king of monsters. As long as these 3 conditions are put together, no matter what, they'll take the bait. Next, near the new year, there will be a meeting of the Human Federation, and all of the heavenly kings of Yanxia will head to the Federation headquarters to attend the meeting, while the Holy Regiment will go on an expedition, and the Battle Kings will be stationed at the mountain and see Xiong Pass. At this time, the battle power deficit within the walls is definitely the best time for them to strike. There is a Beast King corpse preserved in the Yanhuang Science and Technology headquarters, the Monster Taxidermy Museum, and we will be organizing a cultural event to visit the monster taxidermy. This event is the bait to get those guys to show up. Xiao Pingan opened his mouth. Since it's a literary event, defense force should be very strong. Right, whether it's a war general or a commander. As long as these characters make a move, those fusion beasts will absolutely not dare to venture out. Luo Ming mused. True, but not quite. This time the chance fusion beasts will be desperate. We'll have military fighters disguised as students, while a few of you blend in with the student ranks. When the time comes to screen 100 students through live registration, I think these fusion beasts will definitely participate. Luo Ming was taken aback. Do you mean that these fusion beasts will pretend to be students enrolled, blend in with the group, and then enter the taxidermy museum and then take the students hostage? Luo Ming's clear thinking instantly thought of Xiao Pingan's ploy. It's like this. In the end it's a monster with a low level of intelligence. We'll dig the pit ourselves. I don't believe they won't jump down. Xiao Pingan sneered. This method draws the snake out of the hole and is more feasible. Several people nodded. Whether you make it or not this time depends on you. Fail, the monsters escape and spook the snakes, and they'll be more cautious the second time around. Successful, and completely removed from the rear view, Xiao Pingan's gaze swept over the people present. You are the best geniuses of my Yanxia. This plan only allows success, no failure. Luo Ming and the others nodded. Success, not failure. The program began as usual with the Yanhuang Group's Monster Taxidermy Museum, and, with the opportunity to visit the corpse of the most horrific sequential monster in the history of mankind, the Great Beast King, an opportunity that interested many of the students. There were even a number of high school students involved in the enrollment. In less than half a day, close to 10,000 enrollment forms were received, and out of those 10,000, 100 students would be randomly selected and the list would be announced 3 days later. To even use the Beast King's corpse as an exhibit for these stupid humans to visit humans is simply audacious. In a shady rental house in a city in the heat of summer, as we approach the new year, now that Yen Xia's power is in deficit, this is a good opportunity to seize the Beast King's corpse. We absolutely cannot let it go. Yes, look guys, there is even Luo Ming's name amongst the list. This guy has a totem on him. If we make it, not only will we be able to take away the Beast King's corpse, we'll also be able to get a totem. When we go back, the Dean will definitely reward us for this. It's a great achievement. A few fusion beasts were conferring, one heartbeat after another. However, they could only act if the monster in the first seat gave the word, as he was the leader. Snap! The first chair placed the contact on the table. It can be acted upon. The principal teacher said that the second batch of fusion beasts has been successful. This time, there will be a group of newborn forces that will come to assist us. Their name is the 7 Deadly Sins. Give the foolish humans a little taste of the fear of our Hunter Monster Academy's heavenly pride. End of chapter 174. Chapter 174, The Man Who Appeared Amidst the Ruins. Lighthouse 10 Kings Association. Judgment King. Chapter 174, The Man Who Appeared Amidst the Ruins. Lighthouse 10 Kings Association. Judgment King. Beyond the walls. Among the ruins. Boom! A huge fiery meteor smashed down from high in the sky and hit the ground. Like a magnitude 9 earthquake. The earth in a circle of several miles was sunken in. Like a divine dragon turning over. Cracks were dense. And the grass and forests were all reduced to pieces. What kind of monster has made its debut? Bang! 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 The Holy Regiment team that was in this place was like birds of prey, retreating in fear, afraid that if they were not careful, they would be affected by the aftermath. A monster stared at the center of the epicenter with eyes as big as brass bells. This area is not in the hot summer, but at the lighthouse. Today, the Holy Regiment of the Lighthouse Kingdom cleared all the monsters within the 10-mile land, established an organization outside the wall, and wanted to link up with the mountain and see heroes pass. Halfway through the battle between the Sacred Regiment's powerhouses and the monsters, they were startled by the sudden vibration, and the enemy service monsters had all been heavily wounded. The corpse of a monstrous beast shot up in midair like a chaotic rock before exploding and pulverizing its flesh. Even the beast core and beast jade could not be preserved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a resource that belongs to our holy order. The monster with the lighthouse exploded in anger. There was a lot of grease to be made from the monster clearing mission. Besides the rewards from the top, the monster corpses, beast cores, and beast jades were all resources for them. But now, it's gone. It's all gone. John, shut up. A powerful being has shown up. Don't startle him. The holy head, Lighthouse of Purple Jade ranked powerhouse stared in disbelief. With his strength, he could definitely get the title of war general in Yanxia. However, even a battle general was terrified in the face of that figure that had suddenly appeared. It's strong. The oppression is really strong. What a beast it really is. They held their breath, until a gust of wind whipped by, like a large hand wrapped around the diffuse dust far away. It was only then that they could see the figure. On the devastated earth, above the cracked brown land, a figure stood, like a god in the sky. He's not a monster. He's human, and it's an oriental face. I am still alive. Who are you? Again? The silhouette turned his head and looked towards the Lighthouse Nation's Sacred Regiment powerhouse. Back off. Back away. The enemy is coming. Are you a human or a monster? Where did you gross out from? They shouted at the figure. English? Strange. Isn't this the Yanxia region? A puzzled look flashed across his face. Boom! Just then, the earth trembled violently. Deep underground, a high-pitched dragon's roar emanated from the ground, and the sound was almost like it was going to turn into substance and break through the void. Not good. It's a big monster. Is this Hado, an earth dragon? The proper leader of this holy regiment was filled with shock. The aura emanating from the earth dragon was so strong that even he, a purple jade ranked 6th stage powerhouse, would have to be chilled. This monster was definitely very strong. At the very least, it was at the 10th rank of the purple jade grade. It's coming out. Spread out quickly. He roared. Spread out. Don't gather together. You'll get caught in a net by the earth dragon. Boom boom boom. The soil on the surface of the ground exploded. Dust flew up. And what surprised the holy leader happened. The target of the earth dragon seemed not to be them from the very beginning. No, strictly speaking, the earth dragon did not look at them. Like you had a big meal in front of you. You would not have the slightest interest in the noodles in front of you. This is the mentality of the earth dragon. And his target is the man. Anon, a high-pitched dragon roar exploded, coming closer and closer from the surface of the earth, and the strongest members of the Sacred Order of the Lighthouse Kingdom covered their ears uncontrollably. It was too strong. This earth dragon could shock them to death with just a burst of roar. The surface of the earth tumbled up as if there were earthworms writhing in the ground, raising a gully. Boom. The man turned suddenly, only to see the ground explode. A monstrous beast's head leapt out of the earth. Its head was as huge as a house. It was hard to imagine how huge the body hidden under the surface was, and it was definitely no less than a mountain range when it snaked up. It's a terracotta-ranked earth dragon. Oh my god. This sacred leader covered his head, his face full of shock. If their sacred regiment encountered this earth dragon, they would definitely die. There was no chance of survival. The earth dragon itself was an S-ranked monster, and far stronger than the average S-ranked powerhouse. With such a high rank, 1 second was enough to kill them 100 times. No matter where there are monsters, I'm already tired of it. The human world that hooks up on the monsters that try to ruin our lives. It's too tiring. I really want to end everything altogether, don't you think so? Chang Xin. With that, he jerked around. In that instant, his body erupted with unparalleled divine light. The golden light was too blinding. A golden aura irradiated and pierced through everything. Even the internal organs of the man in front of him became transparent. That holy headmaster's eyes widened. Changed. He's changed. What a monster. Bang. After he turned around, he was slamming out with a blatant punch, an arm expanding tenfold, a golden armor inlaid on his arm, the man's body becoming incomparably huge. Boundless golden light drowned out everything, and as his fist fell, the head of this earth dragon exploded like smoke. Anon. The bloody rain was torrential. The gusty wind pulled at the rain line, splashing the sky with blood-colored raindrops that smashed down on the ground. Half of the earth dragon's body tumbled in mid-air, white smoke gusting as the air burst open with it. It finally smashed into the earth and died beyond repair. The man reached down and scooped a piece of the beast's core out of the middle of the earth dragon's body and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Go, is that enough? Voices rang in his head. Enough, Luo Xian. My divine power can only sustain your life for a year. During this year you have to keep giving me a large amount of beast cores to maintain my power. Your world is about to come to an end, and only the 10 murderers can save everything. Please make sure that you find the 10 fierce men and give them the corresponding totems. Luo Xian nodded. Lu Wu, what exactly are the 10 fowls? And the totem, again? He was a little puzzled. The 10 murderers are the last of the stars. The totem is the result of the power of the 10 murderers. I can sense that the 10 murderers must be hidden somewhere in this world, and you have to go and find them. Buzz. Luo Xian flipped his one hand and a blood-colored brand appeared in his hand, inscribed with a blood-colored creature that swallowed the sky and ate the earth. Rolling blood flames steaming through the air with a compelling aura. Back then, the Lin family also made a move against us for this totem in Ching Xian's hand. Right? The Lin family hopes that my son is fine, or else I, Luo Xian, will not let you go even if I die. Luo Xian put away the blood-colored brand and immediately wanted to leave in large strides. What happened here? A majestic voice came out, causing Luo Xian to turn his head. Judge Lord King, only to see that in front of the previous purple jade rank saint head, there appeared a man fully dressed in golden armor, wearing red medallion jade earrings, blonde hair and blue eyes, with a handsome and tall appearance. He was covered in golden light, literally flashing brightly. Just as there were the 9 heavenly kings in Yanxia, the Lighthouse Kingdom also had the 10 Kings Society, of which he was one, the King of Judgment. Glenn. End of chapter 175. Chapter 175 Mission begins. Divine Phoenix Locomotive. Xiao Tianyu envious to the core. Chapter 175 Mission begins. Divine Phoenix Locomotive. Xiao Tianyu envious to the core. It was thought that the great commotion that occurred here had attracted this so-called Judgment King over. It was a good thing that the secret of the totem was only circulated among the upper echelons of the long-established Yanxia clan, and the other countries of the Blue Star did not know about it. Otherwise, as in the case of the ambitious lighthouse, the Nordic countries, and the Eastern Island nations, their tactics may be even more unsavory. A human who appeared out of nowhere, killing an earth dragon with one punch, an unknown monster, and an oriental face. You're suspicious. Suddenly, Graham dodged in front of Luo Xian. You'll go with me to the 10 Kings Association to be investigated for the time being. Immediately, it was a slap towards his head. I'm from Yanxia. Even if I have a problem, it has to be handed over to the Yanxia military department to deal with. It's not your 10 Kings Association's turn to judge me. Luo Xian raised his hand and slammed out with a fist, his body's large tendons writhing and his muscles expanding. All things that appear within the boundaries of the Lighthouse Kingdom are the Lighthouse Kingdom, and I am the King of Judgment, and I judge all things in this world, and now I will judge you. Boom boom boom. The ferocious aura was boiling, and the Golden King of Judgment was about to transform. Luo Xian, run! You're no match for him. Lugo's voice rang out. Judgment King, This was a powerhouse comparable to the heavenly king level of Yanxia. Standing in the Black Jade realm, he fought against the Beast King's powerful battle force. Golden Dodo, King of Dusk. Zigzag, dark golden aura tumbled and surged, as if a curtain of rain had risen to cover the Judgment King. Gah! There was an earth-shattering hiss. The air was pierced by something unknown, and the wave of the dodo's furious roar transformed into an invisible, sharp aura that seemed to be able to pierce through the membranes of the drums. Luo Xian, I'll control your body. Go! The voice in his head yelled. Tai! Golden light erupted from Luo Xian's eyes. His hairs spread out and his face became more and more hideous. His legs leaped out like a fierce tiger and cheetah, and in a single leap, he rushed up into the air, his snow-white wings unfolding as he rushed deeper into the ruins. You really aren't a human. In just that moment just now you displayed the physical characteristics of multiple monstrous beasts. You're a fusion beast amongst the ruins, aren't you? Transforming into the form of a human, and having fallen into my hands today, I'm judging you in the place of God. The gigantic golden dodo was like a gilt-poured fighter jet, tearing through the air as it chased towards Luo Xian. There's no fear of not having wood to burn. Luo Xian, you only have 1 year. Run deeper into the ruins. Lugo voiced a reminder. At this moment, Luo Xian's body had almost completely transformed into Lu Wu's appearance. Dodo is the raptor of raptors. This creature can even feed on great evils such as the Rift Falcon and the Golden Rock. This guy's dodo has reached an astonishing height. With the divine difference of the Golden Winged Rock, he's stronger than you can't escape. In the middle of the conversation, the golden dodo had caught up. Boom! Kunlun Divine Palm. Lugo struck out and met him with a slap through the air. A square Zhang large chaotic palm print appeared, dazzling with light, like a beast's claw slapping down towards the golden dodo. Giggle! The dodo hissed and instantly tore through the palm. If you escape, can I still be called the Judgment King? With a sweep of the dodo plume, a golden circle of light instantly bound Luo Xian. No more! Luo Xian gritted his teeth as he raised his hand and then threw the blood-colored totem out. Buzz! The scarlet totem turned into streams of light and instantly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. You just threw something out. The golden dodo asked with a grim look on his face. You guess? Luo Xian sneered. The golden dodo's gaze was shadowy, and a yellow bud-like golden light caved in the corner of its eye, trying to see, but can't see clearly. That thing has long since flown off to who knows where in the sky. Well, don't guess. I'm telling you yes. It's a distress signal. I've asked for help from Yanxia, and soon the Yanxia military department will deal with your lighthouse. You're the Yanxia warlord? That's right. I'm the Yanxia war general. The magic capital Lin family. Lin Yao Xin. The pupils of the golden dodo snapped. This man cannot be killed. After putting on his marten boots, Luo Ming put on his brown overcoat, which set off his posture in an unbelievably upright manner. Success or failure depends on today. He strides out of the mansion. This battle, too, was important to him, and it represented whether or not he could break into the diamond level before the year was out. At the same time, the sequential armament battle, the Alliance 100 Schools competition, a lot of things were waiting for him. Leaving the Xia family's special courtyard, Xiao Tianyu had long been waiting for him outside. He rides a black motorcycle with a very fighting stance, the motorcycle lying on its side, like a beast of prey with a great deal of momentum and visual impact. The Xia family is so big, it took me 30 minutes to ride over from Imperial University, but I ended up riding for 15 minutes at the Xia family. He put his hands on the handles and tossed a helmet to Lorming, raised an eyebrow at him. How is it? Handsome, right? After that one blew up last time, Lao Deng spent a huge amount of money to recustomize one for me, and this one is $2,888,000, and it's so fast that it can dry out airplanes. I call him Nightshade. Too bad he didn't trick the plane, but this one isn't bad either. However, Xiao Tianyu looks very happy with the motorcycle. No need. Luo Ming shook his head. He threw out the phoenix plume feather, and in the next second, a locomotive with red-colored blaze as the main body and white decorations while inlaid with gold edges appeared next to Xiao Tianyu's night shadow. There was even a pair of stern eyes on the front face, and when one looked around, the entire vehicle looked like a swooping divine phoenix. I go, you this baby. What black technology ah! The corners of Xiao Tianyu's mouth were shivering. Want to race to see who's faster? Luo Ming laughed lightly. Let's compare. Who's afraid? Both got on the locomotive at the same time and put on their helmets. I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, and then turn the throttle together. Xiao Tianyu said. 3, 1, boom. A furious roar came out, and his night shadow shot out like a black lightning bolt. Alas, the young man does not speak of martial virtues, and comes to deceive me. Who is 20 years old? No, I am younger than him. Luo Ming shook his head, and the divine plume feather disappeared in place like a fiery meteor. so fast that it seemed as if a stump had appeared. Luo Ming and the locomotive were as one. As one. And the gushing exhaust pulled a long chain of burning crimson through the air. Xiao Tianyu was originally still complacent that Luo Ming hadn't caught up with him. As a result, only a phoenix sound was heard from the ground. The next second, the crimson meteor streaked by, and all he could do was suck in his tailpipe furiously behind him, coughing profusely. Xiao Tianyu, you're a locomotive? The stumps are coming out. Why don't you fly a rocket? By the time Xiao Tianyu arrived at the specimen display of Yanhuang technology located on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Luo Ming had long since leaned against the locomotive with a cigarette in his mouth. Smoking is all that's left of the butt. Holy, you're a pervert with this car. Lend me to play for 2 days. He looked at the divine phoenix-like locomotive with uncontrollable envy in his eyes. No way. Luo Ming shook his head. Damn it. No. Find a way to scrap this whole one too. I'm going to have to file another workman's comp claim. He gritted his teeth. I'm going to make a faster locomotive than this one of yours. He voiced his indignation. Luo Ming didn't say much as he flicked the hem of his coat. Let's go. Arts and culture. Have a good visit. Grow up. The locomotive turned into a divine plume that fell onto his hand, and Luo Ming casually put it away. Xiao Tianyu became even more envious and jealous when he saw this. He still got this with him. Damn it. So wanted. I want my dad to buy it for me. End of chapter 176. Chapter 176, The War Begins. New Enemy Service. The 7 Deadly Sins. Chapter 176, The War Begins. New Enemy Service. The 7 Deadly Sins. When Luo Ming arrived at the venue, he saw that outside the taxidermy museum, there was a super large bus parked, and one after another, figures came down from the bus. Among them was Zhao has passed away, Lin Zhao's figure. Some of the people in the car and the rest were already in the pavilion long ago. It's a little weird. A young man with a baseball cap and a dark blue headset around his neck chewed on his mouth and came to Luo Ming's side. What's wrong? The fusion beasts are not among the 100 on the bus, Xiao Zishuan said as he chewed his gum. So, I expected this. The fusion beasts are no more stupid than they are brainy. Go in first. Luo Ming opened his mouth. The fusion beasts are not among these people, but there's nothing to say they're not among some of the others in the taxidermist. Inside the herbarium. Hello that. Is there anything I can do to help? A shy young man in a white coat and glasses came to another staff member and said, There's nothing I need help with. Why don't you go check the electrical circuits in the pavilion? The young man who was busy recording the data of the monster specimen in front of him replied without raising his head. Oh, the shy youth said he was about to leave, when he was called back. By the way, the visitors will be here soon, so why don't you be a tour guide for them? Wait and take them over to the Beastmaster specimen to gather first. The shy youth's breathing visibly stalled. A Beastmaster specimen? Where is it? On the second basement level, the huge glass box covered by the red cloth is it? Fine. Fine. Leave it to me. Thank you, senior. With that, the shy young man turned to leave. His shoulders shook and he looked a little excited. When the man left, the young man recording the data raised his head and locked eyes with a female researcher not far away. The fish are biting. 100 visitors poured into the herbarium one after another. Hello everyone. I'm the tour guide this time. My last name is Sun. Next I will take you on a tour of our specimen gallery at Yanhuang Technology. There are thousands of monsters on display in the herbarium of Yanhuang Technology, with the lowest grades ranging from black iron to purple jade grade big monsters. These monsters are dead. The bodies are soaked in formalin to keep them from rotting, and we record the changes in the monsters' bodies every day, recording data to facilitate daily research. Let's go to the second basement level to visit the body of the Beast King. Who is? He led the crowd toward the front as he rambled on against the datapad in his hand. As he read, the shy young man's face became more and more ugly. Damn human! How dare you slander us? I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, but the entirety of the information in his hand was filled with songs of praise for human battle successes and mockery of stupid monsters. It's as if monsters are just a bunch of garbage that have been hammered into by humans for centuries. He was almost out of breath. If monsters were really this useless, why would you humans build walls to hide in? Not long after, the few people arrived at the second basement level, which was an empty hall, bigger than even the 400-meter playground in the school. The simple sound of talking creates a burst of echo. In the very center of the hall, there was a rectangular object that stood like a small mountain, covered by a red cloth. The shy youth's breath stopped for a moment at the sight of the huge rectangular object. It's true. It has the scent of Lord Beastmaster in it. He quietly retreated behind the crowd and snapped his fingers softly. In the shadowy corner of the underground hall, a pitch-black portal slowly emerged. Silently, and a chaotic aura surged through the portal. Meanwhile, an abandoned factory 15 kilometers away from this place. The teleportation array has appeared. It seems to be fine. It's time to strike. There was a figure standing on a steel bar with his hands in his pockets revealing a brash smile. The four of them looked at the portal that appeared in front of them, and then they were striding towards it. GG. That's why you're losers. Ah, too stupid. This is the machinations of humans. Can't you see that? There was a disdainful laugh. The figure at the head was stunned, and then snapped his head back to look. Whoosh! Several silhouettes appeared on the surface of the ground and surrounded towards these four people from a distance. Introduce yourself. Hunter Monster Academy's top elite students. The 7 deadly sins. We are the absolute elite screened out from 1,000 monsters? And there is an essential difference between you losers. Failure product? Are you looking for a fight? The fusion beast at the head of the group crooked its neck. The principal called you here to assist us, not to clamor for attention. Fighting? Whoosh! A figure shifted in place. The two residual shadows split apart, with no ripples in space. Immediately after that, it appeared behind that fusion beast. I've killed hundreds of losers like you. Fighting? And you deserve it? Headmaster Sama just saw your incompetence, so he called us to take over the battlefield. Stupid humans set up a trap, but you guys are brainlessly drilling into it. Right now behind this portal, there are at least 10 or more human celestials waiting for you to throw yourselves into the trap. Asterisk. Off. With that he backhanded a kick towards the fusion beast's head. He was about to block, but his head was blown apart like a watermelon by his opponent's kick. So weak. The other 3 fusion beasts' breath choked. This guy is the strongest among the few of them, but he was killed in seconds like this? What kind of monsters are these 7 deadly sins? Introduce yourself. The 7 deadly sins: arrogance, greed, jealous, overeating, lust, anger, lazy. The 7 of them surrounded the portal, a terrifying baleful aura steaming up from the surface of their bodies, causing the bodies of the other 3 fusion beasts to tremble. This aura is too strong. Alright, so what if it's a trap? Even if the Beast King's corpse is fake, even if there are Yenxia Celestial Pride on the opposite side eyeing us, it's meaningless to us. Just kill them all. Won't that be enough? Pride sneered. You 3, go explore. And then, with a single stomp of his foot, a steel-like tentacle emerged around him, instantly entangling the 3 fusion beasts. Their bodies struggled violently, and various parts of their flesh and blood began to wriggle in an attempt to transform. However, he was never able to break free, and was finally thrown into the portal at random. Hey boss, what are we going to do? Storm Eater, who looked tall and strong as if he were a small mountain, opened his mouth. What to do? Kill, he sneered. Stride towards the portal. To destroy, to kill, is instinct, is nature. We monsters never repress our egos. The table is open. Gentlemen, let the human celestial pride fall into purgatory. We are the great 7 deadly sins, created to destroy mankind. End of chapter. Chapter 177. Chapter 177, Ghostly Path Labyrinth. The 7 Deadly Sins vs. Yanxia Tianjiao. Chapter 177, The Labyrinth of the Spectral Path. 7 Deadly Sins vs. Yanxia Tianjiao. Wow! 3 figures suddenly rolled out of the portal. Swish! The 3 rushed to hide in a shady place. Phew! They were relieved to see that the human's attention was drawn to the huge glass frame in the very center. How fortunate that it has not been discovered for a while. Evil was even killed in a single move. These 7 deadly sins are simply monster-like. One of the 3 spoke up. Hurry up and contact Empty. We need to get out of here fast. This is a human conspiracy. It's dangerous. Their eyes fell on the shy young man in the white coat at the very front. At this point the other side was also confused. Why don't you show yourself yet? The best chance is right here. Anxiety flashed across his face. Is this a sequence monster? A numbered level monster? How curious. Luo Ming smiled, striding towards the huge object covered by the red cloth. Hey, you! The shy youth tried to stop him. Who knew that Luo Ming went up and did a whip kick? The shy youth reflexively blocked. Bang! The ground shook, and a figure jumped violently out of the way. There's no one here but us. You don't have to pretend anymore. Luo Ming laughed lightly. That's right, Fusion Beast. We're all over this place. You're surrounded. There were also people who stepped out in large strides. Zhao had passed away. Xiao Tianyu, Feng Tianyang, and others stuck this fusion beast in the corner. Have you noticed this a long time ago? He had a shady look on his face. It's not that we noticed it a long time ago, it's that we dug this hole and waited for you to jump in. The elevator doors opened and a man and a woman in white coats walked towards this side. It's you! Seeing this person, the fusion beast's face was stunned. Introduce yourself. Imperial University. Shenhua Qing. Imperial University. Nangong Shi. The cold woman also spoke. Magic University. Li Quan, Magic University. Feng Tianyan, Jinling, Guo Wuxiang, Shanghai, Shao Zishuan. Yanxia University, Zhou has passed away. Yanxia University, Lin Xiao. Yanxia University, Xiao Tianyu. Yanxia University, Luo Ming. Wow! Only to see Luo Ming's large hand probing out, carrying the red cloth that covered the huge glass cabinet with a tug. Crackle! The small mountain of glass cabinets suddenly exploded, and a fist that looked like a meteorite slammed into the earth from top to bottom. Da! King Lu, violent porcupine, a behemoth, covered in dark red and staring at two skyward thrusting fangs, appeared in the hall, his stance so large that it almost topped the ceiling. It turns out that King Lu has been hiding in this glass case. Wow! The cabinet exploded and the liquid full of formalin hung upside down like a galaxy and hit the floor. Knock! That fusion beast's face changed. Its body animalized and dodged towards the distance. Damn it! Why don't you come? I'm going to die here. He blushed hard, the features of a cat demon appearing on his face. It was a fusion of a Blackwater Haze beast and an extreme killing cat demon. Hostages. As long as there are hostages, He rushed towards that kind of student. But what was strange was that this group of students did not show the slightest bit of timidity, and even looked at his expression, which vaguely revealed sarcasm. Since it's a trap, how could we possibly let the real Yanxia students hurt and walk away? Luo Ming sneered. Wow! Only to see the bodies of such people all begin to expand, turning into black iron giants of more than 10 meters, with spears and steel shields in hand. They were filled with the aura of speedy killing. Hunter Beast. These men are soldiers of the military branch. Junior Captain of the Military Department, Ma Jiangwo, at the beck and call of all the heavenly pride, the gold-level hunter beast in the lead roared, its spear breaking through the air and sweeping out towards the ground. This is a young officer, unfortunately not very well endowed. You, back off. Luo Ming opened his mouth. This is a fight that belongs to us. Yeah, it's our coming out fight. The others also took large strides towards this fusion beast. Egu, what a pity, a poor kitten, surrounded by a dozen strong men, taking turns to bully and abuse. Humans are really a kind of bad creatures without kindness. I think humans should disappear in this world. Are you guys right? The empty hall suddenly resounded with playful voices that stretched out and echoed for a long time. Seconded. Recognized. I think humans are a very high quality ingredient. With crunchy bones, crunchy bites, and air-dried to make bacon. Taking their bones and making them into hand puppets would be quite a sight. Luo Ming frowned. Reinforcements? But there are definitely more than 4 people. Is it possible that the intelligence is wrong? A dark shadow came out from the corner. These people's auras were all very strong, and at the very least, they were a great deal more powerful than this fusion beast in front of them. Poor kitten. Your buddies are hiding in the corner and afraid to come out. Obviously have abandoned you, yo. The leader of the 7 deadly sins spoke arrogantly. The makeup of the 7 looked roughly the same, glowing black eyeshadow, and black to purple lips, half their bodies covered in various demonic tattoos. There are men and women. It looks filled with uncivilized wildness, and at a glance, you can tell it's not the same as humans. Hey, you guys, that cat demon fusion beast had a stunned face. Why don't you guys come out and help me? Those 3 looked at each other. Evil was killed in seconds, by these 7 deadly sins, who are very powerful. We can't intervene in this battle. It's a battle between the 7 deadly sins and the Yanxia heavenly pride. Luo Ming's gaze twitched. The 7 deadly sins? What an arrogant name. The 7 deadly sins symbolize the 7 vices of mankind, derived from Catholic doctrine, as opposed to the 7 virtues, which can also be called the 7 original sins, the 7 deadly sins. Have these monsters begun to delve into human culture? That would be a problem. Their intelligence is no longer any different from that of humans. Hey you guys, don't think that you don't have to do anything. These human heavenly prides are left to us. The 7 sins, but these remaining mole crickets, it's up to you to clear the field. Otherwise, leave you all here as well, to be buried with these humans. Pride opened his mouth. Good. The 4 fusion beasts showed humiliation, but they could only helplessly agree. Color field. Unfurl the boundaries. I don't want anyone spoiling this hunt. Pride continued. Good. Color field is a guy who looks like a man and a woman, with a throat, yet he also has a bulging chest. Just one look, and it goes back to making people feel physically ill. The labyrinth of the phantom way. He exuded a bizarre aura, and surprisingly, on both sides of his head, 2 heads grew once again, the bull's head and the goat's head, and that face he originally had was surprisingly becoming more and more feminine. Even his skin had become smooth, and his long curly hair was spreading down in a sultry and unusual manner. It's so disgusting, I'm going to spit it out. Xiao Zishuan spat. As black soil surfaced from the ground, a thick fog ran through the space, and more clods of earth poked out of the ground like a stairway to heaven. Before pink ghostly flames swam through the air, a chain wrapped around the sky with no clouds in sight. An eerie atmosphere filled the room. You can't get out unless you kill lust. Not only that, if you forcefully breach the Phantom Way labyrinth from the outside world, all the creatures in the labyrinth will die. You and us, all the same. So, human celestial pride, on behalf of the Ruin Hunter Monster University, I would like to challenge you. Do you dare to answer? Decide the winner in a civilized man's way. End of chapter. Chapter 178. Chapter 178 Succubus, Bullhead and Devil's Eye, Total War. Chapter 178 Succubus, Bullhead and Demon's Eye, Total War. What do you want? Shen Huaqing's white lab coat streaked, his hands in the pockets of his black suit pants. He pulled hard on his plaid shirt tie and asked, "Let's be civilized and settle this with your human favorite. A ring battle." Pride smiled bashfully. He gave a wink, and lust on the side was a ringing finger. There have been quite a few humans, both male and female, shut down in the labyrinth of the Phantom Way, and I've always felt that human bones are white and as beautiful as jade, perfect for a collection, so I've kept them all. The earth is like muddy water sinking and floating. In a few moments, they will see a sentence of corpses and white bones floating on the water surface. These white bones look white demonic, just like jade's sparkling brilliance. Human skeletons. Not only the human ones, but the monstrous ones as well. The ones that are particularly thick are the ones that, once you humans die in battle, you retreat into your human bodies, and I can only draw out the bones in them one by one while they maintain their beastly bodies. That's a lot of hard work. The three heads of lust let out a contemptuous laugh. The ring was built by lust, so let him be the first to go. Pride takes a step backward and exits the white bone ring. Humans, on your side, who strikes? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. I'll do it. The cold woman from Imperial University, Nangong Shi, opened her mouth. She took off her obtrusive white coat, dropped her intellectual glasses, and then tossed her long hair, her high ponytail falling naturally. The hair was dark, wrapped around her pale collarbone and hung over her chest. It's still comfortable like this. Not bad, not bad. A very pretty sow. I love a good-looking sow. Lust's arms hung down, and the color of excitement flashed in the pupils of his 6 eyes. So, I'll make you take back that title later. An extreme coldness flashed in Nangongshir's eyes. And then, a little bit of ice crystals spread across the white bone ring like a cluster of snow blooming. Her black hair was whitened in an instant. Even the skin was so white you could see the veins inside through the surface. Buzz! A pair of eyes turned icy blue, and a coldness that penetrated the sky spread. The Snow Maiden, the most human-like monster of all. Shen Huaqing spoke out faintly. Xiao transformed is the most supreme. Ice China Snow Emperor among the Snow Maidens. When his words fell, an ice-blue crown landed on top of Nangongshir's head. Come on, let's hope that next, your body will be as hard as your mouth. She waved at Lust. Ji. Getting pissed off. Sao. Lust laughed out loud. Nangongshir's gaze stared. The icy blue crown levitated and a gust of icy cold wind swept through. In the space behind her, 2 large hands of cold ice that looked like giant hammers probed out. Snow giant. Crush him. Nangongshir coldly drank. Boom. Both arms were then slapping towards Lust. Stop. The 3 heads of Lust turned. And in the end, the demonic female head stopped in front of Nangongshir, and the woman's purple lips lightly opened. The 2 huge cold ice hands that were slapping towards him abruptly stopped in midair. My knight, are you attacking the wrong person? The woman burst out laughing. Swish. At that moment, that big hand was turned around and slapped towards Nangongshir. Snow giant. Why? Boom. The space behind it completely shattered, and a 12-meter-tall snow giant stepped out from it. Its pair of eyes filled with a misty purple light, and its body shook as it let out a roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Bang! 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 The big foot moved and blasted towards Nangongshir. Charmed? Xiao, stop summoning familiars. Shen Huaqing said loudly. What? Your snow giant has been charmed by him. Boom! The snow giant rushed towards Nangongshir with large strides, and at this moment, the 3 heads of Lust emitted Jia strange laughter and began to rotate once again. Now, it's Bullseye's turn. Eyes. Boom! The huge body clenched its fist and swung it through the air. Powerful power fluctuations turned into substance, and a fist seal the size of a square foot smashed over towards Nangongshir. Xiao! Shen Huaqing's heart tightened. Bang! Nangongshir beckoned, and the water mist in the air instantly condensed into a wall of ice to block in front of him. The most powerful ability of the Icehua Snow Maiden is to guard the Empress's 9 ice attribute-dependent monsters, which can be said to be invincible. But this guy's attribute completely restrains Xiao. Shen Huaqing's face was embarrassed. Don't fight, Xiao. We admit defeat. Shen Huaqing spoke loudly. Admit defeat? Sorry, I won't allow it. A third head reigns over the body. This time, a goat. Charm, power. And now what's the third head? Shen Huaqing's gaze was cloudy. Nangongshi was just about to open her mouth when suddenly her body froze in place. Devil's eye. The goat's gaze met hers. And instantly Nangongshi's pupils contracted. Only feeling that all the strength in her body had been sucked dry. And her body couldn't control it as she was about to collapse to the ground. What is this? Her hands dropped and the ice crown slammed to the ground. Enough! We admit defeat! Shen Huaqing yelled. Admit defeat? How can she admit defeat when she hasn't even spoken personally? Bang! Under the control of lust, the snow giant took a big step forward and stomped his foot towards Nangongshi. Boom! Her body was stomped right into the ring. Put! Nangongshi opened his mouth and spat out blood, which was actually mixed with some bone fragments. Shio! No more fighting. You let him go. Bastard! I'll fight you. Boom! Shen Huaqing is about to charge into the ring. As a result, he was blocked by a silhouette. The fight isn't over. Get back! It was arrogance. And he nudged Shen Huaqing's brow with one hand. Or I'll kill you. Bang! He pointed out with a single finger. And Shen Huaqing was instantly blasted back to the ground, staggering back a dozen steps and half kneeling on the ground. Seek death. As the #1 genius of Imperial University, Shen Huaqing was furious. Boom! He burned with a burst of green air. Xinghua Fox King. Buzz! A figure of a humanoid fox beast appeared, white as jade, with 3 tails twitching behind its back, covered with a layer of green battle armor, with complex pale emerald patterns on top of the armor. Giggle! When he probed through the air, he saw the emerald green longsword fall into his hand, and then with a shake of his hand, Shen Huaqing rushed out. I said it's not your turn to fight yet. Do you not want to live? Arrogant eyebrows raised. He was completely angered by Shen Huaqing. If you want to die, I'll send you to hell first. Wow! Black feathers fell from the sky, and in the midst of this underworld path, 6 winged angels covered in black spread their wings, and black light covered everything. The arrogant eyes were scarlet, and there were 2 upward curved long horns above the eyebrows, more than a foot long, looking like a demon king from afar. Zip! He pointed out with one hand, and the pitch black air compressed into balls of light, and 3 consecutive balls were smashed towards Shen Huaqing. Don't look at the ring! Saving people is important. Luo Ming also heckled loudly. If they really followed their rules, Nangongshi would have been killed on the spot. Boom! His body steamed up with blood-colored flames as he swept his heaven-devouring gun towards lust. End of chapter. Chapter 179, Killing 4 Fusion Beasts. Luo Ming broke rank. A ray of hope. Chapter 179, Killing 4 Fusion Beasts. Luo Ming broke rank. A ray of hope. Roar! The huge dark red porcupine roared and ran towards the ring with great strides. Porky, you look like you'd be good to eat. A burly figure stood in his way. Introduce yourself. The 7 deadly sins. Overeating. Boom! A deep purple glow surged through his body. Not long after, a humanoid monster appeared in front of King Lu. He had purple feathered wings that unfolded like a giant dragon. The upper half of his body was dark purple scales and armor, while the lower half of his body was covered in green fins, and behind him trailed a long green and purple tail, which was 3 to 5 meters long. The tail has little red thorns at the tip, and as for the head, it has 2 compound eyes that look a lot like flies. This pig's hand of yours, can I have it? As soon as he covered his lips, there was a tasting vein in his mouth, the tip of which was densely tipped with small spines, as if they were downy. The speed was extremely fast, and it was instantly inserted into King Lu's arm. The cooking has begun. A stream of black gas gushed out from his mouth along his veins. It was definitely a terrifying poison. King Lu clutched the vein and tried to rip it off, but realized that it had hooked through his sturdy muscles to the bones in his arm. Hey, dumbass! Stop gawking! Giggle! The shadow carrying the sword and shield rose into the air and severed the vein with a single stroke. I'm with you on this guy, Xiao Tianyu said. Both of them were at the Diamond Rank 4 level, but this Storm Eater was Diamond Rank 6. So, only the 2 could join forces. Yes, King Lu spoke in a jarring voice, and the 2 figures, one large and one small, rushed towards each other together. Praying mantis. Storm Eater's face showed disdain. Please call me the King of Greed. The 2-headed man-bird hovered in mid-air. His wings spread wide and his body covered in ornate jewels that glittered with gold. Xiao Zishuan and Guo Wuxiang were up against such an opponent. Guo Wuxiang is a tiger-headed man with dual swords in his hands, the SS-ranked sword sounding Mad Tiger. Xiao Zishuan, on the other hand, is a black auger with wings on its back, and its pupil power is extremely amazing, which can gush out black light, destroying everything. SS-grade black pupil devil auger. One up, one down, all together. He and Guo Wuxiang exchanged glances, and then Xiao Zixuan met the two-headed birdman, while Guo Wuxiang's dual swords rose up in the air like meteors, slashing towards the opponent's lower body. All 7 sins are strong, and 2 against 1 is the most conventional configuration. Luo Ming swept the battlefield. Guo Wuxiang and Xiao Zixuan dealt with greed. Shen Huaqing fought pride alone, and Xiao Tianyu teamed up with King Lu to deal with tyrannical eclipse. Lin Xiao was alone against lazy. Li Quan wants to deal with rage alone. Jealousy and Feng Tianyang went one-on-one. Zhao has passed away while he is in charge of saving people. With my current strength, I'm absolutely no match for any of the 7 deadly sins. It's imperative that I make myself stronger. Luo Ming's gaze fixed on the 4 fusion beasts in the corner. They are my opportunity to break the ice this time. Zigzag. Bloodlight surged from the tip of the gun, and Luo Ming made a big move with his hand as the blood prison cage unfolded. It was the 4 fusion beasts that were silently pulled in, before the other party could react. Boom! The light of the heaven-devouring god pistol then ran through one of them, crushing it on the spot. Snap! Luo Ming raised his hand to hold the beast core in beast jade. There's no time to waste. The 7 sins are very strong. Once one of us here is injured and the balance is broken, it's completely over. You know, that pride was a diamond-class 10th order monster. Shen Huaqing was only at the 6th rank of the diamond grade. How was he a match for the other party? And it was only a matter of time before he fell. There's also that rage, and it's not something Li Quan can deal with on his own. It could be said that if any of the 7 sins were pulled out, it would require 2 Yanxia Celestials to join forces in order to have a chance of winning. But now, with Nangongshi seriously injured, their battle power was severely lacking. Luo Ming was not in the habit of pinning his hopes on anyone else's hands. Only if he had the strength to break the situation could he be at ease. So he had to act. I can't die here. Never. The land of heavenly swamps. He activated the beast jade that had decapitated the deep swamp mudworm, and the earth instantly twisted and turned into a slurry, which had the appearance of taking shape and wrapped the legs and limbs of the remaining 3 fusion beasts in a deadly tangle. It's a smoke skill. Damn humans. The 3 fusion beasts roared. Now, let you be my sustenance. Luo Ming once again urged the beast jade. Dark twilight. Buzz. A blackness covered the 3 beasts in. It's Jia's skill. This damn human is using one of ours against us. The 3 fusion beasts gritted their teeth. Their 5 senses had been stripped away for a short period of time. They were just lambs to the slaughter. White tiger. Boom! The snow-white black-ringed white tiger roared to shatter the void, and a white tiger leaping catalog emerged behind Luo Ming. White tiger war atlas. Tiger leaps over Tian Shan. Boom! White killing aura surged up around him, transforming into a tangible white tiger that pounced and bit. In one bite, he gnawed off the head of a fusion beast. Second, the 9 blades of the killing star. Luo Ming whistled long and loud as his blade gusted. He couldn't waste time. The effect of the 2 beast jades was going to pass. Snort! A murderous aura enveloped the room as 9 earth-shattering Zhangda sword-on swept out. The 3rd fusion beast was instantly torn into pieces. As the earth recovers, the night dissipates. The last fusion beast, the fusion beast that pretended to be a staff member before, he seemed to have the ability to teleport. With a shocked face, he realized that all 3 of his partners had been taken out. How? How is that possible? How can you be so strong? He looked at Luo Ming with a horrified expression. You, who the hell are you? Luo Ming swept the white tiger blade. I'm just a passing bogeyman. Tai. Luo Ming leapt up. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to send you home. I need your beast cores to break through to the diamond level. White tiger war atlas. Killing without hijacking. White tiger, the main killer. Killing aura. Extreme offense. Boom. 10 feet of murderous chi condensed the blade, almost tearing through the blood prison cage. Luo Ming held the blade with both hands. The white tiger silhouette manifested behind him, his feet stepping on the stars and rivers, and his killing machine shook the beasts. Giggle! As his blade fell, the white tiger roared and bit. Headmaster, if all of our enemies are this kind of monsters, Beast King came out, it's just a way to get killed. A strong fear flashed in his eyes. Giggle! As the blade passed, the beast's body exploded, and the last beast core fell into Luo Ming's hands. This way, it's kind of all set to break into the diamond level in one breath here. Even if he entered the diamond level, he did not have the certainty of victory. The pressure from that pride was too great. But, at the very least, there is a battle. As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he was going to cling to it. Infinite devouring. The Taotai silhouette appeared behind him, and a shocking suction force emanated, and the 4 beast cores, as well as the blood from the mutilated corpses on the ground were all still doing pure energy surging into Luo Ming's body. Roar! Luo Ming's body trembled madly. End of chapter 180. Chapter 180, caught in a disadvantage. The furious Li Quan. Showing off too much. Chapter 180, caught in a disadvantage. Furious Li Quan. Showing off too much. Whoa! Li Quan was suddenly swept away by a large sword burning with blazing fire. The monster he transformed into was the rather rare demon prison three-headed dog, with black flames burning all over his body, like ghostly flames from the hellish underworld. And the guy he was up against, called Rage, had four pillar-like dragon legs in his lower body covered with a layer of dragon scales, while in his hand he carried a 3-meter-wide sword that burned with a blazing fire. On his back, there were flame feathers that turned blaze into substance, and there were even 2 burning magma bands on his chest, and one could see that the inside of his body was all made up of internal organs made up of flames. So strong. Looking at the huge monster coming towards him, Li Quan braced himself to get up from the ground. The 3-headed dog of hell had a red cape around its neck, and when it turned into a humanoid monster, its other 2 heads hung down over its shoulders. It was somewhat similar to Li Tian, who had once been beaten to death by Luo Ming. You're too weak. Just a puppy. Become my food. Boom! Rat's 4 legs moved with great speed, instantly appearing in front of Li Quan's body and chopping down his head with a sword. Roar! Li Quan opened his mouth, and the black flames turned into magic bullets that broke through the air and smashed into the air, and Li Quan dodged it in a lousy manner. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, somewhat overestimating himself. To take on a monster of this level by himself just to show off, asking for help now is obviously not going to go down well. His eyes circled around. At that moment, Li Quan's breath snapped. Where's Lamani? That's right. He realized he hadn't seen Lamani's shadow. In the next second, a surge of anger went straight to the sky. He looked up to the sky and roared in shock and anger. Damn Luo Ming! The deserter who fled from the battle. We fought to the death here and nearly lost our lives. And he even fled. If I had known this, I might as well have let Shi Feiyu come over. He can help us anyway. Li Quan's roar attracted a lot of attention. Indeed, when they looked up and realized that Luo Ming wasn't there, their faces changed in unison. No, Luo Ming isn't the type of person to run away from a battle. Before, in order to guard the train, he stood up alone to fight against an enemy he couldn't even win. He didn't even run away at that time, let alone now. Xiao Tianyu shouted out loud. Li Quan, don't disturb the military at this time now. You yourself have a personal grudge against Luo Ming, and you slander him. You're too mischievous. At this time you still want to engage in infighting. Xiao Tianyu and King Lu fighting that battle power amazing tyrannical eclipse was already dangerous. The other party was good at using poison, and the wagging tail would sneak up and zap you every now and then. His compound eyes had extremely powerful void capturing abilities, and several rounds of their attacks were seen through. It was already difficult, but this Li Quan also had to snarl and bark here, almost making Xiao Tianyu angry. Fighting me and you're still in the mood to yell. You're not a good little puppy. Swish! Rage coldly laughed. A sword swept towards him. Between avoiding it, one of Li Quan's arms was also chopped off, and the blazing fire almost burned his body to death. My arm Luo Ming. It's all your fault, deserter. If it wasn't for you, how could I have fought so hard? Li Quan's face was resentful, as if he was putting all the blame on Luo Ming, but he forgot that before. It was he himself who was trying to show off to single-handedly challenge Rage, and Rage looked at his twisted face and laughed more and more. He was Rage. The more angry his opponent was, the stronger he was. The uncontrollable power in his body was rioting like magma about to erupt, and his anger couldn't wait to tear Li Quan to pieces. And now it's beaten to death. The collusion between you humans can be really complicated. At this point in time, you are still thinking of blaming others. After all, isn't the most fundamental reason because you are incompetent? Bang! 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 Pride, who looked like a 6-winged fallen angel, was suspended in the void, and as if he was playing a game, he casually pointed out with his fingers, and he saw a pitch-black ball of light stirred by destructive power break through the air, hitting Shenhua Qing and screaming in agony. Let's not talk about counterattacking. It's good to resist. Shenhua Qing's face was gloomy. He wasn't a cutie. In this current battle situation, the 7 deadly sins were more powerful than any of them. Even if Luo Ming was there, it wouldn't make much sense. He raised his eyes and looked, and jealousy was a huge fish monster with an open bloody mouth like a crocodile, as if it could swallow a piece of the sky, but the body is as huge as a giant whale, with thick skin and flesh, and spikes on his lower abdomen. Wherever he passes, the ground turns into an ocean, and he can dive freely in the earth. There are long pectoral fins on both sides of the body, which have the strength of 10,000 pounds when slapped down, and the body is huge but incredibly athletic like a dolphin, which makes it appear as if it were a dolphin. Feng Tianyang was alone against jealousy, like the other party's toy being manipulated at will. It was good that Feng Tianyang's awakened monster was the light and shadow remnant leopard. so fast that he was able to keep up with jealousy's godly movements, or else he would have been swallowed in one bite long ago. The light shadow leopard is a powerful monster with both light and wind attributes. Not only is it fast, but its attacks are penetrating. It has an extremely noticeable effect on the thick-skinned jealousy, and so far, it's sort of able to separate itself from it. According to this situation, to lose do I have to use that power? Lin Xiao was carrying a trident in his hand, and behind his transformation was a one-horned tiger with clean white wings on its back, but its body was covered with dragon scales and a fierce aura, and if Luo Ming were here, he would have realized that this beast was very similar to the legendary Porchi. No, look again. I don't want to expose that power until I have to. Lin Xiao shook his head. Opposite him, there were snake spear-wielding demons rushing in, lazy, long and extremely bizarre, arms hanging down, almost to the ground, with dense long hairs, and infinite strength. At the same time, the flesh was silver pale hair, the head was like a vicious wolf, with a blood-colored curved moon engraved on his brow, and behind it trailed a long tail that meandered and stretched surprisingly wrapped around his shoulders, a fanged and venomous tongue, pestling his shoulders and waiting for an opportunity to move. Wolves, snakes, monkeys, the 7 deadly sins monsters are simply like stitched-up dolls. Their bodies revealed an unsettling and bizarre appearance, but on the contrary, their battle strength was extremely amazing, and the variety of their means was staggering. In the meantime, beyond the herbarium, Yi Chagan, Xiao Pingan, and the others gathered. A few people frowned as they looked at the taxidermy museum wrapped in purple fog. A new enemy has appeared, and it's much stronger than those fusion beasts from before. I didn't expect the ruins monsters to develop so fast. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat came striding in, and it was clearly Tang Yanhuang. He was followed by a shadow of a young man with a feminine face and a neutral look, and it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman just from his face. Please, Warlord Mitsum. You're welcome, Elder Tang. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was able to hear the gender, and it turned out to be Set Shui. The three-eyed war general transformed into a white feathered serpent, and he had a white vertical pupil on his brow. Buzz! The vertical pupil broke through the air, white light probed out, and in an instant, the picture in the mist was clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 181 Yi Chanan's Absolute Trust. Luo Ming takes over the battlefield. You call it anger? Let me see how angry you can be. Chapter 181 Yi Chanan's Absolute Trust. Luo Ming takes over the battlefield. You call it anger? Let me see how angry you can be. The battle is not going well. Yi Chanan stroked his chin and shook his head. It's one thing to win or not to win. It's another thing to have a calendar effect. This boundary is certainly good, but trying to rely on it to stop us seems like a fool's errand. Xiao Pingan shook his head. Chang Ginghong, the president of Imperial University, also spoke out. Take another look. As long as they don't die, just let them do whatever they want. If it really doesn't work, then we'll make a move. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. If my Yanxia's best heavenly pride is at this level, I think we'd better abstain from the Federal 100 Schools competition this time around. Especially Nangong Shi and Shen Huachang. These two were the students he was very optimistic about. And what happened? One was on the ground and almost killed. And there's another one scurrying around like a rat. Putting on a circus here? Ching King Hung, the president of Imperial University, was disappointed. Very disappointed. It's a bit too much to ask. Elder Chang, a tall, handsome man with white-rimmed glasses and shaggy hair, spoke up. He was the vice-chancellor of the Magic University. And last time, after Qin Yanran was scared away by Yi Chanan, she went to invite this one. This one is still very young, just over 40 years old, and he has taken the seat of vice-chancellor. He also has a very strong background. In his early years, he used to follow the Qin family heavenly king in the military as his assistant for a period of time, and later went to teach at the Magic University, and at that time, the man of the hour, now the king of the hegemony of Li Lin's relationship. At the same time with Gu Yuma's friendship is also still available. It was conceivable that when Qin Yanyan entered the Magic University, she relied on him. Is this high? It's not high. Chang Jinghong shook his head. The strength of the Beast King can be much more powerful than these fusion beasts, and if you can't even defeat these little caramels, how can you talk about taking on a big responsibility? Hey, I say Zhou Ruyan, your family's pup's arm has been torn off and you look like you don't care. Yi Chang'an raised his hand and pointed to the picture of Li Quan, who had one of his arms cut off by an angry knife. As long as they don't die, the Demon University has a way to heal them. Zhou Ruan spoke calmly. Qin Yanran beside him bristled. It's better than that Luo Ming, hiding and not coming out, maybe cowering in some corner. Seeing Xiao Pingan and Yi Chang'an's gazes turned to her, Qin Yanran's heart panicked. Elder Xiao, I'm not talking about Yanxia University, I'm just referring to individual students. The student you're talking about is an old man's man, so I take it you want to be smacked in the mouth by me again? Yi Chagan seemed to smile. Xin Yanran could not help but have her body tremble and timidly hid behind Zhou Ruyan. Luo Ming won't escape. I know this kid. He's holding back a big move. Yi Chanan looked at the fierce battle in the screen and smiled gently. What makes you say that? Zhou Ruyan asked with a smile. You don't believe me? Faith, but I don't think he'll be able to play much of a role for an average student, and one whose battle prowess isn't considered top-notch among them. Oh, true geniuses always work miracles. Brother Chanan thinks this Luo Ming is considered a true genius? Yi Chanan shook his head. I've met many geniuses, but those geniuses have to address him as a genius when they see him, including myself. Zhou Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Even Chang Dinghong, as well as the other instructors, turned their gazes to him. In order to elevate Luo Ming, even going so far as to belittle himself, this Yi Chanan was too desperate. Was Luo Ming his illegitimate son? But it's not the right age. However, Xiao Pingdan knew that Yi Chanan's words were not exaggerated at all. Clank! The silver dragon spear was stuck in front of Zhou Ruyan. What does Brother Chanan mean by this? Just see if Luo Ming can do it. If he can't, I'll give you this gun. Brother Chanan, you are really down to your blood. Since this is the case, then I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman. Zhou Ruyan smiled slightly. I observe that Luo Ming is also good at using a lance. If he is really like what Brother Chanan said, I will use this stone that breaks through all things to bet with you how? Zhou Ruyan was pinching an egg-sized blood-colored crystal stone in his hand, and just by looking at it from afar, he felt a blinding light as if it was going to penetrate his eyeballs. I can't believe it's this. Xiao Pingdan couldn't help but be staggered. That's a big deal. The stone of breaking through all things had amazing properties, and if it was incorporated into a weapon, the weapon would carry a terrifying attribute. Broken wounds. Once stabbed, the injury cannot be repaired unless all of it is cut off. When Heavenly Blaze sacred leader Yi Lukong had created the silver dragon lance for Yi Chanan, he had searched for this crystal, but unfortunately to no avail. This also became his regret at the time, that the silver dragon lance could not become a truly invincible battle weapon. I didn't expect Zhou Ruyan to have such a large one in his hands. If it was incorporated into the heaven-devouring gun, the power could be imagined, and whoever was grazed by Luo Ming would not be able to heal this wound at all. There's no point in having a stronger milkmaid. If Yi Chang'an had had this in the first place, that King City Devourer might have been killed by him. Good stuff. Bet. Without saying anything, Yi Chang'an directly agreed. At the same time, in the blood prison cage, a figure slowly opened its eyes. It's done. Diamond level 1. The Taotia's furious silhouette slowly retracted back into his body, and Luo Ming stood up, a fierce aura flashing in his eyes. The strength of the Diamond class First Order is not enough to fight against that strongest pride. I still need to start with other opponents first. But the other few are not a big problem. Buzz! A burst of blood-colored flames wrapped around his limbs like a vortex, and the Taotai figure emerged, opening his mouth to spew out a mouthful of blazing white gas. Luo Ming stepped out with the heaven-devouring gun in his hand. Showtime is here. The blood prison cage slowly disappeared, and Luo Ming's figure reappeared in the outside world. Bang! Li Quan's entire body was swept away by the sword and smashed hard against the wall. Boom! The walls made of alloy were deeply dented by his smashing. Damn it! Why? I can't believe I was the first to lose. He pounded the ground angrily. Doesn't that make him the weakest guy? I'm not happy about it. How can I be happy about it? Weak puppy, be good and let me eat you. He ran in stride and swung his sword towards Li Quan's head. The moment Li Quan's head was about to fly up, a long spear crossed midair. Ding! The lance trembled like an angry dragon bouncing and shaking, forcing that great sword back hard. I heard you yelling a long time ago. Gibberish, gibberish. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're not, still a loser. Get the hell back and stop embarrassing yourself here. Blood-colored chi flames steamed as Luo Ming, who had turned on the brutal king's tyranny, dragged his heaven-devouring lance in his stride. Lo Ming, you! Bang! Without waiting for Li Quan to say more, he swept him away with a kick. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here, so trashy, just close your mouth. My dog is tired. I'll fight you next. Bastard! Clank! Luo Ming held the gun in one hand, pointing it at the center of Rage's brow through the air. You call angry, do you? Then I want to see how angry you can get. Li Quan fell to the ground, looking at the back of the man who was blocking his way, and gritted his teeth. A strong color of shame and anger surged to his heart. Luo Ming, how dare you humiliate me like this? While he was impotently raging, Luo Ming had already slammed his gun towards Rage. End of chapter. Chapter 182, Battle Anger. Scorn Lust. 1 on 2. The advantage is mine. Chapter 182, Battle Anger. Scorn Lust. 1-on-2. The advantage is mine. How? Now do you still think Luo Ming is a coward for hiding out? Yi Chang'an didn't know when he carried a cup of coffee out and took a light sip. I never said Lamani was a coward for hiding out. I maintained the opinion that his presence didn't decide the battle. Zhou Ruan said blandly. Oh, Yi Chang'an deliberately dragged his voice. That means it's not you who said it. It's this thing next to you. He gently pointed a finger at Qin Yanran. Qin Yanyan did not fail to twitch her cheeks. This thing. It was the first time for her, the Miss Qin clan, to be pointed at and scolded like this. Anyone else would have gone up there and slapped him and sent him to be lynched. But the other party is Yi Chang'an. Even her dad came and had to eat 2 big mouths before leaving. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm determined to win this stone of yours that breaks through all things. Yi Chang'an shook his head and stopped talking. Some people's mouths are just hard. An iron mouth would have to be smacked hard to make it work. Zhou Ruan looked into that mist. Fade. If he can save the day. So what if I hand over the stone of penetrating all things? Uncle Zhou. You can't. Qin Yanyan was not happy when she sniffed. Alright, Yan, the Qin clan is a great clan of Yanxia. Luo Ming is a pride of Yanxia. If he really has this kind of strength, he will become a great weapon of the country in the future. The Qin clan should have the tolerance to live in peace with him. Qin Yanran grunted, and just stopped talking. Living in peace? He has repeatedly slapped my Qin clan. How can my Qin clan live in peace with him? But Qin Yanran didn't know that Luo Ming also had no intention of living in peace with the Qin clan from the bottom of his heart. He was also afraid that the Qin clan would give him a stab in the back at some point. Since they have become enemies, let's just take it a little further and make them dead. When Luo Ming's beast body metamorphosed to the diamond level, and his physical strength was 100 times more powerful, his arms shook, and the heaven-devouring lance slammed down like a pillar of the prime Jinyu. Upward pick, downward sweep, horizontal chop, left block, right hang, straight stab. The gun was like thunder, wide open, and was actually able to catch dozens of Rage's swords in a hard way. Cut hands as steady as Mount Taishan. Do not see shaking, eyes calm and composed. Not the slightest disruption. This strength is so amazing. Guo Wuxiang and Xiao Zixuan spoke out in shock. Can't see through it. I still can't see through him. White light flashed within Xiao Zixuan's pair of pitch-black demonic pupils. That abyss is definitely more than that. He still has means. Not good. He realized that once he tried to peer at Luo Ming's body, there was a blood-colored beast that wanted to devour him, as if it could eat away at his flesh through the void. It's horrible. This guy, can't look at him, can't look at him. Xiao Zixuan shook his head, reassured to pay more to the enemy in front of him. You call it anger, but I don't think you're angry enough right now. Can you show me where your limits are? Luo Ming crossed his spear in front of him to parry some of his opponent's moves. After that, he made a move to turn defense into offense. Once Luo Ming struck out, the power was different. As everyone knew, Tao Tai was getting more and more courageous as the gun was covered in underworld fury blood flame, devouring the opponent's chi, blood, and beast power with every move. Asshole! Bang! 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 Tao Tai's 2 or 3 meter body, waving his big gun, but it pressed against Rage, a behemoth that wanted to be close to 10 meters, and kept retreating. Asshole! Angrily and unwillingly, he yelled. Roar! Tao Tai's roar shook through space. His speed soared. Surprisingly, one hand gripped the lance tightly and swinging. The other hand, 5 fingers flipped hard to tear the scales off his body alive. Angry and furious, he even had an illusion. In the end, I am a monster or he is a monster. Compared with him, I am as civilized as human beings are. Humans, I must kill. Bang! Lamani takes a shot to the side of the head. Bang! The scales all over his body exploded like a mane and shot out. So strong. The others glanced at Luo Ming in surprise, and even the other 6 sins couldn't help but change color. This kid has the strength to single-handedly kill a 7 sins. Color field. You go help him. Arrogantly and indifferently, he ordered. Okay. On Lust's side, Zhao had passed away in the guise of an iron-armored golden centipede, holding a sword in his 8 arms and fighting with him. But under the impact of ox-headed Lust's powerful strength, he was defeated back and forth. Snow Giant. You play with him. The demoness lustfully charmed the Snow Giant, ordering the other party to tangle with Zhao, while she herself was heading towards Luo Ming to kill him. Asshole! Get your ass back here! Zhao has died in a rage and wanted to chase after him, but the Snow Giant had already slammed his fist down. He clenched the 8 blades in his hand with death and danced crazily. Asshole, 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 get your ass back here. The words that Luo Ming had once said resounded in his mind once again. Your potential future opponent is not me, but your brother. It's only a matter of time before I surpass you. One word was true, and Luo Ming was right. He Zhao had passed away had become a stepping stone, surpassed by Luo Ming. Right now, even the enemies he was undefeated against were leaving themselves behind to hunt Luo Ming. In their eyes Luo Ming's threat had far exceeded that of his Zhao had passed away. You may be a genius, but Yanxia is full of geniuses, and he shines among hundreds of people at Yanxia University, but among the top geniuses of today, Zhao has passed away was just average. As for Luo Ming, no matter where he was the brightest, most eye-catching existence. Roar! Bullhead color lust roared. His body descended from the sky like thunder, and the extreme fist smashed down towards his head. Sorry, power isn't something I'm good at. Saying that, Luo Ming slammed a backhanded fist towards his small mountain-like iron fist. Lust? I thought you said power wasn't something you were good at. Boom! Where Luo Ming stood, the underworld fiendish blood flame rolled like a hurricane to rush up to the heavenly plate, and behind him, a blood-colored beast appeared that could swallow stars and devour the moon. He was roaring, bringing endless power to Luo Ming. Lust stared. How dare you say you're not good with power? My fists were twisting. Rage, don't just stand there. Hurry up and make a move to kill him. Lust roared. Roar! Angry limbs flew in a galloping leap, and the flying greatsword fell towards Taoya's head. Heaven-devouring gun. Come! Luo Ming made a move with one hand, and the heaven-devouring gun blocked in front of him, holding a fist in one hand and a gun in the other. He actually suppressed all of the attacks of these two. How? This time, the remaining 5 Sin's eyes turned to this side. This is incredible. Just by entering the diamond level for the first time, he possesses the strength to single-handedly challenge 2 7 deadly sins. This Luo Ming was born a monster. The crowd swallowed. Even the strongest of the crowd, Shen Huaqing, Feng Tianyang and Lin Xiao were no better than Luo Ming. Have you played enough? Back off. Roar! Tao Tai rose up into the air, and Luo Ming also bounced these two fellows out with force like a god of war. Heaven-devouring god gun. His long spear was crossed over his waist and his body rotated as a whistling air-breaking sound came from him. And after, bang! A blood-colored thunder torrent of Aurora Borealis surged out, shooting violently towards the shocked-away Lust. Color field. Get out of the way. Pride opened his mouth with a change in his face. If Lust fell, the battle would be completely turned upside down. Devil's eye. Goat color Lust glares at him, controlling Luo Ming's body. Wicked your old mother. The Taotai eyes within Luo Ming's body glared back violently. Ah! The goat head's 2 eyes instantly exploded. End of chapter. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, the only finished product. Arrogance. Lin Zhao's hidden power. A blood meteor fell from the sky. Chapter 183, the only finished product. Arrogance. Lin Zhao's hidden power. A blood meteor fell from the sky, just as the bloody torrent was about to crush the Lust. Zigzag. A torrent of destruction as black as ink surged towards it. Boom boom boom. The two terrifying fluctuations intertwined together, and the ground tumbled layer by layer. What? The crowd was shocked. Seeing that the battle was about to be reversed, they didn't expect Pride to intervene. Sure enough, is still half-baked. Pride shook her head helplessly. He pointed out with one finger, and that torrent of destruction easily overpowered the blood-colored torrent. Zigzag. The killing light that destroyed everything engulfed the air in nothingness, and Luo Ming was forced to retreat. He looked at the 6-winged figure, holy as an angel straight into the Holy of Holies, but with 2 demonic horns, covered in gray and black, and with demonic lines covering his face. He simply looked like a demon who had fallen into hell. He is a fallen angelic being. This guy is not on the same level as the other 6 guys in terms of strength and finish and power. There was only arrogance, and he revealed a golden proportioned beauty. His wings spread out to cover the sky, and his body had a distinct muscular line that, without looking at anything else, looked like a bodybuilding champion, and with the black lines dotting his face with evil, and 2 long, curved demonic horns that showed their sharpness. He was nothing like the haphazardly stitched 7 deadly sins. If this was an experiment, all 6 of those guys were the test subjects in Pride, the finished product, so his strength wasn't on the same level as any of those 6 guys either. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No more games. He was about to collect and then grab the sword of the Qinghua Fox King. I'm a little tired after playing a game of dodgeball with you for so long. He pressed one hand on Shen Huaqing's chest. Bang! A black light went straight through the body. Put! A mouthful of black blood sprayed out of Shen Huaqing's mouth. The blow was not fatal, but it was enough to make him lose his fighting strength. Clunk! The sword fell to the ground and turned into nothingness, and his body trembled as he fell from midair and reverted back to his human body, collapsed to the ground and passed out straight away. What? The crowd was horrified. As strong as Shen Huaqing, he was defeated by Pride in a single move. His body was suspended in midair as he floated towards King Lu and Xiao Tianyu. Arrogant big brother. Tyrannosaurus bowed his head respectfully, arrogantly levitating to his side with a cold look. Snap! A backhanded slap sent him flying, slamming him hard against the wall. Rubbish, can't hold two mole crickets for so long. Giggle. With just a slight point of his finger, the black light pierced through both of King Lu's wave-ribbed caps. Bang! The huge dark red porcupine king instantly fell to his knees. Roar! King Lu roars and tries to get to his feet. I gave you permission to get up? Giggling. He casually clicked his fingers and directly wasted the opponent's legs. And then, drifting to King Ru, he watched the ferocious porcupine growl at him. You look too ugly. Bang! He lifted his foot and turned on his heel, raising it all the way above his head and dropping it with a loud thud the next second. It smashed into King Lu's head. Knock! The opponent's huge body trembled violently, and in the next second it directly fell to the ground, fainting. Oh, and you! He appeared in front of Xiao Tianyu and a slap fell. Bang! Xiao Tianyu's entire body was sprawled on the ground, without the slightest bit of power to fight back. How is it possible? Why is the gap so big? Xiao Tianyu roared and tried to get up. He couldn't figure it out himself. Everyone, back off! Feng Tianyang, Xiao Zishuan, and the few remaining people all withdrew together in large strides, wary of this powerful pride. What a strong sense of oppression. Never has a diamond-level monster been able to give me this kind of pressure. Even a war general under pressure level is not enough. Feng Tianyang looked at the fellow in front of him warily. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed of his light and shadow-crippled panther. Bulls and sheep always come in herds. It's the beasts that travel alone. Do you think that a group of bulls and sheep reporting as a group will be able to hold off the beasts? Too naive. Boom! He rested his hands on his chest, and a streak of pitch-black lightning surged through his palms. The huge black ball of light then levitated. Go! It was thrown towards them. Coming through. Strike with all your might. Make sure to block it. Feng Tianyang roared. Light and shadow gun. Hurricane run. He raised his hand, and a javelin made of holy light appeared in his hand, and a whistling hurricane wrapped around the javelin, piercing through the air towards the black ball of light. Roar! Xiao Zishuan and Guo Wuxian both struck out as well, their blade-ons, and dragon roars sweeping out together. Weak. You guys are too weak. Among you people, the only one who is truly qualified to fight me is him. His finger fell, not pointing at Luo Ming, but at Lin Xiao. Kid, your teammates are dying out. How long are you going to hide that power of yours? Aren't you going to bring it out? Lin Xiao slowly lowered the trident in his hand. He took one step toward pride. Pick a way to die. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and spoke softly. Everyone's face suddenly changed. The strength of arrogance is obvious to all. But you are so rampant this is not too. The world only knows that Luo Ming is very strong. But they don't know that it's just a mere Luo Ming, and I'll kill him like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Showing 3 or 2 points of strength on weekdays, and you think I'm on the same level as you guys? The difference is far off. Among the Yanxia, the real heavenly pride, is only me, Lin Xiao. The rest of you are all just dirt and dogs. Millions of Yanxia's heavenly pride need to lower their eyebrows when they see me. His body shook and shook as if some powerful force was reviving inside him. In the meantime, outside, Yi Chang'an and the others frowned. These kids are dying. Strike. It's time to strike. If we don't make a move, we'll all be killed. A few people looked at each other, and immediately, they planned to make their move. Zhou Ruan laughed even more. It seems Luo Ming doesn't have the strength to save the day. Brother Chang'an, you've lost. Yi Chang'an was silent. The arrogance of the powerful was something they hadn't expected. This guy had actually been hiding his clumsiness. Lost his way. Horses have lost their hooves. But at that moment, a violent fluctuation began to tumble in the sky. The fierce might suddenly descended from among the clouds. Feeling that vast and ferocious might, all of their faces changed drastically. What the hell is this Hado? Only to see a blood-colored red light fall to the earth like a meteor from among the clouds, surprisingly smashing towards the taxidermy museum from a distance. That ancient and ferocious aura shook Yi Chang'an and the others, who couldn't help but frown tightly. What a terrifying aura! What in the world is it? The faces of the people changed drastically. Yi Chang'an, however, stared wide-eyed and muttered, "That's a scent I've felt before." "What did you say?" The eyes of the crowd went to him. Where to feel it? Yi Chang'an's eyes were deep as he opened his mouth word by word. It's inside Luo Ming's body. End of chapter. Chapter 184. Chapter 184, 7 Sins in 1. 10-Winged Fallen Angel. Pride. Chapter 184, 7 Sins in 1. 10-Winged Fallen Angel. Pride. What? The moment these words came out, the faces of the few people present all changed drastically. In Luo Ming's body. What exactly is this red light? Could it be the legendary totem? Zhou Ruan frowned. Legend has it that totems can cause monsters to evolve while bringing unparalleled power. But a person can only fuse one totem. If this is a totem, then what's inside Luo Ming's body? Could Luo Ming be able to fuse two totems? Qin Yanran also shook her head. How is it possible for someone to fuse two totems? This is absolutely impossible. She didn't want to believe it. Yi Chang'an stroked his chin. Is there a possibility that there was no totem in Luo Ming's body before? Swish! All eyes were on him at once. I also think that there should have been no totem in Luo Ming's body before. And you all thought that his powerful battle strength was because of the totem. But I think that it was just his own talent. No matter how powerful a totem is, it's an external object in the end. It's people who are truly powerful. It's better that we humans shouldn't be mesmerized by the power of totems. Xiao Pingan also spoke out. Zhou Ruan narrowed his eyes. If it is not because of the totem, Luo Ming's battle power is so amazing in the end, how to explain? Either. There is only one possibility left. The monster he awakened surpassed the SSS level. Zhou Ruan's body trembled. Beyond SSS level. Could it be that it's a sequence level monster? Luo Ming will become a sequence level existence in the future. Then he is the king of the beasts on earth. Boom! The blood-colored meteor smashed down, surprisingly instantly penetrating the mist created by lust. Well, this power, a divine power that was almost of the same origin, came from Lin Xiao, causing his face to change. Only a blood-colored stamp smashed through the building and fell from a high altitude, ending up suspended in mid-air. Above it, a star swallowing, moon-eating, blood-colored beast roared, as if it wanted to take a bite out of the sky. That's the totem. When Pride saw that one blood-colored stamp, a rich look of greed appeared on his face. What an extra haul. Surprisingly, there's one more totem. Won't I be able to collect 3 totems in one go today? A hideous grin appeared on his face. Come on, totem. Serve us. Pride even had an extremely crazy thought. The Beast King ordered them to collect totems because he wanted to use the power of totems to complete their evolution and surpass all the Beast Kings of the past. Then, if he could swallow this totem, did it prove that he also had the hope of evolving into a supreme and invincible Beast King? The power of the totem. Can I become a Beast King too? I want to become a Beast King too. In the heart of arrogance, endless greed welled up. Others were worthy. So why shouldn't he be? I'm arrogant. Absolutely no worse than anyone else. With that he reached for the totem. The totem fell into his hands, which in turn pressed toward his chest. Arrogant big brother. The other 6 sins' faces changed. What are you going to do? Arrogant big brother. Dean told us to bring the totem back. Didn't tell you to fuse the totem yourself. Eclipse rushes forward and tries to take the totem from Pride. Bang! But he was jerked away by a kick. Don't get in my way. Bastard! The power of the totem is infinite. And with the totem I can also become a Beast King. What do I need to care about the Dean? Why should I? Pride. Have to be a parasite. I'm going to be the apex of monsters. Step by step to the top. Above all monsters. This is my heavenly world. And I am the only one. With that, the blood-colored Taotai totem was pressed to his chest. Roar! Pride let out a frantic roar. He only felt a terrifying power running amok in his body. Too powerful. Is this the power of a totem? I feel as if I can devour everything. His eyes swiveled and saw Rage, who had collapsed and was dying in the corner. Zigzag. A palm in the air sucked him over. Swallow me. Scarlet light flowed around the perimeter of Pride's body, like a large mouth swallowing the angry body completely. Ah-ha. No. Don't brother. Spare me. Zigzag. When the red light faded, the anger completely disappeared from this space. What a strong power. I feel that with a few more, I can directly break into the blue jade level. Pride had a mesmerized look on his face, only feeling that the power was more fragrant than anything he had ever encountered before. Again, he reached out both hands at the same time and sucked in the monstrous fish jealousy, which was as huge as a mountain, and the tyrannical eclipse, which he had jerked away, sucked both men dry. As it were, these 2 sins were defenseless before him. All that could be heard was a deafening roar and fury. Sucked alive. Hiss. The remaining 3 sins sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. Pride has gone mad. He betrayed the Dean. He's so ambitious. Run. Flying in mid-air, the 2-headed bird Greed let out a strange cry. His body's gold and silver hyperactive as he fled towards the distance at great speed. Can you escape? Pride's body shifted slightly in mid-air and appeared behind Greed. This is jealousy's ability. Feng Tianyang had a shocked look on his face. This Pride, having devoured other sins, was able to use their abilities. This is just amazing. Bang! With an explosion, Greed also turned into a blood mist, which he swallowed. The only 2 that remain are lust and laziness. Ah! Big brother! Spare me! Don't kill me! I'm maintaining the Phantom Way Labyrinth. If you kill me, the labyrinth will disperse and those humans will come in. He knelt on the ground with a pleading face, his 3 heads thumping and kowtowing towards Pride. Kill you, and I'll get your power to maintain the labyrinth just the same. Pride said faintly. Zigzag. In his hand, the blood light reappeared. Pride, do you really want to be so vicious? Then don't blame us for not being polite. Kill him. Lust's eyes widened and his goat head forced the demon's eye. His eyes had already been wasted by Luo Ming, but he sacrificed the cost of this one head to unleash this move. Pride's body is controlled stiffly in midair. A python broke through the air behind him, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards his head. Lazy strikes out. The ape arm swept the pitch-black serpent spear, and in the process, it also stabbed towards Pride's back heart. I've been guarding against you guys for a long time. Do you really think I'm so easy to assassinate by you? A bunch of mole crickets. You're not worthy. Get thee outta here. Scarlet-colored flames burned up, stirring in all directions, and the flames burned down, instantly engulfing Sloth. Lust was shocked and was trying to retreat when all three of his heads were swept by a black light, exploding into the sky. The blood light around Pride transformed into a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing it completely. So far, of the 7 deadly sins, only one remains alive: arrogance. And after he had devoured the 6 sins, his strength had increased tremendously, and a terrifying aura was boiling over. This totem can actually infinitely devour the flesh and blood and power of others to feed itself. It's too powerful. Pride had a shocked look on his face as the 6 sins descended into his abdomen, and he was violently huge. All of his limbs became thicker, and 2 pairs of sky-shading feathered wings unexpectedly unfolded behind him once again. Pride has successfully evolved from 6 wings to 10. He also officially stepped into the ranks of the Blue Jade rank, this being the Yen Xia Commander rank, and Pride's strength was far beyond that of a normal commander. I think I'm invincible. End of chapter. Chapter 185. Chapter 185, Complete Tao Tai. Driving Mode. Second Flesh Body. Tao Tai Body. Chapter 185, Complete Tao Tai. Driving Mode. Second Flesh Body. Tao Tai Body. Pride enjoyed the power this blood-colored totem brought him. After gathering the 7 great sins, his greedy gaze was also directed towards the remaining humans such as Luo Ming. If I swallow you all, I can really reach heaven in one step. With 3 totems added to my body, I can't even imagine how strong I can become. So, contribute to my path to supreme supremacy. Arrogantly carrying 10 wings on his back, he approached towards Luo Ming and the others. The aura on this guy is that of a Tao Tai. Luo Ming's gaze froze and he just looked straight at him. I'm absolutely not mistaken. The giant beast above that totem is Tao Tai. Could it be that the so-called 10 great totems are the 10 fierce ones that are stripped from the body of the self? If that's the case, I may really be able to strip the totem from him if I unleash the power of Tao Tai. Seeing that Pride had already ingested the 2 people, Shen Huaqing and Nangongshi, who had fallen to the ground with one hand, hold their necks. The 2 bodies struggled, but to no avail. In the face of arrogance, it was as if even the most powerful heavenly Pride was a mole cricket. Something is going to happen to Nangong and Shen Huaqing. We can't wait any longer. Cheng Jinghong's face was very ugly. I'm going to strike and shoot this beast. He strides toward the front. Wait a minute. Wait a little longer. Yi Chagan stopped him. There's hope. There's a friggin' hope. All of my Imperial University students are dying. You're still talking to me about hope. Yi Chagan knew it. Cheng Jinghong couldn't control himself as he broke into a fit of rage. If anything goes wrong with my students, can you be responsible for that? Yi Chanan's face changed color. No, Principal Cheng. It's not that time yet. Look at Luo Ming. As his words fell, the gazes of the crowd turned toward Luo Ming. Only the Tao Tai stood still, his eyes closed tightly, the blood-colored flames around his body spreading a little in the air and becoming illusory. Behind him, the huge blood-colored beast let out a roar as if it was calling out for something. This is... Cheng Jinghong's face changed. If I'm not mistaken, that totem was attracted to Luo Ming. He's here to look for Luo Ming. Yi Chanan put his hands in his pockets and said with certainty, Zhou Ruin, just watch. Luo Ming will definitely be able to save the day. This round, you're going to lose. Boom! As Yi Chanan's words fell, he only saw the blood-colored beast behind Luo Ming open its mouth and spew out a torrent of monstrous blood light towards Pride. Negative. Die. Pride was about to interrupt, but he didn't expect the blood light to directly blast into his chest where it fused with the Tao Tai totem. What is this? This. Pride's body trembled violently. He felt as if the power in his body that didn't belong to him was about to peel away from him. Hey, where are you going? Asshole. Get back here. The Tao Tai totem on his chest trembled violently, and Pride wanted to stop it, but was completely helpless. At this time, he could no longer care about the 2 Nangongshi and Shen Huaqing, and as soon as his hand was loosened, the 2 of them fell from mid-air. Feng Tianyang hurriedly rushed up and grabbed the 2. What the hell is going on? Feng Tianyang and the others also looked puzzled. Lin Xiao slowly dispersed the power in his body and looked at Luo Ming with a more shadowy gaze. Luo Ming, You really aren't simple. You're qualified to be my stepping stone. He stepped aside, no longer striking, and watched the scene with good humor. The others also raised their heads and looked at Luo Ming in shock. Luo Ming is resonating with the totem. Could it be that this totem is specially coming for him? Definitely. Otherwise the scene can't be explained. This totem is about to fly out of this guy's body. Pride's body swayed in midair as he felt the totem going away. Not only going away, but taking the power of the 7 sins from within him. Bastard! How dare you try to destroy my foundation? At the very least leave me the power of the 7 sins. Pride roared up. He forcibly stripped off the power of the 7 sins. And then that blood-colored stream of light rushed out of his body towards Luo Ming. Hey, old thing. Here's your baby. In the 10 foul gods hall, the true dragon called out loudly. Cao Tai slowly opened his eyes. It's back. Ah, my origin power. Now I can also hand over everything to this kid with peace of mind. Cao Tai stepped out with a stride, and the door to the 10 fierce divine hall slowly opened. He took one step out of the temple. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains, each leading the way for hundreds of years. From now on, you are the last Cao Tai in the world. Buzz! The totem rushed directly into Luo Ming's brow, and then, the Cao Tai opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Buzz! Behind Luo Ming's back, in addition to the kind of Cao Tai he himself had manifested, there was also an even bigger Cao Tai. This giant Cao Tai let out a low roar, and the entire space of the venue seemed to be forbidden. Even the outer projection of the three-eyed god general was obscured by a layer of bloody light. Elder Tao Wu, why have you come out? Luo Ming looked a little surprised. I should go. Tao Ye's blood-colored eyes wavered. I said at first that there are 3 inheritances in the Tao Tai trial, and now, this third one has come. So, is Senior asking me to accept the inheritance? Tao Tai nodded. He looked towards the Tao Tai behind Luo Ming, whose figure was more than a step smaller than his. Though the divine tortoise lives, it has its time, and though the divine eagle is young, it will have its day to fight in the sky. Great goodness, great goodness. Come on, Luo Ming. Swallow me with your infinite devouring and you can evolve into a true Tao Tai. Luo Ming was horrified. The last layer of the trial was actually asking him to eat Tao Tai. Don't be surprised, Tao Tai clan. It's a normal thing for like to eat like. Tao Tai smiled slightly. If you won't do it, then I'll do it for you. Boom! Only to see the Tao Tai behind Luo Ming leap up uncontrollably. Senpai! Luo Ming was shocked. The road ahead is full of difficulties. Don't be indecisive. Boom! The small Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant Tao Tai in one gulp. At once, the two merged. Luo Ming only felt as if his soul had been catapulted out of his body. This is Tao Tai? He had actually turned into a giant Tao Tai. A Tao Tai in the true sense of the word. Tao Tai in full animal form. The host has completed all Tao Tai trials. From now on, the host will be the last Tao Tai in the world. Unlock all Tao Ye's abilities. The host unlocks the second physical body. Tao Ye's body. Harnessing mode is on. The host can physically harness the beast's body. Luo Ming was surprised to find that he seemed to have 2 physical bodies. One was a human body transformed into a Tao Tai form, and the other was a Tao Tai in a beast body. Lo Ming? So, other people fly giant Gundams and I can fly Tao Tai? So, are you going to end up giving me a 10 fierce merger? What special episode? End of chapter 186. Chapter 186, Tao Tai hunting. Swallow the pride. Turn it into your own. Chapter 186, Tao Tai hunt. Swallow the pride. Turn it into your own. But, the body of Tao Tai. This can be really very powerful. It is tantamount to having an extra life. Luo Ming's soul returned to his body, and as he looked at the giant Tao Tai lying on the ground to the side, a look of shock flashed across his face. In harness mode, this giant Tao Tai was more powerful than he himself. Swish! Time resumed its flow once again. What just happened? A flash of doubt flashed in Pride's eyes. Just moments ago he felt as if something seemed to have stopped, but can't say 1 or 2 or 3. The totem flew away. It flew into this kid's body. He glared angrily at Lo Ming. Luckily, he still maintained the power of the 7 deadly sins in his body, and his strength remained stable at the first rank of the Blue Jade class. Fine. Totem, you're not choosing me. Instead you're choosing this kid, aren't you? Pride seethed with anger and gnashed her teeth. Anger, greed, jealousy, all sorts of emotions flooded the mind. Then I'll slaughter him and see if you have a choice. Come die for me. Wow. After saying that, he instantly charged towards Luo Ming. Die. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of destructive light seemed to bloom between his hands like a flower. And then he raised his hand and flung it out towards Luo Ming. Lamini. The hearts of the crowd were shaken. The arrogance of having his battle power raised to the Blue Jade level was already nearly invincible. How should Luo Ming deal with him? No. Father said that Luo Ming would become Yin Xia's hope in the future. He must not die here. Xiao Tianyu got up and charged towards Luo Ming. Even if he had to trade his life for his life, he would still protect Luo Ming. Senior Xiao, don't come over. However, he heard Luo Ming let out a bellowing cry. He held the heaven-devouring lance, his legs sinking slightly as burning blood-colored flames flowed behind him. Let me behead him. Taotia's true form. Luo Ming bellowed. Boom! A mountainous, blood-colored Taotai suddenly jumped out from the boundless sea of blood. In just one bite, the opponent's attack was swallowed. The bloodlight drowned out the black light and stabbed the crowd's eyes. How? Pride's face changed. How did he feel that he had even become weaker after fusing the 7 deadly sins instead? No, it's not that I've gotten weaker. It's that this kid has gotten stronger. Damn kid. What benefits did he get from that totem? Boom! The gigantic Taotia's feet shook and rose up from the ground. Luo Ming also vacated the air. Taotai harness. He stood on Taotia's back, and it was as if the two bodies had merged into one. What's the situation? Luo Ming, what's happening here? Xiao Tianyu's crowd looked at the two fused into one with puzzled faces. Bang! The earth shook violently, and the behemoth Taotai landed on the ground. It really does feel like you're driving a mech. Luo Ming, who was inside Taotai, took a deep breath. You could control Taotai to make various movements just by using your mind. It was as if a part of his own reincarnation had appeared in Taotia's body. Try the power of the Taotia's true body. Boom! The mountainous, blood-colored beast pranced and leaped up, opening its bloody mouth to pounce and bite at Pride. Looking for death. Get the hell out of here. A beginner at the diamond level dares to make a move on me. There was a huge difference in rank between Luo Ming and Pride nowadays. A whole big rank difference. Pride doesn't take him seriously. Indeed, the difference in level between me and you is far. Even with Taotia's true body, I'm no match for you. But Elder Taotai dedicated himself as food to me. And nowadays I'm not afraid of any opponent. Blood prison cage. Roar. The Taotai true body roared, and then one of its claws directly probed out through the air. You think you can catch me? Swish. Swish. The arrogant figure flashed in midair, so fast that a dark residual shadow appeared. So fast, can't even see where he is. Shen Huaqing helped Nangongsher to stand up with great difficulty and looked at the 10-winged fallen angel swaying in midair. Taotia's agility would naturally be lacking with such a huge body, and would definitely not be able to catch the extremely fast 10-winged fallen angel. But things went beyond their imagination. Blood prison cage is a capture skill for Taotai when they hunt, and with the huge Taotai having to face young and agile prey from time to time, this skill was born. Boom! Only to see a huge blood-colored cage appear in midair, which surprisingly encircled this entire space, and then it began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as it's locked on you, there's nowhere to run. No matter how fast the 10-winged fallen angel was, he was only flickering in this space, but Taotai had directly blocked off this space. Asshole! Looking at the cage getting smaller and smaller, and the range in which he could move gradually shrinking, Pride's face was very ugly. Until, that is, the cage tightens completely into a large one-person cage, and Pride finally has no way out. Bang! Taotai slapped down. He was simply unable to avoid it, and his body was directly smashed to the ground by the whip. Boom! A huge human-sized sinkhole exploded out of the ground. Pride was just about to get up when Taotai stomped on him. I'm sorry, you can't get up. Bang! Slammed him down again. Luo Ming stomped on him several times with force. 6 of the 10 wings were broken by his stomping. Pride let out a hissing roar. Asshole! Griffin-like thing! How dare you take on the great king of monsters? You haven't even become a king yet, and you've already crowned yourself king of monsters. That's a bit too confident. Luo Ming coldly grunted. Blood flame blade. Snort! In the air, blood-colored flames burned, turning into blades that cut through midair. In an instant, all 10 of his arrogant wings were chopped off. Puff! He slumped to the ground, writhing angrily. It really seems like a hunt. One by one, Feng Tianyang and the others supported each other as they watched the scene. The blood-colored tall beast king standing proudly in this space. He had the dying fallen angel at his feet, like prey for the king of beasts. First capture the target, then wound the target, get rid of all of the target's means of counterattack, and finally, hunt. Roar! The hunt moment. It has arrived. Taotai opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force emanated as all the air in this space surged towards him, sucked alive into a vacuum by Taotai. No, don't! I don't want to die. I don't want to be a pawn for someone else. Damn it! I'm going to become the Beast King. I haven't become the supreme monster that is the only one in the sky in the world. Pride's limbs flailed violently trying to resist the suction. Giggle! A bloody blade swept through, instantly cutting him off at the waist. You're still a cut above and a cut below. Gulp! Taotai swallowed it in one gulp. swallow the arrogance in your belly. And Luo Ming, who was in the Taoye's true body, felt the pure power from all directions. While nourishing the Taoye's true body, he was also nourishing himself, instantly refined and purified. Taoye's devouring ability has expanded once again. Luo Ming marveled. The two bodies shared the power of the 7 deadly sins equally, and Luo Ming managed to reach it. Diamond Class 3. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Chapter 187 I. Luo Ming would rather kill by mistake than let go. Chapter 187 I. Luo Ming would rather kill by mistake than let go. Wow! The Taoye's true body burned with blood-colored flames and disappeared with it. Luo Ming's figure fell from mid-air. He reverted to human form. The crowd clustered toward him. It's awesome! Luo Ming! Not bad for my schoolmate. Xiao Tianyu limped in and gave Luo Ming a heavy hammer on the shoulder. Nearly flopped to the ground himself. Luo Ming reached out and held him in place. Senior Xiao, you're a bit vain. Luo Ming, you percent. Percent 7. Xiao Tianyu cracked his mouth. Luo Ming, I admit defeat. You are indeed powerful. I am inferior to you. Zhao has passed away with a bitter smile. Luo Ming's prophecy came true. He, Zhao, had passed away was indeed not qualified to be compared to him. Luo Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. He couldn't say anything good or bad about Zhao's view of having passed away. It's just a friend's brother. Awesome. I, Shen Huaqing, have never admired a single person. You are the first. Thank you for saving me and Nangong. Shen Huaqing pushed up his glasses and extended his hand to Luo Ming. You're welcome. And you're pretty cool. Rushing to the front for your girlfriend. Luo Ming smiled. Ha? Shen Huaqing was dumbfounded. Female what? What friend? She's my sister. Luo Ming? It's just half-siblings. I take my dad's last name and she takes her mom's. Lamini. Thanks for saving me. I'll give you meatloaf. King Lu also came in stride and pulled out a beef pie that was bigger than Luo Ming's head from the bag he was carrying and handed it to him. Luo Ming was a little curious. It's rare that your pie wasn't destroyed in the battle just now. King Lu's way of honoring a man is to give him his favorite beef patty. Shen Huaqing explained. The monsters he awakened need to feed constantly, or they could easily starve themselves to death. So, King Lu would carry a dozen pounds of pies as food on a daily basis. A great battle was fought, and all the people were drawn together. Except for one. Luo Ming. You obviously have such a strong strength. Why did you hide at first, causing my hands to be cut off by monsters? I think you have evil intentions and are purposely harming people. Li Quan questioned Luo Ming with a sinister face. Li Quan. Shut up. Without Luo Ming saving you, you would have died long ago. Feng Tianyang chided. Even if he and Li Quan came from the same school, at this time, he couldn't look past his behavior. It was just a bit too shameless. He clearly had the ability to strike, yet he had to wait all the way, causing my old man's hand to be cut off. I think he did it on purpose, to take personal revenge. Li Quan had a resentful look on his face. My Li family won't just let this matter go. I'll report it to my father. Luo Ming's face was expressionless. He raised his hand slightly. Knock! A large spear directly pierced through Li Quan's other intact shoulder. The huge force surprisingly carried his entire body flying, and finally rooted hard against the wall. Clank! The pole of the heaven-devouring gun trembled, pinning Li Quan's body to the wall, unable to move no matter what. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What a ruthless Luo Ming! It's too hard to hit. It was a favor for me to step in and save you, and it was my duty not to save you. And not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you're still here blaming me. Good and bad are coming to seek revenge. Then why don't you simply, I slaughter you? Luo Ming's eyes showed a cold color. Li Quan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he was trembling. Luo Ming really dared to kill him. Luo Ming. You, don't be impulsive. I'm Yan Xia Tianzhou. We shouldn't kill each other. If you kill me, you won't be able to do yourself any favors. You're going to be court-martialed. Li Quan gulped and swallowed heavily, gasping for breath. Blood gurgled down the wall. He had lost too much blood, and now he was pierced by Luo Ming's gun. And he didn't pass out, which was considered a good quality of his body. That's right, Luo Ming. Don't be impulsive. I know that you once had the battle record of scrapping Overlord Li Lin's son, Li Tian, but Li Quan and Li Tian are different. Li Quan is the most outstanding of all Li Lin's children. In the future, he has hopes of inheriting his position as Overlord. If you kill Li Quan, Li Lin won't forgive you lightly. You don't want to erect this great enemy of the Li family for no reason either. Feng Tianyang also flashed out to dissuade him. You can kill me if you want to, if the sky falls. I'll carry it, if I can't, the old man will. At that moment, several figures walked into the middle of the herbarium. The one at the head of the group was clearly Yi Chang'an, and he was also the one who opened his mouth to speak just now. Yi Cha-han, you're crazy, instigating the Yanxia celestial pride to kill each other. What do you want? Zhou Ruin's face was also very ugly. Luo Ming, you can't kill Li Quan. He's a student of the Magic University. The laws of Yanxia do not allow their own people to kill each other. You stop now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Zhou Ruin's face sank to a soothing expression. You have the most credit for this mission. But if you kill Li Quan, not only will your credit be zeroed out, you'll also have to carry the charge of killing Yanxia's heavenly pride. Luo Ming's expression was unmoved. No one could see through his ancient eyes to see what he was thinking. Li Quan, if I let you go today, can you promise that you won't seek revenge on me in the coming day? Luo Ming looked into Li Quan's eyes and asked. Li Quan nodded vigorously. That's for sure. As long as you let me go, I won't count what you did today. On the contrary, you even saved me. You are my benefactor. We are both Yanxia celestial pride. Perhaps we can become friends. Luo Ming, you say right. You can come to the Magic City and I, Li, will be our guest. We'll sweep the couch to welcome you. Li will be your backing to help you get to the next level. My father's disciples are all over the military. They can all help you. Luo Ming's face did not move. A very tempting offer it is. Mordor Li's friend. A very hard background indeed. Li Quan's face showed joy. Yes, that's right. You can walk sideways when you come to Magic City. Beautiful women. Money. Resources. We Lis don't lack any of them. Anything you want. But Luo Ming was still talking to himself. But I'm a commoner. A countryside village boy. I've never seen the lights. The 10 miles of the Magic City. So I don't know if I'm worthy of the Magic City, which is full of gold. Of course it's worthy. With me, Li Quan. No one dares to say that you, Luo Ming, are not worthy. Whoever dares to say that I'll sink him into the Huangpu River and feed him to the fish. Luo Ming closed his eyes. Li Quan, you have a point. Luo Ming clenched the handle of his gun and slowly drew it out. Li Quan watched his movements with a sense of relief. Survived. Finally survived. This son of a, how dare he threaten him? He must be made to pay the price. And if this revenge is not carried out, he will be the son of the overlord in vain. Swish. At this moment, Luo Ming's eyes snapped open. A fierce light appeared in his pupils. But, Li Quan, I can see the murderous intent towards me in your eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. They don't lie. And you're lying to me? Today I let you go. In the coming day, you'll think of ways to kill me by all means. So, I can't let you go. I, Luo Ming, would rather kill by mistake than let go. Clank! The heaven-devouring lance was drawn out by him, and then it was drawn towards Li Quan's head in a lightning-fast manner. Bang! End of chapter. Chapter 188. Chapter 188, Li Lin's attack. Chapter 188, Li Lin's attack. Snap! The head exploded like a watermelon. A bloody mess. A chilling paste on the wall. That Qin Yen Yen, seeing this scene, was even more uncontrollably dry-heaving. Murder! Luo Ming actually really dares to kill people. She really dares to kill. She covered her red lips, her eyes full of shock. This time, Luo Ming will no longer hide. Those who offend me, kill them. Luo Ming, you're too bold. Zhou Ruin was completely enraged. Ferociousness is still alive. Luo Ming, are you a human or a monster? Li Quan He, how you? You want to kill him? He walked with great strides. As the vice-chancellor of Mordor University, how could he sit back and watch the outstanding students of his school being killed? In this matter, Luo Ming should definitely not be lightly spared. Stand still, Zhou Ruin. I'll be rude if you take another step forward. Yi Chanan stopped in front of Zhou Ruin carrying his silver dragon gun. Yi Chanan, do you still want to protect him? He even killed someone in public. Yi Chang'an mused. It was Li Quan who provoked it first. But he shouldn't have killed anyone either. If Luo Ming doesn't kill Li Quan, will Li Quan let him go? You and I aren't blind. Can't you see that killing intent in Li Quan's eyes? Or is it that if Li Quan kills someone, it's not called murder? And if he Luo Ming kills someone, he'll have to die by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Ruin's face was cloudy. In this matter, it's not easy to explain on Mordor Li's side. To account for it, I'll give it. Clank! Yi Chang'an immediately rooted his white silver dragon lance on the ground. Luo Ming is a member of my Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. If he, Li Lin, wants an explanation, I'll give it. Zhou Ruin frowned. He really couldn't figure out if Luo Ming was really worth Yi Chang'an to gamble everything to protect him. Sure, he was good, but it would take a long time for him to grow up completely. Who can guarantee that there won't be any surprises in between? Furthermore, even if Luo Ming did grow up, would he be able to protect the entire Yanxia with his own strength? This is so unrealistic. The power of the Beast King, compared to Yi Chang'an, was more clear than Ima. But even so, he still has to protect Luo Ming. Zhou Ruyin will not know. Such as he liked doing things forward-looking. 1,000 thoughts. 10,000 considerations of people will never understand. Because of this, he couldn't understand Yi Chanan. What do you think? Principles? Xiao Pingan spoke faintly. Luo Ming is my Yanxia University's man. My Yanxia University will punish himself when he goes back. So let's punish him with a serious warning penalty. Zhou Ruan? What are you doing here? Cheng Jinghong glanced at Xiao Pingan. Although Luo Ming is indeed at fault, but he killed the 7 deadly sins monster and saved the other students. This is undoubtedly a great merit. Li Quan provoked Luo Ming first. The merits and demerits are balanced out. I don't think it's inevitable. The other 2 mentors from Zhahai and Jinling also nodded. Both principals have spoken, and there's nothing they can do about it. Good. Zhou Ruan nodded. The attitude of the crowd was obvious. To keep Luo Ming, after all, this was a supreme genius who had mastered the totem. But, what's really hard to do is Mordor Lia. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall of the Li clan in the Magic City, a piece of beast soul jade exploded violently. When the servant in charge of cleaning the shrine saw this scene, his legs almost fell to the ground. Broken. Young master's beast soul jade is shattered, she uttered in horror, her pupils constricting in an unmistakable look of fear. It's normal for young masters to break a few pieces of beast soul jade in their expedition to Shanhai Xiangguan, isn't it? Don't make a fuss. The other one wiped the beam on the side and spoke indifferently. This ancestral hall held the beast soul jades of Li Lin's children, and at a cursory glance, there were hundreds of them. Li Lin's women were numerous. Many of them were even other people's wives or had fled to other cities to reorganize their families after being forced on by him, such as Su Wanqing's mother. Anyway, as long as he sees them, all of them can't escape his clutches. After giving birth to a child, it will be raised until the age of 18, and if the talent is still good, it will be taken back to the Li family and unified to raise the compulsion and select the outstanding heavenly pride. Li Tian was the best of the bunch back then. Li Lin's 13 best children are known as the 13 Taipa, of which Li Quan is ranked first. It's not. It's young master Li Quan's beast soul jade that's shattered. What did you say? The 2 servants looked at each other and screamed. Ah! Go and report to the master. One of the servants dropped his rag in terror and turned to run. The other servant stayed where he was looking at the shattered beast soul jade and screamed like crazy. The sky is falling. Fruity. Not long after, a man as tall as a lion strides into the shrine. The shattered beast soul jade pierced his eyes deeply. Quan! Li Lin shouted angrily. His voice vibrated like a thunderous roar, and both servants were shaken out of their 7 orifices by him. Father, rest your anger. Father! He was followed by a dozen young men, all with lofty horns, handsome, juvenile pride, extremely extraordinary. Father, the most urgent thing is to find out how big brother Li Quan died. At this point in time he should have gone to the imperial capital for a hunting mission. Li Xiaoyang, the second Taba second only to Li Quan, opened his mouth. Yes, Zhou Ruan knows. Zhou Ruan must know. He made a phone call. A few moments later, click, the cell phone was crushed alive. I originally thought that my son was killed by the monstrous beasts in the ruins, but I didn't think it was Luo Ming. Damn Luo Ming. Last time I was soft-hearted and spared your life. It caused such a great disaster. I shouldn't have spared you. Li Lin was furious. Go! Follow me to the imperial capital. I want him, Luo Ming, to pay in blood. The 12 Taba were in awe. Li Lin is going crazy. How many years had it been since I had seen my own father in this rage? Boom! The bustling Magic City, lined with office buildings, a huge steel trees form a luxuriant forest of modern technology. On this day, the earth-shaking roar shook the entire Huangpu River 3 times. A 2-headed demonic dragon with a pitch-black body covered in cold black scales rose into the air. As his wings swung, he saw a rolling gale sweeping across the sky. Above that demonic dragon, there were 13 figures, and the leader was clearly the overlord of the devil's capital. Li Lin. The great clans were stunned. What was the big deal that had to cause the overlord and the 13 Taipa to come out? At the same time, the other big clan in the magic capital that was not weaker than the Li clan, the Lin clan, had also received the news. Qing Xian's son is bold. Ha! Slaughtering Li Quan directly. The power of the totem is really something. But Luo Ming is still a member of my Lin family no matter what. The totem should also belong to my Lin family. It must not be snatched away by Li Lin. Yuqi, you take a walk too. Not long after, the Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuan also walked out of the Lin family's gate with large strides. A huge devil fish that looked like a flying saucer rushed into the sky. The other clans in the magic capital were even more surprised. What the hell kind of day is today? The 2 big families of Magic City, the Li clan and the Lin clan, were out at the same time. This is the sequence level Beast King fighting over? End of chapter. Chapter 189. The 12 Taba combined to battle Luo Ming. Chapter 189. The 12 Taba combined to battle Luo Ming. Zhou Ruan put down his cell phone. Li Lin is already on his way to Mordor, along with Li's 13 Taibao. If you want to protect him, Yi Chang'an, then you should try. Then I won't bother you. Yi Chang'an spoke calmly. Zhou Ruyan is speechless. He does not want to say more. The world says that the character of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Mission Yi Chang'an is as straight as that silver dragon gun. Now it seems that what was said is not false, and this Luo Ming will make more trouble than Yi Chang'an. I think that this Heavenly Blaze Holy Order also has a successor. I've already notified things in place, so what happens next is none of my business. Let's go together to greet Battle King Li, he said faintly. Several people found white cloth and mats and wrapped Li Quan's corpse. The three-eyed warrior general was here to take care of the aftermath, and several people were heading straight to the Magic City Airport. Magic City Airport. The people rushed to this place together, and within a short time, they saw a hurricane blowing in the sky. A huge two-headed demon dragon danced its wings and flapped the helicopters on the airport tarmac, almost flying 10 miles away. Coming. Xiao Tianyu's gaze became grave as he gave Luo Ming a worried look. Li Lin has an extremely overbearing personality and is most protective of his shortcomings. This time things are in trouble. Luo Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall figure on that demonic dragon. This was the second time he had seen Li Lin, and counting, his conflict with Li was not small. Su Wanqing was killed by him. Li's housekeeper died because of him. Li Tian was almost slaughtered by him, and now Li Quan was also craned by him. Therefore, it was normal for Li Lin to want to kill him. If he were Luo Ming himself, he would definitely not be able to keep this aftermath. His gaze met Li Lin across the room, and Li Lin clasped his hands to his chest, eagle-eyed. Endless domineering and killing intent surged in his eyes. Just by glancing at each other, Luo Ming felt his eyes sting. The name of this overlord was indeed not false. Boom! Li Lin took one step and leapt off the demonic dragon's spine. And then, the 12th typo followed closely behind him. Who's Lamani? I am. Luo Ming stepped out without humbling himself. A flash of surprise passed through Li Lin's eyes. He was named Overlord, which naturally wasn't calling him blindly. The monster he awakened came with an overlord's aura that could shake down his enemies, hence the name Overlord. Few people could stand under his dominating aura, let alone meet his eyes. Even his 13 sons did not dare to meet his eyes. But, here Luo Ming is not only not afraid, even Li Lin saw a touch of wariness in his eyes. Li Lin even had the illusion that if it weren't for his own lack of rank, Luo Ming might have wanted to just get his hands on him and slaughter him. How bold is this boy? Li Lin couldn't help but have a killing chance in his heart, and could not leave this son in the world. Can't be friends, so let each other be dead. Very well, kill my son, and you will be buried with him. Saying that, Li Lin walked towards Luo Ming in large strides. Hey, you're pretending I don't exist. Clank! A silver spear blocked him. 9 Heavenly Silver Dragon Yi Chang'an. I know you, Vice Leader of the Heavenly Blaze Sacred Regiment. I heard that you once caused a great disturbance in the imperial capital, making it impossible for all the great clans to live in peace, acting arrogantly and domineeringly, and having the reputation of being a mongrel demon king. So what? Yi Chang'an, you should be glad that you shrunk in the imperial capital. Otherwise, if you were in the magic capital, I would have stuffed you into the Huangpu River before you reached adulthood with this kind of goods. Yi Chang'an smiled. It's not too late for you to try. Off. Li Lin's face turned cold. I'm going to kill him today. With me? You take the head and kill it? Seek death. Bang! Li Lin waved his palm. And even in person, he was more than 2 meters tall, and his height was a whole lot taller than Yi Chang'an. Naturally that palm was also like a bushel, and there was even a sound explosion ringing in the air between swings. Bang! Bang! He slapped his 2 palms on top of Yi Chang'an's spear. Yi Chang'an didn't move a muscle. Overlord Li Lin. Nothing more than that. He smiled faintly and turned his spear with one hand, stabbing towards Li Lin. What a 9 sky silver dragon. Bang bang! Li Lin's body tightened slightly, and the coat on his upper body was instantly held open by him. Clothes bloom and split. Li Lin's naked upper body was covered in bulging muscles, and one arm was almost as thick as Luo Ming's waist. Among the muscles, a single vein throbbed, like an earth dragon hidden under the mountains and rivers. This is just muscle. Armor. Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but be staggered. Li Lin in his physical state was also perverted like a monster. Li Lin did have a record of physically hammering monsters to death. Feng Tianyang of the Magic University side. He should be the strongest Yanxia in his human form, without exception. With that he glanced at Luo Ming. It was because Luo Ming still had extremely astonishing battle power in his physical state. However, in Feng Tianyang's opinion, Luo Ming still had a huge gap compared to Li Lin. For a purely physical body to be practiced to this extent, it is indeed not bad. Luo Ming also couldn't help but nod his head. This guy was indeed powerful. In his human state, Yi Chang'an was going to be defeated. Bang bang! The silver dragon lance was clutched with one hand. Yi Chang'an, you're nothing more than that. Li Lin laughed coldly and exerted his strength to try to throw Yi Chang'an out with his gun. Unexpectedly, it didn't move at all. It's true that I'm not as good as you in the physical body, but Li Lin, my fit with the Nine Heavens Silver Dragon has reached 99%. In my physical state, I am also strong enough to mobilize the power of the elements. Thunder gun. Zigzag. Bang. A brilliant thunder aura at the tip of the gun instantly exploded. Li Lin withdrew his hand like an electric shock and stepped back. He looked at his palm. A charred, bloody mess. What a Yi Chang'an. His gaze gradually became morose and cold, as if he wanted to transform into a peak battle. At that moment, Li Xiaoyang, the second Taiyu behind Li Lin, came to his ear and rustled something. Well, Li Lin was silent for a moment. Are you guys sure? I'm not sure about it alone, but if 12 people do it together, Luo Ming will die for sure. Okay, then we'll give you guys a chance to make an appearance. Li Lin nodded. He slowly withdrew his hand. Yi Chang'an, it wouldn't look good for the two of us to continue fighting. Injustice has its owner. My son Li Quan was killed by this bastard Luo Ming. If we want to fight, it's also with him. However, young people are competing with each other, and Li Quan is not as skilled as others, so I, as a father, can't bully the young with the big ones. Let Luo Ming and my sons fight one more time. What do you think? Yi Chang'an narrowed his eyes. A slight nod. Yes, who wants to fight Luo Ming? Li Xiaoyang, who was standing behind Li Quan, smiled slightly. He took one step. I, Li Xiaoyang, will fight Luo Ming. Immediately after that, the remaining people also walked out one by one. I, Li Wei, want to fight. I, Li Su Ri, will fight. I Li, want to fight. The 12 people lined up in a row and stood in front of Li Lin, filled with a sense of oppression which also came straight at Luo Ming. We, the Li clan's 12 Taba, shall fight Luo Ming alone. The moment these words came out, the entire room changed color. End of chapter 190.